I have traversed through time. Lin he sat on the sofa, and after half an hour of grappling with the memories flooding his mind, he finally managed a bitter smile, coming to terms with his new reality. Before him stood a slightly damaged floor mirror, reflecting a visage with sunken cheeks and colorless lips. At the age of 40, when one should be in the prime of life, his hair had already turned gray, giving him the appearance of a man in his 60s. His ex-wife, in pursuit of a better life, had left him, taking their daughter with her. The original Lin, he was once a wealthy magnate of Xinjiang City, yet in a single day, he had lost everything, plummeting into destitution. To compound his misfortune, he had a son whose reckless behavior was a source of great distress. Is the universe toying with me? He pondered, feeling a mix of despair and disbelief. The only consolation amidst this turmoil was that upon learning of their family's downfall, Lin Qing had turned his life around and returned to his studies. Today marked the final day of the college entrance examination. With unwavering diligence, he believed that it was only a matter of time before he could rise again. As Lin he glanced at a bank message indicating a mere 300 yuan remaining in his account, he sought to comfort himself. Buzzed at 8 that moment, his phone vibrated. He raised his hand to retrieve it, noticing it was an unfamiliar number. Curious, he answered, placing the phone to his ear. "Is this Mr. Lin He, the parent of Lin Qing?" Came the voice of a young girl on the other end. "Yes, how may I assist you?" Lin he felt a pang of unease in his heart. "I'm a classmate of Lin Qing. He has had an accident, colliding with another vehicle." The girl spoke timidly, hastily adding, "But do not worry, he is not injured." "That is a relief. What vehicle was involved?" Lin he exhaled, feeling a slight easing of his tension. "A Bentley," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. Lin he nearly choked, his face paling. "A Bentley? That was a luxury vehicle starting at 1,000,000 yuan. Was his son truly expecting him to sell a kidney less than an hour after his arrival in this new life? When he was still a wealthy man, even if he had damaged a Bentley, he could have compensated for it. Yet now, he could scarcely afford to remedy even a scratch on such a car. "Uncle, please hurry." The other party insists on compensation before allowing Lin Qing to leave, the girl urged anxiously. Xinjiang Number 1 High School, one of the local examination centers. At a nearby intersection, less than 100 meters away, a crowd of students and parents had gathered. Some bystanders even pulled out their phones to capture the scene. "This car looks quite impressive. It must be expensive, right? Did you see the emblem? The soaring eagle with the letter B in the center, that is a Bentley, a luxury worth millions." "Millions? Goodness. What a misfortunate child. I wonder how his parents will react upon seeing this." The crowd buzzed with speculation. A 1,000,000 yuan luxury vehicle involved in an accident was bound to make headlines. Among them, a boy in a school uniform stood with his head bowed, tears streaming down his face. He was Lin Qing, Lin He's son. Beside him stood a girl of similar age, softly offering words of comfort. Lin Qing was acutely aware of their family's plight. Having collided with a Bentley meant they would have to sell everything they owned, perhaps even themselves, to cover the costs. Despite his tireless efforts, studying late into the night before the exams, he knew deep down that his foundation was too weak. Achieving even a spot in a vocational college would be a significant feat. Initially contemplating abandoning the college entrance examination to pursue work for sustenance, Lin Qing found himself met with his father's unwavering disapproval. His father insisted that in today's society, a lack of education makes survival exceedingly difficult. Regrettably, Lin Qing ended up disappointing his father nonetheless. After completing his final exam, in a daze, he rode his bicycle and, almost as if compelled by fate, collided with another vehicle. Having once enjoyed the privileges of a wealthy upbringing, Lin Qing recognized the emblem of the Bentley, nearly losing his composure on the spot. "When will your parents arrive?" inquired the owner of the Bentley. Beside him stood a woman with permed hair, revealing her belly button, who clung to his arm, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Qing, exuding an air of superiority akin to a peacock perched atop a branch. Very soon," Lin Qing replied, his face rigid, forcing the words out. His family had gone bankrupt, and even if they could reach this location, they would be unable to provide compensation. Before long, a staff member summoned by the vehicle owner arrived to document the incident and estimate the repair costs. "Mr. Zhou, the damage to the Bentley is not severe, but the preliminary estimate for repairs is no less than 300,000. We will prepare a repair order for you immediately, the staff member reported after a flurry of activity. No less than 300,000. Lin Qing's heart sank. It would be a stretch for his family to scrape together 300 yuan. Dad, I'm so sorry. Woo-woo. Tears of guilt streamed down Lin Qing's cheeks, his clenched fists turning pale from exertion. He had vowed before his father to turn over a new leaf, yet only a few days had passed before he found himself embroiled in trouble again. At that moment, a taxi pulled over to the roadside. An elderly man with graying hair emerged, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Dad, I'm so sorry. Lin Qing hurried over, supporting his father, his voice trembling. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Lin He, who waved his hand dismissively. A real man shouldn't cry like this. Lin Qing wiped away his tears with his sleeve and nodded earnestly. Lin He sighed despite his son's reckless behavior. He was still just a child. You must be this boy's father, correct? Here is the repair order for your review. If you have any doubts, feel free to consult an organization you trust for a re-examination, the Bentley owner said, handing over the freshly prepared document to Lin He. The repair order clearly stated the cost, 300,000 renminbi. Old man, you walk like you're on your last legs. Can you even afford this? The permed woman scoffed derisively. Old man? Lin He managed a bitter smile. He was only 40. The toll of bankruptcy and its ensuing tribulations had taken such a toll on him that few would believe he was that young. Don't you dare speak about my father like that. Lin Qing shouted in anger. What are you shouting about? The Bentley owner glared, his patience thinning as he addressed Lin He. Compensation is non-negotiable. Whether you are this boy's father or grandfather, the sum of 300,000 cannot be diminished. Otherwise, be prepared for the police to be involved. A penny can thwart even the mightiest of heroes, let alone 300,000. Lin He clutched the compensation order, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washing over him. Ding dong, the paternal love system has successfully bound with the host. Lin He. Ding dong. Your son has collided with a Bentley while riding his bicycle. In accordance with the principle of a father's inevitable victory, the host's assets have ascended to become the hidden wealthiest individual in Xinjiang City. A mechanical notification echoed in his ears. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Lin He's eyes. Soon after, a torrent of information flooded his mind, detailing his current savings and asset distribution. Was Amir Bentley? After reviewing the details, Lin He was nearly overwhelmed with laughter. However, the fleeting excitement was swiftly tempered. Discretion was the better part of valor. If he cannot afford the damages, let him take responsibility alone. Have your son kneel publicly. How about 1,000 for each bow? The owner of the Bentley caressed his companion's hand, his expression mocking, as if toying with someone of lesser status. Did Luo Xiaojin send you? Lin He inquired with a hint of amusement. Son, go smash that Bentley for me. Chapter 002. Have the confidence to become a super spendthrift. Smash this Bentley? It's worth several million. Lin Qing's expression shifted, and the girl beside him, along with the bystanders, also changed their demeanor. Smash the car? Lin Qing's fingers grew slightly stiff. Are you afraid? Lin He inquired nonchalantly. With your father here, what is there to fear? With newfound resolve, Lin Qing scanned the surroundings for a brick and hurled it at the Bentley's windshield. The sound of shattering echoed as spiderweb-like cracks spread across the glass. The crowd fell into stunned silence, shocked by the audacity of such a family to vandalize a Bentley in public. Exhilarating. Lin Qing shook his hand, having exerted all his strength. The consequences were unimaginable. But his spirit soared. What do you mean by that? The owner of the Bentley asked, his expression uneasy. Strangely, the onlookers did not intervene but instead appeared sheepish. Tell your master that we shall meet soon, and there will be a surprise for him next time, Lin He stated, casting a penetrating gaze at the Bentley's owner. His tone was light, yet his eyes radiated an air of authority, brimming with an oppressive intensity. It was the innate confidence of one accustomed to power. Lin Qing stared blankly at his father's silhouette. The once frail and stooped figure now stood tall, like a blade. The girl was equally astonished, witnessing such a profound transformation in a person's aura within mere seconds. All right, let us depart. Lin He withdrew his gaze. Dad, we haven't compensated them yet. Lin Qing murmured as he approached. We have crashed and smashed. Are we just going to walk away? In a few days, I will personally deliver the compensation. Lin He's words were directed at both Lin Qing and the Bentley's owner. Lin Qing was utterly bewildered. Without knowing their address, how could they deliver compensation? Lin He patted Lin Qing on the shoulder. and along with the girl who had accompanied them, they slowly left. Not just Lin Qing, but the onlookers too were left in a haze, perplexed by the unfolding events. "Darling, are we just letting them go like this?" the woman with the perm asked in confusion once they returned to the car. Silence. The Bentley owner's expression darkened as he pulled out his phone and called a number, reporting the incident accurately. "Understood." The voice on the other end of the line replied after a brief silence. Groups of bystanders began to disperse, gossiping about the audacity of the father and son duo who had crashed and then vandalized the car. Tonight, many would share this highly intriguing topic on their social media. As the girl who had accompanied Lin Qing departed, he walked slowly alongside Lin Qing by the roadside. He had nearly deciphered the workings of the fatherly love as strong as a mountain system. When his son got into trouble, he would step in to resolve it, earning rewards. However, if his son attracted trouble beyond Lin's capacity to handle, the system would directly elevate his level. For instance, the incident involving the Bentley had allowed Lin to ascend to the status of a hidden affluent figure in Xinjiang City. However, there exists a constraint. One cannot forcibly compel the son to seek trouble. It must be the son who acts of his own volition. In essence, as long as the son persistently stirs up trouble with his own will, he will grow ever stronger. In his previous life, he was a pitiable soul raised in an orphanage and later devoted to the welfare cause, ultimately succumbing to inebriation and passing away. In this reincarnation, armed with a system, how could a tragic beginning deter him? Do you harbor a multitude of questions? He cast a glance at his son beside him and inquired. Indeed. Lin Qing scratched his head. Do you believe that your father's bankruptcy stemmed from poor management? He probed. If he wished for his son to create disturbances. He realized the journey ahead would be arduous, requiring a subtle and gentle approach. Could there be deeper reasons? Lin Qing, once a rich heir, had been subtly influenced by the darkness of the upper echelons. He was well aware, having previously lived as a wastrel, and thus quickly grasped the situation. Do you truly think that colliding with a Bentley while riding was merely an accident? Lin beamed with paternal pride, sensing that the act of bowing to him, seemingly a humiliation, was actually aimed at him. If he could not even protect his son, what kind of father would he be? It was nothing less than a heart-wrenching betrayal. Someone is scheming against us. Lin Qing clenched his fists, expressing his anger. Anger is futile. Lin halted, gazing at the willows swaying by the riverside. The weather in February and March was just perfectly suitable. To achieve great things, one must possess abilities that exceed the ordinary. Maintaining composure regardless of circumstances. Lin gently patted Lin Qing's shoulder, advising, the Summer Kingdom is vast, yet Xinjiang City is rather small. One must not confine themselves to a narrow perspective, thinking oneself all-knowing. Regrettably, enlightenment comes too late. Lin Qing, looking at the shimmering river surface, lamented, it is only upon falling into despair that one realizes the absurdity of past indulgences. It is not too late at all. Lin smiled, his voice resonant and powerful. With your father here, there shall never be a low point. Dad Lin Qing gazed in awe. In that moment, his father appeared as a towering figure exuding a sense of security, radiating an angelic brilliance. Old questions found their answers, yet new mysteries emerged in his mind. Having already faced bankruptcy, from where then does his father derive such confidence? Lin sensed his son's thoughts and waved dismissively, dispelling any inclination to question further. To receive the rewards of paternal love akin to a mountain, the son must instigate trouble. Since the bankruptcy, the once overwhelming confidence of the previously wayward son had waned. The one most capable of stirring trouble is, of course, the former wastrel. Thus, Lin aimed to rebuild his son's self-assurance. It could also be described as a grand plan for the cultivation of an extraordinarily reckless and extravagant son. The Talon community is a well-known old residential area in Xinjiang City, with years of wind and rain causing the walls to peel and yellow. Walking through the narrow alley, one could catch the suffocating scent of mildew and the stench of sewers. After the bankruptcy, Lin had rented a modest dwelling here for 600 yuan with his son. Though somewhat remote and in poor condition, it was affordable. Upon ascending the stairs, Lin took out his keys and opened the door. Let us prepare to move. Move? With a sorrowful expression, Lin Qing inquired, Father, is it because we have delayed paying our rent for nearly a week this month that the landlord wants us to pack our belongings and leave? The thought had slipped my mind entirely. Only then did Lin recall that the landlord had sent no fewer than 30 reminders regarding the overdue rent. Taking out his phone, Lin entered a number provided by the system and sent a message. Mother, the father and son must surely be facing difficulties, after all. A week's delay in rent is hardly significant. They deserve a moment to breathe, remarked Wang Yuyan, the daughter, as she sat across from her mother in their modest apartment of less than 80 square meters, absent-mindedly pushing her rice around. She had noticed the landlord's messages and felt a pang of sympathy. Your father left us too soon, abandoning us too. You are in your final year of high school this year, soon to enter university, which will incur even greater expenses, lamented Lu Li, her mother, with a tone of exasperation. A mere week's delay in rent? It is only when one is in charge that one understands the value of money and the cost of living. What shall we do if they decide to evict us? I am merely trying to save a little more for you so that you need not worry about expenses when you attend university. But they are good people. How could they be the kind to default on rent and flee? Wang Yuyan asked, her voice heavy with uncertainty. Can you truly discern between good and evil? Do the wicked wear their malevolence upon their faces? Lu Li retorted sharply, striking the table. Very well, Wang Yuyan replied, a hint of guilt in her tone. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the door. Lu Li opened it to find the very father and son they had been discussing, standing there with their suitcases in hand. I sincerely apologize for the prolonged delay in our rent. Lin He expressed, the payment has been sent via WeChat. Lu Li quickly retrieved her phone, and upon opening WeChat, she confirmed the transfer of 3,000 yuan. Seeing the suitcase behind them, her previously anxious heart settled. And with a smile, she curiously asked, the rent is 600 per month. Why then have you sent me 3,000? Chapter 003, A Golden Opportunity for Trouble, Son. Let us go. My son and I are preparing to move, and I apologize for the inconvenience caused by our overdue rent, Lin He remarked with a gentle smile. It is indeed a challenge for the landlord to raise his daughter alone. Mr. Lin, you are being overly gracious. Merely a week hardly qualifies as overdue. Lu Li replied with a cheerful demeanor, entirely shedding the assertiveness she had shown in her rent demand messages. Wang Yuyan, observing from behind, could not help but feel speechless at how swiftly her mother's demeanor had shifted. There are still some belongings in the house, so I would appreciate your assistance in clearing them out, Lin He mentioned. The additional money he provided also covered the cleaning expenses. After all, the father and son were leaving in haste. Although the rented apartment was not particularly dirty, some daily necessities remained that they could not take with them. Absolutely. No problem at all, Lu Li responded. Lin He nodded with a smile and motioned for his son to carry the suitcase as they made their way downstairs. With the promise of payment, Lu Li's attitude transformed, and she called her daughter to accompany them down the stairs. As they walked through the old community, Lin He and Lin Qing felt a wave of nostalgia. When they initially faced bankruptcy, the two of them had searched throughout Xinjiang City for rental accommodations, and this was the most affordable option available. Upon their arrival, accustomed to a life of comfort, they found it challenging to adapt. However, as time passed, Lin He and Lin Qing discovered that the residents of this neighborhood were well acquainted with one another. The residents had spent decades here. Talon community was not just a shelter for them in Xinjiang City, but also a repository of emotions and memories. As they headed outside, some neighbors greeted Lin He and Lin Qing with warm gestures. Suddenly, at the entrance of the community, the deafening roar of engines filled the air. Following the sound, they saw a line of bulldozers and over a dozen men in identical attire shouting loudly while posting flyers. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin He was momentarily taken aback. What is going on? Lin Qing inquired. It's the developers, Lu Li interjected, bitterness evident in her tone. These old houses are set to be demolished, and each household is being offered a compensation of 30,000 yuan. 30,000? Lin He gasped. This area of old houses was relatively secluded within Xinjiang City. However, the developers would not target this location without a profitable motive. Lin He surmised that the relevant authorities had extended an olive branch regarding this area, regardless of the reasons. The proposition of 30,000 yuan per household as compensation seemed rather exploitative. Are these beasts really planning to bulldoze us and our homes today? Lu Li exclaimed in indignation. At that moment, the entire Talon community stood united. This was their only home. Had they the means to purchase property elsewhere, they would not have resided in this dilapidated building, reeking of sewage, with yellowing, peeling walls. Some families had lived together for 3 generations, others had single mothers raising daughters, and some were lonely elderly individuals. Forcing them to vacate their homes with a mere 30,000 yuan was nothing short of a ruthless eviction. A group of unscrupulous individuals. Observing the resolute expressions of the residents of Talon community, the man standing before the bulldozer spat on the ground. He was known as Owe, the head of the construction department for the developer, responsible for overseeing the site. Orders had been issued from above. mandating that this group of obstinate individuals accept compensation and vacate within 3 days. However, despite all the persuasive words, the residents remained adamant in their refusal. In light of this, Owe felt little remorse. He slowly lit a cigarette and raised his hand to signal. The bulldozer immediately ceased its operation. Subsequently, over a dozen ruffians approached, standing behind him, wielding clubs that clanged ominously against the ground. Though the residents were seething with anger, they had never encountered such a scene before. "That girl, what is her name? Come here," Awe called out, his eyes scanning until they fell upon a fierce mother-daughter pair approaching. He recognized them. The woman in front was Lu Li, owner of 2 apartments in the community. The youthful and vibrant girl behind her was Lu Li's daughter, a high school sophomore. Lu Li had been quite vocal during the disturbances. Awe was no stranger to intimidation tactics, having employed them countless times before. Wang Yuyan was terrified, quickly retreating behind her mother. "Bring her to me." Awe exhaled a ring of smoke, smirking coldly. "Dad, they are going too far," in broad daylight. Lin Qing began, but abruptly fell silent. What right did he have to intervene in such matters? A true man knows when to act and when to refrain. Lin He's expression radiated righteousness. Yet internally he was calculating. This was a perfect opportunity for his son to stir up some trouble. Though the system forbade direct intervention, he could subtly encourage his son. "Dad, I understand." Lin Qing clenched his fist. When they first arrived in this community, the father and son were destitute. Once a privileged second-generation rich kid, Lin Qing had been surrounded by admirers. After the family's bankruptcy, he learned the harsh realities of human nature. Transitioning from a villa to a dilapidated community was a difficult adjustment for him, though Wang Yuyan's kindness had provided some solace. Now witnessing her in distress, Lin Qing felt compelled to act, but he was no longer the affluent youth he once was. His father's words ignited a fire within him. The ruffians exchanged lewd smiles, reveling in the sight of vulnerable schoolgirls, especially relishing the overly frightened demeanor of their prey. The residents of Talon community stood frozen, astonished at the audacity of these thugs. Lu Li quickly regained her composure and attempted to rush forward to intervene, only to be kicked in the stomach and sent sprawling to the ground, gasping for breath. "Mom." Wang Yuyan's tears flowed as she hurried to check on her mother's condition. "Stop." Just as she believed there was no escape from this calamity, a figure in a school uniform stepped in front of the ruffians. "Lin Qing?" Wang Yuyan was momentarily taken aback, utterly unprepared for his intervention. "Let us take care of this." With a disdainful scoff, Awe remarked that such a young age attempting to emulate a hero rescuing a damsel was truly laughable. The residents of Talon community exchanged glances, unable to foresee that the situation would escalate to the point of confrontation. "If one wishes to discipline my son, it is imperative for your boss to consider whether he possesses the requisite authority." Amidst the clamor, a voice emerged, strikingly clear yet neither too harsh nor too soft. The son intervened, and the father was inclined to join. A warning was issued, yet it seemed there were more chickens to be dealt with than anticipated. The few ruffians turned around, gravitating towards Awe, awaiting his command. "My boss is Cheng Wenrui. I am curious as to whom you might be." Awe asked with an indifferent flick of ash from his cigarette. "Cheng Wenrui?" Not only the residents of Talon community but even Lu Li, clutching her stomach and pale as a ghost, shifted her expression. In Xinjiang City, there exists a real estate firm named Wenrui Properties, owned by none other than Cheng Wenrui. In the bustling districts, there are at least 5 upscale residential complexes, along with large entertainment venues and office buildings, all bearing his signature. Cheng Wenrui is a renowned real estate magnate in Xinjiang City. Chapter 004. Does your boss own a Rolls-Royce Phantom? Lin Qing's expression darkened. Cheng Wenrui had a plethora of unsavory past experiences, and his rise to prominence was far from honorable. It was only after establishing Wenrui Real Estate that he gradually began to rehabilitate his image. However, those familiar with him knew of his decisive and ruthless nature. Any piece of land that caught his eye was guaranteed to be acquired. From 3 years ago until now, Cheng Wenrui had demonstrated an astonishing prowess in the real estate sector of Xinjiang City, akin to a serpent consuming an elephant. It was unexpected that this upcoming development of an old housing district had also fallen under his purview. Provoking such a person was undoubtedly a tremendous headache. "Cheng Wenrui?" Lin He murmured, vaguely recalling some information about this individual, though it was scant. Prior to his bankruptcy, Lin He had also been affluent, but his ventures had little to do with real estate. "You must have heard of my boss," Awe said, taking a deep drag from his cigarette, savoring the smoke for a few seconds before grinning and inquiring. In just a few years, Wenrui Real Estate had established an imposing presence in Xinjiang City. A middle-aged man, dressed modestly with hair streaked in gray and black, should certainly be aware of such notoriety. I know, Lin, he replied coolly. Yet you still dare to cause trouble? Away flicked the stub of his cigarette to the ground and extinguished it with the tip of his shoe. Clapping his hands. Take this uncle to the hospital for a few days. I'll cover the medical expenses. Sure thing, brother Wei. Immediately, two young thugs emerged. Baseball bats in hand, advancing toward Lin He. Dad. Lin Qing's expression shifted as he noticed the two ruffians preparing to assault his father. He rushed forward to shield Lin He. Initially, he had envisioned a heroic rescue to repay Wang Yuyan for her recent care, but alas, reality proved less glamorous than his aspirations. Lin He felt a sense of pride. This reckless child, though somewhat foolish at present, still exhibited filial piety, despite trembling and fear. He resolutely positioned himself in front of Lin He to protect him. Checking his phone, Lin He noted that the anticipated arrival was imminent. Just then, the roar of numerous vehicles echoed from the south. Away, and the thugs instinctively turned their gazes in that direction. The residents of Talon Community, along with Lu Li, who was being assisted by Wang Yuyan, also looked toward the source of the commotion. From the south, a convoy of vehicles approached, halting at the curb under the watchful eyes of the crowd. For Black Otis surrounded a Rolls-Royce Phantom at the center. Away's previously arrogant demeanor quickly subdued, after all. The Rolls-Royce Phantom was a multi-million-dollar luxury vehicle. Even his boss's car was merely a Porsche worth over $3 million. Could there be a significant figure associated with Talon Community? After all, this luxurious convoy had stopped right at the community entrance. The doors of the Otis swung open simultaneously, revealing a lineup of bodyguards, all impeccably trained and donned in earpieces. The door of the Rolls-Royce opened as well, and a middle-aged man emerged, striding directly towards Lin He. He bent slightly and bowed. Mr. Lin, the middle-aged man addressed him respectfully. With a flourish, the 16 bodyguards flanking the Otis bowed in unison. Ai and the ruffians were left astounded. The residents of the Peach Forest community, along with Lu Li and her daughter Wang Yuyan, shared their astonishment. Not only them, but even Lin Qing was taken aback. This was a scene none had witnessed before. Lin Qing felt a surge of excitement. Could it be that her father's confidence stemmed from hidden prowess? However, Lin He maintained a composed demeanor as he strode towards the Rolls-Royce. According to the system's introduction, Lin He's assets, which positioned him as the concealed wealthiest individual in Xinjiang City, were managed by this middle-aged man. On Lin He's phone, there was an automatically implanted contact for Wen Shui. As he prepared to vacate the Peach Forest community, Lin He sent a message to Wen Shui, requesting his arrival. Wen Shui held profound respect and loyalty towards Mr. Lin. Once a high-ranking executive at a company, he had been wrongfully accused, seeing his life of luxury crumble to ruin in a mere day. To add to his misfortune, his family required urgent financial assistance as they were hospitalized. It was during this desperate time that Mr. Lin reached out to him. From initial skepticism to later astonishment, Wen Shui recognized that Mr. Lin's assets rightfully crowned him the wealthiest in Xinjiang City, all while he remained remarkably discreet. After resolving all of Wen Shui's troubles, Lin He employed him as a steward, to which Wen Shui pledged unwavering loyalty. If your employer has any grievances, feel free to contact my steward. After Lin He entered the vehicle, he gazed out of the window, understanding the unspoken cue. Wen Shui stepped forward and presented a black business card embossed with golden lettering to Ai. It contained only his name and contact information. Once several bodyguards loaded the luggage into the car, Lin Qing nodded at Wang Yuyan and joined her in the Rolls-Royce. Wen Shui was not just a steward. He also served as the driver. The onlookers from the Peach Forest community watched the convoy depart, utterly dumbfounded. Sister Lu, are you all right? Several concerned neighbors approached Lu Li. What is the true background of that father-son duo? Lu Li, her injuries having improved significantly, shook her head with a pale countenance, a bitter smile gracing her lips. They had been behind on rent for nearly a week, and she could never have imagined they were such affluent individuals. Wang Yuyan bit her lip. The grandeur of the Rolls-Royce convoy and the demeanor of that uncle left an indelible impression in her mind. Was this what it meant to be a person of stature? It certainly instilled a sense of security in her, thoughts swirling in her mind. The Rolls-Royce, indeed a super-luxury vehicle worth millions, provided unparalleled comfort to its passengers as it glided along the road. Dad, didn't our family go bankrupt? Lin Qing inquired, inhaling the luxurious scent of the leather interior. Her voice tinged with shock. Wen Shui, who was driving, smirked slightly with Mr. Lin's wealth. He could hardly fathom how one could squander it to such an extent as to declare bankruptcy. That company did indeed go bankrupt, but it is not my sole asset. Lin He remarked, casting a deep glance at his son. You should have learned quite a bit from this incident. Indeed, Lin Qing replied, feeling both exhilarated and indignant. She was thrilled to continue her life as a wealthy heir, yet incensed by the superficiality of certain individuals. To establish a radiant presence, one must possess formidable strength as a foundation. Ding dong. The host's adept guidance has resulted in a slight elevation of your paternal love value. Ding dong. The host has acquired a time rewind card. Note, usable solely by the host. The system's notification resonated in Lin He's ears. Oh? The paternal love system can be utilized in such a manner? It appears that imparting certain life lessons to one's son can indeed yield system rewards. What exactly is the paternal love value? What purpose does it serve? What is the meaning of the time rewind card? Lin He posed 3 consecutive inquiries. The host is currently unable to access detailed information regarding the paternal love value and its functions. The time rewind card, upon usage. There exists a chance to revert the host's physical condition to that of N years prior, in between 1 and 40 years, contingent on the host's fortune. Unable to comprehend the implications of the paternal love value for the time being, Lin He chose not to squander further time on this matter, as he would inevitably uncover the truth in due course. Wenrui Real Estate. At the pinnacle of this 9-story edifice resides the office of Qing Wenrui, the illustrious real estate magnate of Xinjiang City. Is this the business card that individual bestowed upon you? A bespectacled man, exuding an air of sophistication, clutched a card adorned with gold lettering against a black background. Chapter 005. Our house is worth 80 million renminbi. Indeed, boss. Standing before the desk was Wei, responsible for the demolition of the Talon community. Quite a meticulous individual. Cheng Wenrui adjusted his glasses and placed down a business card. Boss. Do you happen to know this person? Wei inquired. After encountering the owner of the Rolls-Royce convoy in Talon community, he halted his plans for the day and hurriedly drove to the Wenrui real estate office to seek out the boss. On his way, he made several calls to acquaintances. Yet none had heard of the name Wen Shui. Nonetheless, he dared not let his guard down. After all, the grandeur of that convoy was not something to be feigned. Not long ago, a man named Wen Shui emerged in Xinjiang City, penetrating the medical, entertainment, and educational industries with unrelenting vigor. It seemed as though he had an endless supply of money, extravagantly spending millions and billions, leaving his mark on nearly every sector in Xinjiang City. Cheng Wenrui rose to his feet, gazing out at the sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Wen Shui is a local, having risen from a state of destitution that was even worse than that of a street beggar. To put it simply, he has powerful backing. One thing is certain, this person possesses a formidable background, far surpassing the affluent socialites of Xinjiang City. If I am not mistaken, the Mr. Lin you mentioned is indeed the prominent figure behind Wen Shui. What? Wei's complexion paled instantly as he trembled. Have I landed myself in trouble? How could I possibly offend such a deity? Cheng Wenrui chuckled. Perhaps you have inadvertently brought me a grand opportunity. Please reserve the finest private room at the Tailai Hotel for me. When the chance arises, I shall invite Mr. Lin to dinner and personally apologize. Wei, being no stranger to social gatherings, sensed the underlying intent and swiftly transformed his shock into delight. The convoy traveled through the bustling city, ultimately arriving at a luxurious villa complex, the Shuiqi beating. Dad, is this the place where even the cheapest villa costs 30 million? Lin Qing exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she peered through the car window. Shuiqi beating is the most upscale residential area in Xinjiang City, comprising a total of 18 villas. With its garden-style living environment, ancient trees encircled by high walls, and a meandering river, the setting is exquisite and the air refreshing. The European design style perfectly harmonizes luxury with nature. Nestled in the vibrant heart of Xinjiang City, it remains serene and elegant, as if it exists in a realm of its own. Each of the 18 villas has its own sequence number, with the 18th priced at 30 million. While the first has already surpassed 70 million. The Rolls-Royce Phantom smoothly parked in front of villa number 1. The butler, already prepared, opened the door and waited attentively for instructions. Mr. Lin, this villa is valued at 80 million. Are you satisfied? Wen Shui opened the car door. Placing a hand above Lin He's head to prevent him from bumping against the edge as he exited. Very much so, Lin He replied, his satisfaction evident. Lin Qing was beaming, unable to contain her joy, as if she were living in a dream. At the Qingqi Company, in the conference room, 3 impeccably dressed gentlemen sat together. Mr. Luo, is today's matter concluded? Inquired the man on the left. The Mr. Luo he referred to was none other than Luo Xiaojin, the current master of Qianqing Company. Lin He, a sagacious individual, was the founder of Qianqing Company, now valued at over 6 billion. Sipping his tea with an assured demeanor, Luo Xiaojin remarked, yet it has all become my wedding garment. Presently, he is but a drenched chicken. What waves can he possibly stir? The recent Bentley incident was orchestrated by him, using Lin Qing as bait, a veritable sure thing. The man on the left chuckled. The aim is to ensure he and his prodigal son Lin Qing are thoroughly expelled from Qingjiang City. We are merely one step away. No matter. Since he wishes to meet with us, let us remain patient and await favorable news, Luo Xiaojin interjected, cutting off the man on the left. The true objective is to extinguish the aspirations of certain individuals within Qianqing Company. The other two men fell silent. Since Lin, he was the original architect of Qianqing Company. Many loyal to him awaited his resurgence, which rendered Luo Xiaojin's leadership cumbersome, akin to operating a decades-old malfunctioning phone. Only through Lin He's descent into obscurity could Qianqing Company undergo a revitalization. In a grand 3-story villa, Lin Qing reclined in his bedroom, exuberantly reveling in the opulent decor. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Upon checking, he discovered a long quiet group chat from his middle school classmates. Some names were somewhat hazy to him. Zhao Mingming, the class monitor from back then, was tagging classmates in the group. Zhao Mingming, classmates, the Gaokao has finally concluded. Many of us from Class 7 of the 3rd year Haven team met in ages. We mustn't forget our middle school brothers and sisters once we enter high school. How about we gather this Wednesday to reminisce over our past camaraderie? Yang Guang Yuan agreed. The torturous 9 years of compulsory education have finally ended. I intend to indulge. Li Kuan, I didn't perform well in the Gaokao, and I'm feeling quite disheartened. How about a trip to a farm restaurant? Zhao Mingming, a farm restaurant is too lowbrow. If everyone is willing to come, I can book a private room at the Tailai Hotel. Zhouwan, Tailai Hotel? That's a 5-star establishment. Has our esteemed monitor struck it rich? Zheng Shiji, our esteemed monitor is formidable. I've never set foot in a 5-star hotel. Lu Wei, formidable one. Upon reading this, Lin Qing smirked slightly. After 3 years, Zhao Mingming was still as pretentious as ever. Back in middle school, Lin Qing, being the scion of a wealthy family, had overshadowed the class monitor, who could never fully bask in his own glory. Later, upon learning of Lin Qing's family's downfall, Zhao Mingming had taken it upon himself to offer insincere consolation in private. Lin Qing sensed that Zhao Mingming's true intentions behind this so-called gathering were not merely social, but rather centered around him. However, prior to today, Lin Qing would have undoubtedly declined such an invitation. Zhao Mingming, Lin Qing, do not remain silent. Although your family has faced bankruptcy, you may still attend the class reunion. After all, everyone here could become a valuable network for you. Ensuring your livelihood is not in jeopardy. Following this, the class leader's speech ushered in a moment of silence within the group. In truth, many of our former middle school classmates were aware of Lin Qing's family's unfortunate circumstances, yet none anticipated the extent of their downfall. A small faction of classmates relished in this misfortune, especially considering Lin Qing was once lauded as the epitome of a wealthy and handsome young man. I am eager for the day of our reunion to witness the transformation of the once envied figure. Lin Qing, behind the screen, let out a cold chuckle. His thoughts mirroring theirs. He typed and sent, "All right, when shall we gather?" Zhao Mingming nearly burst into laughter. "This Wednesday, let's make it a point to meet. Mr. Lin, Cheng Wenrui from Wenrui Real Estate is calling, wishing to meet you this Wednesday at Tailai Hotel to personally apologize." When Xue knocked on the door and, upon receiving permission, entered the spacious office, speaking respectfully. Chapter 006. A sun's smile foretells uncertainty of life and death. What else was said? Lin He was contemplating how to incite further trouble for his son when he was taken aback by the unexpected overture from Cheng Wenrui, the very individual he had offended earlier. Disappointment washed over him. He had anticipated that Cheng would harbor animosity towards him, leading to a confrontation with the real estate magnate of Qingjiang City, which would then yield substantial rewards from the system. Cheng expressed his hope that Mr. Lin would refrain from hastily declining, as he had a significant business proposition to discuss. Is that so? Lin mused, intrigued by the turn of events. Cheng intended to develop the Taolin community, yet the residents were unyielding in their refusal to cooperate due to compensation disputes. This had led to a scene where Wei had attempted to assert dominance, only to have his efforts thwarted by the duo of Qing and his grandfather. Such an encounter would undoubtedly embolden the residents further, posing a considerable obstacle to the development project. This man, rather than displaying ire, sought to engage in business with him. Was he truly shrewd, or was this merely a trap meticulously laid to ensnare him? Having previously heard whispers about Cheng Wenrui, Lin He was well aware that this real estate tycoon was not one to be trifled with. Mr. Lin, would you like me to refuse? When Shui inquired respectfully. Lin he narrowed his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. No need to refuse. Make the arrangements. I shall meet him as he desires. Whether Cheng harbored ulterior motives or possessed genuine ambition would become apparent on Wednesday at the Tailai Hotel. Understood, Mr. Lin. When Shui bowed and exited, closing the door behind him, leaning back in his comfortable office chair, Lin he activated the paternal affection system and located the time reversal card. Use. He silently commanded. Ding. The time reversal card has been successfully activated. Accompanied by the mechanical voice of the system, Lin he felt a warm current surge through his limbs, enveloping his entire being. This sensation lasted for less than half a minute before gradually subsiding. Rising from his chair, he clenched his fists, feeling the invigorating strength of youth. Since the bankruptcy, his body had suffered greatly, succumbing to rapid aging and frailty. At 40, he appeared to be in his 50s. Approaching the full-length mirror in his bedroom wardrobe, Lin he was astonished by the transformation before him. His hair had regained its lustrous black sheen, and the wrinkles on his face had vanished. Standing at 6 feet tall, even in loose loungewear, his upright posture was undeniable. His complexion was smooth and fair, accentuating his chiseled features. His dark eyes resembled unfathomable depths, and beneath his high-bridged nose rested lips that held an air of sternness. It felt as though he had stepped into the role of a flawless leading man in a romantic drama. Lin he touched his face, unable to contain his astonishment. According to the system's guidance, the time reversal card had restored his body to its 30-year-old state. Lin Qing lay in bed, observing the lively chatter in his middle school classmates' group, following the family's bankruptcy. His long-suppressed heart felt as if it had been bathed in the gentle warmth of a March breeze. In middle school, he had once overshadowed Zhao Mingming. Now that the college entrance examination had concluded, did she truly believe she could revel in her triumph? The more she pondered, the colder Lin Qing's smile became. Zhao Mingming suddenly mentioned a name in the group chat that interrupted Lin Qing's train of thought. Yin Shujing. Yin Shujing had been the renowned beauty of their middle school, and Lin Qing had once penned a love letter to her. Lin Qing bore a striking resemblance to his father, Lin He, in his youth. Otherwise, he would not have been dubbed a tall, rich, and handsome figure by numerous girls. Some classmates even paired Lin Qing and Yin Shujing together, referring to them as a match made in heaven. This was also the primary reason why Zhao Mingming frequently targeted Lin Qing. When the class monitor tagged Yin Shujing, not only Lin Qing but also other boys in the class were fixated on their screens. A reunion for middle school classmates was a source of joy for most. And for the boys, the prospect of having the school beauty, Yin Shujing, attend was the icing on the cake. Even Lin Qing couldn't help but eagerly glance at the chat group, awaiting a reply. Yin Shujing, having completed the college entrance examination. I am indeed looking forward to some relaxation. Zhao Mingming, it is an honor to have a beauty grace our gathering. He added a grinning emoji, likely smiling even brighter behind his phone. Lu Wei, the class monitor is quite impressive. As we approach university, we can finally openly discuss romance. It was clear to everyone that this statement bore a suggestive undertone. In middle school, Lu Wei had been Zhao Mingming's sycophant. Although Zhao Mingming's family background was not as affluent as Lin Qing's, it was still somewhat comfortable. Back then, Zhao Mingming had harbored a crush on Yin Shujing, but had refrained from confessing due to Lin Qing's presence, a fact known to many. Lu Wei was likely following Zhao Mingming's lead, laying the groundwork for something. His infatuation with Yin Shujing had not faded. Lin Qing set his phone down with a faint smile, anticipating their meeting on Wednesday. As evening fell, the villa was ablaze with light. Lin He sat at the head of the wooden dining table, with his son positioned to his right. Dad, you were quite convincing earlier. You startled me. Lin Qing exclaimed in surprise. To anyone who saw him now, Lin He appeared to be a promising young man in his 30s. In contrast, during the time of his bankruptcy, he had looked like a weary soul, worn down by life. It was unclear who had applied makeup to his father, but the transformation was remarkable. Lin He felt speechless. Indeed, a prodigal son was a prodigal son. If he were truly astute, how could he have become one? The matter of time travel was not something he could reveal to his son, so Lin He had no choice but to remain taciturn. Before long, the servant began to bring out an array of dishes onto the table. When Shui had arranged for the chef to prepare a healthy and exquisite dinner for the father and son, fulfilling his duties as the butler. There were pan-fried small yellow croakers, boiled prawns, stir-fried pork with quinoa, a fresh vegetable and fruit salad, and steaming hot, plump white rice. All of this was complemented by a sweet and delicious pumpkin millet porridge. Just the sight of it was enough to make anyone's mouth water. This Wednesday, I have a dinner engagement, Lin He said, placing a piece of pork in his mouth. Do you wish to join me? His true intention was not the dinner itself, but rather to incite trouble for his wayward son. As a five-star establishment, the clientele of the Tailai Hotel consists predominantly of the affluent and the elite. One cannot help but ponder the potential rewards for turning the extravagant offspring into the adversaries of the Tailai Hotel's patrons. The mere thought of it made the cured meat in Lin He's mouth taste even more delectable. Father, how unfortunate, but I have an engagement on Wednesday. Lin Qing mumbled, devouring his meal with great haste. Ever since the family faced bankruptcy, he nearly slipped into a life of steamed buns and pickled vegetables. It is needless to say that he rarely encountered any sumptuous delicacies. Even the sight of the marbled fat was a rarity. When preparing a packet of instant noodles, Lin Qing would resort to using a large basin as a makeshift bowl, eager to maximize his soup intake. It was only after experiencing hardship that he truly understood the value of each grain of rice. The delightful dishes laid out on the rustic wooden dining table were once merely a dream he dared to entertain. Well, Lin He felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, despite his discontent, he refrained from forcibly altering his son's plans, for he had subtly begun to grasp the profound nature of paternal love. Chapter 007. One must remain low-key. Today, let us take a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Noticing the expression on his father's face, Lin Qing swallowed the food in his mouth and assured, Dad, rest assured. I will not cause any trouble. I'm merely attending a gathering with my middle school classmates. After all, it has been 3 whole years since our graduation. Once I enter university, I might never see them again. Gazing at his son's earnest demeanor, Lin He hesitated to speak. Silly child. I would actually welcome it if you stirred up some trouble. Of course, Lin He only entertained this thought internally and did not express it. Instead, with a tender smile, he said, the bankruptcy was merely a lesson for you to discern that not all friends are worthy of the title. I trust you have come to understand this. Whether or not you stir up trouble is inconsequential. Youth is meant to be passionate. Should one wait until old age to embrace fervor? As long as you do not lose your moral compass, your father will always be your strongest support. In pursuit of greater rewards from the system, Lin He did not wish for his son to become a misguided individual. Offending a few wealthy people was manageable. Dad, Lin Qing's voice caught in his throat, his eyes brimming with tears. It dawned on him that his father had always loved him profoundly. Ding dong. A notification chimed in his ear. The educational effect on the son is commendable. Paternal affection value has received a notable increase. Indeed, it proved effective. As Lin He found the congee in his bowl even more delectable, Wednesday dawned, with skies unmarred by clouds. The bright blue overhead was so invigorating that one felt a sense of bliss standing beneath it. Lin He donned his bespoke attire, soft and form-fitting, perfectly accentuating his physique. Though devoid of labels, its cost rivaled that of high-end luxury brands. We shall forego the convoy, Lin He stated. One must remain low-key. Despite being the hidden wealthiest in Xinjiang City, he firmly believed in the virtue of modesty. Would it not be delightful for his son to attract attention and offend others while reaping rewards? Mr. Lin, how shall we travel to Tailai Hotel? Wen Shui inquired. Clad in a butler-style suit, hands clasped in front. This Rolls-Royce Phantom will suffice, Lin He indicated the garage, standing composedly in the yard, relishing the fine weather and the garden's aesthetic. Very well, please hold on, Wen Shui replied, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Low-key? Traveling in a luxury vehicle worth over 10 million could hardly be deemed modest. However, upon reflection, considering Mr. Lin's hidden wealth in Xinjiang City, the Rolls-Royce Phantom, while indeed expensive, could still be regarded as understated. Soon, the extravagant vehicle departed from Shuqi Beating, heading towards Tailai Hotel. The No. 3 bus halted at the bus stop at the bustling intersection of the commercial street. Upon disembarking, Lin Qing walked towards an imposing building. Since the experience of bankruptcy and the subsequent dispersal of friends, even those who took pleasure in his misfortune, Lin Qing bore a more mature demeanor, losing some of his previous navet. In Lin Qing's heart, his father Lin he had become the true idol, a man he utterly revered. Discreet yet unassuming, he exuded an enigmatic charm, possessing depths that even his son could not fathom. Reflecting on my past as a reckless spendthrift, I now recognize my foolishness. It was utterly mindless. Henceforth, I shall endeavor to emulate my father, for what folly is it to be youthful and impetuous, only to remain so in old age? In matters of pretense, one should strive for a resounding success rather than a mere whisper. The Tailai Hotel, a newly established 5-star establishment in Xinjiang City, exudes understated luxury from the very entrance, which is styled after a Roman triumphal arch. Within the grand lobby, the handcrafted crystal chandeliers dazzle with their brilliance, radiating opulence. The minimalist yet elegant design, complemented by high-quality leather sofas, underscores the hotel's lavish ambience, and the immaculate floors are nearly reflective as mirrors. Class monitor. Have you struck it rich? In this five-star venue, one cannot help but feel transformed into a socialite. Is the class monitor still single? Have you considered me? I've harbored a crush on you since middle school. Jo1, please spare me. The class monitor excels academically and is affluent. Only our school's beauty, Yin Shujing, is worthy of him. Many of our middle school classmates have already gathered in the lobby. Out of 50 classmates, merely a handful have arrived today. Some have embarked on travels post-examinations, others have dropped out after middle school, and some are grappling with the disheartening prospects of their futures following unsatisfactory results. In a few years, it will be increasingly rare to see anyone at these reunions. This gathering, arranged through Zhao Mingming, has taken place at the five-star hotel. Standing amidst the crowd, Zhao Mingming has become the focal point of attention. Beneath his facade of calm, his heart sways like a sunflower. The discussions among classmates revolve entirely around Zhao Mingming. Unlike their middle school days, the students who have completed their examinations have shed their naivete. Now weighing the advantages and disadvantages. Cultivating a relationship with someone like Zhao Mingming, who possesses both academic prowess and a commendable family background, may prove beneficial in the future. Is this not the essence of networking? With this in mind, several classmates express their enthusiasm, as if they were once close confidants of Zhao Mingming in middle school. This scene greatly satisfies Zhao Mingming's vanity. However, the two individuals he anticipates the most have yet to arrive. Look, it's Lin Qing. After a long absence, Lin Qing still exudes charm. Bah, what good is being handsome? I've heard he might not even secure a place in any school after this examination. Observant female classmates notice Lin Qing entering the hotel and cannot help but commend him. Aside from his past as a reckless spendthrift, he possesses many admirable qualities. Today, his attire is a stark contrast to the past. Dressed in simple athletic wear and sporting his naturally clean, dark hair, he has shed much of his former debonair demeanor, presenting instead as a warm, sunny young man. Witnessing this, Zhao Mingming feels a twinge of jealousy. Presently, his family's wealth and future prospects far exceed those of Lin Qing. Yet he is acutely aware that unless he undergoes cosmetic surgery, he cannot change his inherent appearance. Good looks won't fill your stomach. Zhao Mingming scoffs, anticipating the moment when Lin Qing may embarrass himself. Brother Yin, please take us to the private room we reserved in advance. With this statement, Zhao Mingming swiftly redirected everyone's attention back to herself. Of course, please follow me, replied the attendant known as Brother Yin, as he promptly led the group toward the elevator. The dining rooms at Tailai Hotel are categorized into 3 tiers. The initial tier, designated as the Droom, commands a reservation fee of 1,888 yuan. The mid-tier is the Tian Room, requiring a booking fee of 5,888 yuan. The highest tier, however, is a realm of unparalleled luxury, with each room bearing a unique name, such as the Elegant Pavilion and the Cloud Returning Pavilion. Reservations for these elite rooms are reserved for those who meet specific status criteria. Simply possessing wealth is insufficient. To dine in the pinnacle of luxury, one must also hold a distinguished identity. As Zhao Mingming enlightened her classmates about the nuances of Tailai Hotel, she observed the bustling attendants and curiously inquired, Brother Yin, is it particularly busy today? Yes, today a prominent figure is dining with us. And the Elegant Pavilion is all set for their arrival, Brother Yin replied with a smile. At the entrance of Tailai Hotel, a luxurious black Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a gentle halt. Chapter 008, The Young Scoundrel, did he just hit and run? 2 rows of young and attractive waitresses stood at the entrance of the Tailai Hotel. As a Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a halt, a group of individuals swiftly emerged from the hotel. Among them was the hotel's general manager, Bu Jingsheng, a figure rarely seen in person, now personally greeting guests. The Rolls-Royce Phantom, a luxury vehicle worth over 10 million, undoubtedly belonged to a distinguished individual. Its license plate, featuring 5/8, perfectly complemented the opulence of the car. While many focused on Bu Jingsheng, they overlooked the real estate magnate Cheng Wenrui from Qingjiang City. This commotion attracted considerable attention, raising curiosity about the esteemed personage who warranted such a reception from both the hotel's manager and the real estate tycoon. When Shui stepped out from the driver's seat and opened the rear door, the first sight was a pair of gleaming dress shoes, followed by long legs clad in tailored trousers. He slightly bent forward as he exited the Rolls-Royce Phantom, adjusting his collar. Under the sunlight, this man, seemingly in his 30s, exuded an aura of refined elegance. His handsome features were complemented by a casual yet charming smile. "Mr. Lin, I am Bu Jingxing, the general manager. Your arrival truly elevates the prestige of our Tailai Hotel," the foremost man said respectfully. "Mr. Lin, I am Cheng Wenrui, the owner of Wenrui Real Estate." Another gentleman introduced himself, extending his hand as well. After exchanging pleasantries, the group entered the Tailai Hotel. Why don't I recall such a figure from Xinjiang City? Can Xinjiang City truly represent the entirety of Xia country? It makes sense. The truly wealthy tend to be quite discreet, some murmured. He is so handsome. My ideal domineering CEO has finally taken form. Many witnesses to the earlier scene began to chatter, with some females' eyes sparkling with admiration. Inside the Tailai Hotel, in the Jinxiu Pavilion, as the premier private dining room of the five-star establishment, it was indeed extraordinary, spanning nearly 180 square meters. It was situated on the topmost floor, the 38th. The room featured a small bridge overflowing water, creating a vivid ambience. A grand landscape painting, crafted by a master artist, adorned the walls. In the southeast corner, a screen revealed a graceful figure delicately plucking the strings of a guqin. The music flowed like a mountain spring meandering through a quiet valley, gently cascading. It resembled the blossoming of flowers in March, entwined with the innermost thoughts of a young maiden. The sound was neither overwhelming nor too soft, perfectly pleasant to the ears. Beyond the dining table, a picturesque artificial lake unfolded, enhancing the enchanting scenery. Soon, the signature dishes of the star-rated hotel were served, evidently prepared in advance. A 1990 Romani Conti. I wonder if it suits Mr. Lin's palate. The market price is over 300,000. I have been fortunate enough to procure a bottle. Cheng Wenrui announced as he stood to pour the wine, his gaze subtly observing Lin He. He had expected this Mr. Lin, following Wen Shui, to be well over 50. Yet he was astonished to find him so remarkably youthful. Lin He lifted his glass and took a sip, exquisite and rich, with delicate yet robust tannins. Perfectly balanced and concentrated, its velvety texture smooth and elegant, truly worthy of the finest Pinot Noir grapes. "Mr. Lin is indeed a man of refinement," praised Cheng Wenrui. "Speak candidly, Cheng." Lin He set down his glass and replied nonchalantly. In the private room numbered 11, over a dozen individuals were seated around a round table. Apart from Lin Qing, everyone else was admiring the lavish single suite of the five-star hotel. Some classmates raised their phones, preparing to take selfies to share on social media. Lin Qing, however, languidly leaned back in his chair, lost in thoughts of his father's past actions. Creak. The door of the private room swung open, and a graceful figure entered, apologizing. "I'm sorry for being late, everyone." Lin Qing's eyes brightened. It was the campus belle, Yin Shujing. Today, she had forsaken her schoolgirl style, donning a lovely dress and high heels. A silver necklace adorned her snow-white neck, and her softly curled long hair cascaded over her shoulders, exuding a newfound air of maturity. 3 years on, Lin Qing noted her beauty had only intensified. "It's quite all right. Your presence at this gathering of our middle school classmates is already a great honor," Zhao Mingming exclaimed eagerly, rising without restraint, fully entering his infatuated state. "Lin Qing, long time no see." After nodding apologetically to Zhao Mingming, Yin Shujing turned her gaze to Lin Qing, smiling as she greeted him. "If you don't mind, please feel free to join me over here." Lin Qing gestured to the empty seat on his left. The seat on his right was occupied by a male classmate with whom he had shared a good rapport during middle school, while the left remained vacant. Everyone present could clearly see that Lin Qing was no longer the dashing scion he once was. Moreover, given the animosity between him and Zhao Mingming, the others were hesitant to sit beside him, fearing the wrath of Zhao Mingming might spill over. "Sure," Yin Shujing smiled as she made her way over. As the beauty passed, Zhao Mingming could only catch a whiff of her elegant perfume. In the next moment, his expression darkened. There was an empty seat beside him, specifically reserved for Yin Shujing, yet it had been usurped by Lin Qing. The lavish expenditure on this five-star hotel gathering had primarily been motivated by Zhao Mingming's desire to pair up with Yin Shujing. He had previously confirmed that she was still single. With her exceptional academic performance, she was poised to enter a prestigious university this year. In Zhao Mingming's mind, no one else was more deserving than Yin Shujing. Yet, it seemed his painstakingly arranged banquet had merely become a backdrop for Lin Qing's romantic pursuits. With a gentlemanly smile, Lin Qing graciously pulled out the empty chair beside him. Yin Shujing approached and naturally took a seat. With a deep breath, Zhao Mingming clenched his fists, yearning to deliver a decisive blow to Lin Qing's insufferable face. "Minggu, remain calm." Yin Shujing, who had arrived late, and was still bewildered by the situation, advised. In due time, she would grasp the full extent of the scenario. Lu Wei subtly tugged at Zhao Mingming, offering a quiet reminder. It was sound advice. Zhao Mingming resumed his seat, forcing a smile that barely masked his irritation as he signaled the waiter to bring out the dishes. The menu had been pre-ordered. And although it had shifted towards affordability, the banquet still totaled over 2,000 yuan. Had this gaggle of unsophisticated classmates been in charge of ordering, the bill would likely have soared to 5,000 or even 10,000. After indulging in a sufficient meal, Zhao Mingming excused himself, stating he needed to visit the restroom before leaving the private room. The day's most significant surprise was about to unfold. Upon locating a familiar waiter, Yan Go, and imparting a few instructions, Zhao Mingming was filled with excitement as he prepared to return to the private room. However, en route, he inadvertently collided with a drunken man. Zhao Mingming glanced back, but chose to ignore the encounter and pushed open the door to re-enter the room. Meanwhile, the inebriated man, momentarily dazed, lifted his gaze to the door plate. Room 11. You little rascal, you bump into me and then run away? The man belched and promptly retrieved his phone to make a call. Chapter 009. Above all, have you caused any trouble? What are you doing now? Lin Qing glanced at the boy beside him. His name was Lu Wenshi, who had been a poor student during their middle school years. In the second year, due to other family issues, he nearly could not afford his tuition. Thus, Lin Qing generously provided Lu Wenshi with some money, enough to cover his school fees and several months of living expenses. Since then, Lu Wenshi had cherished this act of kindness in his heart. This is why, despite no one being willing to offend Zhao Mingming for Lin Qing, Lu Wenshi was willing to stand by him. After graduating from the third year, I became an apprentice at a repair shop. Although it is exhausting and challenging, it allows me to eat well and send a substantial amount of money back home each month, Lu Wenshi said with a smile. That sounds quite good. Lin Qing nodded in agreement. He held a favorable impression of Lu Wenshi, surprised that a casual act of kindness had been remembered for so many years. Brother Qing, I have 10,000 yuan in my card. Lu Wenshi glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then discreetly took out a bank card and slipped it into Lin Qing's pocket. It's not much, but it should help you for a while. Lin Qing's family bankruptcy had reached Lu Wenshi's ears. The 10,000 yuan was hard-earned savings accumulated over 3 years at the repair shop, and Lu Wenshi was more than willing to offer it to assist Lin Qing. What defines a true friend? This is the essence of friendship. Holding the bank card, Lin Qing felt a pang of emotion. After experiencing the hardships following his family's downfall, he shook his head and returned the card to Lu Wenshi. Lu Wenshi was the same age as Lin Qing, yet his hands bore the marks of a life weathered by toil, resembling the rough bark of an old tree in winter. If one were to judge solely by his hands, one might mistake him for an elderly laborer. Balancing the need to support his family while saving money, Lin Qing could hardly fathom the sweat and effort encapsulated in that 10,000 yuan. My family has gone bankrupt, Lin Qing asserted resolutely. Once today's gathering concludes, I will arrange for my father to provide you with a well-paying and easier job. After all, with so much money at home, it's a mere trifle to have Lu Wenshi clean our villa. It would certainly be less strenuous than repairing cars. Brother Qing. Lu Wenshi thought Lin Qing was merely concerned about appearances. Being inherently reticent, he reluctantly tucked the card back away, planning to persuade Lin Qing once more after the meal. Is everything all right at home? Yan Shujing inched closer, having noticed the subtle exchange between Lin Qing and Lu Wenshi, and inquired with concern. During middle school, their relationship had been relatively pleasant. Rest assured, it has been resolved. Lin Qing shrugged nonchalantly, speaking the truth. Yan Shujing patted Lin Qing's shoulder, echoing Lu Wenshi's sentiments, believing Lin Qing to be overly proud and encouraging him, stay strong. What does not break you only serves to make you more resilient. Just then, Zhao Mingming returned from outside the private room and caught sight of this scene, her anger boiling as if she might pop her eyes from their sockets. She sat down and gulped a large mouthful of tea. In Zhao Mingming's mind, she had never seen Yan Shujing display such intimate demeanor towards any other boy. Given the goddess's remarkable qualities, it is unlikely that she would genuinely harbor feelings for the downcast and seemingly inept Lin Qing. The college entrance examination has concluded. How does everyone feel? Zhao Mingming casually inquired after taking a seat. I have lost all hope and am preparing to attend a vocational school to acquire a skill, ensuring my future stability in society. I have applied to Dongwang University of Finance and Economics, hoping for favorable news. If all goes as expected, I should be able to gain admission to Qinan University of Transportation. The expressions of the other classmates reflected a spectrum of emotions, some smiling, others sorrowful. echoing the myriad human experiences following the examination. Ming brother, your academic performance is so commendable. Which university will you be attending? Lu Wei asked, adhering to a previously devised script. I will attend Summer Country Agricultural University, Zhao Mingming declared proudly. Wow, that is a double first-class university. You truly deserve the accolades. Ming brother, Lu Wei expressed with envy. I fear I have little to boast about. I hope Ming brother will lend me a hand in the future. Indeed. The class monitor is affluent and academically accomplished, with a bright future ahead. We must not be forgotten by you, our esteemed classmate. The others chimed in agreement. The results have yet to be released. Once I receive the admission notice, I will treat everyone to a meal, Zhao Mingming humbly replied. Then turned to another side. By the way, what university did Xu Jing apply to? Hanbei University, Yin Shujing replied with a smile. Hanbei University? Zhao Mingming was taken aback and curiously asked. I recall during our junior high graduation ceremony, each student spoke of their dreams. Did you not aspire to attend Beijing's Tsinghua or Peking University? Tsinghua and Peking University are the nation's foremost institutions, world-renowned as well. Although Hanbei University ranks 20th among Summer Country's 39 double first-class universities, it pales in comparison to Tsinghua and Peking. In truth, I come from a single-parent household. When I was still quite young, my father divorced my mother and subsequently vanished without a trace, Yin Shujing said with a serene smile. During my junior high years, I indeed harbored lofty ambitions. Now I merely wish to stay closer to home and support my mother. Hanbei University is the premier university in Hanbei Province, and Xinjiang City lies within Hanbei Province. With convenient transportation, it takes less than 2 hours by high-speed train. By plane, it is even quicker. Upon touching upon Yin Shujing's sorrowful past, Zhao Mingming expressed his apologies and then mischievously glanced at Lin Qing. By the way, where is our affluent and handsome Qing Ge going to university? I don't know. Lin Qing shook his head. Ming brother, you may be unaware. But Lin Qing is no longer the affluent young man he once was. His family suddenly fell into bankruptcy near the end of high school. Lu Wei feigned concern. Yet his intent was clearly malicious. Lin Qing must be deeply affected. Not only is he struggling academically, but he also faces the prospect of not gaining university admission. And if his family is burdened with debt, life will become even more arduous. The classmates in the private room exchanged glances, sensing that the humiliation was rather too blatant. Qing Ge, how time changes everything. Who could have imagined that you, once so illustrious in our junior high, would find yourself in such a predicament today? Zhao Mingming feigned a sigh and said, Rest assured, we are classmates, and I will surely assist you in the future. I cannot promise much, but helping you earn a living should not pose a problem. By the way, my uncle is a supervisor at the Tailai Hotel. Would you consider washing dishes here? The treatment is far superior to that of small eateries outside. Furthermore, with your limited education, it is challenging to provide much assistance. Lin Qing wore a cheerful expression, showing no signs of anger. In the past, he would have rushed forward and slapped Zhao Mingming across the face. Haraha, ga? Zhao Mingming was laughing heartily when suddenly, the door to the private room was flung open, causing his laughter to abruptly cease, his voice rising uncontrollably into a squawk. Which little rascal bumped into my brother and left without so much as a word? A man shouted as he entered. Jinxiagate. Cheng Wenrui held a map and spoke grandly, while Lin He's thoughts drifted further away. He wondered whether his son's gathering was still enjoyable, and more importantly, if any trouble had arisen. Chapter 10. Apologies, my son is in trouble. A sudden silence enveloped the private room. The men who entered were all sporting crew cuts, unmistakably members of society's rougher elements. A large gold chain hung around their necks, and tattoos of a green dragon and a white tiger adorned their arms, as if they were daring anyone to challenge them. There were 5 of them in total, and one experienced individual swiftly blocked the entrance to prevent anyone from slipping away unnoticed. Zhao Mingming's heart sank upon hearing the words shouted by these men as they entered. He realized they were there for him. His decision to book a private room at the Tailai Hotel was merely a facade, a desperate attempt to appear more affluent than he truly was. How could he possibly provoke the other patrons at the Tailai Hotel? Please don't recognize me. Zhao Mingming silently prayed. The stout man standing at the center of the group rubbed his crew cut, his gaze methodically sweeping over everyone in the room. Zhao Mingming deliberately averted his eyes, his palms damp with sweat as he clenched his clothing. His classmates glanced at him, and if these men had not erred in their target, it was undoubtedly him. After all, he was the only one who had left the room during their meal. Have you mistaken the person? Lu Wei stood up, attempting to ingratiate himself with a smile. Slap. The stout man raised his hand and delivered a resounding blow to Lu Wei's face. An adult, he appeared to weigh over 180 pounds. The force of the slap left Lu Wei's head ringing, causing him to collapse back into his chair. Blood trickled from his split lip, the metallic taste of pain flooding his mouth. The timid girls in the room screamed, fresh graduates barely out of high school, unaccustomed to such brutality. If you don't keep quiet, my hand will find its way to your faces as well. Delicate little things like you won't be able to handle it. The stout man grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth. The shrieking girls obediently fell silent, tears streaming down their cheeks, too frightened to make a sound. Yan Shujing fared somewhat better, her face pale but composed. She cast a glance at Lin Qing beside her, only to find him remarkably calm, which astonished her. It seemed that Lin Qing's demeanor had changed significantly since their middle school days. He remained unfazed by Zhao Mingming's earlier humiliation and continued to display an air of tranquility. Did he not fear the aggressive presence of these men? Was it you who bumped into me? The stout man, pleased with his intimidating presence, seized Lu Wei's hair, shaking him as he asked. It wasn't me. Lu Wei stammered in fear. Then who was it? The stout man had been blocking the doorway to room 11 since his arrival. Clearly, no one had left, meaning the culprit must be within this very room. I don't know, Lu Wei quivered, his voice trembling. Slap. The stout man raised his hand once more, delivering another harsh slap. He had indulged in a bit too much drink earlier and was now struggling to discern who exactly he was confronting. Lu Wei swayed from the force of the blow, his vision darkening. Brother, it was he who collided with you. Suddenly, Zhao Mingming stood up, pointing vehemently in a certain direction within the private room. The classmates in the room were collectively taken aback. Even Lu Wei, who had just endured 2 slaps, momentarily paused in his agony. For Zhao Mingming's finger was directed at the very spot where Lin Qing was seated. Zhao Mingming secretly reveled in his cunning. After all, he had discerned the truth. The hefty man was utterly oblivious to who had truly struck him, so let Zhao Mingming cast the blame upon Lin Qing, though it was rather shameless. He was confident that none of the classmates would side with Lin Qing at that moment. Are you certain? The hefty man released his grip and turned his gaze toward the speaker, Zhao Mingming. Absolutely, it was indeed him who collided with you. Lu Wei, with his swollen face, nodded incoherently. Smack. The hefty man raised his hand, and without further ado, landed a third slap across Lu Wei's face. You bastard, why didn't you mention this earlier? Lu Wei felt despondent, tears nearly welling up, his nose bleeding from the impact. That's nonsense. Lin Qing has been sitting right beside me without leaving the room. Lu Wencher interjected, rebutting the accusation. Indeed, I can vouch for that, Yan Shujing added. The other classmates remained silent, torn between not wanting to offend Zhao Mingming and fearing the hefty man would target them as well. Zhao Mingming's expression darkened, clearly taken aback by Yan Shujing siding with Lin Qing. This indicated that the goddess disapproved of his unscrupulous behavior of casting baseless accusations, making it exceedingly difficult to win her favor. Lin Qing's expression grew increasingly grim. She had never anticipated that this trouble would be directed towards her. Stealthily, she retrieved her phone and sent a desperate message to her father via WeChat, sharing her location and the specific room number. Once the message was sent, Lin Qing felt a wave of relief wash over her. Little girl, let us not concern ourselves with testifying. How old are you? Should I get your contact information? The hefty man suddenly noticed Yan Shujing. Today, she dressed in a manner that diminished her student-like appearance, yet her youthful features remained, and she was undeniably beautiful. A student in school holds a unique allure compared to women in society. With a shameless grin, the hefty man approached Yan Shujing. Xinjiang City, while merely a prefecture-level city, stands as a significant hub for logistics and commerce in the nation. Moreover, the local culture boasts a rich heritage, with numerous scenic spots and historical figures' residences, which I shall refrain from elaborating on. In my view, this city brims with potential. Cheng Wenrui's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he spoke, placing the map down. Actually, it's not just the Talon community. I aspire to acquire all the land in that vicinity. He sighed, adding, the outside world labels me as a real estate tycoon. Yet I cannot possibly purchase all that land alone. How much land are you interested in? Lin he inquired leisurely. At least 100 hectares. Cheng Wenrui replied without hesitation. What are your intentions? Lin he asked once more. 100 hectares of land can accommodate numerous projects, including the establishment of an amusement park that rivals Disney. Cheng Wenrui, ambitious in his aspirations, declared that his goals extend far beyond the realm of real estate. It seems that Mr. Cheng's ambitions are not confined solely to Xinjiang City. Lin he took a sip of red wine, and suddenly, his phone on the table vibrated twice. A notification from a particularly concerned user, his son. Lin he instantly perked up, sitting up straight to grasp his phone. "Father, I've encountered some trouble at the Tai Lai Hotel." The message was accompanied by a precise location and the name of the private room. The Tai Lai Hotel? Lin he chuckled, realizing that his son's rendezvous was also taking place there. A five-star hotel embroiled in trouble. How delightful. He hoped the opposing party would be formidable enough to warrant a significant upgrade for him. "Apologies, Mr. Cheng. My son has run into some difficulties and I must attend to it," Lin he stated as he rose to his feet. Chapter 011. Tell Dad who bullied you, Mr. Lin, do you have a son? Cheng Wenrui inquired, astonished. Based on his observations, Lin he appeared to be merely in his 30s, yet he already had a son. Lin he merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate. Upon receiving a call for help, he promptly proceeded toward the exit of the Jinxiu Pavilion, saying, "My son is dining in Box 11. We can discuss the amusement park later." What Cheng Wenrui did not realize was that the allure of the amusement park paled in comparison to the trouble Lin he's son was embroiled in. Inside the private room of the Jinxiu Pavilion, the sound of the guqin ceased. As she watched the portly man approach her step by step, and noticed the malicious expressions of the other men, Yan Shujing felt a jolt of fear. Meanwhile, Zhao Mingming's anger twisted within her. The goddess he had idolized for 6 years stood beside the down-and-out Lin Qing, a situation he could not comprehend. He found it utterly perplexing how Lin Qing could possess any quality that would attract Yan Shujing. "You three colluded to tarnish our school's reputation. You should take responsibility for the collision," Zhao Mingming accused brazenly. Yan Shujing was rendered speechless. Previously indifferent to Zhao Mingming, she now felt an overwhelming aversion. A profound disdain that she had not anticipated. Had she not been aware of the true circumstances, Zhao Mingming's self-righteous demeanor might have deceived her. Indeed, one should take responsibility for a collision, the portly man grinned, revealing yellowed teeth. "Since my back is injured from the impact, I shall require you, young lady, to massage me for half an hour, and we shall consider today's incident resolved. What do you say?" As he spoke, the man stepped closer to Yan Shujing, reaching out to seize her hand. "Let us address the matter directly. It is the person who collided with you who should be held accountable. Surely, you do not believe that a defenseless young girl could have caused such harm?" Yan Shujing instinctively retreated. Just as despair washed over her, a figure interposed itself before her. It was Lin Qing. Though Lin Qing felt fear, he drew strength from the image of his father's towering presence. As a super-rich second-generation heir, how could he fear such ruffians? Even Cheng Wenrui's subordinates, like a Wei, behaved obediently in his father's presence. Of course, Lin Qing also wished to make an impression in front of the campus bell. He just hoped his father would arrive soon, otherwise he might find himself humiliated rather than heroic. A warm current surged through Yan Shujing's heart. Lin Qing had indeed changed from the boy she once knew. Nowadays, youngsters, still in their formative years, spoke with such bravado. The portly man was momentarily taken aback before erupting in laughter. "Fat cat. This is what happens when one has never faced the harsh realities of society," jeered a group of buzz-cut men. "I tell you, if today's incident remains unresolved, none of you little nobodies will escape unscathed." The stout man placed his hands behind his back, his gaze fixated intently on Yan Shujing. They were merely a group of naive lambs, easily intimidated. "Lin Qing, why don't you hurry and apologize to your elder brother? Otherwise, we'll all be dragged down by you." Lu Wei interjected. "Lin Qing, perhaps you should just offer an apology to your elder brother. At worst, you might have to compensate him a little," Zhou Wan said, her voice lacking conviction. She was well aware that Lin Qing was not at fault for the incident, yet the current situation was overwhelmingly frightening. It was better to hastily place the blame on Lin Qing, hoping that the hefty fat cat brother would take him out to resolve the matter. "Is this what classmates are like?" Lin Qing scoffed, only eager to extricate themselves from trouble, utterly indifferent to whether others are innocent. Zhou Wan's face flushed, and she fell silent. "You refuse to acknowledge your own actions. What do you mean by disregarding your innocence? It was you who brought us this trouble." Lu Wei pressed on, his tone firm. "It seems you are quite the rogue. Allow me to teach you a lesson on behalf of your father," the stout man declared, raising his hand as if to strike Lin Qing, causing Lin Qing's heart to race with trepidation. Oh no, this has gone too far. His slight frame was no match for the stout man's strength. He certainly could not withstand such a blow. Just then, the door to the private room was pushed open from the outside. "My son, it is not for the likes of you to educate." The familiar, commanding voice revitalized Lin Qing, filling him with newfound strength. The stout man's hand halted mid-air, and all eyes in the room turned towards the entrance. At the door of Box 11 stood several men, all impeccably attired in suits. Each exuded a distinct aura, but the man in the center stood out most vibrantly. Handsome, domineering, an authority figure. These three descriptors sprang to mind upon seeing him. "Dad!" Lin Qing exclaimed joyfully. How swiftly had his father arrived after the news was sent out. "Dad!" The others quickly grasped that this seemingly 30-something man was indeed Lin Qing's father. However, many classmates in the room shook their heads. While his appearance was certainly impressive, he was already bankrupt. Had it been in the past, Lin Qing's father's presence would have undoubtedly resolved the day's troubles. Yet, what transpired next defied everyone's expectations. Cheng Yi, the once arrogant stout man, now approached Lin Qing's father, a fawning smile on his face as he rubbed his hands together and bowed to the middle-aged man beside him. Curiosity piqued. Everyone regarded the man next to Lin Qing's father, known as Cheng Yi. Could he be someone of significant stature? As students, they were unfamiliar with the real estate tycoons of Qinjiang City. Even those who had heard of such magnates could not conjure a mental image of them. Regardless, being addressed as Yi indicated that he was indeed formidable. Hopeful gazes were cast upon Cheng Yi, as everyone wished for his appearance to resolve the troubles of the day. "Mr. Lin, this is the supervisor of a construction site under my purview." Cheng Wenrui merely glanced at the scene within the private room and inferred the unfolding events, apologizing. A stir arose among the students in the room. The audacious brother Fat Cat was compelled to address that man as Master Cheng, while Master Cheng, in turn, exhibited deference towards Lin Qing's father. Zhao Mingming, perplexed, pondered the situation. Hadn't Lin Qing's family gone bankrupt? "Son, come here," Lin Yi called, disregarding Cheng Wenrui. Gesturing for Lin Qing to approach. Lin Qing complied, exceedingly obedient. Lin Yi affectionately ruffled his son's hair and gently inquired, "Tell Daddy, who has been troubling you? I shall take care of him." Upon hearing this, the entire room fell into stunned silence. Everyone could distinctly sense that while this man appeared calm and unruffled, there surged within his eyes a chilling ferocity. In this moment, the true temperament of the hidden tycoon of Qinjiang City was unveiled. Chapter 012. A generous birthday gift of 180,000 RMB for the young lady. Fat Cat brother could no longer maintain his composure, trembling in fear. He had been living off Cheng Wenrui, not exactly wealthy, yet he could afford a meal at a 5-star hotel in a Land Rover. It was precisely because of this that he understood the tremendous power one must possess to command such respect from Mr. Cheng. Zhao Mingming, Lu Wei, and the earlier mentioned Zhou Wan were equally alarmed. The situation felt dire. Lin Qing's father appeared to be formidable. Just moments ago, the three had audaciously attempted to frame Lin Qing, and although Zhou Wan later fell silent, the damage was done. Should Lin Qing choose to reveal their transgressions, the repercussions would far exceed those posed by Fat Cat brother. Those present were not fools. It was evident that Lin Qing's father wielded greater influence. "Father, this is what transpired." Lin Qing recounted the events in detail. Sweat trickled down Fat Cat brother's plump face, as he could hardly fathom that a prominent figure's son was seated in this private room. Throughout the narrative, Lin Qing naturally mentioned Zhao Mingming and Lu Wei's names, while Zhou Wan was conveniently overlooked, much to her relief, for which she felt a surge of gratitude towards him. "Apologize immediately to Mr. Lin and young Master Lin," Cheng Wenrui commanded sternly. "Mr. Lin, young Master Lin, I admit my ignorance. Please forgive my transgressions," Fat Cat brother stammered, taking a few steps forward with a sheepish grin. "Son, strike him across the face," Lin He instructed. Cheng Wenrui's expression shifted. It was said that one must consider the master when disciplining a dog. By declaring Fat Cat as his man upon entering the room, he had hoped Lin He would, out of respect for him, let the matter slide. After all, Lin He's son had not sustained any serious harm, merely a fright. In due course, he could have Fat Cat apologize and present Lin Qing with a gift befitting a young man of his age. However, Lin He's actions were exceedingly disrespectful. Suppressing his displeasure, Cheng Wenrui said, "Mr. Lin, for my sake." Before he could finish, Lin He raised his voice once more. "Are you afraid?" His son had adopted a much more reserved demeanor. Behaving so modestly, how could he invite trouble in the future? "What is there to fear?" Lin Qing retorted, especially with so many classmates present. If his own father could not stand up for him, it would only lead to humiliation. With a resounding slap, Lin Qing approached and struck Fat Cat brother hard across the face. The force of the blow left a distinct red handprint on Fat Cat brother's chubby cheeks. "Son, continue to strike until you are satisfied," Lin Yi gestured dismissively. When Shui, ever perceptive, stepped forward to pull out a chair for Lin He to sit. Cheng Wenrui slowly clenched his fists, grinding his teeth in silence. He refrained from further urging Lin He, simmering with anger. Today, under the watchful eyes of many, Lin He had undermined his authority, leaving him to ponder how to maintain control in the future. Had it not been for the necessity of completing the amusement park project, which required the involvement of the affluent Lin He, Cheng Wenrui would have long since erupted in frustration. Nevertheless, he chose to endure, silently urging himself to persevere for the sake of the lucrative venture ahead. You wish to strike me? How audacious. Go ahead. I stand before you. Make an attempt. Initially, Lin Qing merely slapped the man, but soon, he seized the remnants of cold food from the table and poured it over Fat Cat's head. Whether from the blows or the humiliation, Fat Cat's face turned a deep crimson. The few subordinates who accompanied him exchanged glances, utterly astounded by the turn of events. With a sharp crack, another slap sent blood gushing from Fat Cat's nose. This scene sent chills down the spines of their classmates in the private room, particularly Zhao Mingming and Lu Wei, whose teeth chattered in fear, wondering if they would be next. Lin Qing's domineering demeanor bore a striking resemblance to the affluent youth he once was in middle school. He grabbed a few tissues to wipe the grime from his hands, remnants from the earlier encounter with Fat Cat. Father, I feel quite satisfied, Lin Qing declared triumphantly, surveying the room. Behold, I possess a remarkably powerful father. You do not. Son, are there others who dare to bully you? Lin He inquired calmly. Uncle, we apologize. We were merely joking with Lin Qing, Zhao Mingming, and Lu Wei stammered. Intimidated by Lin He's presence, Lin Qing regarded them with a menacing glare, contemplating how to deal with the duo. The earlier flurry of punches and slaps had left him somewhat fatigued, a clear indication of his lack of physical conditioning. I must remember to exercise more, otherwise, I shall lack the strength to confront adversaries. Fat Cat, is it? Lin He spoke with a measured tone. Indeed, Mr. Lin, Fat Cat hastily nodded, cradling his face, his head still dripping with remnants of his meal. Though he harbored resentment towards the Lin father-son duo, it was a sentiment he dared not voice. Even his own boss was beyond reproach. What was he, a mere construction site overseer, in comparison? In a moment. You may request the hotel staff at Tai Lai to review the surveillance footage. Since the incident occurred in the corridor outside the room, it should be captured clearly. Lin He stated with deliberate calmness. Mr. Lin, your reasoning is impeccable. I must admit, I was quite foolish for not considering that earlier, Fat Cat replied, feigning a smile. In truth, he had not overlooked it. He had merely sought to assert his authority in front of the students, spurred on by the alcohol and the sight of a captivating young woman among them. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open. The waiter, referred to as Yan Gu by Zhao Mingming, entered, pushing a cart adorned with a three-tiered cake, topped with 18 lit candles and inscribed with the words Happy Birthday. Yan Shujing. Mr. Zhao Mingming has arranged for a birthday cake, specifically crafted for Miss Yan Shujing, which has just been delivered. Moments ago, Mr. Zhao took the time to inform me, and I find myself wondering who among us is the esteemed Miss Yan Shujing. Truly a fortunate occasion indeed. The server, Brother Yin, entered with a beaming smile. This seemingly casual remark was, in fact, a clever arrangement by Zhao Mingming, who had generously tipped him with 100 yuan, ensuring that Brother Yin would certainly remember it. However, Zhao Mingming was trembling with anxiety, feeling as if he had been struck by a thunderbolt. It was nothing short of a calamity. How unfortunate that this moment of delivery coincided with such an inconvenient time. Despair washed over him. A surge of indignation erupted from Brother Fat Cat, realizing that this young man was toying with him. It turned out that today marks the young lady's 18th birthday. You have justly defended my son. I commend you for that. Mr. Lin, he remarked appreciatively. Wen Shui, prepare an envelope with a gift for this young lady as a birthday present. Mr. Lin, how much should I prepare? Wen Shui inquired with a bow. 18 is a splendid age. Let us present her with 180,000. Lin, he replied nonchalantly. Chapter 013. A single sentence from my son is worth 2 billion. Wen Shui nodded, promptly taking out his phone to send a text message to make arrangements. For Mr. Lin, 180,000 was merely a drop in the ocean. 180,000? The birthday red envelope for Yan Shujing's 18th birthday contained a staggering 180,000 yuan. Yan Shujing was left in a state of shock. Fat Cat and the others were equally astonished. In the private room, Zhao Mingming, Lu Wei, and other classmates were rendered speechless. Even Cheng Wenrui was secretly amazed. Lin He was indeed extravagantly wealthy. No, this is far too much, Yan Shujing hurriedly said. Thank you. Uncle Lin, for your kindness. A birthday red envelope of 180,000 yuan was something she wouldn't have dared to dream of. The family's income relied solely on her mother, and their savings did not amount to such a figure. There is no need to refuse. This is but a trifling sum. It's merely a birthday gesture. Meant to bring joy, Lin He waved dismissively. A trifling sum? 180,000 is still a substantial amount. Yin Shujing found herself at a loss for words, gazing at Uncle Lin's resolute expression, and could only close her mouth. It was not that she was greedy. This Uncle Lin appeared both handsome and amiable. Yet his demeanor was undeniably assertive. For a moment, Yin Shujing's gaze became somewhat dazed. How wonderful it would be if he were her father. As a child, while other kids were picked up from kindergarten by either their father or mother, or sometimes both, she had only her mother. Whenever conflicts arose with other children, their parents would come. The other child's father would be domineering and aggressive. To avoid trouble, her mother would apologize, despite it being the other child's fault. As she grew up, such incidents were commonplace. The yearning for paternal love had always remained hidden within Yin Shujing's heart. Unbeknownst to others, she, like many modern girls, had a preference for older men. This was because older men often spoke with depth, considered the bigger picture, and exuded maturity and stability. In a relationship, they provided her with a sense of security akin to paternal affection. Yet, the older men she encountered failed to evoke any feelings of affection within her. Thus, she hoped to meet a mature and reliable young man upon entering university. However, Lin He's appearance today perfectly fulfilled Yin Shujing's vision of an ideal partner. The 18-year-old campus beauty found her heart in turmoil. The other classmates looked at Lin Qing with envy, thinking how fortunate it was to have a wealthy father. They would never experience such extravagant wealth in their lifetimes. Casting a glance at Zhao Mingming's expressive face filled with disdain, they blamed that idiot who peered through the crack in the door. If it weren't for Zhao Mingming, they would not have been put in such an awkward position. They had almost offended Lin Qing earlier, but thankfully, it hadn't gone too far, and there was still a chance to cultivate a friendship with him. The waiter, Brother Yin, envied the gatherings of the affluent. After delivering the cake and fulfilling his duties, he left with a smug wink at Zhao Mingming. The essence of the matter is clear. The expenditure of 100 yuan was not in vain. Should a similar opportunity arise, I would be more than willing to partake again. As the waiter, Yin Gu, departed, another individual entered, pushing the door open. They handed a small safe to Wen Shui and swiftly exited. Upon unlocking the safe, Wen Shui discovered a staggering sum of 180,000 yuan in cash, which, at Lin He's behest, was placed before Yin Shujing. Take it, Lin Qing said, confidently approaching to close the safe before unceremoniously thrusting it into Yin Shujing's hands. Yin Shujing managed a wry smile. To her, this money felt like an immense fortune, almost too hot to hold. Yet for Uncle Lin, it was likely no more substantial than the cost of a meal. Some classmates felt their hearts race, lamenting why their parents had not brought them into this world during such prosperous times. Mr. Lin, have all matters been resolved? Chang Wenrui inquired as he settled into a nearby seat, a smile gracing his face, as if the previous events were but a distant memory. Individuals of his ilk possess a remarkable ability to control their expressions of mirth and ire at will. Almost, Lin He replied, his tone light. Shall we return to the Jinxage and continue our earlier discussions? Cheng Wenrui suggested. Within the confines of the private room, the classmates' perception of Lin He ascended to new heights. To dine and conduct business at Jinxage was a privilege far beyond their reach, one that they could scarcely imagine. In retrospect, Lin Qing had been remarkably understated during his middle school years. At that time, his demeanor led everyone to believe he was merely a minor affluent heir, while in truth, he belonged to the ranks of the truly wealthy. It remains a mystery who spread the rumors of Lin Qing's family misfortunes. His attendance at the middle school reunion today signified that he still held affection for his former classmates from 3 years prior. Now, it seemed, forging connections was akin to an insurmountable challenge. Son, this is Cheng Wenrui, the real estate magnate of Qinjiang City, Lin He suddenly introduced. Hello, Uncle Cheng, Lin Qing stammered, feeling awkward. Just days ago, he had caused a disturbance regarding Cheng Wenrui's Taolin Community Development Project, and now fate had brought them face to face. Real estate tycoon Cheng Wenrui? The classmates in the room felt a jolt of recognition. That name was anything but unfamiliar. Haha, young Master Lin. You truly are a remarkable figure, a dragon among men, Cheng Wenrui mused silently, reflecting on the vast sums involved in the projects being discussed. Even the wealthiest could not afford to appear indifferent. Despite his internal musings, he maintained an outwardly radiant smile. Your Uncle Cheng intends to acquire a substantial piece of land at Talon Community to construct an amusement park that rivals even Disney, Lin He remarked. What do you think? Son, Disney sounds splendid. No, I mean an amusement park that is not inferior to Disney sounds fantastic. Lin Qing exclaimed, filled with excitement. Could it be that his performance had convinced his father he was worthy of participating in such ventures? As the Titans engaged in conversation, the likes of Fei Mao and Zhao Mingming found themselves in a state of awkward indecision, unsure whether to stay or leave. Oh, are you quite knowledgeable about this? Lin He probed. Somewhat, I suppose. After all, Disney is immensely popular, globally renowned. Lin Qing scratched his head, expressing his belief that it was feasible. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, there are several other friends who can join us for a discussion, Chang Wenrui suggested. No need for that, since my son believes it is viable. Then it shall be so, Lin He replied with a cheerful smile. I shall contribute 20 billion, with the condition of acquiring 90% of the shares. The remaining matters. You can handle yourself. What do you think? 20 billion? Chang Wenrui's mind buzzed, utterly taken aback by Lin He's declaration. Wen Shui was equally astonished. Such an amount could deplete Mr. Lin's current assets entirely. Disney possesses a powerful brand effect, and they have substantial expertise in this domain, with each site strategically chosen for optimal advantage. Lin Qing felt as though he were floating. 20 billion. Who knew they were so affluent? This was the first time he had encountered such a tangible figure in terms of wealth. Most importantly, his father was willing to invest 20 billion in the amusement park project based solely on his words. Among his middle school classmates, Lin Qing felt an immense sense of pride. Chapter 014. Even in mischief, one must balance work and leisure regret, an overwhelming sense of regret. The classmates in the private room lamented not having discovered this matter sooner. It was not merely a transition from being a wealthy heir to becoming a super-rich heir. It was a transformation into a veritable titan of wealth. With a single utterance from his son, the father could conjure 2 billion. 2 billion. The classmates felt that such a sum could last a lifetime. It was not that their fathers lacked affection. It was simply that none could rival the lavish love exhibited by others' fathers. Mr. Lin, is your statement genuine? Chang Wenrui's heart raced as he incredulously inquired. Could my words be false? Lin He scoffed disdainfully. Just 2 billion. Gasp. Minnie inhaled sharply, marveling at the casualness of his phrasing. Then I shall promptly arrange for someone to draft the contract, and I will present it to Mr. Lin for review. If it meets your approval, we shall proceed with the signing, Chang Wenrui exclaimed, elated beyond measure. He had not anticipated the process to unfold so smoothly. Chang Wenrui harbored no doubts regarding Lin He's words. The only surprise was the misjudgment of Lin He's formidable capabilities. The depth of Lin He's resources far surpassed Chang Wenrui's expectations. Without a flicker of hesitation, he had summoned 2 billion, not even in the entirety of Jiangxing City. Let alone the whole of Hanbei Province, could one find many who could do the same. Moreover, this was merely based on his son's unfounded endorsement. In that moment, Chang Wenrui's mind raced with possibilities. He could not help but recall the earlier incident when Lin He had commanded his son to humiliate his subordinate, Fat Cat. Chang Wenrui had suppressed his fury then, nearly losing control, but he had restrained himself for the sake of the project. Otherwise, the repercussions would have extended far beyond the amusement park venture. Not a problem, Lin He affirmed. The group of middle school classmates, along with Fat Cat and others, stared agape at Lin He. This man had just, in a light-hearted exchange, consented to a colossal project involving 2 billion. Bang bang. The door to the private room was rapped twice, and a line of individuals entered. At the forefront was Bu Jingsheng, the general manager of the Tailai Hotel, followed by personnel from the hotel's security department, the guards. As security for a 5-star hotel, they were not akin to the guards at a community entrance. Each was thoroughly trained and donned in uniform attire. Boss, Bu Jingsheng approached Lin He and bowed slightly. Boss? Another heavy blow struck the minds of everyone present. As the general manager of the Tailai Hotel, Bu Jingsheng held the second highest position in the establishment, just below the owner. His reference to Lin He as boss implied that this 5-star hotel belonged to him. Lin Qing was also taken aback. He had never heard his father mention this before. Yet, it mattered little. If 2 billion could be summoned with such ease, what significance did a 5-star hotel hold? Yin Shujing and Lu Wensher exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of wry amusement. The magnitude of the revelations they had encountered today was truly staggering. In contrast to the so-called wealthy diaries seen previously on short video platforms, Lin Qing's father, Uncle Lin, is a veritable titan. Mr. Lin, I shall not intrude any longer, said Cheng Wenrui as he had accomplished his objective. The drafting of the contract would be personally overseen by him, not without reason, on one hand. The amusement park project had long been a plan of Cheng Wenrui's, and on the other, Lin He's status warranted the utmost caution in handling the matter. Originally, Cheng Wenrui had envisioned a far greater share than 10%, yet the formidable capital displayed by Lin He compelled him to relinquish his prior aspirations. After all, the funds were ultimately provided by Lin He, and most crucially, this project afforded him the opportunity to board Lin He's grand vessel. After exchanging a few polite remarks, Cheng Wenrui hastily departed. With the boss gone, Fat Cat and his entourage dared not linger before Lin He, dragging Zhao Mingming and Lu Wei along as they exited. Lin Qing had been contemplating how to deal with Zhao Mingming and Lu Wei, who were truly a source of exasperation. However, a single utterance from his father could render Zhao Mingming and Lu Wei utterly miserable. Truly, his father was remarkable. What cunning! He was akin to Zhuge Liang. Ding. The host has aided his son in overcoming a predicament, resulting in an increase in paternal affection points. Ding. The host has enhanced his son's reputation, receiving a talent recruitment card. Ding. The host has garnered his son's admiration, obtaining the script for Elon, the professional. Ding. The host's paternal affection has elicited envy from bystanders, leading to a rise in paternal affection points. A series of system notifications echoed in Lin He's ears. The talent recruitment card and the script for Elon, the professional, sparked a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Setting the talent recruitment card aside for the moment, he pondered the utility of the script. Before his journey into this world, this film had been a classic of global cinema. Lin He had seen it, let alone others. He retrieved his phone and searched for the film online. Surely, the paternal affection system would not bestow a completely useless reward. However, the results on his phone screen revealed a startling truth. No relevant information was found for the keyword Elon, the professional. Could it be? Lin He switched to several other search engines, all yielding no information about Elon, the professional. At this point, it was unequivocally confirmed. In this world, the legendary film Elon, the professional, simply did not exist. The film tells the story of a professional assassin, Elon, who inadvertently rescues a young girl, Matilda, whose family has been murdered. They develop a profound bond, culminating in Elon sacrificing himself to save Matilda. A narrative that had elicited tears from countless viewers worldwide prior to Lin He's arrival in this realm. If successfully produced under Lin He's direction, it would undoubtedly reforge a classic in this universe. After placing the script in the system repository, Lin He then opened the talent recruitment card to explore its details. Talent recruitment card. Within 1 hour of use, extraordinary talents will appear within the host's site, with their attributes being random. This item is indeed quite remarkable. Lin He smiled with satisfaction. In the system warehouse, there lies another card, the random doubling reward card. This card was unearthed when Cheng Wenrui mentioned the amusement park project, and Lin He daringly probed for it. Regardless of whether the amusement park project proves to be a loss or a profitable venture, Lin He would exert himself wholeheartedly at his son's behest. As expected, he was not let down. A system notification promptly emerged. Ding dong. The host's indulgence in his son cost 200 billion, and after the expenditure, a reward of 1 to 5 times the investment could be obtained. Very well. I shall not intrude further. Lin He rose to his feet. His son's troublesome task could now come to an end. After all, he is still his son. Even in mischief, one must strike a balance between work and rest. In any case, today's harvest has been quite bountiful, and Lin He is prepared to thoroughly examine the talent recruitment card. Father, there's something I need to ask of you. Seeing his father about to leave, Lin Qing called out. Chapter 015. Can the power of wealth be deep and mighty? What is this all about? Lin He's expression resembled the gentle warmth of spring in March and April, causing his classmates in the private room to quietly envy Lin Qing once more. What a splendid father he has. This is my middle school classmate, Lu Wenshi, Lin Qing introduced, pulling the timid Lu Wenshi, who stood nervously beside him, into the spotlight. Clearly unprepared for such sudden attention in front of someone as impressive as Uncle Lin, Lu Wenshi nearly forgot how to breathe. I am aware that you stood up for Lin Qing earlier. You are a good child, Lin He remarked, patting Lu Wenshi's head. Turning to Wenshi beside him, he added, let us prepare a red envelope for this young man as a greeting gift. For good fortune, let us make it 888. My goodness, how extravagant. The classmates in the room felt a wave of regret wash over them, wishing they could regurgitate the lavish meal they had just enjoyed. Had they known that Zhao Mingming and Lu Wei would so shamelessly frame Lin Qing, they would have rushed to his defense. Some boys even contemplated. If they had struck those two scoundrels in the face when they were slandering Lin Qing, would they have received an even larger red envelope? Alas, such thoughts were futile. There is no remedy for regret. No, no, Uncle Lin, you are too generous, Lu Wenshi stammered, his face flushed as he hurriedly declined. The prospect of an 888 red envelope sent his heart racing, yet he felt unworthy of such generosity. Dad, that's not what I meant, Lin Qing interjected, explaining. My classmate is a wonderful and diligent person. Although he has only a middle school education, he is young and eager to learn. Could we perhaps arrange a job for him? As he spoke, Lin Qing took Lu Wenshi's hand and continued. My classmate works in auto repair, rising early and working late. Lu Wenshi, along with Lin Qing and their classmates, was of similar age, yet his hands bore the marks of labor, rough, cracked skin, and nails stained with grease that seemed impossible to scrub clean. Bu Jingsheng, Lin, he called out. Boss, Bu Jingsheng replied respectfully, hands clasped in front of him. Please arrange a suitable position for this young man. Do not concern yourself with the wages of others. His salary shall start at 20,000. Let him undergo training, and any issues can be reported directly to me. Lin, he instructed, stating that should he prove capable, promotions and raises would follow. Understood, boss, Bu Jingsheng promptly agreed. Turning kindly towards Lu Wenshi. From now on, you will work with me. All right. Thank you, Uncle Lin. Thank you, General Manager, Lu Wenshi stammered, overwhelmed with emotion. The earlier red envelope must also be given, Lin, he added, hoping that he would remain true to himself and never forget his roots. Uncle Lin, I will not forget. Lu Wenshi's eyes glistened with tears. Were it not for the dire poverty at home, he would not have dropped out of middle school. In truth, Lu Wenshi's job involved not only repairing vehicles but also taking on other day labor jobs after hours, just when he thought life would continue in this manner. Today brought an unexpected turn of fortune. From a young age, Lu Wenshi's parents instilled in him the importance of being a good person. Even if he could not become a remarkable individual, they taught him to conduct himself and his affairs in a manner that would not betray his conscience. The cycle of cause and effect indeed proved true. Lin, he nodded and departed from the private room. Once the adults had vacated the space, the group of classmates finally relaxed. Peers like Zhou Wan and Zheng Shiji gazed enviously at Yin Shujing and Lu Wenshi, one clutching a birthday red envelope containing 180,000 yuan, and the other holding one worth 888 yuan. However, the object of their greatest envy remained Lin Qing. With such a father, what could one possibly worry about in life? Zhao Mingming had flaunted his college entrance examination results before Lin Qing, yet with a father who was nothing short of extravagant. Did Lin Qing truly need to exert any effort in life? The door to the private room swung open once more. A polite waiter bowed slightly and announced, esteemed guests, I apologize for the interruption, but our boss has upgraded your room to the splendid pavilion before his departure. Dishes of the highest caliber are currently being prepared, and I will now escort you there. The splendid pavilion? It was the finest private room at the Tailai Hotel. Securing a reservation there required not only wealth, but also status. The classmates erupted in cheers, eager to capture the moment with countless photographs, filling their devices with memories. After all, one would never encounter such an extraordinary opportunity again. Lin Qing, you're amazing. Several boys exclaimed, their excitement palpable. Not at all. Lin Qing humbly waved his hand, though inside, his heart raced with exhilaration. This thrill was not from love, but from an overwhelming sense of vanity being satisfyingly fulfilled. The Rolls-Royce Phantom departed from the Tailai Hotel. As they left, Lin he had upgraded their room to the splendid pavilion. After all, the funds provided by Chang Wenrui had only been utilized for a brief meeting regarding their project. Not using it would be wasteful. So he chose to transfer the privilege to his son and his classmates for their enjoyment. Mr. Lin, 20 billion is your total liquid capital. If fully expended, it may become difficult to manage funds in the future. When Shu, the driver, could not help but advise. He worried that a single impulsive decision by Lin he to invest all 20 billion could lead to complications, necessitating the sale of various assets, such as the 80 million mansion or the over 10 million Rolls-Royce Phantom. 20 billion is merely a trifle. Lin he dismissed the concern, eager for Cheng Wenrui to finalize the contract and expedite the payment. Unbeknownst to Wen Shu, Whether Lin He profited or incurred losses bore no relation to the amusement park project's prospects. Seeing Lin He so unconcerned, Wenshu could only chuckle resignedly and keep his thoughts to himself. In Wenshu's eyes, this Mr. Lin appeared to possess an enigmatic background. Perhaps, to him, 20 billion was simply pocket change meant to delight his son. With this thought, Wenshu felt an urge to call Lin He father. Do you know anyone in the entertainment industry, such as directors or filmmakers? Lin He inquired. No, came the reply. Wenshu shook his head and inquired, does Mr. Lin aspire to enter the entertainment industry? That realm is notoriously treacherous. Lin He chuckled softly, responding, is the entertainment world truly so perilous? No matter how deep the waters may be, can they rival the profound strength of wealth? Shall I seek out others to gather more information? Wenshu asked. No need. Lin He declined. There is no rush regarding the script. I am well aware of the quality and success of Elon, the professional. Therefore, we must not act hastily. Since we are preparing to shoot, it is imperative to maximize the inherent value of the script. He accessed the warehouse system and located the talent recruitment card. A prompt appeared. Does the host wish to use the talent recruitment card? Usage, one time only. Use, Lin He decided without hesitation. Chapter 16. Is there any issue with selling the house and the wife? The system's notification resonated clearly, announcing the successful utilization of the talent recruitment card, promising the arrival of a super talent within the hour. Lin He immediately focused his attention, gazing out of the car window at the passing roads. He pondered how this exceptional individual would manifest. Instead of instructing Wenshu to drive him home, he chose to amble along the streets. According to the system, the super talent was assured to appear within Lin He's line of sight in no more than an hour. Nearly 10 minutes had elapsed since he activated the recruitment card. Yet he had yet to catch even a glimpse of the promised talent. Buzz. A call came through on his phone. The screen displayed his son's name, and Lin He's face brightened. Could it be that the boy was once again in trouble? Upon answering and placing the phone to his ear, he heard his son's anxious voice. Dad, do you remember the day I crashed my bike into the Bentley? There was a girl who helped me call you. I remember, Lin He replied, somewhat perplexed, recalling that the girl was quite beautiful. Her name is Huang Qiuyan, and she's my high school classmate. She just called me, saying her father is beating her mother and it's getting out of hand. He's even talking about selling the house and the wife. His son spoke rapidly. Lin He was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the chaotic situation. The relationships were tangled, if her father was assaulting her mother. Then who was discussing the sale of the house and wife? Just then, a Rolls-Royce Phantom passed by a supermarket, where a children's ride-on toy was stationed outside. What does Dad's dad call him? Dad's dad is called Grandpa. What does Dad's mom call him? Dad's mom is called Grandma. The children on the ride giggled merrily. Don't worry, son. I'll figure it out at the ride-on toy, Lin He reassured him. Ah, Dad. I'm on my way there now. I'll send you my location. I need your support. His son knew that he couldn't convey everything over the phone in a brief moment. The information he had was limited to what Huang Qiuyan had shared during her call, which was filled with tears. Lin Qing only grasped the general situation. Lin He acknowledged his son with a sound and sent the location to Wenshu. The Rolls-Royce Phantom turned at the next intersection, heading towards the coordinates Lin He had provided. In less than 20 minutes, the Phantom halted at the entrance of a family compound. The compound consisted of old-style bungalows, with a heap of garbage nearby swarming with flies. Mr. Lin, this neighborhood is one of the few remaining old districts in Xinjiang City, Wenshu explained. It has recently been acquired by a local company, which plans to initiate development. Ordinarily, there shouldn't be any residents left here. Lin He had some recollection of this area from local news. Unlike the Talon community, the residents here had long received appropriate compensation. He estimated that within a week or two, this place would officially transform into a construction site. At that moment, a taxi approached from a distance and parked beside the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Dad. Lin Qing hurriedly alighted from the vehicle. The taxi driver was taken aback when he heard the child in his cab call the owner of the Rolls-Royce Phantom Dad. After settling the fare, the taxi drove away. Led by Lin Qing, Lin He and Wenshu followed closely behind, making their way inside. The family compound, which faced south, was a typical old-style row house. Upon entering, they were greeted by the heart-wrenching cries of a woman. When Lin He and the others arrived, they were stunned by the scene before them. This was a modest family courtyard, with an old-fashioned hand pump dripping water. A few pots of flowers, the only adornments to the dim yard, lay shattered, with soil and broken pottery scattered across the ground. A woman in her 40s, with dark rings around her eyes and bloodstains on her face and clothing, was curled up against the wall, her hair a disheveled mess. A man, seething with rage, was tightly embraced by Huang Chuyun, who was pleading and crying for him to stop hitting her mother. "You worthless piece of trash, get out of my way." The man, impatient, raised his arm and threw Huang Chuyun to the ground. With that, he lifted his foot to kick the unfortunate girl in the head. Suddenly, a silent young man standing nearby stepped forward and collided with the man, sending him crashing against the wall, where he left a layer of plaster and dust in his wake. "You bastard," the man growled from the ground. "I knew from the start you were an ungrateful wretch. I should have choked you to death. No matter what you call me, it doesn't matter, but you should never treat my mother and sister that way." The young man replied calmly. A notification echoed in Lin He's mind. Ding. A super talent has entered the host's line of sight. Seize the opportunity, once recruited. They will be 100% loyal. Amused, Lin He couldn't help but glance at his astonished son beside him. What a stroke of luck. After sitting in the Rolls-Royce fandom for over 10 minutes without encountering any so-called super talent, his son had summoned him for assistance. And they had directly stumbled upon the very super talent that the recruitment card had indicated. "Xiaoyun, are you all right?" Lin Qing approached and helped the girl to her feet. "I'm fine," the girl sobbed, tears streaming down her face. The man and the young man turned their gazes towards Lin He and the others. It was then that the man realized that several people had arrived in the courtyard without his notice, while the young man had already been aware. His expression devoid of surprise. "What on earth is happening?" Lin Qing inquired. "What is happening? Allow me to explain. I have excellent luck and am about to strike it rich at the casino. But this house is my capital, and my wife is also my capital. What's wrong with selling the house and my wife?" The man stood up, hands on his hips, speaking with audacity. Lin He, Lin Qing, and Wen Shui were collectively dumbfounded, questioning whether their ears had deceived them. "I harbor a penchant for violence against women, convinced that there exists no such thing as a princess complex, nor any disobedient woman. Rather, there are only those who have not been sufficiently chastised. From the iron fist emerges the virtuous maiden," the man continued, advising others to refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern them. Lin He, Lin Qing, and Wen Shui were once again rendered speechless. Could a human utter such words? Lin He had encountered individuals of nefarious conduct, yet he had never witnessed such unabashed disgrace. "This house has already been sold to the developer, and the compensation is nearly enough for us to purchase a new home." The woman on the floor wept, lamenting. "But those funds were lost to your gambling, were they not? This house no longer belongs to us. What is there to sell? Not belong to us? You have always belonged to me, have you not? Selling you, this worthless girl, would enable me to clear my debts and reap substantial profits." The man advanced once more to strike. At that moment, over a dozen men entered from outside. "Huang Laosan, repaying debts is a matter of principle. If you do not settle today, I shall ruin you," declared the stout man at the forefront, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Chapter 017. The worth of my daughter exceeds 1,790,000 as this group of men entered. The shameless man suddenly hunched down as if he were a mouse confronted by a cat. Just grant me one more day of tolerance. I will be able to gather the funds soon." The man known as Huang Laosan produced a crumpled pack of cigarettes and stepped forward to offer them. Slap. The stout man dismissed him entirely, swatting the cigarette pack away and delivering a kick to Huang Laosan's abdomen. "Do not waste my time. You said the same thing a week ago." Huang Laosan let out a pained cry, clutching his belly as he collapsed to the ground. The men trailing behind him laughed derisively. Who could respect someone who behaved like a dog outside, but returned home to abuse his wife and children? Lin He, who had remained silent beside them, finally comprehended the situation at hand. This man, Huang Laosan, was a gambling addict who had repeatedly squandered his family's fortune at the tables. After enduring a long-awaited demolition, the money he received, combined with his savings, could indeed, as the woman had stated, afford a new home. However, before he could even savor the funds recently deposited into his bank account, Huang Laosan had squandered it all once again at the gambling house. The outcome was all too predictable. He had not only lost everything, but had also taken out high-interest loans, and now the debt collectors had come knocking at his door. Desperate, Huang Laosan concocted a scheme to defraud others, intending to sell his already sold house a second time, and even thought of selling his wife, and if necessary, his daughter as well. In his obsession to recoup his losses, he had truly lost his sanity. "Here is your signature, along with your fingerprint." The stout man presented a document of stark black text on plain white paper. Huang Qiuyan rose to her feet, supporting the battered woman, and walked over beside the young man. Upon reading the document, the injured woman nearly fainted. It revealed that her husband owed a staggering $1,790,000. The repayment deadline had been yesterday. If he failed to repay, not only would his wife and daughter be sold to these men, but Huang Laosan would also lose his hands. The young man's eyes flickered with fury as he clenched his teeth and balled his fists. Though these men were undeniably unscrupulous, they were correct in one aspect. Repaying debts is a matter of principle. Huang Laosan's character was well known to his family. He was always eager to exploit every opportunity, living off the fruits of others' labor. If it weren't for his debts, he would never admit to his faults. Thus, the contents of that document were unequivocally true. I understand. Huang Laosan, like a sycophant, grinned ingratiatingly. Brother, please have mercy. I will pledge my wife and daughter to you. If you could absolve my debts, I swear I will win it all back once I sell the house. Do you take me for a fool? The stout man spat on the ground and retorted, that house was sold to the developers long ago, and the demolition funds have already lined your pockets. So tell me, from where do you intend to sell a house? As the web of deceit unraveled, Huang Laosan rose from the ground, nonchalantly stating, if that's the case, why not take my wife and daughter? My wife may be past her prime, but she is quite industrious. However, my daughter is merely 18, and many affluent gentlemen fancy her type. If sold, she could fetch far more than $1,790,000. This time, even the dozen or so debt collectors were left speechless. They cast sympathetic glances at the battered woman and the weeping young girl. To be burdened with such a husband and father was indeed tragic. Sympathy aside, debt collection was a serious matter. The portly man scrutinized the 18-year-old girl for a moment. Her attire was simple, yet her beauty was striking. Huang Laosan was not mistaken. In their grasp, this young girl was worth far beyond $1,790,000. Take these two away and then demand Huang Laosan's hands. The stout man commanded with a wave of his hand. What? I've already offered you my wife and daughter. Why do you still want my hands? Huang Laosan trembled in fear. It's all documented. Isn't it? The stout man retorted, uninterested in further explanation. His 10 or more subordinates each took on their roles. Some went to seize Huang Laosan, while others approached his wife and daughter. You cannot take my sister. At that moment, a young man stepped forward, directly seizing the hand that reached for Huang Qiuyan. The man felt as though his wrist was ensnared by an iron clamp. No amount of struggle could free him. Such strength. Lin He's eyes sparkled with realization. This young man was likely a combat type. This implied that if he could be persuaded to join their ranks, Lin He would gain an unwaveringly loyal and formidable bodyguard. No wonder Huang Laosan had been so arrogant before. After being knocked down by the young man, he dared only to retort, having clearly suffered before him. If you want to take my sister, then pay the debt, the stout man coldly stated. His subordinates began to reach into their pockets, clearly armed and ready for confrontation. Ruthless debt collection would not be conducted with civility. The young man displayed a conflicted expression. Due to Huang Laosan's actions, he harbored a deep disdain for scoundrels. A debt is a debt, and despite the unscrupulous, even vile methods of collection, his family was indeed in the wrong. The stout man also discerned that the young man seemed to possess considerable skill. Though his men were not particularly tall, they averaged around 1.80 meters, quite imposing. To be restrained by this young man with a single hand was no small feat unless absolutely necessary. The stout man did not wish to resort to violence. Unsure of how to proceed, the young man pondered the matter. $1,790,000 was a sum he could not possibly produce. Dad, my relationship with Huang Qiuyan is quite good. Can we not lend a helping hand? Lin Qing approached Lin He and whispered. She felt quite embarrassed while making her inquiry. After all, today has already caused my father a great deal of trouble, and now I must trouble him again. Even as his son, I feel a sense of shame. Lin He cast a reassuring glance at his son, conveying a silent message of support, and then remarked, Fat Cat. It has only been a few hours since we last met, yet you still exude your usual charm. The familiar yet strange voice startled Fat Cat, who had entered the courtyard without noticing Lin He's presence. Upon hearing Lin He speak, Fat Cat realized his oversight and inwardly lamented his lack of awareness. How could he have failed to notice Mr. Lin was present? Wait a moment. How is this situation even connected to Mr. Lin? Mr. Lin. I must have been blind. What brings you here? Fat Cat quickly approached, eager to ingratiate himself. Am I not welcome here? Lin He retorted. Of course not. Fat Cat vehemently shook his head, his jowls quivering like waves. This young lady is a classmate of my son, Lin He said, casting a casual glance at Fat Cat. And I have taken responsibility. Chapter 018. The 2 billion amusement park contract is ready, I'll take care of it. Those simple, yet resolute words emerged from the man's lips, exuding an undeniable dominance. The Huang family's 4 members exchanged puzzled glances with Lin He, uncertain of his true identity. It appeared that Brother Fat Cat was genuinely intimidated by this man. Huang Qiuyan, initially overwhelmed, was acutely aware of Lin Qing's family's recent bankruptcy. Having been born into affluence, she was more worldly than she realized. Hence, she had reached out to him, treating it as a desperate gamble. Little did she expect Lin Qing to arrive with his father in tow. Beside Lin Qing's father stood another man, his countenance radiating respect, presumably a subordinate. Lin Qing was equally surprised to find that the debt collector was none other than Brother Fat Cat, whom he had previously humiliated. However, Lin Qing knew all too well that the ability to belittle Brother Fat Cat was solely due to his father's influence. Otherwise, the roles they occupied within the private room would have been entirely reversed. As Brother Fat Cat entered, he had already begun to speak. "Mr. Lin, I understand your esteemed status, but this matter," he stammered, visibly uneasy. "Is the loan sharking operation yours?" Lin He inquired. Being a subordinate of Chengwen Rue, Brother Fat Cat's presence as a debt collector would inevitably invoke thoughts of that real estate magnate. No, Brother Fat Cat hurriedly denied, forcing a smile. "This is merely a small business deal I have with someone else. Rest assured." Lin He gestured for Wen Shui to hand him a pen. He retrieved a square piece of paper, inscribed a series of numbers, signed it, and presented it to Brother Fat Cat. "Mr. Lin, you are truly magnanimous," Brother Fat Cat exclaimed, holding a check that bore the generous sum of 180,000, surpassing the original debt by 1,000. Moreover, the total included exorbitant interest. Lin He remained silent, casting a nonchalant glance at the contract inscribed in black and white. He. Brother Fat Cat chuckled knowingly, carefully stowing the check, then retrieved a lighter to incinerate the contract into ashes. "Mr. Lin, you may continue with your affairs. I shall take my leave." With that, Brother Fat Cat swiftly exited the courtyard with his entourage. "Sir, may I inquire about your identity?" Huang Laosan ventured, sidling up with a forced smile. "Get lost." Lin He dismissed him with indifference, barely sparing him a glance. Huang Laosan, disheartened, retreated to the side, silenced. "Mom, this is my classmate Lin Qing. And this is his father, Uncle Lin." Huang Qiuyan introduced her mother, albeit hesitantly, suddenly realizing she did not know Lin's uncle's name. Thank you. The woman, overcome with gratitude, knelt before Lin He, tears streaming down her face. The young man furrowed his brow but remained silent. Huang Qiuyan felt compelled to kneel beside her mother, acknowledging the immense generosity of 180,000 extended to them, despite their lack of relation. As Brother Fat Cat scrutinized the check, Huang Qiuyan caught a glimpse from her peripheral vision. "No need for thanks," Lin He replied, stepping aside. His assistance was inherently purposeful. He could not bear the sight of the mother and daughter kneeling in gratitude. "Uncle Lin," Huang Qiuyan helped her mother to her feet and earnestly declared, 1,800,000, consider it a loan from me. It may take a long time, but I will surely repay it." To assure Uncle Lin of her sincerity, Huang Qiuyan emphasized her promise thrice. "There's no rush." Lin He waved his hand, his gaze shifting to the young man. "I will repay it as well." The young man murmured. "What do you do?" Lin Qing inquired with keen interest. The young man was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed this man harbored ill intentions towards his sister, but was surprised to find the focus on himself. "Currently, I serve as an instructor at a martial arts school." "You are quite skilled. Did you learn your craft at the martial arts academy?" Lin He asked, intrigued. "Not exactly." The young man replied candidly. "In this residential compound, there was an elderly man who lived alone, without children. When I was quite young, I brought him some food. He imparted his skills to me. Although I never formally became his disciple, he is my master." It sounded rather reminiscent of the beginning plot of a protagonist's rise in a certain genre of novels. However, in the presence of Lin He, anyone else could only play a supporting role. "Your skills are impressive. I happen to be in need of a bodyguard. Would you be willing to accompany me?" Lin He proposed. "Absolutely," the young man replied without hesitation, catching Lin He off guard. "Aren't you afraid I might deceive you?" "Not at all. I'm not worried about being deceived either. I do not require a salary, just providing meals will suffice. The cost of meals can be deducted from my pay, and the remaining wages can be used to gradually repay my debts," the young man stated. "If you are genuinely committed to working for me for 10 years, I will waive the 1,800,000. Your sister has just completed her college entrance examination. I can arrange for her tuition and living expenses, as well as for your mother's upkeep. Each month, you will receive a salary of 100,000, with the possibility of an increase based on your performance. Lin He said solemnly, you should understand the significance of the words genuine commitment. If what you say is true, I can entrust my life to you. The young man exclaimed with delight. A monthly salary of 100,000 is far superior to the remuneration at the martial arts school. And the additional benefits proposed by this man left him utterly unable to resist. Ding! The talent recruitment card has been used up. The host has gained a super talent. 1. Loyalty level. 100. The system as prompt resonated in Lin He's ears. Lin He was quite pleased and asked, what is your name? Xiaorui, the young man replied succinctly, lacking in eloquence. You shouldn't. Lin He mused, puzzled. The young man was named Xiaorui. Yet his sister was Huang Qiuyan. The surname seemed incongruous. He is not my father, but she is my biological mother, the young man clarified, elucidating their relationship. It turned out that Xiaorui's mother was remarried, and Huang Laosan was his stepfather. Huang Qiuyan is the offspring of Huang Laosan and Xiaorui's mother, thus resulting in this intricate relationship. What do you intend to do next? Lin He inquired. Someone like Huang Laosan will never repent. Divorce, Xiaorui replied coolly. No. My wife, I was wrong. Please don't divorce me. I swear to reform and never gamble again. Huang Laosan implored, kneeling on the ground and weeping bitterly. Upon discovering that his daughter was acquainted with such affluent individuals, Huang Laosan was unwilling to let go. Furthermore, with the treacherous Xiaorui securing a job with a salary of 100,000 a month, he could not allow the three women to leave. Very well. Let us proceed with the divorce, the woman finally resolved. Continuing to stay with Huang Laosan would not only lead to a bleak future, but would also drag both her son and daughter into despair. At that moment, a message from Cheng Wenrui arrived on the phone, indicating that the contract was ready. Let us go, Lin He said, casting a glance at Xiaorui and her mother, before turning and striding towards the courtyard's exit. Chapter 019. I consider you a goddess, yet you wish to be my stepmother? As he reached the entrance of the courtyard, Lin He suddenly called out, Boss. Xiaorui, having embraced his role, respectfully replied, I shall grant you a brief respite, with pay. Attend to your mother's divorce proceedings. And should any difficulties arise, do not hesitate to inform Wen Shui. This statement was clearly directed at Huang Laosan. Just as Huang Laosan contemplated emerging to cause a ruckus, he hastily retreated back into the courtyard. Xiaorui felt fortunate to have encountered such a commendable employer. Very well, I shall expedite the matter, he affirmed. Subsequently, Xiaorui exchanged contact information with Lin He and Wen Shui, the latter promptly depositing 100,000 yuan into Xiaorui's bank account as an advance on his salary for the month. Upon my return, I shall procure a property for you as a token of our meeting, Lin He declared. Until then, I suggest you devise a plan of your own. Watching the figure of his employer recede into the distance, Xiaorui stood in the sunlight, momentarily at a loss. The woman and Huang Qiuyan were equally astonished. A property as a welcoming gift? How extravagant. Mother, sister, we shall soon enjoy a better life. Xiaorui turned to them, his tone filled with joy. Typically reserved, he seldom spoke, let alone express such sentiments. It was evident that today, Xiaorui was genuinely elated. The woman, embracing Huang Qiuyan, could not contain her tears, while the latter's tears fell like raindrops. The joy of escaping a life of suffering resembled a rebirth, a sentiment few could truly understand. Ding dong. The host has resolved a troublesome matter for his son, resulting in an increase in paternal affection. Ding dong. The host has garnered his son's gratitude, further enhancing his paternal affection. Returning to the villa in a Rolls-Royce Phantom, Xiaorui felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing the system notifications devoid of tangible rewards. The path of leading his son into trouble seemed a daunting journey ahead. Settling onto the sofa, a servant brought forth the prepared warm tea. Mr. Lin, Cheng Wenrui has sent over the contract. In duplicate, Wen Shui announced, placing a folder on the table. Originally, Cheng Wenrui intended to hold a grand contract signing ceremony, but Lin He declined. After a cursory glance at the contract, Lin He boldly signed his name with flourish. He then instructed Wen Shui to ensure that 2 billion was promptly transferred to the project account. Wen Shui acknowledged and swiftly departed with the contract in hand. Dad, are we simply going to let the bankruptcy of our former company fade into obscurity? Lin Qing could no longer contain his thoughts on the matter that had weighed heavily on his mind. Of course, we will not let it slip away so easily. Lin He replied, leaning back on the sofa. Outside the villa, darkness had fallen. After a day spent wandering aimlessly, an overwhelming sense of fatigue washed over him. Dad, when shall we wage war against those ungrateful wretches? Lin Qing inquired with excitement, eager for action. Ding dong, your son has resolved to seek vengeance. And in adherence to the principle that a father shall prevail, the host will devise a flawless plan for retribution. The system's alert resonated unexpectedly in Lin He's ears. While a torrent of information surged into his mind, once Xiao Rui arrives, there is a task that can be entrusted to him. Lin He stated with an air of confidence. Dad, what exactly is the plan? Lin Qing inquired with admiration, yet a note of concern crept into his voice. Those individuals managed to drive you to bankruptcy and seize the company. They surely are not mere triflers. We must strategize meticulously and cannot afford to be complacent as we were in the past. He suddenly recalled the day following the college entrance examination when he collided with a Bentley while riding his bike, initially believing it to be a careless mishap. He later realized it was a calculated scheme by those ungrateful individuals. Such treachery was insidious, instilling in Lin Qing a sense of apprehension toward them. Son, remember this. As long as your father is here, there is no one we cannot confront. Lin He decided to utilize this opportunity for revenge as a means to bolster his son's confidence. Being overly timid is simply unacceptable. Dad, you are truly impressive. Lin Qing expressed his unwavering trust in his father. Such insolence. How dare you speak to your father in that manner? Lin He's forehead displayed a series of dark lines. Dad, you were just incredible. Lin Qing reconsidered and amended his statement. Lin He weakly waved his hand and said, What would you like to eat? Have the chef prepare it. All right, Lin Qing exclaimed with delight. After placing the order, the kitchen staff immediately commenced their preparations. Lin Qing ascended to his room, took a quick cold shower, and sat on the balcony playing on his phone. Residing in such a splendid villa was truly delightful. Suddenly, a message notification popped up on the screen. Yin Shujing, have you returned home? Lin Qing snapped a photo of the night view from the balcony and sent it. Then typed his response, just finished showering, taking a moment to relax before heading out to eat. Yin Shujing, wow, what a beautiful balcony. The night sky in the photo was dotted with stars, intentionally revealing the captivating beauty of the villa's courtyard, a sight to behold. Lin Qing, you should come visit my home next time. There are several guest rooms where you can stay for a few days. After sending this message, Lin Qing couldn't help but let his imagination wander. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yin Shujing lay in bed, and upon hearing Lin Qing's invitation, her heartbeat strangely quickened. It was not merely because of Lin Qing, but rather due to his father, Lin He. Lin He possessed an appearance that belied the fact he had an 18-year-old son. He resembled a diamond bachelor-level domineering CEO, exuding an aura of maturity, reliability, and wealth. The thought of being in the villa, sitting in the courtyard with Lin He, clad in a bathrobe after a shower, admiring the night sky filled her with excitement. The night breeze was enticing, and Lin He gazed up at the starry sky, his profile sharp and striking. A blush crept onto Yin Shujing's cheeks as she clutched her phone and smiled foolishly. After waiting for a few minutes without a reply from Yin Shujing, Lin Qing felt a tinge of embarrassment and sent another message. Please don't overthink it. I have no other intentions. I apologize. Yin Shujing's phone vibrated twice, her cheeks flushed deeper, and her fingers swiftly tapped the screen. I was caught up with something earlier. Next time, I would love to experience the luxury myself. This message was tantamount to accepting Lin Qing's invitation, causing her face to feel incandescently warm. Lin Qing, filled with excitement, sat up straight and quickly responded, No problem, you're always welcome. If he could discern Yin Shujing's current thoughts, he might be astonished. I regard you as a goddess, and you wish to become my stepmother. Outside, a servant knocked on the door. Young Master Lin. Dinner is ready. Master Lin requests your presence downstairs. All right, I'll be down shortly, Lin Qing replied. Meanwhile, downstairs, Lin He remained oblivious to the conversation between his son and Yin Shujing. As he savored his seaweed and egg soup, a notification resonated in his mind. 2 billion has been paid in full. Would you like to immediately draw the reward multiplier? Draw it now. Lin He's eyes sparkled with golden brilliance. A multiplier of 1 to 5, he fervently hoped to avoid misfortune. Chapter 020, a threefold return of 600 billion arrives, seems quite pleasant. The numbers from 1 to 5 rapidly flickered before Lin He's eyes. With a spoon in hand, he anxiously observed the figures. Although they appeared to be mere integers, the slight variations represented colossal sums in the billions. At last, under Lin He's rapt attention, the pace of the digits began to slow, ultimately settling on the number 3. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a threefold return. To be candid, despite having mentally prepared himself, the sight of a threefold return instead of 5 inevitably elicited a tinge of disappointment. Logging into the bank app on his phone, Lin confirmed that the 600 billion had indeed been credited to his account. As he counted the dizzying zeros, a glimmer of avarice spread across his face. Perhaps it was too shabby after all? His son soon descended from upstairs, and the pair enjoyed a hearty meal together before retreating to their respective rooms to rest. The following morning, the villa was serenaded by the lively chirping of birds. Lin awoke in the spacious master bedroom, unable to suppress a sense of wonder at the splendid environment of his 80 million villa. After freshening up and donning comfortable loungewear, he made his way downstairs. Before long, a servant brought over a steaming bowl of soy milk and set it before Lin. As he perused the morning edition of the Xinjiang City Morning News, he was taken aback to find the front page prominently featuring him. The amusement park, backed by a 200 billion investment, was set to open in Xinjiang City. Upon glancing at the article, he realized its content was rather superficial. It was likely that Cheng Wenrui had purchased this news segment to generate buzz for the forthcoming amusement park project. Mr. Lin, Xiao Rui has arrived. When Shui announced as he entered the villa. Lin set the newspaper aside and inquired, didn't I instruct him to finish the household matters before coming here? Xiao Rui insisted that he would not accept a salary without contributing. When Shui remarked appreciatively, noting that young individuals with such integrity were a rarity these days. Shall I let him in? Very well, Lin nodded. Indeed, the talent recruitment card had brought forth a wholly devoted individual, as expected. Shortly, when Shui led Xiao Rui into the room, Lin was already seated at the dining table and beckoned them over. Come, let us partake in breakfast together. Thank you, Mr. Lin, when Shui responded graciously, naturally taking a seat on the opposite side. Xiao Rui, feeling somewhat awkward, only sat down at the table after receiving a reassuring glance from Wen Shui. The servant promptly presented an exquisite breakfast, slices of bread, sausages, broccoli, pan-fried buns, glutinous rice dumplings and sweet wine, in beautifully garnished plates. Xiao Rui was taken aback, astonished at the lavishness of the meal enjoyed by the affluent. Boss, my mother is being looked after by my sister, so there are no issues on that front. I've rented them a nice apartment. The location is quite favorable. Our family's escape from hardship is all thanks to you, Mr. Lin, Xiao Rui expressed with gratitude. Serve as my bodyguard, and as long as you give your all, you shall not be treated unfairly, Lin replied with a smile, lifting a bowl of glutinous rice dumplings. Rest assured, boss, I will face any peril without hesitation, Xiao Rui declared. This is not mere flattery. I believe the boss will come to recognize my true worth over time, Xiao Rui remarked coolly. There happens to be a matter at hand that I intended to address once you had settled your domestic affairs, Lin said, savoring a Tanyuan leisurely. Since you have arrived so early, let us attend to it in the coming days. Please proceed, boss, Xiao Rui urged eagerly. The position and its accompanying benefits are coveted by many who toil their entire lives without attaining them. Xiao Rui understood that someone of the boss's stature evaluates based on capability. He must promptly demonstrate his value. Otherwise, he risks being supplanted by others. The situation is as follows. Lin revealed a knowing smile. At 8 o'clock in the evening, a black luxury vehicle halted at the entrance of the foot massage establishment. Clad in a suit, Xiao Rui strode inside, flanked by several men. On the third floor, in room 17, a middle-aged man donned in a loose, gold-striped bathrobe was leering at the foot masseuse, regaling her with lewd jokes, when the door was abruptly thrust open. Several suited men entered, clearly with ill intent. The last to enter blocked the doorway, while the others spread out to encircle the middle-aged man. Who are you? The man's bravado quickly faltered, and he straightened himself, inquiring. This group was none other than Xiao Rui and his associates. Qiao Hebe, 47 years of age, was the deputy manager of a company's procurement department, with the current manager poised to retire shortly. The position would be contested between him and another deputy manager, with the former likely to lose, given the substantial bribes he had bestowed upon the senior manager. Many within the company had been orbiting around this deputy manager, unaware of the embezzlement he had committed alongside the senior manager. At this juncture, Xiao Rui produced a list detailing the instances of Qiao Hebe's financial misconduct. Upon merely glancing at a few lines, Qiao Hebe's complexion drained of color, and cold sweat drenched his garments. Who are you? He stammered. Should this list come to light within the company, he would certainly face imprisonment. Someone seeks to dismantle the company, Xiao Rui stated coldly. I understand. I shall return and... No. I will call immediately to cease all dealings with the company, Xiao Hebe assured hastily. If that is the case, this list shall remain a secret forever. Xiao Rui waved his hand, and the group swiftly exited the private room. Xiao Hebe retrieved a lighter and incinerated the list into ashes. A bitter smile of resignation upon his face. He realized that the departing men had not taken the list, indicating that a backup likely existed. Uncertain of what formidable adversaries they had provoked, Xiao Hebe knew that the company's fate was sealed. He took out his phone and began to sever all business ties with the company. In the Zhaoyuan community, Building 8, 7th floor, room 202. A man retrieved his keys, poised to unlock the door and return home, when suddenly a chilling voice emerged from behind him. Shifaping, age 40. It is only as a son-in-law that you have attained your current status. The man named Shifaping swiftly turned around, terror etched on his face, and inquired. Who are you? Outwardly, you present yourself as a distinguished and successful entrepreneur, yet within the confines of your home. You are subject to the relentless scorn and chastisement of your wife. Consequently, you have taken a mistress with whom you have fathered a son, who has just celebrated his first birthday. Xiao Rui produced several photographs and placed them into Shifaping's trembling hands. Who are you truly? Shifaping managed to steady himself, though his grip on the images quivered. Among the photographs were images of him embracing his mistress and cradling his child. Someone desires the downfall of your company, and you must be aware of the necessary course of action, Xiao Rui stated. From this day forth, I shall no longer accept goods from your company. Shifaping immediately grasped the implication and silently exhaled a sigh of relief. As long as the threat was not directed at him personally, everything could be negotiated. Chapter 021. The tycoon who invested 200 billion is surnamed Lin. If your father-in-law, mother-in-law, and wife were to discover these photographs, your fate. I believe you are more aware than anyone else, remarked Xiao Rui. I understand. Xiao Faping hastily nodded. At that moment, he felt a tinge of sympathy for the Qianqing company. They had evidently provoked a formidable adversary who was about to face a fate even more dire than his own. Let us hope so. If what you claim comes to fruition, all these photographs will vanish from this world, Xiao Rui stated before striding downstairs. It was only after the young man's silhouette had disappeared that Xiao Faping wiped the cold sweat from his brow, concealed the photographs in his briefcase, took a deep breath, and opened the door to return home. That same evening, not only Xiao Faping, but also Xiao Hebe, along with numerous other entrepreneurs and managers, found themselves under threat. This intimidation left them seething with indignation yet silenced by fear. No one knew how their vulnerabilities had been so expertly exploited. They dared not inquire further, compelled to obediently follow the instructions given, lest the consequences be unfathomable. It was not until dawn that Xiao Rui and his team completed their task. He sent a message to his boss, Lin He, detailing the completion of their assignment before heading home to rest. Lin He had informed Xiao Rui prior to his departure that the task would likely culminate by sunrise. At that point, there was no need to await Lin He's response. Upon completion, Xiao Rui could return home to recuperate. As dawn broke, Lin He awoke naturally. Upon reviewing the task details sent by Xiao Rui, he stretched with satisfaction. Xiao Rui had proven himself adept, and despite the morally ambiguous nature of their methods, there were no doubts. He understood the assignment and set out without hesitation. The vulnerabilities of Xiao Faping and others were gifts from the system. This battle of vengeance against Qianqing Company was one that the system dictated Lin He must win. Half a month later, in the office of Qianqing Company's boss, bang! A deafening noise erupted, followed by the sound of shattering objects. Then came the frantic roar of a man. Many employees within the company lowered their heads, afraid to speak. Why? What was the reason? Luo Xiaojin stood in his office, panting heavily, his face flushed. The executives seated across from him wore furrowed brows, exchanging glances in silence. Since half a month ago, those individuals and enterprises collaborating with Qianqing Company had begun returning goods. Initially, Luo Xiaojin and a few executives dismissed it as inconsequential. However, as the return orders multiplied, they began to sense something amiss. Although returns were not uncommon, the sheer volume in recent days was alarming. Consequently, they initiated an investigation into the company's products to ascertain whether there were quality issues. Luo Xiaojin, along with executives and several department heads, conducted an impromptu inspection, the results of which were crystal clear. The products were flawless. After processing the return orders, the warehouse was now inundated with goods. Troubles have come one after another, and in the past half-month, not a single new order has materialized. After processing the returned orders, everyone in the company found themselves devoid of tasks. Luo Xiaojin sought out a few well-connected partners to inquire about the situation, but they didn't even answer his calls. This left Luo Xiaojin and the executive team utterly bewildered. President Luo, I have a hypothesis, one executive hesitantly ventured. Luo Xiaojin took several deep breaths and seated himself. Have we offended someone? The executive inquired. Luo Xiaojin remained silent. He too harbored this suspicion. However, in the entire Qingyang city, who possessed such formidable influence to sever all projects of our company in a single day, the partners seemed reticent, as if revealing the truth would lead to irreparable consequences. It couldn't possibly be Lin He, could it? Ha ha. One executive attempted to lighten the mood, but his laughter faded. He realized the others were looking at him as if he were foolish. He awkwardly fell silent. Impossible. Luo Xiaojin declared with conviction. Everyone witnessed how that defeated dog scurried away from our company. I do not deny Lin He's business acumen and tactics. But what of it? He remains a vanquished foe, even if he resents his defeat and seeks resurgence. Could he rise to a height capable of choking our company's very lifeblood? The executives nodded in agreement, finding his reasoning compelling. Another half-month slipped by. Luo Xiaojin's hair had grayed significantly, and throughout Qingyang City, there seemed to be no foothold left for their company. In the span of just 1 month, turmoil engulfed the firm, threatening to hollow out a company valued in the billions. Luo Xiaojin halted the production line. He dared not approach the warehouse, which overflowed with goods from both the production line and previously returned orders. The Human Resources Department had received over 10 resignation letters. Rumors swirled throughout the company. Truth be told, there was no need for gossip. Every employee could see the grave issues at hand. Those eager to resign did so out of fear that the company's troubles might ensnare them. The 10+ resignation letters made their way to Luo Xiaojin. But he held them back. He understood that once he approved a single resignation, it would unleash a flood of departures, spiraling out of control. President Luo, what should we do next? Several executives began to panic. The company is out of funds. We borrowed heavily to secure those significant orders. The banks will soon be pressing for repayment. Please, we need your guidance. Luo Xiaojin buried his hands in his hair, feeling a surge of frustration, yet powerless. Did he not wish to provide direction? The crux of the matter was generating a feasible solution. Have you heard about the 200 billion amusement park project of our local real estate magnate, Cheng Wenrui? Suddenly, one executive interjected. What about it? Luo Xiaojin inquired. Lifting his head, the entire Qingyang city has long been the subject of fervent discussions known to all and sundry. Yesterday, while indulging in libations with a friend, I learned that the staggering sum of 20 billion is solely invested by a mysterious magnate, with Cheng Wenrui holding a mere 10% stake in the project. As stated by an executive, what exactly are you trying to convey? Luo Xiaojin inquired, his impatience evident. The prospect of 20 billion tantalized him. Should that amount be bestowed upon him, the company could effortlessly navigate its current predicament. I have also heard that this enigmatic tycoon bears the surname Lin, the executive continued. A hush fell over the office. After a prolonged silence, Luo Xiaojin scornfully remarked, you cannot be suggesting that it is Lin He, can you? Impossible. The other executives nodded in agreement. At the entrance of the Cheecheng Company, an ultra-luxurious convoy consisting of a Rolls-Royce Phantom and 9 Mercedes-Benz sedans came to a steady halt. Chapter 022. The return of the man who failed in internal strife. The future company occupies the 3rd to 5th floors of Building A on Jinghai Road, Qingyang City. If one were to take the elevator, they would notice that while the other floors bustle with activity, the floors housing the future company remain eerily desolate. It seems our company is on the brink of collapse. A few professional women, cradling cups of milk tea, were expressions of melancholy that their carefully applied makeup cannot conceal. After all, the fate of the employees is inextricably linked to that of the company. The better the company flourishes, the more they benefit. With the company teetering on the edge, it is inevitable that the employees feel the repercussions. Recently, Old Zhang and Xiaoyang submitted their resignation letters. But the Human Resources Department suppressed them. It is rumored that the refusal to process the resignations came at the behest of President Luo. Clearly, our company has offended someone significant. The other day, as I passed by the manager's office, I overheard a conversation that hinted at something serious. Who could wield such power to bring our future company to its knees? A few young women, adorned in professional attire and bearing employee badges, whispered among themselves. At this hour, which coincides with the lunch break for these white-collar workers, the vicinity of the building is bustling with life. Suddenly, a commotion ripples through the crowd. 9 luxurious Mercedes vehicles escort a Rolls-Royce Phantom, coming to a halt under the watchful gaze of onlookers. The doors of the Mercedes open, and a cadre of black-clad bodyguards. Well-trained, formed two neat rows. As the door of the Rolls-Royce swings open, a young man steps out and then opens the rear door. Lin He and his son are the last to emerge. Lin Qing gazes at the familiar office building, a chill and an exhilarating smile playing upon his lips. From the Mercedes behind the Rolls-Royce, two middle-aged men alight. "Lawyer Hua, let us proceed," Lin He chuckled, striding purposefully towards the building. Among the two men, the bespectacled middle-aged lawyer is Hua Keheo, a distinguished attorney from one of the top 10 law firms in Xia country, renowned for his impressive career win rate of 80%. The other man is Hua Keheo's assistant. Xiao Rui closely follows his boss, his hawk-like gaze scanning the crowd. Since Xiao Rui's arrival, when Shui has devoted himself to managing assets, handling minor matters independently, and only escalating significant issues to Lin He. The driver has now been replaced by Xiao Rui, who also serves as a bodyguard. It is only when this group steps into the office building that the gathered crowd finally comprehends the situation. Was that man the owner of a company? My goodness. He is exceedingly handsome. He embodies the archetype of the domineering CEO I have always imagined. Our future company seems to be on the verge of collapse. Let us follow them and see if we can submit our resumes to his enterprise. Having a charming boss would surely brighten our workdays. Are you perhaps hoping for some workplace romance to blossom? Leave me be, If only I could dream of a workplace romance. I would awaken with a smile. Many are abuzz with speculation regarding the identity of the man who just passed. This area is predominantly an office district. Each day, one encounters numerous exquisite vehicles like Land Rovers, BMWs, and Audis, but the sight of that gentleman's Rolls-Royce Phantom, flanked by 9 Mercedes and a cadre of bodyguards, is truly unprecedented. Particularly, the employees of the Chiching Company, unable to contain their excitement, hastened to follow him. On the 3rd floor of Chiching Company, the front desk attendant was engrossed in a job-seeking app when she suddenly heard a flurry of footsteps at the entrance. Instinctively raising her head, she beheld a tall, striking man approaching, clad in a tailored suit, his features sharp as a blade. The bodyguards behind him and the elite personnel slightly trailing in his wake were completely overshadowed by his commanding presence. So much so that the front desk girl forgot to inquire about his identity. "Oh dear, you all," stunned for several seconds. The front desk girl finally regained her composure and hurried after him, for she knew that if her superior discovered she had allowed guests to enter without verifying their identities, she would face severe reprimand. "What is it?" Lin He paused in his tracks. Beside him, Lawyer Hua, his son, and their entourage of bodyguards all turned their attention to the front desk girl. The front desk girl, unaccustomed to such scenarios, stumbled over her words. She gazed at Lin He's handsome visage, momentarily entranced, only to furrow her brow as a sense of familiarity washed over her. It was as if she had seen him before. "Are you inquiring about my identity and purpose for visiting?" Lin He glanced at the name tag on her chest. Yes. The front desk girl felt her cheeks flush. At that moment, several employees on the 3rd floor noticed the commotion and, either intentionally or inadvertently, drifted closer to discern what was occurring. Given the recent upheaval within Chiching Company, everyone was keenly attuned to any signs of disturbance. Lin Zong. A man with a cup stammered, calling out, "Lin Zong?" The front desk girl felt a sudden jolt of realization as the face before her matched that of someone she had known. "You are Lin He." "No, wait. Lin Zong. It is I," Lin He replied with a smile. Since Lin He had departed from Chiching Company, Luo Xiaojin had purged numerous employees to maintain internal integrity and had recruited many newcomers. Consequently, many employees were unfamiliar with Lin He. However, the front desk girl, though new herself, was quite the gossip and had taken an interest in the internal strife of the company, having reviewed the profile of the former CEO, Lin He. She had even mused that the unsuccessful contender in the company's power struggle must have been quite handsome in his youth. Little did she expect to encounter him in person today. But what had transpired? Lin He appeared far more attractive than his photographs. Who would believe he was in his 40s? On the 3rd floor, an increasing number of employees congregated, some hastily descending from the upper levels. It was common knowledge that the company was on the brink of a seismic upheaval, for the man from the past was making his grand return today. Simultaneously, the keywords Rolls-Royce Phantom and 9 Mercedes sedans gradually reached the ears of every employee. Astute individuals began to connect today's arrival of Lin He with the company's recent struggles. Teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, many employees whispered among themselves. The women predominantly speculated on why Lin He appeared so youthful. his striking handsomeness captivating the hearts of women and inciting jealousy among men. Meanwhile, the men debated whether today would mark a battle of vengeance. Lin He, what brings you here? Asked Luo Xiaojin, accompanied by a cadre of senior executives, all present. The company seems to be facing some difficulties. Lin He inquired with a smile. Xiao Rui, displaying keen perception, promptly fetched a chair and placed it behind the boss. Only after Lin He was seated did Xiao Rui position his hands before him, awaiting further instructions. Chapter 023. The enchanting performance of Cheng Die. What does this mean? Luo Xiaojin's gaze slowly swept over the extravagant display behind Lin He. From his office, he had already received detailed reports from his confidants regarding Lin He's arrival. The Rolls-Royce Phantom, worth over 10 million, accompanied by 9 Mercedes-Benz vehicles filled with bodyguards. A middle-aged man, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and referred to as Lawyer Hua, walked closely beside Lin He. Today, this once-failed man returned with an imposing aura. An ominous premonition spread through the hearts of Luo Xiaojin and the executives. This is all my masterpiece. Naturally, I have returned today to witness the outcome. Lin He crossed his legs and rested his intertwined fingers on his thigh, his face adorned with a playful smirk. Indeed, as soon as these words left his lips, the expressions of Luo Xiaojin and the executives darkened immediately. They couldn't help but recall their previous discussions in the office regarding this impending crisis, where they had unequivocally dismissed Lin He's involvement, including Luo Xiaojin himself, who had insisted that it was impossible for Lin He to be connected. However, when the unequivocal truth was articulated by Lin He himself, Luo Xiaojin and the executives felt their minds buzz with disbelief. Could it be that the crisis facing our company was orchestrated by Lin? By President Lin? See, I told you so. President Lin has returned today for vengeance. Was it not Lin who had left in disgrace before? He had even lost his home. How could he have returned today? Let us not forget that President Lin was the one who founded the Qinqing Company. What do you newcomers understand? Some merely seized opportunities through cunning schemes. They lacked the capability to manage it. Some employees were filled with excitement, believing that Lin He's return heralded salvation. Others, however, were furrowed brows, especially the newcomers. If President Lin truly made a forceful return, would they not be at risk of being ousted? Most of the new employees had some understanding of the past events. The ancient adage, a new ruler brings new subjects, resonated with them. I do not believe it. Luo Xiaojin declared. Lawyer Hua, it is now your turn to take the stage. Lin He did not respond to Luo Xiaojin. Good day, Mr. Lin. I am Hua Keheo, the attorney hired by Mr. Lin from Dongzhou Law Firm. We will be filing a lawsuit against you. Here are the details. Hua adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. An assistant stepped forward and handed Luo Xiaojin a document. Silence enveloped the 3-story office. Luo Xiaojin opened the document, frowning as he scanned its contents. Minutes later, his body began to tremble, beads of sweat cascading down his face. The executives nearby sensed something amiss with Luo Xiaojin and curiously gathered around him. Soon, the expressions of the executives mirrored that of Luo Xiaojin. Lin He. No, President Lin. Luo Xiaojin stuffed the document into the hands of a nearby executive, exclaiming, I will return the company to you. It was my moment of folly. I implore you. I beseech you to show mercy. The entire 3rd floor of employees was abuzz. Luo Xiaojin had conceded defeat. Meanwhile, Lin He maintained an expression unchanged from earlier, as though he had anticipated this outcome all along. Hua Keheo adjusted his glasses habitually. His fee for this case was 2 million. Even he felt a twinge of embarrassment over such a substantial sum, as all the necessary documentation had been meticulously prepared by Lin He. Even a novice lawyer with just a year or 2 of experience would undoubtedly prevail. What astonished Hua Keheo was the depth of Lin He's shrewdness, evident from the prepared materials, which illuminated why this man had been ousted by the inept individuals of the company. He had arrived in Xinjiang City 2 days prior, residing in a 5-star hotel, traveling in an S-Class Mercedes, flanked by bodyguards and servants. Aside from spending a few hours reviewing Lin He's South documents and preparing court filings, the remainder of his time was devoted to indulgence and leisure. It even sparked a notion in Hua Keheo's mind. How delightful it would be if every case he handled in the future unfolded in such a manner. Luo Xiaojin's plea for mercy was anticipated by Hua Keheo. Armed with his evidence and documentation, no matter which attorney Luo Xiaojin managed to hire, defeat was inevitable. If Luo Xiaojin chose not to plead for mercy, it would be sheer folly. This company rightfully belongs to me, Lin He remarked nonchalantly with a smile. Luo Xiaojin hastily sought assistance to transfer the company's ownership entirely to Lin He. With Hua Keheo overseeing the contract, Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Not only did Luo Xiaojin comply, but the other executives also relinquished their shares in the company. Mr. Lin, is everything satisfactory now? Luo Xiaojin forced a grimace. Everyone worked diligently. With me here, the future of the company is secure. Lin he instructed Xiao Rui to safeguard the contract, stating, those who wish to remain may do so. Those who do not may approach the Human Resources Department for their resignation. The employees exchanged glances, finding resolve in one another's eyes. It was evident that this Mr. Lin possessed far greater authority. Lin he had regained complete control of the company, 100%. Mr. Lin, what about our matters? Luo Xiaojin queried anxiously as he saw Lin he preparing to leave with his entourage. He felt utterly frustrated. Yet he knew that if this escalated to court, neither he nor the executives would escape unscathed. Once imprisoned, who could say when they would emerge? Our matters will naturally be resolved in court, Lin he replied without turning back. The group arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Luo Xiaojin and the executives stood frozen. And soon, the former felt a wave of dizziness, collapsing to the ground. The executives coldly regarded Luo Xiaojin, none of them offering assistance. You all. Luo Xiaojin trembled with anger. Previously, these executives had behaved like subservient dogs. Now, their demeanor had dramatically shifted. You tremble for your mother, if it weren't for you. Would I be facing the threat of imprisonment? One executive spat, delivering a kick in a fit of rage. The other executives remained silent. Yet their expressions mirrored the same resentment towards him. Luo Xiaojin was struck squarely in the face by the kick, nearly gasping for breath. The employees fell into a hushed silence, akin to monkeys scattering upon the fall of a tree. Such is the nature of despair. Lawyer Hua, I entrust you with the forthcoming court matters, Lin he stated as they descended the stairs. There will be dedicated personnel accompanying you over the next few days. Feel free to reach out should any issues arise. Mr. Lin, you are exceedingly gracious. We are certain of victory in this case, which Hua replied with confidence. Indeed. Lin he nodded, then he and his son entered the Rolls-Royce Phantom. As the door closed, Lin Qing exclaimed with excitement, today has truly been gratifying. Ding dong. The system notification chimed in Lin He's ears, indicating that his son's admiration had elevated his paternal affection value. At that moment, his phone vibrated. Lin He answered, placing it to his ear. Mr. Lin, how have you been lately? The call was from Cheng Wenrui. Quite well, Lin He replied perfunctorily. Haha. Recently, Xinjiang City is hosting an auction. Would you care to attend, Mr. Lin? There will also be a performance by the enchanting Cheng Die, renowned for her beauty and grace. Cheng Wenrui's laughter was laced with a knowing tone. An auction? Dad, let us go. I've never seen what an auction looks like. Lin Qing interjected eagerly. And let us invite Yan Shujing to join us. Chapter 024. Finally able to hold his head high in the Mercedes C-Class, Lin he initially intended to decline. But his son overheard the conversation. Since his son was eager to attend, it would be against the nature of paternal love to refuse. Mr. Lin, it's not just the people of Xinjiang City who will be attending this auction. Dignitaries and elites from various regions will also be present. Some come for the auction itself, but many are drawn by the renowned performer, Cheng Die. Upon hearing the silence on the other end, Cheng Wenrui assumed Lin he was reluctant to attend and continued. There was once a wealthy young man from the south who offered $1 million to have dinner with Cheng Die, but she turned him down. $1 million? Lin Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. Just how beautiful could Cheng Die be? Observing his son lost in reverie, nearly drooling at the thought, Lin he inwardly scoffed. Very well. When is this auction taking place? I shall make preparations. It begins at 8 o'clock the day after tomorrow. I will send the address to your phone. Cheng Wenrui replied with delight, believing it was the allure of the illustrious Cheng Die that had piqued Lin He's interest. After all, what man does not appreciate beauty? Moreover, it was rumored that Lin He had been raising his son alone for many years, with a substantial fortune yet lacking a matriarch in the household. Little did he know that Lin He was more intrigued by the presence of not only the affluent of Xinjiang City, but also the elite from elsewhere. What better occasion to bring his son along to mingle with the elite than now? All right, Lin He agreed. Soon, a location message arrived on his phone, Junshui Grand Hall. Lin He realized this venue was not widely known in Xinjiang City. Those who could access it were either powerful or wealthy, making it one of the luxurious enclaves of the city's aristocracy. Lin Qing took out his phone and sent a text message to Yan Shujing. Are you there? Accompanied by a rose emoji, portraying a rather infatuated demeanor. Yan Shujing quickly replied, Yes. Lin Qing, the day after tomorrow evening. I'm taking you to the auction for the affluent in Xinjiang City. Are you free? After sending the message, Lin Qing's heart raced as he awaited her response. Truth be told, this was perhaps the first time he had formally invited his goddess. Yin Shujing, will Uncle Lin be attending? Lin Qing, of course. It's South the real estate magnate Qing Wenrui who invited my dad. He explained this to showcase his father's status. Perhaps imagining the twinkle of admiration in the goddess's eyes on the other side of the phone. Lin Qing's assumptions were not unfounded. Indeed, there was a sparkle in Yin Shujing's eyes, but it was not for him. It was for Lin He. Holding her phone, Yin Shujing thought to herself, truly, Uncle Lin is impressive. Even the real estate tycoon Qing Wenrui shows him such respect. Being a native of Qingjiang City, she was well aware of Qing Wenrui's renown. The community where her family resided was, in fact, one of the properties under Wenrui Real Estate. Yin Shujing, Uncle Lin won't blame you, will he? Bringing me to such an occasion. After uttering this statement, Yin Shujing felt a twinge of self-consciousness, wondering if she was being too pretentious. Lin Qing hurriedly responded, my dad dotes on me, of course he won't. If you're willing to come, we can pick you up that day. Yin Shujing replied. Then I must trouble you and Uncle Lin. Lin Qing reassured her, it's no trouble at all. With a playful chuckle, Lin Qing shut off her phone screen and turned to her father, who was resting with his eyes closed in the car. Dad, do you remember Yin Shujing? Lin He opened his eyes, the name ringing a bell, though it was somewhat hazy. Noticing her father's contemplative expression, Lin Qing clarified. She asked the girl whose birthday it was that day in the private room, the one you gifted 180,000 as a red envelope. Xiao Rui, who was driving, couldn't help but overhear Lin Qing's words, nearly losing his grip on the wheel. The boss didn't even know the girl. Yet he had generously bestowed such a lavish gift just because it was her birthday. What extravagance! What is going on? Lin He inquired. She wants to join us for the auction, Lin Qing replied, a hint of shyness in her tone. Was this their first date? Then let us go together. Lin He said, closing his eyes once more. He showed little interest in whom his son chose to bring along. He regretted not having fathered more sons. Relying solely on Lin Qing was proving to be a rather inefficient way to handle matters. Dad, I love you, Lin Qing exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. Ding dong. A notification sounded, indicating a boost in paternal affection points for receiving his son's declaration. Ding dong. Another alert chimed, signifying that Lin Qing felt cherished, further enhancing the fatherly affection points. Lin He had grown accustomed to such system prompts ringing in his ears. The day after tomorrow, Yin Shujing stood in her bedroom, where clothes were strewn across the bed, chairs, desk, and even the floor. She gazed at her reflection in the full-length mirror, admiring her delicate brows and long eyelashes. With her statuesque figure and graceful demeanor, she held a strong sense of confidence regarding her appearance. After all, since middle school, she had been the object of adoration for many boys. Throughout high school, she had become accustomed to various flattering titles such as class beauty, campus goddess, and idol. Yet, she pondered what kind of girl Uncle Lin preferred. Staring at the girl in the mirror, Yin Shujing wished she were a few years older. In the end, she selected a pair of high heels and donned a light V-neck slip dress, draping a sheer shawl over her shoulders. She used a curling iron to add a touch of maturity to her dark hair, and after applying makeup and spritzing on an elegant perfume, she was finally satisfied by 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening. Buzz. Her phone vibrated. Yin Shujing picked it up, and indeed, it was a message from Lin Qing, stating that their car was nearly there, needing at most 10 more minutes. The thought of soon facing Uncle Lin made her heart race with anxiety. Slipping on a leather crossbody bag, she cast one last glance in the mirror before heading downstairs. As she descended the stairs, she continually adjusted her breathing. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, Yin Shujing glanced at her wristwatch and quietly awaited by the roadside. Oh, isn't that our school's bell, Yin Shujing? Dressed so elegantly. Is she off to a date? While lost in thought, a Mercedes-Benz C-Class came to a halt before her. Inside the vehicle sat a girl of similar age to Yin Shujing, yet adorned with makeup that belied her years. The driver, also youthful, appeared to be around 20. Gripping the steering wheel with one hand while his gaze fixated on Yin Shujing, almost mesmerized. What defines beauty? This is it. The young man, upon glancing at his girlfriend, found her hard to look at in comparison. This is none of your concern, Yin Shujing replied coldly. The girl, named Tao Ning, was her neighbor. Due to Yin Shujing's exceptional academic performance, she was often used by her parents as a benchmark to admonish Tao Ning, which fostered a deep-seated resentment towards Yin Shujing over time. Outshone in both studies and looks, Tao Ning finally found a moment to revel in her triumph today. Seated in the luxurious Mercedes-Benz. Chapter 025. Why are there seats in the hall and no private boxes? The owner of this Mercedes-Benz C-Class, a young man at the wheel, is a wealthy heir. Tao Ning may have faced a dismal failure in her college entrance examination, yet she has found herself a rich boyfriend, thus propelling her life to the pinnacle. What does it matter that Yin Shujing excels in her studies or possesses beauty? Tao Ning has already reached the terminus of Yin Shujing's life aspirations. How many years of toil would it take for Yin Shujing to sit behind the wheel of a Mercedes-Benz C-Class? Meeting, even if by chance, signifies a connection. A beautiful woman should not speak too coldly. The young man feigned nonchalance, one hand grasping the steering wheel while the other rested casually against the car door. Since you are Tao Ning's friend, you are also my friend. Where shall I take you? No need. I have a friend coming to pick me up. Yin Shujing replied politely, unfamiliar with this young man. The young man perceived the subtle shift in her tone. She was frosty towards Tao Ning, but softened in her demeanor with him. Clearly, the allure of the Mercedes-Benz was substantial. No matter how beautiful one may be, the three-pointed star emblem of the Mercedes held an irresistible charm. It seemed the likelihood of winning this enchanting lady's affection was quite high. With this thought, the young man's motivation surged. Shujing, have you started dating anyone? Tao Ning inquired curiously. What does that have to do with you? Yin Shujing retorted, disliking the insincerity of Tao Ning's facade. How could she not know what was on Tao Ning's mind? Having been neighbors for many years, Yin Shujing believed she understood Tao Ning far better than the young man at the wheel. For years, Tao Ning had sought to belittle her in various ways. Now, this young man and his Mercedes-Benz C-Class represented the triumph that Tao Ning believed she had achieved. With your excellent grades and striking looks, you shouldn't settle for just anyone. Tao Ning pretended to offer advice. At the very least, you ought to find someone like my boyfriend, who drives a Mercedes at such a young age. By the way, how much did this car cost? Haha. It wasn't expensive, just over 300,000, the young man modestly replied. Yin Shujing was at a loss for words. Truly, people are drawn to their own kind. Darling, let us wait here for a moment and see how Shujing's friend is. Tao Ning, as Shujing's neighbor and good friend, remarked, I must ensure that Shujing isn't deceived. She was quite pleased with the young man's use of the phrase just. It was quite pretentious yet refreshing. Indeed, indeed. The young man exclaimed, his eyes nearly spinning. She was simply too beautiful. Upon seeing Yin Shujing, he suddenly felt that failing to win her over would render his life utterly meaningless. Yin Shujing, uninterested in the banter between the two, glanced at her watch. 10 minutes had already passed since Lin Qing's mention of the time. Why hadn't Uncle Lin arrived yet? Just then, a Rolls-Royce Phantom and two Mercedes sedans approached, stopping at the entrance of the community. The window of the Rolls-Royce rolled down, revealing Lin He's indifferent yet handsome face, his deep-set eyes gazing toward them. My friend has arrived. Please excuse me. Yin Shujing displayed a sweet smile, her steps light as she made her way towards the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Is that? Could it be a Rolls-Royce? Tao Ning gasped, incredulous. That is indeed a Rolls-Royce Phantom. The young man swallowed hard, feeling utterly embarrassed. What distinguishes it? Tao Ning inquired, perplexed, for it was her first encounter with a Rolls-Royce in real life. The price of such a car is in the 8 digits. The young man had only a superficial understanding, as he lacked the qualifications to delve deeply into the realm of luxury vehicles worth millions. My heavens, millions? Tao Ning's face expressed shock. How can a car be valued at over 10 million? Let us go, let us go. The young man had initially taken pride in his Mercedes-Benz C-Class. He deliberately tarried, hoping to impress the ladies and win their affections. However, he found himself metaphorically slapped across the face. Though no outward signs were visible, he felt a fiery shame within. Tao Ning lowered her head, her eyes brimming with jealousy. Why had Yin Shujing found such a wealthy boyfriend? The owner of the Rolls-Royce Phantom was not only affluent, but also strikingly handsome. She had once thought the Mercedes-Benz C-Class was remarkable, considering its price of over 300,000, but now it paled in comparison. Merely a fraction of what the other boyfriend spent. The young man shared similar sentiments. He had once considered Tao Ning quite appealing. Yet upon seeing Yin Shujing, he began to question what Tao Ning truly was. She had brought him embarrassment, and he resolved to end the relationship soon, feeling it was a stroke of bad luck. After entering the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Yin Shujing deliberately glanced back at the Mercedes-Benz C-Class, observing the way Tao Ning and her boyfriend departed in shame. She felt a wave of exhilarating joy. Hello, Uncle Lin, Yin Shujing greeted. Uncle Lin smiled in response, but did not speak. Yin Shujing felt a flutter of nervousness as she admired the exquisite, high-end wooden paneling of the car's interior, the central console, and the dashboard. Before her gaze fell upon the breathtaking starry sky ceiling. Reclining in the supremely comfortable, hand-stitched seats was an unparalleled indulgence. This, she mused, was the life of the affluent. For Yin Shujing, it was a rare and refreshing experience, while for Uncle Lin, it was likely just an ordinary mode of transportation. Lin Qing, unable to contain his excitement, engaged Yin Shujing in lively conversation, chatting about various topics. Yet, Yin Shujing was preoccupied, her eyes furtively glancing towards Uncle Lin. Although he appeared to be resting with his eyes closed, he sensed her gaze but thought little of it, assuming she was simply feeling anxious. He recalled how carefree interactions had been with friends in their youth, but the presence of an adult inevitably brought a sense of constraint. At 7:50 in the evening, a Rolls-Royce Phantom accompanied by 2 Mercedes-Benz vehicles arrived at the main entrance of the Junshui Convention Center. A red carpet had already been laid out, flanked by promotional advertisements for the auction. Numerous individuals were engaged in lively conversation, from many eminent figures and dignitaries. This gathering was not merely an auction but rather a soiree for forging connections. As the Rolls-Royce Phantom and the 2 Mercedes came to a halt at the entrance, they immediately captured the attention of many influential attendees. After all, those who could afford such luxurious conveyances were undoubtedly the Armée de las Armées at this assembly of high society. "Mr. Lin, you have arrived," exclaimed Cheng Wenrui, hastening towards the Rolls-Royce Phantom with several associates in tow. He had long etched the image of Lin He's vehicle into his memory. "There are quite a few people here," Lin He remarked with a smile. "Tickets are indeed hard to come by." Cheng Wenrui gestured invitingly, as his secretary produced several tickets. The group, under the curious gazes of many, proceeded into the venue. "Why are we seated in the main hall?" Lin He questioned as he received the tickets, noticing the words main hall printed on them. "Are there no private boxes available?" Chapter 26. The burden of inability shall be punished. Lin He's inquiry elicited a faint blush of embarrassment on Cheng Wenrui's countenance. "It is as follows, Mr. Lin. The organizers of this auction are not from our esteemed Xinjiang city. The seating is divided into hall seats and private boxes. For hall seats, one can attend if they possess the wealth and capability to secure a ticket. However, access to the private boxes requires verification of assets by the auction's organizers. A rather mundane, yet direct method to substantiate one's financial prowess." Cheng Wenrui, known as a real estate magnate in Xinjiang City, found that the private boxes at the Junshui Convention Center had long been appropriated by wealthier elites. Even if there were any remaining boxes, they would hardly be available for Cheng Wenrui's enjoyment. "Then let us proceed with asset verification," Lin He said nonchalantly. "Mr. Lin, I am aware that you are not lacking in finances," Cheng Wenrui replied, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness. "As this is a private auction, each item on the block is exceedingly valuable, and the primary clientele derives from those in the private boxes. Thus, the auction maintains stringent control over the guests in those boxes." Cheng Wenrui refrained from articulating the full extent of his explanation. The verification of assets was not merely concerning real estate or company holdings, but rather the cash one could readily present. "Well then, let us seek out the staff," Lin He remarked with indifference. "Very well." With the conversation having reached this juncture, Lin He's insistence on asset verification left Cheng Wenrui with no alternative. It was uncertain whether Lin He was accustomed to such lavishness or genuinely possessed formidable resources. He instructed his assistant to summon a staff member from the auction, providing Lin He with a form to complete. The form required merely a name and other pertinent information. Upon completion, the staff member took the form and departed. Cheng Wenrui was intrigued. Asset verification for this auction would not simply require tens of millions or even billions to secure a position in the private boxes. After all, a direct investment of 200 billion had already been made in the amusement park project. How much cash could Lin He possibly produce? Was it conceivable that Lin He's financial resources were indeed boundless? Lin Qing, Yin Shujing, and Xiao Rui, who stood nearby, shared in the curiosity. Cheng Wenrui's reaction strongly indicated that the threshold for this auction was exceedingly high. While they awaited further developments, a group of individuals clad in uniforms, unmistakably the auction staff, approached. "Greetings, Mr. Lin. I am Bai Yuanji, the supervisor for this auction." The middle-aged man at the forefront extended his hand with an affable demeanor. Lin He replied coolly. Bai Yuanji's expression subtly shifted as the atmosphere grew somewhat tense. He had not anticipated Mr. Lin's demeanor to be so haughty. "Hello, Supervisor Bai. I am Cheng Wenrui from Wenrui Real Estate," Cheng Wenrui interjected. He too was taken aback by Lin He's display of arrogance. As the supervisor, by UNG's every action reflected the intentions of the organizers. The majority of the distinguished guests attending the auction were not privileged enough to receive personal attention from Bai Yuanji. After all, within the circles of the affluent, the stratification is notably more rigid and severe. Consequently, Bai Yuanji merely nodded in response to Cheng Wenrui's overture. Perhaps it had been many years since Bai Yuanji had been treated with such cordiality. A fleeting yet subtle expression crossed his face as he contemplated the relatively youthful gentleman before him. His demeanor softened once more. Esteemed guests, please follow me. Cheng Wenrui, keenly perceptive, noticed the change in Bai Yuanji's countenance and could not help but cast a surprised glance at the aloof Lin He beside him. What sort of financial standing could compel Bai Yuanji to adopt a more accommodating attitude? Leading the way, Bai Yuanji guided Lin He and Cheng Wenrui's entourage into the venue. The site of the evening's auction. The grand hall on the first floor could accommodate approximately 1,000 attendees, while the second floor featured elegantly arranged private boxes. Bai Yuanji escorted them to box number 3, from which the entirety of the first floor hall was fully visible, including the auction stage itself. Several screens within the box provided a comprehensive view of the proceedings for the esteemed guests. Refreshments, exquisite fruit platters, and luxurious desserts had been meticulously prepared and were offered complimentary. Greetings, everyone. My name is Xiaoya, and I shall accompany you throughout the auction. Should you have any inquiries, please feel free to direct them to me. As the box door swung open, a young woman clad in a qipao entered, exuding an effortless charm with every gesture. Wishing Mr. Lin and all esteemed guests an enjoyable time, Bai Yuanji offered a slight bow in deference before departing the box with his attendants. Yan Shujing marveled inwardly. The world of the affluent was indeed distinct from what she had gleaned from novels and television dramas of yore. With mere minutes until the auction commenced, Xiaoya presented the item list for the evening's auction. She distributed several copies, the first of which she handed to Lin He. Prior to their arrival at the box, Xiaoya had already acquired the identity information of the guests, determining that the dashing man seated in the center, Lin He, warranted the utmost level of service. As she delivered the auction item list, Xiaoya took a moment to study Lin He's striking features, which rendered even her professionally trained demeanor momentarily spellbound. The esteemed guests she had previously attended to had been predominantly portly businessmen or flamboyant scions of wealthy families. A gentleman of such refined stature as Lin He was a rarity in Xiaoya's career. Lin He received the auction item list and casually placed it on the table, lacking even the slightest interest to glance at it. His thoughts were consumed with devising a way for his son to stir up trouble. What is that lantern? Lin Qing suddenly inquired, noticing a lantern suspended outside the box window. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that each lantern had a viewing window. That is a sky lantern, Xiaoya explained. Sky lantern? Lin Qing queried, puzzled. In our line of auctioneering, a sky lantern is used for signaling, essentially indicating a private booking of the venue. Xiaoya smiled and said, at the auction house, during a particular round, should you take a liking to an item, you may light a lantern. Once the lantern is lit, it serves as a declaration to the entire auction hall that this item has captured your interest. Regardless of what is being sold in that round, or the price it reaches, you will secure it at a higher bid. Ah, I see, Lin Qing understood. Those who attend such auctions are all affluent. It is merely a matter of degree. To light a lantern in this context is rather audacious. Lighting a lantern? How domineering. I quite like it. Unbeknownst to others, after hearing about the lantern's significance, a flicker of enigmatic light passed through Lin He's profound gaze. One thing to note. Xiaoya warned with a playful giggle. If the final price is beyond your willingness or capability to pay, there will be consequences. Are you warning me? Lin He inquired, lifting his head with a cold demeanor. Chapter 027. The son finally takes a significant step towards foolishness, alas. Xiaoya's smile immediately froze upon uttering an ill-considered remark. The adage that excessive words lead to missteps had been etched in her mind since her first day in this profession. However, perhaps under the influence of Lin He today, she found herself unintentionally compelled to speak more, yearning for Lin He's attention. Mr. Lin, I have overstepped my bounds. Please forgive me. With that, Xiaoya hurriedly approached Lin He and unexpectedly knelt before him. Lin Qing, Yan Shujing, Cheng Wenrui, and the others standing behind the sofa were momentarily taken aback. Was she really kneeling? Let this be a lesson. Lin He maintained an unruffled demeanor. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Thank you. Xiaoya exhaled softly in relief. She was utterly terrified. Fortunately, Mr. Lin did not pursue the matter further. That remark, utterly foolish, was indeed unnecessary. Her concern that someone might light a lantern only to be unable to bear the final price led to the decision to limit the installation to the esteemed guest of the private room. Wasn't he that reminder a subtle challenge to Mr. Lin's financial capabilities? If Supervisor Bai learned of this, not only would Xiaoya face the end of her employment, but she would also endure harsh repercussions. Rising from the floor, Xiaoya finally subdued her exuberance, retreating to focus intently on her work, wary of speaking out again. Suddenly, the entire venue dimmed, the only light remaining emanating from the auction stage. A woman clad in theatrical attire gracefully ascended the platform, immediately eliciting thunderous applause. Could this be the renowned beauty Chen? Lin Qing scratched his head, struggling to recall the name. Cheng Die, Yin Shujing interjected, reminding him. A brief introduction to the illustrious Cheng Die was provided on the first page of the auction item list. After the background announcement, music began to play softly. Outside the spring and autumn pavilion, rain and wind rage. Where does the sorrowful lament break the silence? Behind the curtain, a flower palanquin is sighted. Surely a newlywed crossing the Magpie Bridge. In such a propitious time for joy, why does the pearl weep? At that moment, enlightenment dawned. A spotlight illuminated Cheng Die. Her voice, reminiscent of a cuckoo, resonated with poignant sorrow. The cadence of her delivery, both varied and measured, melded her singing with graceful movements, infusing the stylized performance with genuine human emotion and astonishing beauty. Cheng Die truly deserved her title as a renowned beauty. Her artistry was nothing short of exquisite. Even Lin He, a stranger to the world of opera, could appreciate the refined and unique vocal artistry. 019 donates 1,000 to Cheng Die. A young man, exuding the air of affluence, stood up proudly. A spotlight, slightly dimmer than that on the auction stage, fell upon him, granting him a moment of satisfaction. 899 donates 2,000 to Cheng Die. This time, the spotlight swiftly honed in on a portly middle-aged man, whose gaze was fixed hungrily upon Cheng Die's figure on stage, scanning her continuously. 257 donates 2,500 to Cheng Die. 857 donates 3,000 to Cheng Die. The chorus of donations echoed throughout the hall, incessantly resounding. Yin Shujing observed silently, her heart yearning to capture the moment on her phone. The so-called streamers online often receive tips from their fans, yet this scene before her was incomparable. A rough estimation revealed that within mere minutes, Cheng Die had already amassed nearly 100,000 yuan in donations at the auction stage. Goodness! The ease with which this money was earned was astonishing. Yin Shujing thought with envy. 019 donates 10,000 to Cheng Die, announced the first young master once again. This proclamation momentarily halted the cacophony of donations. Seizing the moment, the young master reclined in his chair, basking in the limelight, and blew a kiss to Cheng Die, who continued her performance on stage. Cheng Die was, after all, the goddess in this young master's eyes. Dad, I want to donate too. Lin Qing suddenly interjected from the private box. Lin He replied nonchalantly. Xiaoya, donate 100,000. Lin Qing exclaimed, his fervor overwhelming him. Despite Cheng Die's theatrical makeup, Lin Qing was utterly captivated by her enchanting presence, even more so than the alluring Yin Shujing beside him. Yin Shujing felt helpless. She wished to voice her disapproval, but seeing Uncle Lin remain silent, she swallowed her words. 100,000 yuan for a performance? The thought alone pained her heart. Although performers earned their living through their talents, 100,000 seemed excessive. How many in the hall genuinely appreciated Cheng Die's exquisite artistry? It was evident that many were merely drawn by base desires. Yin Shujing could easily discern the thoughts swirling in those men's minds. Glancing at Lin He, she noted his calm demeanor, completely unfazed by the spectacle. Truly, he was the man who entranced her even more. Lin Qing gazed longingly at Cheng Die on stage, repeating in his mind, beautiful, so beautiful, utterly breathtaking. Xiaoya moved to the corner of the private box and took the microphone. Box 3 donates 100,000 to Miss Cheng Die. Her voice resonated throughout the auction hall. The proud expression of the young master in the hall vanished, overshadowed by an astonishing 900,000 yuan increase. 019 donates 200,000 to Cheng Die. The young master raised his paddle. Box 3 donates 300,000 to Cheng Die. Lin Qing, furious and driven by a reckless spirit, seized the microphone and declared loudly. Cheng Wenrui, Xiaoya, Yin Shujing, and Xiao Rui instinctively turned to Lin He, only to find him beaming at his son. His expression resembled that of a father whose son had just been accepted into a prestigious university, filled with pride and joy. Lin He felt a sense of satisfaction at his son donating 300,000 to a performer. Initially, they thought it was a mere illusion, but upon closer inspection of Lin He's expression, it was unmistakably one of contentment. Indeed, Lin He was pleased. His son had taken a bold step into the realm of recklessness. It remains unclear whether the gentleman downstairs can withstand the challenge posed by his son. A staggering 50,000 was bestowed upon Chang Dei by 019. The young master clenched his teeth. His attendance at the auction was not merely for the bidding, but rather for Chang Dei herself. He glanced up at the third private box, pondering the identity of its occupants. Judging by the youthful male voice he had heard, they were likely not of advanced age. Those who could occupy such a box undoubtedly held significant status, while the young master claimed to be unperturbed. It was likely a facade. Yet, upon observing the melancholic expression adorning Chang Die's face on the auction stage, he felt an overwhelming tug at his heartstrings. He could no longer hesitate. He had to emerge victorious in this contest of generosity. Surely, those seated in the box would not expend excessive funds merely to reward a performer. Who, then, was the individual downstairs? Lin Qing's expression darkened as he turned to glance at the petite within the box. Chapter 28. This young master truly relies on his father, that is young master Ling Zhengqi, Xia Ye remarked. The guests attending the auction are generally confirmed a week prior, and the information on the list is something the auction staff must memorize diligently. Each time an auction is held, private boxes and seats are reserved for unforeseen circumstances. For instance, the reserved box 3 comes in handy for someone like Lin He, who might arrive unexpectedly. I don't recognize him, Lin Qing replied, shaking his head and giving an awkward smile. Dad, I'm short on funds. It then dawned on Lin He that he had only given Lin Qing a few 100,000 as pocket money, intending for his son to seek his assistance more often. In an auction setting, where men vie for women's attention, such a meager amount is certainly insufficient. What's the matter? Are the gentlemen in box 3 not competing with me? Long Jingqi, noticing the silence from upstairs, could not help but feel a surge of pride. Young master, those who can occupy the boxes are not of simple status. It would be prudent for us to remain low-key to avoid unnecessary troubles, advised a middle-aged man beside him, one of Long Jingqi's father's secretaries. What nonsense! I am here for the women. Do you think the people in the box will spend excessively on this woman? Long Jingqi retorted impatiently. The middle-aged man sighed, realizing that the young master had missed the point entirely. His concern was not about the young master losing, but rather about the potential displeasure of those in the box due to a woman. After all, for many wealthy individuals, money is merely a string of numbers. What they truly value is their reputation. Ding dong. The system's notification chimed in Lin He's ears. Son's financial limitations have been alleviated. Fulfilling the son's desires has resulted in a reward. A subtle smile crept onto Lin He's face, amused by the frivolous antics of the spendthrift. Forget it. I won't compete any longer, Lin Qing said dejectedly, waving his hand as he prepared to return to the sofa. Chang Jie truly is an enchantress. Though her features remain obscured, her every move on stage is irresistibly captivating. With your father here, Lin He said lightly. These 4 simple words instantly filled Lin Qing's heart with security, reliability, and a sense of refuge, as well as the promise of financial abundance. In that moment, Chen Wenrui, Yin Shujing, and Xiao Rui all displayed expressions of envy. How wonderful it is to have a father with such incredible financial resources. With renewed vigor, Lin Qing stood up from the sofa and seized the microphone from Xiaoya's hand. So it's young Master Lang Jingqi, is it? The other guests watched with keen interest as the two engaged in a playful rivalry over the performer, serving as an entertaining appetizer before the auction officially commenced. Indeed, Long Jingqi replied, brimming with self-satisfaction, until he suddenly heard his name being called from box 3, prompting him to look up in confusion. Who do you think is wealthier? Your father or mine? Lin Qing boldly inquired, his rebellious nature apparent. Although Lin He supported his son's mischievousness within moral bounds, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed at Lin Qing's words. In pursuit of systematic rewards, Lin He could only feign ignorance. Many guests, however, could not suppress their laughter. The young man in box 3 was evidently prepared to flaunt his familial connections. What did that mean? Long Zhengqi's countenance darkened, visibly angered. The disdain was brazenly laid bare. The secretary of Lang Zhengqi's father felt a jolt of apprehension and tugged at the young master's sleeve. Young master, perhaps we should let this go. Silence. You disgraceful fool. Long Zhengqi retorted, his temper flaring. The secretary, recognizing the futility of further discourse, ceased to speak. My father has pledged 1 million to Miss Qingde. Lin Qing's voice resonated clearly throughout the auction hall. Long Zhengqi's expression transformed from grim to downright furious. The staggering sum of 1 million shattered his aspirations of competition. What a remarkable display. Initiating with a 1 million tip, the individual upstairs truly possessed deep pockets. Those who occupied the private boxes were of a financial caliber incomparable to the patrons in the hall below. This young scion was indeed enjoying a lavish display of paternal pride. Many guests in the main hall were astonished by the generosity of Box 3. "I'm done." Lung Jingqi sank into his seat, utterly humiliated. He had squandered hundreds of thousands without gaining the beauty's favor, further losing face in front of so many distinguished guests. Not only had he embarrassed himself in front of the elite, but Miss Qingde on stage also witnessed the entire debacle. The secretary, relieved to see a flicker of rationality in the young master, sighed. "Father, that person has backed down." Lin Qing beamed with delight. Lin He, however, remained expressionless, even slightly displeased. It was merely 1 million, and yet he had relinquished his pursuit. What a pity that the young man's father was not present. He would have proven more resilient. "Friends in Box 3, I have always been a devoted fan of Miss Qingde. The foremost contributor in each auction is granted the opportunity to take a photo and receive an autograph from her. I wonder if I might be afforded that privilege." Just as everyone assumed this contest of jealousy would conclude, a young man's voice resonated from Box 1. "Box 1 pledges 5 million to Miss Qingde. What an eye-opener. I thought I was wealthy in our county, and even in the city. I considered myself affluent, but I truly am a frog at the bottom of the well. Does Box 3 still possess any confidence?" Casually announcing 5 million exudes a remarkable self-assurance. If it were me, I would know when to stop. Box 1 has already shown considerable grace. Grace? You are too naive. That is a veiled threat, a prelude to confrontation. The voices of the guests in the hall grew increasingly animated. What they had anticipated as the most thrilling aspect of the auction had transformed into a heated spectacle due to a mere performer. "Damn it. Let us see how long you can keep up the facade," Long Zhengqi remarked with a sense of schadenfreude. He had initially believed he would be the most embarrassed at the auction that night, but a surprise awaited him. "Father, perhaps we should reconsider," Lin Qing said. Approaching Lin He with the microphone. The individuals in Box 1, when pledging 5 million, exhibited no hesitation, making them formidable opponents. "Are you afraid?" Lin He extended his hand with a smile and inquired, "How could I possibly be afraid?" Lin Qing eagerly handed the microphone to his father. Could it be that father was intent on saving face? "Regrettably, my son harbors a profound admiration for Miss Qingde. The matter of relinquishing affection might very well fall to the friends in Box 1. From the loudspeaker in Box 3, a man's deep and resonant voice emerged. Box 1. "A reward of 10 million for Miss Qingde." 10 million? Upon hearing the staggering sum, not only Lin Wenrui, Yan Shujing, Xiao Rui, and Xiaoyu were astonished. Even the entire auction hall erupted with excitement. Box 3 was clearly determined to compete fiercely. 10 million. Indeed, there exist individuals beyond one's imagination in this vast nation. A testament to the abundance of wealth. Naturally, this auction attracted not only the affluent of Xinjiang City. The performing Qingde couldn't help but glance in the direction of Box 3. 30 million. The voice from Box 1 resounded once more, unmistakably tinged with anger. Chapter 29. What does having a mine at home mean before Mr. Lin? 30 million. This staggering amount shattered the highest record of tips received by Changde in a single performance. Xiaoyu gazed enviously at Changde on stage, wondering when she would be able to bask in such glory. 30 million, enough to purchase a luxurious residence in Xinjiang City. To true affluent magnates, 30 million is merely a drop in the bucket. If I were wealthy, I too would compete for the affection of a beauty like Changde. After all, it is not only heroes who are challenged by the allure of a woman. The atmosphere in the venue shifted from lively chatter to a hushed silence. As everyone was aware of the heated contention between Box 1 and Box 3, spurred by Changde, the gentleman in Box 3 questioned, "Will you continue to challenge me?" To which the individual in Box 1 promptly identified himself. "I am Yang Luofu, a scion of the esteemed Yang family of Xinjiang City. Should the gentleman in Box 3 be willing to part with his bid, I would be honored to visit you after the auction concludes and treat you to a meal." So that is why the individuals in Box 1 are so extravagantly wealthy. They hail from the Yang family. I am not from Xinjiang City. Could someone enlighten me about the Yang family? The Yang family, established through mining, is a venerable lineage in Xinjiang City, now diversifying their ventures. Their profound heritage renders them a formidable force. Indeed, they possess genuine wealth, which explains their affluence. How could the gentleman in Box 3 possibly compete in financial prowess with a young heir from such a prosperous family? Curious gazes converged upon Box 3. The viewing window of the box concealed its occupants from outside eyes, yet those within could observe the world outside clearly. Many spectators speculated about the intentions of Box 3 through the glass. Mr. Lin, perhaps it would be wise to reconsider. The Yang family is not to be trifled with. Yang Luofu is the most distinguished among the younger generation and is likely to inherit the family headship in due course. It may be prudent for us to seize this opportunity to cultivate a favorable relationship, Chang Wenrui advised. Lin Qing turned to his father. Fully aware of the Yang family's reputation, during high school, he had encountered a student from the Yang family, whose arrogance was notorious. In front of the director of student affairs, this student had brutally assaulted a fellow classmate, leaving him bloodied and battered. The assaulted student transferred the very next day, while the young heir returned to school as if nothing had transpired, facing no repercussions whatsoever, as if the incident had never occurred. The name and influence of the Yang family instilled a palpable fear in Lin Qing, who had witnessed their power firsthand. The Yang family? Are they truly formidable? The voice of Lin he dripped with indifference. The gentleman in box 3 has tipped Miss Cheng Die 100 million. The disdain in his tone was unmistakable. Directed towards the Yang family, Chang Wenrui opened his mouth, only to close it in resignation. Having spoken, there was nothing more to be said at that moment. Mr. Lin mentioned the Yang family, and it was not just Yang Luofu he offended, but the entire clan behind him. At that moment, no one could have fathomed Lin He's intentions. Was Yang Luofu truly formidable and exceptional? Did the Yang family possess untold wealth? Were they truly a colossal entity in Xinjiang City? How impressive indeed. Lin He would welcome the thought that the Yang family was a force he could not provoke. 100 million. What an astounding sum. That amount could rival the entire fortunes of many in the hall. In that instant, all eyes in the auction house turned toward box 3, including those in box 1 and other esteemed compartments. Many guests began to move from their positions, eager to uncover the identity of the occupant of box 3. The patron of box 3, capable of bestowing 100 million as a tip to an artist, was undoubtedly extraordinary. Do you still wish to compete with me? Lin He's playful voice resonated through the microphone, addressing none other than the guests in box 1. Damn, that is wealth beyond measure, lamented Ling Zhengqi, bowing his head in despair. Whoever could afford to tip Cheng Die 100 million was far beyond Ling Zhengqi's league. Regardless of the outcome of this financial contest, such a figure was not someone he could afford to offend. Reflecting on his previous actions, Ling Zhengqi wished he could slap himself. The saying a woman's beauty can be a dagger held no error at all. No more contesting, congratulations. Ha ha ha. A chilling laughter erupted from box 1. Perhaps we might meet someday. I relish making friends, especially with those who were less than amicable towards the Yang family. Many faces grew serious, for the guest in box 3 had indeed crossed the Yang family and Yang Luofu. If box 3 lacked adequate strength, they would likely face dire consequences after the auction. As offending the Yang family and their most outstanding young man, Yang Luofu, was not a trivial matter. You may come over now, Lenny said with a light chuckle. Many guests were astonished. The owner of box 3 displayed an audacious demeanor, seemingly disregarding Yang Luofu and the Yang family altogether. Inside box 1, silence reigned. You're invited, yet you do not dare to come, Yang Luofu. What are you shouting for? Lin He continued to inquire. Box 3 was too audacious. How intriguing, indeed. It seemed that Xinjiang City was about to witness quite the spectacle. As celestial beings clashed, one could only hope to remain unaffected. Numerous guests caught the scent of an impending storm. Chang Wenrui, Yin Shujing, and Xiaoyu exchanged shocked glances at Lin He, unable to comprehend that he so casually dismissed the Yang family. Cheng Wenrui shuddered. A revelation struck him. Mr. Lin's jest about investing 2 billion in an amusement park project was entirely due to his son. If Lin Qing were a clever individual, perhaps an exceptional young talent like Yang Luofu, then Cheng Wenrui could understand. However, as time went on, Lin Qing revealed himself to be nothing more than a good-for-nothing wastrel. Were he indeed his son, Chang Wenrui would have certainly broken Lin Qing's legs. Yet, Lin He displayed unwavering obedience and deep affection towards his son. Furthermore, after verifying his assets, the auction house proactively invited Mr. Lin to a private box on the upper floor. The liquid cash assets at Mr. Lin's disposal must amount to tens of billions, if not hundreds of billions. Such a magnate, no, a super-rich individual, should not be a part of Xinjiang City's landscape. Even the Yang family, Chang Wenrui doubted, could possess such formidable financial strength. This indicated one thing: the forces behind Mr. Lin could easily trample over the so-called wealthy elite of Xinjiang City. Upon realizing this, Chang Wenrui's gaze towards Lin he morphed into one of increased wariness and reverence. As he felt the weight of a pressure akin to that of accompanying a tiger, it was no wonder that he so easily disregarded the Yang family. Indeed, in the presence of Mr. Lin, what significance did the mineral-rich Yang family hold? Chapter 030. Do not speak of your friends. I, too, wished to transform into a beast in the private room numbered 1. A young man, seemingly in his late 20s, sat upon the sofa. His somewhat ethereal visage was shrouded in a cloud of gloom. Beside him, 2 young women nestled against him, trembling in fear, as his hand exerted a firm grip upon their shoulders. Young Master Yang, you are being too forceful, finally spoke the girl on his left, unable to contain herself. Apologies, the young man replied, revealing himself to be Yang Luofu of the esteemed Yang family, who had just engaged in a bidding war with Room 3. He reluctantly released his grip and nodded towards the bodyguard in the room. Please investigate the identity of those in Room 3. Understood, young Master Yang. The bodyguard bowed slightly before promptly exiting the private chamber. Young Master Yang, please calm your temper. The raucous clown who emerged from nowhere surely would apologize if he knew you're standing, stated another woman, rising to gently massage Yang Luofu's shoulders from behind. With a darkened expression, Yang Luofu retorted, what sort of clown would so casually bestow over 100 million for a woman? The woman fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Yang Luofu's assertion was undeniably true. Their opponent must possess an extraordinary background, fully aware of the Yang family's formidable influence in Xinjiang City. As one of the 3 prominent families in the city, the Yang family had long since lost the experience of being looked down upon. Yang Luofu closed his eyes, fully cognizant of how the crowd of onlookers would narrate the events of the evening once the auction concluded. The man from Room 3 had not only tarnished his own reputation but also that of the Yang family. 100 million, such a sum would never be squandered by the Yang family, nor would Yang Luofu himself allocate it in such a manner. Father, you have spent excessively again, Lin Qing remarked apologetically. Having garnered sufficient face, Yang Luofu's complexion was flushed as if he had consumed a potent tonic. Yet, the cost of this face was exorbitantly steep. In total, over 100 million had been expended, and even Lin Qing felt a pang of distress at such recklessness. It is but a trifling sum. As long as you are happy, it matters not, Lin he replied nonchalantly. A trifling sum of over 100 million? The occupants of the private room, Cheng Wenrui, Yin Shujing, Xiao Rui, and Xiao Ya, were rendered numb by the enigmatic nature of the man before them. Lin Qing chuckled softly. The thought of soon being able to seek a photograph and autograph from Cheng Die filled him with glee. He wondered how breathtakingly beautiful Cheng Die would appear without her stage makeup. Such is the unpredictability of life. Who would have thought to reunite in this very moment, reflecting on the grandeur that seems like a fleeting dream? The remnants of existence are but a thread amidst tumultuous waves. When the darkness of willows gives way to the brightness of flowers, laughter and tears find rest. One may take pride in the fruits of virtue. The blessings one sows shall return in kind, leaving me regretful for the wooden peach I once bestowed. As the aria from Cheng Die concluded, she gracefully came to a standstill, and a staff member approached her, offering a microphone. The previous piece, titled Locked Silk Pouch, belonged to the Cheng School of Peking Opera. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all esteemed guests from various quarters for gracing us with your presence. Cheng Die held the microphone with both hands, her breath steady, clearly demonstrating exceptional skill. She expressed her gratitude to the patrons of Box 3 for their support, stating that she was willing to fulfill any request from them, as long as it was within her capabilities. Yang Luofu gazed dreamily at the graceful beauty on the auction stage. Half a year prior, he had accompanied the current head of the Yang family on a business trip and happened upon one of Cheng Die's performances. Since then, he had been restless, consumed by thoughts of her. Much like the lines from the poem Guanju, the graceful lady, a gentleman's perfect match, the water plants, swaying left and right. The graceful lady, sought day and night, sought in vain, thoughts linger in the night. Yang Luofu felt as if this poem was written for him alone. Following that moment, he had redoubled his efforts, driven by 2 paramount aspirations, to become the head of the Yang family and to marry Cheng Die. Upon learning that Cheng Die would perform at the Xinjiang Junshui Venue S auction, Yang Luofu reserved a box, not for any auction item, but because, to him, Cheng Die was an invaluable treasure beyond compare. He was determined to seize this opportunity. Even a mere photograph with her would suffice to satiate his longing. However, his reverie was swiftly interrupted by the occupants of Box 3. Upon hearing Cheng Die's final words, Yang Luofu's breath quickened, and his eyes nearly bulged with fervor. Fortunately, His innate composure prevailed. He lifted his glass and drained the wine within, managing to calm his tumultuous emotions. To think one could make a request. This was not his first time witnessing Qingdie's performance. Why had the wealthiest patrons before never received such treatment? Was this not absurd? If one could offer over 100 million, they could easily make requests as well. Did they not see? Even the most ethereal of beings would bow to the power of money. What sort of demands might the magnate in box 3 make? If it were one of my friends, he would undoubtedly propose something utterly outrageous. Is it not the mark of a true man to seize every opportunity? There were no others present. One could speak for oneself. Forget about friends. I too yearned for absurdity. The majority of the affluent attendees were men, and the magnate of box 3 was likewise male. Who better understands men than men themselves? Standing upon the auction stage, Qingdie sensed the predatory gazes encircling her. And for a fleeting moment, she regretted her willingness to entertain the request of the man in box 3. What if he made an unreasonable demand? The sheer magnitude of the 100 million offered had left her in shock. Despite her extensive experiences performing across the lands, encountering numerous affluent individuals, she had never before met a man of such lavish generosity. Overwhelmed, her thoughts momentarily faltered, causing her grip on the microphone to tighten involuntarily. In the far corner of the box, an unusual silence reigned. A young girl in a black dress sat quietly on the sofa, while the auction supervisor, Bai Yuanji, stood respectfully beside her. The girl donned high heels, her elegant figure accentuated by a flowing black skirt that revealed a pair of porcelain white legs, as delicate as lotus roots. Her lustrous black hair cascaded casually over her fragrant shoulders, yet it could not obscure the innate nobility she possessed. Anyone fortunate enough to glimpse her visage would surely be left in awe. One might have thought that Qingdie was already the epitome of beauty. But the exquisite allure of this girl was a realm apart. Her brows, gentle like autumn waters, framed a complexion that seemed to dance with the breeze. She embodied the grace that could bring even fish to dive and birds to hush, leaving flowers shamed and the moon in tremors. This girl, around 20 years of age, was indeed a vision to behold. Miss, it seems Qingdie has misspoken, observed Bai Yuanji, who had noticed the slight fluster in her demeanor, prompting a soft chuckle. Please handle it, the girl replied softly. Of course, Mississippi Bai Yuanji exited, leaving the girl alone in the private room. Her enchanting yet innocent charm intertwined within her striking black and white eyes, exuding a sense of languid grace. As she swung her legs, she discarded her high heels, revealing her exquisitely rounded, snow-white feet. Resting her cheek in her hand, she found herself curious about the request the man in room 3 might present. Chapter 031. A reward of 100,000. Just to hear you sing a birthday song. The auction house gradually fell into a hushed silence as everyone awaited the words from box number 3. Many well-dressed individuals began to speculate on the demands they might make on behalf of Lin He. Father, what should we do? Lin Qing sat in the box, her heart racing and hands trembling with excitement. How embarrassing. Lin He, though helpless, wore a smile brimming with paternal affection as he took the microphone and said, Today is my son's birthday. I kindly ask Miss Qingdie to sing a birthday song for him. The auction attendees, including Yang Luofu, Cheng Wenrui, Yin Shujing, Xiao Rui, and Xiaoya, listened intently. In a corner box, a girl playfully curled her toes and chuckled softly, her eyes crescent-shaped like a moon. To reward Yi with over 1 billion just for a song? I fear she might start to doubt her own allure. The girl's speculation proved accurate. Qingdie, holding the microphone and standing on the auction stage, felt utterly perplexed. A reward exceeding 1 billion. Merely to have her sing a birthday song for the son of a prominent figure in box number 3? Did she lack charm? Or was the man in box number 3 simply too discerning? Women are indeed peculiar creatures. After fulfilling the request of the influential figure from box number 3, Qingdie felt a twinge of apprehension, fearing that he might take advantage of her compliance. Yet, when he did not, she found herself at a loss for words. Father. Wah. Lin Qing's eyes turned red in an instant. He had almost forgotten that today was his birthday, but his father never forgot. Knowing his son's fondness for Qingdie and indulging him without reservation, to reward Qingdie with over 1 billion. All to have the girl his son admired sing a birthday song for him. In this world, there is nothing quite like a father's love. Children with fathers are truly treasures. Yin Shujing, moved by the atmosphere, felt a tingle in her nose. Is this what it feels like to be cherished by a father? In her understanding, wealthy men often succumb to corruption, casting aside family, responsibility, and emotions. Yet, Uncle Lin remained steadfast, loving his child and embracing him with unwavering grace. Ding. The host received the tears of his son's heartfelt emotion, and his paternal value surged dramatically. Ding! The host's paternal value reached a significant threshold, unlocking a new level. Before Lin He, a system interface materialized, displaying his personal profile. Name: Lin He. Age: 40. Level: Bronze. Next level: Silver. Identity: the hidden wealthy elite of Xinjiang City. Ability: None. Paternal value: 1771000. At the bottom, a button beckoned, inviting him to click for more details. So this is the purpose of paternal value. Lin He finally comprehended its significance. Ding! Congratulations to the host for elevating the fatherly love is like a mountain system to bronze level, unlocking the personal ability. Time pause. This notification sent Lin He's mind into a whirl. Time pause? How remarkable. Lin He's eyes sparkled with excitement, had there not been others present in the private room. He might have burst into uncontrollable laughter. Time pause. Upon activation, this skill allows a 3-second halt in time, with a cooldown period of 10 minutes. 3 seconds? And a cooldown? Lin He furrowed his brow, his initial joy diminishing considerably. What utility could a mere 3 seconds hold? He had anticipated an extraordinary skill, only to find it somewhat underwhelming. However, upon further reflection, if someone were to attempt to harm him, the ability to pause time for 3 seconds could indeed facilitate a swift counterstrike. With this thought, Lin He felt a renewed sense of relief. As he continued to explore the details of the skill, he discovered that the paternal love system comprised multiple levels. The sole means of upgrading was through paternal love points, which could be acquired in various ways, leaving Lin He to gradually uncover the methods himself. Each upgrade granted him a power akin to that of a superhuman. For instance, the current 3-second time pause would be enhanced upon the system's advancement. This paternal love system was indeed a delightful surprise. Lin He mused contentedly, feeling that his attendance at the auction was worthwhile. The system, designed to cherish a son, was something Lin He had thoroughly prepared for. Today happened to be Lin Qing's birthday, a detail he had meticulously organized, proving to be of great significance. Gazing at Lin Qing, who was tearfully touched, Lin He's expression softened. Indeed, he was a wonderful son. Sir, in box number 3, are you truly certain that only a birthday song is required? The voice of Cheng Jie from the auction stage snapped Lin He back to reality. Yes, he replied. May I ask your son's name? Cheng Jie felt a wave of relief, having previously doubted whether the man in box 3 was jesting. Realizing he was sincere, she felt a twinge of guilt for her earlier skepticism. Not everyone harbors ill intentions, she thought to herself. Lin Qing, came the voice from box 3. Lin Qing, today is your birthday. I wish you a happy birthday and envy you for having such a loving father. Cheng Jie noted that although she had only ever sung opera, this was her first time performing a birthday song. She hoped for understanding should her performance falter. Grasping the microphone, she gently began to sing, Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Lin Qing. Happy birthday to you. The simple melody of the birthday song, delivered in her slightly theatrical voice, resonated with a unique charm. Sir, the birthday song has concluded, Cheng Jie announced after a brief pause. Thank you, Lin He replied in a neutral tone. Cheng Jie bowed towards box 3, then to various sections of the audience, before gracefully departing the stage. Did the man from box 3 just say his son's name is Lin Qing? In box 1, Yang Luofu, chewing on grapes, furrowed his brow in inquiry. Young master, is there an issue? A curious inquiry arose from the woman peeling grapes. Are you from Xinjiang City? Yang Luofu directed his gaze toward her. Yes, she nodded affirmatively. Are you aware that Wenrui Real Estate intends to construct a luxurious amusement park with an investment of 200 billion? Yang's brow furrowed deeper as he continued. To my knowledge, that vast sum is a collaboration between Cheng Wenrui, the owner of Wenrui Real Estate, and a mysterious magnate. The entirety of the 200 billion is funded by this enigmatic individual. This matter has not only stirred considerable excitement among the populace of Xinjiang City, but has also created quite a stir within the elite circles in the 3 prominent families. It is rare for any of these families to exhibit such audacity in investing 200 billion. What connection does this hold with Lin Qing? The woman asked. Having just peeled a glistening green grape and placed it into Yang Luofu's mouth, her confusion palpable. She had heard whispers of this monumental project, yet it seemed distant and thus did not warrant her excessive concern. That mysterious magnate also bears the surname Lin. Yang Luofu revealed. Chapter 032, The Artwork of Tang Bohu. Starting bid at 100 million. Could the man in box 3 truly be the enigmatic tycoon investing 200 billion? The woman's hands trembled slightly as she peeled the grapes. This news was undeniably shocking. While it remains uncertain, the likelihood is substantial. Indeed, quite substantial. Yang Luofu was not particularly concerned with this matter. If the man in box 3 were indeed the mysterious billionaire, today he had chosen to antagonize him for the sake of Cheng Dai. The ramifications of this situation for the Yang family were far too complex to articulate in mere words. The woman ceased her conversation, realizing that this was a topic she could not contribute to. Yang Luofu displayed no interest in her thoughts. After finishing his statement, he fell into a contemplative silence. Is this all there is to a birthday song? Just this? What distinguishes this from the tale of the mischievous monkey who, while being immobilized by heavenly magic, sneaked off to steal the peaches of immortality? Over 100 million. And it would be more entertaining to exchange it for coins and toss them away. It was not until the auctioneer took the stage that many guests regained their senses. Was the magnate in box 3 truly so wealthy that he could not spend his fortune? Hello everyone, I am Shou Feng, the auctioneer for this segment. The speaker, a middle-aged man clad in a traditional Chinese suit and sporting glasses, exuded the aura of an intellectual. The first item up for bid is a piece of bronzeware. Under the audience's watchful gaze, staff members wheeled a small cart onto the stage. 2 additional staff members, adorned with white gloves, placed a glass case from the cart onto the platform. The spotlight immediately focused on the bronze artifact. The 3-legged elephant trunk incense burner, crafted from bronze, features a smooth and delicate texture with a rich patina that speaks to its age, evoking a profound sense of history and exquisite antique worthy of the highest regard. According to the appraisal, this 3-legged incense burner boasts a history of over 1,000 years, with a starting bid of 8 million. Shou Feng provided a brief introduction, then struck his hammer, signifying the official commencement of the auction. Each increment must not be less than 10,000. Among those present, many were genuine enthusiasts of collecting. As Shou Feng noted, incense burners have a long-standing history within Chinese culture. Initially used solely for burning incense, they later became cherished artifacts and works of art for collectors. This particular 3-legged incense burner, over a millennium old, is composed of precious materials and showcases exquisite craftsmanship, rendering it immensely valuable. Most importantly, it holds significant collectible merit. 9 million. Someone raised their paddle. 950,000. Others quickly followed suit. 10 million. 13 million. There were numerous individuals interested in this 3-legged incense burner. If you like it, you can tell Dad. Lin He, seated on the sofa, instructed Xiaoya to pour him a glass of fruit wine, addressing his son standing nearby. All right. Lin Qing nodded, eagerly watching the progression of the auction. Although he had previously been a wealthy second-generation heir, this was his first experience attending an auction of such high caliber, with bids reaching millions or tens of millions. Lin Qing remained quite intrigued by the items on the auction stage. However, the 3-legged elephant-shaped incense burner did not align with his aesthetic sensibilities. Ultimately, this exquisite piece was acquired by a wealthy individual for the sum of 19 million. Soon after, the next item was presented for bidding. Paintings, vases, bronzes, and jades dazzled the audience, creating a spectacle of opulence. The most affordable among them was the aforementioned incense burner, while the more luxurious items were inching closer to 9-digit figures. It was no wonder that the threshold for this auction was set so high. Hours swiftly passed, and soon it was time for the final item, the pièce d'argent of the event. As Shou Feng spoke, his tone soared in excitement. In an instant, all eyes were fixed on the stage. It was a painting titled Landscape at Sunset by the renowned Ming Dynasty artist, calligrapher, and poet Tang Yin. Surely, everyone was familiar with Tang Yin. For those unacquainted, he is better known as Tang Bohu. Shou Feng, microphone in hand, elaborated. This painting masterfully integrates the southern and northern styles, with delicate brushwork and a spacious composition that exudes elegance. Its vibrant yet refined colors and graceful forms are executed with precision. The free-spirited ink wash technique is both effortless and exquisite. The fact that an auction could feature Tang Bohu's Landscape at Sunset was indeed remarkable. As the highlight of the auction, one could anticipate a price soaring into the 9-digit realm. Just the name Tang Bohu alone was worth tens of millions. Many guests expressed their opinions, while others wore wry smiles. The majority of attendees in the hall found themselves unable to fully appreciate Tang Bohu's work. In the upper tier, several VIP boxes housed distinguished guests, particularly the enigmatic figure from box number 3, who had remained silent throughout the auction. Some speculated that the items presented were beneath the standards of this mysterious benefactor, while others wondered if he had exhausted his funds in a bid to reward Cheng Day. "Wow! Incredible! A painting by Tang Bohu!" exclaimed Lin Qing. "Peach blossoms fade, apricot flowers fall, year after year, the seasons remain the same. As March draws to a close, why should one resent the winds of dawn?" Yan Shujing was equally astonished, stating, in the realm of painting, he is ranked alongside Shenzhou, Wen Zhengming, and Qiuing, collectively known as the Four Masters of Wu, and in poetry, he stands with Zhu Yuming, Wen Zhengming, and Su Zhenqing, recognized as the Four Talents of Wu. "I never imagined I would witness an authentic piece by Tang Yin here." Xiao Rui nodded in agreement, though he did not comprehend the verse recited by Yan Shujing. Nevertheless, he was well aware of Tang Bohu's illustrious name. The opportunity to see a work by Tang Bohu in person felt surreal to Xiao Rui. "Do you admire Tang Yin?" Lin He asked in surprise. Yan Shujing possessed a deep understanding of Tang Yin, which did not astonish Lin He, considering she was academically gifted. However, the intensity of their son's reaction struck Lin He as peculiar. Could it be that this seemingly uneducated rascal had an unexpected depth of knowledge regarding ancient culture? "Having watched the Tang Bohu's pursuit of the autumn fragrance, I consider myself fairly knowledgeable about it," Lin Qing proudly remarked. Lin He sighed internally, realizing it was a question best left unasked. What was he hoping for? If he liked it, he should simply purchase it. Lin He set down his cup. Xiaoya, with her keen perception, promptly approached and refilled his empty glass with the beautifully colored fruit wine. The painting Landscape at Sunset by Tang Bohu commenced bidding at an astonishing starting price of 100 million, with each subsequent bid required to exceed 1 million. As the sound of the gavel resonated, the final round of the auction officially began, announced by Zhou Feng. 100 million? A minimum increment of 1 million? Just the price and the rules rendered some of the eager spectators in the hall speechless. It seemed this exquisite artwork was intended for the esteemed guests in the private boxes above. From box number 3, a voice rang out. 200 million. Chapter 33. Is this fellow's wealth blown in by the wind? At long last, the esteemed figure in box 3 has spoken. It was previously assumed that he had run out of funds. Yet it appears that only auction items of the caliber of authentic masterpieces by Tang Bohu can capture his attention. Simultaneously, many guests were awestruck by the extravagant bidding of the individual in box 3. The starting price for Tang Bohu's Mountains and Rivers at Sunset was set at 100 million, with each subsequent bid not permitted to be less than 1 million. However, the distinguished guest from box 3 boldly raised the bid by an astonishing 100 million, clearly indicating his intent to acquire the piece. 200 million, shouted Zhou Feng, his voice resonating throughout the auction hall. I remember that old Master Luo's 80th birthday was approaching, and if young Master Luo did not act swiftly, this Mountains and Rivers at Sunset would likely fall into the hands of Mr. Lin from box 3. Suddenly, laughter erupted from box 1, belonging to Yang Luofu. Mr. Lin? Many in the audience realized that the prominent figure in box 3 bore the surname Lin. A few spectators appeared momentarily stunned, showing expressions of disbelief and astonishment. A few days prior, the enigmatic tycoon had invested a staggering 200 billion in a theme park project. And it seemed that this mysterious benefactor also shared the surname Lin. Cough, cough. 200 million is quite steep, a voice from box 5 remarked. Sounding similar in age to Yang Luofu, it was unexpected to find that young Master Luo Su from the Luo family had also come to this auction. The Luo family? Was it the same one that ranks alongside the Yang family as one of the 3 great clans? Indeed, it was the very same Luo family. The old Master Luo mentioned by Yang Luofu must be the grandfather of Luo Su, the previous head of the Luo family. I had heard that Luo Su, unlike Yang Luofu, was a spendthrift, yet he was quite adept at flattery and favored within the Luo family. Many were casting glances toward box 5, exchanging hushed conversations. Luo Su from the Luo family? Lin He replied leisurely, I'm afraid I've never heard of him. Cheng Wenrui and Xiaoya had grown accustomed to Mr. Lin's calm arrogance, relieved that he had not voiced this through the microphone. Otherwise, the entire auction hall would have heard him offend both the Yang and Luo families, making Mr. Lin the adversary of 2/3 of Xinjiang's 3 great clans. Mr. Lin, came Luo Su's polite voice from box 5, my grandfather's 70th birthday is approaching, and he has a passion for collecting works of renowned artists. I wish to express my filial piety on this occasion. Might you consider allowing me to acquire Tang Bohu's Mountains and Rivers at Sunset? In exchange, I would be willing to gift you the exquisite jade piece I just won at auction. This exceptional jade had cost Luo Su a staggering 25 million. Though Luo Su had a poor reputation in Xinjiang, it did not imply that he was devoid of intelligence. The individual in box 3 was likely the mysterious benefactor who had invested 200 billion. Luo Su would not dare to offend him unless absolutely necessary. In terms of capability, Luo Su could not compete with other members of his family, yet he prided himself on his prowess in socializing and managing relationships, believing himself unrivaled within the family. In the family, Luo Su may not be the most capable or outstanding descendant, yet he is the most favored grandson of the old patriarch of the Luo family. Although the patriarch has stepped back from his duties, his influence remains unshakable, even among the current head of the family. Naturally, Luo Su harbors ambitions for the position of the next family leader. The painting Sunset Over Mountains and Rivers by Tang Bohu serves as a potent elixir to strengthen the bond between Luo Su and his grandfather. My son has taken a great liking to this artwork, came the nonchalant voice from the third private room. Since my son adores it, I must acquire this piece at all costs. It has become apparent to everyone that the individual in the third room is a favored darling. Can Mr. Lin really let this go? Luo Su's tone turned somewhat frigid. The highest bidder wins, Lin, he succinctly replied. Haha, how could Mr. Lin relinquish what he desires to another? Yang Luofu laughed, adding, Master Luo's influence and that of the Luo family is not so formidable. The implication of provocation was unmistakable. Yang Luofu smirked slyly within the private room, fully aware that Luo Su's temperament would not allow him to retreat in a public setting. Moreover, Luo Su had spent years striving to curry favor with the old patriarch, who cherished collecting paintings. Just imagine how delighted he would be to possess Tang Bohu's Sunset Over Mountains and Rivers. 250 million. Luo Su ceased with the pleasantries and made his offer. Xiaya, Lin, he called out. Xiaya? Who is that? One might have expected Lin He to continue bidding, but instead, he uttered a name. Light the lantern. Lin He said calmly. Understood, Mr. Lin. Xiaoya moved to the southeast corner of the private room and pressed a button. The lantern outside the third room immediately illuminated, casting a serene glow over the auction hall. The atmosphere grew hushed. What does light the lantern mean? Some began to sense that something was amiss. It signifies that Mr. Lin intends to secure the genuine Tang Bohu piece, regardless of how high the opposing bid may rise. He will always outbid it, came an explanation. Well, is this a clash of titans? Someone gasped in awe. Mr. Lin is indeed exceedingly wealthy. Yang Luofu, taken aback, added, Master Luo, Mr. Lin has never shied away from financial duels. I advise you to reconsider. Before Yang Luofu could finish, Lin He interrupted, 300 million. Light the lantern for me as well. Luo Su was evidently emboldened. Such arrogance, such audacity. Is it only the Lin family that possesses wealth? When the lantern outside the fifth private room illuminated, Luo Su boldly declared, 500 million. Cheng Wenrui, Yan Shujing, Xiaya, and Xiao Rui were left speechless. This was a financial battle without the smoke of conflict, continuously assaulting their senses with shock and exhilaration. The entire auction hall fell into a profound silence, astonished that the genuine Tang Bohu work had surged to 500 million. In total, the entire exchange had taken no more than 10 minutes. 1 billion. Lin He's voice remained unchanged, as if what was being discussed was not money, but rather a meaningless number. Yang Xiao, lend me 1 billion, Luo Su declared boldly. 1 billion? Yang Luofu did not anticipate that Luo Su would turn to him. Reflecting on the previous unpleasantness with Lin He, he considered that if Luo Su were to triumph in this struggle, it might not be such a bad outcome. After a brief contemplation, he replied, Luo Xiao, who are we to each other? Bid with confidence. I do not believe that the sum of our efforts could ever rival Mr. Lin. Wait, are these two young masters teaming up? How shameless. Thank you, Yang Xiao. Once this is accomplished, you shall be generously rewarded. Luo Su expressed his gratitude, then raised his bid once more. 2 billion. 50 billion. Lin He yawned leisurely, his tone unfazed. By heavens. Luo Su knocked over all the fruit and beverages on the table in disbelief, exclaiming, could this man's wealth possibly be summoned by the wind? Chapter 034, winning the scratch card, unveiling 88. 8 billion. It is utterly insane, truly mad. Even if this painting, Mountains and Rivers at Sunset, is an authentic work of Tang Bohu, it is hardly worth 50 billion. All the guests were baffled, pondering Mr. Lin's true intentions in box 3. Mr. Lin, spending 50 billion on a painting by Tang Bohu is a tremendous loss. Cheng Wenrui interjected, feeling a pang of sympathy despite it not being his money. I have no concept of money, nor any interest in it. As long as my son cherishes this painting by Tang Bohu, it is worth 50 billion. Lin He succinctly stated, regardless of the painting's value, if my son likes it, I would purchase it for 100 billion. Mr. Lin, I am truly in awe. Luo Su remarked helplessly. Let us not even discuss whether such a sum exists, even if you successfully acquire it. Winning over the old master to secure the position of head of the Luo family is one thing. Not being treated like a sacrificial pig is another. Yang Luofu remained silent in the box. Young Master Yang, aren't you going to assist young Master Luo? A woman squatted nearby, peeling fruit. Assist? How can I help? Just managing to scrape together a few billion would be a feat, Yang Luofu scoffed. As for Luo Su, he is merely a fool who enjoys taking the wrong path. Can he even muster a billion? The woman was astonished, realizing she had spoken out of turn. She had intended to say, Then why do you mention helping young Master Luo? I do, in spirit, wish for Luo Su to succeed, young Luofu replied, playfully tugging at the woman's earlobe. Even if Luo Su successfully bids for Tangbo's mountains and rivers at sunset, he would not contribute a single penny. As for how Luo Su will handle his financial shortcomings, that is of no concern to me. As the final highlight, the genuine work of Tang Bohu was secured by the illustrious Mr. Lin in Box 3. This auction came to a close. One painting fetched 50 billion. Not only the attendees, but even the organizers had never witnessed such an occurrence. The organizers had anticipated a maximum of 300 million for this painting. Anything above 100 million would have been deemed extraordinary. 50 billion had filled the organizers' coffers to overflowing. While everyone believed Lin he had suffered a tremendous loss, only he knew he had struck gold. As the auction concluded, the system notification chimed in as expected. Ding dong. The host perfectly fulfilled his son's desires, earning a scratch card 1. Scratch card, upon use. It may yield between 10 billion to 100 billion. Usage 1. Linny opened the system repository and promptly chose to use it. With this scratch card in hand, the knight promised only profits. Ding dong. Scratch card successfully utilized. Congratulations to the host for winning 8 billion. Ding dong. 8 billion has been transferred to the host's personal account. The two notifications brought a smile to Lin He's face. Fortunately, luck was on his side. 8 billion was indeed a substantial harvest. The auction has concluded. Let us depart, Lin He announced, rising to address those in the box. Mr. Lin, please follow me to the backstage to retrieve your painting, Xiaya said, stepping forward. All right, let us go. Lin He nearly forgot the authentic masterpiece of Tangbo he had acquired for 50 billion. The door to the private room swung open. Lin He led the way, flanked by Xiao Rui and Xiaoya on either side, while the others trailed behind him. As they descended the stairs, many patrons in the hall remained, eager to catch a glimpse of the renowned Lin, the titan of box number 3. How could such a young figure appear to be only around 30? Why had they never recalled such a personage in Qijiang City? Hidden talents abound, a world of diverse backgrounds. The true person rarely reveals themselves. Many gazed at Lin He as he descended, most captivated by his striking appearance. Under Xiaoya's guidance, Lin He and his companions reached the backstage area. In a private room, the staff addressed him. Mr. Lin, here is the authentic Tangbohu painting, Sunset over Rivers and Mountains. Please verify its condition. A staff member, adorned with professional white gloves, carefully placed the scroll in its collection box upon the table. Lin He stepped forward, seized the scroll, and tossed it to his son. Take this home. The staff member interjected. Mr. Lin, we have a specially designed collection box that better preserves ancient artifacts. Handling it this way could easily cause irreversible damage. Just a painting. Lin He replied nonchalantly. Just a painting? This is the artwork you purchased for 50 billion. With your endorsement, its value has increased beyond measure. The staff member, resigned, stepped aside, recognizing the vast wealth and audacity of the man before him. Unable to voice further concerns as Lin Qing examined Sunset over Rivers and Mountains, touching and inspecting it with curiosity, Lin He waved his hand. Xiao Rui stepped forward, following Lin He's command. Soon, Xiao Rui presented a check to Xiaoya. This is Mr. Lin's reward for your hard work tonight. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. Xiaoya's heart raced, astonished by the generous tip of a full 100,000. Thank you, Mr. Lin, she exclaimed, calling after his departing figure. Due to Lin He's status, the staff arranged a VIP passage. Cheng Wenrui took a different route, not daring to intrude upon this exclusive pathway. Unlike the bustling entrance, this passage was bright and pristine, leading directly to another exit of the Junshui conference hall. The Rolls-Royce Phantom and bodyguards had long awaited his arrival, and upon seeing their employer approach, someone promptly opened the door. Mr. Lin, Our young lady requests your presence. We hope you will honor us with your visit, Bai Yuanji said respectfully. Your young lady? Lin He inquired, puzzled. Indeed. Bai Yuanji gestured toward a Maybach park nearby. Our young lady is awaiting you. Not interested. Lin He merely glanced before turning his gaze away. Bai Yuanji was taken aback by Lin He's abrupt refusal. Who is Bai Yuanji? She serves as the supervisor of this auction, representing the organizing party. It is widely known that this faction wields considerable influence. Even Bai Yuanji would address her as Miss, a title befitting her stature. Under different circumstances, others would have readily acquiesced. As the door of a Maybach swung open, a young girl descended from the vehicle. With a casual flick of her hair, she approached with a poise that belied her youth, untainted by the burdens of a century-old lineage. Mr. Lin, the day is still young. How about we share a meal? Her voice was melodious, and her eyes, reminiscent of the gentle hues of early spring and the warm tones of early autumn, gazed intently at Lin He. Her face, elegant and exquisitely refined, bore a touch of playful reproach, making it difficult to decline her invitation. Even Lin He could not help but exclaim inwardly, what beauty! Having encountered numerous lovely women, such as Wang Yuyan from Talon Community, the charming Xiaoyao from the private room tonight, and the graceful Yen Shu Jing by his side, he found it indisputable that, in comparison to the young lady before him, whom Bai Yuanji referred to as Miss, they paled in comparison. Chapter 035. Dining on street barbecue with the beautiful young lady in the grand hall of Junshui, within the confines of Box 5, Yang Luofu entered, holding 2 glasses of red wine. He set 1 glass before Luo Su, declaring it to be the esteemed Osong red wine, which requires extensive aging before it can be savored. The wine is rich in texture, imbued with notes of coffee and oak, exuding a sense of grandeur. Luo Su, however, showed no hesitation and downed the glass in one swift motion. As for the wine's profound qualities and aromatic hints, he discerned none. Observing Luo Su's reckless consumption, Yang Luofu's lips twitched in dismay. Had he known, he would not have poured this exquisite wine for such a reckless drinker. This particular Osong vintage is a signature offering, with an annual production of less than 2,000 cases, making it exceedingly rare. Still irked, Yang Luofu settled beside Luo Su, savoring his own wine. To speak frankly, I came here today primarily for Tangbou's sunset over the mountains and rivers. The old master has not been in good health lately, and I must act swiftly. Leaning back on the sofa, Luo Su replied, I never anticipated a certain Mr. Lin would emerge, but thankfully, I wasn't captured on camera. At worst, I'd lose a bit of face. Otherwise, if it exceeded 200 million, I would truly suffer. At this point, Luo Su straightened up, fixing an intense gaze on Yang Luofu. Tell me, is that Mr. Lin the elusive wealthy investor behind the amusement park project? To be honest, I have no idea. Yang Luofu responded, swirling his wine glass and watching the liquid dance within. Really? Luo Su asked, half convinced. If you don't believe me, there's little I can do. Yang Luofu mimicked Luo Su's earlier action, gulping down his wine in one breath and exhaling deeply. Today, it's not just you who has embarrassed himself. Compared to me, you fared relatively well. The esteemed Mr. Lin in Box 3 openly disdains our Yang family. Damn it, where did this Mr. Lin even come from? Luo Su's expression darkened with anger. He doesn't even regard the 3 prominent families of Qingjiang. Calm down, Luo Xiao, we cannot contend with him. Besides, if word reaches the Luo family, securing your position as head will be even more challenging. Yang Luofu gently patted Luo Su's shoulder. Luo Su remained silent, his hands slowly clenching into fists. The Rolls-Royce Phantom glided smoothly along the road. Mr. Lin, your display at the auction today was nothing short of grand. The girl remarked with a smile. Grand? Shouldn't you say that your auction house has made a considerable profit? Lin He replied coolly. Xiao Rui drove, with Yen Shujing and Lin Qing seated beside him. Yen Shujing gazed enviously at the girl, whose grace, eloquence, attire, and beauty made her feel inadequate. Even the glitzy starlets, polished to perfection, would pale in comparison to this young lady. Lin Qing, too, found the girl indescribably beautiful. Yet she exuded an inexplicable aura that left him feeling oppressed and uncomfortable, robbing him of the courage to even meet her gaze. Seated in the car, Lin Qing clutched the painting with a sense of unease. Mr. Lin chuckled lightly. The girl smiled softly, casting a curious glance at Lin He. You know my name, yet I remain unaware of your identity. Is that not rather unfair? Lin He inquired. It is I who have been remiss, the girl replied apologetically. My name is Song Qingru. You may call me Xiaoqing or Xiaoru. Very well, Miss Song. Lin he contemplated inwardly. At least in Xinjiang City, there were no prominent figures or families bearing the surname Song. This implied that the auction's organizers indeed hailed from illustrious families in other cities. The mere fact that this powerful family could command the respect of local tycoons was quite intriguing. It is my first visit to Xinjiang City. Are there any delightful culinary offerings? Song Qingru asked, gazing curiously out of the car window. I am not certain, Lin he replied, as the memories of this body contain no relevant information. Then let us indulge in barbecue, the kind from roadside stalls, Song Qingru suggested. Who will foot the bill? Lin he queried. Song Qingru found herself perplexed by the man's line of thought. Here was a man who could casually toss around over 5 billion at an auction. Yet now he inquired about who would treat. I am merely a guest in Xinjiang City. It seems fitting that Mr. Lin, as the host, should treat, she said, batting her eyelashes. Meals I treat do not come without cost, Lin he chuckled. Then let us finish our meal first, Song Qingru said, her delicate fingers tapping the car window. How about that place? It appears quite popular. Miss Song, are you not concerned that I might make an exorbitant request? Lin he asked. Not at all, she replied, her expression reminiscent of an innocent maiden newly introduced to the world. If he had any conscience, he would indeed find it hard to demand an unreasonable sum. After locating a nearby spot for parking at Xiao Rui's behest, the group disembarked. Soon, 2 additional groups followed closely behind. One was led by Xiao Rui, tasked with ensuring Mr. Lin's safety, while the other was under by UNG's command. There to protect the young lady, they found an empty table, and Lin He, Song Qingru, Yan Shujing, and Lin Qing took their seats. Esteemed guests, what would you like to order? A waiter approached, visibly surprised by the impressive assembly. Lin He, clad in a suit, exuded a cold elegance, while Song Qingru, in a simple black dress devoid of ostentation, radiated an exquisite nobility. Yan Shujing and Lin Qing complemented the scene, embodying a perfect pairing of beauty and grace. What strikingly high aesthetics. Ladies first. As a guest, I believe it is only appropriate for me to order first, is it not? Song Qingru raised her hand. Please proceed. Lin He replied, having no objections. Supervisor Bai, do I sense that the young lady is somewhat different tonight compared to her usual self? A female bodyguard remarked curiously. As the personal protector of the young lady, she was naturally well acquainted with her character. Perhaps she sought to discern more about Lin He, a man enveloped in enigma. Bai Yuanji confessed that he could not fathom Lin He. Soon, a table laden with dishes was served. Lin He took a sip of beer and instantly felt a wave of comfort wash over him. The lamb was exquisitely tender, and the spiciness was quite appetizing. The chicken wings were perfectly crispy on the outside and succulent within. Song Qingru, with the grace of a refined lady, savored the barbecue with evident delight. Yan Shujing and Lin Qing lowered their heads, quietly enjoying their meal. Ever since Song Qingru's arrival, the atmosphere had become rather peculiar. Is Mr. Lin a local of Xinjiang City? Song Qingru suddenly inquired. Indeed, Lin He replied. I find that hard to believe, Song Qingru said with keen interest. There's little I can do about your disbelief. Lin He set down his cup. A distinguished young lady dining with me on the roadside for barbecue. Who would believe such a tale? Indeed, Song Qingru replied, narrowing her eyes with a smile. Just as Lin He was about to speak, a young man, stylishly dressed, approached them. Excuse me, beautiful, may I have your contact information? He was addressing Song Qingru. Chapter 036. Did we just meet today, and now I'm your mother? The young man, a university student, happened to be dining nearby. From the moment Song Qingru arrived, he noticed her immediately. A single glance struck deep into his heart. I am Zhang Shan, a university student from the vicinity. He introduced himself. Apologies, but my husband is here. Song Qingru indicated towards Lin He, who was seated across from her. Lin Qing, sipping beer, nearly choked. What just happened? Did we not just meet today? How did I become your mother? He wiped his face in disbelief, unable to comprehend the situation. Yan Shujing was taken aback. Was this young girl using Uncle Lin as a shield, or did she truly have intentions? In certain respects, a girl's thoughts can be more intricate and contemplative than a boy's. Yet, Song Qingru's expression management was masterful, leaving Yan Shujing unable to glean any useful information from her enviable features. Uncle Lin can only be mine. Perhaps due to the beer she had consumed that evening, a sudden thought surged within Song Qingru. Like grass sprouting in the wilderness, once it emerged, it could not be suppressed. Zhang Shan was incredulous. That dapper man indeed was handsome, yet the age difference with the girl seemed disproportionate. This is my son. Song Qingru seemingly read Zhang Shan's mind, pointing again at Lin Qing. Lin Qing, having just taken a sip of beer, almost choked again. Is she really my mother now? Well, I don't believe it. The son the girl referred to appeared to be around 18 or 19, while the former could be no more than 20. She is my stepmother, Song Qingru said with a smile. Ah? Zhang Shan was stunned, hearing the sound of his own heart shattering. Is this what society has come to? In the distance, music from the plaza resonated perfectly. Society is simple. It is people who are complex. This youthful and vibrant university student, in a daze, held up his phone and returned to his dining table. Several companions hurried to console him, yet each pair of eyes was filled with envy towards Lin He. In summary, the myriad of envies coalesced into a single thought. Being wealthy is truly delightful. You are using me as a shield, Lin He remarked, taking a bite of lamb skewers. Mr. Lin, you are magnanimous. You wouldn't mind, would you? Furthermore, having a 20-year-old beauty as a stepmother seems to be more of a loss for me. Song Qingru inquired. Men also have their reputations to uphold. Lin He replied earnestly. Is it that a woman's youth is cherished, while a man's is not considered youth? Well, since you are a local of Qingjiang City, you must be familiar with the Huabin Racetrack Club, right? It is located in Songchuan Town. Songchuan Town. Lin Qing glanced at his father, well acquainted with the area. It was the hometown of Lin Qing's mother. The thought of his departed mother brought a wave of melancholy. I have not heard of it, Lin He said. He possessed a modicum of understanding regarding establishments such as the racetrack club. Horse riding is indeed one of the favored pastimes of the affluent, albeit a rather extravagant one. In the past, Lin He had enjoyed a certain level of wealth, yet he still found himself unable to breach the threshold necessary to partake in the racetrack club. Mr. Lin, would you care to become a member of our Huabin Racetrack Club? Riding is truly an exhilarating experience. When you find yourself atop a saddle, akin to ascending a mountain, your perspective transforms entirely, revealing sights that typically elude your gaze. Song Qingru remarked, everyone who observes you must look up in admiration. The horse is not merely a steed, it is a throne. How many members of the Huabin Racetrack Club possess a mindset that reaches the lofty heights of Miss Song? Lin He inquired. If Mr. Lin is willing to join the Huabin Racetrack Club, then there will be at least two, Song Qingru replied with a playful smile. Lin He acknowledged the truth in her statement. Indeed, every rider experiences a unique sensation. What has been articulated thus far may reflect only Miss Song's personal sentiments and cannot represent the thoughts of others. Given that Miss Song has expressed herself so candidly, it would seem ungracious for me not to join, Lin He conceded. In truth, these racetrack clubs, where the wealthy congregate for amusement, serve primarily to cultivate connections. The invitation extended by Song Qingru suggested that the true proprietor of the Huabin Racetrack Club, located in Songchuan Town, might very well be her. It was for this reason that Lin He acquiesced to membership. After all, Song Qingru's status was far from ordinary, and any club she managed would surely be of considerable repute. Since Mr. Lin is inclined to join, as a gesture of apology for using you as a shield earlier, I extend to you the position of a director at the Huabin Racetrack Club, Song Qingru said with a wink. Not only will you be exempt from membership fees, but you will also enjoy annual dividends. The racetrack in Songchuan was merely one branch of the Huabin Club. Lin He began to grasp the full scope of the situation. The Huabin Club was the true Leviathan, with the racetrack being but one of its facets. He delegated the task of registration to Wen Shui, finding the necessary paperwork too trivial to handle personally. Directors of the club aren't overly common, are they? Lin He asked. Do you believe so, Mr. Lin? Song Qingru returned the question. Instinctively, Lin He felt that with someone of Miss Song's character, it was unlikely. Joining the Huabin Club appeared to be an astute choice. In a few days, the racetrack in Songchuan will host an event. You must certainly attend. Song Qingru raised her glass. I shall make it a point to be there. Lin He replied, gently clinking his glass against hers. The meal concluded with a pleasant atmosphere. After indulging in fine wine and sustenance, Lin He instructed Xiao Rui to settle the bill, preparing to part ways. Mr. Lin, until we meet again, Song Qingru waved as she sat in her Maybach. The window gradually descended, and the Maybach swiftly vanished at the end of the road. The young lady remarked, the review criteria of the Huabin Club are exceedingly stringent. Is it truly as simple as allowing Lin He to join and even serve as a director? Bai Yuanji furrowed his brow. Mr. Lin is certainly not an ordinary individual. Song Qingru regained her icy demeanor, a stark contrast to her earlier self while dining with Lin He. What makes him extraordinary? Bai Yuanji inquired, perplexed. Do you consider Lin He a fool? Song Qingru asked, her tone indifferent. Not at all, Bai Yuanji replied succinctly. If a man capable of casually discarding billions is deemed foolish, how many could truly be regarded as intelligent? For someone, a mere billion is as effortless as handing over a couple of dollars for a child's drink. Thus, Lin must be backed by a profoundly significant entity. Pausing for a moment, Song Qingru then asked, how is your investigation progressing? The surface information appears straightforward: single, raising a child, engaged in business, and has even faced bankruptcy. However, that must be a facade. It is challenging to ascertain Lin He's true identity at this moment. As he spoke, Bai Yuanji suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Chapter 037. The goddess appears to show great interest in my father utilizing their powers to investigate Lin He's identity. They uncovered information that was utterly ludicrous. Lin He struggled in his business endeavors, faced bankruptcy, and found himself in dire straits, renting an old house. At merely 40, his hair displayed a mix of black and white, a testament to the toll of hardship. How could someone who had once generously tipped performers over $1 billion at an auction and purchased a painting for $50 billion be reduced to such a state? Could he truly face bankruptcy? Could he genuinely be destitute? Was it possible for his hair to turn gray under such pressure? Young miss, I have been foolish, Bai Yuanji said, bowing his head in embarrassment. What you have unearthed is merely what Lin He wished for you to see. What he does not wish to reveal remains hidden from your sight. Song Qingru glanced at Bai Yuanji and replied, let us cease our investigation here. Continuing may lead to discovery. Is the young miss intending for him to join the Huabin Club to observe the true nature of people over time? Bai Yuanji inquired. That is not a foolish thought, Song Qingru acknowledged. Dad, we don't even know that Miss Song. Why does it seem like she knows you so well? Lin Qing finally voiced his curiosity while seated in the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Lin He, preferring to keep his thoughts to himself, found no desire to explain. He expected his son to continue in his extravagant ways, ideally emerging unscathed decades later. All right then, Lin Qing shrugged. Yan Shujing timidly spoke from the car. What is it? Lin Qing asked. I suddenly remembered that Mom isn't home today. I was in such a rush when I left that I forgot to take the keys, Yan Shujing lamented. That's easily resolved. Come stay at my house. We have plenty of rooms, and you can enjoy a tour of my grand villa, Lin Qing said, his eyes sparkling. That might not be appropriate. Yan Shujing looked at Lin He with a pitiful expression. It was then that Lin Qing recalled his father was present and awkwardly suggested, Dad, what do you think about Shujing staying with us for the night? It's quite late, and it wouldn't be right for her to stay at a hotel alone. Xiao Rui, have the maid prepare a room, Lin He instructed, feeling too weary to reprimand his extravagant son. Bringing a girl home, especially in front of him, was quite audacious. Understood, boss, Xiao Rui replied, pulling out his phone to message the staff at the villa. As the clock neared midnight, the Rolls-Royce Phantom finally arrived at the villa's entrance. Yan Shujing followed Lin He and his son inside, while Xiao Rui parked the luxury vehicle in the garage. Upon stepping through the grand entrance, Yan Shujing was awestruck. The front yard alone was larger than her entire home of over 100 square meters. Neatly trimmed lawns flanked the cobblestone path, and in the center of the courtyard stood a gazebo adorned with pristine tea sets. Sir, you have returned. Several maids greeted them as they entered the villa, ready to offer them comfortable house slippers. A nanny accepted the suit that Lin He had removed, while others served tea and water. As Yan Shujing sat on the soft sofa, it felt as if she were immersed in a dream. This lifestyle was akin to that of an ancient emperor. You all enjoy yourselves. I will head upstairs first, Lin He remarked after sipping his tea. Once their father departed, Lin Qing suggested, Shujing, let me show you around. All right, Yan Shujing replied, rising to accompany Lin Qing outside. This is the courtyard. It's delightful to sit in the pavilion during the evening, sipping tea while watching the sunset. Lin Qing continued, and this is the swimming pool. The water has been sanitized and is quite clean. We can swim together shortly. Here is the underground cinema. Watching a film in this room surpasses most theaters in terms of quality. Lin Qing assumed the role of a gracious host, guiding Yan Shujing as they strolled, and he introduced her to the surroundings. Has Uncle Lin been alone all these years? Yan Shujing inquired, feigning casualness. Yes, Lin Qing replied, momentarily taken aback, puzzled as to why Yan Shujing, while touring the lavish abode, had shifted the topic to his father. Uncle Lin is quite remarkable. I've heard that wealthy men often become corrupt and are surrounded by numerous women, Yan Shujing praised. Ha, my dad is not that kind of person. And neither am I, Lin Qing boasted. In this regard, my father truly excels. Surely Uncle Lin has not considered finding a partner? After all, in such a grand home, It would be better to have a mistress, especially in certain aspects. No number of nannies can compare to a wife, Yin Shujing remarked. That makes sense. Lin Qing scratched his head. Now that you mention it, my father does seem rather lonely. Each day, he faces the vastness of his estate. Anyway, this is the walk-in closet. Impressive, isn't it? Lin Qing changed the subject. It is quite large, Yin Shujing responded vaguely before asking. What kind of woman does Uncle Lin prefer? Young? Of a similar age? Assertive? Gentle? I truly have no idea, Lin Qing admitted. Why do you always inquire about my dad? It seems the goddess is rather interested in him. Just curious, Yin Shujing said, feeling a bit guilty. Suddenly, the image of a girl named Song Qingru, whom she had met today, flashed into her mind. Young, with what seemed to be a formidable background. In the presence of that girl, Yin Shujing felt her own competitiveness dwindle. She lifted her gaze to the master bedroom on the third floor of the villa, her focus wavering between clarity and distraction. Meanwhile, Lin He remained oblivious to the unfolding scene below. He held a fountain pen in his hand and, with a flick of his wrist, tossed it into the air. Time froze. The pen traced an arc through the air, abruptly halting mid-flight at Lin He's command. As if a video had been paused, Lin He took a step forward. In that moment, the world was still, allowing only him to move. This sensation is so extraordinary that the term wonderful scarcely suffices to encapsulate it. Regrettably, at present, this ability to suspend time lasts but 3 fleeting seconds. After this brief interlude, the pen clattered to the floor. Upon accessing the system, Lin He discovered that the time suspension ability had entered its cooldown phase, with a countdown of 9 minutes and 37 seconds. Once the cooldown elapsed, Lin He picked up the pen and indulged in the experience once more, finding an inexhaustible delight in it. As the clock neared 1 in the morning, Lin He took a shower and donned his pajamas, preparing for slumber. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as if the bedroom door had been forced open. Curiously, Lin He approached and opened the door. Standing outside was Yin Shujing. Clad in a pristine lady's nightgown provided by the caretaker, her alabaster neck adorned with droplets of water yet to be wiped away. Her damp hair clung to her skin, exuding the fragrance of shower gel. Uncle Lin, I'm terribly sorry. I must have come to the wrong room, she stammered, her demeanor reminiscent of a startled fawn, with a flicker of anxiety evident in her eyes. It's quite all right. You should rest early, Lin He replied, closing the door thereafter. The look of panic on Yin Shujing's face vanished, leaving only bewilderment. So, just like that, he closed the door. Could it be that Uncle Lin, having been single for so many years, felt not the slightest stir of emotion? Chapter 038. The life of the wealthy is indeed dull and tedious. Closing the door behind him, Lin He shook his head with a resigned smile. An 18-year-old girl was ostentatiously flaunting her confidence, albeit with clumsy acting skills. The moment he opened the door and saw Yin Shujing, Lin He instantly recognized the pretense. Today, while picking her up, the young lady had been subtly scrutinizing him. Lin He was well aware of this, though he chose not to reveal his understanding. He did not anticipate that she would resort to employing the charms of a femme fatale tonight. Unfortunately, Lin He had little interest in such a naive girl. With her modest A-cup figure, she was hardly alluring. A thought flitted through Lin He's mind, prompting him to shake his head and cast aside the chaotic musings. The following morning, at 8 o'clock, Lin He rose and engaged in half an hour of morning exercise on the spacious balcony of the 3rd floor. As a super-rich individual, maintaining a healthy physique was paramount. After concluding his workout and taking a quick shower, he descended to prepare for breakfast. Having selected his morning meal, he awaited the servant's preparations while seated on the sofa, perusing the day's news. Boss, 1. The butler called to inform me that your phone is turned off. He asked me to convey that there is a court hearing with the Qianqing Company today. Do you wish to attend? Xiao Rui entered and, upon noticing his boss engrossed in the news, approached to report. Turned off? Lin He picked up the phone beside him and pressed a few buttons, but it remained unresponsive. It dawned on him that he had not charged it in quite some time. Let Wen Shui and the lawyer handle this matter. Understood, boss. Xiao Rui turned to leave. By the way, if there are any issues concerning your mother, you may seek help from lawyer Hua. I will cover the expenses. Lin He, confident in his loyal subordinate, was more than willing to extend his support. Thank you, boss. Xiao Rui's face brightened. He was well aware of lawyer Hua's esteemed reputation. With his assistance, family matters could undoubtedly be resolved more effectively. At that moment, breakfast was ready, and the housekeeper approached Lin He. He instructed Xiao Rui to attend to his tasks before making his way to the dining table, where he picked up his chopsticks. Where are the 2 children? Lin Xiao and Miss Yin have gone out for a meal, the housekeeper replied. Lin He nodded, suspecting that the outing was Yin Shujing's suggestion. After all, a minor awkwardness had arisen the previous night, and the perceptive young lady must have sensed it. Under such circumstances, it would be difficult for her to face Lin He openly. After savoring a nutritious and exquisite breakfast, Lin He prepared to take a stroll just as his son returned. Dad. Lin Qing entered, removing his shoes and slipping into the slippers offered by the housekeeper. What about your female classmate? Lin He inquired. She went home. Lin Qing replied with a silly grin, completely oblivious to the events that had transpired between Yin Shujing and his father the previous night. Have you eaten? Lin He acknowledged with a sound, preparing to step outside. I had breakfast with Shujing. Oh, and Dad, my aunt called me earlier, Lin Qing suddenly recalled, hastily adding. I almost forgot to mention it. We talked about Yin Shujing. Is there something on your mind? Lin He inquired, puzzled. Lin Qing replied, my aunt's daughter, Fei Fei, is getting married. She mentioned she tried to call you, but your phone was off. My aunt has invited us both to attend. She must have intentionally scheduled the wedding during the summer vacation. When is it? Lin He nodded. Despite his divorce from his wife, he still maintained a cordial relationship with them. His in-laws genuinely treated him as one of their own. It's next Monday. Today is already Friday. Shouldn't we set off immediately? Lin Qing asked excitedly. He had not seen his aunt and grandparents in quite some time and missed them dearly. Let us have Xiao Rui prepare, Lin He suggested. Since his niece was getting married, he naturally needed to prepare a gift, as well as a monetary contribution. He found himself momentarily at a loss for ideas. Soon, Xiao Rui was ready, waiting outside for Lin He. After sending a brief message to Wen Shui, Lin He and Lin Qing quickly gathered their things and got into the car. They headed to Songchuan Town, the residence of Lin Qing's grandparents. With the rapid development of society, even this small town now boasted high-rises, and one could spot BMWs, Audis, and Mercedes-Benzes along the roads. Yet, when a Rolls-Royce Phantom glided through Songchuan Town, it still captured the attention of many passers-by. Dad, I remember that Miss Song's Huaban Racetrack Club is also in Songchuan Town. After we finish with Fei Fei's wedding, shall we pay a visit? Lin Qing asked from the car. In the past, Lin Qing viewed himself as a privileged heir, a young master. However, after realizing his family's true circumstances post-college entrance examination, he felt rather out of place. Not only did academic credentials have their hierarchies, but even among wealthy heirs, there existed a hierarchy. To Lin Qing, a young person driving a Mercedes-Benz C-Class was quite ordinary. Yet, in the eyes of his fierce rival, Yin Shujing, such a person was akin to a wealthy bachelor. As Lin Qing sat in the luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom, he couldn't help but ponder that perspectives varied widely among individuals. The lives of the affluent seemed rather monotonous. Thus, he was eager to explore the Huaban Racetrack Club, as it might represent the true circle of the wealthy. Of course, I wouldn't refuse, Lin Qing replied. The father and son engaged in trivial conversation until they finally arrived at the entrance of a residential complex. Have Xiao Rui find a nice hotel. We don't have property in Songchuan Town, and we'll need a place to stay tonight. This complex was the home of Lin Qing's grandparents. They ascended the familiar stairs and knocked on the door. The door opened swiftly to reveal a middle-aged woman. Lin Qing's aunt, Pei Xinhui. Uncle, you've come. A young girl approached. It's been a while. You're more beautiful than ever. Lin He smiled warmly. Oh. Stop it, the young girl, Meng Fei Fei, Pei Xinhui's daughter, then turned to Lin Qing. Lin Qing, you've grown taller than me. Lin He and Lin Qing entered, exchanging pleasantries with them. Lin Qing's grandparents were in good health, though a subtle trace of worry lingered in their expressions. Is something the matter? Lin He inquired after settling onto the sofa. Sighing, Pei Xinhui responded. What could it be? Lin He turned his gaze toward Meng Fei Fei. Aunt's husband. It is as follows. My fiancé is named Wu Xinhao, the son of the owner of the Baosong chain supermarket in Songchuan Town. Meng Fei Fei spoke up. Oh, I am aware, Lin He replied. The Baosong chain supermarket could be regarded as the largest in Songchuan Town, with various branches even in some of the more prosperous villages. Thus, Wu Xinhao's parents looked down upon me, Meng Fei Fei confessed, twisting the hem of her garment, her voice dwindling in volume. She felt rather self-conscious, adding, their supermarket generates profits exceeding $1 million each year. Lin He nodded in understanding. Chapter 039. Does the son of a chain supermarket owner have the right to look down on my cousin? In comparison to the household of Wu Xinhai, my niece's family appears rather ordinary. Pei Xinhui and her husband are merely elementary school teachers. How can they possibly compete with a businessman who earns over $1 million a year? Bah. What right does the son of a mere chain supermarket owner in a small town have to disdain my cousin? Lin Qing scoffed disdainfully. Just the presence of their Rolls-Royce Phantom would be enough to incite envy and jealousy in Wu Xinhai's entire family. Wu Xinhai is a good child, yet his family. Pei Xinhui explained. Wu Xinhai's parents are firmly opposed to him marrying Feifei. In truth, I also hesitate to let Feifei marry him, for his family is quite well off. And we would be climbing too high, which could lead to her suffering in the future. However, these two children are resolute. They are determined to be together. Lin Qing maintained her haughty demeanor, envisioning the day when she would have Xiao Rui drive the Rolls-Royce Phantom to take cousin Feifei to Wu Xinhai's home for a visit, certain that his family would be left in awe. We cannot sway Feifei, and likewise, Wu Xinhai's parents cannot deter him. Before the wedding, both families had met several times, each encounter fraught with discomfort. As Pei Xinhui spoke, her voice began to tremble. It is our failure as parents that has brought us to this point. I worry that if we continue to show such disdain now, how will Feifei fare when she marries into their family? Won't it feel like standing on a hot stove? Mother, please do not say that. Meng Feifei began to weep as well, lamenting. It is the fault of the daughter for being unworthy, causing you and father to feel embarrassed. Lin He observed the tearful mother-daughter duo and inquired, Feifei, tell your uncle, how does Wu Xinhai treat you? I met Wu Xinhai in university, coincidentally. He also hails from Songchuan town. Initially, I had no inkling that he was the son of the owner of Baozong chain supermarket. During our time at university, we fell deeply in love. We promised to marry right after graduation and then search for jobs together, vowing to remain together for life. Our romance is approaching 5 years. And he has always been gentle and considerate towards me, devoid of the arrogance often seen in wealthy families, bearing no resemblance to his parents. Meng Feifei wiped her tears. I love him, and he loves me too. Such an individual is hardly representative of a wealthy family. Cousin Feifei, you have no idea. Lin Qing let out a heavy snort through her nose. Be quiet, Lin He admonished his son with a glare. Lin Qing promptly redirected her gaze from the heavens to the ground, obediently sitting in silence. To her father, the son inherently held a sense of trepidation. Lin Qing felt a pang of discomfort, a surge of pretentiousness coursing through her, yet her father provided no opportunity for expression. As long as you truly love one another, I assure you, no one will look down upon you, Lin He declared. Indeed, there is no need for my father to intervene. I can. Cough, cough. I can. Lin Qing perked up, but before she could finish her thought, she felt her father's stern gaze and promptly fell silent. Thank you, uncle. Meng Feifei nodded, forcing a strained smile. Initially, she had no intention of calling you. She merely worried that during the wedding, the groom's parents might cast you a disapproving glance. Pei Xinhui, with reddened eyes, remarked, I am acutely aware of how painful such an experience can be. I haven't mentioned this to Xinwen yet. As you know, she wronged you in the past, and neither her nor her parents have any contact with each other now. Xinwen refers to Lin He's ex-wife, Pei Xinwen, who once made a remark about the disparities between the wealthy, stating that her life should not be so. After their divorce, Pei Xinwen took their daughter and left. It has been several years since I last saw that girl, as Pei Xinwen has always prevented her from contacting me. You are the sister of Lin Qing's mother, and throughout these years, I have regarded you as my own sister. Feifei is my niece, to speak plainly. I treat her just as I do Lin Qing. Lin He smiled reassuringly. There is no need to worry about the wedding. The child will have a bright future. Let's hope so. Pei Xinhui and her daughter both believed Lin He was merely trying to comfort them. Subsequently, Pei Xinhui and Meng Feifei personally prepared a sumptuous meal for Lin He and Lin Qing. This home may be small, yet both Lin He and Lin Qing felt an overwhelming sense of familial warmth that had been absent for so long. After the meal, Lin He engaged in conversation with the two elderly individuals. They were both deeply concerned about their granddaughter's future, anxious about her having to endure the scrutiny of others in her marriage to Feifei. After offering them some comfort, Lin He and Lin Qing took their leave. Once they entered the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Lin He's phone rang, surprisingly displaying Song Qingru's name. Upon answering and placing the phone to his ear, he heard her voice. Mr. Lin, you arrived in Songchuan town without informing me? The tone of her inquiry carried a playful reproach akin to that of a girlfriend. Lin He felt no stirrings in his heart, for he perceived that Song Qingru's depth was likely as perilous as her breathtaking beauty. Miss Song, your connections are indeed remarkable. I have scarcely been in Songchuan town for half a day, and yet I have been discovered. He refused to be swayed by her slightly ambiguous tone and demeanor. In all of Songchuan Town, no one could afford a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Song Xingru laughed. Your arrival has indeed caused quite a stir in Songchuan Town. I'm merely using this one vehicle, as my family is not affluent. Lin He replied casually. Mr. Lin, you are quite the humorist. If you were poor, then the entire Xia country must surely be impoverished, Song Xingru responded. All right, Miss Song, please get to the point, Lin He said, gazing out the window. Tomorrow, Minnie will be attending the Huabin Racetrack Club, and since you are in Songchuan Town, you simply must join us. Song Xingru extended her invitation. No problem. What time should I arrive? Lin He readily agreed. At 10 in the morning. Would you like me to send a car to pick you up? Song Xingru was pleasantly surprised by his swift affirmation, her tone brightening. No need. I shall see you tomorrow at 10, Lin He replied. Exchanging a few more words before ending the call. Father, is the Huabin Racetrack Club truly impressive? Lin Qing inquired with curiosity. It should be quite remarkable, Lin He replied, though he had limited knowledge of the place. But why is it located in Songchuan Town? Even in Xinjiang City would be preferable, Lin Qing questioned, puzzled. In her understanding, such prestigious clubs ought to be situated in first-tier cities or even international metropolises. This is merely a small branch of the Huabin Club. Do not underestimate Songchuan Town. It was once intended for development as a tourist area, but for reasons unknown, the project was halted, Lin He speculated. Perhaps it is related to the Huabin Racetrack Club. The truly affluent have long grown accustomed to gourmet delicacies and towering skyscrapers. It is the seamless blend of luxury and nature found in Songchuan Town that truly captivates the wealthy. Father, you possess such profound knowledge, Lin Qing complimented. The next day, in the morning, the sun shone brightly, and the grass grew lush, creating an ideal day for an outing. At the Huabin Racetrack Club, a Rolls-Royce Phantom glided to a stop at the entrance. Lin He and his son, Lin Qing, alighted, greeted by the charming Song Xingru, who had already arrived with her entourage. Chapter 040. What a beautiful, wealthy lady. Mr. Lin. Song Xingru approached with her subordinates. Among her entourage were Bai Yuanji and Cheng Die, whom Lin He and Lin Qing had met before. Cheng Die's demeanor appeared delicate and fragile, stripped of her stage makeup. She resembled a girl next door, making it difficult to reconcile the two personas. Mr. Lin, this is the gift you forgot to take last time, Cheng Die said, stepping forward with a gift box tied with a bow. What gift? Lin He did not extend his hand. Lin Qing stepped forward to receive it, untied the ribbon, and lifted the lid to reveal a USB drive and photographs. Each photograph bore Cheng Die's signature. Dad, this is the gift from the patron who gave us the most that day, Lin Qing exclaimed in delight. Some photographs were candid shots, while others showcased her in theatrical makeup, each exuding elegance and beauty. Take it, Lin He finally understood. However, he did not place much importance on the small gifts awarded to the patrons who offered the highest rewards. Cheng Die noticed his indifferent expression, feeling disheartened, yet also somewhat defiant. No matter where she performed, she was pursued by many men. In the past, someone had even been willing to spend 10 million just to share a dinner with her. As Cheng Die's thoughts wandered, Lin He had already brushed past her and entered the Huabin Racecourse Club. The Racecourse Club was situated in the remote outskirts of Songchuan Town, where the population was sparse, yet the scenery was remarkably picturesque. The air was fresh, filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers. After residing in the steel jungle of the city for an extended period, spending time here felt like a sublime experience for both the soul and body. Along the way, Lin He noticed several security personnel and surveillance cameras positioned at every angle. The Huabin Racecourse Club maintained a constant security presence of no fewer than 50 patrol officers. As most visitors were affluent, and any incident could severely tarnish their reputation, Song Xingru seemed to sense Lin He's thoughts and introduced, Mr. Lin. Have you previously engaged in horseback riding? He nodded non-committally, continuing to walk ahead. The others trailed behind. Cheng Die observed Lin He while Lin Qing discreetly admired Cheng Die's beauty. As for Song Xingru, Lin Qing dared not gaze at her for too long. When she smiled, an invisible aura of pressure emanated from her captivating eyes, instilling in Lin Qing an instinctive caution. This enchanting lady was not to be trifled with. No. Lin He shook his head. Horseback riding naturally requires a good horse, Song Xingru replied with a smile. She led Lin He to the expansive riding arena, which stretched out in flat, endless plains. Miss Song, Mr. Lin, a staff member approached, leading a horse. This is a saddle horse, one of the most popular gate breeds both domestically and internationally. They possess 3 or 5 distinct gaits, including a slow pace and a canter, and are highly praised for their smoothness. Their average height ranges between 15 to 16 hands. In summary, the saddle horse is exquisite and elegant, possessing an inherently fine neck and a high tail. Lin He, unable to comprehend such specialized descriptions, felt that it must indeed be quite impressive. This horse is a gift from Mr. Lin, as a token of your visit to our racing club, remarked Song Qingru. Greetings, Mr. Lin. I shall be your dedicated caretaker. The staff member slightly bowed, his movements refined and gentlemanly. How much does it cost? Lin He inquired. Mr. Lin, I have already mentioned, this is your gift. Song Qingru feigned displeasure. Even among brothers, accounts must be clear. Though we are not siblings, I cannot allow you to incur a loss. Lin He waved his hand. If Miss Song is reluctant to disclose the price, I shall write a check for 10 million. Understood, boss. Xiao Rui promptly managed the task. Once the boss had affixed his signature, Xiao Rui handed the check to the staff member. Upon seeing the 8-digit figure on the check, the staff member was momentarily speechless. This is indeed 10 million. How bold to simply issue such a check. No wonder Miss Song personally accompanied him. The Huabin Racing Club had finally welcomed a true magnate. Song Qingru nodded to the staff, fully aware that 10 million was merely a trifling sum for Lin He. This saddle horse is of purebred lineage, valued at nearly 1 million. Daily feed alone amounts to 20 kilograms, with the monthly cost for quality horse feed reaching several thousand to tens of thousands. Furthermore, the horse requires the attentive care of specialized trainers, caretakers, veterinarians, and stable managers, all of whom command high salaries, resulting in substantial operational costs. This expenditure is beyond the means of an ordinary person, yet for Song Qingru, it is but a negligible amount. The intention behind gifting the horse was to elicit a sense of obligation from Lin He. If he is unwilling to accept this favor, there is little she can do to compel him. Witnessing this scene, Cheng Jui felt a sense of equilibrium restored. Confident in her own beauty and figure, Cheng Jie often found herself feeling inferior when standing before Song Qingru. However, Mr. Lin displayed little warmth towards Song Qingru. Lin Qing eagerly expressed his desire to ride, and Lin He immediately consented. Song Qingru and Cheng Jie exchanged silent glances, pondering whether the allure of their beauty paled in comparison to that of a son in Lin He's eyes. Ding dong. The host's affection for his son evoked envy from onlookers, resulting in a slight increase in paternal love value. Ding dong. The host's affection brought joy to his son, yielding a notable enhancement in paternal love value. The system's notification chimed in Lin He's ears. The expansive racetrack was bustling with youthful revelry. Earlier, as Lin He passed the parking lot, he had glimpsed luxurious vehicles such as Ferraris, Porsches, and Lamborghinis. Most of the license plates were from out of town. After all, the membership of the Huabin Racing Club could not solely rely on the local populace of Songchuan Town. So tiring. Half an hour later, Lin Qing dismounted from the saddle, surprised by the exertion. It was primarily his inaugural experience riding a horse. Fortunately, the temperament of the steed was rather gentle. Otherwise, he would have encountered far greater tribulations. Shall we ascend to the upper floor for a brief respite? Proposed Song Qingru, gesturing invitingly. Within the Huabin Equestrian Club, there existed an array of entertainment and leisure venues, including a bar, KTV, hotel, and CAF, each adorned in opulence. Under Song Qingru's guidance, the group ventured into the tea house. Miss Song, what a delightful coincidence, greeted a few individuals as the party prepared to select their teas. It was none other than young Master Wang. Song Qingru acknowledged him with a subtle nod. This esteemed individual beside me is a master of tea arts known as Yi Xiao. Young Master Wang introduced the middle-aged man clad in a long robe. The man in the long robe regarded Song Qingru and Cheng Jie, his eyes sparkling with admiration, exclaiming inwardly how breathtakingly beautiful. A wealthy lady. After all, a young girl who garnered the personal attention of young Master Wang must surely possess an extraordinary background. Chapter 041. The son lacks manners, and the father is no better. Miss Song, greetings. Yi Xiao offered a cordial salutation. I recall that Miss Song enjoys savoring tea, so I have specially invited the tea master, Yi Xiao, to bring some exquisite tea for us to share, young Master Wang proposed. Ever since he laid eyes on Song Qingru, young Master Wang's gaze had not wavered elsewhere, as if he were inscribing the word admiration upon his gleaming forehead. I have friends with me. Perhaps we can indulge in tea another time, Song Qingru replied, clearly disinterested in young Master Wang's advances. This is... Young Master Wang finally took notice of the individuals surrounding his goddess. His gaze lingered briefly on Lin Qing, Xiao Rui, and Bai Yuanji before settling on Qing Die for a good 10 seconds. Ultimately, it came to rest on Lin He, whose demeanor, appearance, and attire spoke volumes of his extraordinary nature. Young Master Wang, accustomed to the affluent circles, possessed a keen eye. It was apparent to him that the goddess was inclined towards this particular man. A flicker of hostility crossed his eyes as he continued, "You seem rather unfamiliar. It must be your first visit to the Huabin Racetrack Club, correct? Let's go for tea." Lin He, uninterested in engaging with such a dim-witted young man, found it foolish for someone to emit hostility over a mere woman. The hostility in young Master Wang's eyes swiftly morphed into rage. How audacious! To treat his words as if they were but whispers in the wind. "Young Master Wang, we shall take our leave." Song Qingru nodded politely towards him. Observing the goddess's delicate features, young Master Wang stepped forward. "Miss Song, it is indeed a rare privilege to have a tea master join us. Master Yi Xiao possesses profound expertise in the art of tea. Fate has brought us together, and it would be lively to have more company. After all, we are all young." The emphasis he placed on the words young people was palpable. He recognized that he was of a similar age to the goddess. While this aloof man appeared to be in his 30s, 30 years old, and still harboring desires towards a 20-year-old girl, yet men of such age often possess ample experience, especially when they exude charm and allure. A wave of unease washed over young Master Wang. What if the goddess, in her youth, fell under the spell of this man? No, he must prevent any chance of her being alone with him. As for Lin Qing and Cheng Die, they were rendered inconsequential in his eyes, leaving only the man and the goddess in his focus. Despite Cheng Die's beauty stirring his interest, the goddess eclipsed her brilliance. "Let us all go together. More company brings more liveliness. Father, what do you think?" Lin Qing remarked, finding merit in young Master Wang's suggestion. "As long as my son is pleased." Lin He acquiesced without hesitation on such trivial matters. To young Master Wang's astonishment, his worldview shattered. This man had a son? And he had the audacity to bring his son to pursue his goddess? What an affront to decorum! In broad daylight, such behavior is utterly disgraceful. Song Qingru was perplexed. How could Mr. Lin, a man of such apparent stature and strategic acumen, dote on his son to such an extent? He arranged for the tea house staff to prepare a lavish private room, and everyone entered. Professional tea sets were promptly brought in, and the guests settled down. Young Master Wang wished to sit beside the goddess, yet she chose to take her place next to that man instead. Just as he intended to seize a spot on the opposite side, Cheng Die occupied it first. Frustrated, young Master Wang clenched his fists, maintaining his poise in front of the goddess, and reluctantly took a seat elsewhere with a forced smile. "The tea I brought is Lushan Yunwu tea, one of the top 10 renowned teas of our summer nation. Lushan Yunwu tea is a variety of green tea, originally a wild tea. It was transformed into cultivated tea by the eminent monk Huiyuan of Donglin Temple. The tea buds are plump, verdant, and covered with fine hairs. The leaves are tightly rolled and elegant, exuding a fresh and lingering aroma with a rich, sweet taste. The brew is clear and bright, while the leaves unfurl to a tender, uniform green. It is often described using 6 attributes: robust leaves, vibrant color, bright brew, tender and even leaves, enduring fragrance, and a rich, sweet flavor. Yunwu tea possesses a unique taste, with thick leaves, abundant fine hairs, and a sweetness that withstands multiple infusions. Young Master Wang personally prepared the tea while explaining its nuances. Knowing the goddess had a penchant for tea tasting, he had invested considerable time learning the art of tea. "Could you hurry up? I'm dying of thirst," Lin Qing impatiently interrupted, his irritation palpable. While riding, they had approached noon, and under the blazing sun, Lin Qing had expended considerable energy, feeling parched and desperate for a refreshing drink. But young Master Wang continued to ramble on, and the tea was still not ready. Frowning, young Master Wang suppressed his frustration in front of the goddess and continued, "One must respect the hierarchy in serving tea. When serving wine, one can fill the glass to the brim, but when pouring tea, it should only be filled to 8/10. This is because wine is served cold while tea is hot, and we must be cautious not to scald our guests." He elaborated on the traditional etiquette of tea drinking. A cup of Lushan Yunwu tea was finally brewed, steaming and fragrant, filling the room with its aroma. Lin Qing reached out to grasp the teacup, eager to drink. Just as he was about to take it, a loud clap resounded. Young Master Wang, unable to contain himself, smacked Lin Qing's hand in reprimand, saying, "One must honor the elder before the younger, and the esteemed before the humble. The first pour of tea must always follow the order of respect." Subsequent pours can be done in sequence. Guests reciprocate with appropriate etiquette. Older elders will gently tap the table twice with their index finger as a gesture of thanks, while younger juniors will do so with both their index and middle fingers. Lin Qing, on the verge of retorting, suddenly remembered his father sitting beside him. While out in public, displaying poor manners would surely bring shame upon his father. He extended his hand, lifting the first cup of tea and placing it before Lin He. Lin He could not help but chuckle at this little rascal, who demonstrated filial piety by allowing his father to drink first. Wrong, wrong. Young Master Wang rose to his feet, advancing to obstruct Lin Qing, and swiftly seized the teacup. One must serve tea with both hands, grasping the cup's handle with one and supporting its base with the other. When handling a cup devoid of a handle, utmost caution is imperative to avoid scalding oneself or allowing the cup to slip and the hot tea to spill, potentially injuring the guests. Deliberately nitpicking. For the goddess cherishes the art of tea, she naturally harbors disdain for such uncouth individuals. Young Master Wang was particularly mindful that the goddess was observing. How infuriating. Lin Qing's reckless temperament surged forth, and she delivered a resounding slap to young Master Wang's face. Is it forbidden for me to enjoy a sip of tea? Am I not allowed to drink, whether I desire to or not? Who are you to lecture me? The force of her slap left an unmistakable imprint of her fingers on young Master Wang's cheek, eliciting both surprise and ire from him. Bang! How utterly lacking in grace! Tea is an art, do you not understand? Young Master Wang feigned delight, masking his fury. Do you see? Like father, like son. If the son is uncouth, the father cannot be far behind. That slap was not in vain. It served to reveal to the goddess the true nature of this father-son duo. They had yet to master the semblance of humanity, but their pretentiousness was vividly apparent. Lin He's gaze was frigid. Chapter 042. Son, do you comprehend the stature of my father? Are you attempting to reprimand me? Young Master Wang, amused yet infuriated, retorted. What are you, really? Who do you think you are? Lin Qing, seizing the moment, lifted the scalding hot water before him and splashed it directly onto young Master Wang. Not stopping there, Lin Qing followed up with a swift kick, sending young Master Wang tumbling to the ground. It hurt. It was agonizing. Young Master Wang, along with his chair, crashed to the floor, flailing about as he attempted to pat the scorching water off his body, his skin now a vivid crimson. The sensation of burning felt akin to being pricked by countless needles. Do you even know who young Master Wang is? How dare you lay a hand on him? Yi Xiao, shedding the demeanor of a tea art master, rose to admonish. After all, he was an associate of young Master Wang, and Yi Xiao had to stand by his benefactor. Do you know who my father is? Lin Qing sneered, retorting, Nonsense, tea art master. Before you speak on behalf of your master, perhaps you should weigh your own worth. Yi Xiao instinctively glanced at the unyielding Lin He. His calm and composed demeanor was certainly not something an ordinary wealthy individual could possess. Connecting this to Lin He's arrogant son, who resorted to violence at the slightest provocation and disregarded even young Master Wang, it was evident that he was emboldened by a formidable backing. In an instant, cold sweat began to trickle down Yi Xiao's face. He felt a pang of guilt for having acted so rashly. Only a powerful background could cultivate such an audacious young gentleman as Lin Qing. Even young Master Wang was not as brazen as he. Lin He leisurely poured some hot tea into the cup before him. Lushan Cloud and Mist Tea was renowned for its quality. The tea's color was clear and bright, the leaves tender and evenly distributed, just as young Master Wang had stated. The tea master had indeed brought exceptional tea. Miss Song, surely you see. What kind of establishment is the Huabin Racecourse Club? What kind of individuals frequent this place? How can these two father and son be allowed to remain? Young Master Wang, unable to restrain himself any longer, was agitated by the pain. Damn it, who isn't a young master here? I'm afraid I lack the authority to make Mr. Lin leave, Song Qingru remarked, a hint of disdain flickering in her beautiful eyes. She had always held a low opinion of mindless young masters. Even if Lin He were in the wrong, she would not offend a super-rich tycoon for the sake of a thoughtless young master. Why? Young Master Wang questioned, perplexed. Mr. Lin is a director of the Huabin Club, Song Qingru replied. A director of the Huabin Club? Young Master Wang was taken aback, his clothing stained with tea leaves and dripping with water. In that moment, he forgot his disarray. The revelation from the goddess carried a far greater impact. She spoke of a director of the Huabin Club, not merely the director of the Huabin Racecourse Club. The Racecourse Club was merely one of the subsidiaries of the Huabin Club, which represented the pinnacle of wealth and power. As a director, how formidable must Lin He's background be? Yi Xiao, unaware of the distinction between Huabin Club and Huabin Racecourse Club, gleaned some meaning from young Master Wang's expression. He had kicked a rock and bruised his toe. Young Master Wang and Yi Xiao both sighed inwardly. Still not apologizing? Lin Qing accepted the tissue handed to her by Xiao Rui, wiping the tea that had splashed onto her hands moments earlier. I apologize, Mr. Lin. My apologies, young Master Lin. Young Master Wang's face contorted in struggle before he finally bowed his head. Haven't eaten? Lin Qing scoffed, showing no intention of letting it slide easily. I apologize, Mr. Lin. My apologies, young Master Lin. It is my fault for not recognizing your stature. I hope you both can forgive me. Young Master Wang understood the necessity of resolving this matter properly. Otherwise, it could lead to endless repercussions. A director at the Huabin Club could easily obliterate his family's wealth with a mere word. Would you like to stay and enjoy some tea, Mr. Lin? Lin He inhaled the fragrant aroma from the cup. No, I have matters to attend to, young Master Wang hastily replied, pushing the exquisite tea box towards Lin He. If you enjoy it, Mr. Lin, I shall bring you more Lushan Yunwu tea next time. Lin He remained silent, savoring a sip of tea, allowing the flavor to bloom on his palate. Young Master Wang exchanged a glance with Yi Xiao, and the two hurriedly exited the private room. Song Qingru, Cheng Die, and Bai Yuanji remained silent, yet all three witnessed the dominance exhibited by the Lin father and son. This dominance, as Yi Xiao had surmised, could not be cultivated without a formidable background. Mr. Lin, shall we continue our tea? Song Qingru suggested, indicating to Bai Yuanji to make arrangements and tidy up the disarray within the room. That would be a favor, Miss Song. Lin He replied with a smile as he set down his teacup. Upon reaching the tea house's lower level, young Master Wang raised his foot, ready to kick the trash can, but abruptly halted mid-air. His face was marred with dark fury. Yi Xiao opened his mouth, uncertain how to console him, and could only advise, young Master Wang, Mr. Lin's background is far from ordinary. It would be wise not to seek revenge. It was evident during our time in the private room that if you were to confront Mr. Lin directly, Miss Song would undoubtedly side with. He hesitated, recalling young Master Wang's feelings for Song Qingru, swallowing the rest of his sentence. I am well aware, young Master Wang retorted. Though he often acted with the arrogance typical of a wealthy heir, he was not foolish to an absurd degree. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Please investigate the purpose of the Lin gentleman currently having tea with Miss Song in Songtuan Town. The Huabin Racetrack Club indeed attracted many affluent young men from surrounding cities, but someone like Lin he likely wouldn't be interested. Instinct told young Master Wang that Mr. Lin's visit to Songchuan Town had ulterior motives. Soon, a response arrived. Young Master Wang, that gentleman named Lin is Lin He. Recently, at an auction in Xinjiang City, he spent 5 billion on a painting by Tang Bohu and generously rewarded an actor over 1 billion. He has a niece who is getting married soon. The voice on the phone remarked, the wedding venue is indeed in Songchuan Town. Mr. Lin must be attending his niece's wedding. Young Master Wang and Yi Xiao sat in the Ferrari, momentarily lost in thought. 50 billion for a painting by Tang Bohu? Over 100 million to reward an actor? Such immense wealth. After disconnecting the call, young Master Wang revved the Ferrari, pondering, no wonder he could become a director at the Huabin Club. He must be a notable figure from a major city. Yi Xiao's expression darkened as he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. What should we do? Young Master Wang recalled the last part of the call. Mr. Lin was likely there for his niece's wedding. Perhaps this was the turning point. As dusk fell, the expansive racetrack of the Huabin Riding Club was enveloped in a golden hue. Mr. Lin, although the accommodation at Huabin's hotel lacks star ratings, it is no less splendid. Would you consider resting here tonight? Invited Song Qingru. Chapter 043. Son, remember, there is nothing in this world that money cannot accomplish. Tonight, Dean Dong Lai and the students from the Qingji Art Academy will come to perform, Song Qingru remarked. Lin He had heard of the Qingji Art Academy, one of the premier art institutions in Xia country, renowned for nurturing numerous singers, painters, actors, and musicians. Some of its distinguished graduates have even received prestigious awards, such as Best Actor and Golden Melody King. Every year, countless high school graduates aspire to gain admission to the Qingji Art Academy. For to enter this esteemed institution is akin to donning a golden badge of honor. Dean Dong Lai is a towering figure in the domestic art community. All right. Lin He nodded. The hotels in Songtuan Town are rather ordinary, but the Huabin Racecourse Club does provide accommodations. The lodging facilities at such affluent entertainment venues are up to par with star-rated hotels, certainly more comfortable than the one Xiao Rui had found. Dean Dong Lai is also Die's mentor, Song Qingru said with a smile. Indeed, Cheng Die replied. Miss Song, Miss Cheng, what is your relationship? Lin Qing inquired curiously. I grew up in an orphanage and was fortunate enough to encounter traditional opera. By a stroke of luck, my teacher noticed my potential. It is thanks to Ms. Song's guidance that I stand where I am today, Cheng Ji explained. I am of similar age to Day. We practically grew up together. Akin to sisters, Song Qingru added. Since you share such a close bond, why does Ms. Chin continue to perform everywhere? It must be exhausting, Lin Qi asked. For instance, if he had such a close friend, he would surely find ways to arrange things. I have a passion for traditional opera, Cheng Ji said, her eyes sparkling with genuine fervor. Due to my background, I am quite sensitive and insecure, often resistant to accepting help from others, even from my dear sister Qingru. Only when I am on stage, immersed in a role, do I find the confidence I seek. You silly girl, Song Qingru gently squeezed Cheng Ji's small hand. Lin He was taken aback to discover that the renowned talent everyone admired bore a tale of hardship. Yet, this young lady displayed remarkable strength. As evening descended, a bus rolled into the Huabin Racecourse Club. Students from the Qingji Art Academy began to disembark, each adorned with their student ID cards. With heads held high, they exuded the confidence and honor bestowed upon them by their institution. Standing beside Lin He, Lin Qing gazed enviously at the university students, who might one day shine as stars in the entertainment industry, and sighed, I wish I could attend university too. Ding dong. The system detected Lin Qing's intense longing for college and urged the host to fulfill his son's wish before the school year commenced. Complete the task and receive rewards. The system's prompt echoed in Lin He's ears. He cast a glance at his son, realizing that this would not be an easy endeavor. As Lin He gazed at the last individual disembarking from the bus, the impeccably dressed Ding Dong Lai, his eyes flickered slightly. That evening, as anticipated by Lin He, the Huabin Racecourse Club was bustling with numerous affluent young heirs. Within this establishment, there existed a dedicated performance venue capable of accommodating up to 1,000 attendees, suitable for hosting intimate concerts. Though modest in size, it boasted complete amenities, each piece of equipment being a renowned brand of professional quality. Subsequently, the Qingji Art Academy showcased its prestigious standards to the young elites. The atmosphere soared to a fervent crescendo with performances of piano playing, singing, acting, and dancing. Dad, may I repeat a year, and perhaps engage a few esteemed tutors? I promise to dedicate myself to my studies and gain admission to a respectable university. Lin Qing, seated in the VIP section, turned to her father with this inquiry. No need, Lin He replied, his gaze unwavering. All right, Lin Qing responded, visibly despondent. Son, remember that there is nothing in this world that money cannot accomplish, Lin He remarked. Dad, are you suggesting you would build a university for me? Lin Qing exclaimed with delight. Goodness, what an imbecile, Lin He muttered, turning to Song Qingru beside him. Miss Song, could you arrange for me to meet Ding Dong Lai? Of course, but may I inquire what the matter is, Mr. Lin? Song Qingru asked, puzzled. There is something, Lin He replied. Standing up, Song Qingru said, please follow me. Her curiosity piqued, she refrained from asking further questions about Lin He's sudden desire to meet Ding Dong. Under her guidance, Lin He arrived at the lounge. Cheng Dre was engaged in conversation with a teacher, and upon seeing Lin He, she appeared somewhat taken aback, unsure of the reason for his visit. Miss Song, Ding Dong Lai greeted as he rose to acknowledge the newcomer. As the president of the Qingji Art Academy, he recognized the distinguished status of Song Qingru, and even a luminary in the art world would show her respect. Ding Dong, this is Mr. Lin He, Song Qingru introduced. Good day, Ding Dong, Lin He said as he settled onto the opposite sofa. Lin He, Mr. Lin? Ding Dong Lai glanced between Song Qingru and Lin He, perplexed by the situation. Hello, do you require something from me? Ding Dong inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Cheng Dai, standing nearby, brewed a cup of tea for Lin He and presented it before him. Lin He expressed his gratitude. Ding Dong, slightly astonished, recognized that it was rare for his student to be so proactive, particularly towards someone of the opposite gender. It seemed that the man whom Song Qingru had personally brought along was indeed remarkable. I have a son whose college entrance examination results were less than satisfactory. Yet he wishes to attend university. I wonder if Ding Dong would be willing to accept him, Lin He stated directly. Song Qingru and Cheng Dai exchanged glances, surprised yet somewhat expecting Lin He's reason for coming. After all, the encounters with Lin He have been few. Yet it is abundantly clear that Lin He is a fervent admirer of his son. I wonder how many points he might score in the college entrance examination? Ding Dong Lai inquired. Surely not more than 200, Lin He remarked, feeling a tinge of embarrassment as he spoke. In truth, suggesting that his son's score would be less than 200 was an exaggeration. Achieving over 100 points would be commendable. That is simply implausible. Dean Donglai shook his head immediately. Initially, he had assumed that Mr. Lin's son aspired to attend the Youth Arts Academy and sought his guidance in advance. To his surprise, it seemed that the student, struggling academically, was contemplating alternative pathways into the academy. That is out of the question, Dean Donglai asserted firmly. I maintain a strong sense of professional ethics. How about 50 million? Lin he stated bluntly. That is still unacceptable, Dean Donglai stammered slightly. 100 million. Lin he continued. Well, that too is not feasible, Dean Donglai faltered. 50 billion, Lin he said, crossing his legs and sipping his tea. Watching the floating leaves dance atop the surface. Thump, thump. Dean Donglai's heart began to race uncontrollably. Chapter 044. 50 billion? What an excessive sum. 50 billion? Yet again. 50 billion. Despite having witnessed Lin He's extravagant bidding at the auction, Song Qingru and Qing Die found themselves unable to suppress the tumultuous waves of emotion surging within them at this staggering figure. Dean Donglai was equally taken aback. In his esteemed position, he had encountered countless affluent individuals, yet he had never imagined, let alone seen, anyone audacious enough to bid 50 billion. Mr. Lin, shouldn't the bidding progress incrementally? Perhaps starting at 50 million, then 100 million, 150 million, 200 million. Dean Donglai felt dizzy. The mere mention of 50 billion struck him like a small hammer upon his crown, concealed beneath his thinning hair. Given that Song Qingru had personally brought Lin He, there was no doubt it was a serious matter, and Dean Donglai did not consider Lin He's bid to be a jest. I prefer to act decisively. Fragmentary increases are less effective than presenting a conclusive offer, Lin He stated leisurely. Indeed, Mr. Lin is exceptional. Even Dean Donglai was intimidated by Lin He's financial prowess. What kind of stature must one possess to regard 50 billion so nonchalantly? In Dean Donglai's eyes, Lin He remained unperturbed by the astronomical sum. Lin He regarded Donglai with a knowing smile, assessing the man, though a titan in the art world. Donglai was not a saint. After a moment of internal conflict, he finally spoke. Very well, I shall assist you in this matter. I will arrange for someone to request your bank account details shortly. With matters settled, Lin He rose and declared, that will suffice. True to his word, he departed the private room without any hesitation. Song Qingru promptly followed him outside, once more witnessing the formidable financial strength of Mr. Lin. Teacher, have you truly agreed to this? Only Qing Die and Dean Donglai remained in the room, the former questioning with uncertainty. In her understanding, Dean Donglai was a stubborn and proud man, someone who would never resort to underhanded dealings for money. It is indeed an exorbitant amount, Dean Donglai admitted, feeling a flush of embarrassment. In the face of such immense wealth, how many could resist the temptation? Qing Die felt equally helpless. However, she held no aversion to assisting Mr. Lin, for she found him to be quite admirable. The way he occasionally glanced at her was pure and untainted, devoid of any ulterior motives. This realization both disheartened and strangely comforted Qing Die, as she felt a peculiar sense of security around him. At least this man would not engage in any sordid acts against her. Mr. Lin truly dotes on his son, Song Qingru remarked as she and Lin He returned to their previous seats. Alas, if my son were more capable. I wouldn't he have to make a special trip for school matters, Lin He mused while enjoying the performances on stage. Song Qingru smiled gently, choosing not to respond verbally. Yet inwardly she harbored unspoken disdain. Displeased with her son's lack of ambition? Your words seem insincere, I must say. Is Lin Qing's current state not a result of your excessive pampering as a father? Mr. Lin, my father is the owner of Mount Investment Development Limited Liability Company. And I am Xu Ximiao. Mr. Lin, my father owns Sunshine Construction Technology Company, and I am Bai Sha. Mr. Lin, my father runs Gaoan Tourism Group. And I am Ding Xinhong. As Lin He and Song Qingru engaged in light banter, a group of elegantly dressed young men and women approached, each holding a drink. This assembly of young elites were members of the Huabin Racecourse Club, well informed about the latest happenings. It was widely known that young Master Wang had made a hasty exit earlier, witnessed by many. A little inquiry would reveal the entire story. The so-called Racecourse Club had few genuine equestrian enthusiasts among its members. Joining was merely a means to broaden one's social network. Within this gathering of affluent heirs and heiresses, young Master Wang, known as Wang Songsong, stood out as a prominent figure. He was the heir apparent of the Jintong Group, a company primarily engaged in the processing and sale of electrolytic copper, oxygen-free copper rods, stainless steel products, and plastic goods, among other ventures including import and export operations. Wang Songsong was not known for his amiable temperament. He had often leveraged his background to intimidate others, even when some young men provoked him. He would respond with an arrogance that knew no bounds. Yet, before Mr. Lin, he had retreated in embarrassment, not daring to utter a word, especially with Song Qingru, who stood behind the Huabin Racecourse Club, accompanying him. Lin He and Song Qingru quickly deduced the reason for the influx of young elites. Son, go and mingle with them for a while, Lin He said casually to Lin Qing. All right, Lin Qing replied, rising to his feet. The group of young aristocrats nodded eagerly, aware that their status did not warrant direct conversation with Mr. Lin. Establishing a connection with Mr. Lin's son was the most significant achievement they could aspire to that day. Hello, young Master Lin. Lin Xiao, you are quite handsome. I'm sure many girls must admire you. Lin Xiao, let us sit over there for a bit. I've brought a fine bottle of wine. The young elites exchanged pleasantries, causing Lin Qing to feel somewhat elated. Their flattery was not mere pretense. It was well known that Lin Qing had bested Wang Song earlier, imparting a valuable lesson. In matters of arrogance and power, there is always someone more formidable. As the laughter and chatter continued, they arrived at a spacious private room. Lin Xiao, please try this. It is from the Dream Rose Winery, one of the top 10 most prestigious wine brands globally. Xu Ximiao poured a glass for Lin Qing. Smiling as she added, I trust you have encountered many fine wines, and I hope you will not find this lacking. Ha ha ha. In truth, Lin Qing possessed little knowledge of wine. When Xu Ximiao made the remark, he could only lift his glass and take a small sip, remarking, it's acceptable. As long as it's acceptable, Xu Ximiao replied with a smile. Lin Xiao, do you have any projects during your visit? Ding Xinhong inquired in a sweet voice from the side. As a daughter of a wealthy family, Ding Xinhong was adorned in dazzling luxury brands and was quite attractive. No significant projects. Our family's business is not located here. Lin Qing waved his hand dismissively. Today, he had not indulged in pretentiousness to his satisfaction. But now an opportunity had arisen. Adopting a demeanor reminiscent of his father, he settled into the curved sofa, swirling his wine glass and crossing his legs. I have a cousin who is getting married soon. Oh, is Lin Xiao's cousin from Songchuan Town? What is her name? Ding Xinhong inquired. Our family's Gaoan tourism group is situated near Songchuan Town. I often come here for leisure. Perhaps I might know her. Her name is Ming Feifei, and her fiancé is Wu Xinhao, the son of the owner of Baosong Supermarket in Songchuan Town. As Lin Qing mentioned Wu Xinhao, a hint of disdain involuntarily crossed his features. Chapter 045. Alas, my family possesses merely a single Rolls-Royce Phantom. The son of the owner of the Baosong Supermarket chain in Songchuan Town, Wu Xinhao? Xu Ximiao and Ding Xinhao exchanged glances, unfamiliar with this name. It was not surprising, as the son of a mere supermarket proprietor hardly qualified for their circle. The name Ming Feifei also struck a chord of unfamiliarity among them, which was rather peculiar. Given that she is the cousin of Master Lin, she should not have been so inconspicuous in Songchuan Town. The young elites racked their brains, yet could not recall any prominent figures or significant enterprises in the Ming family from Songchuan or its vicinity. My cousin has a rather ordinary background, Lin Qing elucidated. No wonder, it appeared that Mr. Lin and the young Master Lin were indeed very low-key. Xu Ximiao promptly interjected with praise. Indeed, our family possesses only one vehicle. Hence the modesty, Lin Qing sighed. Just one vehicle? Xu Ximiao, Ding Xinhao, and Bai Sha exchanged incredulous looks. Even they had numerous cars at their homes, BMWs, Mercedes, Audis, Porsches, and so forth. How could a figure capable of silencing Wang Song with a mere presence own only one car? Indeed, Lin Qing affirmed. I wonder what kind of car it is. Bai Sha inquired curiously, pondering whether there might be an error in their information. Merely a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Lin Qing took another sip of red wine, subtly observing the expressions of the affluent youths in the private room. Is that Rolls-Royce Phantom parked in the Haobin Racetrack Club the property of Master Lin's family? Ding Xinhao recalled seeing the luxury vehicle, valued in the millions. When she parked earlier that day, she had speculated about which eminent figure might be visiting the club, wondering if she might have the chance to meet them. Indeed, my father is exceedingly low-key, asserting that a car is merely a means of transportation. Lin Qing set down his glass. As anticipated, the expressions of the wealthy youths transitioned from confusion to astonishment, and then to curiosity, culminating in sheer disbelief. Lin Qing felt pleased with his performance, awarding himself an 82 out of 100, reserving the remaining 18 points as a modest self-assessment. For certain dignitaries, money is merely a string of numbers. Mr. Lin's philosophical outlook has reached heights beyond our comprehension, Xu Ximiao mused, promptly refilling Lin Qing's glass. Ding Xinhao and Bai Sha concurred wholeheartedly with Xu Ximiao's sentiments. The true elite do not embody the caricatures often portrayed: extravagant, unruly, or foolish. Such individuals do exist, but they are indeed a rarity. More commonly, there are those like them, extravagant yet measured. They indulge when the occasion calls for it, and display a certain bravado when appropriate. However, all of this is contingent upon context and company. Before Lin Qing, this assembly of affluent youths would not engage in frivolity. Having grown up alongside their forebears, they had absorbed a great deal of shrewdness through osmosis. Gradually, Lin Qing found himself seamlessly integrated into their circle. They exchanged contact information, and at that moment, Lin Qing truly felt integrated into the upper echelons of society. The merriment lasted for 2 hours. After a day of revelry, Lin Qing grew weary, and just then, his father called, prompting him to take his leave. Once Lin Qing departed, the private room fell silent. "What do you all think?" Xu Ximiao inquired, draining her glass of red wine. Her question naturally referred to Lin Qing. Doesn't he seem like the scion of a wealthy family?" a young man remarked thoughtfully. "Indeed." Ding Xinhong concurred. Having lived amidst luxury and wealth their entire lives, they found Lin Qing's aura somewhat subdued. "I feel the same way." Xu Ximiao leaned back on the sofa, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. "What do you mean?" Bai Shao asked. "Is there a discrepancy between young Master Lin and Mr. Lin's identities?" "Whether there is or not, let me share something with you, and you can judge for yourselves," Xu Ximiao replied. Wang Song was slapped by young Master Lin in the private room. Wang Song was ready to erupt at that moment and even pressured Miss Song to have the Huabin Racetrack Club expel Mr. Lin and young Master Lin. "And then?" Ding Xinhong asked eagerly. The incident of the confrontation between young Master Lin and Wang Sikong was known to the affluent youth present, but none understood the details as clearly as Xu Ximiao. Curiosity piqued among them. Later, Miss Song mentioned that Mr. Lin was a director of the Huabin Club. Xu Ximiao's gaze flickered slightly. A director of the Huabin Club? At that moment, Ding Xinhong and Bai Shao were both astonished. "He is indeed not one of us, otherwise we would have known about Mr. Lin and young Master Lin by now," Bai Shao exclaimed excitedly. The position of director at the Huabin Club holds significant influence throughout Hanbei province, and even across the entirety of Xia country. Their power is unfathomable. Today, due to Wang Song, they learned that a major figure had graced the Huabin Racetrack Club and established ties with the figure's son. Informing their families would surely earn them praise, and they might even be rewarded with a few million in pocket money. Thus, how could this group of young masters and ladies not be exhilarated? Ha ha! Do you know where Wang Song went after leaving the Huabin Racetrack Club? Xu Ximiao's spirits were high. "Where? Surely he isn't seeking revenge," Ding Xinhong asked. "Humph. Does he dare?" Xu Ximiao scoffed. "That fellow even sought to investigate Mr. Lin's identity. Although he only uncovered some peripheral information, it was still quite astonishing. Wang Song has personally gone to select gifts, intending to leverage young Master Lin's cousin's wedding as an opportunity to establish a connection." Ding Xinhong, Bai Shao, and the others fell silent. In truth, after hearing about young Master Lin's cousin's wedding, they had entertained similar thoughts to those of Wang Song. Xu Ximiao scanned the room. She could easily discern what was on their minds. Despite the current mockery directed at Wang Song, it is worth noting that he has, at one time or another, shared camaraderie with these very individuals. Within the affluent circles, self-interest reigns supreme. Today's brother may become tomorrow's adversary, and today's foe may just as easily transform into a brother. Such transformations are far from rare. The following day, an array of opulent automobiles, Ferraris, Porsches, Lamborghinis, Audi R8s, departed in succession from the Huabin Racecourse Club. The occupants of these luxurious vehicles were none other than Xu Ximiao, Ding Xinhong, and Bai Shao, members of the affluent youth. The previous evening, each had contacted their families to relay the events surrounding Wang Song at the Huabin Racecourse Club. This group of wealthy heirs was returning home to attend to significant matters. Monday dawned as a splendid day for a wedding. Clear skies and brilliant sunshine graced the scene. At the Lanting Hotel, Lin He and Lin Qing entered, both impeccably attired in tailored suits. Chapter 046, The Wedding of Cousin Fei Fei. Enduring trials at the entrance of the hotel, colorful balloons floated gracefully, accompanied by an inflatable arch adorned with the names of the bride and groom. "Lin He, you have arrived," exclaimed Meng Feifei's father, Meng fondly, who had taken great care in his appearance today and was assisting at the entrance. Upon spotting Lin He and his son, Lin Qing, approaching, he promptly welcomed them. "Congratulations." Lin He sighed nostalgically. He recalled when he had first met Meng fondly. They were both quite young then. He had watched Fei Fei grow up, and it seemed like just yesterday when she was babbling her first words. How swiftly time passes. Alas, she must marry eventually, and he could only hope she made the right choice. Deep down, Meng fondly wished that his daughter would not wed into the Wu family. Although Wu Xinhai was a fine young man, his parents were insufferably sharp-tongued. She is marrying Wu Xinhai, not his parents. Lin He could only offer some words of consolation. Ultimately, it depended on Fei Fei. If she insisted on marrying him, she would have to bear the consequences, be they good or ill. There aren't many relatives from our side attending, Meng fondly acknowledged with a bitter smile. It is primarily due to the difficulties in dealing with the groom's family. I hadn't planned to mention it to you, so if anything should arise, I hope you can bear with it for the sake of me and Fei Fei's mother. All right. Lin He agreed. As long as the groom's family did not go beyond a certain limit, he was willing to turn a blind eye. Lin Qing, with his hands clasped behind his back, munched on some sunflower seeds while surveying the scene. The lively atmosphere of the wedding was contagious, uplifting everyone's spirits. Ming fondly led Lin He and Lin Qing to the third floor of the hotel, where the wedding reception was to take place. The venue was adorned with flowers, flowing fabrics, shimmering lights, photographs, and candlesticks, creating a delightful ambience. At the entrance, a circular arch and 2 rows of floral columns framed a red carpet, which paved a path of happiness for the bride and groom. Quite beautiful, Lin Qing remarked as he sat at a dining table, helping himself to some seeds while observing the surroundings. Lin He nodded in agreement as guests began to arrive in waves. The music commenced, signaling the start of the ceremony. Lin Qing felt a sense of anticipation for his cousin Fei Fei's wedding. She had always treated him kindly during their childhood, and now that they were grown, he wished for her happiness. On either side of the wedding stage, tables were arranged. To the left sat the groom's elders, including Wu Xinhai's grandparents, while to the right were Meng Fei Fei's maternal grandparents. Esteemed relatives, friends, and honored guests, good morning. The sun shines brightly, and fortune descends upon us. On this day of joyous union amidst the gentle spring breeze, we gather at the Blue Ting Hotel, enveloped by vibrant flowers in this festive banquet hall, to celebrate the wedding feast for Mr. Wu Xinhai and Miss Meng Fei Fei. The host, microphone in hand, ascended the wedding stage and proclaimed with enthusiasm, "Let us welcome the newlyweds as they embark on their path of happiness." As the host's voice echoed throughout the wedding venue, a mist billowed forth from either side of the crimson carpet. Clad in traditional Chinese wedding attire, Wu Xinhao and Meng Fei Fei entered, arms entwined. The atmosphere was lively, adorned with bursts of golden confetti. Wu Xinhao, a handsome young man standing approximately 1.75 meters tall, wore a genuine smile that radiated sincerity. In contrast, Meng Fei Fei's smile was tinged with a palpable anxiety and trepidation, directed towards the imposing figures of Wu Xinhao's parents seated on the wedding platform. The groom was striking, and the bride was resplendent, a match seemingly made in heaven. As the couple ascended the stage, the host approached, eager to solicit blessings from both sets of parents. Wu Xinhao's mother rose, her face clearly betraying her disdain. "I shan't offer any flowery words. Wu Xinhao is our prized treasure. Our family's Basong supermarket is renowned throughout Songchuan town, and we merely hope that Fei Fei will cherish him." "Andy, rest assured, I will cherish him," Meng Fei Fei replied, her voice trembling on the verge of tears. Wu Xinhao gently patted the back of her hand, casting her an apologetic glance. They had discussed earlier that following the wedding, he would take Meng Fei Fei to a separate residence away from his parents. Meng Fei Fei was eager for the ceremony to conclude. For other couples, a wedding is a day to be cherished and savored. For her, it felt like a humiliation before her parents and relatives. "Very well," Wu's mother huffed, adding, "Upon your union, your father and I shall gift you both 2 apartments in Huajing Community and Rose Garden, totaling over $1 million. Additionally, there is 880,000, all deposited in a bank account." As she spoke, she presented the property deeds and bank cards to Wu Xinhao before numerous relatives. "Thank you, Andy." Meng Fei Fei hastily expressed her gratitude. "Son, the deeds and the bank cards are in your name. Take care to keep them safe, all right? The world is too complex. And you've always been so innocent," Wu's mother cautioned. "Mom, please, spare me some words," Wu Xinhao frowned, accepting the documents. "What do you mean spare me some words? Just married, and you're already entranced?" Wu's mother retorted, seemingly oblivious to Meng Fei Fei's family present. "Am I not doing this for your own good? How many young women in Songchuan wish to marry you? What do they seek, if not our family's fortune?" A murmur of gossip rippled through the guests below the stage. The host, sensing the awkward atmosphere, felt compelled to intervene. "Ah, That must be the mother. Truly embodying the adage, a mother's thread binds the clothes of her child, stitched tightly for their journey. Indeed, she replied. Wu Ma turned to Pei Xin Hue and remarked, Today is the child's wedding. Knowing that both of you are ordinary teachers, you must have prepared something. Indeed, replied Meng Feifei's father, Meng fondly, as he stood up and produced a passbook. This contains the fruits of our labor over the years, a total of 200,000. Our house will also belong to the children in the future. It's merely a second-hand property, hardly worth much, Wu Ma scoffed, snatching the passbook from him. A mere 200,000 is still insufficient compared to what our family has contributed. Meng Feifei felt a burning sensation in her cheeks as tears slipped down her face. Her grandparents sat below, their expressions darkened with anger, yet they refrained from causing a scene amidst the crowd. Wu Xinhao's mother displayed a lack of decorum. While they still held on to their dignity, Lin Qin was tempted to confront that shameless woman, feeling that Meng Feifei's wedding was far too unfair. Marriage is about emotional bonds, not monetary values. As long as the couple truly loves each other and marries the right person, the amount of money holds little significance. The essence of happiness in marriage lies in the mutual effort and love shared between two individuals. A voice rose from the audience, echoing the sentiment. Chapter 047. The lavish wedding gift from the uncle. A distinct sound echoed through the venue, audible to many, including the parents of both the groom, Wu Xinhao, and the bride, Meng Feifei. Who do you think you are? Feifei, can you control your uncouth relatives? Wu's mother glared in the direction of the sound, her discontent growing upon realizing it came from Meng Feifei's side of the family. The relatives from a humble background were overly chatty, despite their lack of wealth. That is my uncle. Meng Feifei took a deep breath and replied earnestly. Annie, regardless of your feelings towards me, I will marry Wu Xinhao without any regrets. However, I do hope you can show respect to me as well as to my parents and relatives. Ah, someone's backing her up, and her voice has certainly risen. Wu's mother snapped, pointing at Meng Feifei as she addressed Wu Xinhao. Look at her. She wants to be a good wife. And yet her temper flares before even entering our Wu family. What will it be like once she's married? Mother, today is my wedding day. Would it be too much to ask you to refrain from speaking so much? Wu Xinhao queried helplessly. His frustration mounted, as he found it difficult to maintain a joyful atmosphere on such a momentous occasion. If he, their son, felt overwhelmed, it was even more intolerable for Meng Feifei's parents and relatives. Having studied in a distant city, Wu Xinhao was aware of what true affluence looked like. In Songchuan Town, his family owned a relatively large supermarket chain, but in the grand scheme of things, it was merely a modest local business, hardly something to boast about. He had never considered his family particularly impressive. It was merely his parents who held such beliefs. Refrain from speaking? That's even less agreeable, Wu's mother retorted. I have always opposed your union, and now this girl's temper is already so high before she is even part of our family. Is it a matter of speaking less or more? Wu Xinhao was at a loss for words, unable to communicate with his mother. Any attempt at reason was met with her endless, flawed logic, which he could not counter. Linny stood up and stepped onto the wedding stage. Hey, who allowed you up here? Wu's mother pointed at him, questioning. Pei Xinhue and Ming fondly exchanged glances with Lin He, hesitating to speak. Lin He offered them a reassuring look before turning to Meng Feifei. Child, tell your uncle, do you truly wish to marry Wu Xinhao? Meng Feifei looked at Wu Xinhao and nodded solemnly. Yes, I love him, and only him. Wu Xinhao felt a wave of emotion wash over him as he bowed to Lin He. You are Feifei's uncle, which makes you my uncle as well. I sincerely apologize for today's events, which have caused displeasure to Feifei's father, you, and your relatives. Once we are married, I will ensure that Feifei and I live independently, dedicating my life to protect her. Lin He was pleased with Wu Xinhao's response. At this moment, it was evident that Pei Xinhue and Ming fondly were not mistaken. Wu Xinhao was indeed a commendable choice. Your uncle has watched you grow, Lin He remarked. Xiao Rui swiftly approached, clutching a gift bag in his hand. All eyes were fixed on Lin He, enveloped in silence as they awaited his next move. This is a preparation from our employer, a luxurious residence at number 9. Shuiqi Beating, Qingjing City, valued at 50 million, registered under Miss Ming Feifei's name. Additionally, here lies the key to a Maserati Gran Turismo 4.7 LMC Centennial Edition, also belonging to Miss Ming Feifei, worth 3,300,000. The Maserati will be delivered to Miss Ming Feifei's parents' home within 3 days. Furthermore, this is a bank card issued in Miss Ming Feifei's name, containing a deposit of 100 million, with the password affixed on the back for your memory, to be destroyed thereafter. Xiao Rui presented the gift bag to Ming Feifei, and then respectfully took his place behind Lin He. The atmosphere was thick with tension. An uncle? An employer? A lavish mansion worth $50 million? A Maserati valued at $3,300,000? A bank card containing $100 million? Many were left in a state of awe, wondering how such affluent relatives could exist in Meng Feifei's life, particularly an uncle. Uncle, what is this? Meng Feifei stammered, caught off guard. She had initially thought the gift was a simple wedding present from her uncle, but now, the once light bag felt overwhelmingly heavy in her grasp. This was indeed too extravagant. Lin He, what are you doing? At this moment, Pei Xinhui and Meng Fanli could no longer remain seated, hastily rising to speak. The combined worth of the wedding gifts approached 200 million, an amount two honest individuals could scarcely accept. Haraha. At that moment, Wu Ma began to laugh mockingly, saying, I know your family lacks wealth. Which makes this quite embarrassing, especially on today's wedding day. However, there is no need for such pretense. Carrying this light bag in front of everyone to elevate Feifei's status is, in fact, more humiliating. Indeed, for all we know, the bag could be empty. Wu Ba chimed in. Wu Xinhui also found it hard to believe. What kind of family could afford such exorbitant wedding gifts? These are for my niece. There is no need for me to explain myself to you, Lin He retorted dismissively. In ordinary circumstances, he would never have had the opportunity to stand face to face with this crowd. Is that so? Wu Ba queried. I wonder where this esteemed gentleman is employed. Or if he owns a significant enterprise. Do enlighten me. Lin He merely chuckled softly, harboring no interest in engaging further with Wu Xinhui's parents. Pei Xinhui and Meng Fanli finally regained their composure, recalling that they had never heard of Lin He possessing any major company. They began to wonder if perhaps the gift bag indeed contained nothing, and Lin He was merely attempting to save face for Meng Feifei. Have you lost your voice? Came a derisive remark. Being poor is one thing, but at least one should maintain a lofty spirit despite one's circumstances. The hypocrisy displayed is laughable. Do you think it is only your family's dignity at stake? We are also losing our Wu family's people. Our family owns the Baosong chain supermarket in Songchuan town. Before Wu Ma could finish her words, a voice resonated from the entrance of the wedding venue. Xu Ximiao, son of the esteemed Mount Investment Development Limited Liability Company, has arrived. Bai Shao, son of the Sunshine Jianya Engineering Technology Company, is here. Ding Xin, the cherished daughter of the Gaowan Tourism Group, has graced us with her presence. One by one, figures accompanied by bodyguards entered. It was indeed Xu Ximiao, the son of the owner of Mount Investment Development Limited Liability Company. There stood Bai Sha from Sunshine Jianya Engineering Technology Company. To my astonishment, Ding Xin had also come. I had previously visited a project under the Gaowan Tourism Group. The relatives and friends in the audience stirred. Many recognizing the identities of this group of affluent young men and women, left utterly speechless. No one had anticipated seeing such a gathering of wealthy heirs and heiresses at today's wedding. Wang Tsong, son of the Jintong Group, has arrived. Chapter 048. The gifting ceremony rich with the aroma of wealth in stark contrast to several prominent heirs and heiresses. The name of Wang Tsong from the Jintong Group resonates profoundly throughout Songchuan town. From the local Jintong Private Middle School and Jintong Private Elementary School to the Jintong Kindergarten, many individuals are employed within the enterprises owned by Wang Tsong's family. It is truly unexpected that such distinguished guests would attend my son's wedding. A moment that elevates our family's stature. Mr. Wu rose, astonished and elated, making his way towards the young masters and mistresses, exclaiming, when the opportunity arises, I shall personally bring Xinhe to express our gratitude. Do you see this? This is the influence of the Wu family. Even the elite have come to congratulate my son on his marriage. Mrs. Wu's vanity soared. Little did she anticipate that her son's wedding would send her pride soaring to the heavens. In truth, Mrs. Wu was unaware of the reasons behind the presence of so many illustrious figures from around Songchuan town. Compared to their Baosong chain of supermarkets, individuals like Wang Tsong, Xu Ximiao, Ding Xinhong, and Bai Shao were undoubtedly titans in their own right. Their attendance could only be attributed to the Wu family. Otherwise, would they come simply because of two ordinary teachers? Lin Qing found this amusing. Would someone of Wang Tsong's status, whose family is worth billions, personally attend the wedding of a mere town-level supermarket owner's son? Surely not for the Wu family's sake, but rather for their own? Carrying gift bags and boasting of figures in the millions was utterly laughable. Mrs. Wu rolled her eyes and crossed her arms, addressing her son. See? I told you marriage is a loss for you. I genuinely care for Feifei. There is no question of loss, Xinhe replied resolutely. Lin He merely smiled lightly from the side. Young Master Wang, I had the pleasure of meeting your esteemed father at a recent trade fair, Mr. Wu began. To his surprise, Wang Song raised an eyebrow, dismissively replying, why should I care? With that, he sidestepped Mr. Wu, donning a flattering smile as he approached Lin He. Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize for my previous indiscretions at the racetrack. I hope you will overlook the transgressions of a mere novice. Mr. and Mrs. Wu were taken aback. Wasn't young Master Wang there to celebrate their son's wedding? Why was he now addressing that man with such deference? Pei Xinhui, Meng Fanli, Wu Xinha, and Meng Feifei were enveloped in astonishment and confusion. Mr. Lin, this is a gift I specially prepared for your niece's grand wedding, a premium Hetian jade pendant, which I procured for 660,000, hoping to bring good fortune. Wang Song presented a brocade box. Meng Feifei instinctively glanced at Lin He, unsure of how to proceed in the absence of his guidance. Wang Song's gaze remained fixed on Lin He, as news of a significant figure arriving in Songchuan town had already circulated within their elite circles. The family was aware that Wang Song had offended Lin He at the Huabin racetrack, nearly incurring their ire. If not handled properly, Wang Song would undoubtedly meet with misfortune upon returning home. Please accept this small token of my appreciation, although it may not be extravagant, Lin He remarked. Not extravagant? Meng Feifei exclaimed, her hands trembling as she accepted the exquisite box containing the jade, valued at 660,000. Thank you, young Master Wang, she said. I must apologize for the hasty preparation. I shall present something more befitting next time, Wang Song hastily explained. The funds for the jade came from his own pocket. Despite his lavish spending habits, he had little savings. To acquire a piece of jade worth 660,000 was already a commendable effort. However, Wang Song understood that for a person of Mr. Lin's stature, such a jade was hardly significant, yet it was the thought that counted. Mr. Lin, this is my wedding gift for Miss Meng Feifei. Xu Ximiao stepped forward, revealing another ornate box. The emblem on the box featured a singular circle enclosing a three-pronged star, accompanied by the small inscription Mercedes-Benz. Upon opening the box, a car key was revealed, an S400L Mercedes-Benz, valued at 1,100,000. Xu Ximiao gently closed the lid and placed it in Meng Feifei's hands. Such thoughtfulness, Lin He remarked, somewhat satisfied. You are too kind, Mr. Lin. As your junior, I should address Miss Feifei as my elder sister, Xu Ximiao replied with a smile. Wang Song felt a shiver down his spine. This group had audacity to attend Mr. Lin's niece's wedding. How had he not noticed their boldness during their previous revelries? Congratulations, Sister Feifei. May you bear children soon. Ding Xinhong approached, holding a square gift box. Upon opening it, 2 watches lay within, a pair of Patek Philippe Nautilus couples watches. The choice of Patek Philippe was meant to symbolize that Sister Feifei's love and marriage would endure through time, passing into the next generation. The men's watch was priced at 404,000, while the women's was 249,200. The sheer value left Meng Feifei feeling dizzy. The gifts received today alone could sustain her comfortably for a lifetime. Miss Feifei, my gift is rather modest by comparison, Baisha said, presenting a gift bag containing the keys to a villa in Maple Leaf Garden at Songchuan Town. Since this is a project from my family, it did not cost me much. I hope you do not find it lacking. Disregard that. A villa in Maple Leaf Garden is valued at around 3 million. Meng Feifei replied, her arms already brimming with gifts. 3 million for a villa? How is that so inexpensive? Lin Qing murmured from the side. The villa my family gifted Sister Feifei is worth a full 50 million. How embarrassing. Baisha scratched his head, feeling somewhat sheepish as he spoke. After all, being a town, it is inevitable that the various aspects cannot be compared to the luxurious residences of Qingjiang City. 3 million is a price that remains unattainable for the majority of the residents of Songchuan Town. The other young gentlemen and ladies have also presented their gifts. However, compared to the more prominent figures such as Wang Song, Xu Ximiao, Ding Xinhong, and Bai Sha, their offerings seem rather modest, ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. I am truly grateful to all of you. Once the gift-giving session, imbued with the scent of wealth, concluded, Meng fondly stepped forward, eager to express his gratitude, yet found himself at a loss for how to address them. To call them children would be inappropriate given their esteemed status, and Meng fondly dared not do so. Very well. Lin He, observing Wang Song and Xu Ximiao, remarked, we are all members of the Huabin Racing Club. In the future, you are welcome to visit Qingjiang City, and I shall arrange for Lin Qing to host you. Chapter 49. Fabre's Insect Life. In society, there are no overarching trees, only hierarchies. Thank you, Mr. Lin, exclaimed several young ladies in unison. Particularly, Wang Tsung felt a weight lift from her heart. Mr. Lin, when we arrive in Xinjiang City, I hope you will take good care of us. Wang Tsung eagerly grasped Lin Qing's hands, raising her brows playfully. I apologize for my previous rudeness in the private room. Once today's affairs are concluded, I shall make amends to you, Mr. Lin. Let bygones be bygones, Lin Qing generously replied. It reminds me of a quote from Fabre's Insect Life in Society. There are no overarching trees, only hierarchies. Lin genuinely wished to slap his son for his ignorance. There are times when one ought to simply remain silent. He greatly appreciated a line from Ostrovsky's how the steel was tempered. To forge iron, one must first be strong. What do you have to confront me with? I didn't expect you, Mr. Lin, to share my sentiments. I have learned from this. Wang Tsung remarked earnestly, you must give me your contact information. Of course. Lin Qing replied, pulling out his phone with an expression of regret for not having met sooner. Xu Ximiao, Ding Xinhong, and Bai Sha. Could this be the case of birds of a feather flocking together? Lin shook his head, realizing that these young masters were merely riding on the coattails of their parents, lacking any true knowledge or skills. Now that they had established a connection with Mr. Lin, Wang Tsung and her companions needed to return home promptly to report their encounters. Mr. Lin, we did not recognize your esteemed identity earlier. We hope you can overlook our ignorance and not hold it against us common folk. Mr. and Mrs. Wu quickly changed their demeanor, abandoning their previous airs. Oh, wasn't it said that those people were coming for the Wu family? Lin Qing seized the opportunity to ridicule them. It is often said that one should not strike the face when fighting, nor reveal the flaws when scolding. Yet, how could one find satisfaction without indulging in a bit of mockery? Pa, you ridiculous woman, spouting nonsense. Does our Wu family truly have such influence? Mr. Wu slapped Mrs. Wu's face without reservation, scolding her harshly. Mrs. Wu covered her face in disbelief, astonished that he dared to strike her. Still, she understood that she had provoked someone who was not to be trifled with. With a resentful glance towards Meng Feifei and her parents, she lamented the embarrassment caused by not disclosing the existence of such a remarkable relative sooner. It was my folly, Mr. Lin. Please do not take offense, Mrs. Wu said, still covering her face. The host had long since distanced himself, knowing that this matter was far beyond the scope of his modest role. Today's events would provide him with tales to boast about for years to come. The young master Xu Ximiao from Mount Investment Development Company, Limited. The young master Bai Sha from Sunshine, Jinya Engineering Technology Company, Limited. The young lady Ding Xinha from Gaoan Tourism Group. And the future heir Wang Tsung from Jintong Group. Even the manager of the Lanting Hotel approached with trepidation, only to find himself at a loss. Those esteemed young gentlemen and ladies quickly departed after presenting their wedding gifts. However, the manager was aware that an even more significant figure stood at the wedding altar. Enough of this pretense. Lin cast a glance at Mr. and Mrs. Wu before disinterestedly returning his gaze to Wu Xinhai. Feifei is my niece, and in my heart, she holds a place akin to that of my own son. I hope you will treat her with the same unwavering kindness. Uncle, please rest assured. I will certainly do so. Wu Xinhai nodded earnestly, like a chick pecking at rice. Knowing that Feifei's uncle was a prominent figure left him breathless, his gaze darting nervously, afraid to meet the eyes of Feifei's uncle. On this auspicious day, you may continue. Lin strode down towards the audience. As he passed by Feifei's grandparents, he exchanged a few words with them before returning to his seat. The guests at his table fell into a profound silence. Too intimidated to speak, Mr. and Mrs. Wu stood on the stage, feeling exceedingly awkward. Fortunately, Mr. Lin did not prevent Feifei from marrying into their family. Once she did, the Wu family would have connections to a significant personage. With this thought, a sense of comfort washed over Mr. and Mrs. Wu. Dear-in-laws, please take a seat. Mrs. Wu approached and wiped the chairs with her sleeve, inviting Pei Xinhui and Ming fondly to sit. The two exchanged glances, fully aware that the transformation of Wu's parents was brought about by Lin He. Feifei, our family Esbasong chain supermarket will all belong to you, Mr. Wu declared. I hope you can forgive us for any past grievances. We are growing old, and our judgments may be clouded. Please do not hold it against us. Uncle, please don't say that, Ming Feifei replied, understanding well that the behavior of Mr. and Mrs. Wu was due to her uncle's influence. Otherwise, they would not have been so amiable. Ding. The host's performance inspired a revelation in his son, significantly boosting his paternal affection value. Ding. The host's energy garnered admiration from his son, leading to a modest increase in paternal affection value. The consecutive system notifications prompted Lin He to open his personal profile. Name: Lin He. Age: 40. Rank: Bronze. Next rank: Silver. Identity: the reclusive tycoon of Xinjiang City. Ability: time pause for 3 seconds, cool down 10 minutes. Paternal affection value: 770-1000. Recently, Lin He had accumulated a considerable amount of paternal affection value in bits and pieces. With a little more effort, the system of paternal love could ascend to the next level, Silver. He pondered what delightful surprises awaited him upon leveling up. Buzz. His phone vibrated. Xiao Rui approached, handing Lin He his mobile device. He closed the system and held the phone to his ear. Hello, is this Mr. Lin? The voice of Ding Dong Lai resonated from the device. Yes, Lin He responded, a flicker of emotion stirring within him. The arrangements for your son's enrollment have been finalized. Once the college entrance examination results are released, the acceptance letter from the Youth Art Academy will be sent to your home. I have secured a place for your son in the directing department. I hope this meets your approval. Should you wish for any changes, please do not hesitate to inform me. Ding Dong's demeanor was amiable, a testament to the power of wealth. The directing department? That sounds promising. I appreciate your efforts. Ding Dong, Lin He replied. The remaining funds will be transferred to your account today. After concluding the call, Lin He hung up and promptly contacted Wen Shui, instructing him to ensure the money was sent to Ding Dong, preserving all evidence for future reference. It would be most unfortunate if any complications arose regarding his son's enrollment after the payment was made. Son, I have something to share with you, Lin He said as he set down the phone. What is it? Lin Qing inquired, spitting out the shell of a sunflower seed. Your plans for university have been arranged. You will be attending the Youth Art Academy in the directing department. Lin He smiled, adding, the acceptance letter will arrive at our home after the examination results are published. Chapter 050. Father simply thought of something amusing. It refers to a type of plant. Ahem. Lin Qing, filled with excitement, lost a bit of composure. Dad. Is that true? Lin He retorted. Would a father deceive his son with such matters? Of course. Father treats me the best, Lin Qing exclaimed, even more exhilarated. That day at the Huabin Racecourse Club, while watching the performances of students from the Qingji Art Academy, Lin Qing was utterly captivated. Firstly, university life is truly wonderful. Secondly, it is no surprise that this renowned art institution boasts an abundance of beautiful women. Their voices, their figures, their faces, absolutely stunning. They are undeniably more alluring than most of the girls Lin Qing encountered in middle and high school. However, upon reflection, it is remarkable that even the matter of entering university was orchestrated by his father. Ding Dong. The mission of sending his son to university has been successfully accomplished, and a grand reward awaits. Open the grand gift package. Lin He was filled with anticipation. The grand gift package opened successfully. Double consumption card X1. Top-tier charm card X1. Skill attribute enhancement card X1. Lin He immediately utilized the double consumption card, transforming the 50 billion spent on his son's education into 100 billion, credited to his personal account. Subsequently, he opened the skill attribute enhancement card to review its description. It enhances the host's current abilities. Current ability: pause time for 3 seconds, cool down 10 minutes. Use. Lin He made his selection. Ding Dong. The skill attribute enhancement card was successfully utilized. As the notification sound concluded, Lin He opened his personal profile panel, and indeed, his soul ability had been enhanced. Current ability: pause time for 6 seconds, cool down 10 minutes. The extension of 3 seconds significantly amplifies the potency of this time-pausing ability. A smile graced Lin He's lips as he clicked on the top-tier charm card to examine its description. Top-tier charm card. Upon use, the host's charm will ascend to the pinnacle of the world. In moments of melancholy, the osmanthus falls in leisure, the night is still, and the spring mountains are empty. When reading, the passerby is as exquisite as jade, the young master unparalleled in the world. At work, with a light robe that astonishes like a swan, raising eyebrows to gaze calmly at the raging fires. During meals, with infinite top-tier charm bestowed upon him, the host will forever be the most unforgettable man. Regardless of the occasion, Lin He understood. No matter what he does or how he feels, he would automatically transition to the most fitting top-tier charming demeanor. Quite excellent, enhancing his allure to perfection. Ding Dong. The host has garnered his son's admiration and trust, resulting in an increase in paternal affection value. Ding Dong. The paternal love system has successfully upgraded. Lin He was taken aback, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected gain. System panel. Personal profile. Name, Lin He. Age, 40 level. Silver, next level. Gold, identity. The hidden wealthy man of Xinjiang City. Ability. Pause time for 10 seconds. Cooldown 10 minutes. Paternal affection value. 27,500 at the bottom. There was a button to click for more details. Ding dong. Triggering the silver level task. Thoughtful guidance, progress 0. Task details. The third generation observes behavior. The fourth generation perceives intentions, and the fifth generation interprets texts. As an exemplary father, one must provide thoughtful guidance. Ding. The paternal love system has successfully upgraded. Granting the new skill, Eyes of the Succubus. Eyes of the Succubus, a legendary ability that, once employed, can ensnare the gazer into a state of hypnosis. After inducing hypnosis, one can command the subject to perform any desired action. Important note, the utilization of the Eyes of the Succubus requires the host's mental strength, which is related to willpower. How formidable! This ability rivals that of time suspension, and the Eyes of the Succubus possess no cooldown period. As for mental strength, Lin He dismissively overlooked it, believing himself to be profoundly resilient. After all, he had lived through 2 lifetimes, experiencing life and death. This implies that, as long as Lin He so desires, he can wield this ability indefinitely. Understanding this brought him immense joy, as today's gains exceeded his initial expectations. Both time suspension and the Eyes of the Succubus can be enhanced through the upgrade of Lin He's paternal love system or by acquiring similar skill-enhancing items. The prospect of utilizing time suspension without limitation across the world or employing the Eyes of the Succubus on all living beings. Lin He's thoughts began to drift further. Father, what are you laughing about? Lin Qing inquired with curiosity. Cough, cough. Lin He straightened himself and cleared his throat, stating, I merely pondered some amusing matters. What amusing matters? Lin Qing asked, intrigued. A friend's wife has just given birth. Lin He recalled the task of providing thoughtful guidance, his tone becoming increasingly stern. Children should curtail their frivolous curiosity. The admission slot at Xingji Art Academy was not easily obtained by your father. Do you understand? Understand what? Lin Qing spread his hands, dropping a heap of sunflower seed shells. Life is vast, and one's career is paramount. As long as there is breath, one must never relent. With the winds of change at our backs, one must seize the opportunity and forge ahead. Lin He declared solemnly, Now do you comprehend? I don't understand. But it sounds impressive, Lin Qing replied honestly. Sigh. Lin He suddenly found the task of providing thoughtful guidance exceedingly challenging. Father, why the sudden sigh? Lin Qing asked with concern. Do you know how our family's wealth was acquired? Lin He shifted his approach. It was earned through your hard work, Lin Qing answered. Thank goodness, you are not entirely foolish. Lin He felt a slight sense of satisfaction and continued. Everything we possess, such as knowledge, is derived from diligent labor. Every achievement is a result of hard work. The students you see at Xingji Art Academy also had to study diligently to gain admission. Indeed, Lin Qing acknowledged. A notable figure once stated that we must learn from our predecessors and peers. Even the greatest genius, if relying solely on their unique inner self to confront challenges, would not attain significant accomplishments. Lin He gently patted his son's shoulder and remarked, This phrase is one you must savor. Dad, what's the matter with you? Lin Qing replied, filled with trepidation. From where did you come across that quotation from Fabre's Souvenirs Entomologiques? Lin He asked, a frown creasing his forehead. He felt an overwhelming urge to give his son, who bore a striking resemblance to himself, a playful slap on the face. Online, Lin Qing said, adjusting his bangs with his fingers. Fabre's Souvenirs Entomologiques is an extensive biological treatise that encapsulates the various types, characteristics, habits, and mating rituals of insects. How could it possibly contain such spiritual maxims? Lin He continued. I've been deceived, Lin Qing exclaimed, suddenly enlightened as he slapped the table. Do you realize how embarrassing it was for you to say that in front of so many people? 3 generations judged by consumption, 4 generations by perception, and 5 generations by literature. Do you genuinely believe that by entering the Huaban Racecourse Club and associating with individuals like Wang Song, you have truly mingled with the upper echelons of society? Lin He inquired. Lin Qing, feeling ashamed, lowered his head. Ding dong. The host's words of wisdom, imbued with profound paternal love, prompted a shift in his son's mindset, resulting in a modest increase in paternal affection value. Chapter 051. The former high school is set to hold a charity gala. Lin He opened the system panel and located the task of guiding effectively. Current progress of the task. 2. A wooden block unworthy of carving. After speaking tirelessly, the progress had merely shifted from 0 to 2%. It barely exceeded the size of a fingernail. At this rate, completion seemed a distant dream. "Dad, would you like some water?" Noticing her father's less than favorable expression, Lin Qing awkwardly rose to pour a glass of water. Linny lifted the cup and sipped the tea, soothing his throat, and his complexion visibly relaxed. "Uncle." Following the conclusion of the wedding ceremony, Meng Feifei and Wu Xinhai approached. The former, with slightly reddened eyes, said, "I toast you a glass." Wu Xinhai held a tray filled with delicate white wine cups, already brimming. "You are my niece. There is no need for such formalities. On this joyous occasion, it is unnecessary to consume excessive alcohol that could be detrimental to your health," Lin He replied, shaking his head. Indeed, Cousin Feifei. If you need anything, feel free to call my dad or me. I am curious to see who would dare look down upon my cousin." Lin Qing stood up, intentionally glancing at Wu Xinhai and his parents, who stood awkwardly behind him. The trio shared an embarrassed laugh. "Oh, silly brother. No one would ever look down upon your cousin." Meng Feifei chuckled through her tears. The boy's candid remarks, though somewhat unrestrained, were nonetheless refreshing. Observing her uncle and brother, Meng Feifei felt a warm current surge within her. It was truly comforting to have such assertive relatives. It had evidently shifted the demeanor of Xinhai's parents. "Now, the matters ahead pertain to you two lovebirds," Lin he said with a smile. "As Xiaoqing mentioned, do not hesitate to call your uncle for any matters. While I may not boast of grand stature, I do possess a modicum of influence in Qingjiang City." A modicum of influence in Qingjiang City? Wu's father could not help but reflect inwardly. Indeed, the truly significant figures, as Xinhai had remarked, were remarkably humble. Even the likes of Master Xu Ximiao from Maud Investment Development Company, Master Bai Sha from Yangwang Jinya Engineering Technology Company, Miss Ding Xinhong from Gaoan Tourism Group, and the young masters and ladies of the Jintong Group all bowed before such stature. It was certainly not merely a matter of slight importance. One could only imagine the tremors that would ensue should Lin He stamp his foot. "Lin He, I cannot express enough gratitude for today," Pei Xinhui and Meng fondly. The couple approached to convey their thanks. With Lin He as their support, Wu Xinhai's parents would surely refrain from giving their daughter a cold shoulder and would likely pamper her instead. After all, this couple, with their materialistic tendencies, would undoubtedly dream of clinging to Lin He's gilded leg in the future. "There is no need for repeated expressions of gratitude between our families," Lin He feigned dissatisfaction. Indeed, Pei Xinhui's spirits lifted considerably as she remarked, "Lin He, you are around the same age as old Meng. Look at you, well-preserved, appearing barely 30. And then there's old Meng. One could easily believe he is 50. The inherent disparities between individuals are undeniable. Life can indeed be challenging," lamented Meng fondly. "Uncle is undeniably handsome," Meng Feifei remarked, giving a heartfelt thumbs up. Although her uncle had reached the age of 40, he appeared, as her mother had claimed, to be merely 30. His looks and demeanor were the epitome of perfection that Meng Feifei had ever encountered in reality. Many young women today are quite enamored with men of his caliber. Wu Xinhai, feeling a twinge of jealousy, gently nudged Meng Feifei, despite being her uncle. The way she extolled his virtues made him rather uncomfortable. Meng Feifei rolled her eyes at Wu Xinhai, dismissing him entirely. The wedding of the niece concluded splendidly. In the afternoon, Lin He instructed Xiao Rui to chauffeur them back to Qingjiang City in a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Throughout the journey, he pondered the best approach to educate his son. Should he enroll him in tutoring sessions? English, mathematics, piano, martial arts, painting. Upon returning to the villa, Lin He, having showered and donned comfortable loungewear, sat on the sofa. In front of him stood Xiao Rui and Lin Qing, exchanging bewildered glances, uncertain of their boss father's intentions. "Xiao Rui, I have a task for you," Lin He began. "Boss, please command me," Xiao Rui replied, hands respectfully clasped in front of him. "Teach this child martial arts," Lin He declared. "A man should possess a certain vigor. Being overly delicate is rather unmanly." "Ah?" Lin Qing gasped, quickly interjecting, "Dad, martial arts can be learned, but it's not necessary." The decision was made. Xiao Rui's monthly salary would increase by 20,000 yuan. After all, a healthy physique is paramount, Lin He asserted, his stance unequivocal. Lin Qing wished to argue further, but upon seeing his father's expression, he bit his lip and swallowed his words. "Thank you, boss. I will certainly endeavor to train young Master Lin well," Xiao Rui affirmed. "Excellent," Lin Qing nodded. Xiao Rui departed the villa with a visibly disgruntled Lin Qing. As per the boss's orders, martial arts instruction was to commence that very day. At that moment, when Shui entered from outside, "Mr. Lin, the lawsuit has concluded," he announced, holding a document detailing the case and its outcome. "No need to review it. The necessary penalties have been served, I presume?" Lin He placed the document on the table before him, inquiring. "Yes, they have," when Shui confirmed with a nod. "That's good to hear." Lin He smiled with satisfaction. The law is indeed a splendid instrument. Mr. Lin speaks the truth, when Shui nodded once more. After sending Wen Shui off to attend to other matters, Lin He contemplated acquiring a few more talent recruitment cards. At present, he could only trust two capable subordinates, Wen Shui and Xiao Rui. As the hidden tycoon of Qingjiang City, he found his resources rather meager. In the following days, Lin Qing was awakened each morning at 6 o'clock to commence his long-distance running. At the outset, no matter how fervently Xiao Rui called, Lin Qing remained sprawled on the bed, lost in her delightful dreams. Upon receiving Lin He's permission, Xiao Rui would rouse Lin Qing each day with a bucket of cold water in hand. Should his calls go unanswered after 3 attempts, he would unceremoniously douse her with every last drop of the frigid liquid. It soon became evident that the training bore fruit. Lin Qing, once delicate and fair, began to develop a more muscular physique and appeared far more spirited than before. On one particular morning, as Lin He savored his breakfast, he gazed at his son who was voraciously devouring his meal and opened the system panel. Current progress of the task, 18. Quite satisfactory, Lin He mused. "Dad, my former high school is organizing a charity event and has invited all alumni and their parents to attend," Lin Qing remarked, swallowing the morsel in her mouth and lifting her gaze. Chapter 052. I came here for the Rolls-Royce Phantom, the charity event organized by my son's high school. Charity embodies the voluntary act of individuals dedicating their compassion and assistance towards social endeavors aimed at aiding the underprivileged. Attending with my child not only fosters his benevolence but also serves as a profound lesson in moral education. When is this event taking place? Lin He began to look forward to the charity auction. Tomorrow at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, on the playground of Qingjiang No. 1 Middle School, Lin Qing informed him. All right, Lin He nodded in agreement. The charity auction at Qingjiang No. 1 Middle School was indeed timely. Father, there is actually one more thing. Lin Qing hesitantly reached for a perfectly boiled egg, its translucent shell gleaming, and stammered. What is it? Lin He inquired, puzzled, as it was rare for his son to exhibit such hesitation in expressing himself. My mother is coming back with my sister. Lin Qing bit into the egg white, his expression somewhat conflicted. How do you know? Lin He continued to eat. After his ex-wife chose to divorce in pursuit of a better life, he had ceased to follow her news. It was my sister who told me. She mentioned that Mom doesn't want to keep in touch with you, but she misses you dearly and hopes to stay with you this time, Lin Qing continued. Dad, you must believe me. Since Mom left, I have had no contact with her whatsoever. I've blocked all means of communication. You are her son. It would not be an issue even if there were contact. Lin He chuckled. Father is not so petty. Come on. I have no intention of contacting her. My thoughts align with my sister's. She betrayed you, betrayed our family, seeking a wealthier life with higher standards. Compared to my sister, I am fortunate to remain by your side, Lin Qing jested. Foolish boy. A warm current flowed through Lin He's heart. His daughter, Lin Weiyi, had always been affectionate towards him, gentle and understanding. She had never caused him any distress in his memories. While Lin Qing was a wayward child, Lin Weiyi was his cherished darling. He recalled the moment his ex-wife took Lin Weiyi away. The little girl's tear-streaked face was etched in his mind. Reflecting on that poignant scene, Lin He felt a wave of nostalgia. It had been a long time. He wondered if the little girl had grown taller and whether she had become even more beautiful. At Qingjiang City Airport, a mother and daughter emerged. The daughter appeared to be around 17 or 18, blossoming into a graceful young woman, exuding the charm of a delicate beauty. Her refined features radiated a certain innocence, and the elegant curve of her nose would elicit envy from many women. Her lustrous black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her youthful yet radiant visage reflected the joy of returning to Qingjiang City. Several passing travelers discreetly admired the 17 or 18-year-old girl, with some even speculating if she was a budding young star. Let us go. Uncle Yang has already booked us a hotel. A woman dragged a suitcase and spoke, her tone devoid of warmth. The joy on the girl's delicate face was swiftly overshadowed by a chill, her moonlit eyes reflecting a hint of disdain at the mention of Uncle Yang. I want to see Dad. Rest assured, you will have the opportunity, the woman replied, her expression impassive. This time, I wish to remain by my father's side, the girl declared. as long as you can endure a life devoid of material comforts. Forgo luxury brands, rely solely on your own legs for transportation, and tolerate the simplicity of plain meals. Endure what you have never endured before. Then you may indeed stay by your father's side. The woman found it rather amusing to think of the man, who had long neglected his physique and now bore the marks of age. It was only after leaving Xinjiang City that she truly comprehended the essence of the human experience. Do not trouble yourself with this, the girl said as she strode towards the waiting taxi, her fair legs glistening in the sunlight. This mother and daughter duo were none other than Pei Xinwen, Lin He's ex-wife, and their daughter, Lin Weiya. After a long separation, they had finally returned to the land of Xinjiang City. Thick shades of green trees, summer days stretch long, reflections of buildings dance in the pond. At the entrance of Xinjiang No. 1 High School, a conspicuous red banner had already been hung, proclaiming, "Welcome esteemed parents and students to Xinjiang No. 1 High School." Since it was a charity event, fundraising was undoubtedly the primary focus, attracting notable figures from various sectors. In simple terms, the parents and students who received invitations were all from affluent backgrounds. Otherwise, how could substantial donations be amassed? All security personnel had been mobilized, assisting the school staff in welcoming the arriving parents. The parking lot of Xinjiang No. 1 High School was already filled with BMWs, Mercedes, Audis, and other luxury vehicles. Look, it's a Rolls-Royce Phantom. The allure of Xinjiang No. 1 High School was truly remarkable, capable of attracting prominent figures who owned such lavish automobiles. One must consider the longevity of Xinjiang No. 1 High School and the multitude of students it had sent forth. The connections it had amassed were beyond ordinary comparison. Many parents chatting in the vicinity were taken aback upon witnessing the luxurious vehicles gliding into the school entrance. Inside the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Linny observed the throngs of parents and students, remarking, "Are we not a tad late?" "Surely not," Lin Qing replied, glancing at her phone. "It's only 1:50 p.m. This crowd simply arrived early." Xiao Rui, driving the Rolls-Royce Phantom, followed the security's directions and parked in the lot. Both Lin He and Lin Qing were dressed casually. Upon exiting the vehicle, Lin Qing stretched her limbs, gazing at the verdant grass and shaded campus, and mused. "In the past, entering this school filled me with headaches and distress. Now, returning feels profoundly different." Linny merely cast a sidelong glance at his son, amused at how he had adopted such airs in just a few days. "Gentlemen, please follow me," the security guard said politely. With a dedicated chauffeur and the illustrious Rolls-Royce Phantom as their conveyance, they were likely among the most distinguished parents attending today's event. Today, young Master Yang has taken an interest in attending the campus charity event. A group of middle-aged men and women, exuding an air of sophistication, has gathered around a young man. There is, of course, a reason for this gathering. This young man, known as young Master Yang, is none other than Yang Luofu of the esteemed Yang family, who had a brief encounter with Lin He at the auction house. However, at this moment, Yang Luofu appears disinterested in engaging with others. The middle-aged individuals, all businessmen, are pleasantly surprised by Yang Luofu's presence. "Have you heard? A person arrived in a Rolls-Royce at the school gate, but we do not know who it is from Xinjiang City," one man remarks with a smile as he approaches. "Could it be a Rolls-Royce Phantom?" Yang Luofu's eyes light up with curiosity. "Indeed, young Master Yang. Do you happen to know the owner?" The man asserts confidently. "Know him? Of course I do." Yang Luofu responds eagerly. "In fact, I came here specifically to meet the owner of that Rolls-Royce Phantom." Chapter 53. Uncle Lin's generous donation. In the expansive playground, thousands of chairs were arranged for the arriving guests to sit and rest. At the heart of the playground, a podium had been erected. Lin Qing, accompanied by his father Lin He, was exploring the school and its various buildings. "Lin Qing," a familiar voice called out, as a graceful girl in school uniform approached at a brisk pace. "Huang Qiuyan." Lin Qing turned, waving his hand in greeting. "Hello, Uncle Lin," Huang Qiuyan said, adjusting her hair and sporting a subtle touch of makeup, which was uncharacteristic for her. "Greetings," Lin He replied. "What brings you here?" Lin Qing blurted out, regretting the question immediately. It seemed to imply a lack of respect for Huang Qiuyan. He was well aware that the attendees were primarily wealthy classmates and their parents, and he knew Huang Qiuyan's family situation. Given the invitation standards of Xinjiang No. 1 High School, it was unlikely she would attend the charity event. "I apologize. I meant no offense," Lin Qing quickly amended. "No worries. We've been classmates for 3 years. I know very well whether you're a good person or a bad one." Huang Qiuyan replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. She had been a bit out of breath from her run. and the weather was quite warm. That's a relief, Lin Qing chuckled. So, what brings you to school today? Isn't there a charity event happening? Huang Qiuyan explained. The school invited outstanding alumni and this year's exemplary students to give speeches, primarily to convey the spirit of the charity event. With that, she raised the speech manuscript in her hand. That's impressive. Good luck later, Lin Qing encouraged. Lin He was astonished. His son could indeed utter a few commendable words. Uncle Lin, my mother asked me to express our gratitude for your assistance with our family matters. When I graduate from university, I will surely repay your kindness, Huang Qiuyan said earnestly. Focus on your studies. If you ever wish to, you can join Uncle Lin's company. The benefits will certainly surpass those of other corporations, Lin He remarked, sensing the girl's sincerity. Uncle Lin must keep his word, Huang Qiuyan exclaimed joyfully. Rest assured, my father is a man of his word, Lin Qing assured her. Uncle Lin, Lin Qing, what a coincidence. At that moment, another girl approached, Yin Shujing, who had once stayed at Lin Qing's home. Indeed, what a coincidence, Lin Qing said, his spirits lifted. Standing before two beautiful girls was quite a sight. Lin He remained silent, merely casting a glance at Yin Shujing. Her gaze quickly averted, revealing her cleverness. In Lin He's eyes, both Huang Qiuyan and Yin Shujing were young girls of similar age, yet fundamentally different. From his son, he had learned that Yin Shujing came from a single-parent family. She was very understanding and accomplished, but when compared to Huang Qiuyan, who faced even greater challenges, Yin Shujing appeared more calculating. However, Lin Qing was able to express understanding. The beautiful Yin Shujing, harboring many complexities within her heart, would possess greater adaptability in society than Huang Qiuyan. Ah, is that not Lin Qing? A boy, also clad in school uniform and wearing glasses, approached with two microphones in hand. Upon noticing the two exquisite beauties standing beside Lin Qing, a fleeting glimmer of jealousy flashed in the boy's eyes, hastily concealed behind thick lenses. Both Huang Qiuyan and Yin Shujing were quite renowned within the school, distinguished by their striking appearances and exceptional academic achievements. However, in a true comparison of academic prowess, Huang Qiuyan proved to be slightly more outstanding. Thus, the school had designated her to represent the current exemplary graduating class of Qingjiang No. 1 High School and deliver a speech on stage. Oh, isn't that Fang Haoquang? Lin Qing scoffed, clearly at odds with this boy. With the college entrance examination concluded, the boy, named Fang Haoquang, cheerfully inquired about her future university plans. What business is it of yours? Lin Qing initially intended to mention the Youth Art Academy, but reflecting on her less-than-stellar examination results and the Academy's prestigious standing as one of the top 3 art institutions in the country, she swallowed her words. Is this your father? Fang Haoquang refrained from further inquiries. He merely aimed to caution Huang Qiuyan and Yin Shujing against associating too closely with a student of poor academic standing. A student of poor performance is but a dregs in the school, and in the future will be the lowest of society's dregs. With this thought, Fang Haoquang straightened his posture, gaining confidence, no longer feeling envious of Huang Qiuyan and Yin Shujing's proximity to Lin Qing. He believed that both Huang Qiuyan and Yin Shujing were intelligent enough to understand that a poor student is akin to a worthless person. Yes, what about it? Lin Qing inquired. Today is the charity gala. I wonder if Uncle Lin will donate several tens of thousands or more. Fang Haoquang maintained a smile that did not quite reach his eyes. Yet, this time, he redirected his barbs from Lin Qing to Lin He. Observing Lin He's casual attire, Fang Haoquang felt a chuckle rising within him. Every man attending the charity gala was impeccably dressed in suits. To appear so informally suggested a lack of success. Fang Haoquang was also aware that Lin Qing's family had gone bankrupt on the day the exam results were released. She had collided with a Bentley outside the examination hall, though he was unaware of the aftermath. Nevertheless, he understood that the worth of a Bentley was far beyond what Lin Qing, from a now impoverished family, could manage. Presumably, this father and son had been enduring a rather miserable existence lately. The corners of Lin He's mouth curled into a mocking arc as he locked eyes with Fang Haoquang. Fang Haoquang, undeterred, met Lin He's gaze, fully aware that his remarks would irk Lin Qing's father, yet he desired precisely that effect. Suddenly, Fang Haoquang perceived an uncanny transformation in the colors of the man's eyes, shifting between black and white. As if melting under the scorching sun of today, black and white began to intertwine and dissolve, transforming into a chilling vortex that threatened to freeze one to the core. The vortex commenced its rotation, reminiscent of the depths of the ocean or a black hole in the cosmos. Fong Haoquang felt his soul being tugged and twisted, every nerve in his brain ablaze with torment. Ah! The microphone clattered onto the lawn, beads of sweat dotting Fong Haoquang's face as he clutched his head, emitting sounds of anguish. Lin chuckled with amusement. The boy, still in the throes of childhood, dared to flaunt his cunning before him. Today's youth, indeed, seem increasingly audacious. WDNMD, Fong Haoquang, I must advise you against attempting to feign injury. There are cameras monitoring every corner of the school. Lin Qing was taken aback by this sudden display and quickly raised his voice. Could it be that he was aware of his family's vast wealth, seeking to extort a hefty sum in the public eye? Chapter 054. Their family had long since gone bankrupt, living in utter poverty. Lin stood there unmoved. It was the first time he employed the enchantress's eye on the bespectacled boy, ensnaring Fong Haoquang in a nightmare, weaving together his deepest fears amidst a swirling vortex. The soul was tugged, and nerves burned. All these sensations were mere illusions of Fong Haoquang, the agony arising from the realm of the mind. With a swift motion, Lin released the enchantress's eye, a faint weariness washing over him. Each use of the enchantress's eye drained his mental energy. This, indeed, was the sensation that followed such exertion. For Lin it was entirely bearable. Fong Haoquang collapsed onto the ground, his clothes quickly soaked through with sweat, a testament to the torment he was enduring. He gasped for breath, his pale visage etched with terror. The peculiar pain had come swiftly and dissipated just as quickly, leaving Fong Haoquang bewildered. Huang Qiuyin and Yin Shujing dared not approach. Fong Haoquang's frenzied state was fearsome, causing both girls considerable distress. What happened, son? Who has wronged you? A middle-aged couple rushed over, squatting beside Fong Haoquang with concern. You are a demon, not a human. Fong Haoquang's bloodshot eyes fixed on Lin as he stammered. Such words from one so young, is that not a sign of poor upbringing? Lin inquired with a faint smile. Poor upbringing? What kind of upbringing allows a grown man to bully a child? The woman stood, her voice rising sharply in indignation. Old witch, how dare you speak to my father that way? Lin Qing interjected, displeased. In his eyes, Lin was an unwavering, superlative father, a paragon of strength and capability. No one was permitted to insult his father, not even this old witch, nor Lin Qing's biological mother. Ah, so it is a father and son duo, the woman remarked, her furious gaze revealing a flicker of surprise. The boy had grown so large, and yet this man appeared scarcely 30. Possessing a physique and countenance she had never encountered in the real world. For a moment, her imposing demeanor faltered. What has happened between you two? Should you dare to show disrespect to my father, I shall reciprocate, Lin Qing stated without hesitation. Very well indeed. How astonishing that such uncouth individuals have infiltrated the charity gala of Qingjiang First High School. Amidst so many esteemed guests, Fong Haoquang's father proclaimed with vigor. Numerous parents and students turned their attention to the unfolding scene, many perplexed by the circumstances. Do you grasp what has transpired? Lin inquired. You have bullied my son. Fong Haoquang's father exclaimed. Have I bullied you? Lin directed his gaze towards the still trembling Fong Haoquang. Yes, you have. The words sprang to Fong Haoquang's mind unbidden when questioned. Yet, as they hovered on the tip of his tongue, doubt crept in. Bullied? How exactly was I bullying him? Mere words without evidence. Do not fear, for your father is here, providing unwavering support. My son, Fong Haoquang, is not someone who can be easily bullied by any random individual. It was then that Fong Wenlong, Fong Haoquang's father, perceived the hesitation on his son's face and instantly deduced that the man before them had employed some means to instill fear in his son. He spoke up to offer reassurance. Father, we should immediately alert the school security. Fong Haoquang, having found his pillar of strength, summoned his courage to speak. This is Lin Qing, my classmate, who is nothing more than an academic underachiever. That man is his father. And I am well aware that their family has long since gone bankrupt, impoverished to the core. They must have learned of today's charity gala through some channel, intending to exploit the situation for their own gain. How unsurprising, the woman sneered. Who among those attending the charity gala today is not from a wealthy or noble family? In such an upscale setting, he doesn't even know how to dress appropriately. He must have been nothing special even before his family's downfall. Looking for a fight, Lin Qing, feeling a surge of determination, prepared to swing at the woman's heavily made-up face. However, his hand was seized by Lin who cautioned, you may strike. But it is unnecessary. Reluctantly, Lin Qing withdrew his hand, feeling disappointed as he had been training with Xiao Rue and was eager to test his skills in a real confrontation. He believed he could easily take on Fong Haoquang and his family alone. All of you are esteemed guests of Qinjiang No. 1 High School, and we are all here with benevolent intentions. Any issues can be addressed after the charity gala concludes. A few security personnel approached, positioning themselves between the two parties to prevent an actual physical altercation. The charity event held significant importance for Qinjiang No. 1 High School, and any disturbances could reflect poorly on the security team. They're the ones bullying our son, and you security guards are doing nothing about it? My son is an outstanding graduate of Qinjiang No. 1 High School and is supposed to speak on stage shortly. The woman shouted, her voice piercing. The security officer replied, I apologize, but the charity gala is about to commence, and representatives from the educational system are also in attendance. If you have any concerns, please direct them to our school's administration. Enough. The charity gala is about to begin. Fong Wenlong interjected with a cold smirk. I hope that once the event concludes, you two continue to act so brazenly. I also trust you won't attempt to slip away unnoticed. For I will search every inch of Qinjiang City to ensure you grasp the meaning of disgrace. One can only hope. Lenny shrugged in response. The leading security officer, smirking internally, thought to himself, to make them understand the meaning of disgrace? He was the one who directed the Rolls-Royce Phantom into the parking lot and witnessed the father and son disembark, with their driver, a young man in a suit without a tie, standing behind them. Once the charity gala concluded, a spectacle was sure to unfold. Mr. Lin. A group suddenly rushed in, led by a young man with a broad smile. Isn't that Yang Luofu, the scion of the Yang family? One of the three prominent families in Qinjiang City? It appears they have come in search of that father and son duo, whose identities are indeed remarkable. I have encountered them before. The Rolls-Royce Phantom that graces the entrance of Qinjiang No. 1 High School belongs to that gentleman. Numerous students and parents murmured amongst themselves, exchanging curious glances. What is the situation? Fong Wenlong, Fong Haoquang, and the woman were momentarily at a loss. Is that not Yang Luofu? The heir of the prestigious Yang family, one of the three prominent families? The gaze of the three individuals converged upon the casually dressed man. So it is young Master Yang. Lin he remained stationary, his hands resting casually by his sides. As Yang Luofu approached, he extended his hand from a distance, exclaiming, I did not expect that a modest charity event would see Mr. Lin personally attending with his son. You are indeed my role model. When I become a father, I hope to have the opportunity to learn from Mr. Lin's exemplary example. The demeanor of this young master from one of the three great families was remarkably humble. Chapter 055. Indeed, aspiring to be my father's son, and to be the eldest son at that. The hierarchy is unmistakably apparent. Fong Haoquang swallowed hard. The situation felt amiss. Wasn't Lin Qing's family bankrupt? How could the eldest son of the Yang family, one of the three prominent families in Qinjiang City, treat him with such fervor, almost as if he were deliberately attempting to curry favor? A handshake was unnecessary. Lin he was perplexed by the other party's demeanor. After all, at the auction, due to the incident involving the renowned opera star Cheng Die, Yang Luofu had borne a grudge. Yet today, he was so effusive, resembling a sycophant. Was there a hidden agenda? However, Lin he could not ascertain how Yang Luofu might exploit this charity gala to his detriment. Soon, a scene unfolded that left onlookers astounded. Just when everyone anticipated Yang Luofu would erupt in anger, he seemed to have anticipated this outcome all along, retracting his hand with a smile that remained undiminished. Indeed, growing more enthusiastic. Is there something you wish to discuss? Lin he inquired directly. Were it not for the multitude of eyes upon him, Lin he would have liked to use his demon eye to discern this fellow's true intentions. It's a long story. Yang Luofu feigned a cough. On one hand, it was indeed a lengthy tale, fraught with complications. On the other hand, with so many prying eyes around, matters that must remain confidential ought to be discussed in private. Then let us not speak of it, Lin he replied. When the crowd thins, he would employ his demon eye on Yang Luofu, compelling him to divulge all his secrets. Please, Mr. Lin, Yang Luofu quickly interjected, halting Lin He's departure, a wry smile upon his face. I understand you are a person of considerable importance. But could you spare me 30 minutes? No, just 20 minutes, after the charity gala concludes? Who exactly is this Mr. Lin? The young master of the Yang family is exhibiting such humility? His identity must be remarkable. I mentioned that Mr. Lin arrived in a Rolls-Royce Phantom. One can glean a glimpse of his status just from his mode of transport. Ha ha ha, while you are focused on Mr. Lin and young Master Yang. Have you not noticed a certain audacious family on the verge of tears? Regardless, I cannot believe that someone of such stature, capable of prompting young Master Yang to lower himself in deference, would stoop to bully a mere student. Indeed, I share your disbelief. An increasing number of parents and students among the onlookers began to trust in the integrity of Lin He and Lin Qing. Meanwhile, Fong Wenlong and his wife were sweating profusely, like large yellow beans plummeting to the ground. They had stirred up trouble, having offended someone whom even young Master Yang dared not cross, particularly for Fong Wenlong, who had rashly boasted that he would ensure the charity gala's conclusion would not see them depart, as he intended to call for reinforcements to confront the father and son duo at the school gates. Good heavens! As this thought crossed Fong Wenlong's mind, his heart trembled violently. To confront the owner of a Rolls-Royce Phantom, a person whom even young Master Yang sought to appease? Perhaps the sun today radiated an unusually high temperature, for Fong Wenlong felt dizzy, nearly unable to stand. Young rascal, tell me, has Mr. Lin truly bullied you? Fong Wenlong pressed his finger against the philtrum, striving to prevent his mind from collapsing. Yes, do speak up. How exactly has Mr. Lin mistreated you? The woman, now somewhat frantic, inquired. Her thoughts mirrored those of the surrounding parents. How could someone of Mr. Lin's esteemed stature possibly bully her son? Just as a general's sword would never strike a fly, how could a person of such prominence demean a high school student? He glanced at me, and my head began to throb painfully, Fong Haoquang stammered. The sudden shift in circumstances left him utterly bewildered. Good heavens, you. The woman was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to articulate her son's predicament. Initially considering him a prodigy, she now perceived his mind as filled with utter nonsense. Mr. Lin merely looked at him, and it felt as though he had suffered a concussion. Who would believe such a tale? Fong Wenlong questioned through gritted teeth. Do you think Mr. Lin possesses superhuman abilities? I. Fong Haoquang was on the verge of tears. The intense headache and vivid hallucinations were undeniable. He was not fabricating his experiences. Fong Wenlong and his wife quickly turned their gaze toward Mr. Lin, but he had already departed with young Master Yang. As the crowd settled, many were unfamiliar with Lin He. However, with Yang Luofu beside him, Lin He and Lin Qing occupied the front row. Mr. Lin's participation in this charity event truly demonstrates his compassion, Yang Luofu remarked, attempting to ingratiate himself. Perhaps saying a few less flattering words would yield a more favorable outcome for your 20 minutes after the charity event, Lin He suggested. All right. Yang Luofu nodded eagerly. Like a chick pecking at grains, Lin Qing felt a surge of confusion. During the auction, this brash young Master Yang had been insufferably arrogant. Why had his demeanor shifted so drastically today, resembling that of a son? Suddenly, a realization struck Lin Qing with the force of a thunderbolt. Young Master Yang had discovered the immense wealth of his father at the auction, leading him to covet the position of his father's son. As the young master of the Yang family, he could not compete with Lin Qing for women, nor could he match him in wealth. With such a comparison, it was evident that the benefits of being his father's son were far superior. When Lin Qing cast another glance at Yang Luofu, his eyes brimmed with intense animosity. Yang Luofu, preoccupied with contemplating what to say during the 20 minutes following the charity event, sensed the hostility emanating from Lin Qing and felt a pang of anxiety. Could it be that this young Master Lin harbored a vengeful disposition? It seemed quite plausible, under the extravagant affection showered upon him by Mr. Lin. A supercilious character would undoubtedly emerge. As a young man of privilege, he must have been accustomed to having everything and everyone bend to his will. During the auction, Lin Qing's pursuits, including wooing women and contending for Tang Bo's artwork, had been thwarted by Yang Luofu's interference. Yang Luofu silently lamented his forgetfulness. How could he have overlooked the formidable presence of Lin Qing? He realized he must appease him. Lin Qing's younger brother, Yang Luofu, endeavored to muster a congenial smile, exuding an aura akin to that of an amiable older brother. Yet, Lin Qing's fists clenched in fury, ready to strike at Yang Luofu's infuriatingly smug visage. In a spacious 260-square-meter residence within the urban garden, on the balcony, Pei Xinwen was preparing coffee. While seated across from her was a man who exuded a scholarly demeanor. How are preparations progressing? Pei Xinwen inquired, placing the freshly brewed coffee before him with genuine concern. Rest assured, the only trouble lies with Yang Luofu. My nephew is likely to feel as anxious as an ant on a hot stove. The refined gentleman lifted the cup, gently blowing across its surface, confident in his assured victory. I have a class reunion on Saturday, and there's a chance I might encounter Lin He. We were classmates in the past. Pei Xinwen was particularly drawn to men who radiated confidence and capability. Chapter 056, Family Values and Body Frugality. Only one house and one car, rest assured, Lin He is currently in a state of decline. It is uncertain whether he would have the audacity to attend the alumni gathering. Pei Xinwen, noticing the subtle shift in the expression of the man across from her, rose with a smile and gently massaged his shoulders, remarking, "Moreover, I have long since lost any feelings for him. Are we bringing Wei Yi along?" The man inquired with a smile. "No," Pei Xinwen replied decisively. "Were it not for unavoidable circumstances, I would not return to Qingjiang City with my daughter. My sister's daughter, Fei Fei, is getting married, and they never informed me. Of course, she harbored no interest or understanding of the happenings over there, despite her estrangement from her family. The fact that she was not notified of her niece's wedding stirred a tempest of emotions within her. Just have someone send a gift later," she added. The man stirred his coffee, finding the complexity of Pei Xinwen's feelings over her niece's wedding invitation less intriguing than the clouds outside, which suddenly obscured the sunlight. Very well. Pei Xinwen understood the man's indifference towards trivial matters. She did not mind. Truly capable men seldom quibble over minor details. Having found a new marriage and new emotions, Pei Xinwen felt compelled to transform herself. She aspired to learn from the exemplary man beside her. Should his plans succeed, she would become one of the few affluent ladies in Qingjiang City, a true socialite. "During my visit to Qingjiang City, I heard an intriguing piece of news," the man said, sipping his coffee. The beverage exuded a peculiar, delicate fragrance within his mouth, rendering its bitterness particularly precious. "What news?" Pei Xinwen asked with curiosity. "A wealthy individual is investing in the establishment of a 20 billion yuan amusement park project in Qingjiang City," the man revealed. 20 billion? How extraordinarily wealthy, Pei Xinwen exclaimed. Speculating, could it be one of the three prominent families? The man chuckled softly, then shook his head. "Xinwen, you overestimate the three families. While they might possess that sum, to produce it would undermine their very foundations. Should the project fail, they would be erased from the ranks of the three families. None would dare risk it. Besides those families, who else possesses such wealth?" Pei Xinwen probed. "In a city, outwardly wealthy individuals may not always be truly affluent," the man explained. "For now, the identity of this super-rich individual remains unclear. However, an interesting detail is that his surname is Lin. He is surnamed Lin." Pei Xinwen's heartbeat faltered momentarily, a mix of disbelief and amusement washing over her. "It can't possibly be Lin He, can it? Who knows?" The man jested. "Don't tease me." Pei Xinwen returned to her seat. For him, being able to feed his son a meal is sufficient. "I have no idea if that father and son even have a place to live." The man continued to savor his coffee, aware of Lin He to some extent. Even if he were to tell him that the super-rich individual was Lin He, the man would be incredulous. The earlier remark was merely a light-hearted jest shared over coffee. The laughter, tinged with mockery, resonated in the air. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed as a fist struck a face, followed by a pained wail from the front row of spectators. Lin Qing, his anger palpable, glared fiercely while Yang Luofu clutched his swollen face, his eyes shimmering with stars. Indeed, Mr. Lin's impressive background was evident. Otherwise, a scion of the Yang family would not have been so easily struck. In the throes of pain, Yang Luofu, rather than seething with anger, found himself inexplicably pleased. "Lin Xiao, have I offended you in some way?" he inquired, his tone almost deferential. Lin He looked at his son in disbelief, perplexed by his behavior. "You know full well," Lin Qing replied coldly. "Lin Xiao, I was indeed blind at the auction." Yang Luofu promptly apologized. Just as he suspected, this young master was quite domineering. The punch he had just received was delivered with precision and force, leaving Yang Luofu acutely aware of the ache in his facial bones. It was clear that Lin Qing was no stranger to public displays of aggression. "You lack the courage. With me around, you shall not ascend to the throne," Lin Qing mused, satisfied with the display of intimidation as he settled back into his seat. "Father truly has foresight. Training with Xiao Rui has made my strikes more gratifying than ever." "Ascend to the throne? Who desires such a thing?" Yang Luofu pondered, bewildered. Lin He shook his head in resignation, wondering what thoughts occupied his son's mind. Strangely, Yang Luofu exhibited none of the arrogance he had displayed at the auction. Instead, he seemed to relish the experience of being struck. Was there some psychological distortion at play? Nearby, several parents and students whispered among themselves, curious about the enigmatic Lin father and son. "Distinguished guests, beloved friends, both young and old, good afternoon," the principal of Qingjiang No. One middle school announced as he ascended the constructed stage with a microphone in hand. "It is a pleasure to welcome you all to this charity event hosted by our school on this delightful afternoon. The central tenet of this charity gathering is the education of our children. Education holds immense significance for individuals, families, and society at large. Yet, in our city of Xinjiang and throughout Hebei province, many children strive diligently, yet lack access to education. Education is also closely linked to our local economy. The principal spoke eloquently from the stage. Lenny listened intently, understanding that the purpose of the speech was to encourage affluent parents to generously contribute to the school's educational charity. "Son," Lin called softly. "Huh?" Lin Qing responded, looking over with a blank expression. "Did you comprehend what the principal said?" Lin He inquired. Observing his son's bewildered demeanor, Lin He could already surmise the answer. "Indeed. It is quite clear," Lin Qing remarked with a knowing look, his eyebrows raised in jest. "Lin Xiao truly has an eye for detail. It is indeed very clear." Yang Luofu interjected, giving a thumbs up. "Who would have thought? Young Master Yang is also a person of genuine character." Lin Qing observed this fellow and found him rather pleasing to the eye. Lin He was taken aback for a moment, then followed his son's gaze to the stage. On either side of the platform stood 2 rows of girls dressed in ultra-short skirts, adorned with colorful ribbons. It appeared that they were performing a program organized by students from Xinjiang No. 1 High School for today's charity event. A gentle summer breeze swayed the hems of their skirts. It turned out that the by his son referred to was in fact the legs of those young girls. Lin He's tone grew stern. Hearing his father's voice, Lin Qing immediately trembled. When his father called him by his full name, it usually meant he was about to receive a reprimand. The greater one's responsibilities and capabilities, do you understand? Lin He inquired. You are 100 times, 1,000 times more fortunate than those children who cannot afford an education. Dad, I understand, Lin Qing replied earnestly. Our family values frugality. We possess but a single house and 1 car. Lin He, with a patient heart, continued. I hope you comprehend the true meaning of every grain is hard-earned. Chapter 057. The love and responsibility of the affluent. Truly dull and tedious is a frugal family ethos merely defined by possessing a single residence and 1 vehicle. Young Luofu nearly dislodged his eyeballs in disbelief. That residence, after all, is the premier mansion in Xinjiang City, the illustrious No. 1 Shuiqi Beating, valued at a staggering 80 million. The vehicle, a Rolls-Royce Phantom, also exceeds 10 million in worth. Is this what you call a frugal family ethos? Such ostentation is utterly bewildering. Even young Luofu, the scion of the Yang family, finds it hard to endure such grandiloquent discourse. Father, I have always yearned for a supercar, nothing too extravagant. Perhaps just a Pagani Huayra, Lin Qing said, his fingers playfully touching each other, a look of innocent yearning adorning his face. Desiring a supercar, yet claiming it need not be overly expensive? What a preposterous notion. Is this the frugality of a super-rich family? Do these father and son truly lack an understanding of wealth? The price of a Pagani Huayra, among the plethora of supercars, is still in the luxury tier. Estimated at around 25 million. Is that not considered exorbitant? Vehicles costing hundreds of thousands to millions are merely modes of transportation. Son, you should not be so superficial. Lin He remarked. At your current age, you are not yet ready to drive. I hope you can cultivate your inner self and truly comprehend love and responsibility. I understand. Father, Lin Qing sighed, somewhat disheartened. Since the moment he first laid eyes on the Pagani Huayra, it had etched itself in his memory. He often fantasized about cruising down the streets in the Pagani, leaving his contact information on the windshield after parking. Within just an hour, countless young ladies would reach out, eager to engage in a romantic escapade. It was nothing short of a dream. Yang Luofu concurred with Lin He's sentiments. Lin Qing, being just over 18, was too young to be driving a supercar worth millions. The price was simply too steep. If it were his own son, he would also hesitate to indulge such a desire. Perhaps it was time to experience what love and responsibility truly entail. Lin He waved his hand, summoning Xiaorui. Xiaorui bent down, obediently following his employer's instructions, and prepared a check as requested. It turned out that the charity event at Xinjiang No. 1 High School had now reached the donation segment. Jing He and his father, Jing Hong, generously donated 100,000 yuan to the Xinjiang No. 1 charity organization. He Shuangqi and her mother, Luo Qian, contributed 500,000 yuan. Qi Yongxi donated 1 million yuan to the charity. Her parents did not take the stage, but I, on behalf of all future beneficiaries, extend the most heartfelt gratitude to Qi Yongxi and her family. This 1 million yuan stands as the largest donation received thus far during today's charity event. The principal was visibly elated. A donation of 1 million is no small sum. Numerous parents and students turned their attention toward Chi Yongxi. The young man was equally exhilarated, striding onto the stage with his head held high, feeling a profound sense of pride. Mr. Lin, your recent remarks have profoundly inspired me. Your insights on love and responsibility are remarkably astute. Yang Luofu rose, mustered his resolve, and wrote a check, making his way to the stage. On the platform stood a crimson donation box. Some individuals were stuffing cash into it, while others contributed checks. Beside the donation box stood the principal and the director of the teaching department, one vocally announcing the names and amounts of the donors, while the other diligently recorded the information in a ledger. We thank young Master Yang Luofu for his generous donation of 5 million. The principal, recognizing the distinguished air of the Yang family, exclaimed with excitement as he accepted the check. The announcement of the 5 million donation resonated clearly through the microphone, reaching every ear in the room. Truly, the young master of the Yang family is exceptionally magnanimous. For the future heir of one of the 3 prominent families in Xinjiang, 5 million might merely equate to the cost of a lavish meal. A meal? That seems quite exaggerated. Our family possesses assets in the tens of millions. And the most expensive meal we've ever had was merely 88,000. Is it really possible to glimpse the opulent lifestyle of the 3 illustrious families of Xinjiang with just tens of millions? The announcement of the 5 million sparked a lively commotion among the parents and students in attendance. Son, it's your turn, Lin He remarked. To care for the elderly as we do for our own, and to care for the young as we do for our own, is a cherished virtue passed down through generations in our culture. As Fan Zhongyan lamented beneath the Yang Tower, how can Du Shaoling not desire grand houses by the thousands? Soon, you shall discover that aiding others brings greater joy than driving a Pagani Huayra. Lin Qing nodded earnestly, accepting the check his father handed him, and strode confidently onto the stage. Young Master Lin, you've arrived. Yang Luofu awaited him on stage. The principal and the director exchanged astonished glances at Lin Qing. What manner of person could evoke such deference from the heir of the Yang family, with such an individual attending Xinjiang No. 1 high school? Why had they never heard of him before? Lin Qing approached, presenting the check to the principal. The principal only noticed the number 1 followed by an array of zeros. For a fleeting moment, he perceived those zeros as countless stars in the night sky. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, billion. Once he counted them, the principal's eyes widened in disbelief. What is your name, dear student? My surname is Lin, Lin Qing replied. My father told me that with great power comes great responsibility. There's no need to disclose my full name. No, we may keep it private, but we must know. The principal trembled as he held the check for 100 million, as if this seemingly light piece of paper had been imbued with an immense weight. 100 million. 100 million. I am Lin Qing, he stated. I came with my father. His nature is quite modest. He does not intend to disclose his name. We extend our deepest gratitude to Lin Qing and Mr. Lin for their generous contribution of 100 million to our Xinjiang No. 1 high school charity. The principal, holding a microphone in his left hand and raising a check with his right, announced, soon, our esteemed Xinjiang No. 1 high school will erect another academic building, which we intend to name the Lin Memorial Hall. Every student who studies within its walls will know that this edifice was made possible by the generous donation of 100 million yuan from the illustrious Lin family, dedicated to the advancement of education. This is the true mark of greatness, to donate such a sum without a moment's hesitation. No wonder he dared to confront young Master Yang. It takes a fortune of several billion to muster such audacity. I had never heard of a super-rich scion with the surname Lin at our school before. The atmosphere on the playground reached its zenith with the revelation of 100 million yuan in donations. The Lin Memorial Hall? Henceforth, every student entering and exiting will be aware of their family's monumental contribution. Standing in the sunlight, Lin Qing trembled with excitement, feeling as though he were experiencing the love and responsibility his father spoke of. Lin He, seated comfortably, smiled as he observed his son beginning to comprehend the weight of it all. The love and responsibility of the affluent, indeed, seem rather mundane. Mr. Lin, you have received an invitation to a class reunion. Xiao Rui approached with his phone in hand, speaking respectfully. Chapter 058. Driving a Pagani Huayra through the city streets seems quite superficial. A reunion invitation? Lin He was puzzled. He could hardly recall how many years had passed since graduation, yet here was an invitation to a gathering. Upon receiving the message, he discovered it was from the university class group, which seldom buzzed with news throughout the year. The class monitor had sent a message proposing a gathering this Saturday in Xinjiang City, specifying the venue and time, The Tai Lai Hotel, box number 7. Once again, it was the Tai Lai Hotel, indicating that the management there was doing quite well. Lin He replied with a simple okay in the group chat before handing his phone to Xiao Rui. The charity event hosted by Qingjiang One High School was finally drawing to a close. As Lin Qing descended from the stage, a first-year student approached him, presenting a flower. "Thank you, Lin classmate. I am one of those you helped." The boy, clad in a school uniform and wearing ordinary sneakers, radiated a sense of cleanliness. "Without you, I might have had to leave school. Someday, I will repay your kindness." Lin Qing accepted the flower, a simple handmade creation adorned in warm red. It was the first time he had been addressed with such respect, and the first time someone had expressed sincere gratitude towards him. This made him recall his middle school classmate, Lu Wencher. Is this what love and responsibility truly mean? Grasping the flower in his hand, Lin Qing gained a sudden insight and instinctively turned to glance at his smiling father below the stage. The first-year student bowed deeply to Lin Qing before shyly scurrying away. "How do you feel?" Lin He inquired as his son returned. "Very good," Lin Qing replied, reluctant to let go of the flower. He never expected his first flower would come from another boy, yet it stirred a wave of emotions within him. Many perceive the offspring of the wealthy as reckless and dim-witted, but that is merely a superficial judgment. The true heirs in affluent circles, like Wang Song, possess both adaptability and shrewdness. Lin He gently guided. "Some are astute strategists. They are the real gentlemen of society." "Dad, don't worry. I won't act foolishly again," Lin Qing declared, his mindset having undergone a significant transformation today. His son's attitude brought Lin He a sense of satisfaction. Opening the system panel, he checked the task progress. The guidance task progress bar now stood at 50. It had risen from a mere 18 to an impressive 50. A remarkable increase of 32 points. Clearly, today's charity event had proven worthwhile. His son had indeed made notable progress. "All right, let us go," Lin He announced, rising to his feet. "The charity event isn't over yet," Lin Qing said, still clutching the flower as he stood up. "Haven't we accomplished what we set out to do? Love and responsibility do not necessitate standing under the spotlight to receive accolades. Much like true great figures, who often operate from the shadows, like deities, with the heavens as their chessboard and the stars as their pieces." Lin He spoke of charity transitioning into wisdom. Like deities, with the heavens as their chessboard and the stars as their pieces, Lin Qing felt a surge of passion. Father was indeed correct. This is the true embodiment of a significant figure. Initially, I believed that driving a Pagani Huayra through the streets of Qingjiang City signified greatness. How naive, how shallow. It was akin to a frog confined to a well, unable to see the vast sky beyond. Truly, my father possesses profound wisdom. Ding dong. I have garnered my son's admiration and received a misfortune card. Lin He momentarily halted in his departure. Upon hearing the first part of the notification, he anticipated yet another increase in paternal affection. To his surprise, he had received a reward, which was indeed a rare occurrence. The Fong family, consisting of Fong Wenlong and his son, concealed themselves within the crowd. As the Lin father and son departed, they instinctively recoiled, attempting to blend into the throng, lest they be reminded of their prior conflict with the Lin family, which could lead to dire repercussions for the three of them. For someone of Mr. Lin's stature, a mere movement of his lips could spell the end for Fong Wenlong in Qingjiang City. Fortunately, the Lin father and son left without any hesitation, evidently having forgotten the earlier events. The woman sighed in relief, her heart finally at ease. Yet, while Fong Wenlong and his son Fong Haoquang felt a flicker of joy, they also sensed a tinge of sorrow. Perhaps, in the eyes of others, they were merely lively insects, oblivious to the fact that they were not even worthy of the time wasted on them. "Mr. Lin." Just as Lin He and his son entered the car, a figure appeared outside. It was none other than Yang Luofu, the young master of the Yang family. "Please, come in," Lin He invited. "Certainly." Yang Luofu promptly opened the door and took a seat, exclaiming, "Indeed, the Rolls-Royce Phantom. The starlit ceiling is as magnificent as I have heard. Sitting here today, it truly is a sight to behold." The ceiling resembled a shimmering night sky, as if one were immersed in a sea of stars. Each star's brightness could be adjusted, and the constellations on the starlit ceiling were crafted from a unique template belonging to the owner, rendering each one distinct. With 340 independent optical fibers, the starlit ceiling adorned the entire roof, exquisitely beautiful and luxuriously opulent. "Speak plainly," Lin He stated. Yang Luofu withdrew his gaze from the starlit ceiling, his demeanor shifting dramatically from the charity gala. As one of the three prominent families in Xinjiang City, Yang Luofu was no idle heir squandering wealth. I wish to collaborate with Mr. Lin. Yang Luofu understood that Lin He was decisive. Time was of the essence. What do you mean? Lin He inquired, taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yang Luofu's purpose for visiting would be this. In all likelihood, the position of the next family head of the Yang family will be mine. Yang Luofu's eyes twitched slightly, revealing his inner turmoil, a sense of agitation brewing within him. It felt as if a cake, easily within reach, had been snatched away by another. Is this a twist of fate? Lin Qing observed with a hint of schadenfreude. Young Master Lin is correct, indeed. It is a twist of fate. My fifth uncle has returned. A glimmer of malice flashed in Yang Luofu's eyes. Lin He naturally caught a fleeting glimpse of that gaze, laden with murderous intent. It is no wonder he has been chosen as the next heir of the Yang family, possessing the same adaptability as Wang Tsongtsong, and even exhibiting a touch of the iron-fisted resolve characteristic of those in positions of power. Observing his son beside him, Lin Qing felt the weight of the responsibility to guide him was indeed a formidable task. Is your fifth uncle truly formidable? Lin He inquired. The fifth uncle has been away from Xinjiang City for nearly 3 years, living alone in another region after his divorce. Among my father's generation, my fifth uncle's capabilities are unmatched, Yang Luofu remarked. In terms of ability, I consider myself his equal. However, when it comes to seniority, I am utterly unqualified. Upon hearing that he had found a divorced woman with a daughter, I believed that the fifth uncle was finally settling down for a stable life. Yet, unexpectedly, he returned to Xinjiang City with that woman. Chapter 059, A world without smoke and blades, yet lethal at every turn. Lin He and Lin Qing remained silent, striving to be attentive listeners. It turned out that Uncle Wu sought to marry the divorced woman with a daughter solely to keep me complacent. To be precise, it was to lull all those who aimed for the position of the next patriarch of the Yang family. Utilizing the Yang family as a backing, he had amassed considerable power in the provincial capital. Yang Luofu sneered, asserting, given such cunning, this position is indeed meant for him. However, as long as I am here, the position of the Yang family patriarch can only be occupied by me. As he spoke, each word seemed imbued with a lethal aura, radiating a fierce determination that could vanquish any adversary. Lin Qing was taken aback. He had not expected the bruised visage of Yang Luofu to exude such an imposing presence. He instinctively recalled his father's words. Among the true elite in wealth, very few of the second and third generations are foolish. To the average observer, these individuals appear glamorous and affluent, evoking envy. Little do they know, the cruelty within rivals that of the most treacherous traps. While there are indeed fools, there are many more like Yang Luofu. This must be your family's internal strife. What use am I to you? Lin He displayed an expression of helplessness. No, I am fully aware of the influence you possess, Mr. Lin, Yang Luofu said earnestly, locking eyes with Lin He. Even if you were to arrive in the provincial capital, in that realm teeming with talent, you would undoubtedly carve out a place for yourself. As a director of the Huabin Club, if you choose to assist me, the position of the Yang family patriarch will surely be mine. In essence, I am a businessman, Lin He replied with a smile. No wonder you are the young master of the Yang family. Your sources of information are quite astute. The knowledge of his becoming a director at the Huabin Club was likely known by only a handful in Xinjiang City. I find it curious why you're in Xinjiang City. People seek to ascend, while water flows downward. Shouldn't you be in a first-tier city? Yang Luofu inquired, perplexed. Unlike Uncle Wu, Lin He was an enigma to him. Uncle Wu possessed capability in trump cards that made Yang Luofu wary. However, as he endeavored to understand Lin He, Yang Luofu felt enveloped in a shroud of mystery. The more he learned, the more alarmed he became, considering Lin He's status as a director at the Huabin Club, his ambiguous relationship with Song Qingru, and the wealth that seemed to flow like a tempest. Uncle Wu had arrived with the forces from the provincial capital. Yang Luofu could not fully mobilize the Yang family's power against him. Thus, in a true confrontation, Yang Luofu would inevitably face defeat. The vistas seen by those ascending the mountain differ vastly from those descending, Lin He stated leisurely. Boom. The phrase about the ascenders and descenders struck like a thunderclap. A flicker of understanding glimmered in Yang Luofu's eyes. Perhaps Mr. Lin had grown weary of the first-tier cities and the capital, leading him to indulge in the pleasures of the second and third-tier cities. In truth, Lin He held little significance. He was merely a fleeting mention. It would be unthinkable to reveal to Yang Luofu that he possessed a system imbued with paternal love akin to a mountain, by showering affection upon his child, Allowing the child to strive for paternal recognition and accomplish the tasks set forth by the system, extraordinary rewards could be attained, unimaginable to others. Lin He could never have anticipated that Yang Luofu would conjure such an array of ethereal, yet formidable concepts. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, once I ascend to the position of head of the Yang family, both I and the entire Yang clan shall be a source of support for you. Yang Luofu's words carried a distinct tone of submission. Why? Lin He inquired. In this brief exchange, Yang Luofu was ready to assume the role of a subordinate. He possessed a remarkable charm, yet it fell short of a regal dominance that could compel reverence from all who heard him speak. For the vistas I wish to behold extend far beyond merely Qingjiang City, Yang Luofu declared. Under my stewardship, the Yang family shall surely flourish. The other members can only defend, they lack the capacity to attack. The ambition of today's youth is indeed formidable, Lin He mused inwardly. Very well, Mr. Lin. Yang Luofu retrieved his phone to arrange a few matters. Soon, Lin He received a notification from the bank. A sum of 10 billion had just been deposited into his personal account. Young Master Yang, this is Lin He raised an eyebrow. A windfall of 10 billion. Yet the twitching muscles at the corners of Yang Luofu's eyes clearly indicated his discomfort. Nevertheless, he forced a nonchalant smile and remarked, for you, 10 billion may seem trivial. But for me, to speak candidly, it is all I can currently mobilize. Regardless of whether you assist me, I wish to befriend you. Should I ever be cast out by my fifth uncle or face a mortal crisis, I hope you might consider this 10 billion and save my life. Your fifth uncle would kill you? If you truly falter, he wouldn't go so far as to eradicate you, would he? Lin Qing exclaimed in disbelief. Victory belongs to the victor, and each ruler has their own courtiers. Just as my fifth uncle, upon his return, would find circumstances utterly transformed from when he departed. If there are no unforeseen changes, he is destined to be the next head of the family. Yang Luofu spoke with a grave tone. 30 years in the east. 30 years in the west. Fortunes shift like the tides. What if they were to turn in my favor? Just like today's fifth uncle making a grand return. If Mr. Lin were to assist me, I would ensure the Yang family follows my lead. Lin Qing fell silent, a chill creeping down his spine. Was this the true nature of the elite family struggle? Before the naked eye, there was no smoke, no blades, yet it was fraught with peril at every turn. Given the gravity of your words, I fear I have no suitable grounds to decline. Lin, he set his phone aside. Mr. Lin's intent is Yang Luofu's face lit up with delight. Lin Qing was taken aback. Could it be that his father genuinely wished to involve himself in the Yang family's power struggle? As you wish, I hope for the fulfillment of your words. Lin He responded calmly. Initially, Lin He had no intention of engaging in such a fierce power struggle among the elite, particularly as he could not ascertain the veracity of Yang Luofu's claims. However, upon reflection, he considered that this might be an opportunity for his son to confront and truly experience the ruthless nature of familial conflicts, which are far more brutal than he could ever imagine. The world is, indeed, much more complex than his son perceives. At the age of 18, the young man ought to personally witness the unseen bloodshed. Should events unfold as anticipated, if Yang Luofu were to later deny his promises, his son would grasp the essence of deceit and treachery encapsulated in the phrase the cunning of men. The task of imparting wisdom may have found a new momentum. Thank you, Mr. Lin. How shall you proceed? Yang Luofu eagerly inquired. I have my own plans, Lin He replied. And how should I cooperate? Yang Luofu pressed further. That will depend on your own initiative, Lin He stated. Very well, Yang Luofu nodded, stepping out of the vehicle and standing outside. Then Mr. Lin and young Master Lin may proceed with your tasks. Chapter 060. When father was in school, there was also a class flower as the Rolls-Royce Phantom departed. Yang Luofu stood silently, lost in thought. Soon, several individuals emerged from the shadows, gathering around him. Young master, what did Mr. Lin say? He has agreed. Yang Luofu was confident that, given the other party's status, he would not toy with him. At this critical juncture, there was no room for doubt. What shall we do next? The group wore similar smiles, for they were all loyal confidants of Yang Luofu, well known within the Yang family and beyond. Should Yang Luofu's fifth uncle rise to power and assume the position of the family head, their fates could indeed be rather grim. Let us keep a close watch on my fifth uncle's situation. I hope Mr. Lin will surprise me. Yang Luofu inhaled deeply and gazed skyward. The afternoon sun blazed brightly. Yet dark clouds now loomed overhead. Occasionally, a few birds skimmed low, dispersing a sense of foreboding. Very well. The others nodded in agreement. The summer months of June and July are indeed capricious. Yang Luofu clasped his hands behind his back, tilting his head towards the heavens. A hint of menace in his brow, fifth uncle, until the end, who can discern victory from defeat. Following his separation from Yang Luofu, Lin He instructed Wen Shui to investigate Yang Luofu's fifth uncle. Before long, Wen Shui sent over a dossier with Lin He's status as the hidden tycoon of Qinjiang City. Probing into the affairs of a local resident was a trivial task. Name: Yang Shen. Age: 43. Current residential address: Unit 701, Building 1. City garden partner: Pei Xinwen. Upon seeing Pei Xinwen's name on his phone screen, Lin He furrowed his brow slightly. The most intriguing detail was the report indicating that Luo Xiaojin had previously attacked Lin He, leading to the bankruptcy of Qianqing Company, with Yang Shen lurking in the shadows. Why? In Lin He's social circles, there had been no mention of Yang Shen until today. Moreover, given Lin He's prior status, he had not been in a position to interact with members of the Yang family. Ding! Another message from Wen Shui arrived. Mr. Lin, shall we take action against Yang Shen? Wen Shui, having conducted the investigation, was acutely aware of the irreconcilable conflict between Lin He and Yang Shen. If necessary, he would promptly make arrangements. With a light tap on Pei Xinwen's name, Lin He replied with a simple no, before shutting off the screen. The only potential link to Yang Shen was through Pei Xinwen. Was it possible that she had persuaded Yang Shen to act during the bankruptcy? Could it be true, as the ancients said, that a woman's heart is the most venomous? The Rolls-Royce Phantom glided smoothly along the road. Lin He reclined in the handcrafted leather seat, appearing to rest his eyes while in truth, he was inspecting his system's inventory. Misfortune card. The host may use this on any real target. Upon usage, the target's fortune will plummet to its nadir for 7 days, leading to continuous misfortunes. Note: the degree of misfortune may vary upon usage. The host is advised to exercise caution. Uncertainty annotation. The target locked by the misfortune card faces the utmost calamity of bankruptcy, and at the worst, death and despair. Indeed, this misfortune card is quite ruthless. Lin He silently praised it and, without hesitation, chose to use it. Misfortune card. Activate. Target individual: Yang Luofu's fifth uncle, Yang Shen. After completing the operational prompts, the system's notification resonated. The misfortune card has locked onto the target individual. It will take immediate effect. Lin He had initially contemplated how to assist Yang Luofu, but did not anticipate being ensnared in what was meant to be an internal struggle within the Yang family. The misfortune card, in truth, is quite sinister. Since Yang Shen had once exacerbated his bankruptcy situation, Lin He resolved that regardless of the ultimate truth, he would not let Yang Shen off the hook. Suddenly, while peeling an apple in the living room, Yang Shen's hand inexplicably trembled, resulting in a cut on his finger. Blood immediately oozed from the gash, staining the apple's flesh and dripping onto the coffee table. Oh no, what happened? Pei Xinwen hurriedly brought over some tissues and retrieved the family first aid kit to tend to Yang Shen's wound. After a flurry of activity, Yang Shen's hand was wrapped in a bandage. He discarded the blood-stained apple into the trash and wiped the table clean. It's just a minor injury, nothing serious. At your age, you should be more careful, Pei Xinwen admonished. You're just making a fuss over nothing, Yang Shen replied, shaking his head. He had met Pei Xinwen at a party, and he held no particular impressions of her. She was divorced, had a daughter, and her ex-husband was a small company owner in Qinjiang City. Thus, Yang Shen did not reject Pei Xinwen's intentions and, as she wished, they married. A divorced woman with a child was the perfect auspicious garment. With just a few phone calls and simple arrangements, he orchestrated the bankruptcy of Pei Xinwen's husband in Qinjiang City. This, indeed, is the exquisite power of influence. Hence, Yang Shen dreamed of occupying the position of the head of the Yang family every night. Upon returning this time, he must achieve success without fail. Dad, are you going to the class reunion on Saturday? Yes. Is there a class beauty in your class? There is. Is she pretty? She was beautiful in school. I don't know how she is now. Dad. Do you want to have a twilight romance? Lin He, seated on the sofa, felt the turbulent energy within his powerful arms nearly boiling over. He was only 40, but due to the system, this body was merely 30. Not only was he handsome and fit, but he also possessed top-tier charm, yet his son dared to ask if he desired a twilight romance. The class beauty was likely married by now. However, a married woman possesses a certain allure. Those young girls do not understand. All one needs to do is tap the peach, and they would instantly respond with the gestures of love one desires. Lin Qing chuckled lewdly. Lin He's forehead was marked by dark lines. Was today's guidance in vain? To win the heart of the former class belle, one must put on a fade. He should drive the Rolls-Royce Phantom straight into the private room for dinner. Upon seeing his father silent, Lin Qing felt his arm tremble. Sensing that his father was undoubtedly stirred, the class belle had yet to throw herself at him, urging his father. The remainder of his thoughts remained unspoken, yet men, as they say, understand. Having been single for so many years, his father must surely be yearning. To let such an opportunity pass without quenching one's thirst would be a sheer waste. Xiao Rui, Lin called out. Boss. Xiao Rui entered from outside. Dad. Lin Qing's smile froze. He had an unsettling premonition, the source of which eluded him. Train this kid rigorously. He won't escape until he collapses from exhaustion. Lin he declared. I see you have energy with nowhere to direct it, lost in your own thoughts. Please, Dad. Lin Qing protested as Xiao Rui dragged him away from the villa. Saturday. Clad in simple leisure attire, Lin he stepped into the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Ready to rendezvous at the Tai Lai Hotel. It had been years since he last saw his old classmates, and he was filled with nostalgia for those youthful days. Chapter 61. Tears of Nostalgia. My youth has returned. At the Tai Lai Hotel, in the parking lot, Lin stepped down from his Rolls-Royce Phantom. Opting not to let Xiao Rui follow him, nor did he disturb the hotel management. Holding his phone alone, he proceeded in the direction indicated by the class monitor in the group chat towards the private room. Old Lin. As he entered the grand entrance of the Tai Lai Hotel, a voice he hadn't heard in many years called out his name. It was the class monitor. Lin he halted his steps, recognizing that familiar face, and smiled as he spoke. Truly, comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. Back in college, you were the heartthrob of our school. Just look at my face. The wrinkles at the corners of my eyes resemble the bark of an ancient tree. For this reunion, I splurged $588 on dyeing my hair. Otherwise, the abundance of gray would only accentuate my age. The class monitor gazed at Lin He's appearance with envy, feeling somewhat inferior. During their university days, countless boys had been envious of Lin He, handsome, academically distinguished, and possessing a charismatic demeanor that endeared him to many girls. The class monitor, named Jia Ingyuan, still radiated the charm of his youth. Lin He chuckled in return. Time flies, doesn't it? If it weren't for the paternal love system, my current state would be far worse than yours. All right, let us head inside, said the class monitor. As they entered, Jia Ingyuan continued, by the way, Old Lin. This familiar moniker had been in use since their university days. And hearing it now brought a sense of warmth to Lin He. What is it? Lin He inquired. You, Jia Ingyuan hesitated before continuing. Are you aware that Pei Xinwen has returned? Yes, Lin He replied candidly. He not only knew that Pei Xinwen had returned, but also that she had come back with Yangshan, the fifth uncle of the Yang family. The mere thought of Yangshan sent a chill through Lin He's eyes. He hoped that the card of misfortune would not let him down. She will also be attending today's reunion. Jia Ingyuan paused in the hotel lobby, reflecting. Back then, we all envied you, handsome, marrying a beautiful wife, and achieving success in your entrepreneurial endeavors. Now, he trailed off, offering an apologetic pat on Lin He's shoulder. I've spoken too freely. I trust you don't mind. On my way here, I received numerous messages from classmates saying they had already arrived. Let us hurry inside. Haha, let us go. Lin he responded. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 2 bombs. This hand is impressive. If I could swap this king for a jack, I would have a guaranteed victory, but alas, it cannot be done. Just a single 6? What a fool. Everyone plays their part, defending, running, blocking, making life difficult for the landlord. At least one head feels twice the burden. Oldly, I didn't notice while playing cards, but when did you become bald? Didn't you notice back in college? Old Lee's hair is sparser than others. Back in the day, I advised him to steep more goji berries, even if it wouldn't help with his balding. At least it might benefit him in other aspects. Alas, this brings to mind my college goddess. Regrettably, I never won her heart. After returning home, I entered into an arranged marriage, settling into a mundane life, and to my chagrin, I find myself unable to contend with this nagging existence. Cheer up, my friend. Heed my counsel. Do not linger over bygone loves, for the morning frost graces the shaded paths. Indeed, during my last visit past the 4S dealership, I noticed a banner proclaiming numerous test drivers, yet only one actual buyer. It is truly a testament to the profound depth of our culture. Goodness, had I not pursued education for several years, I would hardly comprehend your discourse. As I pushed open the door to the private room, the familiar echoes of laughter and revelry reached my ears, reminiscent of days gone by. Lin he felt a sense of youthful liberation wash over him, as though he had returned to his university days. Those nights spent in the dormitory where the steering wheel of life felt as if it might fly off. racing directly onto the expressway. Whenever someone donned headphones to watch something on their phone, the entire dormitory would invariably gather around. If they merely found someone gaming with headphones, the crowd would scoff and disperse, returning to their own pursuits. With a flourish, the door to the private room swung open, and the raucous laughter diminished significantly as the group of old classmates turned their gazes towards the entrance. Class monitor, you've finally arrived. As the instigator of today's reunion, you've kept us waiting. A man set down his cards and exclaimed, "You're obligated to drink 3 cups as penance, or else we, your old classmates, shall be displeased." Laughter erupted. Indeed, the esteemed class monitor must face the consequences. Others chimed in eagerly. "Xiao Yi, after all these years, you remain the same troublemaker," Jia Yingyuan remarked with exasperation. Lin He had a vague recollection of this Xiao Yi, and it was not particularly favorable. For instance, during a class dinner in university, Xiao Yi, in an attempt to curry favor with the female classmates, unilaterally declared that the women would dine for free while the men would split the bill. Most of the female attendees were pleased, reveling in the notion of a cost-free meal. A few felt guilty but succumbed to the majority's enthusiasm. This sparked discontent among many male classmates, yet in their youth, they refrained from voicing their grievances for fear of appearing petty. "Who might this be?" Xiao Yi inquired. Glancing past Jiao Yingyuan, the man appeared to be in his 30s, clad in casual attire, yet exuding an extraordinary presence. He stood tall, with striking features and naturally dark hair, eliciting envy among the other men in the room. Most notably, he seemed strikingly familiar. Could it be our classmate Lin He? A woman gasped, holding up a photograph, a group picture taken at the campus entrance during graduation. In it, Lin He radiated a confident and vibrant smile under the sun. "Surely, you all still recognize me?" Lin He said with a beaming smile. To my utter astonishment, "It is indeed Lin He," a male classmate exclaimed. "I can hardly believe that after all these years, we have all reached our 40s. How is it that Lin He still appears so youthful and handsome, possessing even more masculinity than during our university days? He exudes an aura of someone who has long occupied a position of power, as if he has stepped out of a television drama portraying a CEO. His eyes, once filled with youthful innocence, now possess a profound maturity. For the women present, he emanates an intoxicating charm and allure. Oh my, Lin He, what is your secret to maintaining such a splendid appearance? You must share your wisdom with me. After graduating, I was so preoccupied with job hunting that I neglected to exchange contact details. Perhaps we could arrange a meal together sometime. Do you remember me? I am Rinjia. We were in the same department in the student union back then. Lin He, I am." Just as Lin He stood at the entrance, yet to step inside, the ladies in the private room flocked around him. The mingling scents of various perfumes and shampoos enveloped Lin He, akin to being ensnared in a quagmire. One female classmate, whether intentionally or not, even collided with him, adding to the chaos. Chapter 062, The Class Reunion. Farewell to the ex-wife within the confines of the private room. The male classmates, including the former class leader Jia Yingyuan, gazed at Lin He with expressions tinged with envy. This young man had always possessed a magnetic charm among women during his university days. Astonishingly, after all these years, Lin He remained as captivating as ever, perhaps even more so than in his youth. Observing him amidst a throng of enthusiastic female classmates, every gesture he made exuded an effortless allure that was hard to ignore. It was infuriating. For many men and women, the romances of their school years are the most cherished memories. As a poignant article once concluded, when a 75-year-old man lay on his deathbed, his life flashing before his eyes like a slideshow, he smiled upon the appearance of the girl he had secretly adored at 15. In the haze of recollection, he heard a chorus of youthful voices responding to him. Today, among the men present, several were divorced and sought to reconnect with the girls they once cherished in school, hoping to rekindle their past affections. Yet, Lin He's presence rendered them utterly incomparable. What once seemed like a glimmer of opportunity now only elicited heavy sighs. The door of the private room opened once more, and a woman in a flowing, knee-length dress entered, her hair elegantly pinned up. Her earrings glimmered with opulence, and the necklace around her neck silently proclaimed its considerable value. With a Hermes bag draped over her arm, she radiated an undeniable aura without uttering a word. Compared to the majority of the female classmates in the room, this woman appeared remarkably well-preserved, save for a few fine lines at the corners of her eyes. Pei Xinwen, Xiao Yi's sharp eyes recognized the woman, a figure reminiscent of the socialites often seen online. "Hello everyone." She greeted the classmates with a cheerful wave and a warm smile. Many of the female classmates who had gathered around Lin He began to retreat, aware of the history between him and Pei Xinwen, despite their divorce. It would be rather inappropriate to pursue Lin He openly in front of his ex-wife. They could always revisit unresolved matters after the gathering concluded. "It's been a long time. You're still as popular as ever," Pei Xinwen remarked after exchanging pleasantries with a few close friends. Ultimately turning her gaze toward Lin He. "Average," Lin He replied, his eyes searching Pei Xinwen's face with curiosity. He wondered whether Yang Shun's earlier meddling had been influenced by this woman. However, since Yang Shun had crossed paths with Lin He, the downfall of the Yang family's fifth uncle seemed inevitable. Pei Xinwen nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. She had not expected to encounter Lin He at this reunion. But their affair had long since become a relic of the past. Lin He's casual attire, seemingly unremarkable, struck Pei Xinwen as a symbol of decline. In the past, when she was with him, perhaps she had not perceived it as such. This is because she has never been exposed to the true elite circles. Those men, those women, exist on entirely different planes compared to this class reunion. Of course, given the disparate positions everyone occupies, Pei Xinwen does not harbor disdain for her old classmates. One can only feel fortunate that leaving Lin He was the most prudent decision of her life. Alas, from the multitude of classmates back then, fewer than 20 have managed to attend today. It truly echoes the sentiment that after graduation, some members of a class may never cross paths again in this lifetime. A wave of nostalgia swept through the classmates, inevitably tinged with sadness. As everyone took their seats, the class monitor, Jia Ingyuan, went to notify the staff to begin serving the dishes. Upon his return, it would still be a while before the meal was served. The private room was furnished with sofas and a tea area. Even at the lowest tier, the five-star hotel's private rooms were of excellent quality. The male classmates congregated around the tea area, while the female classmates claimed the sofas. Lena sat alongside Jia Ingyuan, engaging in casual conversation with the other male classmates. A gathering of classmates at the age of 40 differs significantly from that of the young. While the youthful reunions revolve around aspirations, futures, dreams, love, and beauty, their discussions tend to gravitate towards marriage, family, children, and careers. Knowing that competing in physique and looks was futile against Lin He, Chao Yi and several men gradually shifted the conversation towards work and careers. Lin He had no intention of competing with them. He merely responded vaguely. As the conversation grew increasingly animated, the long-standing barriers between them began to dissolve, with some classmates even engaging in playful banter. Before long, the dishes were served by the waitstaff. Jia Ingyuan, still embodying the leadership qualities from their university days, ushered everyone to take their seats. Following their earlier agreement, Jia Ingyuan downed 3 drinks in succession, letting out a sigh of relief. As they transitioned from campus life to the professional world, they inevitably encountered unavoidable drinking gatherings. Consuming 3 drinks merely caused Jia Ingyuan's face to flush slightly before returning to normal. "Pei Xinwen, it's been a long time since we last met. Adorned in your resplendent finery. That bag you have, I recognize it, and Hermes must have cost quite a fortune," Chowie remarked, picking up his chopsticks to place food on his small plate, deliberately seeking to initiate conversation. "I bought it while traveling abroad recently, converted to our currency. It's just a little over 80,000, Pei Xinwen responded, casting a glance at Lin He as she spoke. Just a little over 80,000, the phrase was cleverly chosen. Who would have thought that after her divorce, she would be living even more lavishly than when she was with Lin He? Ha ha ha, Chowie laughed. His comment brought a noticeable quiet to the room. Many classmates turned their gazes towards Lin He, only to find him remaining unperturbed, as if he had not heard Chowie's words at all. "By the way, Lin He, it's been a while since your divorce. Haven't you found someone new?" Chao Yi inquired, taking a sip of his drink and smacking his lips. Earlier, Chao Yi had been the life of the party, eliciting laughter from the female classmates. Yet, with Lin He's arrival, all attention had shifted away from him. Thus, Chao Yi deliberately feigned a lack of emotional intelligence, bringing up sensitive topics that irked Lin He, allowing him to vent his prior grievances. "Let it be," Lin He remarked with a faint smile. "Pei Xinwen, do share with us. What does your partner do for a living?" Noticing Lin He's reluctance to delve deeper into this matter, Chao Yi inferred that his situation was likely not as favorable as Pei Xinwen's, thus seizing the opportunity to redirect the conversation towards her. "You may have heard. He hails from the Yang family, one of the 3 prominent families in Xinjiang City," Pei Xinwen stated, subtly glancing at Lin He to gauge his reaction. "So, he is indeed from the esteemed Yang family of Xinjiang City. No wonder, Pei Xinwen, you seem to be thriving," Chao Yi exclaimed. Many classmates were familiar with the Yang family of Xinjiang City. Those who were unaware quickly learned of their significant standing through casual conversation. At the Tai Lai Hotel, in the parking lot, a Bentley came to a halt. Song Qingru stepped out of the vehicle and spotted a familiar Rolls-Royce Phantom. Oh, he actually came as well. Chapter 63. It was merely a jest. Why are you still upset, young lady? Bai Yuanji approached Song Qingru, slightly bowing in respect. What has Mr. Lin been up to lately? Song Qingru inquired. Yang Luofu's fifth uncle from the Yang family has returned, Bai Yuanji replied, straightening his posture. Before he could elaborate, Song Qingru had already surmised the situation. The rivalry between the uncle and nephew had drawn Mr. Lin into its fold. Indeed, Bai Yuanji nodded. How intriguing, Song Qingru remarked. She proceeded into the hotel, with Bai Yuanji and others trailing behind her. Soon, Bai Yuanji hastened to catch up, yet remained half a shoulder behind her, stating, It has been confirmed that Mr. Lin attended a class reunion and encountered his ex-wife, who has just returned from abroad. They are dining in Box 7. Pei Xinwen has returned, Song Qingru thought briefly, recalling a name. Since childhood, her remarkable memory for words had served her well. She remembered having perused Lin He's information before, particularly the details surrounding his ex-wife leaving with their daughter, which left a significant impression on her. Indeed, Bai Yuanji continued, Pei Xinwen is now the wife of Yang Shun. The sound of high heels striking the ground, akin to that of mutton fat jade, abruptly ceased. Song Qingru halted her steps momentarily, then resumed her pace, stating, This situation has become all the more intriguing. I am quite curious about Pei Xinwen's thoughts on abandoning Mr. Lin for a man from a third-tier city. Bai Yuanji silently followed behind, refraining from further comment. To the locals of Qingjiang City, the three prominent families were colossal entities. However, to those of higher stature, they were merely trifles. Even from Bai Yuanji's perspective, choosing Yangshan over Mr. Lin could be described crudely as a decision riddled with folly. Pei Xinwen, what have you been doing for work lately? Xiaoi continued to inquire. My husband prefers me to be a full-time housewife, though I occasionally assist him with some tasks, as I find it rather dull, Pei Xinwen shrugged. Her expression a mixture of helplessness and contentment. I too wish to be a full-time housewife, shopping daily, flaunting my Hermes bag, and traveling abroad at will. A female classmate exclaimed, cupping her face with both hands in envy. Indeed. I now arrive at the office by 7 in the morning and usually leave around 7 or 8 in the evening, with overtime being a regular occurrence. Another man sighed after taking a sip of his drink. If I could choose in my next life, I would love to be a beautiful woman. A chorus of disapproval echoed through the private room. Classmates, please be quiet. I am genuinely curious. Devoid of malice, Xiaoi cheerfully stated. I wish to ask. How does it feel as an ex-husband to see your divorced wife living happily with another man? The moment this question escaped Xiao Yi's lips, a profound silence enveloped the room. Even Pei Xinwen's demeanor could not help but betray a hint of discomfort. At the class reunion, when Pei Xinwen encountered Lin He, she genuinely wished to demonstrate that her sacrifices, bearing the stigma of abandoning her son in pursuit of a better life, had not been in vain. Recently returned to Qingjiang City, Pei Xinwen, although accompanying Yangshan, harbored her own intentions. She aimed to explore ways to take her son, Lin Qing, away, believing that being by her side would afford him a superior standard of living and educational opportunities. These seemingly despicable thoughts remained concealed within her, providing her with a sense of secret satisfaction. However, when Xiaoi bluntly voiced them, the atmosphere became awkward, leaving everyone at a loss for words. Xiaoi, you've had too much to drink. Perhaps you should refrain from speaking so freely, Jia Yingyuan interjected, glancing at the other classmates. The dishes have just been served. Let us all savor the flavors of this 5-star establishment. Several classmates joined in to ease the tension. Class monitor, we are all adults now. Surely Lin He has long moved on from Pei Xinwen. Judging by your expressions, one would think we touched upon a taboo subject, Xiaoi remarked nonchalantly. The sounds that had just filled the private room fell silent once more. It's all right. What do you wish to hear in response to your question? Lin He waved his hand dismissively. Do you wish to hear that my life has been less than ideal? That Pei Xinwen's marriage to me was a grave mistake? That her departure validates my incompetence, and that her leaving was indeed the right choice? Or perhaps you wish to hear me stubbornly defend myself, becoming a jester in this public setting, a source of amusement for your casual conversations? At this juncture, Lin He leisurely poured some tea into his cup, took a sip to clear his throat, and continued, or should I concoct another narrative? My ex-wife leaving with our daughter while I drown my sorrows in alcohol. Neglecting my own son's education? Xiao Yi's features froze, His original intent was to witness Lin He squirm under sharp questioning. Yet, he was unexpectedly cornered by Lin He's unrelenting words, placing him in an undeniably uncomfortable position. Lin He, you seem rather thin-skinned, Chow retorted with dissatisfaction. We are old classmates. Does anyone not know that life is a struggle? It was merely a jest, and yet you take offense. Truly, you cannot take a joke. I apologize. Then it appears the fault lies with me. Lin He rose, tea kettle in hand, approaching Chow with a slight smile. In front of all their classmates, he poured the contents of the kettle over Chow's head. The tea, mingled with leaves, cascaded down his hair and face. Once finished, Lin He placed the kettle back on the table. Chow stood there in shock. He had assumed Lin He was approaching to pour him a drink as a gesture of apology, especially after Lin He had just uttered the words of regret. It was tea until Lin He had emptied the kettle that Chow came to his senses. However, to his astonishment, the other party, wielding a teapot, poured the entire contents over his head. Fortunately, the water within the teapot had been prepared by the waiter earlier. Had it been freshly boiled water, the consequences would have been dire. What do you mean by this, Lin He? Chow exclaimed, his face pale with fury as he rose to confront him. It was merely a jest. Why are you so enraged? Lin He extended his hand, intending to pat Chow's face. However, the tea and leaves smeared across Chow's visage filled him with distaste, causing him to retract his hand. Security. I am calling security. Chow shouted in a fit of rage, flinging open the door to the private room. The old classmates could only shake their heads in disbelief. You can joke with Lin He, yet when he returns the jest, you become incensed? Such hypocrisy is beyond disgraceful. Is it truly the case that only the officials may ignite a fire while the common folk cannot even light a lamp? Chapter 064. Is this five-star hotel yours? The jester is myself. Lin He returned to his seat, disregarding Chow's call for security. Observing this, Chow's fury intensified. Soon, several attendants hastily approached. Chow, we are all old classmates. Let us not escalate this. Jia Ingyuan stood up and urged. After all, this is a five-star hotel. And although Lin He's actions were somewhat excessive, who could blame him for Chow's provocative words? Old classmates. Chow, emboldened by the arrival of the staff, retorted, who is an old classmate? I never liked him back in college. What good is being handsome? Look at him now. His wife has run off with someone else. Yet he still tries to act tough in front of our classmates. I won't coddle him. The mention of the wife's infidelity brought a tinge of embarrassment to Pei Xinwen's face. The classmates at the table fell silent, given how things had escalated. They wished to avoid trouble and thus refrained from speaking up. Chow, you are being unreasonable. Jia Ingyuan could no longer hold his tongue. During their university years, Jia had always been principled. Coupled with his good rapport with Lin He found it increasingly intolerable to witness Chow's behavior. I can't be bothered to waste my breath on you. Chow approached a young man wearing a supervisor's badge and pointed to his head, stating, Do you see this? This tea and leaves were thrown on my head by that person. It severely disrupted our dining experience at your five-star establishment. I demand you call security immediately to have him removed. The supervisor and the other attendants turned their gaze towards Lin He. Would you like me to speak on your behalf? Pei Xinwen offered. After all, with Chow's head still dripping with tea, it was easy to misconstrue Lin He as the troublemaker. Lin He, perhaps you should apologize to Chow, suggested a male classmate. The ownership of this five-star hotel undoubtedly holds significant influence, something we mere mortals cannot provoke. We are all adults. It's wiser to avoid conflict. Apologize? On what grounds? Lin He sipped his tea and smiled. He jested with me. I cannot take offense. If I joke with him and he becomes angry, why should I apologize? The male classmate fell silent. Lin He had a point, as the incident was indeed rooted in Chow's behavior. However, this fellow lacked emotional intelligence and had offended many during their university days. Do you see? Chow insisted. Hurry up and remove this person. The supervisor glanced at Chow before turning to Lin He. Chow, smugly watching Lin He, thought to himself, just wait and see. Looks mean nothing. He is about to be expelled from this five-star Tailai hotel, and the moment of humiliation is upon him. Did you not hear what I said earlier? Pei Xinwen interjected, her dissatisfaction evident. Yang Shun is from the Yang family and holds considerable influence there. The owner of this five-star hotel will surely heed Yang Shun's requests. Should I make a phone call? I believe that, given Yang Shun's reputation, the proprietor of this five-star hotel may not even regard him highly. Lin He has finished the tea in his cup, a dog biting El Dongbin, as Pei Xinwen was about to reach into her Hermes bag for her phone. She was taken aback by Lin He's attitude and decided to disregard him. With such a narrow-minded disposition, he pales in comparison to Yangshan. Lin He's demeanor at this moment reinforced Pei Xinwen's conviction that their divorce had been the right decision. Pei Xinwen, do not stoop to his level. You know very well he possesses this foul temperament. Today is meant to be a joyful gathering. Let us not tarnish the occasion, Jia Ingyuan interjected as he approached. Class monitor, please take a seat. Lin He picked up the teapot and addressed the head waiter. Please refill the teapot. The previous tea was wasted. Refill the teapot? Qiao Yi burst into laughter, unable to contain himself. Jia Ingyuan, Pei Xinwen, and the other old classmates were equally perplexed about Lin He's intentions. At this point, he still had the audacity to enjoy tea? Everyone's gaze was fixed on the head waiter, who had now positioned himself before Lin He. However, what transpired next left everyone in disbelief. Very well, boss. The head waiter took the teapot with both hands and handed it to another server, who promptly departed with it. Eager to comply. Interestingly, the head waiter summoned by Qiao Yi turned out to be Lu Wencher, a classmate of Lin Qing. Since beginning work at the Tailai Hotel, Lu Wencher's complexion had notably improved. He was no longer dark and rough-skinned. Upon seeing Lin He again, Lu Wencher was both excited and filled with respect and gratitude. Boss, how should we handle this situation? Wait. Qiao Yi rushed over to Lu Wencher, repeatedly confirming, could you repeat that? This person is Lin He, your boss? No, what you mean by boss is that this Tailai Hotel, a 5-star establishment, is owned by Lin He? Overwhelmed by shock, Qiao Yi's speech became somewhat incoherent. Indeed. Lu Wencher replied succinctly. The gazes of Jia Ingyuan, Pei Xinwen, and the other classmates instantly converged upon Lin He. Dressed casually, Lin He remained composed, delicately handling a small ceramic teacup. Lin He, you. Qiao Yi's entire countenance fell, hesitating to articulate his thoughts. Please, take a seat. Lin He said with a smile. It was merely a jest. Surely, my old classmates won't hold a grudge. Of course not. Qiao Yi's face flushed crimson, realizing that the fool had been none other than himself. After uttering this, he stood awkwardly in place. Lin He chose not to elaborate further at that moment. The tea was served and placed before him. The server respectfully announced, Boss, we have replaced it with premium bilyuakon. If you find it unpalatable, I will arrange for an alternative immediately. Thank you for your hard work. You may return to your duties. All expenses for this private room will be charged to my account. Please ensure to include some signature dishes. Lin He waved dismissively. Understood, boss. I shall promptly inform the kitchen to prioritize the arrangements. Lu Wencher, accompanied by several waitstaff, bowed respectfully to Lin He before swiftly departing from the private room. Once the group of servers had exited and the door to the room was closed, a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere, punctuated only by the sound of a pin dropping. Please, do enjoy your meal, but do not overindulge, as we shall soon present the signature dishes. Should you have any feedback during the tasting, feel free to share it. It will assist in enhancing the offerings of my establishment. Unbeknownst to them, this gathering, which was meant to be a free-spirited and joyous reunion, had acquired a host, namely, Lin He. Observing that Lin He had chosen to disregard him, Qiao Yi awkwardly retreated to his seat. His mind was in a tumult, reverberating with a few impactful and shocking phrases. This 5-star hotel is owned by Lin He? The fool is none other than myself. Chapter 065. A successful man and his girlfriend taking the college entrance examination. Lin He, is this 5-star hotel truly yours? Renjia, a former classmate who had shared duties in the student council with Lin He during their university days, could hardly believe her ears. The gazes of their fellow classmates converged upon Lin He, eagerly awaiting a confirmation or denial. The sudden emergence of a classmate who owned a 5-star hotel left everyone momentarily astounded. This incredulity stemmed not from any lack of hope for their peer's success, but rather from sheer disbelief. One must understand the formidable barriers that must be surmounted to establish such an establishment. Next time you visit Tailai Hotel, I can arrange the best discounts for you all, Lin He replied with a smile. His subtle yet clear response effectively conveyed to Ren Jie and the entire group that the 5-star hotel indeed belonged to him. Lin He, please share your contact information. I will certainly mention your name when we dine at Tailai Hotel next time, Ren Jie said, extending her phone with a QR code for adding friends. I want to add too, another female classmate exclaimed, wiping her fingers with a napkin before pulling out her phone. Reserve a spot for me as well, my friend. Remember when I used to run errands for you back in university? A male classmate chimed in, rising to join the crowd. Me too soon. Lin He found himself surrounded by eager classmates. With a bemused expression, Lin He remarked, aren't we all in the same group chat? You can just add me directly. Oh right, it's all Rin Jie's fault for leading us astray. The classmates who had gathered around Lin He slowly returned to their seats, opening the group chat to add him as a friend. Some who had already added Lin He proudly showcased their phones, aware that having a 5-star hotel owner in their friend list was quite a status symbol. Amidst the excitement, Chao Yi silently regretted his actions. How unfortunate it was to have sought trouble with Lin He, only to discover that he was thriving. Had he not stirred up trouble, he might have established a connection with the owner of a 5-star hotel. Pei Xinwen's expression soured further. No wonder she had earlier inquired whether Lin He would like to introduce Yang Shin to the hotel's owner, only to be met with Lin He's ambiguous response about not necessarily giving Yang Shin preferential treatment. It turned out that Lin He was indeed the owner of Tailai Hotel, which explained his choice of words, while everyone busily added Lin He as a friend. No one noticed Pei Xinwen, who felt her face burning with discomfort. She picked up a cashew with her chopsticks and bit into it, the crunch echoing her frustration. Dishes exquisitely plated like works of art began to arrive, including grilled lobster with green mustard, smoked silver cod, vegetable soup, morel mushroom broth with mountain vegetables, steamed dumplings, matsutake chicken sauce silky tofu, and shrimp balls with bitter melon. The chefs at Tailai Hotel, having learned of the owner's presence, were eager to showcase their culinary skills. Within the hotel, it was common knowledge that the owner was exceedingly wealthy. A stellar performance could potentially lead to a rapid advancement in one's career. Truly, it is due to the generosity of Boss Lin that we are able to indulge in the signature dishes of a 5-star hotel. This mixed vegetable soup, appearing rather unremarkable, still commands a price of 700 or 800. It is exorbitantly priced. I must savor a few more spoonfuls. Among the array of dishes presented, it seems the mixed vegetable soup is the least expensive, with none of the other offerings falling below a 4-digit price. Why refer to him as Boss Lin? After all, he is merely our old classmate. Such a distant form of address feels inappropriate. As my fellow classmates feast heartily, they express their gratitude towards Lin He. Pei Xinwen, who has dined at several 5-star establishments alongside Yang Shin, notes that nearly 20 dishes soon arrive, amounting to almost 1 million. Some dishes cost hundreds or even thousands, while others, whether in terms of ingredients or preparation, are of a luxurious nature, effortlessly surpassing 6 figures. Yet, Lin He displays no sign of discomfort over the expense. Pei Xinwen has gleaned from other sources that Lin He has gone bankrupt, living in a dilapidated community with his son. Upon returning this time, she had intended to exploit Lin He's misfortune to take his son away. However, the situation now appears peculiar. Most of the classmates at this feast are radiant with joy and satisfaction, while only Chao Yi and Pei Xinwen find the exquisite delicacies tasteless. After a hearty meal, the atmosphere is quite lively. Suddenly, the door to the private room creaks open. Brother Lin He, a playful voice calls out as the door swings wide. The voice is soft and sweet. Before Lin He can process the surprise and turn around, a slender, pale arm from behind encircles his neck, the refreshing scent of youthful fragrance wafting into his senses. Song Qingru? Lin He exclaims in astonishment. How could she be here? Why this sudden intimacy? You sound so distant. Didn't you used to call me Qingqing? Song Qingru chides gently. What brings you here? Lin He is utterly bewildered. Hello everyone, I am Song Qingru, Lin He's girlfriend, she declares, playfully pinching Lin He's shoulder, her intentions seemingly profound. So, this is his wife. She looks so youthful. One male classmate remarks in surprise. A glimmer of jealousy flashes in Chao Yi's eyes, for not only is Lin He thriving, but his new girlfriend is astonishingly young. She appears to be barely 20. She could easily be Lin He's daughter. What an audacious situation. I wish I could be so bold. Chao Yi mutters to himself in discontent. The other male classmates exchange glances. While they cannot claim jealousy, they certainly feel envy. It is indeed true what they say. When a man is successful, his girlfriend is still preparing for college entrance exams. I will cover the meal today. In gratitude for all the care you have shown me during our university days, Song Qingru states, exuding the demeanor of a young, affluent woman. 3 large question marks materialize in Lin He's mind. He feels an odd sensation of being a kept man. This is my own hotel. There is no need for you to pay, Lin He replies. Well then, very well. Song Qingru obediently remarked. So, where shall we go for fun? It's on me. Her generosity elicited hearty laughter from the crowd. Several female classmates, who once harbored a lingering admiration for Lin He, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. In the presence of a youthful girl like Song Qingru, their age was hardly an advantage. Moreover, Song Qingru possessed a striking beauty. With skin so flawless it seemed delicate enough to break with a mere touch. and her looks were of the kind that could make fish sink and birds fall from the sky. How could they possibly compare? Suggestions arose to visit a karaoke bar, while others proposed heading to a nightclub to drink until inebriation. You all go enjoy yourselves. I have some matters to attend to at home and must take my leave. Pei Xinwen stood up, offering an apologetic explanation to the group. She cast a lingering gaze at Lin He, then turned her attention to Song Qingru, before finally retracting her gaze and departing the private room. Song Qingru's smile was light and carefree, and when their eyes met, an invisible spark ignited between them. Chapter 66. Mr. Lin truly lacks romantic sensibility. Pei Xinwen stepped out of the private room, her face clouded with anger. Upon introspection, she realized that she harbored no feelings for Lin He whatsoever. It was only with Yangshan that she discovered the true essence of an ideal life. Yet, as she entered the lobby of the Tailai Hotel, her fury and frustration felt as though they might burst her heart. How could Lin He find such a young and beautiful girlfriend as Song Qingru? Even Pei Xinwen, as a woman, had to concede that Song Qingru was the most exquisite girl she had ever encountered, possessing perfect grace, beauty, and figure. In the realm of new romantic prospects, Pei Xinwen felt utterly defeated. No. Standing at the entrance of the hotel, Pei Xinwen waved for a taxi. Her own partner was far more distinguished. A pillar of the Yang family, one of the three prominent families in Xinjiang City. With Yangshan's return, once he ascended to the position of head of the Yang family, Pei Xinwen would become a leading figure in the affluent circles of Xinjiang City. Yangshan was so much more accomplished than Lin He. As she settled into the taxi, Pei Xinwen had already completed her self-reinvention. In the private room, none of her old classmates attempted to dissuade her from leaving. It was evident to all that Pei Xinwen was displeased. From another perspective, her actions were quite understandable. Disdaining her ex-husband, seeking a better life, and leaving with her daughter, now returning to find her former spouse transformed into the owner of a five-star hotel. With a new girlfriend barely in her 20s, who could only be described as exceptionally graceful, who would not find it difficult to digest. In that moment, several female classmates who had hoped to win Lin He's affections reveled in schadenfreude, their own feelings of disappointment momentarily alleviated. If anyone had it rough, it was undoubtedly Pei Xinwen. I will not be participating in the upcoming activities. I hope everyone enjoys themselves and that we can gather again in the future. Lin He stated, deciding against continuing the night's festivities. The sight of Pei Xinwen stirred memories of his daughter, Lin Weiya, whom he had not seen in quite some time. Now that Pei Xinwen had returned to Xinjiang City, Lin Weiya must be nearby as well. All right, I'll get busy now. I hope to attend old Lin's child's full moon banquet next time. A male classmate teased. Song Qingru's delicate face flushed with a rosy hue, enhancing her beauty. I will definitely make it, Lin He replied with a wry smile. Confounded by Song Qingru's presence, he found himself at a loss for how to explain the situation to his old classmates. Once Jiao Yingyuan and the others departed, only Lin He and Song Qingru remained. Miss Song, what brings you here? Lin He inquired, puzzled. Not only had she appeared unexpectedly in the private room, but she also claimed to be his girlfriend. Considering that Song Qingru was likely only a few years older than his daughter, if she were truly Lin He's girlfriend, it seemed rather cruel. Class reunions were, after all, mere competitions, comparing partners, careers, and children. Moreover, the gathering also included Mr. Lin's ex-wife. Did my presence truly embarrass Mr. Lin? Song Qingru stood before Lin He, her hands clasped behind her back, shedding some of the aloofness associated with a young lady, and instead exuding the playful charm of a 20-year-old. Far from being a source of embarrassment, it was akin to adorning my aging visage with a touch of brilliance. Lin He shook his head in resignation. Mr. Lin was certainly not aging. One could easily mistake him for a man in his 30s. He possessed a harmonious blend of maturity and charisma, a magnetic allure that even I could not escape. Song Qingru blinked her moon-like eyes. Lin He fell silent, uncertain of which of Song Qingru's words were genuine and which were mere feigned expressions. The primary reason for his confusion lay in the enigmatic nature of Song Qingru's background, which even he found difficult to fathom. The Huabin Club alone was shrouded in mystery, let alone the fact that Song Qingru could effortlessly arrange for Lin He to become a director there. How could a young lady with such a profound background exhibit any semblance of affection towards him? It was indeed peculiar, as the saying goes. Unusual circumstances often hint at hidden complexities. Shall we dine together later? Oh, Mr. Lin has just eaten. Perhaps a stroll to aid digestion? Song Qingru inquired. No. I have matters to attend to at home, Lin He replied decisively. Mr. Lin truly lacked a sense of romance. Well then, perhaps we can arrange another meeting next time. Song Qingru retorted with a playful roll of her eyes, a hint of mild irritation evident in her tone. Once Lin he departed. Bai Yuanji emerged from around the corner of the corridor. Why is the young lady so intrigued by Mr. Lin? I'm curious, he remarked. Song Qingru reverted to her usual cool demeanor. Why? Bai Yuanji asked, puzzled. The young lady typically maintained a frosty attitude, meticulously calculating every situation. With her same-sex acquaintances, she was often distant, while with males, she remained notably reserved. However, considering her upbringing, one could understand the rationale behind her demeanor. Yet, when in Lin He's company, her disposition appeared strangely altered. Aren't you curious? Song Qingru countered. Curious about what? Bai Yuanji felt the chill in the young lady's gaze and regretted speaking too freely. Curious about his background, intrigued by his character, curious about his actions, Song Qingru mused, her words seemingly directed at Bai Yuanji, yet resembling a monologue to herself. Lin He was indeed an enigma, and Song Qingru harbored a desire to delve deeper into his essence. Boss, shall we head home now? After Lin He entered the car, Xiao Rui initiated the engine of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, inquiring. Lin He nodded, leaning back in his seat, closing his eyes to rest. Pei Xinwen harbored disdain for her daughter's interactions with her, and despite her daughter's arrival in Qingjiang City, Lin He refrained from employing unconventional methods to meet her. It was perhaps best to allow her to wait a few more days. Following Yang Shen's demise, Pei Xinwen had lost her support. Lin He opened his eyes, gazing out at the scenery beyond the window. He had now amassed sufficient capital to no longer permit Pei Xinwen to act recklessly. It was imperative that his daughter return to his side. With a sudden screech, the Rolls-Royce Phantom came to an abrupt halt. Xiao Rui, gripping the steering wheel, quickly exclaimed. Boss, I apologize. A small child dashed across the road. Lin He straightened his posture and gazed towards the direction of the little golden figure. Before the majestic Rolls-Royce stood a young girl of merely a few years, her hair tied in a ponytail, clutching a plush doll, tears glistening in her large eyes, clearly startled. The sight of her innocent distress tugged at Lin He's heartstrings. He opened the car door and stepped out, offering a warm smile. Little one, where are your parents? My mommy went shopping, the girl replied in a sweet, childlike voice. Shopping? Lin He attempted to decipher the infantile language. Shopping, the girl nodded emphatically. Lin He was at a loss for words, pondering the irresponsibility of a mother who would leave such a small child unattended outside. He gently lifted the girl into his arms and walked her to the roadside. Xiao Rui maneuvered the car closer as a crowd began to gather, intrigued by the scene. Do you know your mommy's phone number? Lin He asked, affectionately ruffling the girl's hair, his eyes filled with tenderness. Chapter 067. My best friend's ex-husband drives a Rolls-Royce Phantom. The little girl nodded once more. Tell uncle, so we can find your mother, Lin He inquired. The girl stammered out a phone number. Lin He dialed it, and soon a panicked voice answered, Hello, is this? Realizing he did not yet know the girl's name, he bent down and asked, What is your name, dear? My name is Tao Dao, the little girl replied earnestly. After leaving her mother, she felt that the world was truly frightening. Just moments ago, she had nearly been struck by a vehicle, and she resolved never to leave her mother again. Lost in her thoughts, she clutched her plush toy tighter. Tao Dao, is that you? A woman on the other end spoke urgently. Hello, sir. I am Tao Dao's mother, Bai Yue. Is my child with you? Yes. I am currently at the Silver Shield Road sign opposite the Xiama Shopping Plaza, Lin He responded. Please hold on. I will be there shortly. The woman hung up the phone. Before long, a woman dressed in professional attire rushed over. She appeared to be in her 30s. Exuding the essence of a capable career woman, her burgundy curls adding to her polished demeanor. With light makeup enhancing her features, she possessed an undeniable charm. Where have you been, child? The woman approached, raising her hand as if to scold the girl. However, her hand lingered in the air, ultimately unable to descend. Mommy. Wah. The little girl's tears fell freely as she threw herself into the woman's embrace. The woman's eyes misted over as she held her child tightly, expressing her gratitude. Sir, I cannot thank you enough. I was shopping and turned around only to find this little rascal missing. Without your help, I would have been utterly distraught. Next time, please keep a close watch on your child. It's a lesson learned that there are many good people in the world. There are also quite a few who are not. Lin He said, reminded of his daughter's childhood when he saw Tao Dao. I will remember this. Thank you for your assistance. May I ask your name? The woman freed one hand to retrieve a business card from her bag, handing it to Lin He. "No need for formality. My surname is Lin," he replied. Taking the card and, upon glancing at its details, expressed mild surprise. "You are actually a lawyer." "Indeed. May I invite you to dinner to express my gratitude?" the woman asked, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. "There is no need for a meal." Lin He handed the card to Xiao Rui, who accepted it. "You may attend to your matters. Please do make sure to give me your contact information." The woman's expression was resolute, showing gratitude was her nature. Lin He had no choice but to provide her with his phone number. "Thank you, Mr. Lin. Please, do not let me keep you," she said. Finally noticing that this man drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom. The golden statuette on the car gleamed, a testament to wealth. "Goodbye, Uncle." Peach nestled in her mother's embrace. Peeking out with her tiny head, chirped sweetly, "See you next time." Lin He climbed into the car, waved at the outside, and couldn't help but chuckle. Truly, children are amusing. Just a moment ago, she was sobbing in her mother's arms, and now she beams with laughter. "Mr. Lin, take care," Bai Yuyue bent down, expressing her gratitude. Once Lin He settled into the car, he received a text message. His son wrote, "Dad, my sister has arrived." Surprised by the message, Lin He felt a rush of joy. This girl had managed to find her way home. He had anticipated a few more days before their reunion, yet here it was. Sooner than expected. Lin He typed a response, "I'll be home in about 20 minutes. His son replied, "Dad, today is my sister's birthday." The realization hit Lin He like a bolt. How could he have forgotten such an important occasion? "Xiao Rui, head to the nearest bakery," he instructed. After receiving an affirmative reply, he set his phone down. "Understood, boss." Xiao Rui activated the car's navigation and maneuvered the steering wheel to turn around at the next intersection. Heading toward the bakery nearby, at the roadside stood a young woman in a red dress with cascading waves in her hair, engaged in a phone conversation. She was Pei Xinwen's close friend, Fu Ying. The class reunion must have concluded, hasn't it? "I bet he regrets it now," Fu Ying said with a smile. "Congratulations on escaping the depths of despair and finding happiness. I advised you to divorce long ago. Can you doubt a friend's words? I regret not listening to you sooner." Pei Xinwen replied, her tone surprisingly light, as a brighter future awaited her. What was a mere 5-star hotel, after all? "All right, I won't keep you. I must find a ride home. I shall indulge in a fragrant bath and prepare for a celebratory dinner to honor your newfound happiness. The car has arrived. So goodbye for now." After ending the call, Fu Ying stared at her phone screen, murmuring to herself, before switching to selfie mode to assess her appearance. Applying lipstick with a smirk, "My dear friend is soaring to great heights. I must cherish her. It would be splendid if I could encounter a diamond bachelor akin to Yang Shun, especially since I don't lack in looks." Suddenly, Fu Ying paused her hairstyling motions upon spotting a Rolls-Royce Phantom turning in her direction. The emblem gleamed with an air of exclusivity under the sunlight. As the luxurious vehicle came to a gentle halt beside her, hastily, she tucked her phone into her bag and tousled her hair. Could it be that her destiny was about to unfold? This car was worth millions. Anyone who could utilize such a magnificent vehicle as their chariot must surely be an ideal husband. A young man emerged from the car, hastening to the rear to open the door. "Oh my, there's even a chauffeur," she thought, believing that a Rolls-Royce Phantom with a driver elevated its owner's status beyond that of someone who drove it themselves. Fu Ying's heart raced with excitement as she contemplated whether to stage a melodramatic scene, perhaps a hurried dash where her skirt could get snagged on thorns, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of skin. Unfortunately, this bustling street bore no such wild underbrush. Alternatively, she envisioned a hasty sprint leading her to collide with the owner of a luxurious Rolls-Royce, igniting a romantic encounter that could catapult her into a life of affluence and elegance. As the car door swung open, a strikingly handsome man emerged, captivating her gaze. However, he bore an uncanny resemblance to someone she knew all too well, was it not? Her best friend's ex-husband? Lin He? Fu Ying rubbed her eyes for clarity, scrutinizing him closely. It had been ages since their last encounter. Lin He halted in his tracks, and upon recognizing the woman who called his name, a smirk danced on his lips, a mixture of amusement and skepticism. He recognized her as the quintessential gold digger, a close friend of his ex-wife, Pei Xinwen. Without needing further explanation, Lin He was acutely aware that Pei Xinwen's decision to divorce under the guise of seeking a brighter future was largely influenced by this woman's machinations in pursuit of a wealthier partner. "Is this your car?" Fu Ying inquired hesitantly. Chapter 068, Donating 100 million, yet you remain so composed. I have heard that Lin He has recently found himself in a rather awkward predicament. How is it possible for him to possess a Rolls-Royce Phantom worth millions? Complete with a dedicated chauffeur, exuding the demeanor of a domineering tycoon on a leisurely outing? Why not? Linny replied with a faint smile. Is that really true? Fu Ying questioned, her skepticism evident. Linny chose not to respond, clearly uninterested in providing clarification. Fu Ying found herself torn between belief and disbelief. Her close friend, Pei Xinwen, had divorced precisely because she encountered an increasing number of mature men in society, leading her to conclude that Lin He was rather lacking in comparison. Fu Ying shared a similar sentiment. Thus, she frequently encouraged her friend to end her marriage, and ultimately, it had become a reality. However, the situation seemed incongruent. Lin He truly owned a Rolls-Royce Phantom? This revelation had never been mentioned by her friend Pei Xinwen. Fu Ying prided herself on having a close relationship with Pei Xinwen, convinced that any significant developments would be shared with her. Lin He, uninterested in further conversation with Fu Ying, took strides into the cake shop. May I assist you with your selection? One of the female attendants, already aware of the casually dressed man who had stepped out of the Rolls-Royce, approached him with a mixture of enthusiasm and nervousness. I would like to order a customized birthday cake. How much will that be? Lin He inquired. Whose birthday is it? A woman's voice chimed in from behind him. Lin He sighed internally. Fu Ying had followed him in. He chose to ignore her presence, pretending not to hear. Sir, you may choose from our options here. Customized cakes come at various price points, primarily depending on your requirements, one of the attendants explained, presenting a hardbound brochure and placing it on the counter. The prices for customized birthday cakes ranged from a little over 200 to over 1,000. The cake shop was of moderate size, and upon browsing, Lin He felt satisfied with his choice. I'll take this one priced at 1,800. A multi-layered cake. The price is quite auspicious, and I can select a design featuring animated characters. Considering his daughter's preferences, Lin He opted for a Snow White theme. Sir, as we currently have 5 custom cake orders ahead of yours, the latest you can collect it will be by noon tomorrow, the attendant informed him. I'll give you 5,000. I need it within an hour, Lin He declared, unwilling to wait until the next day, as his daughter's birthday would have passed by then. An hour felt too rushed. The attendant was taken aback by the man's extravagant offer but expressed her regret nonetheless. 5,000 was significantly more than the usual price. The attendants were clearly tempted. 10,000, Lin He stated resolutely. We will prioritize your order immediately, a manager approached. Speaking with utmost courtesy, Lin He nodded and transferred the 10,000 to the cake shop. Upon confirming the receipt of the funds, the manager rejoiced. Why are you all just standing there? Hurry and serve our guests some water. Yes, we are on it. The attendants promptly responded, springing into action. No need for any trouble. Quickly prepare the birthday cake, inscribing happy birthday to my precious daughter atop it. Lin He waved his hand. Certainly, I shall ensure your satisfaction. The store manager replied as he took the order to the kitchen. It was for his daughter's birthday. What a display of affection. The female employees, along with Fu Ying, couldn't he help but feel envious, imagining the happiness of being his daughter. Fu Ying now believed that Lin He must indeed be quite affluent. Yet, she wondered why she had not heard about this from Pei Xinwen. There must be some underlying issue. An hour later, a luxurious cake was completed. The pastry chef in the back nearly collapsed from exhaustion. Had it not been for the store manager's insistence that this order be completed in just an hour, along with the promise of a substantial reward of 500 yuan, the chef would not have exerted himself so. 500 yuan is no small sum. Now, the pastry chef rested on a chair in the back kitchen, his hands trembling from fatigue. Xiao Rui was instructed to take the extravagant cake and depart from the cake shop. Dear guest, take care. We welcome you to visit again. The store manager and the female employees bid farewell. Once in the car, Fu Ying stood outside and implored, Lin Gu, could you give me a ride? I'm too busy. Lin He replied curtly. There was no need for pleasantries with such a woman. Don't be like that. You and Pei Xinwen are divorced. That shouldn't affect our friendship, right? Fu Ying insisted. Due to the presence of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, many passers-by were observing. Lin He, wishing to avoid prolonged conversation with Fu Ying in such a public setting, gestured for her to enter the vehicle promptly. Thank you, Lin Gu. Fu Ying hurriedly entered the car. The Rolls-Royce Phantom roared to life, heading in the direction Fu Ying indicated, as he had to give her a ride first. Buzz. The phone on the side lit up, indicating an incoming call. After answering, Lin He switched to speaker mode. Hello, I am Wang Ming, the director responsible for charitable donations at Xinjiang No. 1 Middle School. May I speak with Mr. Lin He? The tone was exceedingly respectful. Fu Ying's interest piqued. She knew of Wang Ming, the director of Xinjiang No. 1 Middle School. Seated next to Lin He, she discreetly glanced at the number on his phone screen, confirming it was indeed Wang Ming's. Yes, Lin He replied, puzzled, as he did not recognize the caller. Last time, when you attended our charity gala with your esteemed son, you generously donated 100 million yuan. Our school staff has already transferred the funds into the official school account. We are planning to hold a talent show this week to express our gratitude to you and other benefactors. We hope you can attend, Wang Ming said, his tone tinged with a hint of flattery. Donating 100 million yuan, yet maintaining an air of nonchalance as if he had merely given $1. His restrained demeanor was evident. I've been quite busy lately. Perhaps we can discuss it another time, Lin He replied, disinterested in making frequent public appearances, especially in crowded venues. Of course, please attend to your matters, Wang Ming responded. Should you wish to come, please do inform me. We at Xinjiang No. 1 High School will make special arrangements to welcome you, Wang Ming eagerly proclaimed. Lin He was not taken aback by the response, after all. Inviting a super-rich individual is no simple feat. Once the call concluded, Lin He casually placed his phone aside and began to ponder the upcoming reunion with his daughter. Has she grown taller? Has she gained or lost weight? Has she been well during this time? A multitude of questions swirled in Lin He's mind, even as his expression remained composed. However, Fu Ying was far from calm. The sight of the Rolls-Royce Phantom had left her utterly bewildered. And now the news of a donation amounting to 100 million? 100 million. That is an astronomical sum. To donate such a fortune and yet remain so unfazed. At that moment, Fu Ying's head buzzed with disbelief. She had confirmed Wang Ming's number at Xinjiang No. 1 High School. It was irrefutably authentic. Could it be? Could it be that Lin He is actually a scion of a wealthy family? No, more accurately, a member of an elite lineage. A clan far grander than that of the Yang family. The girls surrounding Lin He seemed to be drawn solely by the allure of wealth. In a bid to find true love, Lin He had disguised himself as an ordinary man and married Pei Xinwen. Alas, his dear friend had failed to withstand Lin He's scrutiny. The more Fu Ying contemplated, the more exhilarated she became, convinced she had unearthed the truth of the matter. Chapter 069. Daughter, Daddy, I miss you so much. Cough. Is Pei Xinwen aware of this car and the donation matter? Fu Ying inquired tentatively. I don't know. But you can inform her. I won't hold it against you. After all, you two are good sisters, and your contribution to the divorce is undeniable. Lin He replied with a gentle smile. This is not joint marital property. If you doubt it, feel free to meet me in court. Suddenly, Lin He recalled an incident at home when he inadvertently saw a WeChat message Fu Ying had sent to Pei Xinwen, where she earnestly advised her to divorce and remarry a wealthy magnate. Do you really think I'm that kind of person? Fu Ying laughed. Precisely because I am close to Pei Xinwen, I recognize that you two are incompatible. The reason for my encouragement to divorce is that she is unworthy of you. Eventually, it became evident that despite all you did for her, you could not shield her from her preference for wealth, could you? At this moment, Lin He was rendered speechless. Is this what a good friend is like? She turned around and disparaged Pei Xinwen, who, not long ago, Fu Ying had claimed was the one reaching too high. However, Lin He quickly deduced the underlying motive. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. The mention of a Rolls-Royce Phantom and a 100 million donation must have sparked some notion in Fu Ying's mind. Lin He chuckled softly, but chose not to respond. The divorce was a foregone conclusion, and he was disinclined to engage in further gossip. By the way, Brother Lin, I've bought black and nude fishnet stockings. Could you help me decide which suits me better? Fu Ying opened her bag and retrieved 2 unopened pairs of stockings, then removed her high heels in the car, extending her feet adorned with red nail polish for comparison. To Lin He, it seemed as though this woman was intent on seducing him right there in the vehicle. The driver, Xiao Rui, inadvertently caught a glimpse through the rearview mirror and nearly lost his grip on the wheel. What you shouldn't see, don't see. What you shouldn't hear, don't hear. Xiao Rui quickly averted his gaze, focusing intently on the road ahead. You men seem to prefer black, Fu Ying remarked, as she opened a pair of stockings in front of Lin He and slipped them onto her legs. Lin He felt his heart race, not out of attraction, but from trepidation. Was this woman already so eager? One must possess a strong sense of self-preservation. Although Fu Ying's beauty paled in comparison to Pei Xinwen's, her legs were quite appealing. Yet, Song Qingru's legs appeared even more exquisite. After donning the stockings, Fu Ying twirled playfully and asked, Does Brother Lin think I'm unattractive? Or is it that you can't let go of Pei Xinwen? Fu Ying had completely altered her terms of endearment for Lin He and her friend, no longer referring to her as Xinwen, but simply as Pei. I advise you to let go of Pei Xinwen and stop speculating about her feelings for you. If you can't ascertain her affection, it's likely she does not care for you. How could one remain cold while sitting next to a fire? Fu Ying's demeanor mirrored that of her earlier attempts to persuade Pei Xinwen to divorce. Who would have thought you were a master of love? Lin He remarked with a smile. Fu Ying had no idea that Lin He had long since banished Pei Xinwen from his heart. Indeed, how many girls in the world could truly understand him as she did? Fu Ying squinted playfully. Boss, we've arrived. The Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a halt by the roadside, and Xiao Rui hesitated to remind him, for the scene in the back seat was rather captivating. By the way, Brother Lin, since we finish work early tonight, would you like to come to my house and stargaze? After stepping out of the car, Fu Ying lingered, leaving the door ajar. I remember you're not divorced yet. I fear we may end up seeking a doctor instead of admiring the stars, Lin He retorted sarcastically. He would be away on a business trip, returning at the earliest next week. Fu Ying shrugged off the concern. Her husband merely worked at a decent company, earning a modest salary plus commission, barely amounting to 20 to 30,000 a month. While that was respectable, it paled in comparison to Lin He, who could donate 100 million without batting an eye. Had she found a better alternative, Fu Ying would have kicked her husband to the curb long ago. I have things to attend to. Let us talk another time. Lin He was utterly speechless and gestured for Fu Ying to close the car door. She, knowing better than to prolong the moment and risk his irritation, promptly shut the door and waved goodbye from the roadside. Lin He's divorce left him single, in a phase devoid of romantic entanglements, presenting Fu Ying with a prime opportunity to intrude. Pei Xinwen, you truly lack the fortune of a wealthy family. Fu Ying had already concluded that the affluent world behind Lin He was far beyond the grasp of the Yang family and Yang Shun. Otherwise, let Yang Shun try donating 100 million at school, it would surely cause him great distress. Half an hour later, the Rolls-Royce Phantom glided into Shuiqi Beating. A young girl, dressed in the currently fashionable JK attire popular among young women, awaited eagerly at the villa entrance. As Lin He descended from the car, the girl rushed toward him, enveloping him in a warm embrace filled with longing. Daddy, I miss you so much, she sobbed, her tears cascading like pearls from a broken string, quickly soaking Lin He's clothes. The repeated utterance of I miss you was the culmination of daily yearning. Silly girl. Lin He affectionately ruffled her hair. This was his daughter, Lin Weiye. The true Lin He had long since faded away. He had merely inhabited this body. Yet the paternal love that remained within had fused seamlessly with Lin He's essence. Daddy, do you miss me? Lin Weiye looked up with a pitiful expression. Of course I do, Lin He replied, pinching her cheek with a smile. Do you love me or Lin Qing more? She inquired once again. Lin Qing thought to himself, what relevance does that have to him? Silly child, both of you are my children. I love you equally, Lin He reassured her. All right. Lin Weiye sniffled adorably, her small hands still tightly wrapped around Lin He, reluctant to part. So many times in my dreams, I see you, only to wake up and find nothing. This time, we won't be apart. Lin He spoke with a solemn tone. It serves as both a reminder to oneself and a message to one's daughter. Is it true? Lin Weiye nestled her small head against Lin He. Indeed. It is true, Lin He affirmed with a nod. Ding. The system's notification echoed in Lin He's ear. The host has successfully allowed his daughter to experience paternal love once more, earning a reward of 5 amusement park project designs. Whether it be Lin Qing or Lin Weiye, both children lean more towards their father. Although Lin He had previously been engrossed in his career, he always made it a point to carve out time to be with his 2 children. In stark contrast, Pei Xinwen often indulged in shopping sprees or playing mahjong under the guise of socializing. On one occasion, during Lin Weiye's parent-teacher meeting, Pei Xinwen promised to attend but ended up forgetting due to a mahjong game, resulting in their daughter receiving reprimands from her teacher. That day, she returned home in tears. Today marks the birthday of their precious child, and tears are not befitting for such an occasion. Lin He waved his hand. Xiao Rui approached with a large cake. Miss Lin, happy birthday. Ding. The host has garnered his daughter's gratitude and affection, resulting in an increase of 1 to agility attributes. Chapter 070. Does my daughter want to buy a car? A Maserati, a Pagani Huayra, or a Bugatti Veyron would all suffice. An increase of 1 in agility attributes? This was the first time Lin He had received such a reward. As the system's notification came to an end, a peculiar sensation coursed through his body like an electric current. He gently lifted his arm, feeling his limbs become considerably lighter. The enhancement of his agility attribute had indeed elevated his physical speed. Could it be that his daughter was favored over his son? Otherwise, upon their recent reunion, How could Lin He have garnered two splendid rewards? During his time with his son, most of the rewards he received were in the form of paternal love. "Let us go home and have some cake," Lin He said, affectionately ruffling his daughter's silky hair. His daughter, now 16, had grown significantly since the day he left. "All right." Lin Wei Yu replied obediently with a nod. Observing his daughter and then glancing at his son, Lin He couldn't help but feel the stark contrast between them. Lin Qing scratched his head, pondering why he sensed a shift in their father's gaze towards him since his sister's return. The paternal love seemed less pure and intense than before. Upon entering the villa, Xiao Rui placed the cake on the long dining table and unwrapped it, revealing a magnificent multi-layered confection. Atop it stood a vividly crafted Snow White. After lighting the candles, he adorned Lin Wei Yi with a paper crown. "Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you." Lin Qing clapped his hands, his heart brimming with joy at the sight of his sister after such a long time. Lin He, Xiao Rui, and over a dozen household staff gathered around. "I want to make a wish," Lin Wei Yi said, standing before the cake, where 16 slender candles flickered with a warm orange glow. She clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and a gentle smile graced her lips, radiating happiness. "All right, the wish is made." Lin Wei Yu softly blew out the candles. "What did you wish for?" Lin He inquired, curiosity piqued. "I can't tell you. Otherwise, it won't come true," Lin Wei Yu playfully replied. "Then tell me, do you have a gift in mind?" Lin He shifted the topic. "Nope, Dad, you are my best gift," Lin Wei Yu beamed. "Dad, how do you maintain such a youthful appearance? You look no older than 30, just like the charismatic CEOs in the romance novels I read. I might just fall in love with you." "Silly girl, what are you saying?" Lin He gently chided, tapping her head. "What kind of daughter declares she wants to fall in love with her father? Who told you that my dad is so charming?" Lin Wei Yi teased, holding Lin He's hand. "Now, let us return to the earlier topic. What gift do you truly desire?" Lin He pressed. "I really don't want anything." Lin Wei Yi's eyes twinkled mischievously. "How about a car? A Maserati? What was it that Xiao Qing mentioned last time? A Pagani Huayra? Or perhaps a Ferrari, Porsche, Lamborghini, or Bugatti Veyron? Whatever you desire, just tell Dad." Lin He generously offered. Lin Qing was left astounded. Was he perhaps adopted? "Father, I desire a Pagani Huayra. Please purchase it for me." Lin Qing mimicked her sister's demeanor, tugging at her father's hand with an expression that demanded indulgence. This display made Lin He feel a twinge of nausea. Whether son or daughter, both were charming in their own right. The combination of beauty and appeal rendered such gestures effective, especially when executed by his daughter, which invariably softened a father's heart. Yet, to Lin He, Lin Qing's hand-holding felt like a nauseating display of feigned innocence. "If you wish to avoid a rigorous training session on this joyous occasion, I suggest you behave normally," Lin He remarked. "Very well," Lin Qing replied hastily, releasing his hand and sulking to the side where she began to draw circles quietly. Ding. The system announced, "Host has earned the affection of his daughter. Paternal love value has increased." This time, there were no tangible rewards, yet Lin He, easily satisfied, found the rewards of 5 amusement park design blueprints and an increase in agility attribute to be quite commendable. He sent his son to distribute the cake while Xiao Rui and the servants joined the birthday celebration. Laughter echoed throughout the villa, marking a long-awaited family reunion. After the cake was consumed, most were satiated, leaving the dishes on the table nearly untouched. The servants prepared a spacious bedroom for Lin Wei Yi, situated adjacent to Lin He's master suite, as per her request. Lin Wei Yi headed for a shower, readying herself in clean attire, having arrived with a suitcase in tow. Lin Qing returned to her own room to message Yin Shujing, sharing the day's events. Meanwhile, Lin He sat at the office desk in the master bedroom, retrieving 5 amusement park design blueprints from the system's repository: a roller coaster, a pirate ship, a carousel, a Ferris wheel, and a drop tower. Each was a quintessential attraction in any amusement park. After perusing the blueprints, an idea sparked in Lin He's mind. He opened his computer to search for roller coaster. The web page responded, "Sorry, no content related to roller coaster found. Please check your input for accuracy." If the web page is not indexed or a new site is not yet indexed, please submit the URL to us. For any feedback or suggestions, please contact us promptly. Lin He then searched for pirate ship, receiving a similar web page response. "Sorry, no content related to pirate ship found." He continued with carousel, Ferris wheel, and drop tower, each yielding the same results. None of these attractions existed in this world. Just as he had experienced with the previous reward script, Elon, the professional. Excitement gleamed in Lin He's eyes. This could potentially lead to the establishment of an unparalleled entertainment empire. He opened the first amusement park design blueprint. Roller coaster, also known as a coaster. This amusement ride is designed for amusement parks and theme parks. Despite its thrilling and terrifying nature, roller coasters are fundamentally safe and are sure to be adored by many young visitors. Principle: a fundamental roller coaster structure encompasses ascents, descents, and inversions. With the design of its track not necessarily forming a complete loop, it may also be conceived as a back-and-forth motion along the track. Most roller coasters have carriages that accommodate 2, 4, 6, or 8 passengers, which are interconnected by hooks, resembling a train. Flipping through a few pages, one encounters detailed classifications of propulsion mechanisms, such as chain lifts, linear synchronous motors, hydraulic drives, and friction wheels. Opening other design blueprints for basic amusement park rides reveals similarly intricate details. With this knowledge in hand, there is no fear of failure in realization. Lenny called upon Wen Shui, handing him these 5 design blueprints and instructing him to register the patents. Subsequently, they would be passed on to Chang Wenrui to transform the designs into tangible reality. Wen Shui promptly took the blueprints and departed the villa to act on Lin He's directives. Next, Lin He needed to contemplate matters concerning his daughter. Should Pei Xinwen discover that their daughter had come to his side, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. Chapter 071. The female lawyer with a 100% win rate lawyer. The word flashed through Lin He's mind. In contemporary society, behind every formidable financial magnate lies a team of elite attorneys dedicated to their service. The matter of contesting for his daughter necessitated the expertise of top-tier lawyers. Lin He recalled the esteemed attorney Hu Keheo, a leading figure from Dongzhou law firm, one of the top 10 law firms in the nation, with an impressive career win rate of 80%. If he could recruit such an individual to establish a legal team exclusively for himself. As he picked up his phone, intending to contact Hu Keheo and explore the possibility of extending a lucrative invitation, the device's screen suddenly illuminated with an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a woman's voice resonated on the other end. "Hello, Mr. Lin. This is Bai Yue." "Oh, I remember you. The mother of Tao Tao," Lin He replied. I would like to invite you to dinner. I apologize for the short notice. I only have time this afternoon. My schedule will become quite hectic afterward. And I am uncertain when I could invite you again." Bai Yue's voice sounded somewhat weary. "Ms. Bai, today's assistance was merely a small gesture," Lin He responded. Taken aback by her persistent gratitude. Anyone would extend help in such circumstances. Regardless of how busy you are, you must ensure your daughter's well-being. After all, no amount of wealth can surpass the importance of a child's safety and health. "You are absolutely right, Mr. Lin. Please do not misunderstand. My intention to invite you to dinner is not merely because your vehicle is a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Without your intervention, I might never have seen my child again. It is both Tao Tao's and my fortune to have encountered your assistance," Bai Yue expressed sincerely. "You are overthinking it," Lin He chuckled, bemused by the woman's earnestness. "Perhaps I should transfer some funds to you," Bai Yue suggested. "Although you may not value it, it is my token of gratitude." "Really? It is unnecessary, Ms. Bai. I have a meeting to attend," Lin He replied diplomatically. "Very well then, Mr. Lin. Please attend to your matters, and we can converse later," Bai Yue concluded. After hanging up, Lin He set his phone down and rubbed his temples. Once he was finished with his obligations, he was reluctant to dwell further on the matter of gratitude with Bai Yue. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he sent a text message to Wen Shui to investigate Bai Yue. When she had handed him her business card earlier, it bore a black background with golden embossing, clearly displaying her name, Bai Yue, her profession, lawyer, along with basic contact information. Despite lacking a company or institution affiliation, Lin He did not perceive her as a solitary practitioner. With this in mind, Lin He found himself intrigued by Bai Yue. In the evening, an email arrived on Lin He's phone, marked with the subject information on Bai Yue. He opened the email, revealing its contents. Bai Yue, at the age of 30, is the mother of a daughter named Tao Tao, whose full name is Sun Ito. She graduated from Xiaogu University of Political Science and Law at the age of 28, holding a doctoral degree. Her academic excellence earned her numerous accolades, including the honor of Outstanding Graduate, an impressive scholarship, and various awards, establishing her as an extraordinary scholar. Lin He felt a tinge of astonishment upon reading this, recalling that the average age for doctoral graduates is typically around 33. A doctoral graduate at 28 is indeed remarkable. After graduation, Bai Yue joined a prestigious law firm in the country, earning an annual salary of $1 million. To date, she boasts an impeccable winning record. Her husband, having built a technology company from the ground up, was thriving. To all observers, Bai Yue's life seemed flawless. Unfortunately, this bliss was short-lived. Her husband was betrayed by a longtime business partner, leading to a devastating rupture in their financial chain, resulting in an insurmountable pit of debt. He desperately sought new investments, but found no one willing to extend a lifeline. Following a series of sleepless nights, he tragically passed away in the office. When discovered the following day, it was too late. With her husband gone, Bai Yue was left with a staggering debt of 280 million. This marked the most significant setback of her life, nearly rendering her incapacitated. She made several errors at work, ultimately leading to a forced leave from the law firm. Consequently, she chose to resign and return to her hometown, Xinjiang City. She sold everything she could, her house, car, jewelry, but even these efforts were merely a drop in the ocean against her monumental debt. Now, Bai Yue was back on the job hunt. Despite her impressive resume, no law firm was willing to accept her due to her debt issues, which had been maliciously publicized by creditors, tarnishing her reputation. Even if a firm were to consider her, they hesitated, fearing the potential damage to their own standing. Moreover, her daughter Tao Tao was grappling with emotional disorders requiring long-term, costly treatment. Life had indeed pushed this once superb scholar to the brink. If not for her daughter, Bai Yue might have succumbed to despair long ago. Anyone who encountered this narrative would undoubtedly reflect on the adage, though a woman may be gentle, she becomes strong for her child. Xiaorui. Lin He, having reviewed Bai Yue's profile, closed his phone. Boss, Xiaorui approached. Please arrange a meeting with Bai Yue. Just tell her that I have agreed to dine with her in gratitude for her previous invitation. Lin He pondered briefly before speaking. Understood. Xiaorui replied before turning to leave. Dad, who is Bai Yue? She isn't someone new in your life, is she? Lin Weiye, clad in pajamas, crawled over from the other side of the sofa, her pretty face displaying a scrutinizing curiosity. Of course not. Lin He gently brushed his daughter's hair. Then who is she? Lin Weiye squinted her eyes, adopting an inquisitive demeanor. She is a lawyer with a 100% success rate in her career. A doctoral graduate from Xiagua University of Political Science and Law, and she achieved this by the age of 28, Lin He replied. How impressive! Lin Weiye exclaimed in wonder. By the way, sister, are you planning to transfer to Xinjiang City? Father has generously donated 100 million to Xinjiang No. 1 High School, allowing you the opportunity to study there. Rest assured, the school administration will treat you like a revered goddess. Lin Qing, seated nearby, scooped out half a watermelon with a spoon, remarking, when the time comes, no one will monitor your early romantic endeavors at school. They might even arrange rendezvous for you. Lin He shot a disapproving glance at Lin Qing. Is this how an older brother should behave, encouraging his sister towards youthful romance? I have no intention of going, Lin Wei declared, clinging to Lin He's arm, swaying back and forth. I want to be with father forever. At 16, his daughter was no longer the child she once was. As she swayed on his arm, he felt the warmth of her touch. Lin He awkwardly withdrew his arm. How could this girl still lack the sense of boundaries she once had? Soon, Xiaorui entered the villa. Boss, in 2 hours, at Wank Restaurant. Bai Yue mentioned she has reserved a table. Chapter 072, My Unassailable Legal Team Father. Do you have a dinner engagement? Lin Weiye straightened up on the sofa. Sort of. Lin He replied as he stood. Father will be back shortly. This dinner is quite significant. I will wait for you to return, father, Lin Weiye said obediently. Are you occupied with matters pertaining to my education? I have actually been specially recruited by a university. Specially recruited by a university? Lin Qing, who was casually enjoying a snack, nearly choked with laughter. Sister, are you jesting? You are merely 16. Is there even a program that admits first-year high school students? Lin Weiye was indeed in her first year of high school. Lin He was also taken aback, although his daughter had always been an academic prodigy. Directly entering university in her first year seemed rather implausible. Could it be that Pei Xinwen had leveraged Yangshin's connections to secure a place for his daughter? But did Yangshin possess such influence? Lin He had previously spent 50 billion to arrange a position for his son, relying on connections with Ding Dong Lai and Song Qingru. What do you know? Lin Weiye regarded Lin Qing with a look of incredulity before turning to her father. This year, when university commences, I will be attending the Qingji Academy of Arts as a freshman. The Qingji Academy of Arts? Both Lin He and Lin Qing exclaimed in unison. The reactions of her father and brother puzzled Lin Weiye. Is there something wrong with that institution? Not exactly, Lin Qing retorted, putting down his watermelon and gripping his spoon. I too shall attend the Qingji Academy of Arts in due course. How can you, at just 16, enroll in university? Your lack of insight is truly astounding, Lin Weiye replied disdainfully. Some elite institutions do have special recruitment programs. I gained admission to the Qingji Academy of Arts with the highest score nationwide. Can you match that? Nationwide first? Lin He and Lin Qing were taken aback. Truly impressive. My daughter, I shall reward you splendidly upon my return, Lin He said with pride. Achieving the top score nationwide transcended mere excellence. Such achievements are rare and exceptional. It was unexpected that he could boast of having a child like this. Sister, let me share something with you. Lin Qing stood, speaking earnestly. What is it? Lin Weiye inquired, perplexed. We are now alma maters, Lin Qing said, a hint of pride in his voice. Lin Weiye had always looked down upon his academic performance. But that didn't matter. With a loving father, he could still find his way into a respectable position. How could that be? Your grades are barely sufficient for any school to consider you, Lin Weiye scoffed. I have genuinely been admitted to the Qingji Academy of Arts. Lin Qing countered. Lin He shook his head, bemused at his son's audacity to claim camaraderie with his daughter in such a context. Her admission was a true reflection of her capabilities. While his son's path to the institution was anything but honorable. As the siblings continued their spirited argument, Lin He and Xiao Rui departed from the villa. At the Wank restaurant, as the name suggests, it was bustling with patrons. Mr. Lin, accustomed to exquisite delicacies, expressed hope that the dishes would not be met with disdain. Bai Yuyue, feeling somewhat embarrassed, admitted that her finances had dwindled significantly due to overwhelming debts, compelling her to invite Lin He to a modestly priced eatery. On a square table that comfortably seated four, an array of commonplace dishes was presented: stir-fried pig liver with celery, spicy hot pot, spinach and mushroom egg soup, and spicy chicken with sauce, accompanied by fluffy steamed rice, an appealing combination. Lin He found the meal quite satisfactory. Tao Dao, yearning for fruit, sat beside Bai Yuyue with outstretched hands. On their way, they had chanced upon a vendor selling strawberries, prompting Bai Yuyue to purchase some for Tao Dao. She retrieved a plastic bag containing washed, ripe strawberries and handed one to Tao Dao. As Lin He savored a mouthful of the hot pot, his gaze scrutinized Tao Dao. At first glance, one could hardly discern any signs of her psychological struggles. According to the records, Bai Yuyue had been solely responsible for raising Tao Dao. Since her financial turmoil began, apart from her parents and a handful of close relatives, most others had severed ties with her, wary of being dragged into her financial plight. It was common knowledge that lending money to Bai Yuyue during such times was akin to throwing a meat bun to a dog, never to be seen again. The hope of recovering any lent funds seemed futile until Bai Yuyue managed to settle her staggering debt of 280 million. I heard Miss Bai's recent financial situation has deteriorated, Lin He remarked, setting down his bowl of rice and steering the conversation toward more serious matters. Bai Yuyue's demeanor shifted to one of palpable caution. Since her family's unfortunate circumstances, this academic prodigy had come to a stark realization of life's harsh realities. Despite her misfortunes, there were still those who sought to exploit her vulnerabilities. It's quite easy to ascertain, Lin He replied with a smile. What do you intend to do? Bai Yuyue inquired earnestly, now grasping why Mr. Lin had previously declined her gratitude. He must have investigated her background and reconsidered. I wish to appoint you as the head of my legal team, Lin He stated. Should you accept, I will absolve you of all your debts, that 280 million. Furthermore, I can arrange for the finest medical specialists to tend to your daughter's condition until she is fully recovered. Bai Yuyue felt a stirring within her. Anyone in her position would find it challenging to resist the conditions proposed by Mr. Lin. May I inquire why? She asked, though tempted, her instincts as a seasoned lawyer with a flawless record urged caution. After a brief moment of contemplation, she recognized that few lawyers in the country would refuse such an offer. Why was he specifically seeking her out? Your love for your daughter is evident. You have not fled from your debts nor succumbed to despair in the face of familial upheaval. In my view, your character is entirely commendable, Lin He said earnestly. Most crucially, your abilities align perfectly with my needs and expectations. Xiao Rui approached at an opportune moment, presenting a document that he placed upon the dining table. This is the contract Mr. Lin has prepared for you, offering a salary of 50 million over 5 years. The conditions discussed earlier are all outlined within. Bai Yuyue took the contract, commencing her perusal from the very first word on the first line of the initial page. Lin He refrained from interruption, resuming his meal with deliberate enjoyment. Soon, with her professional acumen, Bai Yuyue discerned that the contract held no hidden traps. Is my role solely to manage all your legal affairs? She inquired. Not merely that. I intend to establish a legal team centered around you, Lin He replied. He sipped his spinach, mushroom, and egg soup, savoring its delightful flavor. What are the expectations for this legal team? Bai Yue asked. Unassailable, came Lin He's succinct reply. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, I shall not let you down for extending this olive branch to me. Bai Yue inhaled deeply, her eyes glistening with emotion. She retrieved a pen and, with careful strokes, inscribed her name, Bai Yue, in the designated spaces of the contract. Chapter 073. The Stolen Billion. Lin He waved his hand. Xiao Rui accepted the signed contract, examined it, nodded in acknowledgement, and then produced a check, placing it before Bai Yue. The contract was made in duplicate, with Lin He and Bai Yue each retaining one copy. Upon picking up the check, Bai Yue discovered it was for 300 million. My debt amounts to 280 million. What is the significance of this 300 million? She inquired, perplexed. The remaining 20 million is a token of goodwill for our collaboration, Miss Bai, Lin He replied with a gentle smile. He had effectively cleared her debt of 280 million, an annual salary of 50 million over 5 years, in addition to the 20 million as a welcome gift. Bai Yue had encountered wealthy individuals during her tenure as a lawyer, but she had never encountered a boss as financially audacious as Mr. Lin. Her previous aspiration had been to join the most prestigious law firm in Xia country and to become a paragon among female lawyers. Yet reality had proven to be an insurmountable adversary. Now, Bai Yue's sole focus was on financial gain. The contract was straightforward, devoid of any unreasonable demands. Mr. Lin, where will my workplace be? Bai Yue inquired as she carefully set the contract aside. There is an urgent matter that requires your attention, Lin He stated. If this task proceeds smoothly, your workplace will transition to the provincial capital. What task? Bai Yue immediately shifted into a professional mindset. The custody battle for my daughter. Lin He responded. Mr. Lin, you are divorced? Bai Yue was taken aback. Indeed, Lin He affirmed, pleased with Bai Yue's swift transition into a work-oriented demeanor. According to legal stipulations, when determining custody of minor children, those under 2 years of age typically reside with the mother. For children aged between 2 and 10, the decision is made based on the living conditions that would best facilitate the child's development. Bai Yue began to elaborate. My daughter is 16 years old. She just celebrated her birthday, Lin He interjected, cutting her off. 16? Bai Yue was once again taken aback. You appear to be only 30. How could your daughter? I am already 40, with a son and a daughter. After the divorce, my ex-wife took our daughter with her. Now my daughter has returned to me, hoping to stay by my side. Lin He provided a brief overview of the situation. Mr. Lin, you seem to have aged remarkably well, Bai Yue remarked in astonishment. In that case, the custody battle will primarily focus on 4 aspects: the fundamental circumstances of both parties, the basic conditions of both parents, the child's living environment, and the child's perspective. The latter is particularly significant. The court will seriously consider the opinions of children over 10 years of age and will document their statements in the case files. Pausing for a moment, Bai Yue smiled. Since your daughter wishes to return to you, combined with Mr. Lin's advantageous circumstances, the outcome appears promising. It is imperative that I succeed, Lin He stated with a grave tone. This matter holds great importance for me. As a mother with a child, Miss Bai should be able to empathize with my situation. Mr. Lin, rest assured, this case is entrusted to my care. Bai Yue has issued a military order. She is acutely aware that, given her current circumstances, she cannot find a better opportunity. The moment she signed the contract, Bai Yue became Mr. Lin's chief legal officer. She must prove her worth for this position. The matter is now in your hands. Should you require any assistance from me, do not hesitate to reach out, Lin He stated. Understood, Mr. Lin. Bai Yue replied with a nod. I will arrange for someone to contact the relevant experts regarding the Tao Tao issue tomorrow. Lin He instructed Xiao Rui to fetch a piece of paper to note down Bai Yue's bank account for monthly salary disbursement. Bai Yue expressed her gratitude repeatedly. The meal left both parties quite satisfied. In the city garden, Yangshan sat on the balcony with a dark expression, the veins on his forehead pulsating ominously. Mr. Yang, that amounts to 1 billion. We have no reason to doubt you. But our boss has indeed entrusted the money to you. Beside him stood a bald man adorned with a golden chain and sunglasses, flanked by a few burly henchmen with brutish faces. When the bald man mentioned the boss, a flicker of apprehension crossed Yangshan's eyes, softening his grim demeanor somewhat. Rest assured, My position as the head of the Yang family is assured. In due time, that billion will be but a trifling matter. Ha ha. Then I extend my early congratulations to you, Mr. Yang, the bald man remarked. However, I hope you do not forget that the deadline for the billion is merely 10 days away. I will not forget, Yangshan replied, his tone laced with palpable displeasure. I must take my leave. The bald man, unfazed, walked out, leaving the room once again in silence. Yangshan slammed his palm against the nearby table, shattering his coffee cup. His hand was cut by the shards, blood immediately flowing from the wound, mingling with the brown liquid. Everything is going awry. Gazing at the injury on his palm, Yangshan's anger intensified. In a bid to bolster his chances of claiming the family headship, Yangshan had borrowed 1 billion from a powerful figure upon returning from the provincial capital. This sum was intended to smooth over relationships in Xinjiang City. Having been away for years, he deemed that an immense financial outlay was the most effective and expedient way to establish a foundation. The plan was sound. The billion was securely stored on a bank card, kept close at hand, even from Pei Xinwen. However, today, as he departed, that very card, along with his wallet and phone, was stolen. Yangshan had reported the theft and set people to investigate, but there had been no leads. Most troubling was that he had no recollection of where the theft had occurred. Once he found that thief, he would ensure they faced dire consequences to alleviate his resentment. Creak. The door swung open as Pei Xinwen hurried in from outside. Old Yang, my daughter has gone to Lin He's place. Now, no one answers the phone. Lin He has opened a 5-star hotel. Could you leverage your connections to apply some pressure, so he would think twice before targeting my daughter? I cannot fathom the sheer luck he must have to establish such a prestigious establishment, especially after hearing rumors of his bankruptcy. Whoever spread those lies must be a fool. With a sudden motion, Yangshan spun around, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap. His right hand bore a wound, yet he still had his left. Already fraught with agitation, he found this insipid woman incessantly prattling on about his daughter and her ex-husband. Does his daughter truly hold more significance than his plans? That slap encapsulated Yangshan's fury, delivered with considerable force. Pei Xinwen, struck and momentarily dazed, took a while to recognize that it was indeed Yangshan standing before her. You actually dared to hit me. Pei Xinwen stammered, slowly covering her face in disbelief. Chapter 074. Roller coaster, pirate ship, carousel, Ferris wheel. Drop tower, all designed by me. The man before me, named Yangshan, hails from one of the 3 prominent families of Xinjiang, the direct descendant of the Yang clan. In Pei Xinwen's eyes, prior to their tumultuous encounters, he appeared to be a refined and capable gentleman, reminiscent of the cultured protagonists from films of yore. Ever since they became involved, Pei Xinwen has repeatedly felt a sense of relief at having distanced herself from Lin He. However, in a shocking turn of events, Yangshan struck her hard across the face. It is worth noting that during her time with Lin He, despite his many shortcomings, he had never resorted to domestic violence. What does your daughter have to do with me? Yangshan inquired coldly, his gaze as frigid as a serpent poised to strike. The unfamiliarity of his eyes sent a chill through Pei Xinwen, stifling the wave of indignation and hurt that surged within her. She had never witnessed such a terrifying expression on Yangshan's face, as if he were capable of murder. Treat my wounds, he commanded, returning to his seat with an indifferent tone. Oh, of course, she replied, her face swollen in agony, suppressing her anger as she retrieved the first aid kit. She tended to his injuries, cleaning, disinfecting, and bandaging, before putting away the kit and cleaning the disarrayed floor. Upon entering, her thoughts had been consumed by her daughter, causing her to overlook the injuries on Yangshan's hands. The curse card had already taken effect, and Lin He remained oblivious to whether Yangshan had become entangled in misfortune. Nonetheless, he believed that the rewards of paternal love from the system had never failed him. Upon returning home, it was already evening. Lin Qing had long since retired, while Lin Weiya remained on the living room sofa, swinging her fair legs as she watched a variety show. Dad, you're back. Upon hearing the door, Lin He stepped inside, and Lin Weiya joyfully leaped into his arms. Look at you, all grown up, yet still so attached to your father. Lin He remarked with a hint of helplessness as he observed his daughter clinging to him like a koala. Which man could resist the charms of a sweet and affectionate daughter? She would always be Daddy's little cotton-padded jacket, Lin Weiya cooed affectionately. All right. My darling will always be Daddy's little cotton-padded jacket, Lin He replied, gently stroking her hair. Dad, I made you some tea with cassia seeds. It's health tea. Beneficial for lowering blood pressure, combating bacteria, and reducing cholesterol. Ideal for someone as busy as you, Lin Weiya said, presenting a thermos and pouring a cup of tea before placing it in front of Lin He. Ding! The notification of receiving his daughter's heartfelt gesture echoed in his mind, indicating an increase in paternal love value. Indeed, daughters are often more attentive and considerate towards their fathers than sons. Lin He could not help but feel touched as he accepted the cup, drinking the warm, perfectly brewed cassia seed tea to the last drop. My darling achieved first place in her professional exams and has been accepted into Qingji Art Academy. What do you aspire to do in the future? Lin He placed down his cup and inquired, what do you wish to become? I aspire to be a dazzling superstar, a female celebrity endowed with both beauty and talent. Lin Weiya exclaimed with fervent longing. Very well, then I shall establish an entertainment company for you, Lin He decisively proclaimed. Lin Weiya responded in surprise, hastily adding, Father, that is unnecessary. Students from the Qingji Art Academy, the outstanding graduates, are fervently sought after by major entertainment firms across the country. Your precious daughter is destined to be a popular candidate, having harbored a love for singing and dancing since childhood. Lin Weiya was well aware of the immense investment required to launch an entertainment company domestically: resources, financial backing, talent, dance studios, recording studios, stage equipment, filming apparatus, dance instructors, vocal coaches, acting teachers, and a well-structured marketing team. All these demands are contingent upon significant funding. Rest assured, since I have made this promise, I shall fulfill it, Lin He assured her. Initially, the amusement park project was merely an experiment to determine if he could complete the task and earn the rewards from the paternal love system. However, with the acquisition of 5 amusement park project designs and the previous script for Elon, the professional, coupled with his daughter voicing her dreams, Lin He became even more resolute in his ambition to create a magnificent entertainment empire. Father, how have you become so wealthy? Lin Weiya asked with wide eyes. Her curiosity piqued. Compared to when he had departed, the disparity in Lin He's financial resources was staggering. Because your father can perform miracles, Lin He replied, refraining from further explanation as he affectionately ruffled her hair. Lin Weiya squinted her eyes, reveling in the tender moment like a kitten basking in warmth. Regarding the paternal love system, Lin He chose to confide in neither of his children, for the reason was simple: a wise man does not flaunt his treasures. Father, you are truly remarkable, Lin Weiya expressed with admiration. It is getting late. You should retire for the night, Lin He remarked, glancing at the time. Staying up late will hinder your chances of becoming a superstar. All right. Lin Weiya obediently nodded and ascended the stairs. Days later, when Shui and Bai Yue stood before Lin He's desk in his villa. I have conveyed all my requirements. The name of the group will be Qingye, Lin He stated, sipping the tea brewed by his daughter. Rest assured, boss, we will complete the integration in the shortest time possible, Bai Yue assured him. What is the status of the custody arrangement for my daughter? Lin He asked with a serious tone. This matter is of utmost importance. Upon hearing Mr. Lin's words, Bai Yue felt an increased sense of admiration for him. This admiration was not of a romantic nature, but rather a profound trust in a person. A man who values his daughter above his career is unlikely to treat his subordinates poorly. You need not worry, Mr. Lin. This case is absolutely secure. As soon as you give the order, I can draft the legal letter without delay, Bai Yue replied. That is reassuring. However, let us wait a while. Lin He pondered the matter of the misfortune card. If prepared, it could be coordinated with Shui for consolidation. Lin He intends to amalgamate all the assets rewarded by the system into a singular entity, the Qingye Group. The name is derived from the final characters of his son and daughter's names. Lin He will wholly own this group, while other industries will exist in the form of subsidiaries. At this moment, a call from Cheng Wenrui interrupted him, his heart racing and hands trembling. Mr. Lin, was the design for the amusement park project conceived by you? Indeed, Lin He replied, his composure unwavering. After all, such a concept did not exist in this world, and he felt no psychological burden. Genius. You are simply a genius, Cheng Wenrui exclaimed. Our amusement park will surely create a sensation across the nation. No, it will astonish the entire globe. Once the call concluded, Lin He instructed Shui and Bai Yue to attend to their tasks. Just then, another call came in. Upon answering, he held the phone to his ear. Lin Gu, I bear good news for you, came the affected voice from the other end. What good news? Lin He inquired. Yang Shen is plotting to assassinate the head of the Yang family. The caller was Fu Ying, and her revelation sparked a glimmer of intrigue in Lin He's eyes. Chapter 075. Remarkable Effects. Misfortune continues. How did you come to know? Lin He's tone swiftly settled into calmness. If he could indeed acquire evidence of Yang Shun's conspiracy against the head of the Yang family, it would serve as a dagger thrusting into his vulnerabilities. There is something else that might be considered fortunate for you, Fu Ying continued. What is it? Lin He found it hard to trust Fu Ying. While her husband toiled tirelessly for their family, Fu Ying merely regarded him as a backup, perpetually seeking a wealthy suitor to ascend the social ladder. Wasn't this a form of bullying against the honest? Consequently, Lin He was resolute in withholding his trust from such a woman. Tell me how you intend to express your gratitude later, Fu Ying inquired. I expect to see value. Lin He replied succinctly and decisively. Yang Shun's return was said to be well prepared. Why the sudden urge to harm the head of the Yang family? Was he not apprehensive that haste might lead to failure? Let me first share the second matter. Pei Xinwen was beaten. I video called her today, and her face was all swollen, Fu Ying said indignantly. That wretched man truly strikes hard. Who would dare strike Yang Shun's woman? Lin He questioned, genuinely perplexed. After all, Pei Xinwen was the wife of Yang's fifth uncle. Isn't it customary to consider the owner before striking a dog? Indeed. Few would dare to assault Yang Shun's woman, yet he himself does not hesitate to do so, Fu Ying remarked with an odd tone. Initially, she had envied Pei Xinwen for leaving Lin He to marry Yang Shun. However, it now appeared that she was far worse off compared to Lin He. Why would he strike Pei Xinwen? Lin He was even more bewildered. He sensed that the reason behind Pei Xinwen's beating might be somehow connected to the sudden plot against the head of the Yang family. Having been away from Xinjiang City for many years, Yang Shun's network and resources had significantly diminished. In a direct confrontation, he likely would not stand a chance against Yang Luofu. Therefore, he sought out a bigwig in the provincial capital, borrowing 10 billion to facilitate connections. Unfortunately, the money was stolen, and Pei Xinwen happened to be the unfortunate one who crossed paths with this misfortune. Naturally, she would end up getting beaten. Fu Ying remarked with a hint of mockery. You seem to take delight in this misfortune. Lin He's mood brightened considerably. 10 billion stolen, how many could maintain their composure in such a situation? This was certainly no coincidence, it was the work of the misfortune card. According to the details Lin He had previously perused, the effects had yet to fully conclude. And he eagerly anticipated how Yang Shun would be ensnared by the misfortune card in the times to come. I am reveling on behalf of Brother Lin. Fu Ying feigned concern and said, when Pei Xinwen abandoned her husband and family to seek higher ground, she should have anticipated such consequences. What about the evidence of Yang Shun's conspiracy against the head of the Yang family? Lin He was more concerned about this. A saying circulated online goes, beware of fire, theft, and close friends, and it rings true. Wait a moment, I will send it to you, came the sound of her nails tapping on the screen. Soon, Lin He received a notification for a file transfer on his phone. Upon choosing to accept, a video was sent. Lin He opened the video, revealing a pitch-black screen. Just as he was about to inquire about it, a man's voice resonated. Poison him, but do not let Yang Ting die immediately. Allow this old fool to linger. Why? You ask. The truth is, throughout his life, Yang Ting has valued not his wife or children, but the vast family estate of the Yangs. As he nears death, his foremost concern is the future of the Yang family. This old fool must realize that I am far more suited to lead the Yang family than Yang Luofu. At this point, the man's voice dripped with satisfaction. I have long since known that this old fool has been grooming Yang Luofu. His reluctance to place Yang Luofu in the position of family head is not out of a desire for power, but rather due to his reservations. Yang Luofu is simply too young. If faced with imminent death, he would not dare entrust the family leadership to Yang Luofu, opting instead for a more conservative choice. With 10 billion stolen and my plans disrupted, I cannot afford to wait any longer. As long as the thief remains hidden, I will remain at a disadvantage. Moreover, failing to recover that 10 billion will bring me trouble. Rest assured, once you complete the task I have assigned, I will grant you 100 million and arrange for your departure abroad. You will receive a luxurious residence overseas, sufficient for you to enjoy a lavish life for eternity. After listening to the recording, Lin He clicked to forward it. The sender was Yang Luofu. Yang Luofu responded instantaneously, Mr. Lin. How did you come into possession of such vital information? Please provide me with your bank account. Lin He closed the video player. Yang Luofu's reaction confirmed to Lin He that it was indeed Yang Shun's voice. Fu Ying was right. The evidence was irrefutable. Are you about to transfer funds to me, Brother Lin? Fu Ying inquired eagerly, quickly sending her bank account details. Soon, Fu Ying received a text notification from the bank indicating a deposit of 200,000. Brother Lin is magnificent. How impressive, she exclaimed joyfully. This was indeed a substantial sum, showcasing Lin He's generosity. Indeed, Lin He replied as he ended the call. Within the villa, Yang Luofu had been residing for many days, appearing as a reclusive individual. However, he had deployed numerous informants. After years of being groomed as the family head, he was not merely a spendthrift. The incident of the 10 billion lost by Yangshan was revealed to him through the video sent by Mr. Lin. He could not help but be astonished by Mr. Lin's capabilities. To secretly record such confidential discussions of Yangshan was undoubtedly the work of someone within his inner circle. When Mr. Lin instructed him to wait for news, Yang Luofu had been anxiously anticipating. Now, the good news had finally arrived. The ability to meticulously arrange matters concerning Yangshan's associates was beyond what he could achieve on his own. Carefully safeguarding this crucial evidence, Yang Luofu expressed his sincere gratitude to Mr. Lin. With this document alone, he could solidify his position as the head of the Yang family. My precious daughter. A Land Rover was parked outside the airport, where a bald man, known as Scorpion Brother, awaited along with his subordinates, having previously visited Yangshan's residence. A young girl, pulling a suitcase, emerged and removed her sunglasses. "Daddy," she exclaimed. Scorpion Brother, a trusted aide to a prominent figure in the provincial capital, embraced his daughter, named Shang Mei, and boomed. "Do you think I am here for leisure? I am occupied with affairs in Xinjiang City. Thanks to you, Daddy, it feels like a business trip." Shang Mei replied with a smile. Suddenly, a man hurriedly approached Yang Shun, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. "Boss, we are in serious trouble. 10 minutes ago, Yang Luofu entered the Yang residence with a secretly recorded video, capturing our conversation about plotting against the head of the Yang family." "What?" Yang Shun exclaimed in shock, rising to his feet in alarm. Chapter 76. $1 billion. Return my daughter to me, boss. What shall we do? A subordinate wiped the sweat from his brow, having rushed in with urgent news. He could have made a call, but the gravity of the situation was far greater than the loss of $1 billion. Damn it. Yang Shun's face contorted with rage, his veins threatening to burst forth from beneath his skin in a terrifying display. His subordinate was understandably intimidated by his demeanor. The existence of the covert video file could obliterate everything Yang Shun had meticulously prepared over the years. "Boss, who do you think is behind this?" the subordinate inquired, perplexed. To capture such sensitive footage, it had to be someone within Yang Shun's circle. He was well aware that he had not taken the video himself. "That day you came to discuss this matter, it was just the two of us." Yang Shun fixed a scrutinizing gaze upon his subordinate, who instantly displayed a look of horror and hastened to clarify. "Boss, please do not misunderstand me. I certainly wish to earn that billion, along with the luxurious properties abroad. You know my background. I grew up in an orphanage without parents, relying on this endeavor to escape to a life of leisure overseas." Yang Shun's suspicions began to wane. This subordinate had been nurtured by him for nearly 5 years, and his work had generally met Yang Shun's expectations. Wait. Yang Shun suddenly remembered that besides him and his subordinate, there was another person in the house. "Pei Xinwen, come here," he called out. Pei Xinwen, who had been engrossed in short videos in another room, hurried over, half of her face marred by a purplish bruise. "Is there something wrong? Let me borrow your phone. I need to make a call." Yang Shun extended his hand. "All right." Pei Xinwen, though apprehensive, could not fathom the reason, and handed over her phone. Upon receiving the device, Yang Shun did not make a call, but instead opened the photo gallery, and indeed, there was a video. As he played it, a man's voice emerged from the 3rd second of the dark footage. "Poison him, but don't let Yang Ting die immediately. Leave this old man a breath." Why? Because Yang Ting values nothing more in this life than the vast fortune of the Yang family, not his wife or children. As he nears death, his foremost concern is the future of the Yang family. He knows well that I am more suited to be the head of the family than Yang Luofu. Upon hearing this voice, Pei Xinwen felt as though struck by lightning, her complexion draining of color as she trembled uncontrollably. It was over. She had been discovered. Yet, she was certain that the video had remained undetected by Yang Shun during the previous covert recording. Why had Yang Shun taken her phone, leading him directly to this incriminating footage? The subordinate, however, felt a wave of relief wash over him, realizing that it was indeed the boss's woman who had betrayed him. With the video discovered on Pei Xinwen's phone, he could absolve himself of suspicion, which was quite fortuitous. Yang. Pei Xinwen's lips were pale, her teeth chattered as she struggled to utter Yang Shun's full name, but the overwhelming fear within her rendered her speechless. Yang Shun held his phone, allowing the video to continue playing. From his countenance, One could almost sense the volatile tension akin to the atmosphere before a powder keg ignites. I had long suspected that the old man had been nurturing young Luofu. His reluctance to let young Luofu ascend to the position of head of the Yang family was not due to a lust for power, but rather a lack of confidence. For young Luofu was far too young. Should death come suddenly, he would never risk bequeathing the headship to young Luofu. Young Tung would opt for a more conservative choice. With $1 billion stolen and my plans thwarted, I could no longer afford to wait. As long as the thief remained hidden, I would be perpetually at a disadvantage. Furthermore, failing to reclaim that billion would bring me trouble. Rest assured, once you complete the task I have assigned to you, I shall grant you $100 million and arrange for your departure abroad. There is a luxurious villa waiting for you, ensuring a life of comfort and indulgence overseas. As the video concluded, Yang Shun's voice abruptly ceased. Boss, this must be the video that Yang Luofu took regarding the headship of the Yang family. One of the subordinates remarked. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Pei Xinwen stepped forward, her excitement palpable. Yangshan, listen to me. I admit you slapped me, which has left me with some resentment. I have kept this video on my phone without showing it to Yang Luofu or anyone in the Yang family. My intention was merely to intimidate you, truly just to frighten you. Well done, you wretched woman. Yangshan released his grip, causing the phone to tumble to the ground, its screen shattering into fragments. How long have you been plotting this? A year? 2 years? Or have you been seeking an opportunity since the moment we first met? No. Truly, I haven't. Pei Xinwen trembled. That billion is mine. Give it back to me. Yang Shun extended his hand, gripping Pei Xinwen's neck, and then delivered a fist to her abdomen. The force behind the blow was infused with the fury of an adult man. Releasing her, Pei Xinwen curled up like a shrimp, collapsing to the ground. I had no idea about it. No idea? Yang Shun sneered, pressing the sole of his shoe against her face, grinding it side to side. Then let your precious daughter return that billion to me. Your ex-husband owns a 5-star hotel, doesn't he? Seems he is doing quite well. Isn't your precious daughter seeking him out? Zhang Li, go fetch her. If you do not return my billion, you shall all meet your demise. Having faced countless setbacks, Yangshan was on the brink of madness. His eyes were bloodshot, fueled by rage as he contemplated the demise of the woman before him. Yet, after years of scheming, he refused to let it all unravel at the hands of a single woman. A reversal was imperative. With wealth, he could turn the tide. Very well. I shall head over immediately, his subordinate Zhang Li replied, hastily departing. He is now tied to his boss Yangshan like a grasshopper on a string. Should the boss fall, he too would inevitably meet his demise. Please, do not harm my daughter, pleaded Pei Xinwen, grasping the leg of Yangshan's trousers. Instead, capture Lin He. He is wealthy, owns a 5-star hotel, and surely possesses other enterprises. I wouldn't lay a finger on your mother, Yangshan retorted, delivering a swift kick to Pei Xinwen's nose. The moment he discovered her betrayal of her husband and family, he should never have placed his trust in her. Such a woman is utterly repugnant. Blood gushed forth, distorting Pei Xinwen's nose. The pain rendered her voiceless, as if she were on the brink of suffocation. Daddy, the sunshine is splendid today. Sitting in a Rolls-Royce Phantom, departing from Shuichi beating, Lin Weiye was filled with excitement and joy, relishing the opportunity to go shopping with her father. Upon reaching the mall, they indulged in a spree of purchases. And you, my son, do not spare any expense for your father, Lin He affectionately remarked. All right, Daddy. Lin Qing nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking for grain. Chapter 77. 3 items all wrapped up? This is a luxury. Ivan Comprehensive Shopping Mall encompasses a vast commercial center, a bustling urban pedestrian street, a 5-star hotel, office buildings, and apartments, integrating shopping, dining, culture, and entertainment into a singular, independent large-scale commercial hub. It stands as the foremost shopping destination in Xinjiang City. To Lin Weiye's astonishment, Xinjiang City now boasts such an expansive mall. As the Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a stop in the parking lot, she gazed around in admiration. Sister, let me tell you something, Lin Qing said mysteriously. What is it? Lin Weiye inquired, moving closer to her father and linking her arm with his. This mall belongs to our family, Lin Qing declared proudly, his demeanor reminiscent of a prince surveying his territory. Really, father? Lin Weiye exclaimed, delicately covering her lips. Such a grand establishment must have required an investment of over 100 million, right? Although she was unfamiliar with market values, she understood it was extraordinarily expensive. Indeed, Lin He affirmed. Otherwise, how could he be regarded as the hidden tycoon of Xinjiang City? Coincidentally, During the summer vacation, the Ivan Comprehensive Shopping Mall buzzed with activity, teeming with visitors. "Father, I wish to buy a dress. It is far too hot," Lin Wei said, halting in front of a women's clothing store. "Not a problem. Go ahead and choose," Lin He replied. "Dad, I'll head to the arcade for a while," Lin Qing remarked, showing little interest in shopping. Without waiting for Lin He's response, he dashed off excitedly. Lin He shook his head and accompanied his daughter into the women's clothing store. Upon their entrance, a bald man accompanied by his daughter also walked into the boutique. "Dad, I can't believe a small city like this has a Gucci store," the young girl remarked haughtily. "How foolish. How many people in such a small town could afford this? Can't you see hardly anyone is coming in?" The bald man laughed unabashedly. Lin He and Lin Wei exchanged surprised glances, finding their remarks rather harsh. "Welcome." Several female attendants promptly approached them. Upon glancing at the two pairs of father and daughter, they unanimously directed their attention to the bald man and the young girl. Both were adorned in Versace luxury attire, and those in the luxury goods industry could easily discern authenticity. Their purchasing power was indisputable. In their line of work, performance is paramount. The more luxury items sold, the higher the commission. As a result, Lin He and Lin Wei found themselves overlooked. The bald man and the young girl cast disdainful glances as if to say, "How dare the pair in unbranded clothing enter a Gucci boutique?" Gucci is one of the most coveted brands in the fashion world. Alongside apparel, Gucci offers fragrance products, with each item generally priced in the tens of thousands. It was possible that this pair of father and daughter were entirely unaware of what Gucci even was. The bald man and the young girl withdrew their gazes and began to select garments. "I apologize, but you may call me Xiaoying," said a waitress who approached them with a warm smile. "Aren't you going to attend to those two? They appear to possess greater purchasing power than we do." Lin He inquired. "All guests are treated equally," replied the waitress named Xiaoying. "I sincerely apologize for the unpleasant experience caused by my colleagues. It's quite all right." Lin He responded, choosing not to dwell on the matter as he turned his attention to the clothing in the store. "Are you purchasing attire for this lovely young lady?" Xiaoying noticed that the father and daughter were examining young women's clothing and asked. "I wish to buy a dress," Lin Wei stated. "Then please consider this floral print linen dress. This pleated garment, crafted from linen, is adorned with exquisite floral patterns, creating an elegant and refined everyday look. This wool lace dress is also delightful, featuring an elongated pointed collar made from delicate ivory lace, showcasing a stunning visual contrast of varied fabric proportions. The sheer black floral lace top complements the wool chiffon skirt splendidly. This tulip print cotton linen dress, made from a cotton linen blend, is embellished with beautiful tulip prints, incorporating vibrant poppies, tulips, and lilies, making it quite suitable for this young beauty." It was evident that Xiaoying possessed an intimate knowledge of the store's merchandise. "What a waste of breath. Introducing products for so long without a sale is merely a waste of time," remarked the young girl, overhearing Xiaoying's enthusiastic descriptions. The daughter of the father-daughter pair was strikingly beautiful, possessing a captivating allure at such a tender age. Clearly unadorned by cosmetics, her skin was enviably flawless, prompting the young girl to provoke trouble. Meanwhile, a van came to a stop at the roadside. Zhang Li and several men disembarked, heading directly towards the Ivan Comprehensive Shopping Plaza. They quickly arrived at a Gucci store. "Brotherly, we don't have Lin Wei's photograph. How do we proceed?" One man inquired. "Can't you see? There are only two father-daughter pairs in the Gucci store. Lin Wei's father owns a 5-star hotel in Xinjiang City. He is undoubtedly affluent. And that bald man dressed entirely in Versace, those are high-end, expensive brands. Besides him, who else could it be?" Zhang Li scrutinized the clothing store, analyzing the situation. "Brotherly, it's no wonder you've garnered the boss's favor. I must admit, I lack such acumen," the man immediately praised, giving a thumbs up. "Of course," Zhang Li replied with a smug smile, instructing, "Cease the flattery. We will have clear divisions of labor shortly. You focus on that bald man. He must be Lin He. I will take charge of capturing his daughter, and we must act swiftly when the opportunity arises. Rest assured. Shortly I shall deliver a few well-placed strikes to that bald fellow, ha ha ha." The man chuckled with a mischievous glee characteristic of his gender. In the face of the young girl's trivial provocations, Lin Wei tugged at her father's sleeve. Since childhood, her demeanor had been gentle and amiable. She wished for a pleasant outing without any conflicts marring the joy of their shopping experience. After all, they would depart swiftly once their clothing purchases were complete. "Do you fancy any of these?" Lin He, feeling helpless, could only acquiesce to his daughter's preferences. It was quite a dilemma. Everything seemed rather appealing. Lin Weiya felt herself grappling with a case of indecision. The saleslady had presented 3 dresses, each with its unique charm and design that resonated with her taste. Then let us wrap up all 3, Lin He instructed the sales associate. All 3. Gucci, mind you. This is a luxury brand, do you comprehend? The young girl, upon hearing this, nearly burst into laughter. A country bumpkin in the city, what a comical sight. Chapter 078. I most disdain wealthy individuals like you. Isn't the price written above? Lin He cast a dispassionate glance at the young woman. From the earlier conversation between the father and son, it was evident they were not locals of Xinjiang City. They treated this third-tier city with evident disdain in their every action. The female attendants, too, felt a twinge of annoyance if they looked down upon Xinjiang City. Why not remain in their opulent urban surroundings? However, a customer with spending power entering the establishment was akin to a deity. Though they felt displeased, they dared not display it on their faces. It is written, this piece is 26,000, that one 38,000, and a more affordable option at 19,000. Ladies, please wrap these items for our esteemed guest to avoid any complaints about negligence. The young woman crossed her arms, bracing herself for an amusing spectacle. Sir, are you certain you wish to purchase all 3? Xiaoying inquired, her brow furrowed. Despite her impartiality towards all customers, she questioned whether this father-daughter duo would genuinely spend tens of thousands on 3 dresses. Ding! The host received attention from his daughter, earning a reward in the form of a shopping card. Shopping card, within the next 3 hours of use. All expenditures at the shopping plaza will be doubled back into the host's account. Wrap up the belt and those 2 watches as well. Lin He casually gestured towards a few more items. The belt and watches could be gifted to his son, who had a penchant for luxury items compared to his daughter. Very well, sir, Xiaoying responded, her delight evident upon the customer's decision, as selling such a significant amount would greatly enhance her performance metrics. Don't celebrate too soon. What if they can't afford it? A colleague whispered cautiously. We shall see, Xiaoying simply smiled, leading Lin He and Lin Weiyu to the counter. Dear young lady, could you please fill in your measurements? It will help us prepare for you. Of course, Lin Weiyu replied, her handwriting elegant. Xiaoying called over other colleagues to assist, and soon multiple shopping bags were neatly arranged on the counter. After Lin He successfully processed his payment with the card. Xiaoying printed the receipt and handed it alongside the shopping bags to him. Upon turning back, the father and daughter had already departed the store. To belittle someone only to discover they truly made a purchase, regardless of whether it was a mere fade, left an awkward air lingering. Let us go? Lin He said, clutching the shopping bags as he exited the Gucci store with his daughter. Dad, this is actually my first time buying such expensive clothing. Do you think I'm being naughty? Lin Weiya's mood dipped slightly. In the past, she had always been well-behaved, and despite their comfortable circumstances, she had never donned luxury items of Gucci's caliber. Upon entering, she had only noticed women's clothing and assumed it was a simple boutique. It was only upon seeing the prices that she recognized the prominent brand. Yet, after making the purchase, Lin Weiyu felt a surge of happiness. For those 3 dresses were truly exquisite. Silly girl, your father is quite wealthy now. Moreover, my precious daughter is not one to squander wealth recklessly. Lin He gently tousled his daughter's hair and remarked, furthermore, even if my daughter were to indulge in extravagance, what of it? After all, I, Lin He, am in a position of considerable affluence, capable of supporting 2 spendthrifts. Dad is the best, Lin Weiya exclaimed with a playful giggle. I will strive to study diligently, become a big star, and earn a fortune to honor you, Dad. Having a dutiful daughter truly is a warm comfort. Lin He felt no need to worry about his daughter. She was far more sensible than his son. Dad. Lin Qing's figure appeared swiftly from a distance. What is it? Lin He inquired. Well, I'm about to start university, right? I was hoping to buy a laptop, Lin Qing shyly stated. Buy it. And let's get one for your sister as well, Lin He nodded. A laptop is indeed essential for university studies. Dad, I want an Alienware, Lin Qing expressed joyfully. I already have my eye on one. Let us go and take a look, Lin He readily agreed. He was not particularly knowledgeable about computers, nor was he familiar with the Alienware brand. The family of 3 arrived at the Alienware store, where Lin Qing pointed to a model and said, Dad, I want this one. Young man, you have a good eye. This is currently our best model, the salesperson noted. Spotting the Gucci shopping bag in Lin He's hand and promptly began a warm introduction. This is the Alienware Area 51M, a 17.3-inch gaming laptop, featuring a high-performance i9 processor, 64GB RAM, 4TB SSD, and RTX 2080s with a 300Hz display. The salesperson rattled off an impressive array of specifications, adding, I need not elaborate on the Alienware brand. I trust you understand its excellence. With this, you can enjoy gaming and cinematic quality visuals without any lag, an essential tool for gaming enthusiasts. Boys of this age typically have a strong affinity for gaming. Do you like it? Linhee glanced at his daughter. I'm not well versed in this, but if it's good, I'll consider getting one too, Lin Weiyao replied. Then let us take two, Linhee decided, pulling out his card to make the purchase. Wonderful, wonderful, the excited salesperson exclaimed. Each one is priced at $56,999, and selling two today is quite fortunate. The nimble salesperson swiftly packaged the items, and the transaction was completed with a card swipe. To foster a favorable impression, the salesperson also included a laptop bag, mousepad, and other accessories. Though inexpensive, these extras were sure to delight the customers. Don't be upset, daughter. In recent years, Xinjiang has been leading among third-tier cities and is on the verge of becoming a second-tier city. Many can afford a Gucci, Brother Scorpion advised. All right. Xiang Mei replied impatiently. So what if it becomes a second-tier city? It's still far from our provincial capital. Her daughter made a valid point. They should not dwell on negativity. Shall we go grab a cup of milk tea? As the two individuals emerged from the Ivan Comprehensive Shopping Plaza, they caught sight of the shops across the street. Scorpion, the man among them, posed a question. They were, indeed, the very father and daughter who had crossed paths with Lin He and Lin Wei moments earlier. Suddenly, a van screeched to a halt at the roadside. Several men, donning caps and masks, leapt out. One brandished an electric baton and thrust it directly against Scorpion's body. A powerful surge of electricity coursed through him, rendering him as stiff as a bamboo stalk, collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, another assailant produced a handkerchief and pressed it against Xiang Mei's mouth and nose. After a brief struggle, she succumbed to unconsciousness and was dragged into the van. You, with your bald head, seem rather affluent. I despise people like you. The last man, before entering the vehicle, curled his index and middle fingers and struck Scorpion's forehead twice with considerable force. Despite being incapacitated by the electric shock, Scorpion felt the impact resonate through his skull. Observing the agony etched on Scorpion's face, the man let out a cold chuckle before swiftly entering the van. Chapter 79. The single life of 34 years and 8 months. The sliding door of the van slammed shut, and it sped away. Numerous passers-by raised their phones to capture the moment, while others hastily dialed for help. In broad daylight, a kidnapping incident unfolded. Was this a grim reality, or merely a stunt orchestrated by an influencer or a film crew? Brother, what is going on? Several subordinates crossed the street to join Scorpion. After a moment, as the tension subsided, Scorpion bellowed, You useless fools. My daughter has been abducted. Are you all blind? Lin Qing pushed a shopping cart, filling it with their purchases. Subsequently, Lin He granted his son and daughter an hour to indulge in shopping. After an hour, the total at the checkout amounted to 798, 121 yuan. The multiplier from the shopping card was 7, and all funds were deposited into Lin He's account. Not only did the shopping spree cost them nothing, but it also yielded a profit. The family placed their shopping bags atop a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Across from the Ivan Comprehensive Shopping Plaza lay a bustling food street stretching over 800 meters. Lin Qing, holding a bottle of chilled cola, gazed at the throngs crowding the road. Rumors swirled of a kidnapping. Could it be an act of vengeance from an enemy? Goodness, wouldn't he that make the news? It was said that the culprits had been lurking for quite some time, clearly prepared for this moment. These ruffians showed no honor, wielding electric batons and even anesthetics. Many were discussing the recent events while hurrying towards the scene. The occurrence of such a kidnapping was terrifying. Lin Wei, having grasped the situation, remarked, Let us not concern ourselves with it. With Dad around, he possesses unique abilities and can handle any villainous threat with ease. I'm so hungry. I crave barbecue. Lin Qing expressed, seemingly indifferent to the abduction, as it did not involve him. I truly had no knowledge of that 10 billion, pleaded Pei Xinwen. Her face bruised and her limbs restrained. She explained in fear. Yangshan, seated on the balcony, ignored her, fixated on his phone, awaiting an important call. Suddenly, the screen illuminated with a familiar number. It caught Yangshan's attention, and he hurriedly pressed the answer button, bringing the phone to his ear. Boss. We have the target. Zhang Li's voice resonated from the phone. His tone was assured and confident, exuding an undeniable prowess. Excellent work. Yangshan replied, elated. Proceed as per my previous instructions. Understood, Zhang Li affirmed before disconnecting the call. That evening, the family returned home in high spirits, each face adorned with joyful smiles. Just as Lin He slipped into his slippers, his phone rang. The unfamiliar number prompted him to answer, placing the device to his ear. Is this Lin He? A grave voice on the other end seemed cautious, intentionally altering its tone to avoid recognition. Who are you? The individual directly addressed Lin He by his full name, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Regardless of my identity, your daughter is in my custody, the voice declared. If you wish to avoid any mishap befalling her, you must hand over 1 billion. 1 billion? Lin He could not recall incurring any debts. In a desolate warehouse, Zhang Li sat in a chair. Next to him, the terrified Xiang Mei, her mouth gagged and her hands and feet bound. Her face was awash with fear, tears welling in her eyes. This phone call had originated from Zhang Li himself. He felt akin to a merciless assassin charged with a covert task, exhibiting a chilling blend of shrewdness and elegance. A surge of emotion coursed through Zhang Li as he raised his hand and struck Xiang Mei with 2 swift slaps. The blows landed with precision, causing her cheeks to swell immediately. Xiang Mei began to weep in pain. What are you pretending for? Do you hear me? Keep pretending, and I shall continue to strike your daughter. She is crying. Does that not pierce your heart? Zhang Li laughed maniacally. Lin He cast a glance at his daughter, who was blissfully unpacking shopping bags. Was she truly in the clutches of this lunatic? Who was this person before him? He could not fathom that scams had become so sophisticated. Employing actresses must be quite laborious, he mused sarcastically. Suddenly, Zhang Li's maniacal laughter halted as he heard the busy signal from the phone. What? Did it disconnect? Xiang Mei, with tears in her eyes, struggled to communicate. This time, her cries were not of sorrow but an attempt to convey a message. You have dialed the wrong number. That man's voice was not my father. She wanted to say, but the gag stifled her words. Do not be afraid. Zhang Li misinterpreted her struggle for words, displaying an unexpected understanding. It is not surprising. Anyone would find it hard to believe their daughter could be suddenly abducted. Not to worry, we shall call again. With that, he redialed the number previously provided by his boss, Yangshin, confident there would be no error. Hello? Lin He's voice resonated through the speaker. I have already stated that your daughter is in my possession. You doubt my words, do you? Zhang Li's tone turned menacing. Then perk up your ears and listen to your daughter's lamentations. As he spoke, Zhang Li placed the phone near Xiang Mei's mouth and raised his hand to deliver another slap. His arm swung with force, the sound of the blows reverberating in the air, mingling with her muffled cries of agony. Do you hear that? This is the prowess of a 34-year-old single man. Striking a girl, it is truly a weapon. Blood trickled from Xiang Mei's nose, in the corners of her mouth, her vision blurred, her mind in disarray from the blows. The initial sharp pain gradually gave way to a numbing sensation. Dad, who are you talking to? Lin Qing approached with curiosity. From the phone, the sounds of a man's maniacal laughter and a woman's cries of distress echoed. Lin Wei also took notice, setting down her shopping bags and observing intently. A fraudulent call came through, claiming that his sister had been kidnapped and demanding a ransom of 10 billion. Lin He was caught between laughter and tears. Leave it to me. I shall handle it. Lin Qing revealed a sinister smile, took the phone, and instructed a servant to fetch an iron basin, along with a small rolling pin. She placed the phone on the table and covered it with the basin. Subsequently, she forcefully struck the basin with the rolling pin. Zhang Li continued his assault for a while. Realizing that Xiang Mei was on the verge of losing consciousness, he ceased his actions. Moreover, the voice on the other end of the phone had fallen silent. Glancing at the screen, he noticed it had not been disconnected as before. Zhang Li held the phone to his ear, certain that Lin He must have been rendered speechless, for he was indeed a ruthless and merciless bandit. Even if the pawn in question was a girl, Zhang Li would not hesitate to proceed with his actions. If blame were to be assigned, it would fall upon those who provoked the boss, who had sent him to deal with this matter. As he pressed the phone to his ear, just as Zhang Li was about to inquire whether the 10 billion was still required, a sudden cacophony erupted from the speaker, a jarring clamor that pierced through his eardrum. Chapter 080. Little girl, your father is quite arrogant. Zhang Li instinctively pressed the call disconnect button, plunging the world into an eerie silence. The bloodied Xiang Mei writhed on the ground, her tear-streaked eyes seemingly attempting to convey a message. The other subordinates before Zhang Li flailed their arms, their mouths moving in a silent pantomime. Have you left your vocal cords at home? Zhang Li inquired curiously. Big brother. Big brother. One of the subordinates leaned close to Zhang Li's ear and shouted. Damn it, it turns out my ears are just ringing, Zhang Li finally realized, as his hearing gradually returned to normal amidst the fury. In his rage, he unleashed a flurry of slaps across Xiang Mei's face, reflecting his irritation. Lin He was too cunning. He must have smashed something that produced such a deafening sound, nearly rendering him deaf. Breathless, Zhongli shook his aching arms. He was exhausted from the slapping. If you don't wish to be disfigured, hurry up and call your father. Regardless, we must see the 10 billion. Zhongli ordered his subordinates to untie the ropes. Then he removed the filthy, foul-smelling cloth from Xiang Mei's mouth, instructing, the most important thing is, do not call the police, understood? Understood. Understood. Xiang Mei had never been this compliant in her life. It was hard to believe this was the same girl who had looked down upon the third-tier city and its inhabitants in the Gucci store earlier that day. Trembling, she pressed her fingers against the screen, dialing the number, and held the phone to her ear. Hello? A familiar voice resonated from the speaker. Daddy, Wuwa. I. Overwhelmed by fear, grievance, pain, and helplessness, all her emotions cascaded forth upon hearing her father's voice, and she burst into tears. Stop crying. Hurry and state your demands. Zhongli struck back at her grievance with a swift slap. Damn it, don't hurt my daughter. If anything happens to her, I will flay you alive. A furious roar emanated from the phone. Oh, threatening me, are we? Zhongli grasped Xiang Mei's hair, tugging it back and forth. Little girl. Your father is quite arrogant. It hurts. Please, stop pulling my hair. Xiang Mei felt as though her hair was being ripped from her scalp. I'm sorry, big brother. I was wrong. Please don't hurt her. The man's voice on the phone quickly regained its composure, stating, since you've kidnapped my daughter and called me, you must be after something, right? Very astute. Zhongli cast a glance at Xiang Mei, thinking that had she cooperated sooner, she wouldn't have been beaten to a pulp. After all, their operation this time wasn't meant to cause harm, but to reclaim that 10 billion. How much do you want? The man inquired. 10 billion, Zhongli replied, perplexed at how Lin He's voice seemed altered once his hearing returned. 10 billion? The man paused, the figure sounding somewhat familiar. Very well, contact me when you are ready. Zhongli snatched the phone back, warning, don't do anything foolish. Otherwise, the fish will die and the net will break. Our lives are but trifles, yet your daughter is a cherished gem. I understand. As long as my daughter remains unharmed, all matters are negotiable, the man stated. Zhongli, no longer wishing to engage in idle chatter, abruptly terminated the call. Bring this young lady a bottle of mineral water, rebind her with the rope, and fetch that rag. Several subordinates stepped forward without hesitation, promptly gagging Xiang Mei with the filthy cloth. Meanwhile, in a hotel room, the atmosphere was tense. Brother, what is the situation? A few men inquired with concern. Scorpion's expression was grim. The kidnappers are demanding 10 billion. 10 billion? Several men exchanged glances, the figure resonating with familiarity. Let me make a call. Scorpion had a suspicion that was difficult to believe. He rifled through his contact list and dialed the number noted next to Yangshan. The call connected swiftly. Scorpion. It's late. What is this call about? Yangshan's voice came through, unwavering and clear, which only intensified Scorpion's uncertainty. Yet he pressed on. Mr. Yang, did you have an operation today? Operation? What operation? Yangshan furrowed his brow, feigning ignorance, clenching his fists in anger. Scorpion thought to himself that these scoundrels truly believed he would flee. The inquiry was undoubtedly a covert observation. They must have discovered the kidnapping of Lin He's daughter. Did they genuinely think that his subordinates would fail in their duties and not produce the 10 billion? Mr. Yang, have you kidnapped a girl? Scorpion asked gravely. Yangshan paused momentarily. Since they were aware of the victim's gender, continuing the charade seemed futile. Yes. Are you at home? Scorpion's facial muscles twitched. Yes, Yangshan replied, genuinely perplexed. We shall meet soon, Scorpion concluded, ending the call. The others in the hotel room had overheard the conversation, and they swiftly prepared their weapons, ready to depart. Meanwhile, Lin Qing tossed the rolling pin onto the table and pounded it a few times, leaving a dent in the iron basin. Upon lifting it, she discovered the scammer had disconnected the call. How disappointing. Lin Qing returned the phone to her father. I hope the scammer's hearing is still intact, Lin Wei mused, contemplating the abrupt termination of the call. It's getting late. It's time for bed. We must not cultivate irregular habits at such a tender age. Off to sleep now, Lin He instructed. All right, Lin Qing replied, her eyes darting as she eagerly carried her new computer upstairs. With cinematic quality graphics, she was determined to fully immerse herself in gaming tonight. Dad, you should also rest early. Good night, Lin Wei yawned. After a long day out, she was indeed weary and drained. Watching his son and daughter retreat to rest, Lin He smiled with contentment. In another part of the world, While some rejoiced, others despaired. Clad in a loose-fitting robe, Yangshan opened his door to find a group of burly men armed with weapons standing outside. His drowsy eyes widened in immediate alertness. Upon recognizing that the leader was Scorpion Brother, Yangshan inquired, "Scorpion Brother, visiting my home at such an hour, are you hoping to indulge in a leisurely evening with me?" Leisurely evening? Scorpion Brother raised his leg and forcefully kicked Yangshan to the ground before striding in with his entourage. A man positioned himself at the entrance, casually toying with a metal baton to deter anyone from making a hasty escape. Clutching his abdomen, Yangshan sat on the floor, irate as he demanded, "Scorpion, what is the meaning of this? Even if you were to urge me for 10 billion in debt, it isn't due yet, is it? Who is the person you've kidnapped?" Scorpion Brother crouched down, his gaze menacing as he queried, "The daughter of Lin He." Yangshan faltered. Scorpion Brother was known as a thug nurtured by a certain big shot in the provincial capital, the kind that lurked in the shadows. He had committed numerous heinous acts that incited public outrage. "Call your subordinates and inquire thoroughly about who has been abducted." Scorpion Brother struck Yangshan across the face with a resounding slap. Chapter 081. Not only embezzling 10 billion, but also seeking to extort another 10 billion after a rather unfriendly negotiation. Several Land Rover vehicles came to a halt at the entrance of a dimly lit warehouse. Scorpion and Yangshan emerged from the vehicles, the former's face a mask of fury while the latter wore an expression of confusion. The group advanced towards the interior of the warehouse, where Zhongli soon appeared to greet them. "Boss, what brings you here?" "It's him." Scorpion halted in his tracks. He was all too familiar with Zhang Li's voice, which had been audaciously arrogant over the phone. It was he who had slapped his daughter. Upon hearing Scorpion's words, several subordinates rushed forward and swiftly brought Zhang Li to the ground. "Boss, what is going on?" Zhang Li, caught off guard and bleeding from his nose, was pinned to the floor, bewildered. Yangshan remained silent, equally eager to comprehend the situation. Could it be that Lin He's daughter was somehow connected to that powerful figure in the provincial capital? Yangshan had met Lin Weiyi, but the girl had shown him indifference, leaving him completely unaware of her social ties. Was it truly possible that he was this unfortunate? Yangshan pondered quietly. Inside the warehouse, an old light bulb emitted a dim, yellow glow. Tied to a wooden pillar was Xiang Mei, her face bloodied and her consciousness fading. "Daughter." Scorpion's face quivered with rage. Having had his daughter by his side since childhood, he felt immense guilt even for the slightest reprimand. Now, witnessing her battered and unconscious state, Scorpion could hardly contain his emotions. "What is happening?" Yangshan's expression shifted. The girl bound to the pillar was Scorpion's daughter? Now he understood the source of Scorpion's fury tonight. But why was it not Lin He's daughter who was captured? "What do you mean?" Zhang Li was perplexed by his boss's insinuation. "You have caused me great harm." Yangshan gritted his teeth. Recently, misfortune had plagued him, and he pondered whom he had offended. Unbeknownst to them, Lin He, snug in his luxurious mansion, sneezed and, still half asleep, pulled the blanket over himself to continue dreaming. Zhang Li was bewildered. How had he harmed his boss? "Papa, you finally came." Xiang Mei struggled to open her swollen eyes, crying tears of joy. "Quick, take my daughter to the hospital." Scorpion lifted Xiang Mei, instructing his subordinates while softly reassuring her, "It's all right. Daddy is here. You are safe now. Once I avenge you, we will go to the hospital." Xiang Mei felt as if her head was about to explode. The only sound echoing in her mind that night was the relentless slapping, sharp and forceful, like a nightmare looming over her. Two subordinates immediately approached to assist Xiang Mei, guiding her towards the exit of the warehouse. Yangshan silently cursed his luck. Scorpion and his subordinate, Zhang Li, were both unknown to him. What was supposed to be a mission to capture Lin He's daughter had inexplicably turned into a predicament involving Scorpion's daughter. A situation Yangshan neither understood nor wished to delve into further. If this matter is not handled properly, there will be no need for the head of the Yang family to vent his anger. He will be eliminated by Brother Scorpion first. After the daughter departs, Brother Scorpion turns around and asks, "Is this your subordinate?" "Indeed," Yangshan replies with a bitter smile. "Brother Scorpion, believe me, there has been a misunderstanding. If I hadn't arrived in time, my daughter would have been beaten to death." Brother Scorpion coldly responds, "Disable him and send him to the hospital. Were it not for the sake of your reputation, your subordinate would already be dead." "Very well," Yangshan concedes helplessly. Brother Scorpion is correct. Having his daughter beaten to such a state is a misfortune within a misfortune, as she could very well spend the rest of her life bedridden. "Boss, I was merely following your orders. You must protect me." Zhang Li, finally grasping the situation, hurriedly interjects. Two burly men approach and drag Zhang Li away. "Yangshan, Was it you who gave the orders? Brother Scorpion initially doubts that Yang Shun would engage in such actions, as throughout their journey, Yang Shun displayed no signs of guilt, only anger and confusion. However, the words of Yang Shun's subordinate caused Brother Scorpion to reconsider. Indeed, Brother Scorpion, it was I who instructed him. However, I meant for him to capture Lin He's daughter, named Lin Weiyi. I do not know how it came to this, Yang Shun explains. Do you truly expect me to believe that? Do you not recognize me? My daughter, Shang Mei, you have met in the provincial city. Brother Scorpion's barrage of questions leaves Yang Shun speechless. It is true that Yang Shun has encountered Shang Mei in the provincial city. Yet he never anticipated that Zhang Li would be unfamiliar with her. At this moment, he finds himself at a loss for words, gritting his teeth and saying, Brother Scorpion, my relationship with your boss is one of collaboration. You cannot harm me. Collaboration? Brother Scorpion scoffs. If you were the head of the Yang family now, perhaps you would be qualified to negotiate with my boss. But what are you now? A cornered dog whose plans have been exposed. With no right to discuss partnership with my boss. The term cornered dog twists Yang Shun's expression into one of extreme discomfort. Before him, Brother Scorpion pulls out his phone and dials a number. Boss, I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour. There has been a development regarding the situation in Xinjiang City. What has happened? Yang Shun's plot against the head of the Yang family has been exposed. Not only did he embezzle our 10 billion, but he also kidnapped my daughter. I have just rescued Shan Mei, and she is now at the hospital. Her life hanging in the balance, Brother Scorpion states. Hanging in the balance? You're talking nonsense, didn't your daughter just say? Yang Shun, furious, attempts to interject. Before he can finish his sentence, Brother Scorpion signals to his subordinate. The burly man steps forward and delivers a punch to Yang Shun's abdomen, forcing a gasp from him, rendering him momentarily speechless. Why did you kidnap Shang Mei? He wanted me to produce 10 billion. Without the position of head of the Yang family, Yang Shun would fall into his own trap. He attempted to extort another 10 billion from me, intending to leave the Summer Kingdom with a total of 20 billion. Scorpion spoke. If not, a billion will be lost to him. Why not go to the bank to rectify this? Yang Shun lay on the ground, unable to voice his grievances. The bank card in question had been procured through another's account, a precaution taken by Yang Shun himself. The individual in question had long since gone abroad, severing all ties. Initially, Yang Shun believed that this approach would prevent the matter from leaking, despite his meticulousness. This decision ultimately led to his downfall. You must return that billion, otherwise, you know what to expect. Just ensure the situation is handled discreetly. The voice on the other end stated coldly. Understood, boss, Scorpion replied, ending the call with a sinister grin. The following day, early in the morning, Lenny awoke in his spacious, well-lit villa. After rising, he washed up and shared breakfast with his son and daughter, marking the beginning of another blissfully perfect day. Boss. Yang Shun and his subordinate Zhang Li were involved in a car accident in the early hours, resulting in their immediate deaths, Xiao Rui reported as he entered the villa, leaning in to whisper in Lin He's ear. Chapter 082. Do you have senior or junior sisters? Would they be willing to work for me? What? My fifth uncle and his subordinate died in a car accident? Upon receiving the shocking news, Yang Luofu sprang from his bed like a startled fish. It took him several moments to digest the information, and only then did he accept it with a mix of astonishment and delight. When the video evidence implicating the assassination of the head of the Yang family was presented to him, the head was already in a state of fury. He had anticipated that his fifth uncle would face the family's judgment, only to be met with the shocking news of his demise. Indeed, alcohol was detected in both of their systems, and the incident was classified as a case of driving under the influence. Fortunately, they had not collided with any other individuals, as the accident occurred on a remote mountain road. His subordinates reported the findings. Yang Luofu remained silent for a moment, knowing that this behavior was entirely inconsistent with his fifth uncle's character. As the saying goes, the one who knows you best is your enemy. And no one understood his fifth uncle better than Yang Luofu himself. His fifth uncle was never one to succumb to drunkenness. He would only indulge in a drink during unavoidable social gatherings. Privately, he preferred coffee. The notion that a fatal accident could arise from driving under the influence was exceedingly suspicious. What about Mr. Lin? A figure emerged in Yang Luofu's mind. There had been no response from Mr. Lin. One of his subordinates interjected, saying, "We have uncovered some information." What information? Yang Luofu inquired. Previously, Mr. Lin's son, Lin Qing, was a reckless spendthrift. In an effort to reform his son, Mr. Lin withheld knowledge of their full wealth. The only company that Lin Qing was aware of was the Qianqing Company, which had been usurped by an individual named Luo Xiaojin, leading to Mr. Lin's personal bankruptcy. The shadow of Yangshan loomed behind this affair, as reported by his subordinate. Did Mr. Lin have a conflict with my fifth uncle long ago? Yang Luofu asked, puzzled. His fifth uncle had left Xinjiang City many years prior, and Yang Luofu, who had been active in the city, was unaware of the hidden prowess of Lin He. How could his fifth uncle have known and clashed with Mr. Lin? Mr. Lin had an ex-wife named Pei Xinwen. Neither she nor her son Lin Qing were aware of Mr. Lin's immense wealth. In pursuit of a more prosperous life, she divorced him and took their daughter away, only to encounter Yang Shan in the provincial capital, ultimately marrying him. Yang Shan, oblivious to Mr. Lin's true background, conducted an investigation into Pei Xinwen's social connections, discovered Mr. Lin, and made a call that led to the downfall of Mr. Lin's Qianqin company, as detailed by his subordinate. Haha, heaven is assisting me. Yang Luofu laughed heartily. Who could have imagined that someone so astute could fall victim to a woman? After his laughter subsided, Yang Luofu wiped away the joyful tears from the corners of his eyes and asked, "What has become of that Luo Xiaojin?" "He is currently in prison," his subordinate replied. Yang Luofu waved his hand, signaling for his subordinate to take leave. He slipped on his slippers, descended from the bed, and gazed out at the picturesque scenery beyond the window. Collaborating with Mr. Lin was undeniably the most exquisite decision Yang Luofu had ever made. This individual was profoundly formidable. Initially, he had merely tasked Yang Luofu with awaiting news, and though it was a challenge, he had no choice but to trust the process, enduring the seemingly calm, yet excruciatingly anxious wait for updates. To his astonishment, early this morning, one of his subordinates, resembling a magpie delivering good tidings, informed him that his uncle had perished in a car accident. With the uncle's demise, who else could contest for the position of family head? Meanwhile, Linny finished his breakfast with a contented belch. The effects of the misfortune card had been realized to their fullest extent. Ever since the card was employed, Yangshan had encountered relentless misfortune in all his endeavors. $1 billion had been stolen, and attempted kidnapping had gone awry, culminating in the unfortunate death of the wrong target due to a drunk driving accident. As for the true circumstances surrounding Yangshan's death, He was indifferent and uncurious. His choice to utilize the misfortune card stemmed not from a deep-seated hatred for Yangshan, but merely for a subtle act of retribution. Xiaorui, do you have any acquaintances among your senior or junior sisters? Preferably someone exceptionally skilled and youthful, He inquired while dabbing his mouth with a napkin. Indeed. Xiaorui nodded. Is there something you need, boss? He recounted the mishap concerning Yangshan's attempt to abduct Lin Weiyi, detailing how things had gone awry. Xiaorui's expression grew increasingly solemn as he replied, I do have a senior sister, though she is currently in Feng County. Feng County? He chuckled. That's a splendid place. I originated from there myself. Xiaorui was somewhat taken aback by this coincidence. Then let us journey to Feng County and see if we can persuade your senior sister to join us, He suggested. All right, we shall depart immediately, Xiaorui agreed. Feeling quite comfortable in his boss's company, the pay was generous, and he was treated with respect. They summoned Lin Qin and Lin Weiyi, and the group set off without delay. As Lin He's entourage left, the phone at home began to ring. Hello, this is Mr. Lin's residence. He has just stepped out. May I inquire about the nature of your call? The servant answered the phone, facilitating communication as Mr. Lin had permitted. Hello. This is the security from Shuiqi Beating. A Mr. Yang Luofu wishes to visit Mr. Lin. I will now inform him that Mr. Lin is not at home. The security personnel hung up the phone, casting a glance at the silver Porsche, then at the young man inside. Mr. Lin has just left. The household staff mentioned he has gone to Feng County. Yang Luofu lamented, tapping the back of his head in frustration. He had come in haste, neglecting to inform Mr. Lin in advance. In Feng County, a Rolls-Royce glided through the streets of this most populous county in Xinjiang City. Xiaorui, do you believe your senior sister would be willing to work for me? Lin He inquired. On the way, Lin He inquired about Xiaorui's senior sister, whose remarkable martial arts skills were well known and who had previously navigated the complexities of life outside. Eventually, she returned to her master, and after his passing, she embraced a more leisurely existence in Feng County. My senior sister remains single. She emerged from an orphanage, unburdened by attachments, which should pose no issue. Xiaorui contemplated aloud. That is reassuring. Lin He nodded in agreement. Before long, a Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a halt in front of a martial arts school. The signboard of the establishment was significantly damaged, rendering the name nearly indecipherable. Lin He alighted from the vehicle, followed closely by Lin Qing and Lin Wei Yi, instructing Xiao Rui to lead the way as they ventured into the school. Inside, they found several young individuals seated, each wearing a forlorn expression, as if mourning a great loss. "Is your boss present?" Xiao Rui politely inquired upon entering. Chapter 083, A Perfect Match, Gaining the Disciple of Xiao Rui. "Who are you looking for?" A young man in his 20s stood up, his voice lacking vitality. "Is the owner of this martial arts school named Yunyan?" Xiao Rui refrained from disclosing his identity initially. Suddenly, several young men in the dojo rose, warily observing Xiao Rui and Lin He behind him. Xiao Rui took a step forward, positioning himself in front of the owner. Although these youths were not particularly formidable, they were seasoned practitioners, each possessing some degree of skill. They were hardly a match for him, yet they could pose a threat to the owner. "Who exactly are you?" the young man inquired once more. "Is the owner of this martial arts school named Yunyan?" Xiao Rui remained obstinate. "Yes," the young man hesitated before responding. He felt a palpable pressure emanating from Xiao Rui, reminiscent of his teacher. "I am Xiao Rui, Yunyan's junior disciple." Xiao Rui's expression softened. Since this truly was his sister's school, it was likely that these young individuals were her students, thus there was no need for hostility. "How come I've never heard of you?" the young man questioned. "I haven't heard of you either," Xiao Rui replied with a slight snort, turning to Lin He and saying, "Boss, we haven't come to the wrong place. It seems my sister is just not here." "No worries, let's wait a bit," Lin He replied calmly. "I'll give the teacher a call." The young man retrieved his phone and dialed a number, conversing briefly. After hanging up, a look of surprise crossed his face as he approached Xiao Rui. "So, you truly are the teacher's junior disciple. We were impolite earlier. I hope you won't hold it against us." In the minds of these students, their teacher was akin to a master from a martial arts novel, immensely powerful. Thus, the arrival of someone claiming to be the teacher's junior disciple must also indicate significant prowess. Practitioners of martial arts often hold a deep respect, even reverence, for the strong. "That's all right. However, why does my sister's martial arts school seem rather dilapidated?" Xiao Rui surveyed the modest premises, noting a staircase in the eastern corner leading to the second floor. A sign beside the staircase indicated that the upper floor also served as part of the dojo. "My name is Fong Ming, the first student taken in by the teacher," the young man introduced himself before continuing. "A few days ago, our teacher took us out for barbecue, and a girl was harassed by a group of drunken thugs. Unable to tolerate it, the teacher intervened and broke all their bones." Lin Qing and Lin Wei's expressions shifted with intrigue. Xiao Rui's sister was a woman, and from the journey, he had shared snippets about her. She seemed only a few years older than him. To think such a young girl could take on several thugs and incapacitate them all was astonishing. However, Xiao Rui remained composed. He was well acquainted with his sister's formidable abilities. "Do not underestimate the troublemakers, even if more were to arrive. They would still be no match for our senior sister." "And then?" Xiao Rui inquired. "Then those ruffians had the audacity to turn the tables, claiming that our teacher had assaulted them while intoxicated, asserting they were mere victims in this one-sided confrontation, conveniently ignoring the fact that the surveillance in the alley where we dined was malfunctioning. The most disheartening part is that the girl whom the teacher saved is now too fearful of retaliation from the thugs to come forward as a witness, insisting she never passed through that alley that night." Fong Ming was indignant. "It is utterly disheartening that a good deed has garnered no reward. Now this group of ruffians demands 500,000 in compensation from our teacher, threatening to sue otherwise." Lin He began to comprehend the situation. If what Fong Ming said was true, Yunyan had indeed found herself in a precarious position. Xiao Rui remained silent, his expression grim, and could only glance at the boss. Some matters cannot be resolved solely through force. At that moment, a phone call came in. Lin He answered and stepped outside. "Dad? Lin He, are you busy these days?" came the voice on the other end. It was his father, Lin Xiang. "Not particularly. Is there something you need?" Lin He replied, noting that it was rare for his father to call. "Well, your cousin's daughter has just finished her college entrance examination and is hosting a celebration. He doesn't have your contact information, so he asked me to relay this message to you. He thought it would be a good opportunity for our family to gather since it has been a while since you brought the kids over," Lin Xiang explained. "Father, your timing is impeccable," Lin He chuckled. "I am currently in Feng County dealing with some matters, but I will head over as soon as I finish." "All right. Take your time on the road," Lin Xiang replied, pleased, and promptly went to inform Lin He's mother of the news. After ending the call, Lin He re-entered the martial arts hall. A young woman with a ponytail strode in confidently. She was strikingly beautiful. possessing an air of decisiveness that set her apart from most girls. "Junior brother, what brings you here?" This young woman, with her ponytail, was none other than Xiao Rui's senior sister, Yunyan. "Senior sister, this is my boss, Mr. Lin He. These are the boss's children, Lin Qing and Lin Weiyi." Xiao Rui introduced. "Hello, senior sister Yu." Lin Qing and Lin Weiyi chimed in unison, displaying their politeness. "Hello, handsome young man and beautiful young lady." Yunyan replied with a smile, before finally turning her gaze to Lin He. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, suggesting that her junior brother had been thriving lately. Mr. Lin possessed an aura and stature that were undoubtedly remarkable, having spent some time in the outside world before returning to Feng County. Yunyan's discerning eye had not dulled. "Senior sister, have you encountered any trouble?" Xiao Rui asked. "Yes, I am considering selling this property. I still have some savings. But I have been rather extravagant in the past, and my funds are nearly depleted. This martial arts hall is a labor of love for me, and parting with it is quite difficult," Yunyan responded bitterly. "Miss you, it is a pleasure to meet you," Lin He interjected. "Mr. Lin, greetings," responded Yunyan. "If you find yourself in need of financial assistance, I am willing to help," said Lin He. Initially, he pondered how to approach Sister Xiao Rui, but unexpectedly, she encountered trouble, thereby saving Lin He the effort of finding the right words. "Why are you willing to assist me?" Yunyan was acutely aware that opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. "My daughter was nearly abducted by thugs, and I seek a skilled young woman for her close protection," Lin He replied, taking a few steps forward and lowering his voice. "I wish to keep this matter from my daughter, as it would frighten her." "No problem at all." To Lin He's surprise, Yunyan readily agreed. "Why? This time?" It was Lin He's turn to inquire. "I trust my junior, and I am indeed in urgent need of funds," Yunyan replied pragmatically. Lin He picked up his phone, preparing to transfer the money, when he received a message from his father containing the hotel information. "This is the address of the relative's home where the graduation banquet is being held. Chapter 084. Our daughter addresses you as uncle, yet this red envelope seems rather insubstantial." Lin He promptly transferred 1 million via online banking to the account provided by Yunyan. After reviewing the details of the transaction, Yunyan cast a surprised glance at Lin He, clearly taken aback by his generosity. "When will Miss Yunyan commence her duties?" Lin He inquired. "Right now." Yunyan replied with an unrestrained demeanor, the kind that suggests she is ready to leave at a moment's notice. "Let us sell this martial arts school. You can divide the proceeds. If we manage to sell it for 2 or 300,000, that would be quite satisfactory." The location of the school was inherently unfavorable. While others sought tranquility amidst chaos, she preferred serenity and solitude. With that, Yunyan ascended the stairs alone, quickly returning with a bag, which she tossed to the young man named Fong Ming. "All the paperwork is inside. Consider it my refund of your tuition and compensation." "Teacher, are you truly leaving?" Fong Ming and several other students asked with reluctance. "Having accepted the money, would I stay and regurgitate what I've already consumed?" Yunyan's personality was uncharacteristically boisterous for one with such a name. "Teacher." Fong Ming and the other students' eyes glistened with tears. "I have to attend a graduation banquet this afternoon. Otherwise, I would grant you an afternoon off to sort things out here before coming to find me," Lin He said. "No need, boss." Yunyan immediately altered her address and turned to her students. "Does weeping and wailing still retain a semblance of masculinity?" "We understand, teacher." The students wiped their tears and responded loudly. "Boss, I have a vehicle. I can follow behind." Yunyan stepped out of the martial arts school and patted a parked motorcycle, which was hardly a luxury model. Otherwise, I would have sold the motorcycle instead of the school. Fortunately, with matters resolved, Yunyan maintained an optimistic outlook. Initially, she believed that running a martial arts school would provide a tranquil and enjoyable life. Little did she know, it was far less interesting than her previous days, filled with various challenges, particularly this time when her act of bravery left her disheartened. Yunyan felt weary. Perhaps being a bodyguard would suffice, requiring only the protection of safety without the need for confrontations of the heart. Very well. Lin He boarded the vehicle with his children. Xiao Rui drove towards the location provided by the boss. The Tiwan restaurant was quite renowned in Feng County. The front of the 5-story building was filled with numerous cars belonging to patrons dining within. At the entrance of the Taiyuan restaurant, a long red banner proclaimed congratulations to Lin Gui for being accepted into Normal University. Lin He's cousin was at the door, expressing gratitude to the relatives and friends who had come today. "Boss, I will wait for you outside," Yunyan said after parking her motorcycle, glancing at the hotel entrance. "Let Xiao Rui park the car, and we can step outside for a walk and talk." "What is the matter?" Lin He observed a complex expression on Yunyan's face. Boss, who are those people to you? Relatives? Yunyan asked, eyeing the name on the red banner. My cousin's daughter, Lin He replied. Are you close? Generally, interpersonal relationships are merely superficial. Had it not been for my father's call, I would not have attended this gathering. That is indeed fortunate. Yunyan exhaled a sigh of relief and remarked, the girl I rescued by the roadside is the one named Lin Gui. I merely need her to come forward as a witness, as long as she speaks the truth, but never mind, my boss has already smoothed things over. There was a palpable resentment in Yunyan's words. Lin Qing and Lin Weiye could empathize, after all. Anyone would feel disheartened when a good deed is met with such unfortunate circumstances. Lin He glanced at Lin Gui in astonishment, realizing that Yunyan had acted to save her. I am aware of this matter, Lin He stated, pulling out his phone to transfer 1 million to Yunyan's account. This incident is somewhat related to me. You are now under my protection, and I will not allow you to suffer. Yunyan was taken aback. Her junior brother seemed to have allied himself with someone influential. Previously, she had safeguarded a wealthy boss, receiving merely tens of thousands monthly. Yet today, upon meeting Lin He for the first time, he had transferred 2 million to her in quick succession. She then glanced at her junior, Xiao Rui, who appeared entirely accustomed to such displays of generosity. Boss, your words are too kind, Yunyan replied, somewhat embarrassed. After all, it was Lin Gui who had wronged her, not Lin He. You two should go and unwind. I will cover all expenses, Lin He declared, putting away his phone. Your generosity is commendable. Thank you, Yunyan said, gently nudging Xiao Rui with her elbow, signaling him to follow her. She felt a burgeoning interest in this Lin boss. In Xinjiang City, who could possibly be the kind of person who casually spends 2 million? Once Xiao Rui and Yunyan departed, Lin Qing expressed her disdain. I never expected Lin Gui to be so vile. While she understood the fear of retaliation, it was still excessively outrageous. Lin Weiye nodded in agreement. All right, let us have a meal and then head to your grandparents' house. Aiming to return to Xinjiang City before nightfall, Lin He observed the time, noting it was nearly lunchtime. He led his son and daughter toward the hotel entrance. Cousin, congratulations. Lin Gui has been accepted into Normal University, Lin He announced. You are Lin He? The man, who had been smiling brightly, turned toward Lin He, momentarily stunned, before incredulously inquiring. This man was Lin Gui's father, Lin Fu. It is I, Lin He replied with a smile. Why do you seem to be growing younger? Lin Fu expressed his astonishment. Perhaps it is my positive outlook, Lin He replied dismissively. Due to Lin Gui's situation, Lin He had formed a negative impression of this family. Initially indifferent, it was quite shameful to dishearten a kind-hearted person. Hurry and greet Uncle Lin, Lin Fu urged, nudging his daughter beside him. Uncle Lin, Lin Gui pushed her glasses up. Lin He nodded, offering a few congratulatory remarks. These two must be Lin Qing and Lin Weiye. One handsome and the other beautiful. How fortunate you are to have both a son and a daughter, Lin Fu remarked enviously. In terms of appearance, both Lin He's son and daughter far surpass Lin Gui. Lin Fu undoubtedly adores his daughter the most, yet he still hopes she excels in every aspect. At that moment, two elderly figures emerged from the hotel. They were Lin He's parents, Lin Xiong and Han Xiaorong. Grandpa, Grandma. Lin Qing and Lin Wei called out sweetly. As the family reunited, there was naturally much to discuss. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, under Lin Fu's guidance, they ascended to the second-floor private room. Seated therein were the closest relatives of the Lin family. We are holding a graduation banquet today. Yet it seems someone has forgotten to give a red envelope, simply coming in to enjoy the feast. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman interjected during the conversation. The room fell silent immediately. The red envelopes had indeed been prepared. Lin He realized the woman was referring to him. So he retrieved a red envelope and placed it on the table. Lin He, our daughter calls you uncle, yet this envelope seems rather meager. The middle-aged woman remarked as she took the envelope and pinched it. Chapter 085. Your Rolls-Royce Phantom is parked outside. Shall I let it in? Several relatives wore peculiar expressions, with some concealing their disdain quite adeptly. It is indeed rare in this world to boldly request a substantial red envelope during a graduation banquet. The middle-aged woman, Lin Gui's mother, named Zhuomin, was well aware of the Lin family's notorious reputation. Lin He, how much is in the envelope? Lin Xiong interjected to alleviate the tension. 500 yuan, Lin He replied candidly. Only 500? Before Lin Xiong could continue, Zhuomin opened the envelope, extracted 5 red notes, counted them, and with a smile plastered on her face, declared, Lin He, you are indeed the most successful among us. Running a large business in Xinjiang City, Surely you wouldn't be so stingy with your niece? Indeed, Uncle Lin He. You were always so fond of me when I was young, Lin Gui chimed in. Enough, Zhuomin business does not rain money from the heavens. Let us all just enjoy the meal together, a relative intervened, recognizing the awkwardness of the situation. Very well, Zhuomin said. Her displeasure evident as she returned the 5 red notes to the envelope, instructing her daughter to keep them safe. Lin Qing and Lin Wei exchanged silent glances. Bewildered by such behavior, Lin He chose not to comment, valuing the rare family gathering and wishing to avoid discord. Soon, the food arrived, and everyone began to eat. Lin Wei picked up her chopsticks but suddenly dropped them on the table. Dad, she said shyly, could you please get me another pair of chopsticks? Of course, Lin He replied, rising to reach for an unopened pair of chopsticks. Uncle Lin He, a set of cutlery costs 5 yuan. If you want clean chopsticks. The red envelope, please. Lin Gui suddenly snatched the chopsticks away, extending her other hand with a smile. Her greedy expression mirrored that of her mother, Zhuomin. How utterly repulsive, Lin Qing muttered from the side. What did you say? Lin Gui's expression darkened as she turned to Lin Qing. I said, how utterly repulsive. You have truly outdone yourself, Lin Qing retorted, spitting out a clean bone from his mouth and raising his voice. Lin He, do you hear what your son is saying? Zhuomin fumed. My daughter has just been accepted into university, celebrating with a banquet, and she cannot even make a joke with you? A joke? I have never witnessed a joke that reduces one to the status of a beggar, Lin Qing replied with a forced smile. He was not intimidated by the mother-daughter duo. Say that again? Zhuomin slammed her hand on the table, shouting. We are all relatives. Anger is detrimental to one's health. Several relatives hastily began to mediate, hoping to cool the rising tensions. Oh, by the way, Lin Qing suddenly recalled, a smile creeping onto his face. I believe there is something that all you relatives are unaware of. Our college student, Lin Gui, was recently harassed by a group of thugs while passing through an alley. In a tale of valor, a courageous heroine named Yunyan selflessly rescued a university student, Lin Gui, from peril. Have you not heard of this? Exclaimed a bewildered relative, utterly shocked by the incompetence of the ruffians involved. The other relatives shared in the confusion, unaware of the incident. However, the countenance of Zhuomin and Lin Gui shifted, for they pondered how Lin Qing had come to know of the events, as none had disclosed them. Subsequently, the noble act of the heroine was transformed into a charge of intentional harm when she broke a thug's bones. The gang demanded a staggering sum of 500,000. Although Lin Gui could have stood as a witness to ensure the thugs faced consequences, she remained silent. Lin Qing's sarcasm grew palpable. This virtuous woman, who acted out of goodwill, is now forced to sell her home to gather funds, while the university student, Lin Gui, shamelessly hosts a celebration at a hotel, audaciously asking my father for a red envelope. A chorus of disapproving gazes fell upon Lin Gui. You speak nonsense. She trembled in indignation. The heroine is downstairs. Shall we summon her for a confrontation? Lin Qing retorted. That incident is in the past, and besides, we did not compel the heroine to act. Zhuomin stated nonchalantly. Lin He, do intervene with your son. Today is my daughter's graduation feast, initially meant for joy, yet it has devolved into this turmoil, placing us parents in a difficult position. Shameless. Utterly shameless. The assembled relatives were acutely aware of the fate that befalls a girl harassed by thugs in an alley. Were it not for the heroine's brave intervention, could Lin Gui possibly sit here, brazenly asking others for gifts? Yet, as relatives, they refrained from causing discord over someone else's misfortune, for most adults are adept at navigating such waters. Difficult? Then perhaps it's best left undone. However, Lin Qing was not one to be so diplomatic. She rose and, with a swift motion, upturned the table. Zhuomin and Lin Gui were appalled by such shamelessness. With a crash, the untouched dishes and utensils clattered to the floor, and the table tilted precariously, eliciting shrieks from Zhuomin and Lin Gui. Lin He remained expressionless, sipping from a small teacup filled with mediocre tea. Lin He, are you still able to sip tea? Look at the misdeeds of your son, Zhuomin exclaimed in frustration. I am well aware that your son is academically challenged, but I did not expect him to lack proper upbringing. Who knows? I may need to rely on my daughter to secure him a job in the future. How dare he disrupt my daughter's graduation banquet? My son is well-mannered, and I take pride in his character, Lin He said slowly, continuing to sip his tea. While poor academic performance is indeed regrettable, it is something one can strive to improve. However, a flawed character is the true concern that parents must address. This tea may not be of the finest quality, yet it is far purer than the hearts of you and your daughter. His words were delivered with a deliberate calmness. Each word pierced Lin Gui's heart, like a steel needle. Ding dong. The host's heartfelt words elicited a profound emotional response from his son, resulting in the acquisition of an ice cream recipe. Ding dong. The host's heartfelt expression also moved his daughter, leading to a modest increase in his paternal affection points. Two chimes echoed in Lin He's mind. These words stemmed from his innermost thoughts. Lin He, I am not oblivious to your bankruptcy in Xinjiang City. I chose not to voice it earlier to preserve your dignity in front of our relatives. Do you truly consider yourself a person of significance, attempting to reprimand my daughter? Lin Fu was splattered with an array of sauces, rendering his suit a greasy mess. Suddenly, the door to the private room swung open, and the waiter, taken aback by the chaotic scene, stuttered, Mr. Lin, your Rolls-Royce Phantom parked outside has a parking space available. Would you like it to be brought in? Chapter 086. What happened? You died. What happened to the promised happiness? Mr. Lin's Rolls-Royce Phantom. Within the private room, numerous relatives of the Lin family were present, many of whom did not comprehend the significance of the Phantom, yet they had at least heard of the illustrious name Rolls-Royce. When had a relative of the Lin family ever owned such an extravagant vehicle? No need. We shall depart immediately, Lin He stated as he set down his teacup. Understood. Mr. Lin, the waiter replied, glancing at the disarray within the room, hesitant to inquire further. Having served in the county for decades, it was the first time the waiter had encountered a Rolls-Royce. After consulting with some young men at the hotel, he learned that this car commanded an 8-figure price, which profoundly altered his perception of wealth. Even if this gentleman were to wreak havoc in the hotel, the owner would likely remain silent. Is that car outside yours? Lin Fu, Zhuomin, and Lin Gui all turned to Lin He in unison. Lin He merely cast a sidelong glance at them, replying nonchalantly, The red envelope I provided should suffice to cover the damages. Lin Qing snorted disdainfully from her nose and followed her father and sister out of the private room. I have never seen a Rolls-Royce Phantom. I must go out and take a look. This meal is unpalatable. It's better to admire the car. Lin He has indeed fared remarkably well. I truly believe the rumors about his bankruptcy were true. I always knew this child would soar to greatness. And it seems my instincts were correct. One by one, the relatives exited the private room, heading outside. The expressions on the faces of Lin Fu, Zhuomin, and Lin Gui were utterly ghastly. Shouldn't they have been the protagonists at the graduation banquet? Not only had they botched the occasion, but they had also suffered social embarrassment in front of family and friends. Soon, the area beside the Rolls-Royce Phantom was filled with relatives, some raising their phones to capture various angles, eager to share on social media. My uncle's Rolls-Royce Phantom. Isn't it magnificent? My friend's relative is a big shot. This super luxury car is worth millions. The weather is splendid. Cruising in a Rolls-Royce Phantom is the epitome of a wealthy life, albeit rather mundane. Numerous variations of captions circulated, all centered around Lin He's vehicle, quickly disseminated to social media. Dad, here's a bank card with some money deposited for you and Mom. I will ensure that future living expenses are transferred to this account punctually. Lin He subtly slipped a bank card into Lin Xiang's pocket, saying, Enjoy your meals and drinks without concern for frugality. You rascal. Lin Xiang placed his hand in his pocket, glancing at the eager relatives fixated on his son's vehicle, initially intending to return the card to his son. He recalled a relative mentioning that this car cost over 10 million. Clearly, his son must be thriving in Xinjiang City. Mom and Dad, my career is set to expand towards the provincial capital, Lin He declared. Lin Qing and Lin Wei will also be attending university in the provincial capital, so they may not be able to visit often. Should you wish to come to the provincial capital, simply call me, and I shall send someone to fetch you. The provincial capital is indeed splendid, a first-tier city in our summer country. Lin Xiang expressed with a sense of relief. There are indeed many affluent individuals there, and one should refrain from ostentation to avoid inadvertently offending anyone. Rest assured, Lin He replied with a smile. After casually discussing various matters, he took his son and daughter to the car. Xiao Rui and Yunyan hurried back and departed together. Ivan Comprehensive Shopping Plaza, Gucci Store, Xiaoying. The personnel reshuffle has arrived. The general manager, accompanied by several staff members, entered the store holding a document. The shop attendants immediately gathered around, their curiosity piqued by the presence of the general manager. Our store manager is not here, Xiaoying remarked. Such personnel changes should be communicated to the store manager. Why inform her? This personnel adjustment is specifically to inform you, the general manager replied with a smile. Congratulations. You have been promoted to the deputy team leader of Luxury Zone C. In the Ivan Comprehensive Shopping Plaza, luxury brands are concentrated in a specific area, the Gucci store. along with several other luxury brands, is situated in Zone C. The deputy team leader of Zone C is responsible for overseeing all matters within that jurisdiction. I've been promoted? Xiaoying could hardly believe her ears. Indeed, the general manager nodded. Later, take this document to the Human Resources Department to complete the formalities. Your salary for this month will reflect the deputy team leader's compensation for Zone C. The expressions of her colleagues shifted dramatically. Some were astonished, others bewildered, and a few were discontented. General manager, may I ask why? Xiaoying inquired, equally perplexed. That day, 2 pairs of fathers and daughters visited the Gucci store. And you were the only one to attend to one of the pairs. The general manager set the document down and explained. Is that related to that incident? Xiaoying was even more confused. Could it really be just because of that? The man's name is Lin He, the principal owner of our Ivan Comprehensive Shopping Plaza. The general manager gazed deeply at Xiaoying. This personnel adjustment is said to have been arranged directly by the big boss. Sometimes, misfortune finds one even while drinking water. Yet at other times, fortune comes so abundantly that it cannot be obstructed. Xiaoying, you belong to the latter category of uncontainable good fortune. Though merely a deputy team leader of Zone C, her salary had increased by several thousand yuan. Most importantly, Xiaoying had pleased the big boss. Her future prospects. Even the general manager could not predict whether they would surpass his own. Is it truly so? Xiaoying was both astonished and elated. Xiaoying, congratulations. You must treat us to dinner tonight. I'm truly envious. Had I known, I would have attended to that pair of fathers and daughters as well. Especially since one of them is the principal owner of our Ivan Comprehensive Shopping Plaza. I truly didn't perceive it. I only remember the man's extraordinary demeanor. Though his attire was rather ordinary. Xiaoying, your luck is remarkable. Her colleagues cast envious, jealous glances toward her. In the future, Xiaoying will assume the role of the deputy leader of Area C, and even the store manager will be subject to her oversight. Tonight, I shall host a gathering, ensuring that no one leaves with an empty stomach. Xiaoying is filled with joy, fully aware of the reasons behind her promotion. She treats every customer with equal respect. Regardless of their ability to afford luxury goods, anyone who enters deserves attentive service. A promotion indeed warrants a celebration. Yet Xiaoying remains steadfast in her commitment to her original intentions. On what grounds do you claim this house? Pei Xinwen stood within the room, gazing at the men who had come to collect belongings. Although Yangshan has passed, he remains a member of the Yang family. This house was purchased by him. And with his demise, it rightfully reverts to our family. The men merely cast a glance at Pei Xinwen before continuing their work. One of them warned, you have one day to pack your things and leave. Otherwise, you will be forcibly ejected from the community, which would be quite disgraceful. Pei Xinwen, bruised and trembling, felt a wave of despair wash over her. What has happened? You are gone. Where is the promised happiness? I wept, for I have nothing left, no home to return to. Chapter 087. Is the phantom too ostentatious while the Cullinan remains discreet? The realm of humanity bears striking similarities to that of the animal kingdom, particularly in the principle of survival of the fittest. When individuals occupy positions of power, a mere word, gesture, or arrangement can irrevocably alter the destinies of others. This holds true for both Xiaoying and Pei Xinwen. Upon returning home, Lin He became aware of the situation surrounding Pei Xinwen. She had irreparably severed ties with Fu Ying, transforming from an inseparable confidant into a veritable foe. In her moment of confusion, Pei Xinwen's mind was clouded. But upon reflection, clarity emerged. The illicitly recorded material, which she had only shown to Fu Ying after Yangshan had assaulted her for the first time, was to remain a secret. She had explicitly instructed Fu Ying to forget it after viewing, emphasizing the dire consequences should it fall into the wrong hands. Yet, despite her assurances, the video had ultimately been disseminated. Not only had Yangshan nearly taken Fu Ying's life, but he himself had also met a tragic end. Pei Xinwen was acutely aware that Yangshan did not perish due to reckless driving. The implications of this incident haunted her, casting a shadow over her sleep with relentless nightmares. She remained oblivious to the perpetrator behind Yangshan's demise, consumed by the fear that this individual might target her next, especially since she possessed significant knowledge regarding the circumstances surrounding Yangshan. For several consecutive days, Pei Xinwen's total sleep barely exceeded 5 hours. The evidence of her distress manifested in dark circles under her eyes, bloodshot sclera, and pale lips. She felt as though she were on the brink of madness or death. Lin He, having observed this, chose not to dwell on it further. The adage "there is a reason for every misfortune" aptly describes Pei Xinwen's plight. Dad, are we heading to the provincial capital? Lin Qing inquired with curiosity. Yes, Lin He affirmed with a nod. The provincial capital was a hub of hidden talents, teeming with affluent and influential individuals. Lin He had two paramount objectives for his visit. Firstly, he aimed to establish his entertainment empire by launching a company in the provincial capital, where the platforms for growth were superior and more expansive. Secondly, he sought to position his son and daughter in proximity to those of greater power, thus allowing Lin He's paternal influence to elevate his standing within the system. I've packed everything. Considering the calendar, university will commence soon, right? Lin Qing glanced at the time. She eagerly anticipated her experience at the Qingji Arts Academy, primarily because of the abundance of beautiful women there. Lin Qing had begun to fantasize about embarking on a sweet campus romance. At that moment, when Shui and Bai Yue entered, carrying a substantial stack of documents, which they placed on Lin He's desk. Boss, the company restructuring is now complete, when Shui reported. As per your instructions, all industry names have been changed to Qingye. This development had caused quite a stir in Xinjiang City, as the affluent magnate finally began to exert influence over the upper echelons of society. In a moment of realization, everyone discovered that the assets of the super-rich individual had reached the level of the wealthiest person in Xinjiang City. Very well. The next plan is to venture into the provincial capital. I am preparing to enter the entertainment industry. Once the two children commence their studies, you shall accompany me to the provincial city, Lin He declared. I am already prepared, when Shui nodded, as Mr. Lin had previously discussed this matter with him. Miss Bai, the expert team will arrive in the provincial capital on September 1st. By then, we will undoubtedly be there, Lin He stated. Boss, thank you. I shall remain absolutely loyal to you and will execute every task flawlessly. Bai Yue expressed her gratitude. She felt that she could never repay Mr. Lin's immense kindness throughout her lifetime. Upon the expiration of the 5-year contract, Bai Yue would choose to renew it. The notion that leaving Mr. Lin would lead to no better opportunities grew increasingly entrenched in her mind. Bai Yue had heard when Shui mentioned that Mr. Lin had invested over 100 million to invite those experts from across the country. This spared Bai Yue the exhausting task of running around with the children while enabling the experts to dedicate themselves fully, alleviating immense pressure. Lin He waved his hand dismissively and said to Shui, before that, please prepare a villa in the provincial capital for me, including accommodations for you that also reflect the status of a villa. Additionally, arrange for 2 vehicles, a Cullinan and a Maybach. Understood, Mr. Lin, when Shui nodded, jotting down these requests. After giving his instructions, Lin He retained Bai Yue to discuss certain matters. Many days passed in the blink of an eye. Pei Xinwen, whose nerves were taut with anxiety, finally began to relax slightly when suddenly someone knocked at the door. Her pupils dilated in shock. Pei Xinwen hurriedly rose and tiptoed to the peephole to glance outside. At her doorstep stood a woman accompanied by 2 men. Who are you? Pei Xinwen opened the door, eyeing the unfamiliar faces warily. Hello, I am Bai Yue, Mr. Lin's chief legal counsel. This is a letter of attorney from Mr. Lin. We currently believe that you are not in a position to provide adequate care for the children, and therefore, we request that you return the custody of Lin Weiya to Mr. Lin. If not, we shall see you in court. Bai Yue produced a document. I agree. I do not wish to go to court. To Bai Yue's astonishment, Pei Xinwen declared her surrender outright. A look of disdain flickered in Bai Yue's eyes. She then presented the contract she had prepared in advance, urging Pei Xinwen to sign it. After the signature was affixed, Bai Yue handed Pei Xinwen a check. Mr. Lin has expressed his joy at your willingness to transfer custody, in consideration of your status as Lin Qing and Lin Weiya's mother. This 100,000 yuan is a token of compensation for you. Pei Xinwen accepted the weightless check, her expression a mixture of emotions. Reality had painted the answer across her face. The choice she had made was indeed erroneous. Had she not divorced Lin He, her life might still have been filled with happiness. The silhouette of Bai Yue departing with her companions brought Pei Xinwen back to her senses. In this world, where can one find a remedy for regret? At this moment, Pei Xinwen was utterly devoid of the energy to contest for her daughter's custody. Moreover, the 100,000 yuan check delivered by Lin He was a timely boon for her. Mr. Lin, the villa has been successfully acquired, and the Maybach is ready. However, the Cullinan will require some additional time. The dealership has assured us it will be prepared as swiftly as possible. When Shui announced as he handed over the documents to Lin He, Dad, why are we purchasing another vehicle? Don't we already have a Rolls-Royce Phantom? Lin Qing inquired curiously, having overheard from the side. Driving the Phantom is rather ostentatious. I possess a driver's license myself, so I wish to buy a car for my own use, Lin He replied, glancing at the villa purchase contract. The Maybach will be entrusted to Yunyan, so she can be responsible for ferrying you both. Is the Phantom too ostentatious, while the Cullinan is considered understated? Lin Qing, Lin Weiye, Wenshui Xiaorui, and Yunyan were all left with perplexed expressions. Chapter 088. Acquiring an entertainment company, venturing into the entertainment industry. A plane sliced through the clouds, soaring into the vast expanse of clear blue sky. Lin He, eyes closed, reclined in the first-class seat, contemplating the initial steps towards establishing his entertainment dynasty. Nanzhou City, the provincial capital of Hanbei Province, stands as one of the premier cities of Xia country. Numerous renowned singers host grand tours, and Nanzhou City is undoubtedly included in their itineraries. Thus, for Lin He, Nanzhou City represents the perfect launchpad for his entertainment empire. Lin Qing and Lin Weiyi opted for a road trip, traversing various locations as they prepared for a self-driving adventure, accompanied by Xiaorui and Yunyan for protection. Lin He felt considerably at ease. Consequently, aboard the flight, it was only him and Wenshui. Upon landing, a designated vehicle awaited them. By Tianbei, a prestigious residential area in Nanzhou City, is a mere 20-minute drive from the bustling district. Each residence boasts expansive gardens, swimming pools, and hot tubs, with every villa equipped with an indoor elevator and a geothermal heat pump system. Each uniquely styled villa is meticulously crafted by master designers. Adjacent to a natural lake connected to the canal, the area features lush native riverside forests, serving as the city's green lawns. Lin He's luxurious residence, valued at 380 million, excludes the cost of renovations. All the servants hail from Qingjiang City, and the keys and location of Shuiqi Biting have already been communicated to his parents. As Lin He intends to reside in Nanzhou City for an extended period, his parents can effortlessly stay at Shuiqi Biting if they wish to visit Qingjiang City. Upon arriving at this opulent villa worth 380 million, the servants could only marvel at their boss's immense wealth. After a brief period of refreshing and resting, when Shui entered the study, Mr. Lin, there are a total of 17 entertainment companies in Nanzhou City, with only 2 qualifying as leading domestic firms. The others are small-scale operations, some merely functioning as workshops. When Shui presented a document on the desk, this company, known as Junlin Entertainment, is on the brink of bankruptcy. Initially, Junlin Entertainment boasted a couple of second-tier and several third-tier stars. Unfortunately, lacking robust financial backing, the hard-earned talents were all poached by others. Lin He perused the document. Junlin Entertainment once showed promising development in its nascent stages. Regrettably, in the entertainment industry, both funding and resources are indispensable. Sometimes, no matter how hard a company strives, it proves futile. For instance, that second-tier star had several excellent scripts within reach, only to see them snatched away. Consequently, despite possessing the capability to ascend to the first tier, he languished in the second-tier realm for many years. Eventually, as capital entered the scene, the entertainment companies in Nanzhou City underwent a reshuffle. The strong grew stronger, while the weak became weaker. Currently, Junlin Entertainment struggles to even recruit trainees. The owner of Junlin Entertainment is frantically searching for investments, but with all the star potential artists having been lured away, who would be willing to pour money into a financially draining industry? Establishing an entertainment company independently proves to be an arduous task. Thus, acquiring an existing one seems more prudent. Lin He set aside the documents and instructed, "Please arrange for this matter to be finalized today." Understood. The vehicle is ready. When Shui responded respectfully. Upon exiting the villa, a Rolls-Royce Phantom adorned with the Qingjiang City license plate awaited, poised for departure. With Wen Shui at the wheel, Lin He entered the vehicle. Junlin Entertainment resides within a commercial building. According to the documents, the company originally occupied floors 2 through 9. However, as fortunes waned, it could now only afford to lease the second and third floors. After parking, Bai Yue soon arrived. Lin He led the way, followed by Wen Shui and Bai Yue as they ascended in the elevator. Upon disembarking on the second floor, they indeed spotted the Junlin Entertainment sign. The atmosphere within the company was serene, with the practice rooms dimmed and devoid of light. "May I inquire whom you seek?" a girl asked curiously, observing Lin He. Wen Shui and Bai Yue, the man in front exuded an unmistakable air of distinction, either a wealthy individual or a celebrity, prompting the girl to adopt a humble demeanor. "Is the owner of Junlin Entertainment present?" Lin He inquired. "In the office." "What business do you have with the owner?" The girl replied with intrigue. After all, she had gleaned some insights into the company's current predicament. The owner had been desperately seeking investments, yet potential investors seemed to avoid him like the plague. It was indeed the first time in months that someone had come looking for the owner. This is Lin He, the chairman of Qingye Group, here to discuss the acquisition of Junlin Entertainment, when Shui elucidated. The girl's eyes widened in astonishment. Please, follow me. She promptly led the way. My goodness. It appears a wealthy individual has arrived. Are you an employee of Junlin Entertainment? Lin He inquired kindly. I am a trainee at Junlin Entertainment. But it seems our company is on the verge of collapse, and everyone is quite anxious, the girl replied, her cheerful disposition evident. Some of my peers are already seeking opportunities elsewhere. Running an entertainment company is quite costly. Are you truly considering an acquisition? Indeed, Lin He affirmed with a nod. Will the company thrive in the future? The girl asked, recognizing the significance of selecting the right company for aspiring stars. If your current owner is willing to allow me to acquire it, Lin He smiled, I shall transform this entertainment company into a benchmark within the global industry. Stars sparkled in the girl's eyes. It was peculiar. She had never encountered this man before, yet every word he uttered seemed incredulous and absurd at first glance. To become a benchmark among global entertainment companies? Even the strongest firms in Xia country would hesitate to make such claims. Yet, there was an inexplicable charm in his audacious assertions, as if his words were destined to materialize before the eyes and understanding of all. This is our boss's office. The girl paused. Thank you. Lin He nodded and entered through the door. Inside the office, a middle-aged man, his eyes bloodshot, was perusing the contacts on his phone. Suddenly, the door swung open, and the man looked up. Who are you? Qingye Group, Lin He stated as he took a seat directly across from him. Bai Yue and Wen Shui stood behind him, clearly adopting a subordinate posture. What brings you here? The middle-aged man inquired, having no recollection of the Qingye Group. We aim to break into the entertainment industry and have learned that your Junlin Entertainment is currently facing difficulties. We intend to acquire it, Lin He stated plainly. Acquire? The middle-aged man shook his head and replied, I am merely seeking investment. I do not wish to relinquish control. The current circumstances leave no room for choice. Lin He asserted incisively. If you are unwilling to be acquired by me, your company will inevitably face closure. The middle-aged man fell silent, while Lin He maintained a confident smile. Chapter 089. Qingye Entertainment Company, let's acquire a building first. The middle-aged man before me is none other than Zhang Xian, the founder and current proprietor of Junlin Entertainment. As Lin He has aptly stated, Zhang Xian finds himself devoid of alternatives. In seeking investments, no one would be inclined to finance a mere shell of a company, one on the brink of collapse. How do you intend to proceed with the acquisition? Zhang Xian inquired. Complete control, with a rebranding to Qingye Entertainment Company, Lin He replied earnestly. I recognize your genuine passion for the entertainment industry, your dream of nurturing talented and virtuous stars. However, you are not suited to the role of a businessman. After the acquisition, you may remain in the company as a supervisor, or you may choose to take the funds I offer and depart. Pausing momentarily, Lin He added, of course. You have another option. You can refuse the acquisition, hold onto your Junlin Entertainment, and wait for other investments. After a considerable silence, Zhang Xian sighed heavily. You are correct. I am truly ill-suited to be a boss. My family had some wealth, which allowed them to support my entrepreneurial endeavors. I invested a significant portion of what my parents had saved over their lifetimes, only to find myself in this predicament. How much do you propose for the acquisition? 10 million. Lin He leaned back in his chair. He was resolute in his intention to acquire Junlin Entertainment, fully aware that given Zhang Xian's current situation, he would not refuse. 10 million? Zhang Xian's expression soured. He had invested far more than that over the years. Your company is not worth 10 million. Lin He's words, though blunt, were rooted in reality. He possessed wealth and could afford to invest in his own people to garner their loyalty. Yet, his relationship with Zhang Xian was merely that of fleeting acquaintances negotiating a partnership. Lin He was calculating. He would not act foolishly with his finances. Very well, I agree. Zhang Xian said through gritted teeth, resigned. But I wish to remain as the supervisor of the company, unaware of the man's true nature before him. Zhang Xian nonetheless hoped to witness the company's evolution firsthand, piece by piece. Bai Yue stepped forward, placing 2 contracts on the table, one detailing Mr. Lin He's complete acquisition of Junlin Entertainment and the other concerning your employment. So, you had already anticipated this, Zhang Xian remarked with a wry smile, signing both contracts. When Shui proceeded to transfer 10 million to Zhang Xian's account, you will have 3 days to manage the affairs of the company. Anyone who wishes to leave may do so, and those who wish to stay are welcome. Lin He rose, stating, in 3 days, I will return with my team. Yue. You will oversee the rebranding and related formalities. Understood, Mr. Lin, Bai Yuan nodded. Take care, Zhang Xian said as he stood, feeling as though decades had been added to his age. All his efforts had been relinquished today, as the investment of his time and resources yielded only 10 million and a supervisory position. Boss, why do you wish to retain Zhang Xian? He is the proprietor of Junlin Entertainment, a company that has now been acquired by us. However, it is likely that most of the personnel will remain, which raises concerns about potential management issues. After descending the stairs, Bai Yue inquired with a hint of worry. She did not express herself too directly. Were she to do so, it could lead to those within the company continuing to follow Zhang Xian blindly, thereby adversely affecting and obstructing the company's development. Rest assured. First, Zhang Xian is genuinely passionate about this industry. As I have stated, he is far more suited for a management role than for that of an owner. Second, I am the owner, Lenny asserted with undeniable authority before bending to enter the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Bai Yue opened the car door and entered from the opposite side. This owner truly possesses a captivating charm. Are you satisfied with the house? Lin He inquired. I am very satisfied. Thank you for your consideration, boss, Bai Yue replied. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you have all heard that Junlin Entertainment no longer exists as of a few minutes ago, Zhang Xian announced from the conference room. Gazing at the dozen or so trainees, along with the heads of various departments and employees. From now on, Junlin Entertainment will be renamed Qingye Entertainment Company. Those who wish to leave may do so at any time. Those who wish to stay are welcome. I trust that the owner of Qingye Group will provide new contracts for those who remain. Boss, how strong is Qingye Group? A department head inquired, although others remained silent. It was evident they were concerned about this matter. After all, the downfall of an entertainment company lacking a robust backing is all too clear. I do not know. Zhang Xian replied awkwardly. You are all aware of our situation. I have no options. Boss, I am preparing to resign. I am 30 this year and still unmarried. I cannot gamble on an uncertain future, a department head expressed apologetically. I understand, Zhang Xian nodded. Boss, I have already been contacted by another entertainment company. I can go there as a trainee. They promise that with my current level, I will debut within 2 years at the latest, a young man dressed in sportswear stated. I understand, Zhang Xian replied. Boss, I am also preparing to leave, an employee said shyly. Boss, so am I, Mr. Lin. Do we need to continue renting several floors in that commercial building? Wen Shui inquired. No, let us purchase an entire building outright. Take some time to find a suitable one. It should not be less than 20 stories, Lin He responded. Renting is too troublesome, and with so many people around, it is not conducive for a large-scale entertainment company to develop. Understood. I will send someone to investigate immediately. Wen Shui promptly exited. The contact information for the experts has been sent to your phone. You can take your work home and first take Tao to see the expert, Lin He advised. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to contact Wen Shui or reach out to me directly. Thank you, boss, Bai Yue expressed her gratitude. After the two departed, Lin He finally stretched his limbs. It had been nearly a week since their arrival in Nanzhou City. The company's name change and various other trivial matters had all been completed. They were merely awaiting Wen Shui to find a suitable commercial building, thus allowing Qingye Entertainment Company to embark on its rightful path. Dad, is my aunt in Nanzhou City? Lin Weiye inquired upon seeing her father descend the stairs. Indeed. Lin He nodded. He had a younger sister who met her boyfriend during university. After a few years of work post-graduation, she married. Her husband is a local of Nanzhou City. The first visit to Nanzhou City was for her wedding, and this marks the second. Let us pay a visit to my aunt. It seems my uncle is quite affluent, Lin Weiye proposed. Chapter 090. Why can his car enter, but mine cannot? Lin He's sister, Lin Minli, had not been seen by him for quite some time. Now that he had arrived in Nanzhou City, it would be remiss not to pay her a visit. Lin Minli's husband, as their daughter described, appeared to be a high-ranking executive at an entertainment company, earning a substantial annual salary. His name was Yu Kai, although Lin He was not particularly acquainted with him. In the prestigious Jinhui community, Lin He found himself in a predicament. He genuinely had relatives residing within and sought the convenience of entering directly. However, a vehicle was obstructing the entrance, and the security guard, maintaining a stern demeanor, refused entry regardless of the driver's pleas. I'm sorry, but all vehicles belonging to residents must be registered. If you have a relative living in our esteemed Jinhui community, you may call them to come and escort you in, the guard stated with unwavering seriousness. At that moment, another car approached, and the guard's demeanor brightened as he stepped forward. May I inquire about your purpose here? As the window rolled down, Lin He's face was revealed. I have a relative residing here. I've come to pay a visit. Very well. Please hold on a moment, the guard replied, retrieving a remote control to lift the barrier and allow entry. Observing the vehicle's entrance, the driver of the first car inquired, I need my relative to come down to receive me. Why does he not require the same? Don't tell me he is a resident of your community. Our Jinhui community is a high-end establishment, and our security is impeccable. We do not permit just anyone to enter, the guard retorted, casting a sideways glance at the driver. Did you notice the vehicle that just passed through? Look it up online. You'll see what kind of car it is and its price, he added. Disdain evident in his tone. The driver's face flushed with anger. He certainly recognized the emblem of a Rolls-Royce. The guard, feigning ignorance, stood by as the barrier was lowered. After all, it was unlikely that someone driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom would come to the Jinhui community for nefarious purposes. Unbeknownst to Lin He, the events unfolding at the community entrance were beyond his awareness. He had already contacted Lin Minli before his arrival. She and her husband were at home. Your brother has come to Nanzhou City? The man, seated on the sofa reading a newspaper, inquired while casting a glance at his busy wife in the kitchen. Yes, it seems he is preparing to develop his career here in Nanzhou City, Lin Minli replied. Developing in Nanzhou City? Isn't he conducting business in Xinjiang City? The man, Yu Kai, remarked, turning a page of the newspaper. You know that Xinjiang is merely a third-tier city. Although it has one foot in the second tier, it is not truly a second-tier city. Lin Minli explained as she placed a plate of stir-fried tomatoes and eggs on the dining table. Developing in Nanzhou City is far superior. That may be true. But this is the capital of Hanbei province, and the commercial landscape is essentially set. Yu Kai expressed his skepticism. Dad's brother isn't coming to ask for a favor from my father, is he? A girl, engrossed in her phone, interjected, having overheard their conversation. What kind of favor would he ask your father for? Lin Minli inquired. Knowing that my dad is an executive at Starlight Entertainment, he probably intends to leverage that connection. The girl replied, I am not one to offer assistance casually. Yu Kai interrupted his daughter, stating, 1 is 1, and 2 is 2. All right. I understand how remarkable you two are, Lin Minli retorted with dissatisfaction. This is not about being remarkable. Your brother wishes to develop his career in Nanzhou City. I advise you to have a serious discussion with him. Yu Kai set aside the newspaper and remarked, otherwise, when he departs from Nanzhou City, the little fortune he has accumulated in Xinjiang City might very well vanish. You need not worry about that, Lin Minli replied. For her relationship with her brother Lin, he was quite good, although their communication had dwindled recently. It was due to her brother's divorce and the apparent mismanagement of his company. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. You two should mind your manners when speaking, Lin Minli warned, casting a glare at her husband and daughter. She was well aware of their personalities. Her former husband had been more amiable. But since ascending to a high-ranking position at Star Entertainment Company, he had developed an air of superiority, and their daughter had followed suit, looking down on this and that. Upon opening the door, she found Lin He standing outside with his 2 children, Lin Qing and Lin Weiya. Auntie, they exclaimed in unison. Ah, it's been a while. You two have grown even more handsome, Lin Minli exclaimed joyfully. She then turned to Lin He, astonished. Brother, you look younger. If we were to walk out together, one might mistake me for your elder sister. Perhaps it's because I live without worries. A positive mindset can indeed rejuvenate one, Lin He replied with a smile. I must learn from you. Come in. Stop lingering at the door, Lin Minli urged. Lin He entered with his children, and Yu Kai nodded at him, offering a brief greeting. Why don't you call him uncle? Lin Minli approached her daughter and patted her on the head. Uncle, the girl mumbled without lifting her head, impatiently continuing to tap on the screen. Her name was Yu Chaonan, the only daughter of Lin Minli. Shall we change our shoes? Lin He naturally noticed the lukewarm demeanor between Yu Kai and Yu Chaonan. Lin Qing and Lin Weiya exchanged glances. The latter, concerned that her brother might lose his temper, shot him a knowing look. Acknowledging with an okay gesture, Lin Qing signaled his understanding. No need. Let us just wash our hands and prepare for dinner, Lin Minli suggested. The table was already set with home-cooked dishes, and her culinary skills were quite commendable. After the trio washed their hands, they took their seats at the dining table. I heard from Minli that you intend to develop your career in Nanzhou City? Yu Kai inquired while serving himself some food. Yes, Lin He nodded. What do you plan to do? Yu Kai asked. I have opened an entertainment company. It should be up and running within a week, Lin He disclosed without reservation. An entertainment company? The kind that nurtures stars? Yu Kai expressed astonishment. Is he really entering the same industry? Originally, establishing himself in Nanzhou City was already a challenge. But Lin He's venture into the entertainment realm made it all the more daunting. Within the entertainment industry, you only truly comprehended the stringent conditions required for success. Indeed, Lin He smiled faintly. I hold little optimism. You candidly expressed, how many entertainment companies exist in Nanzhou City? How many can genuinely claim to be profitable and of considerable scale? What is the name of your company? Qingye Entertainment Company, Lin He replied. I have not heard of it. You continued her meal. I advise you to think twice before investing too heavily. Thank you for your concern, Lin He said as he picked up a piece of braised pork rib. Yu Chaoan curled her lip, knowing that this uncle of hers would not visit without a purpose. Undoubtedly seeking a favor from her father. Unfortunately, before he could utter a word, he was deftly deflected by a few remarks from her father. Qingye Entertainment Company? The name is decent, but alas, it is destined to close its doors sooner or later. Let us eat first. We can discuss work matters later, Lin Minli interjected. Smoothing over the situation. Chapter 091. Is your uncle's car worth millions? The security must be deceiving you. Brother, please don't take offense. They both have rather unpleasant tempers. Lin Minli expressed apologetically as Lin He prepared to leave with his daughter and son after dinner. It's quite all right. I came here merely to see you. Lin He replied, shaking his head. You have my contact information. I will be primarily developing my endeavors in Nanzhou City for the foreseeable future. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to reach out. Understood, Lin Minli responded, her spirits lifted. After all, her move to Nanzhou City could be considered a distant marriage. With her brother's arrival, she felt a sense of reassurance, knowing family was nearby. By the way, brother, are you truly planning to establish an entertainment company in Nanzhou City? Lin Minli inquired with concern. Yu Kai holds a high-ranking position at Starlight Entertainment, which is one of the top 3 companies here. However, their prospects have not been favorable since last year. Rest assured, my company will be just fine, Lin He replied with a smile. It was heartwarming to have family who genuinely cared about him. Perhaps I should have a word with Yu Kai. He has a wealth of connections in the entertainment industry that could be of assistance to you, Lin Minli suggested thoughtfully. There's no need for that, Lin He stated. Can't you see that he holds little regard for my Qingye Entertainment? Moreover, my visit here, in the eyes of your husband and daughter, likely seems like an uninvited intrusion. Brother. Lin Minli sighed, a hint of guilt in her voice. We are all adults. It is clear to anyone that her husband and daughter share similar sentiments. I assure you, it's quite all right, Lin He comforted her. Should you require anything, feel free to call me. In truth, it is easy for anyone to harbor thoughts akin to those of Yu Kai and Yu Chaoan. However, Lin He had no intentions of leveraging relationships during this visit, rendering their opinions inconsequential to him. Boss, are you leaving? A security guard inquired with a smile as Lin He approached the parking lot. Yes, Lin He nodded in response. Your car is quite valuable. I have been keeping a watchful eye on it, the guard remarked. Though this is an upscale community, it pales in comparison to your stature. It would be unfortunate to encounter any untoward incidents. Xiao Rui exited the vehicle and opened the door. After Lin He and his children settled in, Xiao Rui discreetly handed the guard 200 yuan, saying, Thank you for your efforts. In truth, he had been in the car the entire time. However, tipping was the boss's directive. Furthermore, 200 yuan was merely a trifling sum for Lin He. After exchanging a few more words with Lin Minli, Lin He instructed Xiao Rui to start the engine and depart the parking lot. The guard, delighted, tucked the 200 yuan into his pocket. Thinking to himself how generous the boss was, such a substantial tip was given so casually. Was that car really so expensive? Lin Minli mused. As a housewife, her knowledge of luxury vehicles was limited to the likes of Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Audi, in stark contrast to her husband's expertise. Indeed, are you not aware? That automobile is a Rolls-Royce Phantom, worth tens of millions, the security guard remarked. Tens of millions? Lin Minli's head buzzed. That is exceedingly extravagant. She intended to inquire further, but the guard had already hummed a tune and wandered off. Upon returning home, she exclaimed, I just saw my brother off. And the car they were in cost several tens of millions. Tens of millions? Yu Kai, sipping tea, chuckled. Mother, how could that be? If uncle could afford a car worth millions, why would he come to our home? Yu Chaoan scoffed. I am not deceiving you. The security guard from our community told me this directly, Lin Minli insisted. That security guard must be pulling your leg, Yu Chaoan replied, continuing to play games on the couch. Fine, Lin Minli sighed, regretting not having taken a photograph. However, she found it peculiar. She knew her brother was doing well in business in Xinjiang City, but driving a car worth millions seemed rather exaggerated. Could it truly be that the guard was misleading her? Father, what is the attitude of Andy S. family? I almost lost my temper again. Lin Qing mumbled while sitting in the car. You seem to have developed a habit of flipping tables, Lin Weiye admonished. Auntie is caught in the middle. Did you not hear her apologize to father just now? I am not targeting Andy. I merely spoke of Yu Kai and Yu Chaonin. What are they? My father could squash them with just a flick of his finger. Lin Qing huffed, exuding arrogance. Lin Weiye was disinclined to continue the conversation. Enough. Calm down. In time. The name of Qingye Entertainment will resonate throughout the entire Hebei province. However, this is merely the beginning, Lin He stated confidently. There is nothing that a few billion cannot achieve, and if there is, then we shall procure a few more billion. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Qing urged Lin Weiye to go shopping. Arriving in Nanzhou City, they finally grasped the allure of a true metropolis. After several days, neither Lin Qing nor Lin Weiye had fully explored the city's wonders. Lin He returned to his study, where Wen Shui awaited him. Mr. Lin, we lack significant influence in Nanzhou City. Even with wealth, we cannot find suitable commercial properties. They are primarily leased or controlled by large corporations and are not available for purchase, he conveyed. Thank you for your hard work, Lin He acknowledged. He understood that without sufficient connections, mere wealth would not suffice to accomplish certain tasks. He took out his phone and dialed a number, which was promptly answered. Brother Lin, you finally remembered me amidst your busy schedule, Song Qingru's teasing voice came through. Wen Shui, sitting opposite him, paused momentarily before breaking into a smile. I had forgotten that Mr. Lin had this connection. With the profound influence of Huabin Club, acquiring a building would be a trivial matter. I have a favor to ask. I am in Nanzhou City recently. Next time you visit, I assure you a most comfortable arrangement, Lin He said politely. Brother Lin, your words are quite ambiguous, she replied. On the other end of the line, Song Qingru's voice fell into silence for a few seconds before she softly spoke. I am quite naive, Lin He remarked. All right, let us discuss the matter at hand. I never anticipated that Mr. Lin would seek my assistance, Song Qingru replied. I have established an entertainment company and am looking to acquire a building in the bustling area of Nanzhou City, preferably with at least 20 floors, Lin He stated. An entertainment company? Song Qingru chuckled. A trivial matter, certainly not a problem, but I have a stipulation. What stipulation? Lin He inquired with curiosity. I happen to possess a 31-story building in the vibrant heart of Nanzhou City, which I can clear and hand over to you within a day. However, I require 1% equity in your entertainment company in exchange, Song Qingru articulated her condition. Agreed. Lin He understood that Song Qingru intended to tie her fortunes to his. And the sentiment was mutual. Chapter 092, 100 million, 1 week, let's see your capability. The deal was struck with alacrity. Lin He would personally arrive in Nanzhou City to grandly establish an entertainment company. And it was evident to Song Qingru that this venture was a significant strategic maneuver for him. A mere 1% equity stake was of little consequence to Lin He. Yet it marked the inaugural step in deepening the relationship between him and Song Qingru. Following the conclusion of their conversation, Song Qingru promptly arranged for a transfer contract for a commercial building to be delivered to Lin He within the hour. Bai Yue meticulously reviewed the contract, ensuring its integrity before placing it on Lin He's desk. Mr. Lin, this building is quite expensive. Why would Miss Song? Wen Shui began to inquire, hesitating mid-sentence. 1% equity in exchange for a building valued in the tens of millions. This commercial edifice is situated in a bustling area of Nanzhou City, surrounded by numerous large entertainment venues and major corporate offices from both the domestic and provincial sectors. Its value is indeed in the tens of millions. And it must first be acknowledged that one must find a willing seller. A price does not guarantee a market. To be honest, I'm unsure, Lin He admitted, as he and Wen Shui personally inspected the premises. Subsequently, they engaged a professional design team to undertake a substantial renovation of the 31-story building. Time passed swiftly, and a month later, Lin Qing and Lin Weiye, accompanied by Yunyan, reported to the Qingji Art Academy. Lin Qing opted for on-campus accommodation, while Lin Weiye continued to return to the villa each evening. Yunyan's responsibilities officially commenced as she drove a Maybach daily to escort Lin Weiye, ensuring her security from the shadows. Within that month, the renovation of Qingye Entertainment's building was completed. The 31-story structure now proudly displayed a chic and elegant company sign. My goodness, the new owner managed to acquire a 31-story building in such a prime location. It was rumored that this building belonged to the new owner rather than being leased. Yet, I had never heard of Qingye Group. Could the new owner truly possess such wealth? In the vast expanse of Xia country, with its abundant resources, there are countless affluent individuals, some immensely wealthy yet preferring to remain in the shadows. Under Zhang Xian's guidance, those from Junlin Entertainment who were willing to stay transitioned to the new company. Dance studios, recording rooms, stages, instrument rooms, break areas, fitness rooms. Compared to the previous Junlin Entertainment, the new establishment was vastly superior, exuding the aura of a large-scale entertainment company. Boss, Zhang Xian announced as he led the team into a conference room capable of accommodating 100 people. Quickly assuming his role, "I am delighted that you all choose to stay, trust me." Lin He surveyed the room, taking in the fewer than a dozen individuals, and stated, "Soon, you will realize that your choice was the most prudent." Of course, despite Qingye Entertainment being a nascent entity in the industry, its standards for every individual were exceedingly rigorous. In truth, Zhang Xian possessed a keen eye for selecting trainees. The trainees at Junlin Entertainment possess commendable talents. However, the company suffers from a dearth of funds and resources. Coupled with poor management, it ultimately faces the unavoidable fate of acquisition. Zhang Xuan and Lina's gaze settled upon Zhang Xuan. "You have been in the entertainment industry for quite some time. Surely you have cultivated some connections." "A little," Zhang Xuan replied awkwardly. "I will give you a week to establish the Human Resources and Administration Department, the Brand Operations Department, the Production Department, the Public Relations and Planning Department, the Marketing Department, the Domestic Film Distribution Department, the Entertainment Marketing Department, the Development Department, and the Quality Control Department," Lin has stated. "As for the Legal Department, the Finance Department, and the Audit Department, personnel will be parachuted in." A week. Zhang Xuan's lips twitched as he accepted the documents handed to him by Wen Xue. The departments mentioned were essential for any entertainment company, yet 7 days felt exceedingly brief. "This is a check for 100 million. If it is insufficient, feel free to ask me for more," Lin had declared, laying a light piece of paper on the conference table. "The task is urgent, yet it is also your opportunity to demonstrate your capabilities." 100 million? Both Zhang Xuan and those behind him were taken aback. Goodness, how extravagant. The boss is truly formidable. After confirming the check's authenticity, Zhang Xuan gritted his teeth and replied, "No problem. Money can move mountains." "Very well. Take some time to acclimate to the new company," Lin said, rising to leave the conference room. The trainees who had first met Lin during his initial visit to Junlin Entertainment were also present. As he passed by one girl, Lin paused. "What is your name?" I am Dong Wan," the girl stammered, her cheeks flushing at the unexpected attention from the boss. "Keep it up." Lin encouraged with a nod before departing with Wen Xue. "Wow, Wan, do you know the boss?" a girl asked enviously. After all, among the 7 remaining trainees, the boss had only acknowledged Dong Wan. "I don't. I was just showing him the way when he visited Junlin Entertainment," Dong Wan hastily clarified, not wanting to be perceived as having an inappropriate relationship with the boss. "That's wonderful. Being noticed by the boss means you might debut soon," another trainee expressed with envy. These 7 trainees had undergone systematic training for at least 2 years, with the longest approaching 5. Debuting was either a distant dream or perhaps just around the corner for them. Each one awaited an opportunity, hoping for a chance to arise. "Boss, where are we headed?" After getting into the car, Xiao Rui asked while gripping the steering wheel. "To the Qingji Art Academy," Lin He replied. Upon arriving in Nanzhou City, Wen Xue had the Mercedes from Qingjiang delivered. The establishment of the finance and audit departments at Qingye Entertainment required Wen Xue's direct oversight. He was acutely aware of the significance the boss held for the development of Qingye Entertainment Company, hence Wen Xue was exceedingly attentive. 45 minutes later, a Rolls-Royce Phantom glided into the Qingji Academy of Arts. Coincidentally, it was the time when classes had just concluded, and a multitude of exceptionally graceful students wandered through the campus, their curiosity piqued by the sight of the luxurious vehicle. As the car came to a halt, Lin He emerged from it. Could he possibly be a male celebrity from our nation's entertainment industry? He appeared unfamiliar, yet his poise and allure were undeniably remarkable. Perhaps not. Such charm and beauty could hardly go unnoticed in the entertainment realm. The price of his vehicle was astronomical. I surmise he must be some influential magnate. Numerous male and female students were captivated, watching Lin He as he disembarked from the car. "Mr. Lin, what brings you here?" President Dong Lai personally descended the stairs to greet him, his demeanor somewhat uneasy as he inquired. After all, one cannot bite the hand that feeds. 50 billion still lay dormant in the bank account. To discuss a collaboration, Lin He replied with a smile. Chapter 093, The Crimson Snow of April, purchased for 10 million. In the office. Buying songs? Talent acquisition? Today? Dean Dong Lai was taken aback by Lin He's decisive approach. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Our Qingji Academy of Arts happens to have a composition department. Purchasing songs should pose no issue. However, acquiring talent may prove somewhat challenging. Then let us secure the songs first." Lin He acknowledged the difficulties surrounding talent acquisition. Qingji Academy of Arts stands as a paragon among art institutions, having nurtured numerous prominent stars, including acclaimed actors and renowned singers. In contrast, Qingye Entertainment Company, having just been established, lacks recognition, making it a formidable task to attract graduates from such prestigious institutions. "What type are you seeking?" Dean Dong Lai inquired. "I would appreciate your guidance on this matter," Lin He replied. When Shui stepped forward, producing a tablet and commencing playback of a video. The footage showcased Dong Wenwan's unaccompanied singing, provided by Zhang Xian. To elevate Qingye Entertainment as profile swiftly, the most effective strategy lies in stardom creation. After consulting Zhang Xian, Dong Wenwan emerged as the unequivocal choice. Minutes later, Dean Dong Lai adjusted his reading glasses and praised, "This girl is truly remarkable. Her vocal timbre is extraordinarily elegant and beautiful." With an impressive display of high notes reaching F5, G5, and beyond, comparable to some veteran singers, Dean Dong Lai discerned that the girl's performance in the video was devoid of any audio enhancement. Even within Qingji Academy, she would be considered an exceptional talent. "I wish to craft an album for this young lady, and the quality of the songs must be unparalleled." Lin He articulated his requirements. "Price is not an issue. I require a total of 8 songs." "Very well, I shall make a call," Dean Dong Lai said, picking up the office telephone. Requesting 8 high-quality songs posed no challenge for the culturally rich Qingji Academy of Arts. Soon, 2 middle-aged men and a young man arrived at the office. These 3 individuals were Professor Su Song, Professor Song Zhe from the composition department, and outstanding student Tang Zile of Qingji Academy. Dean Dong Lai introduced. Professors Su Song and Song Zhe each have works nominated for the Golden Melody Awards, while Tang Zile, although not yet a graduate, has already received accolades as an outstanding newcomer composer in the country. "This is Mr. Lin He, the owner of Qingye Entertainment Company. He wishes to purchase 8 songs." Dean Dong Lai addressed the trio. Subsequently, the video was shown to the 3. "This young lady is the newcomer we are about to promote at Qingye Entertainment, and I require songs that will propel her to stardom," Lin He asserted. "With her talent, your works will undoubtedly shine. What are your pricing expectations?" Professor Su Song was the first to inquire. "I have not heard of Qingye Entertainment Company, but my compositions are in high demand domestically, with several renowned artists vying for them." "That depends on the quality of your works," Lin He replied candidly. Su Song furrowed his brow and sneered, "Then let it be." After speaking, he crossed his arms and sat in silence, showing no intention of continuing the conversation. Lin He's demeanor was simply too indifferent. Those who sought his attention were invariably courteous, and some even went as far as to flatter him excessively. Song Zhe offered a wry smile, understanding Su Song's proud nature, and replied, "I don't have any recent works. Perhaps we can collaborate next time." After all, Su Song was his colleague, and their relationship was amicable. Su Song harbored dissatisfaction towards Mr. Lin. If Song Zhe were to sell his works, it might very well upset Su Song. Mr. Lin, I do have some pieces." Tang Zhejiang hesitated before speaking. Unlike the 2 professors, Tang Zhejiang was a newcomer, although he had gained some recognition through his works. It was still far from sufficient. He cherished every opportunity, hence he spoke up. "May I take a look?" Lin He inquired. "Of course." Tang Zhejiang retrieved his phone and opened the music player, letting a melody flow forth. The tune began peacefully, reminiscent of the springtime in March and April, with kites soaring under a blue sky and children playing joyfully. Yet within that spring, there lingered an inexplicable sorrow, evoking the feeling of an impending storm. As the chorus approached, the melody grew fervent, as if the heavens themselves had shifted, filled with cries of despair and hysteria, and anguish that penetrated to the very depths of the soul. As the piece concluded, Tang Zhejiang apologetically murmured, "I'm sorry. This is all I have for now, but I can refine it within 2 days if you wish." "What is the title of this song?" Lin He asked curiously. Having noticed the expressions of Su Song and Song Zhe shift from mild surprise to admiration, reflecting their pride as students of the esteemed Academy of Young Arts. Moreover, Lin He found himself deeply immersed in the emotions conveyed by the piece. "This song is titled Crimson Snow of April," Tang Zhejiang replied. "Excellent, I'll purchase this song." Lin He nodded. "How much do you desire?" "I would like 500,000. Tang Zhejiang pondered seriously for a few seconds, cautiously observing Lin He's expression. 500,000 was the highest price he had ever proposed for a composition. I will buy the copyright for 1 million. Lin He snapped his fingers. When Shui promptly prepared, and soon a check was placed in Tang Zijiang's hands. 1 million? Is it truly 1 million? The previously languid Su Song and Song Zhe suddenly sat upright. Damn, had I known, I wouldn't have pretended. Who could have anticipated that this entertainment company owner, whom they had never even heard of, would be so generous? Ding Dong Lai sighed, fully aware of Lin He's immense wealth. He had invested 5 billion without even batting an eye. This invitation for Su Song and Song Zhe was meant to provide them with a lucrative opportunity. Who knew they would choose to feign indifference? 1 million? Tang Zijiang rose abruptly, his face flushed with excitement as he repeatedly bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, thank you, thank you." His incessant expressions of thanks revealed the depth of his elation. To him, 10 million was an astronomical sum, a testament to the recognition and appreciation of his talent. Are you nearing graduation? Lin He inquired with a smile. Indeed, Mr. Lin, Tang Zijiang replied, clutching the check. His demeanor now markedly more respectful. This shift was fueled by his gratitude for Lin's patronage, as well as the impressive financial backing he displayed. Would you be interested in joining my company as a composer for our artists? You would not be underappreciated. Lin He extended the invitation. Absolutely, Tang Zijiang responded immediately, stating, "My studies are nearly complete, and I am available to start at any time." "You are most welcome," Lin He replied, fully aware that the 50 billion was not an unwarranted expenditure. Ding Dong Lai's decision to bring Tang Zijiang on board was sufficient evidence of the latter's undeniable worth. Chapter 094. I truly hold little hope for the development of Qinwei Entertainment Company. The remaining 7 songs in the album will also be completed by Tang Zijiang. This afternoon, he will report to Qinwei Entertainment Company. The exhilaration that surged within him upon officially being hired as a composer by the entertainment company was unparalleled. After exchanging contact information with Lin He and Wen Shui, he took his check and departed, preparing adequately for the tasks ahead. Gazing at the check filled with the sum of 10 million, Su Song and Song Zhe found it difficult to avert their eyes. Had it not been for the pretense they had maintained earlier, that 10 million check might have been theirs. Tang Zijiang could be considered a prodigious talent among the new composers, yet the names of Su Song and Song Zhe had long been established in the industry. Many listeners bypassed the singers altogether to become their fans. Given their caliber and renown, the average price of their works hovered around 1 million. However, this student, Tang Zijiang, had managed to surpass them in an instant. Rather than leaving, Su Song and Song Zhe continued to observe Ding Dong Lai. This Mr. Lin, who was previously unknown to them, was evidently a substantial benefactor. It would be a pity to leave without further engagement. The recruitment of talent would likely require more time to unfold. Ding Dong Lai was acutely aware of this, with Lin He personally arriving. The newly established Qinwei Entertainment Company was undoubtedly on a rapid trajectory for success. Despite the majority of students at Qingji Art Academy being exceptional, there existed varying levels of talent among them. Ding Dong Lai pondered whether his beloved disciple, Cheng Die, would be willing to sign with Qinwei Entertainment Company. Lin He inquired, "I trust you're discerning. I will lead you to understand that coming to me will undoubtedly grant you fame across the land." "How could that be?" Su Song and Song Zhe silently chuckled. Who was unaware of Cheng Die, the cherished pupil of Ding Dong Lai, whose skill was sufficient to hold a professorship at their institution? Yet, Cheng Die had always maintained a low profile, performing only on select stages. In accordance with Ding Dong Lai's wishes, traditional opera is a vital component of national culture, and Cheng Die is, without a doubt, its perfect inheritor. "We must first consult that young lady's opinion," Ding Dong Lai remarked. Su Song and Song Zhe exchanged glances, both astonished by the implications. What was the true identity of this Mr. Lin, that he could sway the steadfast Ding Dong Lai, whose beloved disciple was resolute in her path of traditional opera? "Absolutely no problem," Lin He responded as he stood up. Ding Dong Lai can fully trust in the capabilities of Qinwei Entertainment Company. As long as your students meet our criteria, their prospects here will undoubtedly surpass those at any other company. Ding Dong Lai was acutely aware of Lin He's financial prowess. Starlight Entertainment Company. Following the customary conclusion of the meeting, Yukai emerged from the conference room with documents in hand. He served as the deputy director of the public relations department at Starlight Entertainment Company, and within 2 years, the current head would retire. Yukai possessed unwavering confidence that he would ascend to this leadership position in the public relations department. Have you all heard? As Junlin Entertainment teetered on the brink of bankruptcy, it unexpectedly found a buyer. Astonishingly, Someone was willing to take on that disarray. Indeed, it was merely acquired and rebranded as Qingye Entertainment Company. Who is the owner? Junlin Entertainment lacks both influence and resources. To take it over must surely require a formidable figure. I have heard that the surname is Lin, possibly Lin He, though the specifics remain unclear. Why the surprise? Every year, new companies emerge in Nanzhou City, yet how many can sustain long-term development? There is merit in that observation. Junlin Entertainment is essentially a heap of refuse, and acquiring it requires little capital. As Yu Kai passed by with documents in hand, he overheard his colleagues chatting in the tea room, piquing his curiosity. The surname Lin? It seems that Lin He's entertainment firm is indeed the one known as Qingye. After finishing his work, Yu Kai drove home in his BMW X5, removed his coat, and found dinner already prepared. I know about your brother's company, he said after washing his hands and sitting at the dining table, picking up his bowl. How is it? Lin Minli inquired with concern, aware that her husband is well-versed in the entertainment industry and thus privy to the latest news. Moreover, as both a peer and competitor, he would have access to additional insights. Not good, Yu Kai replied, chewing on a mouthful of rice. There was a company in Nanzhou City called Junlin Entertainment, which officially collapsed this year. The only second-tier star in the company was poached, and many trainees opted to terminate their contracts, some of whom joined our Xingguang Entertainment. What does that have to do with my brother? Lin Minli asked. Your brother acquired that company, which indeed spared him the myriad troubles of establishing a new one, Yu Kai explained. After the acquisition, the new company is named Qingye Entertainment, derived from the last characters of Lin Qing and Lin Wei. That's quite good, Lin Minli remarked, appreciating the name. What is good about it? Has your brother ever operated in the entertainment industry? Does he possess the necessary resources and connections? Can he find a pillar of support? Do you realize how much manpower, material, and financial resources are required to nurture new talent and propel them to stardom? Yu Kai swallowed his food and continued his barrage of questions. You look down on my brother, don't you? Lin Minli retorted, not fully grasping the nuances of the situation. Yet, her husband's condescending demeanor ignited her irritation. I do not mean to belittle your brother, but I genuinely harbor doubts regarding his current choices in business development, Yu Kai responded calmly. Enough, let it be. Coming from a third-tier city, how could he comprehend the dynamics of our first-tier cities? Yu Chaoan chuckled. ISNT had often said that one must hit a wall before turning back. When uncle finally runs into a wall he cannot bear, he will understand. Just eat your meal. You talk too much. Lin Minli glared at him. Half a month later, the expansive 31-story building finally buzzed with activity. Departments began collaborating, transforming Qingye Entertainment Company into a vast, intricate machine functioning in orderly harmony. In the past fortnight, Zhang Xian has lost a remarkable 10 pounds. With the 10 million provided by his employer, he has thoroughly exhausted his contact list. As he often says, money can make the devil turn the mill, and indeed, Zhang Xian has successfully recruited numerous talented individuals through both his digging efforts and invitations. In the boss's office, Dong Wenwan, Tang Zijiang, and Zhang Xian stood across from Lin He. The recordings should be complete, correct? Lin He inquired. Yes, they are, Tang Zijiang replied, his eyes brimming with excitement. This marked his complete involvement in the production of an album, with each song being a testament to his dedication. Tang Zijiang eagerly anticipates the performance of this album in the market upon its release. Then let us officially launch it tomorrow evening at 7, Lin He declared. At that moment, all heads of the publicity planning and marketing departments were present. Lin He proceeded to brief the department heads on the matter. Boss, what is our budget for this? Asked the head of the publicity planning department. Chapter 095, the torrent of advertisements, money burning every second. Dong Wenwan anxiously observed her boss. The extent of his investment in her could clearly indicate his level of commitment. Xiaowan was the first rising star launched by Qingye Entertainment Company, and she hoped to seize this opportunity to elevate the company's reputation. Lin He produced a check he had prepared in advance and declared, this is 1 billion, to be jointly allocated by your two departments. Regardless of which prominent figures in the Xia country entertainment industry are releasing new songs or debuting films and dramas. I want the names of Qingye Entertainment Company and Dong Wenwan to be forever prominent across all platforms. A collective gasp echoed through the office. 1 billion. The boss truly made a staggering impression with his generosity. The heads of the publicity planning and marketing departments were both recruited by Zhang Xian. Prior to this, Zhang Xian had mentioned that this boss possessed astonishing financial resources. He had secured a 31-story building in the bustling and valuable area of Nanzhou City as the company headquarters, and had significant connections with the Qingji Art Academy. It was indeed as he said. 1 billion would empower the publicity planning and marketing departments to showcase their talents. You are our company's first debut star, and I have stated before that your choice is commendable. I hope you will strive diligently moving forward, Lin He concluded. Glancing at Dong Won. No problem, Dong Won assured. I will not disappoint your cultivation. The following day, starting at 7 in the evening. The Weibo trending topics were as follows. 1. Dong Won's new album Red Snow in April surprises with its release. 2. Chingya Entertainment Company introduces its A-star, Dong Won. 3. The beautiful and talented powerhouse, Dong Won. At the same time, every Weibo user who opened the app was greeted with full-screen advertisements. Forums, discussion boards, major video platforms, prominent music websites, and live streaming sites were inundated with keywords such as Chingya Entertainment Company, Dong Won, and the new album Red Snow in April. Even national and provincial television stations were promoting Dong Won and her new album. Airports, train stations, high-speed rail stations, and subway stations in major first-tier cities were equally adorned with advertisements from Chingya Entertainment Company. The online community was abuzz. I must say, what exactly is Chingya Entertainment Company? The advertisements are everywhere. Did I inadvertently poke the hornet's nest of Chingya Entertainment today? It's south all over the place. I opened an app to order takeout, and it was all Chingya Entertainment advertisements. A quick online search revealed that it was a newly established entertainment company in Nanzhou City. The discussion volume regarding Chingya Entertainment Company skyrocketed from 7 to 8 in the evening, reaching 200 million on Weibo alone, and continued to surge at an astonishing pace. As advertisements flooded in from all directions, many netizens began to listen to the new album. The title track, Red Snow in April. Am I the only one who fell head over heels upon the very first listen? The melodramatic tone and the exhilaratingly powerful high notes are simply breathtaking. Initially, I presumed it was merely a large corporation attempting to cultivate a star, yet the quality surpassed all expectations. The lyrics, the composition, the performance, everything is utterly flawless. I am enamored. I must follow the artist, Dong Won. Am I the only one who adores the song in the blustering wind and sand from the album? It resonates so profoundly with my feelings during a breakup. By 10 o'clock in the evening, Dong Won's Weibo followers skyrocketed from 0 to 1 million. Seated in the practice room, she could have long since taken a rest, for the album had already been recorded. And the promotion and marketing were the company's responsibility. She had no further obligations. Nevertheless, tonight marked her debut, and Dong Won excitedly prepared to relax at the company. With each refresh, her follower count increased by dozens, even hundreds. Dong Won watched in as the figure reached a full 1 million. Shawan. You should seize tonight's momentum and post a Weibo update with the link to your new album. A message from Zhong Xian pinged on her phone. Hello everyone. I am Dong Won, a newcomer debuting from Chingya Entertainment. I hope you all enjoy my first album, Red Snow in April. Taking a deep breath, Dong Won meticulously edited the content and checked it no less than 10 times. Satisfied, she clicked send. Buzzing after the Weibo update, her phone vibrated incessantly. Likes, comments, shares, the numbers surged at an astonishing pace. For the first time, Dong Won experienced the daily life of a star. This promotional campaign lasted an entire week, bombarding the nation with advertisements that left the entertainment industry astounded. Those within the industry understood all too well that such an overwhelming promotional force was a costly endeavor, likely consuming hundreds of millions over the span of just 7 days. Across various music platforms, Dong Won and the title track Red Snow in April dominated numerous charts. Likewise, the song received rave reviews, achieving a remarkable score of 9.8 on Jihu and other forums. Mind you, the perfect score is 10. Boss. Our promotional efforts have been immensely successful, Zhang Xian exclaimed, entering with a beaming smile. The feedback data surpassed his wildest dreams. As long as Dong Won maintains her momentum, it is only a matter of time before she becomes a leading star in the country. Lin He, however, remained composed, having anticipated this outcome. The combination of Tang Zijiang's compositional prowess, Dong Won's exceptional talent, and the company's formidable financial backing made this level of success almost expected. Boss, we have received an invitation from Mango TV for Dong Won to participate in their program, Happy Camp, Zhong Xian reported. Happy Camp is a guest interview and game show program launched by Mango TV, featuring a permanent ensemble of 5 hosts. The show primarily revolves around games, complemented by song and dance performances, as well as various other forms of entertainment. Each episode is tailored with a unique theme for the artists and airs every Saturday evening. Many individuals in the domestic entertainment industry vie fervently for the opportunity to appear on the show. Even Lin He, who seldom watches variety programs, is familiar with Happy Camp. He suggested that you take Dong Won and Tang Zijiang along, noting that the success of the new star can largely be attributed to Tang Zijiang's efforts. Lin He remarked that all expenses would be covered by the company. "Haha, the boss is generous," exclaimed Zhang Xian, who hurried off to share this news with Dong Won and Tang Zijiang. At the parking lot of Starshine Entertainment, Yu Kaigang had just settled into his BMW X5, preparing to drive home, when he was taken aback by a significant event in the entertainment industry shared by a colleague. Chapter 096, Achieving Mastery in Piano Performance, a Legendary Feat. How could Qingye Entertainment Company possess such wealth? No, how could Lin He be so affluent? Sitting in the car, Yu Kai stared at the messages in the work group on his phone, and it took him a while to regain his composure. Suddenly, he recalled that the name of Qingye Entertainment Company had appeared numerous times in recent days. However, engrossed in other tasks, he had paid little attention, often skimming past those mentions out of habit. In his subconscious, he had deemed Qingye Entertainment Company as unlikely to achieve greatness. Yet, how could this be? As an executive at one of the major entertainment companies in Nanzhou City, Yu Kai was struck with the realization that he had felt isolated from the world these past few days. In just a brief span, Qingye Entertainment Company's reputation had become known nationwide. Setting aside his phone, Yu Kai drove back to his residential complex in a daze. After parking, he ascended to his apartment and opened the door. "Dad, this Saturday's Happy Base Camp has invited the recently popular new star singer Dong Won. Her songs are truly delightful. Do you know who she is? She's my uncle's from Qingye Entertainment," Yu Chaonan exclaimed, his voice filled with the astonishment of a child discovering a new world. What? Of course, Yu Kai was well aware of Happy Base Camp, a variety show that ranks among the top 5 in national viewership, airing weekly. Their company, Xinguang Entertainment, had previously arranged for artists to appear on Happy Base Camp, navigating numerous connections and spending substantial sums to secure a single spot, which underscored how elusive such opportunities were. Just then, an advertisement from Mango TV played on the television. "This week on Happy Base Camp, our heavyweight guest is the hottest new star singer Dong Won. That kid under my brother's wing is quite impressive," Lin Minli remarked while watching the advertisement, genuinely pleased for Lin He. Impressive? Yu Kai felt his appetite vanish. He had never anticipated that his uncle had concealed such depths. Since its inception, Xinguang Entertainment had never invested so much in a newcomer. This was beyond mere impressiveness. It was wealth that created everything. Yu Chaonan understood even better that within the span of a week, across all popular platforms, be it online or in reality, advertisements for Qingye Entertainment and Dong Won had saturated the landscape. It would be difficult not to gain fame. The security guard that day must have been telling the truth. "My uncle's car is indeed a luxury vehicle worth millions," Yu Chaonan awkwardly stated. Compared to the avalanche of advertising expenses in recent days, that million-dollar luxury car really seemed insignificant. "Why do you both enjoy peering through the cracks of the door?" Lin Minli said earnestly, especially directing her words at Yu Chaonan. "Your father is an executive in the entertainment industry, but you are not. Everything you enjoy now has come from his hard work. And it has nothing to do with you." "I understand," Yu Chaonan muttered, pouting. Yu Kai felt despondent. That day, Lin He had said nothing and had never defended or contradicted him. Perhaps in Lin He's eyes, his own grandstanding was merely that of a jester. Lin He's calm and carefree smile likely only served to highlight the pathetic nature of his thoughts. As netizens began to believe that the advertisements of Qingye Entertainment Company would finally fade into obscurity, they found themselves once again inundated with commercials featuring Dong Won upon opening their phones or turning on their televisions, whether commuting to work or returning home. In a mere 10 days, the name Dong Won had become a household topic across the internet in Xia country. Curiosity sparked among some netizens regarding Qingye Entertainment Company, prompting them to employ various means of inquiry, ultimately discovering it to be a nascent enterprise with a single artist, Dong Won. The revelation of this information sent ripples through public discourse, igniting fervent discussions among netizens. One user whimsically envisioned a narrative where a domineering CEO established an entertainment company to lavishly support his beloved wife, akin to a romantic novel. Another user remarked, "I can already picture it. I shall dream of this tonight." A third pondered, "Do you think Qingye Entertainment will make any significant moves in the future?" While another expressed skepticism over the financial viability of the company's owner, questioning how one could afford such extravagant promotions. Amidst this, a user declared their intent to begin writing, hoping for the community's support. In the midst of this online chatter, Dong Wenwan, resting in a vocal training room, caught sight of these comments, her cheeks flushing with a hint of embarrassment. Upon reflection, she realized her young and handsome boss indeed resembled the idealized CEO of many a girl's dreams. This afternoon, she was scheduled to attend a variety show at Mango TV, and with a flutter of youthful excitement, she tucked away her phone and left the practice room. Ding dong. The adoration from his daughter significantly elevated Lin He's paternal affection value. Ding dong. The admiration from his son granted him the title of legendary pianist of unmatched excellence. The legendary excellence designation heralded that his very existence marked him as the most impeccable pianist of this era. While enjoying tea in his office, Lin He was suddenly alerted by the system's prompt. Since his children had begun their schooling, he had scarcely heard the system's voice. To his surprise, this notification heralded unexpected rewards, likely stemming from his children's newfound admiration after encountering news about Qingye Entertainment Company. The recognition of legendary excellence in piano performance was indeed remarkable. A wealth of previously unknown information flooded Lin He's mind, all pertaining to the art of piano. Within Qingye Entertainment Company, there existed a dedicated room for musical instruments. Rising from his seat, Lin He resolved to explore what it truly meant to play the piano at a legendary excellence level. Ding ding ding. The office phone rang suddenly. Lin He answered, and the voice of a receptionist came through. Boss, 2 young ladies are here to see you. One is named Song Qingru, and the other is Qing Dai. Please have them come in, Lin He replied, resuming his seat. Shortly, the office door swung open to reveal Song Qingru and Qing Dai, escorted by a member of the company's security staff. After all, Qingye Entertainment Company is a place dedicated to nurturing stars, and currently, many fans are quite fervent. Naturally, it is imperative to ensure ample security measures to guarantee everyone's safety. Lin He nodded at the security personnel, who bowed respectfully before turning to leave. Oh, it is indeed quite challenging to secure an audience with Mr. Lin these days. Song Qingru entered, surveying the spacious office before settling onto the reception sofa. Would you ladies care for a drink? Lin He inquired with a smile. No, thank you, Song Qingru replied, shaking her head. Qing Dai shyly remarked, Mr. Lin, I have heard from my teacher that if you are willing, I could sign with Qingye Entertainment Company. I would be more than willing, Lin He responded with delight. Unlike Dong Wenwan, Qing Dai possesses a more striking appearance, and her singing style is exceptionally distinctive. She is among the few in the country who have received formal training in traditional Chinese music. Once she enters the market, she will not pale in comparison to any female singer. Chapter 097. Journey to the Rolls-Royce dealership in the garage of Nan, by Yu Yue, the person in charge. Summoned the legal department personnel. Accompanied by Tao Tao, she visited the experts today. According to Bai Yue, the proficiency of the experts significantly alleviated Tao Tao's concerns. Following Lin He's instructions, the legal department prepared the contract in the shortest time possible. Both parties signed, and the entire process unfolded smoothly and pleasantly. I have always regarded Dai as a younger sister, and I hope Mr. Lin will treat her with equal consideration, Song Qingru remarked from the side. Naturally, I will give due consideration to Mr. Song's words, Lin He replied with a teasing smile. After all, within Qingye Entertainment Company, Lin He held 99% of the shares, with the remaining 1% belonging to Song Qingru. As long as Mr. Lin remembers, Song Qingru giggled. By the way, Mr. Lin, Qing Dai blushed and said, Can I produce my own album? Can you compose? Lin He inquired curiously. A little, Qing Dai replied shyly. But this is my first time. The album is titled Qing by Zhu Xian, and it contains only 4 songs. It seems a bit few for a formal album, but I wanted to align with the album's name. Did you write all 4 songs yourself? Lin He felt pleasantly surprised. He had been pondering how to create an album for Qing Dai, only to find that she had prepared it herself. Yes. The title track is Red Beans Grow in the South, and the other 3 are When Spring Arrives, May You Gather More, and This Object is Most Yearning. The song titles are derived from Wang Wei's Yearning, yet the 4 songs possess different styles. Blending the operatic traditions of our summer kingdom, Qing Dai spoke softly, her voice dwindling as it was her first time engaging in independent creation, leaving her somewhat insecure. When you are ready, connect with the relevant personnel in our company to bring the album to fruition, Lin He encouraged. Is it really possible? Qing Dai's eyes widened in surprise. Mr. Lin actually agreed. I believe in you, Lin He affirmed earnestly. He had no doubts about Qing Dai's talent. The fact that she could attract the attention of numerous young elites was a testament to her charisma. However, she had previously operated within a limited circle, Once her influence radiated nationwide, he could already envision a new star rising. Tomorrow evening, there will be a member gathering at our Wabin Club in Nanzhou City. Mr. Lin, as a director, would you like to attend? Song Xingru inquired with a smile. Absolutely. He replied. He was rather unfamiliar with Nanzhou City and presumed that many prominent figures would be attending the gathering at Wabin Club. For those in the social elite, gatherings serve as venues for networking and expanding connections. After confirming the precise time for tomorrow's event, Song Xingru departed. While Cheng Dai followed the person responsible for the album's production within the company to prepare. Eagerly, Cheng Dai anticipated entering the work mode. Previously, I was immersed in the realm of traditional opera, and I found myself eagerly anticipating the opportunity to step into the recording studio and record songs. As he prepared to seize this moment to play the piano, the desk phone rang, interrupting his thoughts. Mr. Lin, your Rolls-Royce Cullinan has arrived. Would you like assistance in retrieving it? Wen Shui inquired. No, I shall go myself, he replied. In Nanzhou City, there exists a dedicated Rolls-Royce dealership. It was here that he placed his order for the vehicle, and all necessary procedures have been duly completed. Upon his arrival, he would simply need to present the relevant documentation to drive it away. After hanging up the phone, he descended the stairs, ready to fetch his new car. Wan, I envy you so much. Happy Camp is a show I've watched since childhood. If you get the chance, please remember to ask for a signed photo of teacher He. One of the trainees exclaimed. Unexpectedly, among the several trainees who transitioned from Junlin Entertainment, it was Wan who debuted first. I wonder when it will be my turn. Wan's talent had long reached the threshold for debut. As her former vocal instructor once remarked, Wan is the kind of person blessed by the heavens. The trainees gathered around Dong Wan, engaging in lively conversation. Do not worry, everyone. The boss is quite amiable and immensely capable, Dong Wan said with a smile. I never anticipated being chosen for debut so suddenly. Nor did I expect to participate in the recording of Happy Camp. I believe that as long as we all work diligently and meet the company's expectations, we will soon have our chance to debut. I wonder if, in the future, should I debut, the boss would be willing to invest heavily in promoting me. One trainee pondered. Fortunately, I did not follow the path of some other trainees who left for different entertainment companies. Otherwise, I might have missed the opportunity to work with such a formidable boss. Another trainee expressed his relief, noting that his decision to stay had come after considerable internal debate. All right, everyone, let's strive hard. I must catch my flight. Dong Wan waved goodbye to her peers, pulling her suitcase as she made her way outside. Currently, all trainees at the company hail from different regions. During their time at Junlin Entertainment, they lived on meager trainee salaries and cramped, inexpensive accommodations. Now, however, under the auspices of the affluent Aoyang Entertainment Company, they have secured a whole apartment building for the trainees and staff, conveniently located within a short bus ride from the company. This arrangement has significantly alleviated their burdens, allowing them to focus more on their training. Upon entering the Rolls-Royce dealership, he was greeted by a dazzling golden statuette. The wall displayed the iconic double R emblem. Rather than immediately picking up his vehicle, he chose to wander around the showroom. Rolls-Royce stands as an eminent representation of luxury automobiles, famed worldwide for its opulence. The Rolls-Royce stands as the singular emblem of automotive royalty, exuding an air of grandeur that remains unparalleled. Regardless of the age of its designs or the exorbitant costs associated with them, with no contenders in sight, Rolls-Royce boasts an array of illustrious series, including the Phantom, the Ghost, the Wraith, and the Dawn, among others. Within the showroom, several opulent models are on display, attracting visitors who are eagerly capturing images with their phones. While the staff do not intervene, he had previously heard that opening a Rolls-Royce dealership entails rigorous standards, akin to a job interview, necessitating an assessment of one's connections, financial resources, aesthetic sensibility, and other criteria, making the process rather cumbersome. After browsing for a while, he resolved to purchase a vehicle. Excuse me. I wish to acquire a Ghost, yet I am not well versed in its specifications. Could we connect on WeChat so you may enlighten me? Just as he was about to approach a nearby available female salesperson, a man swiftly interceded, brandishing his phone and posing a question. Chapter 098. Are you familiar with Rolls-Royce? Whatever car you buy, I shall buy as well. Thus, Lenny came to a halt, allowing the other party to proceed. After all, he had no urgency and could afford to wait. Sir, if you are considering purchasing a Ghost, I can take you to view the vehicle right away. The saleswoman said with a smile, gesturing invitingly towards one of the exhibition stands within the Rolls-Royce dealership. There, A striking cobalt blue Ghost was prominently displayed. I find this color rather unappealing. Cobalt blue is simply too ostentatious, the man remarked seriously. Personally, I prefer black or white. As he mentioned black, his gaze subtly traversed the saleswoman's attractive legs, elegantly encased in black stockings beneath her professional attire. She appeared to be around 25 or 26. Her figure and appearance standing out among the other female sales representatives in the Rolls-Royce showroom, particularly her long and slender legs. The Ghost is an ultra-luxurious four-door sedan under the Rolls-Royce brand, available in both standard and extended wheelbase versions. May I inquire if you are interested in the first or second generation? The saleswoman asked courteously. Certainly the second generation. The first is far too outdated. The man replied dismissively. The second generation Ghost boasts a unique aluminum space frame and is equipped with an all-wheel drive system and a four-wheel steering system. The interior components are meticulously tuned to a harmonious resonance frequency designed to create an unparalleled atmosphere of tranquility within the cabin. The automated door opening mechanism facilitates effortless entry and exit. Notably, the body partition and underbody of the second generation Ghost utilize a double-layer structure, perfectly integrating with the all-wheel drive system, four-wheel steering system, and the newly designed chassis suspension system. Linhee listened intently, surprised by how knowledgeable the young saleswoman was regarding the specifications of the Rolls-Royce models. However, before she could finish her explanation, the man interrupted. Miss, your expertise is commendable, but I am not particularly well-versed in automobiles. I only have a Bentley Continental, a Porsche Panamera, and a Ferrari F8 at home. I came here to purchase a Rolls-Royce Ghost. Could you add me on WeChat and send me the details? I apologize, sir, but according to our store policy, we are not permitted to contact customers privately, the saleswoman replied apologetically. Not a problem. If you don't mention it, I won't either. Who would know? The man said, casting a glance at Linhee, who was observing the scene. Do you not know that it is quite rude to eavesdrop? If you have no business here, perhaps you could go elsewhere? He assumed that the saleswoman was feigning modesty due to Linhee's presence and impatiently directed his ire towards him. Clearly annoyed that he was interrupting his opportunity. Linhee was taken aback. How could this be blamed on him? Did the man not realize that the saleswoman was merely seeking a polite way to decline his advances? It was difficult to ascertain whether to label the man as overly blunt or simply lacking in social intelligence. My apologies, but I do have matters to attend to, Linhee politely stated. When the saleswoman caught sight of Linhee, her eyes sparkled. The man's demeanor stood out like a crane among a flock of chickens amidst the numerous guests at the Rolls-Royce dealership. He was infinitely more remarkable than the talkative, greasy men before her. What brings you here? The man inquired, scanning Linhee from head to toe. Without a watch, his shirt and trousers of unknown brand, and shoes similarly unmarked, he concluded that Linhee was merely a vain pauper, there to admire a Rolls-Royce and snap a few photos for social media. You may wait until you've purchased your Ghost, Linhee replied with a faint smile. You know nothing, the man retorted disdainfully. To acquire a vehicle from a brand like Rolls-Royce, one must select the vehicle specifications and wait several months before taking delivery. I could enlighten you further, he continued. Although the hierarchy of Rolls-Royce is not formally defined, it is symbolically divided into three tiers: black, primarily driven by royalty and nobility; silver, representing affluent gentlemen of high social standing; and red or other colors, which rank below the esteemed gentleman but still hold some social influence. Those who purchase Rolls-Royce vehicles possess a commendable moral character, adhering to unwritten codes of conduct. Is that the reason you do not wish to buy that royal blue Ghost? Linhee asked. Naturally, the man straightened his posture. Do you comprehend any of this? Not at all. Linhee shook his head, genuinely unaware of the unwritten codes he spoke of. His own phantom was black, yet he was no royal. Exactly. A person like you will never afford a car here, the man boasted with a smug smile. The saleswoman frowned, finding the man excessively obnoxious. Was it really necessary to belittle someone? After all his grandstanding? Linhee queried with a grin. Do you have the funds to purchase a Ghost? Of course, or else why would I be here? The flicker of insecurity in his eyes was momentarily evident as he turned to grab his phone. Miss, let us exchange WeChat. I have a meeting shortly. When you have time, please send me the specifications of the Ghost and other details for my reference. Was it merely a ruse to obtain a beautiful woman's contact information? Linhee could not help but chuckle. Why not be straightforward? Using the purchase of a Ghost as an excuse, surely no one would take such a long time to decide on a vehicle. Do you have any idea what a Ghost is? The man's voice rose sharply, as if he had struck a nerve. The entire Rolls-Royce dealership turned their attention toward them. Satisfied with the attention, he continued, "You come here pretending to know something, but what exactly are you looking to buy? Would you like me to recommend something? I may not be deeply familiar with the Rolls-Royce brand, but I have had some exposure." Lin He smiled faintly. The man chuckled heartily, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke. He patted his chest and declared, "Very well, based on your statement, today, whatever car you choose, I shall choose the same." The patrons at the Rolls-Royce dealership gathered around, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle, with arms crossed and brimming with confidence. The man was certain that this inexperienced fellow would surely be overwhelmed by his imposing presence. How audacious of him to feign knowledge before such an illustrious figure. Out of the corner of his eye, he discreetly glanced at the attractive saleswoman, recognizing this as an opportunity to impress her and resolved to win her over by the night's end. Meanwhile, the attention of the other guests was riveted on Lin He. Their curiosity piqued about how this unassuming yet strikingly handsome man, dressed in ordinary attire, would respond to the challenge ahead. Chapter 099. Picking up the Cullinan outside. "I have a Phantom as well. Which one will you purchase?" "Is that what you said?" Lin He inquired, sensing that the situation was growing increasingly intriguing. "Indeed, it is." The man glared, exuding an air of dominance. "Sir, we have a dedicated refreshment area. I can escort you there for a brief respite," the saleswoman interjected. Lin He curled his lips in a subtle smile. This saleswoman was rather impressive. The phrase rather impressive undoubtedly referred not to her alluring legs elegantly encased in black stockings, but rather to the fact that she had offered Lin He an opportunity to gracefully retreat. In her eyes, Lin He was 99% unlikely to possess the means to acquire any model from the prestigious Rolls-Royce brand. Continuing to engage with that man would only lead to an uncomfortable predicament. Thus, the saleswoman stepped forth to alleviate the tension. A break would be acceptable. Lin He hesitated. Should he descend the figurative staircase? The surrounding patrons regarded Lin He with a sense of disinterest. They had anticipated a fierce confrontation. Yet this was the outcome? "One moment, please. Before resting, let us first discuss the vehicle purchase. Was it not agreed? Today, whatever car you choose, I shall choose as well," the man asserted aggressively. Lin He's reaction only solidified the man's belief that the former was merely posturing. It was truly delightful to see him stumble. "I have yet to finish my statement. Why the urgency?" Lin He cast a knowing glance at the man and addressed the saleswoman. "I am here to collect my vehicle, as I previously ordered one from your establishment." "You ordered a vehicle from our store? What kind of establishment is this?" "A Rolls-Royce dealership." Bystanders expressed their astonishment, wondering if the man had attempted to intimidate someone, only to encounter an insurmountable obstacle. "Collecting the vehicle is splendid. Let us do so here, without needing to retreat to the lounge," the man said jovially. "Allow me to behold the magnificence of your luxury automobile." The saleswoman approached, inquiring, "Sir, do you wish to collect your vehicle?" Her question served both as a confirmation and a subtle hint that if no vehicle was forthcoming, it would be prudent to cease further discussion. "Indeed," Lin He affirmed confidently. "Sir, per our policy, you must present your identification," the saleswoman said, momentarily taken aback. Could he truly be a figure of significance? After all, Lin He's demeanor and appearance were not typical of the average individual. From the moment she noticed Lin He, the man's gaze remained consistently calm, occasionally tinged with a hint of playful mockery. When Lin He produced the vehicle collection documents, the saleswoman promptly dialed the manager responsible for vehicle pickups. Her role was solely sales. She was not privy to other matters. Moreover, those coming to collect vehicles were not within her usual sphere of interaction. The manager arrived swiftly, and after verification, gestured for Lin He to proceed. "Esteemed Mr. Lin, your Cullinan has just arrived this morning. We may now proceed to inspect it." "Inspection is unnecessary. I have other matters to attend to, and I intend to drive away directly," Lin He replied. "Very well, Mr. Lin," the manager said, bowing slightly in respect. Those fortunate enough to patronize a Rolls-Royce dealership are undoubtedly individuals of significant stature. The Cullinan? The man's anticipation of Lin He's embarrassment gradually solidified into an expression of dismay. The Cullinan diamond, unearthed from the depths of the Magaliesberg Mountains in South Africa, stands as the largest diamond ever discovered. The CEO of Rolls-Royce aptly remarked that naming this extraordinary new model after the magnificent Cullinan diamond is most fitting. It is as unique and unparalleled as the world's largest, flawless diamond itself. Thus, the name Rolls-Royce Cullinan came into being, earning the title of the most prestigious SUV in the world. Priced at $8 million, it ranks among the higher echelons of Rolls-Royce offerings. Alas, the pretentiousness has hit a wall. It is abundantly clear that Lin He, who commands the utmost respect from the dealership's manager, speaks nothing but the truth. In an instant, all eyes converged upon the man. Ha ha ha, this fellow is truly unfortunate. Beads of cold sweat trickling down his cheeks. The Cullinan is the car of my dreams, and its price is indeed daunting. Don't just fidget nervously. Weren't you saying that one should buy whatever car others choose? Should we then congratulate the dealership for selling 2 Cullinans in one go? Laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd, their mirth echoing through the air. The man's complexion darkened, fluctuating between crimson and pallor, akin to the dramatic shifts of traditional Chinese face-changing performance. I have a Phantom outside. If you don't fancy the Cullinan, that one is quite splendid as well. Linny remarked, gesturing towards the window of the dealership. Indeed, in the spacious parking lot outside, a Rolls-Royce Phantom awaited. The driver stood at the door. Bowing gracefully as Lin, he cast his gaze in that direction. How astonishing! Little did he expect that a mere visit to the Rolls-Royce dealership's open day would lead him to encounter a true magnate. The price of this Cullinan pales in comparison to that of the Phantom outside. To a genuine tycoon, both a Santana and a Rolls-Royce are merely modes of transportation. Some individuals raise their phones, ready to capture the moment, only to be promptly halted by a few sales representatives. The Rolls-Royce dealership places great emphasis on safeguarding its clients' privacy and personal safety. Seizing the opportunity, the manager and sales associate escorted Linhee away. Behind the dealership lies a highly secure warehouse designed to store vehicles ordered by clients, with 360-degree surveillance and round-the-clock security personnel. This bespoke warehouse for Rolls-Royce exudes elegance and luxury. As the automatic doors of warehouse number 3 opened, the Cullinan was revealed in all its glory. The design showcases the quintessential characteristics of the Rolls-Royce family, featuring a classic Parthenon-style grille at the front, flanked by rectangular LED headlight assemblies. The muscular proportions of the body are complemented by large 22-inch alloy wheels, with sleek lines extending gracefully towards the rear. The design of the rectangular taillights resonates harmoniously with that of the front lights. The exhaust tailpipe is of a non-hidden design. The Cullinan features a unique design with opposing doors and a novel 2-section tailgate that aligns perfectly with Linhee's expectations. The license plate reads Han A88888. Mr. Lin, you may depart at your convenience. Should you require a chauffeur, I would be more than happy to assist, the manager stated. No need for that. Linhee replied as he opened the door, entered the vehicle, and started the engine. The 6.75-liter V12 twin-turbocharged engine delivers an impressive 563 horsepower while ensuring adequate torque at lower RPMs. The moment the Cullinan roared to life, an exhilarating sensation compelled Linhee to press the accelerator to the floor. We look forward to welcoming you again, Mr. Lin, the manager said, standing to the side with his hands pressed against his sides, bowing respectfully. Owning both a Phantom and a Cullinan, Linhee undoubtedly ranks among the esteemed clientele of their Rolls-Royce dealership. As the Cullinan glided past the dealership entrance with the window down, it revealed Linhee's distinguished profile. At that moment, the man who had previously been inside emerged, his entire being frozen in astonishment. Chapter 100, the newly crowned campus belle, the Ice Queen, and the arrival of the golden SUV. In the vehicle, Linhee wore a subtle smile, which, to the man observing, appeared laced with sarcasm, disdain, and contempt. In an instant, this smile pierced like a blade, quickening the man's pulse. Were you not intent on purchasing the vehicle favored by the affluent? Why have you withdrawn? Is this indeed a Cullinan? The license plate, Han A88888, is simply astonishing. What defines a big shot? This exemplifies it, far superior to certain individuals who boast endlessly to impress women. I must capture this moment and share it on social media. Hoping the ladies of Nanzhou City will steer clear, the patrons emerging from the Rolls-Royce dealership laughed heartily. Suddenly, the man felt as though his body was teetering on the brink of collapse. What constitutes social death? This is precisely it. He felt utterly humiliated. Unable to remain in this Rolls-Royce dealership, no, this street, or even the entirety of Nanzhou City. A thought surged within him. Should he buy a ticket to leave Nanzhou City and never return? Today, the saleswoman he encountered at the Rolls-Royce dealership left him in awe. Truly, she embodied the essence of luxury car sales, youthful, strikingly beautiful, and exuding an alluring presence, akin to a proud swan. After much contemplation, he resolved to feign sophistication in an attempt to win her over. Yet, fate had other plans, as he inadvertently collided with a genuine big shot. Not only did he fail in his pursuit of romance, but he also embarrassed himself before the stunning woman, likely ensuring that she would remember him. My goddess. My proud swan. The man lowered his head, stumbling in a daze under the scorching sun, before collapsing to the ground with a thud. Dizziness overcame him. He had succumbed to heatstroke. Weakly, he fished out his phone to dial for emergency assistance. The onlookers merely indulged in mockery, seeing him as nothing more than a foolish jester. It was the staff of the Rolls-Royce dealership who, concerned for his well-being, approached to assess the situation. Lin He shook his head and drove away, while Xiao Rui departed in his phantom back to the villa. For the man, driving was far more pleasurable than being a passenger. He activated the navigation system, setting his course for the Qingji Art Academy. Due to recent affairs with Qingya Entertainment, he had scarcely spent time with his son and daughter, often leaving early and returning late. Now that matters had reached a temporary resolution, he could finally enjoy a meal with them. Qingji Art Academy. In the girls' dormitory. Wei Yi, you look so beautiful. Where are you off to? A girl in the 4-person dormitory called curiously from the top bunk. Lin Wei Yi sat before the mirror, curling her hair, and playfully replied, "Humph. I want to tell you. Not telling us?" The other 3 roommates were even more intrigued. Another girl inquired, "Could it be that our newly crowned campus belle at Qingji Art Academy has fallen in love? Wow, how many boys at our school will be left heartbroken?" Humph. Lin Wei Yi finished curling her hair, set down the curling iron, and with a light huff declared, "All right, I'm off. You all enjoy yourselves." A girl chimed in. What a scoundrel to forget her friends for the sake of romance. Lin Wei Yi playfully winked at her and left the dormitory with a lively stride. "Well then, Wei Yi has gone to her rendezvous. Let us go out for a meal," said a girl as she sat up and stretched. "We have no classes today. Perfect for a little outing. I haven't explored Nanzhou City properly yet." The 3 of them, like Lin Wei Yi, were students from the music department of the Youth Art Academy. After tidying themselves up, the trio descended the stairs, only to encounter a young man holding a bouquet of flowers, dressed in a pristine white shirt and sporting gently curled burgundy hair. He caught the attention of many passing girls. Undoubtedly, he was a handsome fellow. "Isn't that the dashing Bian Zhenghao?" One girl greeted him with a smile. Bian Zhenghao, like them, was a student in the music department, but he was already a junior, renowned not only within their department but throughout the entire Youth Art Academy. He was well known. "Hello." Bian Zhenghao acknowledged the 3 girls, who were Lin Wei Yi's roommates. From the very first day of orientation, upon catching sight of Lin Wei Yi, he regarded her as a goddess. He boldly declared his intention to win her heart before graduation. Just a few days later, he confessed his feelings to Lin Wei Yi, only to face a heartless rejection. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred. The more she seemed like an ice queen, the more he was drawn to her, determined to win her over. Pursuing a girl, of course, requires small surprises and attention to detail. Hence, Bian Zhenghao thoughtfully selected roses and chocolates, knowing that many girls find it hard to resist such offerings. "Are you here to see Wei Yi?" A girl casually inquired, glancing at the gifts in his hands. "Yes. Didn't she come down with you?" Bian Zhenghao asked, puzzled. He was accustomed to seeing Lin Wei Yi in the company of these 3 girls. "Wei Yi has gone to her appointment. I'm afraid handsome Bian has missed his chance," the girl said with a teasing smile, pointing towards the east gate of the Youth Art Academy. "Is that for real?" Bian Zhenghao could hardly believe it. Lin Wei Yi had previously stated that she was too busy with her studies and not interested in dating so soon. At the Youth Art Academy, he was not the only one enamored with Lin Wei Yi. More than 5 boys had already confessed their feelings, and many others were either eager or too timid to express their emotions. Lin Wei Yi maintained a cool demeanor towards all the boys. Within just a month of school, she had earned the nickname Ice Queen among the students. During this time, Bian Zhenghao had employed every conceivable tactic: breakfast deliveries, holiday gifts, fruits, love letters, everything he could think of. For the ideas he lacked, he scoured various websites, borrowing techniques from other hopeful suitors. Despite being rejected time and again, Bian Zhenghao never lost hope. The Ice Mountain School beauty's future can only belong to him, for Bian Zhenghao believes that he alone is worthy, whether genuine or feigned. "We shall dine now, farewell." The 3 girls did not engage further with Bian Zhenghao, linking arms as they departed. A look of suspicion crossed Bian Zhenghao's face as he took strides toward the school gate. Soon, he arrived at the east gate and, indeed, caught sight of his goddess under a tree at the roadside not far away. Today, Lin Wei Yi was adorned in a flowing white dress, even from behind. She exuded an ethereal grace, untouched by the mundane world. "Zhenghao, what are you doing?" Just as Bian Zhenghao was about to approach, a girl intercepted him. Bian Zhenghao held flowers and chocolates in his hands. The girl followed his gaze and spotted Lin Wei Yi standing by the roadside, a flicker of intense jealousy flashing in her eyes. "I thought you were up to something else. Turns out you were merely waiting for your goddess." This statement was laden with a sour undertone. At that moment, a sleek SUV adorned with a golden figurine approached from a distance, halting before Lin Weiye under the watchful eyes of passers-by. Chapter 101. The Resort, ranking 103 on the Summer Nation's top wealthy list. When the SUV adorned with a small golden emblem came to a halt before Lin Weiye, a radiant smile instantly illuminated his face. He opened the door and entered the vehicle. The moment the door swung open, many students from the Youth Arts Academy, including Bian Jinghao and the girl, caught sight of the man in the driver's seat, who appeared to be in his 30s. With one hand gripping the steering wheel, his handsome visage exuded an air of elegance, accompanied by a fond smile. Dashing, he was the epitome of a charismatic, domineering man. The vehicle was a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, the most expensive SUV in the world, rumored to cost around 8 to 9 million. Some boys recognized the car and gasped in awe. As students of the Youth Arts Academy, they were accustomed to luxury vehicles, yet a Rolls-Royce Cullinan of this caliber was still a rarity. Rolls-Royce? The globe's priciest SUV? 8 to 9 million? Many girls, in that fleeting moment, found the sight of the man with one hand on the steering wheel utterly captivating. As the door closed, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan departed majestically, embodying the grandeur and opulence of its price tag. Bian Jinghao's expression shifted through various emotions, all of which were decidedly unfavorable. The girl beside him chuckled lightly. "Don't be upset. You're quite the handsome fellow yourself, just outmatched by reality. Who would have thought our academy's newly crowned campus goddess, the Ice Queen Lin Weiye, would be drawn to a man driving a Rolls-Royce, haha. If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute." Bian Jinghao shot a cold glance at the girl. This girl, like him, was a junior at the Youth Arts Academy, named Lu Fei. Lu Fei had harbored feelings for Bian Jinghao for quite some time, having confessed her affections multiple times only to be rebuffed, yet she remained undeterred. However fervently Lu Fei's love burned, Bian Jinghao found it nothing but bothersome. "What? You still haven't given up?" Lu Fei teased, flipping her hair. "We're both adults now. The Ice Queen just got into a car with a man driving a Rolls-Royce. Where do you think they might go next? To a hotel? To book a room? And then what might ensue? Your goddess might just be a mere plaything in the eyes of the wealthy. You're utterly repulsive." Bian Jinghao's grip tightened so fiercely on the chocolate wrapper that it crumpled in his hand. Lu Fei, astute as she was, noticed this and promptly fell silent. After all, it was not unusual for a man driven to madness to act irrationally. As the saying goes, while you linger in anticipation, others have already come and gone. Lu Fei turned away, waving her hand in farewell. This statement sent Bian Jinghao into a frenzy, the heart-shaped chocolates within the box shattering into pieces. "Lin Weiye, why must you be this way?" Bian Jinghao murmured, his expression twisted in anguish. Throughout his life, he had lost count of the girls who pursued him. As long as Bian Jinghao is willing, he will never lack for women by his side. Recently, he has been racking his brain for Lin Weiye. "Only you have truly captured my heart, yet you are the only one who fails to appreciate it. Wretched woman." Bian Jinghao tossed the flowers and chocolates he held into the trash bin and walked towards the school. It was unclear whether his insult was directed at Lu Fei or Lin Weiye. The Cullinan glided smoothly along the road, with Lin Weiye seated in the passenger seat, admiring the opulent interior of the Rolls-Royce SUV. The lavish interior featured genuine leather complemented by solid wood and metallic accents. The overall design bore resemblance to the Phantom, though the steering wheel was more substantial yet compact. The new fully digital instrument panel showcased a trio of circular dials, enhanced by virtual displays and indicators. Whether driving or riding, the experience was splendid. "Dad, where's my brother? Is he not coming?" Lin Weiye inquired with curiosity. Her father had messaged her earlier, mentioning a gathering at the Huabin Club that evening and asking if she would like to join him for some relaxation. Lin Weiye eagerly consented, as she found joy in accompanying her father anywhere. However, she thought her brother would likely prefer the kind of venue offered at the Huabin Club. Yet he was absent this time. He had mentioned wanting to visit a bar with a few classmates, and she thought to let him be. Lenny gripped the steering wheel with both hands, attentively observing the road ahead. With his daughter in the car, he was even more cautious than when driving alone. Lin Weiye obediently responded with a soft gazing out at the scenery beyond the window. At 6 o'clock in the evening, following the location sent by Song Qingru, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan arrived punctually at a resort. According to Song Qingru, this expansive, picturesque resort was one of the Huabin Club's properties in Nanzhou City. The surroundings were enchanting, with towering mountains, dense forests, deep gorges, clear streams, and uniquely shaped stones scattered throughout the ponds. The resort was fully equipped with various amenities, including a swimming pool, fishing reservoir, billiards, table tennis, badminton, barbecue facilities, karaoke, wild game, and farmhouse cuisine, among others. It also featured natural hot springs, making it a delightful place for relaxation amidst enjoyment. With both Chinese and Western restaurants, over 100 luxurious and elegant guest rooms, as well as a grand banquet hall and various conference rooms, it catered to every need. Miss Lin undoubtedly inherited her father's exceptional genes. To describe her as a beauty that could make fish sink and birds alight would not be an exaggeration. Song Qingru and Bai Yuanji awaited them in the parking lot. Upon disembarking with Lin Weiye, Song Qingru complimented, "Miss Song, good to see you." Lin Weiye shyly greeted her back. "Miss Song, you need not be so formal. My relationship with your father is quite amicable. If you wish, you may call me Sister Qingru." Song Qingru gently grasped Lin Weiye's small hand, subtly bridging the gap between them. "Sister Qingru," Lin Weiye called out, her voice sweet. "Such a good girl," Song Qingru praised, patting the back of Lin Weiye's hand and nodding towards Lin as they all headed towards the main building of the resort. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the members are expected to arrive gradually. After entering the building, Song Qingru, accompanied by Lin He and Lin Wei, ascended the elevator. Unlike the Huabin Club's racetrack, the members here hold a higher status. "I comprehend," Lin He nodded, acknowledging that the Huabin Club ranks above the Huabin Racetrack Club. However, one member has already arrived. When the elevator halted on the 37th floor, Song Qingru led the group out. Bai Yuanji quickened his pace, pushing open the elegantly adorned door ahead. In the spacious corner of the banquet hall stood a piano. A man dressed in a white suit and trousers sat contemplatively on the piano bench. Upon hearing the door open, the man in white turned to greet them. "Miss Song, you have arrived." Song Qingru introduced, "Allow me to present to you. This is Mr. Xia Hanlin, chairman of the Yuan Tai Group, ranked 103rd on China's rich list." Chapter 102. The individuals present are titans from the top 100 of the national wealth rankings. Yuan Tai Group, as a management-oriented investment firm, has its primary business spanning pharmaceuticals, health, commodity trading, real estate investments, and financial services. At the helm of this formidable enterprise is Xia Hanlin, whose fortune exceeds 300 billion. Long ago, Lin He had heard of Yuan Tai Group, a venerable powerhouse. Yet he never anticipated it was also a member of the Huabin Club. "This is Mr. Lin He, the newly appointed director of Huabin Club," Song Qingru introduced, omitting Lin He's identity as the information gathered was dubious. If one were to investigate thoroughly, they would find Lin He to be a scion of humble beginnings. However, for someone who spends money with reckless abandon, casually mentioning 50 billion, and who drives a Rolls-Royce Phantom while purchasing a Cullinan, such a narrative would be hard to believe. Thus, Song Qingru refrained from elaborating. The title of a new director at Huabin Club sufficed. Words spoken without intent may resonate deeply, and Xia Hanlin found the simple introduction particularly striking. He was well aware of the immense influence that the Huabin Club harbored. Those who hold a director's position here are certainly not ordinary individuals. "Mr. Lin, good day," Xia Hanlin greeted politely, extending his hand. Lin He reciprocated the gesture with equal courtesy. "Do you enjoy playing the piano, Mr. Xia?" Lin He inquired, casting a glance at the Steinway piano. The Steinway is renowned as the most exquisite piano in the world, celebrated in the global music community, cherished by pianists and composers alike, embodying the pinnacle of sound quality and craftsmanship. "Indeed, does Mr. Lin have an understanding of it?" Xia Hanlin asked, his interest piqued. "A modest understanding," Lin He replied humbly. "Please," Xia Hanlin invited, rising from his seat. "This Steinway, part of the Crown Jewel series, costs nearly 2 million. It is crafted from the finest woods sourced globally. Its tonal quality is extraordinarily expressive and evocative, at times delicate and subtle, at others powerful and resonant, occasionally bright and soaring, and at times stable and profound. Do you enjoy it, Mr. Xia?" Lin He noticed the tenderness in Xia Hanlin's gaze as it lingered on the piano. "My late wife adored it. Hence I cherish it as well," Xia Hanlin said with a bittersweet tone. Lin He fell silent, taken aback that even a luminary ranked 103 on the wealth list could harbor such sorrowful memories. Seated at the piano, Lin He gradually lifted his arms, allowing his fingers to descend. As his fingertips met the cool surface, a fusion of soul and instrument occurred. Notes began to flow from the piano, smooth and crystalline, imbued with a lively spirit. The delicate melodies enveloped the banquet hall, and Lin Weiye closed her eyes, surrendering to the experience. Unbeknownst to all, Visions of a dreamlike realm emerged in their minds, where bonfires flickered at the borders, and a young couple sat embracing, their affection as enduring as the flames that danced before them. This is a wedding in a dream. Xia Hanlin was somewhat taken aback. The Wedding in the Dream is one of the essential classic pieces often played at the nuptials of many couples, widely disseminated across the globe. Yet, many remain unaware that this piano composition is regarded as a melody of love. The backstory unfolds a tale of a boy who harbors affection for a princess, summoning the courage to confess his feelings, only to return heartbroken. 6 years later, on a day when the kingdom was enveloped in joy and happiness, the princess was to wed a prince from a neighboring realm. The boy gazed at the beautiful princess and, in a sudden burst of determination, pushed through the throng of people. With arms outstretched, he stood protectively before the princess. "Do not fear, I shall safeguard you," he said, a sincere smile gracing his face, filled with profound emotion. No one noticed an arrow aimed at the princess, which pierced through the boy instead. He collapsed beside her, and in a haze, he beheld the princess in her wedding gown approaching him, as angels gathered and sang blessings. Lin's fingers danced gracefully over the piano keys, the music embodying a unity between man and melody. Unbeknownst to him, tears streamed from Xia Hanlin's eyes, as the ethereal strains of the piano seemed to conjure the visage of his beloved wife. The French title of Dream Wedding is Mariage d'amour, which translates directly to marriage based on love. According to the piano grading system of Xia country, a complete and fluid performance of this piece requires only a level 4 proficiency. However, to truly convey the essence of this composition, one must possess a masterful skill. Just as with a song, some may sing it tunefully without faltering, while others, upon commencing, unfold a narrative that ensnares the listener in rapture. Lin belongs to the latter category of pianists. As the performance concluded, Lin Wei and Song Qingru remained enraptured. They found it peculiar that, though it was a love melody, it resonated with an indescribable sadness. Song Qingru had not anticipated that he could infuse such depth into his piano playing. He was indeed a conundrum, seemingly difficult to unravel. Ding dong. The admiration from his daughter granted him a boost of 3 to his strength attribute. Immediately, a wondrous power surged through Lin's limbs. In the next moment, a sense of strength spread throughout his body. Surprisingly, this time, his daughter's admiration resulted in a direct increase of 3 to his strength attribute, whereas the agility attribute he acquired previously was only 1. "Mr. Lin, may I ask, could you teach me to play Dream Wedding?" Xia Hanlin inquired eagerly. Why? Lin's mind was filled with an abundance of piano pieces. Dream Wedding was merely a selection he made at random. It was neither overly simple nor excessively challenging. Lin merely wished to test his hand and evaluate the manifestation of his extraordinary piano prowess. Judging by the reactions of his daughter, Song Qingru, and Xia Hanlin, it was indeed a legendary performance. This piece was my wife's favorite. In the past, she took great pleasure in playing, yet no matter how I practiced, I could not capture her essence. To speak candidly, I hope Mr. Lin does not take offense. Your performance just now evoked the image of my wife, Xia Hanlin fervently expressed. No problem, he nodded in response. Lin Wei and Song Qingru exchanged glances, astonished by Xia Hanlin's profound affection. Buzz. Song Qingru's phone vibrated twice. She glanced at the screen and remarked, "The other principal members have all arrived. Shall we proceed?" Turning to Lin Wei, she added, "There is an exclusive luxury goods showcase on the 5th floor, not open to the public. You may explore at your leisure. Any items you fancy, I shall put on my tab." "All right," Lin Wei replied, aware that her father likely had matters to discuss. She signaled for a female attendant to escort her away. "Who are the principal members that have arrived?" Lin inquired. "They are all prominent figures from the top 100 of the national wealth rankings," Song Qingru replied. On the 5th floor, a spacious venue displayed numerous cabinets filled with luxury brands: Prada, Gucci, Cartier, Armani, Patek Philippe, Hennessy, Zigzag. Overwhelmed by the array of clothing, jewelry, watches, and smoking accessories, Lin Wei gasped softly upon seeing the prices, ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions. "So expensive," she exclaimed, taken aback, prompting the attendant to guide her to a nearby sofa. Immediately, refreshments and exquisite desserts were served as requested. "Young lady, did you come on your own?" a man inquired as he took a seat across from her. "I came with my father," Lin Wei replied earnestly. "Your father?" The man paused, a glint of intrigue appearing in his eyes. "Could it be that you were also part of the lettered circle?" Chapter 103. No matter how much your father gives you, I can offer you double. What does that mean? Lin Weiye was perplexed. Letters, could it be ABCDFG? In Lin Weiye's eyes, the members of the Huabin Club were either wealthy or of noble stature. Did the elite circle communicate as if with secret codes? You must obey your father quite well, the man remarked as he gestured for the waiter to serve a glass of red wine, sipping it leisurely while expressing keen interest. This girl possessed an extraordinary aura, her beauty ranking among the most stunning the man had ever encountered. In the circle, she was undoubtedly a coveted gem. He wondered which prominent figure from the Huabin Club was fortunate enough to have such a captivating beauty. He is my father. Of course I listen to him. Lin Weiye replied, puzzled by the implication of the question. Do you love your father dearly? The man inquired further. Without hesitation, Lin Weiye affirmed, absolutely. How much do you love him? The greatest love. Would you consider having a different father? The man was taken aback, astonished by the girl's obedient demeanor. She was simply perfect, and he could barely contain himself. Is this person in their right mind? Lin Weiye was stunned, incredulous that someone would ask if she would consider having a different father. What is your father's name? The man smiled, already calculating the benefits in his mind. If her father was not a formidable figure, this enchanting girl could be his. The knight's allure had already begun to ignite his imagination. Lin Weiye answered truthfully. Young lady, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Dongfang Xiang. May I ask how to address you? The man set his glass down. If you haven't heard of him, it matters not. She had initially intended to invoke her father's name to unsettle this peculiar man, but his reaction indicated unfamiliarity. Lin Weiye stood up and began to walk towards the exit. The resort was vast, and she hoped to avoid encountering such individuals again. Young lady, please don't leave. Dongfang Xiang called after her, saying, no matter how much your father gives you, I can offer you double. What do you take me for? Lin Weiye gradually sensed something was amiss. It seemed Dongfang Xiang had misunderstood the term father. Did he presume it to imply a peculiar romantic preference? Where a girl calls her partner father. We are all from the same circle. Rest assured, I am not one who lacks boundaries or reason. Dongfang Xiang assured her with a knowing expression. If you are not entering this circle for money, I assure you, I possess tastes far more refined than your father's. Disgusting, Lin Weiye thought, feeling nauseated, and turned to leave. Ignoring a toast is to invite a penalty. Dongfang Xiang's expression darkened. This girl was utterly perfect. How could he let her slip away? Mr. Lin is investing $2 billion in an amusement park project in Xinjiang City, which should take about 3 years to complete, Song Qingru remarked as she walked alongside Lin He in the corridor. Yes, Lin He replied, glancing at Song Qingru. The conversation abruptly shifted to the Qingye amusement park in Xinjiang, a topic not raised without purpose. Xia Hanlin, walking beside Lin He, cast a surprised glance at him. With an investment of $200 billion to construct the amusement park, it is no wonder he holds a position as a director at Huabin Club. Although Lin He's name does not grace the national wealth rankings, it is hardly surprising in such a vast nation, teeming with hidden talents. Is Mr. Lin planning to maintain complete control over the equity? Song Qingru remarked, I believe the path is narrowing. Pray tell, why does Mr. Lin not release some shares to allow other wealthy individuals to participate? This would undoubtedly strengthen the backing of the amusement park. Lin He understood the essence of Song Qingru's suggestion, to utilize equity as a tether to connect with other affluent individuals, thereby solidifying his network. How could Miss Song believe that those wealthy individuals would be inclined to invest in my amusement park project? Lin He was indeed tempted. His current predicament lies in having ample funds, but lacking networking resources. For instance, the establishment of Qingye Entertainment Company was challenging despite his financial means, and that building was secured through Song Qingru's efforts. Roller coasters, pirate ships, carousels, Ferris wheels, and drop towers, these are the potent instruments that could propel the amusement park project to success. Clearly, Song Qingru had come well prepared, having conducted thorough research. If Mr. Lin intends to pursue this, I am willing to invest, Xia Hanlin interjected. Thanks to that piano piece, Xia Hanlin now harbored a favorable impression of Lin He. Still enchanted by Lin He's recent performance, although he was unfamiliar with the specifics of the roller coaster and pirate ship that Miss Song mentioned, he was willing to invest. At worst, I would simply incur a loss. I appreciate your generosity, Mr. Xia, Lin He replied with a smile. But do ensure you leave me some equity. Song Qingru winked knowingly. She was acutely aware that Lin He's South Amusement Park project, due to those particular attractions, possessed a competitive edge unmatched by other parks. Once completed, it would undoubtedly achieve remarkable success, leading to substantial profits. That is a certainty, Lin He nodded in agreement. Amidst their light-hearted banter, They soon entered a bright and elegant conference room. Inside, several casually dressed men were seated. Song Qingru stepped forward to introduce them. This is Lu Tao, the owner of Dahu Innovation Technology Company, Limited, ranked 97th on the national wealth list. He is a leading developer and manufacturer of unmanned aerial vehicle control systems and solutions, with clients spanning over 100 countries and a fortune of 33.6 billion. This is Zhang Beisheng, the owner of a health insurance company, which focuses on personal insurance while simultaneously developing group insurance, bank insurance, and renewal services. Their products encompass various aspects including child, women's, medical, elderly, critical illness, accidental injury, dividend, investment-linked, and universal insurance. Ranking 95th on the national wealth list with a fortune of 34 billion. This is Kai Fanqing, the proprietor of Galaxy Holdings Group, which encompasses four major sectors: real estate, finance, property management, and industry. Their diverse business operations span real estate development, urban renewal, commercial management, hotel administration, property services, financial investment, and industrial operations, reaching 3 vital economic circles and numerous first-tier cities. He ranks 69th on the national rich list, with a fortune amounting to 46 billion. Introductions among the wealthy often tend to be rather mundane and uninspiring. Miss Song frequently finds herself reflecting on her own aging during these encounters. Kai Fanqing chuckled heartily, asserting that he is in the prime of his life. Miss Song then turned to Lin He and Xia Hanlin, remarking, "There is no need to introduce Mr. Xia. He is well acquainted with everyone." The gazes of Kai Fanqing, Zhang Beisheng, and Lu Tao fell upon the youthful Lin He, who appeared significantly younger in comparison to the three of them. "This is our new director at Huabin Club, Mr. Lin He," Miss Song announced. "New director of Huabin Club? Mr. Lin?" Chapter 104. From now on, you shall call me father, for I shall bestow upon you more than you have ever encountered. It is unheard of. However, to become a director of the Huabin Club undoubtedly signifies an extraordinary background. Mr. Lin, it is a pleasure to meet you, and I look forward to your guidance in the future. Kai Fanqing, Zhang Beisheng, and Lu Tao bore no semblance of the elite from the wealthiest 100. Rather, their demeanor was gentle and amicable as they took the initiative to greet him. "As esteemed seniors, it is only fitting that you take care of me." Lin He responded with a faint smile, settling into his chair. Kai Fanqing, Zhang Beisheng, and Lu Tao were pleased with Lin He's demeanor, neither servile nor arrogant, with calm eyes and a subtle smile that betrayed no emotional turmoil. This only reinforced their conviction that Lin He was indeed extraordinary. This meeting was to introduce a significant project to the three distinguished individuals. Song Qingru took a seat beside Lin He. At that moment, Bai Yuanji entered at an opportune time, producing several documents to distribute among the four dignitaries at the table. An amusement park project? Kai Fanqing, Zhang Beisheng, and Lu Tao exchanged glances. How could an amusement park be considered a substantial project? Song Qingru smiled without speaking. She was confident that these three individuals, with their discerning eyes, would recognize the uniqueness of this amusement park project compared to others. The first to react was Lu Tao, who, being engaged in innovative technology, could better appreciate the thrill of attractions such as roller coasters and drop towers. Contemporary youth would undoubtedly flock to it. Lu Tao set down the document and inquired, "How did this project come about?" This project is called Qingye Amusement Park, with the first location currently under construction in Xinjiang City, projected to open to the market in 3 years. Song Qingru extended her hand towards Lin He, stating, "The Qingye Amusement Park project is an investment of 2 billion by Mr. Lin, and the project being presented to you is also patented by Mr. Lin. In other words, this project is unique worldwide." Kai Fanqing, Zhang Beisheng, and Lu Tao looked at Lin He with astonishment. They had not anticipated that he would invest a staggering 2 billion in an amusement park. At that moment, the three of them were struck by thoughts akin to those of Xia Hanlin. Truly, he is a director of the Huabin Club. Qingye Amusement Park. Why does that name seem somewhat familiar? Pondered Zhang Beisheng. Qingye Amusement Park, Qingye Entertainment Company. These must both originate from Mr. Lin, correct? Kai Fanqing regarded Lin He with a keen gaze, inquiring further. "Indeed," Lin He affirmed. "Goodness, even I, someone indifferent to music and entertainment, have remembered the overwhelming advertisements. Many in various circles speculated which magnate had ventured into the entertainment industry. It turns out to be our Huabin Club's director, Mr. Lin." Kai Fanqing grew curious about Lin He's identity. It seemed that in Xia country, there was no colossal entity associated with the Lin surname. Could it be that he was simply uninformed? Merely a trifling matter, Lin He humbly remarked. A trifling matter indeed, Mr. Lin. You are excessively modest, Zhang Beixing recalled. I wonder how much equity Mr. Lin is willing to release? Xia Hanlin inquired. Due to the enchanting piano piece of the wedding dream, he unconditionally supports Lin He. Since the passing of his wife, Xia Hanlin's desire for wealth has significantly diminished. In his heart, Lin He is now his confidant, the sole maestro capable of resurrecting the visage of his deceased wife. 49%, Lin He contemplated before speaking. Thus, he retained 51% in the amusement park project. Ensuring the greatest control. I demand 20%, was the first declaration from Song Qingru. Miss Song, you might be a tad too greedy. Kai Fanqing expressed his dissatisfaction. With only 49% in total, Song Qingru was seeking nearly half. The remaining 29% would be divided among 4 individuals. Isn't my relationship with Mr. Lin better? Song Qingru playfully revealed the charm of a youthful girl. Kai Fanqing, Zhang Beisheng, and Lu Tao felt helpless. Given Song Qingru's age, she could easily be their daughter. However, none dared to underestimate her presence. At this moment, her youthful playfulness during equity negotiations carried an air of audacity. For she was but 20 yet possessed a wisdom beyond her years. After deliberation, the equity distribution was finalized. Lin He unveiled the strategic layout of the amusement park project, igniting a palpable excitement among the 4. Ultimately, Song Qingru secured 20%, Kai Fanqing 8%, Lu Tao 10%, Xia Hanlin 8%, and Zhang Beixing 3%. These 4 titans of the national wealth rankings understood that this was not merely a matter of shares, but rather a means to forge mutual interests through the amusement park project. In a society where connections often outweigh monetary gain, the project in Xinjiang City would channel funds directly into Mr. Lin's bank account through equity distribution, Song Qingru stated. Subsequent projects in other regions and their dividends will naturally adhere to the same equity framework. As seasoned business people, I shall refrain from further elaboration. Bai Yuanji made a phone call, and soon several professional lawyers arrived, distributing pre-prepared contracts to everyone. One should bear children like Miss Song, Kai Fanqing remarked with admiration. Clearly, Song Qingru had anticipated unanimous agreement, preparing the contracts in advance. The only aspect requiring on-site revision was the equity ratios. After confirming the contracts were in order, all, including Lin He, joyfully signed. Who knows when Mr. Lin might release some shares of the entertainment company? Xia Hanlin set down his pen, stating, the profits in the entertainment industry are astonishingly lucrative. If Mr. Lin has any intentions to release shares of Qingya Entertainment, we brothers should be notified first. Kai Fanqing echoed his sentiment. With the signing of a single contract, the 4 titans of the national wealth rankings began to refer to Lin He as their brother. If you are willing to believe me, then I can assure you that the attractions at the amusement park are far more exhilarating than you can imagine. Lin He said with a cheerful smile. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in his ears. Ding. Your daughter is in trouble. Please arrive to protect her before her safety is threatened. Completion of the task will yield rewards. Upon comprehending the message, Lin He's expression swiftly turned icy. What do you intend to do? Lin Weiya questioned warily, observing Dongfang Xiang, who obstructed the elevator doors as she attempted to leave. From now on, follow me and call me Dad. I can offer you more than you have ever encountered, Dongfang Xiang declared, extending his hand towards Lin Weiya's delicate face. Charming, truly charming. A youthful girl is undoubtedly the most potent weapon against men. Who does not adore beautiful and youthful maidens? Chapter 105. The depths of this circle are too profound for you to grasp. Allow me to intervene, Mr. Dongfang. I kindly ask you to accommodate this situation. This is... A previous female server stepped forward, positioning herself between Dongfang Xiang and Lin Weiye. After all, this was personally arranged by Miss Song, and there could be no room for error. Otherwise, it would be the ordinary folk who suffer amidst the clash of titans. With a sudden crack, the small flame of anger within Dongfang Xiang had long since spiraled out of control. Upon seeing the woman in the server's attire obstructing him, he swung his hand forcefully, landing a heavy blow to her face. The server, taken completely off guard, was sent crashing against the corridor wall, blood streaming from her nose. When did it become the prerogative of a server to speak before me? Dongfang Xiang rubbed his wrist, disdain evident in his tone. The server, clearly injured, dabbed at her bleeding nose with her sleeve, too intimidated to respond. How could you strike someone? Lin Weiye supported the injured server, helping her to her feet with a tissue to staunch the bleeding, her voice filled with indignation as she confronted Dongfang Xiang. Isn't it more thrilling to strike? Is your father particularly gentle with you? Dongfang Xiang's gaze roamed unabashedly over Lin Weiye. If you prefer a lighter touch, I can be quite gentle with you. Shameless. Lin Weiye was incensed. Let me see who has provoked our brother Xiang. A group of elegantly dressed young individuals approached, chuckling at the bloodstains on the floor. No one felt sympathy for the injured server. Let us depart, Lin Weiye said, unwilling to linger with this callous crowd, as she helped the server to leave. Once she saw her father, she would surely express her gratitude to this sister, who had endured Dongfang Xiang's malice to protect her. Trying to leave, Dongfang Xiang stepped forward, blocking her path. Do you expect your father to rescue you? The well-dressed young people, clearly scions of affluent families, gathered in amused clusters, observing the unfolding drama. In elite circles, many were aware of Dongfang Xiang's notorious tendencies. Last year, in pursuit of his whims, he had brutally reduced a university student to a vegetative state. Ultimately, through familial connections, he had managed to suppress the incident without a ripple. In the ensuing years, Dongfang Xiang had shown some restraint. Yet, it was evident that his pursuit of refined pleasures remained unabated. The group of wealthy youths turned their attention to Lin Weiye. Young, charming, with skin as fair as snow, a visage that could bring down fish from water, and a figure that was perfectly proportioned. It was no wonder she had stirred such a tumult in Dongfang Xiang. My father is on his way. You will regret this, Lin Weiye said coldly. Regret? How frightening. Dongfang Xiang chuckled. You will soon understand that my father is even more formidable. All eyes were fixed on Lin Weiye, the unfortunate young girl who seemed unable to escape the clutches of Dongfang Xiang. Those familiar with Dongfang Xiang's proclivities lamented the fate of such a beautiful and youthful maiden, destined to be tormented beyond recognition. Despite this, no one dared to provoke Dongfang Xiang in a misguided attempt at heroism. As Dongfang Xiang leered, preparing to advance further, a chilling voice floated in from behind. Father. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Weiye's eyes brightened. A man approached, his demeanor imbued with a subtle menace, striding forth with purpose. This man was none other than Lin He. The moment he confirmed his daughter's safety, a heavy burden lifted from his heart. Father. This sister came to protect me, Lin Weiye said apologetically as she moved to stand beside Lin He. Dongfang Xiang paid Lin He no mind. He was only intrigued by how well Lin Weiye had been trained. Not only did she obediently submit in specific circumstances, but she also referred to her master as father in a public setting. If this man were willing to part with Lin Weiye, perhaps Dongfang Xiang could contemplate forging a friendship with him, if only to inquire about the methods employed to render a plaything so compliant. I understand, Lin He nodded. Let us head to the infirmary first. Once I've dealt with matters here, I will come to see you. Thank you, Mr. Lin, the young attendant replied, enduring her pain as she made her way towards the elevator. Lin He then shifted his gaze to Dongfang Xiang. Is it you who seeks to take my daughter? He inquired calmly. You are a man of the circle. Surely, you comprehend certain realities. This realm is fraught with peril, one you cannot navigate. Leave it to me. Dongfang Xiang retorted. Do you think you can manage it? Lin He mocked. What other option is there? Dongfang Xiang stepped closer. Alas, to offend Dongfang Xiang for a mere woman is not a prudent course of action. While Dongfang Xiang is formidable, the greater threat lies with his brother, Dongfang Lei, who is even more ruthless. It rings true, the saying that the poor play with cars while the rich play with watches. However, in certain circles, it's not about cars or watches, but rather the women by one's side. Without strength, beauty merely becomes a source of calamity. Surrounding wealthy youths murmured amongst themselves, fully aware that if Lin He continued to resist, his fate would be nothing short of tragic. Dongfang Xiang's arrogance stemmed from the formidable power of his brother, Dongfang Lei. Mr. Lin, Song Qingru approached from behind, standing beside Lin He. Please take my daughter to rest, Lin He said with a gentle smile. Of course, Song Qingru replied, signaling to Bai Yuanji behind her, as she tenderly took Lin Weiye's hand and led her away from that floor. What just happened? Wasn't he that Miss Song a moment ago? Something feels off. This man is no ordinary individual. I thought Dongfang Xiang was about to inflict more torment, but it seems this time he has encountered a formidable opponent. Among the numerous affluent young gentlemen present, many recognized the girl standing beside Lin He as Song Qingru, the proprietor of the Huabin Club. The reason for the gathering of such high society figures at the resort today was indeed the presence of Song Qingru. The confident Dongfang Xiang paused in his tracks. Was that charming young lady the daughter of Mr. Lin? She has certainly inherited her father's exceptional genes. It is a pity that my son is too old. Otherwise, I would have truly wished to forge a familial bond with Mr. Lin. From behind, four middle-aged gentlemen emerged, among whom was Kai Fanqing, the owner of Galaxy Holdings Group, ranked 69th on the national rich list. Also present were Zhang Beisheng, the owner of a health insurance company. Ranked 95th, Lu Tao, the owner of Ocean Innovation Technology Company, Limited, ranked 97th, and Xia Hanlin, chairman of the Yuanai Group. Ranked 103rd on the national wealthy list. The expressions on the faces of everyone present revealed their astonishment, as they clearly had not anticipated such prominent figures from the national wealth rankings to converge at the resort today. Chapter 106, Call Your Brother. Or you will suffer in the upper echelons of society. The disparity in status is starkly evident. Among the elite, there exists a hierarchy, magnates, affluent individuals, and signs of wealth are all ranked in various tiers. Kai Fanqing, Zhang Beisheng, Lu Tao, and Xia Hanlin are prominent figures in this circle who can look down upon others with ease. The question arises, who is this younger man? The four titans on the wealthy list clearly recognize him, and their relationship appears rather amicable. It is Dongfang Xiang whose expression grows increasingly grim. Is she the daughter who has inherited her father's exceptional genes? The son is too old. Otherwise, would they consider an alliance? This father is not that father, and this daughter is not that daughter. Dongfang Xiang begins to suspect that he has misinterpreted the girl's words. No wonder there seems to be a communication barrier. It turns out that the other party is simply not part of the elite circles. Damn, it seems there has been a misunderstanding between us, Mr. Lin. May I explain? Dongfang Xiang inquired. Certainly, Mr. Lin replied with a hint of amusement. That is reassuring. Dongfang Xiang exhaled in relief. His arrogance was reserved solely for those of lower status. The man standing before him evidently possessed a remarkable identity. If adopting a humble demeanor could resolve the troubles he had inadvertently caused today, Dongfang Xiang was more than willing to renounce his pride. He gestured invitingly and took a seat at a nearby booth. A bottle of top-tier Ermine Martin, please. Dongfang Xiang snapped his fingers. Soon, a waiter arrived with the Ermine Martin and the necessary glassware. The group of young masters did not depart, but rather settled into nearby seats in small clusters. In the upper class, everyone prioritizes their interests. Since the previous incident did not yield irreparable consequences, it was relatively easy to resolve. Observing Dongfang Xiang and the mysteriously esteemed man seated together, engaged in lively conversation, the onlookers were not surprised. Ermine Martin is globally recognized as a premier connoisseur of fine champagne and cognac, sourcing its grapes from the heart of the cognac region to ensure an unparalleled richness of aroma. Dongfang Xiang poured a drink for Lin He and elaborated. Kai Fanqing, Zhang Beisheng, Lu Tao, and Xia Hanlin settled into another booth, intrigued by how Lin He would handle a situation where he nearly harmed a daughter. Given the previous grievances, Dongfang Xiang, sensing Lin He's silence, tactfully recounted every detail of the earlier incident without omission. So, you mistook my daughter for someone from your circle, Lin He realized. Indeed, Dongfang Xiang nodded. Suddenly, in an unexpected turn of events, Lin He seized the bottle of Ermine Martin and brought it crashing down upon Dongfang Xiang's head. With a dull thud, Dongfang Xiang collapsed beneath the table, blood staining the bottle as it dripped onto the surface. The entire venue fell into an immediate, stunned silence. In the blink of an eye, Lin He, who had been smiling moments before, suddenly transformed his expression into one of fierce aggression and struck out with a force that seemed lethal. Bai Yuanji, standing not far away, was taken aback, astonished to discover that beneath the seemingly refined and cultured exterior of Mr. Lin, there flowed a current of such violent temperament. Initially, the young lady had signaled him to ensure Lin He's safety, but it now appeared that such precautions were unwarranted. Kai Fanqing, Zhang Beisheng, Lu Tao, and Xia Hanlin were equally astonished, with the first three dawning expressions of deep contemplation. Who exactly was Lin He? The strength he displayed moments ago could have easily been fatal. Xia Hanlin was particularly astonished. He had witnessed Lin He's elegant demeanor while playing the piano, every movement exuding an artistic grace seemingly cultivated over a century. Yet, in this moment of action, he appeared as a cold and ruthless figure akin to a suited thug. Dongfang Xiang lay motionless beneath the table, silence enveloping the scene. No one dared to speak, unaware of whether he was alive or dead. The wealthy scions closely associated with Dongfang Xiang held their breath, paralyzed by fear. Lin He stood up expressionlessly, holding a Remy Martin bottle, its mouth facing downward, causing the liquid within to cascade forth, chillingly splashing onto Dongfang Xiang's bloodied face. With the sudden coldness of the liquor, Dongfang Xiang gasped sharply, followed by a piercing headache. Struggling to regain his footing, he staggered up, his eyes bloodshot as he trembled and pointed a finger forward. Why you dare to hit me? Crack. Without uttering a word, Lin He brought the empty Remy Martin bottle down forcefully onto Dongfang Xiang's finger, producing a spine-chilling sound of cracking bone. In the face of a high-quality, sturdy bottle, the human finger proved to be exceedingly fragile. The strength behind his blow was a formidable testament to his power. The connection of fingers to the heart caused Dongfang Xiang to instinctively retract his hand, letting out a wretched scream. Annoyed by the noise, Lin He frowned. Sweeping the Remy Martin bottle horizontally from left to right with a speed that left only a fleeting shadow in its wake. The bottle struck Dongfang Xiang squarely in the mouth. Witnesses noted a spray of blood mingled with a pearly white tooth. The screams abruptly ceased as Dongfang Xiang stumbled back and collapsed. "Why you? My brother is coming. He will surely kill you." Dongfang Xiang's eyes were bloodshot as he mumbled incoherently, his entire mouth devoid of sensation. "Then call him. Let him come." Lin He approached Dongfang Xiang, crouching down and stating, "How about giving your brother 20 minutes? If he is even a minute late, I will take one of your fingers. If you lose a finger, I shall take a toe instead." Throughout, Lin He's tone remained light and carefree, as if casually inquiring if friends wanted to partake in a piece of bacon during a sunny picnic by the lake. Yet within the current atmosphere, an eerie chill enveloped all present. The wealthy science, accustomed to their brazen demeanor, had never encountered such a ferocious man. They desperately etched Lin He's features into their memories, for if they were to provoke this fearsome individual again, would they not meet a fate akin to that of Dongfang Xiang? "Could you kindly fetch a mobile phone for me?" Lin He inquired with an amiable smile. Bai Yuanji promptly approached, holding a phone, and placed it before Dongfang Xiang. He initially intended to counsel Lin He, deeming Dongfang Xiang inconsequential. However, his brother, Dongfang Lei, was a member of the Huabin Club. Yet, upon witnessing the smile on Lin He's face juxtaposed with the icy malevolence swirling in his eyes, Bai Yuanji swallowed back his words. "Call your brother. Otherwise, you may find yourself in dire straits," Lin He remarked cheerfully, tapping the bloodied lips of Dongfang Xiang with the bottle of Remy Martin in his hand. The pain sent a shiver through Dongfang Xiang, resonating deep within his very soul. Chapter 107, Asset Enhancement, the hidden wealthiest in Hebei Province. Dongfang Xiang was utterly bewildered. In the past, whenever he mentioned his elder brother, Dongfang Lei, it always proved effective. Why was it that the man before him, grinning like a devil, showed no fear this time, stifling his excruciating pain? Dongfang Xiang dialed the number he had memorized by heart, and it was soon connected. "Brother, who are you?" The words emerged from Dongfang Xiang's mouth. His voice altered, as he had lost several teeth in the altercation. The man on the other end clearly did not recognize him. "Brother, it's Dongfang Xiang. I've had my teeth knocked out." In that moment, Dongfang Xiang felt as fragile as a 200-pound child, nearly on the verge of tears. Throughout his life, he had always been the one dealing blows. He had never been on the receiving end of such violence. "Who did this to you?" The tone on the other end shifted abruptly. No wonder the voice had seemed both familiar and strange. It turned out to be Dongfang Xiang, whose voice had been so altered by the beating. Lin He took the phone from him. Dongfang Xiang was ready to explode. He hadn't finished recounting his grievances yet. Once his brother arrived, he would ensure that the man before him met a grim fate. Lin He immediately raised the bloodied bottle of Remy Martin, extinguishing Dongfang Xiang's bravado, forcing him to lower his gaze in submission. After all, his brother was still on the line, and Dongfang Xiang had no doubt that if he continued his defiance, Lin He would not hesitate to beat him to a pulp. "I am Lin He. Your brother is here with me. He has lost his teeth, and it seems a finger is broken too, bleeding quite profusely. Come to the vacation resort under the name of Huabin Club to retrieve him. I trust you know the location." Lin He glanced at Dongfang Xiang while speaking to the person on the phone. "Do you know who I am?" Dongfang Lei inquired, his voice low. "I do not," Lin He replied with a smile, "but I know that a dragon's reverse scale, when touched, spells certain death." The final 8 words floated lightly, yet a chilling aura of menace seeped through the telephone line. "Ding dong. Your daughter narrowly escaped danger." Upholding the principle of a father's victory, the host's assets have been elevated to the status of the hidden wealthiest in Hebei Province. The system notification chimed in Lin He's ears, illuminating his eyes with excitement. To his astonishment, this trip to Huabin Club had yielded unexpected rewards. His daughter's temperament was distinct from his son's. She was gentle and well-behaved, having never caused trouble throughout her life. Thus, Lin He had refrained from subtly suggesting that she engage in actions contrary to her nature. He would rather liberate Lin Qing, that prodigal scoundrel, allowing him to stir trouble as long as he did not violate moral or legal boundaries. However, he had not anticipated that trouble would seek out his daughter, inadvertently prompting the system to forcibly enhance his assets. Mr. Lin, how do you wish to resolve this? Dongfang Lei inquired after a moment of silence. What do you think? Lin He retorted. With the assets of the hidden wealthiest in Hanbei province, Lin He felt bolstered in confidence. The ability of the other party to compel the system to elevate assets was a testament to their formidable strength. But so what? Before becoming the reclusive tycoon of Hanbei province, Lin He indeed encountered some troubles. Alas, in this fleeting moment, he had already undergone a transformation as profound as that between heaven and earth. You have but one younger brother, and judging by the sound, he must have suffered greatly at your hands, remarked Dongfang Lei. Well, it has been done. Perhaps it would be best to let this matter rest? Lin He inquired with a hint of indifference. As the elder brother is akin to a father, I believe Mr. Dongfang should exercise stricter discipline over his younger sibling. What do you think? Lin He continued. There is no need for Mr. Lin to concern himself with this, Dongfang Lei replied. With a resounding crash, the bottle of Remy Martin slipped from Lin He's grasp, striking directly upon Dongfang Xiang's 3 fingers, visibly breaking them at a grotesque angle. Those present, including Kai Fanxing, Zhang Beisheng, Lu Tao, and Xia Hanlin, felt a chill run down their spines. Lin He, your ruthlessness is truly daunting, Dongfang Lei declared through gritted teeth. I shall come over immediately. Upon hanging up, Lin He tossed the shattered bottle aside, remarking, your brother certainly shares your foul temperament. Dongfang Xiang lay on the ground, eyes closed, his lips pale and trembling from the pain, feeling as though he were trapped in a nightmare. Should you wish to seek trouble with me? I am always at your service, Lin He stated, rising and making his way towards the elevator. Kai Fanxing and the other 3 dignitaries followed suit, departing as the project contracts had been finalized, and they had their own affairs to attend to. This evening's events would undoubtedly compel them to reassess Lin He's standing within their social circles. His actions were utterly unpredictable, a capricious nature that instilled a sense of apprehension among them. Dongfang Xiang lay there, abandoned. No one dared intervene as the wealthy scions hurried away, fearing the wrath of Dongfang Lei should he arrive and find Lin He absent. After cleaning the blood from his hands, Lin He emerged from the restroom. Bai Yuanji gazed at the gentleness radiating from Lin He's face, finding it hard to reconcile with the menacing figure he had just encountered on the 5th floor. He escorted Lin He to the private box upstairs, where Lin Weiye was enjoying dessert with Song Qingru. The injured waitress was also present, her demeanor somewhat reserved. If not for today's altercation, she would never have had the chance to sit among the club's true magnates. Thank you for today, Lin He said sincerely as he sat across from her, placing a check upon the table and sliding it towards her. This is the waitress gasped as she beheld the figure of 1 followed by 7 zeros. 10 million? Had it not been for you, my precious daughter might have suffered harm. Lin He continued in a somber tone, today's events were my oversight. The waitress hesitated to accept, overwhelmed by the sum of money she had never before encountered. Having worked for an extended period at the luxurious resort frequented by the affluent, the waitress was undoubtedly familiar with the allure of checks. With this delicate piece of paper in hand, she could simply visit the bank and exchange it for a staggering 10 million. In her lifetime, she might never need to toil again. For Mr. Lin, such an amount was merely a trifle. Today, you performed exceptionally well, Song Qingru remarked. From now on, consider yourself the supervisor of the resort. Should anyone seek retribution for today's events, do not hesitate to contact me. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Thank you, Miss Song. The waitress responded promptly, rising to bow in gratitude. In that moment, she felt that the beating she endured today was not in vain. After engaging in a brief conversation with Song Qingru, Lin He prepared to depart with his daughter. As they were leaving, he added, should Dongfang Lei and Dongfang Xiang wish to seek vengeance, they are always welcome. Upon arriving at the parking lot, Lin He and Lin Wei entered their vehicle. Suddenly, Lin He's phone vibrated twice, indicating an incoming text message. Chapter 108. Wealth that seems as if one's family operates a mint, trending on Weibo. Father, shall I assist you in checking what news has come in? Lin Weiye inquired, gazing at the flickering notification light on her father's phone. Take a look, Lin He replied, starting the Cullinan and driving towards the vacation villa. Lin Weiye picked up the phone and opened a new message. Dear Mr. Lin, I am Gao Mingji from the Rolls-Royce dealership. I had the pleasure of attending to you today when you picked up your Rolls-Royce Cullinan. I secretly noted down the phone number you registered. Please forgive my boldness. I do not intend to poach clients from the dealership, so please do not misunderstand. When you were collecting your vehicle today, I couldn't help but glance at you a few times. Your height and appearance bear an uncanny resemblance to my first love. And seeing you made my heart race. Perhaps I am being a bit forward. I have contemplated sending you this message for quite some time. I hope I am not disturbing you at this late hour. Should you wish to get to know me, I would appreciate it if you could accept my request when I add you shortly. I await your response. Upon reading this lengthy message, Lin Weiye displayed an expression of astonishment and then read it aloud to her father. Lin he instantly recalled the striking saleswoman with long legs from the Rolls-Royce dealership. The man who had busied himself for a long while, only to gain nothing and face embarrassment, must be experiencing quite the spectacle upon receiving this message from the alluring saleswoman. Is father going to reply? Lin Weiye asked mischievously. No need, Lin he chuckled, shaking his head. As adults, who would he understand the intentions of the saleswoman named Gao Mingji? Miss, Dongfang Lei has taken away Dongfang Xiang. Bai Yuanji announced as he entered from outside, speaking respectfully. Song Qingru had already seen the video of Lin he striking Dongfang Xiang. I have viewed it. And not less than 3 times, she replied. Her understanding of Lin he had been profoundly reshaped. Affluent? Elegant? A brute? Cold-hearted? A genius? A doting parent? The longer she knew Lin he, the more elusive it became to categorize him appropriately. Did Dongfang Lei say anything? Song Qingru snapped back to reality from her contemplation. Nothing. Bai Yuanji shook his head. Could he be taking covert action? Not for now, Song Qingru refuted, stating, those who have attained membership status at the Huabin Club are hardly fools. Moreover, Dongfang Lei is aware of Mr. Lin. After all, they have crossed paths in Qijiang City. Miss, are you referring to the matter concerning Yangshan? Bai Yuanji recalled. Indeed, Song Qingru affirmed. However, Mr. Lin is currently unaware of this situation. Dongfang Lei has been brooding over Yangshan's incident. He seeks to leverage it to establish a foothold in Xinjiang City, which is, after all, the fastest-growing third-tier city in Hanbei Province. Unfortunately for him, he has encountered Mr. Lin. Bai Yuanji chuckled softly. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Weiye was instructed to rest first. Dad, did I cause you trouble tonight? Lin Weiye bit her lip before heading upstairs. With her father around, there was no such thing as trouble. Lin he gently stroked his daughter's hair and replied softly, you did nothing wrong today. It was I who did not anticipate such an occurrence. I shall be more vigilant in the future. You are so kind, Dad, Lin Weiye said, playfully throwing herself into Lin he's embrace. Silly girl, go rest now. Lin he gently patted her back. Lin Weiye beamed with joy as she ascended the stairs. Once his daughter returned to her room, Lin he's expression suddenly turned icy. The infallible system bestowed upon him by his father had not only enhanced his assets but also provided information regarding Dongfang Lei. Dongfang Lei was far from clean. He had initially risen through unscrupulous means. After amassing a certain degree of wealth and industry, he quickly laundered his reputation and evaded scrutiny. Currently, he operated in Hanbei Province, engaging in usury, gambling, and various entertainment venues, with numerous henchmen at his disposal. While he appeared respectable on the surface, he still maintained dubious connections to his former illicit dealings. Most importantly, it was Dongfang Lei who had once supported Yangshan from behind the scenes. Returning to his study, Lin telephoned Xiao Rui and Yunyan to inform them of the day's events. Xiao Rui was responsible for protecting Lin Qing, while Yunyan was tasked with safeguarding Lin Weiye. Should Dongfang Lei entertain any nefarious intentions, Lin he would spare no effort in eliminating him, including his brother Dongfang Xiang. After arranging the children's protection, he checked his personal bank account, noting the recent influx of 100 billion yuan, and promptly sent the newly acquired industrial information to Wen Shui's email. 100 billion in funds, 1,000 billion in assets. The system was remarkably efficient. Indeed, the hidden tycoon of Hanbei Province bore the hallmarks of such a position. Wen Shui had just finished his evening routine and was preparing to read before bed when he noticed an email from Mr. Lin and opened it. Well, who exactly is Mr. Lin? He exclaimed, his sleepiness vanishing as he stared at the lengthy list of industries, utterly dumbfounded. These assets required his cooperation with Bai Yuye to complete the merger with Qingye Group. Roughly calculating, this colossal fortune combined with previous holdings easily surpassed 100 billion. Mr. Lin's wealth could effortlessly secure him the title of Hanbei Province's richest individual. When Shui mused, truly significant figures are remarkably low-key. In the eyes of outsiders, Mr. Lin was enigmatic, powerful, and possessed wealth beyond measure. Yet, among his own, he remained a figure whose affluence seemed as if he were running a mint. Ding. Keep a close watch on Dongfang Lei and his brother Dongfang Xiang. Should they take any detrimental actions against us, eliminate them from Hanbei province without hesitation. The terse message radiated a palpable aura of menace. When Shui's spirits lifted, and he swiftly made arrangements over the phone. Where did you go last night? Several dormitory mates encircled Lin Weiye upon her return, their gazes laced with scrutiny. Having spent an entire night away, Lin Weiye had changed her attire, leaving much to the imagination. Time to head home, she said as she settled down, stretching languidly. The comfort of her bed at home was unparalleled compared to that of the dormitory. Could it be that she had ventured into the embrace of a handsome suitor? In the dormitory, her roommates were engaged in playful banter. Little did they know. A post had surged to popularity on the forum of the Youth Art Academy. Breaking news. A certain campus belle has been taken under the wing of a wealthy patron. Within a mere morning, this post ascended to the top 3 of the forum's trending topics. Boss, our marketing department wishes to request that you create a Weibo account. The department head stated, standing in the office. Certainly, Lin He replied, readily agreeing after considering the rationale presented. The speculation surrounding the identity of the owner of Qingye Entertainment Company was rivaling that of Dong Wuwan. On that very day, a Weibo account under the name Lin He was established. Qingye Entertainment Company announced, after much anticipation, we warmly welcome our boss to join the Weibo family. Dong Wuwan added, congratulations to our boss on successfully launching a Weibo account. I will certainly strive to work even harder. In no time, the trending topic surged to the top spot with explosive fervor. The owner of Qingye Entertainment Company has launched a Weibo account. Chapter 109, a 10 million lottery. The nation's largest real estate developer for the young men and women who have recently taken a fancy to internet surfing. The words Qingye Entertainment Company have become an irresistible buzzword. It soared to the top of Weibo's trending searches, suggesting some deliberate hype. After all, the owner of Qingye Entertainment has recently garnered attention rivaling that of any A-list star. With his Weibo account now active, the platform is eager to promote him, creating a win-win situation. Speculation about the identity of Qingye Entertainment's owner has sparked fervent discussion among netizens. Some assert that he is a mogul from the entertainment industry, while others claim he is a wealthy tycoon venturing into showbiz. There are even whispers that powerful figures are backing the company, shrouded in secrecy. In any case, curiosity about the owner is palpable. Upon the owner's Weibo debut, users flocked to the trending topic. His follower count skyrocketed from a mere single digit to a staggering 77,000, and it continues to rise. However, many users began to feel that something was amiss. Upon checking the profile of Weibo user Lin He, they discovered, name, Lin He Weibo verification, none photo, none number of posts, none all details seemed non-existent. Could it be a hoax? Doubts began to creep into the minds of many netizens, for in today's digital age, distinguishing truth from falsehood has become increasingly challenging. Might this blogger be an impersonator of Qingye Entertainment's true owner? After all, no one truly knows the real identity of the company's proprietor. Perhaps he doesn't even go by the name Lin He. As the saying goes, rumors are easily spread, but dispelling them can be a daunting task. Ding dong. Notification. Lin He has published his first Weibo post. Weibo user Lin He. Thank you all for your attention. It's my first time on this platform, and I will be selecting 100 lucky fans, each to receive 100,000 yuan. Simply retweet this post to participate in the lottery. With results announced at 7 o'clock this evening. Walking a snail, 100 lucky fans, each receiving 100,000 yuan. This is 1 million in total? Chopping wood girl. Is the person above a contemporary mathematician? You must be happy. The boss is incredible, truly affluent. Dong Wuwan. Congratulations to the boss on his first Weibo post. I hope for the unveiling of the secrets behind it. Lightspeed departure. Goddess Wuwan is here too. In just a few minutes, the number of retweets and comments exceeded 1,000. Lin He's follower count effortlessly surpassed 1 million. The new content swiftly climbed to the top of Weibo's trending list. Qingye Entertainment Company's owner announces a 10 million lottery. After posting, Lin He logged off Weibo and dialed a number on his phone. Mr. Lin? Came the voice of Chung Wenrui from the other end. Our collaboration is about to undergo some changes. My Qingye group intends to acquire your Wenrui real estate. And I will also be repurchasing your 10% stake in the amusement park project. I wonder if you would agree? Lin He inquired, leaving Qing Wenrui momentarily hesitant about the acquisition process. He is currently in a collaborative relationship with Mr. Lin, but once the acquisition takes place, he will essentially become Mr. Lin's subordinate. The future would undoubtedly be more secure than his current situation. However, this means that Wenrui real estate will come under Mr. Lin's control. It is a daunting decision. What does Wenrui real estate primarily do? Lin He inquired. Real estate. Chang Wenrui replied succinctly. I will invest in you, making you the largest real estate developer in the nation, Lin He asserted confidently. Although I hold the largest stake in Wenrui real estate, you can still be the leader. I will not interfere excessively. The notion of becoming the largest real estate developer in the country made Chang Wenrui's heart race. The olive branch extended by Mr. Lin evoked no resistance within him. He immediately replied, I am willing. This determination was more resolute than a groom's vow to cherish his bride for a lifetime. Very well. I will arrange for the contract to be sent to you immediately. As an apology for violating our initial agreement, an additional 10 billion will accompany the contract. Let this be regarded as the first round of investment, Lin He said with a smile. Due to the collaboration with several prominent billionaires at the resort, it necessitated the retrieval of Chang Wenrui's 10% stake in the Chinya amusement park. Lin He felt genuinely remorseful about this. 10 billion? Chang Wenrui gasped, his breath becoming ragged over the phone. This sum could multiply the scale of Wenrui real estate several times over. Thank you, Mr. Lin, Chang Wenrui exclaimed with excitement. The thought of becoming the largest real estate developer in the nation felt like a dream come true. Brother, I want revenge. I will incapacitate that Lin He and ensure he spends the rest of his life in bed. A furious roar echoed from the hospital ward. This is a hospital. Please keep your voice down, a passing nurse reminded him. Shut your mouth and get lost, the enraged man shouted. The nurse, visibly startled, thought to herself that this man must be out of his mind. My apologies. I will ensure he quiets down, said the man standing in the ward. All right. The nurse quickly retreated. The patient on the bed was bandaged and in a cast, clearly a victim of someone's wrath. Closing the door, the man quietly regarded Dongfang Xiang on the bed. Have you shouted enough? Brother, you cannot abandon me, Dongfang Xiang shouted angrily. The man standing in the ward was his elder brother, Dongfang Lei. Lin He is from Xinjiang City, Dongfang Lei stated. Xinjiang City? Dongfang Xiang was taken aback, becoming even more brazen. I've never even heard of that city. Brother, what's wrong with you? After all these years, are you afraid of him? When will you start using your brain? Dongfang Lei suddenly lost the desire to engage with him. Focus on your recovery. Learn from your mistakes. With that, Dongfang Lei departed the ward with his subordinates. Certainly, a few brothers have remained to provide care. He initially intended to inform Dongfang Xiang of Lin He's complex identity. Merely being a director of the Huabin Club renders one not easily trifled with. Opposing Lin He, once known, would equate to opposing the entire Huabin Club. Dongfang Lei, a member of the Huabin Club, is far removed from the stature of a director. Moreover, there exists a hierarchy even among members. Dongfang Lei wished to convey this to Dongfang Xiang, yet upon observing the latter's foolish demeanor, he deemed it best to refrain. If Dongfang Xiang possessed even a modicum of sense, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. Lin He, stepping out of the hospital room, Dongfang Lei revealed a sinister expression. In the boys' dormitory. Have you all heard? Our school S-Bell has been taken care of by a wealthy magnate from outside the school. A boy exclaimed as he pushed open the dormitory door. Who is it? Lin Qing, engrossed in a video game, removed his headphones. The newly crowned school belle, the ice goddess, Lin Weiyi. The boy stroked his chin thoughtfully. Chapter 110. How daring to spread rumors about my sister, truly lacking in life. Lin Weiyi? Lin Qing removed her headphones and placed them on the table. Where did you hear that? Is it necessary to ask? In our academy, who doesn't he know? Replied a boy with a cheerful smile. The ice goddess is the newly crowned campus beauty of our Qingji Art Academy. To be honest, I once harbored a secret admiration for her. What a pity that such a delicate flower has been plucked so swiftly. Did you see it? Lin Qing stood up. No, the boy shook his head. Then how can you speak so confidently? Lin Qing inquired further. Don't you check our school forum? The boy seemed puzzled, then suddenly realized, dude, you're not secretly in love with the campus beauty, are you? I ask you, without having seen it with your own eyes, why do you speak with such conviction? Lin Qing approached the boy, towering over him, his long face exuding an intimidating presence. Didn't I tell you? It's been circulating on the forum for ages. Why are you so anxious? The boy, sensing Lin Qing's rising anger, added, what a bore. Even if you were wealthy like those socialites, you still wouldn't win her heart. How dare you? Lin Qing's fist landed squarely on the boy's face, swiftly followed by a kick that sent him tumbling out of the dormitory. With resolute energy, Lin Qing charged outside, mounting the boy and unleashing a flurry of punches. Stop. Stop. If the dorm supervisor finds out, we'll face school punishment. A fellow dorm mate rushed out, desperately pulling him away. The boy, now rising from the ground, wiped the blood from his nose and pointed at Lin Qing, saying, "You think you're tough, huh? Meet me at the back of the school at 5 this afternoon for a little practice? Fine, if you don't show. I'll beat you every time I see you," Lin Qing retorted coldly. "I detest fools who spread rumors without any basis. So, you're the gallant protector, are you?" The boy pointed back at Lin Qing. "See you after school." Knowing he was no match for Lin Qing in a one-on-one, he turned and walked away. "All right, disperse, disperse. Stop gawking." Several others from the dorm urged Lin Qing to return, shutting the door behind them. Lin Qing's 3 roommates were also from out of town. In order of age, Lin Qing was the third. The eldest, who was the dorm leader, was named Ding Yuan. The second was Rong Rueli. And the fourth was Yao Xingbang. Lin Qing, however, was a local from Nanzhou City, known to flaunt his prowess since the first day of school. Having clashed with a local bully and called in some outside help to give the bully a good beating, Ding Yuan spoke with a serious demeanor. "I've heard he has a brother in the underworld, known as Brother Xiang." "I could care less about Brother Xiang," Lin He scoffed. "With a face like that. If you hadn't stopped me, I would be torn that brat Jia Shou's mouth apart. What are you planning to do about this afternoon's incident?" Rong Rueli asked helplessly. The mountain man possesses his own ingenious strategies. Lin Qing, however, paid no heed, donning his headphones to resume his gaming. Ding Yuan, Rong Rueli, and Yao Xingbang exchanged glances, each wearing a wry smile, utterly perplexed by Lin Qing's audacity. After all, Jia Xiu was a native of Nanzhou City. His connections undoubtedly far superior to those of these outsiders. In the afternoon, at the back entrance of the Qingji Art Academy, a narrow path lined with weeds and street trees awaited. Due to the lack of foot traffic, the few surveillance cameras here had been vandalized, and the school had neglected to repair them. Behind Jia Xiu stood 5 youths, unmistakably from the streets, puffing on cigarettes. Lin Qing emerged from the school's rear exit with his hands tucked in his pockets. Ding Yuan, Rong Rueli, and Yao Xingbang trailed behind, unwilling to let Lin Qing face the impending confrontation alone. "Oh, you really dare to show up," Jia Xiu sneered, a half-burnt cigarette dangling from his lips, exhaling a cloud of smoke. "What do you think you can do? Or perhaps it's your motley crew behind you." Chewing gum leisurely, Lin Qing appeared unfazed. "Students these days are quite brazen," he mused. A youth with bleached hair stepped forward, wielding a baseball bat. The expressions of Ding Yuan, Rong Rueli, and Yao Xingbang turned tense. They excelled academically and had never encountered such a situation. "Xiaogu, I appreciate your help," Lin Qing said, spitting out his gum with a grin. Suddenly, a shadow darted from an unknown direction, delivering a swift kick to the bleached youth, sending him flying several meters away. To the astonishment of Jia Xiu and his companions, the youth landed motionless, his bat tumbling into the weeds. Standing beside Lin Qing was an unremarkable-looking young man, Xiao Rui, Lin Qing's greatest trump card. "Xiaogu, teach them a lesson," Lin Qing urged, his gaze fixed on Jia Xiu, a matter he intended to address personally. "Very well," Xiao Rui replied coolly, stepping forward. "Let us all join in. What of it if he is a fighter?" Jia Xiu discarded his cigarette butt and charged, bat in hand, only to be swiftly knocked to the ground with a single slap. Xiao Rui's combat prowess was astonishing as he maneuvered among the street youths, their cries of despair echoing through the air. Within a minute, several of them lay sprawled on the ground. Lin Qing approached and delivered a kick to Jia Xiu's abdomen, coldly stating, "You can eat recklessly, but you cannot speak recklessly." Jia Xiu curled up in pain, too intimidated to respond. "Let us go," Lin Qing said, draping an arm around Xiao Rui's shoulder, beckoning his 3 dorm mates. Those who dared to slander his sister truly had a death wish. "Oh, how fortunate I am. I shared no less than 100 lottery posts on Weibo, and for the first time, I've won 100,000 yuan, a dream I never dared to entertain. At last, my luck has turned. Woohoo. My husband is mighty. My husband is handsome. My husband will love you forever, moi. Has the calling of hubby already begun? How lacking in integrity." As Lenny opened Weibo that evening, he discovered that the lottery event had concluded. The prizes for 100 fortunate fans had been automatically credited to each user's Weibo wallet by the system. This 10 million was what Lin he had deposited into Weibo prior to the commencement of the lottery. Weibo user, Lenny number of followers, 7. 11 million first post, likes, 8. 99 million shares, 13. 22 million comments, 11 million. The results appeared promising. Lin he accessed the system and retrieved an event consumption feedback card from the repository. This card was a reward received for completing the task related to the daughter of the holiday resort. It was this very consumption feedback card that inspired Lin he to participate in the Weibo lottery. Activate. Chapter 111. How do operations worth tens of millions compare to those worth billions? The promotional consumption feedback card. Upon usage, one can obtain a doubling chance of 10 to 100 times. Ding. The consumption feedback card has been successfully activated. The host has received a 100-fold increase. Shortly thereafter, Lin He received a notification from the bank indicating a deposit of 1,000,000,000 into his personal account. A billion. A smile spread across Lin He's face. He had struck it rich. Money is no object. I can hardly eat tonight. Why is it that the 100 prizes of 100,000 each do not include me? The winter's proud flower. I've just claimed a prize of 100,000. Tonight, I joyfully added 10 sausages to my instant noodles, equivalent to my annual salary without food or drink. 2 packs of spicy strips. I sincerely hope the boss holds a lottery every day. Perhaps I could sustain myself on this for a lifetime. At Qingye Entertainment Company, the marketing department was ablaze with activity. The manager and employees were perusing the boss's Weibo. The initial post from the boss garnered popularity rivaling that of top-tier celebrities. How fortunate it is to work at Qingye Entertainment Company under the stewardship of such a wealthy owner. I have also shared today's lottery Weibo, indeed. I am a non-lucky person. The employees were engaged in discussions about the evening's excitement. Under the generous support of their affluent boss, Qingye Entertainment Company was flourishing. 10 million. The mere act of holding a lottery surpassed this group's wildest imaginations of wealth. Do wealthy individuals post on Weibo in such an unpretentious manner? Dong Wenwan returned from attending the Happy Camp, while Chung Die's debut album was ready, with a solid foundation of traffic. Qingye Entertainment Company initiated a week-long promotional build-up across major social media and relevant music and short video platforms. Finally, on the evening of the 8th day at 7 o'clock, Ching Die's Weibo and new album were simultaneously launched. As the first artist to debut from Qingye Entertainment Company, Dong Wenwan naturally promoted Ching Die's Weibo and album release posts. Likewise, Lin He also shared and liked the posts. That night, Ching Die, armed with her new album, topped the charts across various platforms. With substantial financial backing, the entire Qingye Entertainment Company had no surprise in achieving this success. It was simply to be expected. At Xinguang Entertainment Company, I wonder what the true origins of Qingye Entertainment Company are. In the conference room, heads of various departments were seated. Speaking was the president of Xinguang Entertainment Company. Today, their leading artist was releasing a new album, having invested nearly 10 million from preparation to completion, attempting to stir up market excitement. Yet the result felt akin to dropping a stone into the Pacific Ocean. No matter how grand or eye-catching the stone, compared to the vastness of the Pacific, the resulting splashes were trivial. What alarmed the president of Xinguang Entertainment Company was that Qingye Entertainment Company was also situated in Nanzhou City. For now, it remained unknown. The head of the market analysis department murmured, keeping his head bowed. The other executives remained silent, each lost in their own thoughts. What can one possibly compare? The boss over there holds a lottery on Weibo, directly distributing 10 million. Several executives even created alternate accounts to share it. Dong Wenwan, the first artist to debut under Qingye Entertainment, has spent no less than several hundred million on promotional expenses. This time, a first-tier singer from Xinguang Entertainment is releasing a new album, with operational costs in the tens of millions, clashing against the several hundred million investments for the newcomer Ching Die, akin to a toy car colliding with a train, a fool's errand. What does it matter if one is a first-tier singer? In the face of monetary power, one must kneel if commanded. Naturally, no executive would dare voice such sentiments. After all, the current president of Xinguang Entertainment wears an expression clouded with despair, akin to a powder keg on the verge of explosion. Yu Kai lowered his head, gazing at the blank pages of his notebook. When Lin He visited their company, Yu Kai had no intention of looking down upon him. He merely thought it absurd for a small fortune from Qinjiang City to venture into the entertainment industry of a first-tier city. However, he did not anticipate that the entertainment companies of the entire Nanzhou City would be no match for Lin He's Qingye Entertainment. With 2 newcomers debuting, their works, talents, and images are all impeccable. In terms of operations, they invest money as if it were blowing in from the wind. Few entertainment companies in the country possess such audacity. The same scene, at the same time, unfolds in the conference rooms of several other entertainment companies in Nanzhou City. The meteoric rise of Qingye Entertainment has instilled a sense of imminent disaster among them. Wei Yi, have you heard about the events that transpired on the school forum these past few days? 3 roommates sat before Lin Wei Yi, expressing their concerns. I have heard. Lin Wei Yi now walks through the school, attracting peculiar glances. Since the new students arrived, she has garnered attention for her striking beauty, becoming a figure of fascination. The titles of Campus Beauty and Ice Goddess are both her halo and the source of envy for many. Once the sponsorship scandal broke, numerous students began to spread rumors deliberately. "What do you think?" inquired the dorm leader, Ran Shualon. "Should we clarify this on the forum? The innocent will clear their name." Lin Wei shook her head, her expression tranquil. "Very well, if you feel uncomfortable, do let us know." Ran Shualon patted Lin Wei's shoulder. "Rest assured." Lin Wei nodded with a smile. "Shall we go to the bar tonight?" After finishing a ranked game, Yao Xingbang glanced at the night sky outside. "Sure." Lin Qing had just concluded a match as well, feeling quite enthusiastic. The bar, filled with pulsating music and vibrant lights, teeming with lively girls, has become a favored venue among the youth. "All right then." Ding Yuan and Rong Rueli also agreed. "I also invited Ping Qian from our class and asked her to bring a few girls along." Yao Xingbang chuckled. "Tonight, I'll treat everyone and reserve a booth for some fun." His family has a bit of money, although he is from out of town. Yao Xingbang receives several thousand yuan from home every month. He prides himself on being the affluent one in the dormitory, often treating others to outings. This time, Ding Yuan and Rong Rue, who initially had little desire to attend, found their interest piqued. With the allure of female companionship and the promise of free drinks, how could they resist? Yao Xingbang took out his phone to arrange a time and place with Ping Qian, then called out to Lin Qing, urging Ding Yuan and Rong Rue to head to the bar ahead of the others. They would all meet there later. "Hey, isn't that Lin Qing?" One of the boys, walking with his friends, suddenly halted and exclaimed, "Damn, it really is that bastard." Jia Xiu immediately followed suit. After having lost face in front of Lin Qing last time, he had avoided him at school. Now that this fellow was finally going out, Jia Xiu sensed an opportunity and pulled out his phone to dial a number. "Xiang Ge. How have you been lately?" "What's up? Just get to the point," came the curt reply from Dongfang Xiang on the other end. He had returned home to recuperate and was feeling restless. "I've spotted a campus beauty, exceptionally attractive, and I wanted to set up a meeting for you." "But I got a beating from her brother," Jia Xiu said slyly. "Got it. I'm on my way. And I want to see just how beautiful this campus beauty really is," Dongfang Xiang replied, immediately invigorated. Chapter 112. Unable to compete with Lin He. Can one not handle a student? "Xiang Ge, I am not boasting before you. This school beauty is our freshman who has already made a name for herself since her arrival," Jia Xiu said with a face full of grievance. "I am doing all this for you. Well done. If she is truly beautiful, I shall not treat you poorly." Dongfang Xiang laughed heartily. The days spent in the hospital were among his most painful, yet fortunately, his legs were unscathed, allowing him to venture out and flirt without any issues. "Once I confirm the exact location, I will send it to you, Xiang Ge," Jia Xiu exclaimed with delight. As long as Dongfang Xiang brings people over, Lin Qing is bound to be finished. "Hurry up, don't keep me waiting." Dongfang Xiang hung up the phone, feeling a wave of frustration. He had not indulged in meat for several days. It was indeed time to indulge himself. He could not bear to show his face at the Huabin Club nor mingle with the wealthy young elites he had previously associated with. The upper echelons of Nanzhou City were mostly aware that Dongfang Xiang had been beaten like a dog, and none dared to retaliate afterward. Unable to contend with Lin He, could he not manage a mere student? With a school beauty's brother, "Please, does your brother possess the prowess of mind?" Dongfang Xiang set down his phone, shaking his head in disbelief. "Mr. Lin, there are rumors circulating about the young lady at school. Should we intervene?" Yunyan, seated in a Maybach, called her employer. Her duty was to ensure the safety of Lin Weiyi. Initially, Yunyan regarded Lin Weiyi merely as a young lady of status. However, as they spent time together, she discovered her to be kind and pure-hearted. Gradually, while still referring to Lin Weiyi as the young lady, she had come to see her as a friend and even a younger sister. Naturally, Yunyan had heard of the happenings at the school and, contemplating the rumors concerning Lin Weiyi, decided to report them to her employer. After all, he was not only her boss, but also Lin Weiyi's father. Let the young girl handle this matter, Lin He pondered for a few seconds before responding. "As my daughter grows up, if she cannot manage it, I can intervene later." Lin He preferred not to meddle in the affairs of either his daughter or son. "I understand. I will report back if necessary." Yunyan acknowledged her employer's intent. "This is Zhou Yao Yao. This is Mei Jiao. This is Chu Zixiu." At the entrance of the Shark Bar, Yao Xingbang linked arms with Peng Qian, grinning broadly. "You seem quite close. Could it be?" Ding Yuan exclaimed in disbelief. After all, how long had they been in school? No wonder Yao Xingbang could gather these girls. It appeared they had been together for some time already. Well, you've hidden it well. None of us roommates noticed. Lin Qing remarked, surprised. Yao Xingbang had been with them daily, yet he had managed to succeed in his romantic endeavors. Was this what they called time management? Rong Rueli said nothing, but gazed at Yao Xingbang with envy. All right, everyone, let's go in and have some fun. Yao Xingbang winked at Lin Qing and the others. With 4 boys and 4 girls, Peng Qian was already his. The remaining girls, Zhou Yaoyao, Mei Jiao, and Chu Zixio, were to be cherished by his roommates. Lin Qing's gaze fell upon Chu Zixio, whose beauty surpassed that of the other 3 girls. Moreover, all 4 of them in the dormitory were aware that Chu Zixio had previously competed for the title of Freshman Campus Belle. This competition, held at the Qingji Academy of Arts, saw the boys engage in discussions on the forum, followed by collective voting, which included votes from some girls. Ultimately, Chu Zixio secured the 2nd position, missing out on the title of Freshman Campus Belle. The girl who claimed the top spot was none other than the ice goddess, Lin Weiye. The difference in votes between Lin Weiye and Chu Zixio was substantial, making Chu Zixio's loss quite understandable. Nevertheless, Lin Qing held a certain interest in Chu Zixio. He had not anticipated that Peng Qian would manage to invite her out today. However, Ding Yuan and Rong Rueli were acutely aware of their own ordinary backgrounds and appearances. A girl as stunning as Chu Zixio was beyond their reach. The group of young people entered the bar, where Yao Xingbang called over a waiter. After presenting a voucher, the waiter led them to a booth. Xianggu, I am currently at the Shark Bar near Qingji Academy. Jia Xiu trailed behind, entering the bar as well. The visibility inside the bar was poor, and with Lin Qing and his friends distracted by the new surroundings, they were oblivious to Jia Xiu's presence. Damn, it's so loud. I understand. I'll be there in 10 minutes, Dong Fangxiang cursed as he hung up the phone. I'll be waiting for you, Xianggu. After ending the call, Jia Xiu found a corner on the 2nd floor viewing platform. This position allowed him to keep an eye on Lin Qing's group without being easily noticed. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Rui had already spotted Jia Xiu and, seeing he was alone, chose not to inform Lin Qing. The pulsating music filled the air. As the young men and women in the dance floor swayed and moved to the rhythm, the dazzling lights flickered incessantly, causing Ding Yuan, Rong Rueli, and several girls to feel restless. Unlike Lin Qing and Yao Xingbang, this was their first experience in a bar, and they were both curious and apprehensive. They had heard much about bars but had never had the time or opportunity to visit one during high school, eager to discover what it was truly like. Their apprehension stemmed from warnings from parents and teachers about the unsavory characters found in bars, where fights, thefts, and even criminal activities were said to occur frequently. Nonetheless, stepping inside felt quite novel. What would you like to drink, handsome ladies and gentlemen? The waiter inquired with a smile as he placed the menu on the table. Yao Xingbang pushed the menu across to the opposite side, declaring, ladies first. Peng Qian, Mei Jiao, and Zhou Yaoyao perused the extensive list of beverages, their eyes swirling with the myriad of names. Captain Morgan, Blue Island, Emerald Journey, Cool World, Dawn of the East, Honey Snow Wave, Sweet Dream. Some titles were peculiar, while others were quite extravagant. Well, I think I'll stick to juice, Mei Jiao remarked, appearing rather earnest. I shall have juice as well, Zhou Yaoyao added, no longer glancing at the menu. You're treating, so you decide. This bar is uncharted territory for us all. Chu Zixio returned the menu to Yao Xingbang. All right then, let me see. Yao Xingbang browsed through the options before finally settling on one. Let us go with this package. If it's insufficient, we can order more. The little golden dragon package. Please hold on. It will be ready shortly. The waiter noted down their booth number before turning to leave. At the entrance of the Shark Bar, Jia Xiu, alerted by a phone call, promptly stepped outside and indeed spotted a Land Rover parked at the entrance. Dong Fangxiang, a cigarette dangling from his lips, emerged from the vehicle. Chapter 113. Wounded yet charming. You truly are a role model, Xianggu. What brings you here? Jia Xiu, who had been smiling radiantly like a blossoming flower, was suddenly taken aback upon noticing the bandages adorning Dong Fangxiang's head, arms, and one hand. His heart raced with alarm. Could it be that he had been assaulted? In Nanzhou City, who would dare to lay a hand on Xianggu? Jia Xiu was acutely aware that behind Dong Fangxiang stood the influential figure of Dong Fanglei, a wealthy and powerful individual in Nanzhou City. That tycoon was none other than Dong Fangxiang's elder brother. What nonsense! Dong Fangxiang kicked Jia Xiu, admonishing him, in all of Nanzhou City, who dares to touch me? Dong Fangxiang? Xianggu is right. My words were indeed reckless. Jia Xiu, disregarding the imprint of the kick on his body, hastily apologized. No one in Nanzhou City has yet to be born who would dare to confront you, Xianggu. Just understand that. Dongfang Xiang was on the verge of losing his temper. The incident at Huabin Club, where he had been violently beaten, had left a deep scar in his heart. Anyone who dared to mention it would surely pay a heavy price. Given that Jia Xiu had recently enrolled and had been helpful in finding beautiful women for him, Dongfang Xiang decided to forgive him, for now. Xianggu, please follow me, Jia Xiu said with a beaming smile. Xianggu, the brother of the campus beauty, is currently at the bar. His sister is undoubtedly the most beautiful among this year's freshmen at the Qingji Academy of Arts. Jia Xiu had already uncovered that the brother of the ice goddess was Lin Qing. However, very few within the academy were privy to this information. Jia Xiu had ensured that the few who knew kept their lips sealed. Otherwise, countless boys would have flocked to Lin Qing, seeking camaraderie. Such a scenario would make it increasingly difficult for Jia Xiu to navigate school life, especially against that rival. Is the campus beauty not present? Dongfang Xiang inquired. She is not here. If we wish to win over the ice goddess, we must deal with her brother first. Jia Xiu's intentions were merely to utilize Dongfang Xiang's prowess for revenge against Lin Qing. As for the ice goddess, Lin Weiyi, that would depend on Dongfang Xiang's own capabilities. Jia Xiu subtly recognized that Dongfang Xiang had a somewhat twisted disposition, exhibiting a penchant for violence when interacting with women. He had a reputation for causing harm, and with Lin Weiyi's connections to affluent individuals. Jia Xiu wondered what would happen if word got out that he was aiding Dongfang Xiang in pursuing her. Would the wealthy individual not seek retribution against Dongfang Xiang? Jia Xiu felt a surge of satisfaction, confident in his cleverness. Before deciding to approach Dongfang Xiang, he had meticulously weighed the pros and cons. Let us enter. I wish to see who dares to act so brazenly in Nano City. Dongfang Xiang gestured with his unbandaged hand, leading the way. Xianggu, you are truly fortunate. Jia Xiu remarked, following closely behind and giving a thumbs up. Why do you say that? Dongfang Xiang asked, casting a sidelong glance. There is a girl ranked second on our Qingji Academy freshman beauty list inside the bar. Jia Xiu winked mischievously. Today, Xianggu can indulge with the second most beautiful freshman from our school. Very well, Dongfang Xiang contemplated for a moment before responding. Soon, the Golden Dragon set was served. Specialty cocktails, beer, wine, freshly squeezed juices, snacks, and a fruit platter filled the table, priced at 999. The once empty booth was now overflowing with an abundance of offerings. Wow, Pingqian, is your boyfriend a tycoon? Zhou Yaoao exclaimed in astonishment. She hadn't noticed the price of the Golden Dragon set. But the sudden transformation of the table made it clear that it was certainly not inexpensive. My boyfriend is from a wealthy family, Pingqian proudly stated, wrapping her arm around Yao Xingbang, basking in the satisfaction of her status. Dating Yao Xingbang meant she often received luxurious gifts, like lipsticks worth hundreds and handbags costing thousands, which made her university and high school classmates envious. Not exactly a rich heir, but he does have some money, Yao Xingbang modestly replied. Unbeknownst to them, Chu Zixu rolled her eyes. Earlier, while ordering drinks, she had caught a glimpse of the price of the Golden Dragon set, with a table full of drinks seemingly lavish. The actual cost was a mere 999 yuan, and yet they had the audacity to claim wealth. Observing Zhou Yaoyao and Mei Jiao envying Peng Qian for finding a wealthy boyfriend, Chu Zixu thought they truly lacked worldly experience. Let us eat and drink, tonight. We shall not return until we are intoxicated, Yao Xingbang declared, raising a cocktail. How will we get back to school if we're drunk? Ping Qian inquired. We want to return to school. There's a budget hotel next to Shark Bar, Yao Xingbang replied with a mischievous grin. Being adults? They understood the implications of going to a budget hotel after drinking. Ping Qian shot a disapproving glare at Yao Xingbang, opting for a glass of wine instead. Zhou Yaoyao and Mei Jiao were not as open. Upon hearing Yao Xingbang's words, they felt a flush of embarrassment and chose freshly squeezed juices. Excuse me, beautiful. May I buy you a drink? A young man approached, eyeing Chu Zixu. I'm sorry, I have a boyfriend, Chu Zixu replied, taking a sip of her drink and gesturing towards Lin Qing beside her. My apologies for the interruption, the young man left, disappointed. Shou Xiu, is your boyfriend Lin Qing? Zhou Yaoao asked in surprise. You don't mind me handling that guy, do you? Chu Zixu lightly tapped her drink against Lin Qing's. Not at all. If it were true, I wouldn't mind even more, Lin Qing smiled. Let us celebrate the relationship. Yao Xingbang and Peng Qian cheered. Chu Zixu felt a stir of attraction. Lin Qing was quite handsome, his height and demeanor standing out among the many beautiful faces at the Youth Art Academy. Unfortunately, His attire was rather ordinary. Chu Zixio's ideal type was a young man who possessed both looks and wealth. No need, although you're very attractive. The gap between us is too wide, Lin Qing lamented. Let us just enjoy the drinks. Chu Zixio thought Lin Qing was merely being humble and sighed, trying to lighten the mood. She was utterly unaware that the disparity to which Lin Qing referred pertained to Chu Zixio. Who is Lin Qing? Naturally, one ought to seek a girl of greater distinction. The atmosphere became lively as everyone began to indulge in drinks, their gazes fixed upon the youthful couples dancing in the vibrant dance floor. Beautiful lady, may I offer you a drink? Suddenly, a figure appeared before their booth, obstructing Lin Qing and his companion's view of the animated dance floor. They looked up to see a man whose head, arms, and fingers were all wrapped in bandages, exuding a strong aura of the streets. Behind him stood the self-satisfied Jia Xiu. In an instant, the expressions of Yao Xingbang, Ding Yuan, and Rong Rui turned grave. They had not anticipated encountering this troublesome individual at the bar. Jia Xiu wore an unmistakably smug expression, clearly having secured an even mightier ally. Despite having been so severely beaten, he remained undeterred in his pursuit of women, truly a model for our generation. Lin Qing took a sip of his drink and praised him. Chapter 114. Could it be that he is Lin He's son? Another formidable individual I cannot provoke? How could he be so severely beaten? This remark struck a nerve with Dong Fangxiang. Unable to contain herself, Chu Zixio let out a chuckle. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, she quickly covered her mouth, refraining from further laughter. Brother Xiang, this person is ranked second among the new beauties at our school. The one who mocked you is the brother of the school flower, who holds the top spot, Jia Xiu interjected, noticing Dong Fangxiang's displeasure. Oh, Dong Fangxiang drawled, settling into a seat and fixing his gaze on Lin Qing. My time is more precious than yours, so I shall be direct. I am rather interested in your sister. I would like her to keep me company. Your earlier words have displeased me, and I might consider forgiving you. What are you? Lin Qing retorted, seizing a red wine bottle from the table and bringing it down upon Dong Fangxiang's head. With a sharp crack, the bottle shattered, its contents spilling forth, mingling with the crimson blood that stained the white bandage on his head, creating a gruesome spectacle. Ah, Ping Qian, Zhou Yao Yao, Mei Jiao, and Chu Zixio were taken aback, hastily retreating to the side. The four girls were astonished, never anticipating Lin Qing would exhibit such audacity. What? Dong Fangxiang clutched his head, a sense of familiarity washing over him with the boy's actions. Brother Xiang. The few individuals accompanying him rushed to support the swaying Dong Fangxiang. Damn it. Can my head really be struck by just anyone? He grimaced, seething with rage. I must make this brat pay. Get him. Now. Jia Xiu chuckled heartily from the side. Lin Qing was undoubtedly doomed. Even Dong Fangxiang dared to retaliate against him. Consumed by fury, Dong Fangxiang's recent injury had only just begun to heal, and now he was struck again. The familiarity of the sudden assault and the weapon used felt unsettling. The individuals surrounding Dong Fangxiang released their hold and immediately advanced towards Lin Qing. The pulsating music roared, and the kaleidoscopic light swayed, leaving no one attentive to the unfolding chaos. Run! Yao Xingbang shouted loudly. The individuals Jia Xiu brought were clearly targeting Lin Qing. Ding Yuan and Rong Rui stood resolutely by Lin Qing, prepared to defend him. Even if they could not overpower the group, they would face the consequences together. They were steadfast friends who would never abandon one another. Ping Qian grasped Yao Xingbang's arm, imploring him not to involve himself. Just then, a figure leaped from the second floor, landing squarely on the face of the man in front, causing him to topple to the ground, his face meeting the floor intimately. Following that, with swift punches and raised legs, the figure dispatched the remaining assailants with remarkable efficiency. Each punch and kick was executed with calculated precision, designed to incapacitate the opponent without inflicting severe injuries. How can one fight so adeptly? Oriental Xiang, his vision obscured by blood and liquor, coupled with the erratic lighting, mistakenly assumed that the person charging towards him was merely a student. He couldn't help but feel a surge of trepidation. The youth of today are remarkably formidable. Do you want my sister to accompany you? Lin Qing stood up and approached Oriental Xiang. You. Oriental Xiang opened his mouth, intending to deliver a harsh retort. But for some inexplicable reason, he perceived a shadow of Lin He in this youthful art academy student, causing his venomous words to falter in his throat. What do you mean? Lin Qing delivered a sharp slap across Oriental Xiang's face. Come down. This time, he was unprepared, but next time, he would surely eliminate this brat. All of Oriental Xiang's companions lay sprawled on the ground, and he dared not utter threats, fearing they might be reckless youths. After all, Today's young generation often lacks a sense of restraint. I'm sorry. Oriental Xiang chose to bow his head. Sorry, is it? Lin Qing gestured towards the chaos surrounding their booth and stated, you will cover the expenses and damages for tonight in full. Very well, how much? Oriental Xiang inquired. So straightforward? Lin Qing was taken aback, calculating for a moment, then said, let's settle on 100,000 yuan. 100,000 yuan? Such audacity. To demand such a sum, would it not escalate the situation? Zhou Yaoyao, Ping Qian, and Mei Jiao felt a pang of fear and contemplated intervening, yet. Recalling Lin Qing's fierce demeanor moments ago, they hesitated and ultimately refrained. After all, the money was for Lin Qing. Any ensuing trouble would not concern them. Agreed. Oriental Xiang promptly retrieved his phone, requesting Lin Qing's bank account details to transfer the 100,000 yuan. Soon, Lin Qing received a bank notification indicating that the sum had been credited. I must admit, you seem quite affluent for a streetwise individual, Lin Qing chuckled heartily. Not too shabby, Oriental Xiang replied, one of his eyes already swollen. Begone. Lin Qing waved dismissively. All right. Oriental Xiang offered no resistance and promptly departed. The few thugs on the ground cast wary glances at the young man beside Lin Qing, recognizing the immense strength he possessed. A single punch felt as if it pierced through the heart. With their leader gone, they naturally chose to leave as well. Where's Jiaxiu? Lin Qing scanned the surroundings. He escaped, Yao Xingbang replied helplessly. That kid is too cunning. He sensed trouble and fled. Let us deal with him later. Lin Qing resumed his seat on the sofa. Contemplating treachery, a recipe for disaster. In the hospital, the familiar ward, the well-known doctors and nurses. The bandage on Oriental Xiang's head had been wrapped thickly. Nearly twice over. Once the medical personnel departed, Oriental Lei examined the new bloodstains on his brother's body, his brow furrowed. Brother, you must make sure to ruin that kid. Oriental Xiang bellowed. Trouble with the student has led to such a predicament, and yet you still have the audacity to speak. Dongfang Lei found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, a man entered from outside and whispered something. Dongfang Lei nodded, and the man departed. The former then inquired, do you know the identity of that student? What identity? Could he possibly be Lin He's son? Another individual I cannot afford to provoke? Dongfang Xiang scoffed. Has this fool finally gained some insight? Dongfang Lei, astonished, replied, you are correct. That young man is Lin Qing, the biological son of Lin He. Dongfang Xiang, dismissing thoughts of revenge, was warned by Dongfang Lei, do not even consider retaliation. This is of your own making. It is unwise to confront Lin He directly at this moment. After delivering the warning, Dongfang Lei turned to leave. He had indulged Dongfang Xiang for too long. It was time for him to face some consequences. Dongfang Xiang clenched his teeth in frustration, pulled out his phone, and dialed a number. Jiaxiu. Is Lin Qing's sister named Lin Weiyi? Yes, Jiaxiu responded. I need the precise location of Lin Weiyi immediately. Dongfang Xiang was blinded by the flames of vengeance. Kidnapping a girl was not an unfamiliar endeavor for him. If trouble truly arose, would his older brother stand idly by and watch him face ruin? Chapter 115. Enough is enough. I hope Dongfang Xiang is more cautious. Jiaxiu was taken aback, perplexed by Dongfang Xiang's sudden interest in Lin Weiyi's whereabouts. What on earth are you planning, using me like this? Dongfang Xiang's voice dripped with menace as he spoke into the phone, enunciating each word with chilling clarity. If you cannot locate Lin Weiyi within 10 minutes, I will ensure you never step foot in a school again. He was no fool. He had chosen not to confront Jiaxiu at that moment. Merely too disinterested to engage. Dealing with students was supposed to be a source of amusement for Dongfang Xiang, yet in the vastness of Nanzhou City, amidst countless bars, he had the misfortune of encountering Lin He's son. It was no wonder he felt a sense of familiarity. That student's brazen behavior mirrored Lin He's. Launching a bottle at his head without warning. A simple heads-up would have sufficed, perhaps a declaration of intent to fight or an indication of self-destruction. Such forewarning would have allowed Dongfang Xiang to brace himself against the impending blow. Though consumed by fury, Dongfang Xiang retained a sliver of rationality. He recognized that even his elder brother, Dongfang Lei, held reservations regarding Lin He's formidable status, so he chose to endure. However, the audacity of Lin He's son to strike him ignited an insatiable desire for vengeance within Dongfang Xiang. The echo of revenge reverberated through his aching head. This night would witness a fierce retribution unleashed upon Lin Weiyi. Meanwhile, at the school gates, a flustered Jiaxiu shuddered and quickly assured, Brother Xiang, don't worry. I will find out immediately. With that, he clutched his phone and dashed towards the school. Dongfang Xiang was a man of his word. Before long, Jiaxiu returned the call, breathless. Brother Xiang, Lin Weiyi is just leaving the school. She seems to be heading out for a meal. Her 3 usual roommates are absent, leaving her all alone. Jia Xiao spoke rapidly, with mere seconds remaining in the 10-minute countdown. Excellent. It is advantageous that she is dining alone. Dongfang Xiang replied coldly before abruptly ending the call. In a hospital room, 2 tattooed men stood ready. Brother Xiang, the van is prepared, complete with false license plates. If anything goes awry, we won't be implicated, one of the tattooed men remarked. Having executed such abductions no fewer than 3 times, they were well versed in their craft. Very well, let us proceed. Dongfang Xiang stated as he donned his shoes and made his way outside. Sir, you cannot discharge yourself just yet. A nurse happened upon him, urgently interjecting. Get out of my way. Dongfang Xiang bellowed, intimidating the nurse into silence. For this operation, he had brought only 2 accomplices. Reasoning that capturing Lin Weiyi, a mere girl, would not attract any formidable adversaries. As the call concluded, Jia Xiao wiped the cold sweat from his brow, rattled by the gravity of the situation. This was indeed going too far. He silently resolved to rectify the matter by closely tracking Lin Weiyi and providing Dongfang Xiang with her precise location. Otherwise, Dongfang Xiang would likely channel all his wrath towards him. In the past, Jia Xiao had been unfortunate enough to witness Dongfang Xiang deal with others, and he dared not endure such an experience. Yun Yin, the protective figure of Lin Weiyi, called out to a young woman at the school gate. What would you like to eat tonight? The young woman, Yun Yin, responded with a smile. Let's just wander and see. I haven't decided yet. Jia Xiao followed behind. Realizing that Lin Weiyi was not dining alone, he contemplated calling Dongfang Xiang to update him on the latest developments, but reconsidered. After all, it was merely an attractive young woman accompanying her. If he called to report that a young woman had joined their target, he might very well receive a scathing reprimand from Dongfang Xiang. Yun Yin held Lin Weiyi's hand, resembling close friends as they crossed the street together. However, as they navigated the road, Yun Yin discreetly glanced at a suspicious young man trailing behind them. She had noticed him since they exited the school gates and chose not to mention it, lest it dampen Lin Weiyi's spirits. It was best if he harbored no ill intentions towards Lin Weiyi. Otherwise, Yun Yin would ensure he faced severe consequences. At the Shark Bar, a previously joyful social gathering had turned somewhat somber due to the earlier incident. The drinks were scarcely touched, and the snacks remained largely untouched. Observing the lack of enthusiasm around them, the evening's activities concluded prematurely. When the group looked towards Lin Qing, their gazes were tinged with varying sentiments. The young man who had previously appeared was evidently there to protect him. Once it was confirmed that Lin Qing was safe, the young man silently moved away. Bringing a concealed bodyguard to school suggested a rather significant status. As Chu Zhishou cast her gaze upon Lin Qing once more, she perceived him with newfound warmth. Young Master Lin. After settling the bill and exiting the bar, Xiao Rui approached Lin Qing, speaking in a tone audible only to the 2 of them. The individuals we encountered earlier are not of ordinary standing. The car they arrived in was rather impressive. Should we inform the boss to avoid complications? Yes, we certainly should. Lin Qing replied, his demeanor slightly more serious. While Jia Xiao posed no threat, he did not underestimate Lin Qing. However, if they had caught the attention of the affluent, matters could become considerably more troublesome. After informing Ding Yuan and his other 2 roommates about a slight issue needing attention, he departed with Xiao Rui. At Blue Ocean Bay. In the villa, Lin He remained at home today instead of going to the company. The operations of Qingyi Entertainment had already found their rhythm, with the professional team handling minor matters. Major issues would naturally be reported to him. Is that not Dongfang Xiang? After hearing his son recount the events, Lin He took the phone Xiao Rui handed him. Prior to the conflict, Xiao Rui had captured photographs on his phone. Although the images were somewhat blurred, Lin He still recognized the figure. After all, the injuries Dongfang Xiang bore were clearly his handiwork. Father, is there going to be trouble? Lin Qing inquired. Not at all. If he bothers you again next time, just make sure not to kill him. Feel free to strike back. Lin He reassured, believing himself to be a good citizen. All right. Lin Qing resumed her haughty demeanor. Brother Rui, we certainly went too easy on him. If my senior sister, Yun Yin, had been present today, Dongfang Xiang would have been finished. Xiao Rui remarked sullenly. Lin He found himself both amused and exasperated. Indeed, Dongfang Xiang was quite unfortunate. His actions this time were unintentional, and Lin He had no intention of holding a grudge. After all, one might forgive once or twice, but not thrice. He hoped Dongfang Xiang would become more prudent. Xiang Ge, have you brought only 2 people? Jiaxiao stood beside the Land Rover, glancing at the two tattooed men inside. That should suffice, Dongfang Xiang replied, his expression grim as he stepped out of the vehicle. Indeed, Jiaxiao nodded. They're merely two girls. With two robust tattooed men, they were more than adequate. Right ahead. Let's proceed swiftly, Dongfang Xiang urged as he led the two muscular tattooed men into the alley. This alley was sparsely populated, making it an ideal spot for an abduction. Chapter 116. In ancient times, 7 captures of Menghua. Today, 3 encounters with Dongfang Xiang after selecting a suitable dining spot. Lin Weiyi and Yun Yan settled down. Although the restaurant's location near the Qingji Art Academy was not particularly appealing, it was undeniably clean. Having heard favorable reviews from fellow students, they decided to give it a try. Lin Weiyi, your brother is looking for you. A young man entered, scanning the room before approaching her. My brother? Lin Weiyi paused, chopsticks in hand, halting her motion. It's Lin Qing. He is waiting for you at the back entrance of the restaurant. He mentioned he has something to discuss and asked you to hurry, as he has other matters to attend to, the boy informed her. Yun Yan regarded the young man with keen interest. He was the same individual who had been stealthily following them since they left the Qingji Art Academy. She had been wondering when he would reveal his true intentions, but she hadn't anticipated it would happen so soon. Who are you? Lin Weiyi inquired warily. If her brother had something important to discuss, why not come himself instead of sending someone else? I am Jiaxiao, a good friend of your brother. The young man shrugged. If you don't believe me, let Lin Qing come in to find you. It will only waste time otherwise. With that, Jiaxiao made his way toward the restaurant's back door. Make sure to call out to me, he said, striding away while attentively listening for sounds behind him. Indeed, he was playing a game of cat and mouse. Dongfang Xiang awaited at the rear entrance with 2 tattooed men. The restaurant's secluded location, adjacent to a cluttered area filled with refuse from nearby shops, made it an unlikely spot for passers-by. The plan was simple: lure Lin Weiyi over, and Jiaxiao's task would be complete. If he failed to do so, Dongfang Xiang had warned him that he would ensure Jiaxiao would be unable to attend school for at least a week. Hold on, someone called out to Jiaxiao. Although it was Lin Weiyi who had stopped him, a flicker of joy crossed his face, which he quickly masked as he turned around. The one who had called out to him was a young woman dining with Lin Weiyi. Since Lin Qing is looking for you, you should go see him. What if he truly has an urgent matter? Yun Yan gently tapped Lin Weiyi's hand. All right. Lin Weiyi felt puzzled. But upon noticing Yun Yan's subtle gesture, she decided to suppress her curiosity for the moment. Standing up, she followed Yun Yan outside. Indeed, Lin Qing must have something pressing. You'll understand once you step out. Jiaxiao quickened his pace, being the first to exit through the back door. Yun Yan's lips curled into a cold smile. If Lin Qing were not outside, she would ensure that this boy would never dare to follow Lin Weiyi again. Upon seeing Jiaxiao emerge, Dongfang Xiang and his 2 tattooed companions perked up. Xianggu. Jiaxiao gave an okay gesture, quickly jogging a few steps to stand beside a trash bin. The foul odor was overwhelming, yet it provided a semblance of safety. Where's my brother? Lin Weiyi stepped outside, scanning her surroundings until her gaze landed on Dongfang Xiang, her eyes widening in disbelief. She had not expected to encounter him here today. That day at the Huabin Club Resort, it was this lunatic who persistently harassed me. Upon seeing the white bandages wrapped around Dongfang Xiang, Lin Weiyi was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how he had ended up in such a state. Today, I am your brother, Dongfang Xiang leered, advancing step by step. After such a prolonged separation, encountering Lin Weiyi again undeniably radiated an irresistible allure. This evening, Dongfang Xiang would ensure Lin Weiyi comprehended the true essence of might. Close your eyes, Yun Yan said coldly. Why? Lin Weiyi queried, perplexed. The young lady was correct. Since resistance was futile, it was better to embrace the experience with closed eyes. Dongfang Xiang chuckled. Foolish child. Close your eyes, and I shall instruct you when to open them, Yun Yan said gently. All right. Lin Weiyi, placing her trust in Yun Yan, shut her eyes and covered them with her hands. Here I come, brother. Dongfang Xiang quickened his pace. The daughter of Lin, he was far more perceptive than he and his son. Seeking death. Yun Yan's brows furrowed in anger, and she swiftly dashed out, transforming her fist into an open palm, striking Dongfang Xiang at his shoulder blade. The motion, showcasing the grace of femininity, produced a chilling sound as bones shattered upon impact, reverberating through the dark, damp alley. An astounding force surged through Dongfang Xiang's shoulder, rendering half of his body numb. Subsequently, Yun Yan adeptly grasped Dongfang Xiang by the collar and hurled him aside. A perfect shoulder throw. The two tattooed men finally reacted, drawing out their batons to encircle her from either side. Whoosh, whoosh. Without even glancing back at the approaching assailants, Yunyan raised her arms, and glistening blades shot forth. Ah, ah. The anguished cries of the men echoed. They revealed slender, gleaming needles embedded in their arms, piercing through and protruding from the other side, blood cascading down like a stream. The two men, horrified, retreated, gasping in shock at the sight of the needles. Remove them? How excruciating that would be. They lacked the courage for such an act. Yunyan disregarded the two tattooed men, bent down to retrieve a baton from the ground, and approached the terrified Dong Fangxiang. Is the Lin He family comprised of returning warriors? Why is each of them so formidable? Dong Fangxiang keenly sensed the danger emanating from the young woman's countenance. He now understood why she had instructed Lin Weiye to shut her eyes and not to look. It was not merely a suggestion to embrace the experience, but a warning that the scene would be too brutal for a lady. No, please, no. Dong Fangxiang's eyes widened in horror as he witnessed Yunyan raise the baton, cold sweat cascading down his pale skin. In the next moment, a harrowing scream reverberated through the alley, yet the sound faded abruptly as if caught in a chokehold. Dong Fangxiang fainted. In the moments prior to his unconsciousness, only regret filled his mind. One ought to heed the words of the elder brother. That day, we should not have ventured to the Huabin Club's resort, nor should we have provoked Lin He, let alone harbored thoughts of vengeance. Alas, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. At Blue Sea Bay, the villa was abuzz with the presence of Lin Qing, Lin Weiyi, Yunyan, and Xiao Rui, all gathered together. The events concerning Dong Fangxiang had finally been shared among these four, along with Lin He. A peculiar expression surfaced on the faces of the five. Just as Zhuge Liang captured Ming Hu 7 times in ancient times, our family now prepares to confront Dong Fangxiang thrice. Lin He could only chuckle at the absurdity. Dong Fangxiang truly seems to be cursed. After enduring 2 beatings, he shows no remorse and dares to lay his hands on my daughter. Father, why do you still smile? That scoundrel Dong Fangxiang dares to harbor ill intentions towards my sister, Lin Qing exclaimed. I propose we take decisive action. Let us eliminate him altogether. What does eliminate mean? Xiao Rui inquired, puzzled. In the dialect of Haiqing, it signifies putting an end to Dong Fangxiang, Lin Qing elucidated. But Dong Fangxiang has an elder brother, Dong Fanglei. Yunyan cautioned. Let us eliminate them all, Lin Qing declared with a sweeping gesture. Chapter 117, Acquiring the Secret Formula for Cola. No longer a man for the rest of my life. I disagree. Lin Weiye protested, warning, we live in a society governed by law. Do you wish to end up in prison? Lin Qing recoiled slightly, realizing that his outburst had been impulsive and indiscreet. Very well, leave this matter to me, Lin He declared. Xiao Rui and Yunyan, I must ask you both to exert yourselves during this time and ensure the safety of these 2 children. Leaning back on the sofa, Lin He's phone screen suddenly illuminated. Upon seeing the notification, he smiled faintly and added, I will expedite the resolution of the issues concerning the brothers Dong Fanglei and Dong Fangxiang. When Dad takes charge, 1 is worth 2, Lin Qing remarked, clapping his hands. All right. Lin He picked up his phone and replied to a message. You both still have classes, so return to your studies. At your age, diligent learning is paramount. Understood. I'm off then. Lin Qing stood up. Since Dad assured he would handle the matter, there was no need for them to worry. Dad, please take care of your health, Lin Weiye said with concern. While I'm not around, drink less and smoke less. No amount of money is more important than your well-being. Silly child. Lin He felt warmth in his heart and then shot a glance at Lin Qing. Did you hear that? Learn from your sister. Dad seems to be as youthful as ever. There's no need to be concerned, right? I believe Dad is still as sharp as ever. Next time, I'll introduce a few lovely girls from the Youth Arts Academy to help Dad relive his 20s, Lin Qing chuckled. Xiao Rui was at a loss for words. Is this how a son should speak to his father? Yunyan shook her head. Compared to Lin Weiye, Lin Qing could only be described as insufferable. Don't lead Dad astray, Lin Weiye said angrily. All right, Lin Qing replied, still grinning as he called out to Xiao Rui while heading outside. Dad, please don't go bad, Lin Weiye said, her concern evident. What do you 2 take me for? Lin He sighed in exasperation. Hiki, I always knew Dad was a good man, Lin Weiye beamed, bidding farewell to her father before leaving the villa with Yunyan. Ding dong. Feeling the trust of his son, he received the reward, the secret formula for cola. Ding dong. Feeling his daughter's concern, his paternal affection value received a significant boost. 2 system notifications sounded in succession. The secret formula for cola? In the world prior to his transmigration, the primary ingredients for cola were public knowledge. The components included sugar, carbonated water, caramel, phosphoric acid, caffeine, among others. It was this unique blend of spices that established cola's distinctive flavor. Food experts, after extensive research, proposed that its composition included extracts or infusions from wild peas, ginger, sensitive plant, orange tree leaves, coca leaves, cinnamon, and vanilla pod, among others. In various nations and regions, the formula for cola is not entirely uniform. The incorporation of locally distinctive ingredients serves to cater to the diverse palates of consumers. At present, he possesses a singularly unique cola recipe. After perusing this reward, Lin He retracted the smile from his face. Dongfang Xiang's persistent troublemaking, though seemingly unintentional towards Lin Qing, had previously resulted in Dongfang Xiang himself receiving a considerable beating, which Lin He chose not to hold against him. However, the fact that he now audaciously approached his daughter once more could not be overlooked by Lin He. "Mr. Lin, Cheng Wenrui has arrived," a servant announced as he entered. "Let him in," Lin He nodded. The servant exited and soon returned with Cheng Wenrui. "Mr. Lin." Cheng Wenrui greeted with a degree of formality. As a figure in the real estate sector, despite having previously developed in Xinjiang City, he was well aware of the renowned Blue Ocean Bay luxury estate in Nanzhou City. The mansion owned by Mr. Lin was undoubtedly valued at over 100 million. Coupled with the recent nationwide influence generated by Qingya Entertainment Company, Cheng Wenrui found himself increasingly astonished by the formidable strength of Mr. Lin's background. "Have matters in Xinjiang City been resolved?" Lin He inquired, gesturing for Cheng Wenrui to take a seat. "Yes, they have been addressed," Cheng Wenrui responded candidly. For reasons unknown, he felt an overwhelming psychological pressure akin to facing a formidable adversary in Mr. Lin's presence. If the affluent individuals from Xinjiang City were to witness his current demeanor, they would surely be taken aback. "Mr. Cheng, your previous dealings were rather unsavory, weren't they?" Lin He inquired as a servant presented fine tea before departing. Cheng Wenrui understood all too well the implication behind Mr. Lin's words. In his early days in Xinjiang City, he had not operated in the cleanest of industries. After amassing capital, he quickly laundered his funds and ventured into real estate. Having fought his way through the real estate capital of Xinjiang City, Cheng Wenrui's hands were stained with blood. "Do you know someone named Dongfang Lei in Nanzhou City?" Lin He shifted the conversation to seemingly unrelated territory without pursuing further questions. "I am aware of him," Cheng Wenrui replied. "You two bear a striking resemblance," Lin He said, placing a document on the table. Cheng Wenrui picked it up, and upon opening to the first page, he found photographs of the brothers Dongfang Lei and Dongfang Xiang. After diligently reviewing the information, Cheng Wenrui came to a realization and then smiled wryly. "What you say holds truth, Mr. Lin. Dongfang Lei, like myself, rose from humble beginnings and shares a shadowy past. I nearly mistook this document for my own, but alas, Dongfang Lei has established a significant empire in Nanzhou City, far beyond my reach. There is nothing that cannot be compared," Lin He remarked with a smile. "In my view, your capabilities are not inferior to those of Dongfang Lei. Perhaps you merely lack a bit of fortune." "Luck is indeed a facet of strength," Cheng Wenrui conceded. "I am your fortune," Lin He boldly broached the most genuine subject, stating, "I shall assist you in supplanting Dongfang Lei." "What do you mean by that?" Cheng Wenrui's breath quickened uncontrollably. Once again, he found himself in the familiar hospital room, amidst the familiar roars and the trembling nurses. "You may step outside," said Dongfang Lei, his expression weary. "Do not let the patient become too agitated." The nurse, visibly relieved, hurriedly exited the ward after delivering her instructions. On the hospital bed lay Dongfang Xiang, who had just undergone surgery. As the anesthesia wore off, he gradually regained consciousness. The doctor advised him to prepare himself psychologically. Dongfang Xiang was puzzled, questioning what kind of psychological preparation he needed. The doctor replied, "Prepare for a future where you can no longer be a man." Soon after, Dongfang Xiang was engulfed by an excruciating pain, akin to a tearing and cutting sensation, surging from his groin as the effects of the anesthesia dissipated. Indeed, in that alley, the young woman had raised her baton with all her might, striking down upon Dongfang Xiang's most cherished possession. "I want to kill that woman. Kill Lin He. Kill, kill, kill." Dongfang Xiang's voice turned sharp and high-pitched, with veins pulsating visibly on his forehead and neck. Chapter 118. The melodious voice of the Summer Kingdom. Ice cream, cola, best new female singer. The beloved's injuries were severe, necessitating surgical removal. One of the greatest pleasures of a man was lost. What would Dongfang Xiang amount to in the future? A eunuch. He had become but a eunuch. Unable to accept the cruel reality, Dongfang Xiang roared in impotent fury. Enough. Dongfang Lei interjected. Ah, Dongfang Xiang bellowed. Cease your cries, Dongfang Lei commanded. Ah, Dongfang Xiang screamed. Close your mouth, Dongfang Lei said, his irritation palpable. Ah, Dongfang Xiang persisted. A tumult of negative emotions, discontent, rage, brutality, resentment, hatred, and a thirst for vengeance swirled within him, rendering him restless. Slap. Dongfang Lei stepped forward and struck Dongfang Xiang across the face. I said to be quiet. Breathless, Dongfang Xiang finally quieted. Tears streaming down his face. Brother, do you understand how I shall spend the rest of my life? As a eunuch, forever unable to carry on the family line. I am rendered useless. Others will mock me for eternity. I know, Dongfang Lei replied, his voice laced with disappointment. Lin He is a dangerous man. According to my investigations, he was personally invited by Song Qingru to serve as a director. His past is nothing remarkable, a self-made individual. Yet, what sheer luck allowed him to ascend to the position at Huabin Club? Perhaps he is entangled with Song Qingru, which is why he occupies that role. Dongfang Xiang could not comprehend. Why, brother, as you grow older, do you become more cowardly? You are foolish, Dongfang Lei sighed. Does a self-made man spend 5 billion at an auction for a painting? Does he directly invest 200 billion in an amusement park project? With such financial power, tell me, who in Hanbei province could rival him? Surely there must be some who can match him, Dongfang Xiang retorted. Would they treat money so lightly? Dongfang Lei inquired. Dongfang Xiang fell silent. Even a super-rich individual in Hanbei province would not invest 2 million in an amusement park project, let alone 50 billion for a painting. I care not for such matters, Dongfang Xiang lamented. I feel as though I have been slaughtering fish in a market for 10 years. My heart has grown as cold as my blade. Even if it costs me my life, I will ensure that the Lin family pays dearly. His words trailed off, but Dongfang Lei understood. Sensing the drastic change in Dongfang Xiang's character after his transformation into a mere shadow of himself, Dongfang Lei softened his tone and offered comfort. You are my brother. I will seek vengeance for you. Losing your beloved does not mean your demise. Rest well, and I shall provide you with a satisfactory resolution. I shall await it, Dongfang Xiang replied softly. Dong Wenwan and Cheng Die had gained immense fame in the domestic entertainment industry. One excelled in pop singing, her high notes resonating like bombers, providing the audience with unparalleled auditory satisfaction, whether in live performances or recording studios. A fusion of operatic vocals and contemporary music, imbued with a classical charm that reflects a rich cultural heritage, captivates the soul like a divine melody, earning its rightful place in the realm of art. However, in contrast to Dong Wenwan, Cheng Die maintains a remarkably low profile, having only appeared in the music video for her title track and the release of her album, eschewing any presence on social platforms. Meanwhile, Dong Wenwan follows a more conventional trajectory for emerging stars, releasing new songs to build her fame and consistently participating in various variety shows to attract fans while solidifying her popularity. Within the confines of Qingye Entertainment Company, an announcement was made on Weibo, seeking aspiring trainees to capitalize on this newfound fame. In a mere fortnight, numerous individuals expressed their interest. This initiative heralds the launch of an inspirational professional music critique program, inviting celebrity mentors to impart their wisdom and nurture a cohort of talented musicians, each harboring dreams of contributing to the music scene in Xiagua. The 4 mentors will conduct blind selections to form their teams and lead them in musical competitions, both within and between teams. Seated in his office chair, Lin He addressed Zhong Xian, Wen Shui, and Bai Yue. The trio held 3 documents, meticulously compiled by Lin He from memory. This program had garnered explosive viewership ratings in its previous incarnation in another world, breaking conventional formats and adopting innovative structures. I believe it has the potential to be a hit. After reviewing the documents, Zhang Xian, brimming with enthusiasm, inquired, what is the proposed name for this program? Xiagua Good Voice, Lin He replied with a subtle smile. Excellent. A splendid name, Zhang Xian exclaimed, hesitating momentarily before asking, Boss, may I take charge of this project? This program not only facilitates a talent search that invites widespread participation, thereby generating significant attention, but it also serves as a star-making process, with the champion securing a contract with Qingye Entertainment. Very well, I entrust this project to you. For any legal matters, you may seek Bai Yue's assistance, Lin He affirmed. Recognizing Zhong Xian's intelligence, though he deemed him unsuitable for the role of company president. Thank you, boss, Zhang Xian acknowledged, aware that successfully executing the Xiaogua Good Voice program would etch his name in the annals of the entertainment industry. Boss, about this. Cola, Wen Shui remarked, feeling perplexed by a term he had never encountered before. The first line of the document defined cola, a sweet, caffeinated, non-alcoholic carbonated beverage. He was similarly unfamiliar with ice cream, described as a delectable frozen dairy product. Before the launch of the Xiaogua Good Voice program, a mature assembly line must be established. Lenny stated, "We shall position Qingya-branded cola and ice cream as the exclusive sponsors of Xiaogua Good Voice. Both this variety show and these two products are destined to achieve global popularity." The world before his time had already attested that ice cream and cola are eternal deities. Understood. I will expedite the completion of this, Wen Shui replied earnestly, having sensed Lin He's profound regard for these three projects. By the way, Mr. Lin. Zhang Xian recalled something and remarked, Dong Wan has been awarded this year's Golden Sparrow Award for Best New Female Singer. A highly prestigious accolade within the entertainment industry of our summer nation. Would you care to attend the ceremony together? Lin He inquired. Isn't it sufficient for you to take charge of this matter? Must the boss personally accompany us to receive an award? Zhang Xian expressed his concerns. The entertainment industry is fraught with complexities. Many reputable domestic entertainment companies will be present. I worry that our Qingya Entertainment might face undue bullying, especially since we have recently garnered significant attention and inadvertently offended quite a few individuals. Therefore, I hope the boss can help us maintain order at the event. After all, while the entertainment market in our summer nation is vast, it remains relatively small. The formidable rise of Qingya Entertainment signifies our intention to claim a substantial share of the industry. Moreover, this award for Best New Female Singer was originally destined for another entertainment company, Zhang Xian stated. It seems we have managed to seize it from them within a remarkably short span of time. Chapter 119, Tonight. I shall cover all the expenses for everyone at the bar. Lin He inquired about which entertainment company the award should rightfully belong to. After all, Dong Wan had been gaining momentum rapidly, bolstered by substantial financial backing, which had even fostered a phenomenon of remarkable success. The Golden Sparrow Award is among the few prestigious award ceremonies in the country, renowned for its high caliber. Each award is selected with utmost care. It is impossible to bestow them lightly. As a newcomer, Dong Wan's song quality, vocal prowess, and the success of her new album, along with her influence, were all meticulously calculated. Among newcomers, she was unparalleled. However, unbeknownst to Lin He and Zhang Xian, after Dong Wan was temporarily confirmed for the Golden Sparrow Award, another contender, Cheng Die, emerged. The artistic merit of her songs far surpassed Dong Wan as popular tracks. Moreover, as a newcomer, Cheng Die had composed all her lyrics and music for her new album. Later, the award selection committee learned that both Dong Wan and Cheng Die hailed from Qingya Entertainment Company. After final discussions, they decided not to make any changes. Originally, the award was meant for Xinguang Entertainment Company. Zhang Xian wore a slightly smug expression. After all, during his time as the owner of Junlin Entertainment, he had faced considerable setbacks from Xinguang Entertainment. Now, with the tides turned, Zhang Xian naturally felt a sense of triumph. Lin He recalled that his brother-in-law, Yu Kai, was a senior executive at Xinguang Entertainment. Mr. Lin, is this new beverage simply called cola? Wen Shui asked. No, it is named Wancher Cola, and the brand remains ours, Qingya. Lin He mused, adding a touch of mischievous humor. Very well, Wen Shui noted, jotting down the name. The new beverage, Wancher Cola, perfectly aligns with the preferences of the people of Xia country for auspiciousness. In the evening, a Mercedes G-Class came to a halt at the entrance of the Golden Gate nightclub. Instantly, a server's eyes lit up, and they rushed forward to greet the arrival. From the car emerged Cheng Wenrui and Fat Cat. Cheng Wenrui, clad in a suit with slick, jet-black hair styled back, held a cigar between his lips, exuding the aura of a big boss. This G-Class was worth nearly 2 million. Boss, the server approached. Fat Cat tossed the keys to the server, and immediately a valet came over to take the keys for parking. The server led the way, asking, Are you from out of town, sir? Indeed. Cheng Wenrui exhaled a smoke ring, his demeanor one of superiority. The server felt even more pleased. Such individuals were surely of great significance, not lacking in wealth. Would you prefer a private room or a booth? The server inquired as they walked. Coming to a nightclub is all about the excitement, isn't it? Let's start with the booth, Cheng Wenrui replied. Very well, sir. The server quickly relayed the request via intercom to prepare a booth in advance. As they entered, the server escorted Chung Wenrui and Fat Cat directly to a luxurious booth. After ordering drinks, the server went to make arrangements. "Boss, will that person come tonight?" Fat Cat asked nervously as he sat down. He had just rushed over from Xinjiang City today to contribute to the boss's plan. The individual in question was a significant figure from Nanzhou City, so it was only natural for Fat Cat to feel anxious. Mr. Lin assured that he would come, and thus he certainly would. Tonight, Chung Wenrui's target was the second-in-command of Dongfang Lei, known as Scorpion. Fat Cat lifted his glass and began to drink slowly. The waiter had also arranged for several women to accompany them, who could provide even more delightful services. As long as Chung Wenrui and Fat Cat were willing, they could head upstairs at any time, where rooms were specifically designated for men's affairs. The current location, the bar on the first floor of the Golden Gate nightclub, also featured KTV and accommodation rooms above, while a large casino lay in the basement, impervious to scrutiny due to Dongfang Lei's influence. Therefore, it was indeed an unsavory entertainment venue. This Golden Gate nightclub was under Scorpion's management. Within an hour, a bald man entered with his subordinates. Many patrons at the Golden Gate nightclub recognized him and greeted him, but the bald man ignored everyone and headed straight for a corner booth. "Beautiful lady, assist me," Chung Wenrui said with a mysterious smile, pulling out a stack of cash and slipping it into the woman's lingerie. The woman feigned shyness, but upon seeing the substantial amount of cash, she could hardly contain her excitement. "Boss, just tell me what you need. I am at your service," she replied meaningfully. "Go tell the DJ that I will cover all expenses tonight," Chung Wenrui said, patting the woman's face with a grin. "Ah?" The woman was momentarily stunned, unable to discern whether Chung Wenrui was serious. "Go on," he urged, exuding confidence. "I have plenty of money." This statement was indeed true. As he uttered the phrase, "I have plenty of money," Chung Wenrui felt a euphoric rush. It was exhilarating. With Mr. Lin as his backing, he certainly had no lack of funds. "All right." The woman carefully retrieved the stack of cash from her lingerie and, under the envious gazes of her companions, swayed her way toward the DJ booth. When she conveyed Chung Wenrui's request to the DJ was taken aback. The bar was packed tonight, and the expenses were no trivial matter. He was curious about who possessed such wealth. The woman then approached the manager for the evening, who hurried over to Scorpion, seated in a corner of the bar. Scorpion glanced toward Chung Wenrui's booth. The latter sensed it but pretended not to notice, laughing boisterously as he drank. Fat Cat suddenly nudged Chung Wenrui gently, and Chung nodded, signaling him not to be anxious, as Scorpion and his subordinates were approaching. "Mr. Chung?" Scorpion inquired politely with a smile as he approached. "Who are you?" Chung Wenrui raised his head, perplexed. He had come for the Scorpion and undoubtedly recognized him. However, until the plan was executed, he must feign ignorance. "I am the manager of the Golden Gate nightclub. I heard that Boss Chung intends to cover all expenses at the bar tonight, so I came to see which esteemed individual this is." Scorpion, with an air of familiarity, settled down across from him and inquired. "Boss Chung seems unfamiliar. You are not a local from Nanzhou City, are you?" "I hail from the southern regions," Chung Wenrui replied, taking a puff of his cigar. "I'm here to enjoy a visit to Nanzhou City. After all, it is a first-tier city in our Xia country." "Is it true that Boss Chung will cover everyone's expenses tonight?" Scorpion asked, somewhat skeptical. "Ha ha. Is that so strange?" Chung Wenrui rose to his feet. Several of Scorpion's subordinates grew tense, watching Chung Wenrui with vigilance. Receiving a box from Brother Fat Cat, Chung Wenrui strode toward the DJ booth. Chapter 120. The boss's money disappeared, yet he remains unperturbed and grants me 100 million. The case was an ordinary password-protected briefcase. Scorpion exchanged a knowing glance with the two burly men beside him, who promptly rose to follow him. Little did they know what lay within the briefcase held by the unexpectedly arrived Boss Chung. Chung Wenrui ascended the DJ platform and produced a stack of cash, slamming it down before the DJ. "Boss, what is this?" The DJ exclaimed joyously, for the stack undoubtedly contained several thousand yuan. Although he did not recognize the man with the briefcase, he was certain that wealth belonged to the boss. "Could you pause the music? I wish to say something," Chung Wenrui inquired. Of course, the DJ readily complied, halting the music and handing the microphone to Chung Wenrui. Requests of this nature were not uncommon. Some came to profess love, others to issue threats, while some sought lost items. As long as money was involved, they would strive to accommodate the patron's wishes. As the music abruptly ceased, patrons within the bar cast curious glances towards the DJ booth, noticing the middle-aged man standing beside the DJ. "Hello, everyone. You may call me Boss Ching, he announced, gripping the microphone as a spotlight illuminated him, clearing his throat to speak loudly. Boss? What kind of riffraff can call themselves a boss? A voice shouted from the crowd. Hurry and play the music. I was just getting into it. What S with the interruption? I'll make you call me Dad soon enough. A group of young men below bellowed in protest. Chung Wenrui's gaze landed on the brash youth who had just threatened him. Whoever gives this kid a good beating, I shall reward them with 20,000 yuan. Just don't kill him. Instantly, the attention of the entire venue shifted to the arrogant young man. Even Scorpion felt a twinge of intrigue. That 20,000 yuan could be enticing, especially given his monthly salary hovered around a mere 100,000. Is that for real? A muscular man questioned skeptically. What are you showing off for? Isn't anyone going to put a stop to this? The arrogant youth retorted loudly. The DJ, feeling awkward, tugged at Ching Wenrui's sleeve. Boss, perhaps you should step down. If Scorpion finds out, I'm finished. Unbeknownst to him, Scorpion was observing the entire scene unfold from below. What is there to fear? Cheng Wenrui opened the briefcase, revealing stacks of vibrant red banknotes. I've stated it clearly. Whoever thrashes that young man, I shall reward them with 20,000 yuan. At this moment, many began to waver in their resolve. Boss, is this true? The DJ asked, swallowing hard. Cheng Wenrui seized a handful of cash and placed it in the DJ's hands, saying, Go on, once the job is done. This money is yours. Thank you, boss. The DJ exclaimed, elated. He removed his headphones and leapt from the stage, swinging his fists to bring the arrogant youth crashing to the ground. With a resounding impact, the young man's nose erupted in a spray of blood. Well done. You were the first to strike. Here is an additional 20,000 yuan for you. Cheng Wenrui, exuding an air of audacity, continued to lavish money around. Tonight, all expenses for my friends at the bar are on me. A rain of banknotes cascaded around the DJ booth at the Golden Gate nightclub. The patrons below erupted in cheers, with many scrambling to seize the cash, soon confirming its authenticity. A throng surged towards the brazen youth, wishing they had acted sooner. The DJ was the first to seize the moment, rewarded with several tens of thousands from the owner above. The atmosphere in the bar grew increasingly electric. Cheng Wenrui returned to his booth, legs crossed. A woman, noticing the boss produce a cigar, eagerly offered to light it. Her perceptiveness earned her a reward. As Cheng Wenrui slipped a thick wad of cash into her lingerie, drawing her petite frame closer into his embrace. Damn, how wonderful it would be to be a woman. Scorpion mused, estimating the stack to be around 10,000. He silently reassessed Cheng, realizing the extent of his wealth. Scorpion poured a drink and presented it to Cheng Wenrui, acknowledging, your boss is wealthier than I am. Cheng wore the demeanor of a newly rich man. And your boss is? Scorpion inquired. My boss in the south is. Cheng began, only to halt abruptly, stating, never mind, I can't disclose that. Our boss is quite low-key. Laughter erupted, indeed. It's a blessing to have a good boss. Scorpion replied enviously, as a shadow crossed his eyes, hinting at a darker memory. Naturally, Cheng Wenrui continued. I came to Nanzhou City for a banquet and heard from a local boss about a foolish subordinate of his. This boss lent someone 1 billion, sending his subordinate along to avoid mishaps. This was the largest sum he had ever released, yet the subordinate botched it. The boss remarked that if he didn't believe in the subordinate's past contributions, he would have had him executed. Scorpion's expression darkened. Apprehension creeping in. You wouldn't be referring to a certain Mr. Dongfang, would you? Ah, you know him? Ching replied, it's Dongfang Lei. He is quite formidable. As a local, you must recognize him. Ching nodded, stating that Mr. Dongfang suspects his billion was embezzled by that subordinate and intends to extract the truth, no matter the consequences. How could I possibly know someone of his stature? Scorpion's countenance grew increasingly grim, his chest heaving with suppressed emotion, the realization striking him like a blow. He had never anticipated his boss would speak of him in such a derogatory manner. No wonder the boss had been cold lately. Yesterday, he had been met with a door firmly shut when he sought to report matters. It dawned on him that the boss suspected Scorpion of pilfering 1 billion. Rage surged within him. After years of loyalty to Dongfang Lei, he could hardly fathom being labeled a fool before others, and the threat of retribution loomed ominously. Scorpion had no doubt Shin was truthful. After all, how could someone from the south know of his ties to Dongfang Lei? If I were the boss, it would not be like this. It is merely that the eastern boss is incompetent, Cheng Wenrui remarked. What do you mean by that? Scorpion inquired. My boss never doubts his brothers. My role is akin to yours. I oversee the operations for the boss, Yet my annual salary amounts to several hundred million, and I receive dividends from the establishments I manage. Chung Wenrui displayed a look of shame. In truth, I embezzled 100 million from my boss. When he discovered it, he was not angry. Instead, he asked if I was in need of money and promptly transferred 100 million to me. The misappropriated funds were never reclaimed. Is it truly that generous? Scorpion's expression darkened further. In comparison, a disparity has arisen. Certainly, Cheng Wenrui replied. Seeing that we have a good rapport, would you consider switching jobs? Join me in the south, where the salary would surely surpass your current earnings. Scorpion felt a flicker of temptation, yet remained skeptical of this Cheng. As he spoke, Cheng Wenrui affectionately draped his arm over Scorpion's shoulder, producing 100,000 yuan and placing it into the latter's embrace. As a token of our first meeting, allow me to offer you a small gift. A gesture of respect. A gleam of avarice sparkled in Scorpion's eyes, and he failed to notice the portly brother cat across from him surreptitiously capturing the moment with his camera. Chapter 121. The car driven by the school bell belongs to my father. Having received his payment, Scorpion found himself lamenting the missed opportunities with Chung Wenrui. Perhaps due to a tumultuous inner turmoil, Scorpion indulged in copious amounts of alcohol with Chung Wenrui that evening. The total expenditures of all guests that night amounted to over 2 million. With a mere wave of his hand, Scorpion dismissed all the trivial charges. As Chung Wenrui departed, Scorpion personally escorted him to the entrance of the nightclub. After watching the luxurious Mercedes-Benz G-Class drive away, one of his subordinates inquired, "Brother Scorpion, should we investigate the identity of this boss Ching? How would we go about that?" Scorpion retorted, casting a glance at his subordinate. "He hails from the south. His roots do not lie here. Shall we have the boss look into it? I sense something amiss about this individual," the subordinate suggested. "Forget it," Scorpion scoffed. After conversing with this individual that night, Scorpion suddenly felt as though his boss, Dongfang Lei, was utterly insignificant. After years of dedicated service, he was merely perceived as an ineffective pawn, a traitor to his own kind. The subordinate recalled the topics discussed between Boss Ching and Brother Scorpion and promptly fell silent, aware that Scorpion was in a decidedly foul mood. Meanwhile, the Mercedes-Benz G-Class made a turn and halted at a secluded intersection. All photographs taken at the Golden Gate nightclub had been developed, clearly capturing the moment when Scorpion received his payment. Among these images was a particularly striking photo of Scorpion and Chung Wenrui with their arms draped over each other's shoulders, as well as one of Cheng Wenrui reporting to Lin He. Before long, a motorcycle pulled up alongside the Mercedes, bearing a furtive young man. "Boss," the youth called out. "Here are the photos. I trust you know what to do with them." Chubby Cat, seated in the driver's seat, handed over an envelope. "I understand," the youth replied, accepting 100,000, fully aware that such money came with strings attached. After the youth sped away on his motorcycle, Chung Wenrui made a phone call. "Mr. Lin, everything you arranged has been completed." "Excellent." Lin He's appreciative voice resonated from the phone's receiver. Chung Wenrui's face lit up with joy. Receiving Mr. Lin's praise was indeed a cause for celebration. Unbeknownst to him, Lin He had already secured a significant place in Chung Wenrui's heart. Damn it, who spread these rumors? Lin Qing sat on the upper bunk, scrolling through the school's forum on his phone. The absurdity had escalated. Many were now claiming that the new school belle, Lin Wei, was being supported by wealthy patrons from outside. There was no escaping the fact that the forum had exposed surveillance footage of Lin Wei entering a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Ding Yuan, unaware of Lin Qing's connection to Lin Wei, mistakenly assumed it was merely unrequited love and offered words of consolation. Such occurrences are not uncommon in art schools. After all, many of the girls here are quite striking. Numerous affluent individuals seek companionship here. The affluent men possess a sophistication far beyond that of the youthful students within the school, exhibiting a cunning maturity. Before long, they could easily escort a female college student away. That vehicle belongs to my father, and Lin Qing is naturally familiar with it. What? The other three residents of the dormitory exclaimed in astonishment. The one sponsoring our school's newly crowned campus belle is your father? Yao Xingbang inquired. No wonder Lin Qing is so formidable. It seems a tiger begets no dog. What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Qing retorted. Lin Weiye is my sister, and that car is my father's. He sent me a message that day, inviting my sister and me for an outing. I did not attend, which is why my sister appeared in the surveillance footage of that Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Ah, I see. The three dorm mates were utterly astonished. The newly crowned campus belle, Lin Weiye, is indeed Lin Qing's sister. What does your family do exactly? Yao Xingbang, who once believed himself to be the wealthiest in the dormitory, now realized that Lin Qing was the one with concealed riches. When the exceptionally capable young man first appeared before them, they all assumed he was a guest of Lin Qing. Upon his second appearance at the bar, they deduced that he was likely there to protect Lin Qing. Attending school with a bodyguard, what kind of family is this? In any case, you all are aware of my considerable wealth, Lin Qing teased, redirecting his gaze to the screen of his phone. Damn it, if I find out who did this, I will ensure they cannot even continue their studies. I have an idea. Let us contact the forum administrator. Our school's forum requires real name authentication. The administrator has the authority to identify the individuals who posted those messages. Rong Rueli adjusted his glasses and stated, as far as I know, the highest level administrator in our school is a leader, but the routine maintenance of order is managed by students. Excellent. I shall seek them out. Lin Qing leaped down from the upper bunk. We'll accompany you. The other three chimed in. The four of them marched with great purpose to the second-year dormitory, directly entering a room. Who is Geng Sheng? Lin Qing inquired. I am, replied a boy clad only in shorts, standing up to ask, what is the matter? I need to know who is maligning the newly crowned campus belle, Lin Weiye. On the forum, Lin Qing stated, that's not permissible. The boy resolutely shook his head. I am a member of the student council, and there are strict regulations against disclosing real names. Not acceptable. Lin Qing produced 5 crisp bills, placing them on the table. Deal. The boy swiftly accepted the money. His motions remarkably efficient. Is this the power of wealth? Yao Xingbong, Ding Yuan, and Rong Rueli exchanged glances. Ding dong. The son's musings on how fortunate it is to have a wealthy father resonated, and the value of paternal love seemingly increased. While strolling outside, Lin He abruptly heard the system's notification sound. What is my son up to now? In the piano classroom, a boy dressed in designer apparel stood beside a girl playing the piano. Zhang Junyi and Tao Wuzhen are truly a match made in heaven. Standing together, they present a captivating sight. One is the school belle, while the other is the quintessential tall, rich, and handsome figure of our institution. A perfect pairing indeed. A throng of students, both boys and girls, has gathered around, admiring Zhang Junyi and Tao Wuzhen. How is everything progressing? Tao Wuzhen inquired, her fingers dancing over the piano keys. Rest assured, I believe Lin Weiye will soon withdraw from school. The pressure of public opinion is not something everyone can withstand. Zhang Junyi replied with a smile. Had it not been for Lin Weiye arriving a year late, Zhang Junyi would have pursued her. Alas, his current focus is on Tao Wuzhen, the school beauty of the Youth Arts Academy. Suddenly, the door to the piano classroom was forcefully kicked open. Which one of you is Zhang Junyi? Come out. Lin Qing stormed in, surveying the classroom with a fierce gaze. I am Zhang Junyi. And you are? Zhang Junyi sensed hostility from the newcomer, but could not recall any prior altercation. I am your grandfather. Lin Qing retorted, advancing and seizing Zhang Junyi by the hair, delivering 2 resounding slaps. Chapter 122, Delivering Breakfast? I'd rather prepare a wreath for you. Lin Qing frequently urged Xiao Rui to join him at the gym to enhance his physical fitness, coupled with Xiao Rui imparting some combat techniques. He found that among his peers, barring professional athletes, none could rival him. Thus, dealing with a dandy like Zhang Junyi was effortless. With just 2 slaps, the distinct imprint of Lin Qing's palms was left on Zhang Junyi's face. Are you out of your mind? Zhang Junyi's face flushed, whether from anger or humiliation was unclear. He presented himself with an air of pretentiousness, his makeup thicker than that of the girl playing the piano. Lin Qing shook his hand, dust scattering in the air. Do you know who I am? Zhang Junyi inquired. Who cares who you are? Lin Qing retorted, delivering a punch to his stomach that sent Zhang Junyi crumpling to the ground, his face reddening further. Was it you who posted on the school forum? What post? Zhang Junyi replied, bewildered. Aren't you afraid of repercussions for assaulting someone at school? Lin Qing scoffed, recognizing the faade of the so-called Ice Queen, Lin Weiye. It turned out Zhang Junyi was merely defending her. Before Zhang Junyi could respond, the girl who had been playing the piano rose to her feet. Who are you? Lin Qing detected a hint of hostility towards his sister in the girl's tone. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tao Wu, she said, extending her hand with a smile. Lin Qing hesitated, having not noticed earlier how striking she was. Her makeup was perfectly balanced, accentuating her exquisite features flawlessly. Oh, Lin Qing replied. Tao Wu's hand lingered in the air before she withdrew it with an annoyed expression. I am the campus belle of Qingji Art Academy, and I believe Lin Weiye is unworthy of holding such a title. It tarnishes the honor of the campus belle. Moreover, being kept is a disgrace. Tao Wu quickly composed herself, speaking with pride. In terms of both beauty and virtue, I far surpass Lin Weiya. Those posts on the forum were instigated by me through Zhang Junyi. You may cease your actions now. If you wish to be my protector, I might consider granting you a position. I was wondering why it was tea raining today. It seems you've left me speechless. Lin Qing had never encountered someone so self-assured. However, he realized that the true puppet master was this so-called campus belle, Tao Wu, with Zhang Junyi simply a sycophant. To be my protector, you may have a chance to pursue me. Deliver breakfast to me tomorrow morning, and I will evaluate your worth. Tao Wu crossed her arms, exuding an aura of superiority. Xiao Wu, only I can prepare breakfast for you. Zhang Junyi eagerly displayed his servile nature. Deliver breakfast? I'd rather prepare a wreath for you. Lin Qing, unable to tolerate the situation any longer, raised his fist and struck towards Tao Wu's nose. With a single punch, the proud campus belle was left seeing stars, her nose devoid of sensation. How fierce! Where did this brash youth come from, daring even to strike the goddess? Cheers erupted from the crowd. To many, Tao Wu was a divine figure. Yet today, a boy had brazenly attempted to shatter her beauty. Was Lin Qing truly unafraid of provoking her legion of admirers? Yao Xingbang, Ding Yuan, and Rong really exchanged glances, had it been them. They would have found it impossible to unleash such force upon a girl of such exquisite beauty. That punch, forget Tao Wu, even few boys could have withstood it. Seated on the ground, all her haughtiness vanished. Tao Wu took a moment to regain her senses. She touched her nose, now smeared with blood, her delicate visage turning ashen. You dare to hit me? You dare to strike Xiao Wu? I shall have your head. Zhang Junyi charged at Lin Qing in a frenzy. Touching a dragon-s reverse scale means certain death. Get lost. Lin Qing dismissed the effeminate figure with a mere kick. Zhang Junyi rolled twice on the ground before coming to a halt, a distinct gray footprint marring his clothing. Pain contorted his face, alternating between shades of blue and white, nearly bringing him to tears. What is your name? Tao Wu, blood streaming from her nose, glared at Lin Qing with venomous intensity, displaying far more fortitude than Zhang Junyi. I remain unchanged. My name is Lin Qing, he declared with authority. Before 5 o'clock this afternoon, post a statement on the school forum. I trust you both are astute enough to understand what needs to be written. Otherwise, I shall return for a most cordial exchange with you two. Zhang Junyi trembled in fear. Having delivered his ultimatum, Lin Qing strolled away with his 3 roommates. Which department does he belong to? Such audacity, murmured the students, observing Zhang Junyi and the bloodied Tao Wu. Once outside, Yao Xingbang finally spoke. Lin Qing, Zhang Junyi is quite well known at our youth arts academy. What is the matter? Lin Qing inquired. He is a rich second generation and a local from Nanzhou City. Yao Xingbang expressed concern. Nanzhou is the capital of Hanbei province. We might be in for trouble. A rich second generation? Lin Qing scoffed. Who isn't? Suddenly, Yao Xingbang recalled that Lin Qing attended school with bodyguards. Realizing he was unlikely to fear Zhang Junyi. Soon, news of the altercation involving the affluent Zhang Junyi and the campus belle Tao Wu spread like wildfire throughout the Youth Arts Academy. Both Zhang Junyi and Tao Wu were figures of prominence, their every action drawing the scrutiny of their peers. The incident of the brutal beating could not possibly be suppressed. Fortunately, his nose is unharmed. Let us report this to the teacher. Zhang Junyi accompanied Tao Wu as they exited the school's infirmary. It is imperative to inform the school, Tao Wu stated coldly. Moreover, the incident of your being struck must also be communicated to your family. Indeed, my parents dote on me. If they discover that I was assaulted at school, that miscreant will surely face dire consequences. Zhang Junyi exclaimed joyfully. In the afternoon, a luxurious Alfred limousine rolled into the Qingji Art Academy. From the vehicle emerged a couple, followed closely by an unassuming middle-aged man. Father, mother. Upon sighting the car, Zhang Junyi's face brightened, and he hurried a few steps forward. Who dares to harm my precious son? Do they wish to invite their own demise? The woman nearly shed tears. On her son's face, a distinct red handprint was visible, and his body bore the marks of having been kicked. Zhang Junyi is their only child, treasured and cherished since birth, as delicate as a gem. Not only has he never been struck, but he has never even been scolded. Chapter 123. Why don't you flirt with me? You must be attracted to me. Zhang Junyi's father is named Zhang Teng, and his mother is named Li Guifang. The silent man standing behind them is known as the Lone Wolf. According to his mother, he is the legendary god of war returning home. Abroad, he instilled fear in numerous powerful figures. Yet, after 3 years, the god of war returns to find his family shattered and the world irrevocably altered. Thus, the lone wolf, filled with sorrow, chooses to conceal his identity and serves as Zhang Teng's bodyguard. Upon seeing the lone wolf, Zhang Junyi felt emboldened and plaintively remarked, "Mom and Dad, you can help me seek revenge." Of course, Li Guifang replied immediately, her heart aching for her son. "You should confront the school leaders." Finally, Zhang Teng, who had been silent until now, spoke up, stating, "I want to see which student dares to lay a hand on my son." Consequently, the group made their way toward the principal's office. The duty of reception fell to Dean Donglai. Ordinarily, this matter would not necessitate his involvement. However, upon hearing reports from his subordinates, he discovered that it involved Lin Qing. Lin Qing's father is none other than Lin He. Therefore, Dean Donglai personally intervened, summoning Lin Qing to the office and instructing him to call Lin He. Dean Donglai was somewhat familiar with Zhang Junyi's family. He was aware that Zhang Teng held some influence in Nanzhou City. Moreover, as the only son of Zhang Teng, when Zhang Junyi first enrolled, his parents nearly arranged for a team of caretakers for him. Had Zhang Junyi not felt that such arrangements would make him stand out too much at school, his parents would never have settled for less. "Why are you suddenly calling me?" Lin He inquired curiously upon receiving his son's call. "Dad, I got into a fight at school," Lin Qing replied with conviction. "Why?" "Because those two people spread lies claiming that my sister was being kept by someone from outside society and posted it on the school forum, causing quite a stir." Lin Qing chuckled coldly. "I dealt with both of them, a boy and a girl, rather decisively. Now, the parents of someone named Zhang Junyi have come, presumably to pressure the school regarding my actions." "Well done," Lin He commended. Sometimes, words can serve as an invisible weapon. To tarnish someone's reputation unjustly is a severe offense, and your response was quite restrained. Listening from the side, Dean Donglai felt a sense of helplessness. It was no wonder Lin Qing's demeanor was so audacious. With a father like that, how could he not be bold? "Dad, you're probably going to need to come over," Lin Qing said, reclining on the couch with a playful smile. "I'm on my way," Lin He affirmed. With that, the call ended, and Lin Qing tucked his phone away. Knock, knock. The office door was rapped upon. "Come in," Dean Donglai instructed. The door swung open, and a teacher entered, leading a group of individuals. "Mom and Dad, this is the kid who hit me." Upon seeing Lin Qing casually lounging on the couch, Zhang Junyi exclaimed loudly. Tao Wu glared at Lin Qing with palpable resentment. She is the belle of the school, adored by countless boys, yet she was unexpectedly struck, and that too, in front of a multitude, leaving her with a bloody nose. I can only imagine how many envious souls within the school are secretly rejoicing. Lin Qing has now become the object of Tao Wu's utmost disdain. Her gaze inadvertently swept over Zhang Teng and Li Guifang, and a triumphant expression emerged on Tao Wu's face. Zhang Junyi confides everything to her. Thus Tao Wu possesses a fair understanding of Zhang Teng and Li Guifang. This couple dotes on their son immensely, whatever Zhang Junyi desires. They will surely procure it at any cost. Now that their cherished son has been assaulted, how could Zhang Teng and Li Guifang let this matter rest? "You dare to strike my son?" Li Guifang advanced, pointing at Lin Qing, and exclaimed, "Let me inform you, you have chosen the wrong person to provoke." Lin Qing scoffed derisively. "Director Donglai, how could the Qingji Academy of Arts accept such a student?" Li Guifang was taken aback, even with the parents present. This young man still dared to exhibit such arrogance. The imprint of 5 fingers on her son's face had yet to fade, and upon seeing it, her heart ached as if it were bleeding. The parents of Lin Qing are already en route. I hope we can maintain restraint and discuss this matter thoroughly once both parties have arrived, Director Donglai interjected. It was evident that Zhang Junyi's mother, Li Guifang, was still exceedingly agitated. To prevent the situation from escalating further, Director Donglai felt compelled to make such a suggestion. Discuss thoroughly? What is there to discuss? He assaulted my son. That is a fact. Li Guifang held up 2 fingers and stated, "First, let my son slap him 10 times. And then he must publicly apologize to my son in front of the entire school. Second, your school must expel him. I will not allow someone who has harmed my son to remain here. Third, if you do not agree to the above, I will resort to societal means to handle this." "Old lady, those are 3 demands. Have you succumbed to senility?" Lin Qing chuckled, covering his mouth. "You." Li Guifang was rendered speechless with indignation. "Young man," Zhang Teng regarded Lin Qing with an air of authority, "do not attempt to employ your youthful insolence here. It will not be effective with me. Since you wish to wait for your family to arrive, then wait you shall." A Rolls-Royce Cullinan glided into Qingji Academy of Arts and came to a halt in the parking lot. Lin He emerged from the vehicle, surveying the 230 000 square meters of the campus. How had he reached Director Dong Lai's office the last time he visited? After searching around, he found no signs to guide him. Thus, he approached a stylishly dressed girl at the roadside. "Excuse me, could you please tell me how to get to Director Dong Lai's office?" Lin He politely inquired. "I'm sorry, I already have a boyfriend," the girl replied without lifting her head. Lin He had not anticipated being mistaken for someone attempting to flirt, so he added, "Could you please direct me to the office of Director Dong Lai?" "I already told you, I have a boyfriend." The girl remained engrossed in her phone, her fingers gliding across the screen, presumably engaged in a conversation with a friend. "Excuse me, I simply wish to inquire about the location of Dean Dong Lai's office," Lin He stated earnestly. "Do you not comprehend my words?" The girl lifted her gaze, her tone and expression exuding an utmost impatience. Upon seeing Lin He, she momentarily froze, clearly taken aback by the striking handsomeness of the man attempting to engage her, a charm rarely witnessed among her peers at school. However, she promptly retorted, "I have already mentioned that I have a boyfriend." The girl chuckled, embodying confidence and radiance akin to that of a queen. A popular lyric suddenly echoed in Lin He's mind. "Never mind, I shall not inquire further," he said, turning to leave. The youth of today truly exude an admirable confidence. At that moment, another girl approached, asking, "What was that guy saying to you just now?" "Oh, he was merely trying to flirt with me. He must have taken a liking to me," the confident girl replied, tossing her hair nonchalantly. Chapter 124. Equality above the self, hierarchy beneath the self. I must say, the man I just saw is quite handsome. Many of today's popular male celebrities do not compare to his allure. A companion, puzzled, inquired, "Isn't it acceptable for a man of such caliber to make a pass? What use is handsomeness? We are no longer high school students," retorted the confident girl as she opened her phone's camera to take a selfie. "I intend to join an entertainment company in the future, and then the choice of men will be mine." "Your reasoning holds some merit," her companion sighed, acknowledging her friend's confidence, which could sometimes be both amusing and exasperating. "Sister, let me tell you," the confident girl continued, "today's women are no longer like those in feudal times. We are treasures. Do not be deceived by a man's good looks. Many are just pretenders. If I seek a partner, it must be the best. Love cannot substitute for sustenance. I would rather weep in a BMW than smile on the back of a bicycle." Unbeknownst to them, Lin Qing did not overhear their subsequent conversation. He dialed Xiao Rui, requesting his presence. Soon, Xiao Rui arrived, and Lin He asked him to recount the events that had transpired. "Are you from Nanzhou City?" Tao Wu queried upon witnessing Zhang Junyi's parents and Lin Qing exchanging glances, clearly puzzled. This question even drew the attention of Dean Dong Lai, who regarded Tao Wu with an expression that suggested cleverness. The girl was evidently unwilling to waste time, deliberately asking Lin Qing this question to let Zhang Junyi's parents know that Lin Qing might not even be a local of Nanzhou City. Was she attempting to muddle the situation further? No, Lin Qing replied candidly, revealing that he was from Qingjiang City. "When will your parents arrive?" Li Guifang interjected, her displeasure evident. "Dean Dong, you cannot possibly be looking to shield the student who committed the assault?" "I will not shield anyone," Dean Donglai stated solemnly. "This matter is not as simple as you presume. I believe we should wait for both parties' parents to arrive to discuss the entire situation thoroughly. Lin Qing's parents are already en route from Qingjiang City. They should not keep you waiting long." Lin Qing considered Zhang Junyi's actions deplorable, yet he found the latter's accomplices even more shameless. At least this was the impression Dean Donglai held. "My apologies, Dean," Zhang Tung interjected. "I am a businessman, and time is of the essence. A minute could equate to millions. I require an explanation immediately. My son, Zhang Tong, is not someone who can be assaulted without consequence." With a creak, the office door swung open, and Lin He entered with Xiao Rui. "Ah, Lin Qing's parents have arrived," Dean Donglai exhaled in relief. Zhang Junyi's parents grew increasingly agitated. Thankfully, Lin He had finally arrived. He would handle this situation. "Are you Lin Qing's parent?" Li Guifang asked, her brow furrowed. Lin Qing's parents appeared remarkably youthful, prompting Li Guifang to question whether Lin Qing had indeed found imposters. After all, they looked no older than their 30s. And yet their son was already in college. "Are you all right?" Lin He inquired with genuine concern as he approached his son. "I'm fine," Lin Qing replied, feeling a warmth in his heart. Despite his usual bravado, he felt a twinge of apprehension in the presence of Zhang Junyi's parents. This feeling, unrelated to any specific matter, resembled the pressure one feels when facing elders. However, with his father present, Lin Qing's trepidation vanished without a trace. "Hey, it was my son who was assaulted, not yours." If anyone should be asked, it should be about my son's well-being, Li Guifeng pointedly reminded. I merely wanted to know if my son was injured during the altercation with yours, Lin He said as he settled onto the sofa. Xiao Rui took a position behind Lin He. Upon entering the office, Xiao Rui noticed the solitary figure of the lone wolf standing there. He sensed a distinct aura of bloodlust emanating from the man, not from the scent of actual blood, but rather an intangible atmosphere, one that only those who had experienced real violence could possess. Xiao Rui recognized that this middle-aged man was not to be underestimated, and he maintained a vigilant watch to protect his boss and young master. The lone wolf, in turn, scrutinized Xiao Rui. Among the two men who had entered, the highest ranking, Lin He did not exude any threat. His posture and natural movements indicated a lack of familiarity with martial arts. The youth, however, was a different case. He was clearly a formidable practitioner. As Xiao Rui fixated on the lone wolf, the latter remained equally wary of him. Like father, like son. Zhang Teng sneered in frustration. He had come to the realization that this father-son duo were likely scoundrels. I previously stated 3 conditions. Let us see if you are willing to. Li Guifeng began to reiterate her earlier points when Lin He waved his hand dismissively. Not willing. Do you truly believe your son was justified in assaulting mine? Li Guifeng asked angrily. Have you considered why, among so many students at Qingji Art Academy, my son only targeted yours and not anyone else? Lin He calmly inquired. Zhang Junyi's gaze faltered, avoiding direct eye contact with Lin He. Even if my son was at fault, it is not for others to administer punishment, Zhang Teng coldly remarked. Since you are unwilling to resolve this matter amicably, do not blame us for being ungracious. I have no intention of being gracious either. How shall we resolve this matter? Lin He asked with a smile. I suggest you consider expelling your son. Otherwise, while Nanzhou City is a first-tier city in Xiagua, it is not devoid of unruly thugs. Should anything happen to your son, their lack of legal awareness could lead to unpredictable consequences. Zhang Teng responded with a smirk. Li Guifeng, Zhang Junyi, and Tao Wudi gazed at Lin He and his son Lin Qing with a sense of triumph. Did they truly believe that their unruly behavior would go unchallenged? Lacking any ability, they still aspired to emulate others in indulging their sons. Was there not a semblance of law? Lin He exclaimed in astonishment. You are all unaware of the circumstances, are you? Do we really need to know? Retorted Zhang Ting. Even if my son is in the wrong, your son has no right to lay a hand on him. If my son bullies yours, your son must endure it. Zhang Teng proclaimed. Allow me to impart a lesson to both of you. Above oneself, all are equal. Beneath oneself, hierarchy is distinctly defined. Well said, Lin He nodded. Thus, even if my son and I are in the right, our lack of power renders it futile. Indeed, Zhang Junyi snapped his fingers, his demeanor once again brimming with confidence. Suddenly, Lin He seized the ashtray from the table and hurled it directly at Zhang Teng's head. Chapter 125, The War God Returns to the City Lying Motionless on the Ground. The ashtray, crafted from exquisite celadone, is renowned for its delicate porcelain texture and graceful, fluid lines. Thus, as Lin He grasped it in his hand and brought it down upon Zhang Teng's head, it proved to be a most effective tool. The collision of celadone with forehead produced a sound that momentarily transported Ding Dong Lai's mind to the ancient texts describing celadone. Green as jade, bright as a mirror, resonant as a stone. Bang! The sound reverberated, leaving everyone in the office stunned for a good 10 seconds. Tao Wu stood dumbfounded. No wonder Lin Qing was so violent. It seems he inherited his father's temperament. However, Zhang Junyi's father was a wealthy magnate. After striking a rich man, how would the two of them extricate themselves from this predicament? Tao Wu smirked with a sense of superiority. The affluent were not to be trifled with by mere commoners. A dangerous glint flickered in the eyes of the lone wolf, while Xiao Rui subtly advanced half a step forward. Should the lone wolf make any rash moves, he was prepared to ensure the safety of both the boss and the young master in an instant. Since you refuse to engage in rational discourse, I too find it unnecessary to waste my breath, Lin He remarked with a smile, placing the bloodied ashtray upon the coffee table. You dare to strike my father? Zhang Junyi asked in terror. Lin Qing picked up the ashtray, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Zhang Junyi quickly recoiled, silencing himself. Fathers striking sons, sons striking fathers. The Lin family, unabashedly arrogant. Ding Dong Lai couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He had long witnessed Lin He's indulgence towards his son. Spending 50 billion to enroll Lin Qing in the Qingji Art Academy was a luxury few could afford. Before Lin He's arrival, Zhang Junyi's parents had been quite aggressive, and Ding Dong Lai had anticipated trouble. How dare you strike me? Zhang Teng covered his forehead. blood seeping through his fingers and staining his hand and sleeve, continuing to trickle down. "What is so surprising about hitting you?" "Lin," he retorted. "Very well," were the words that escaped from Zhang Teng's clenched teeth. The earlier blow from the ashtray had sent sharp pain coursing through his skull. "Lone Wolf, do take care of this father and son pair," Li Guifang commanded, unable to endure any longer. "Any consequences will be solely borne by the Zhang family." "Understood." The Lone Wolf stepped forward. "You are merely a subordinate. I advise you to tread carefully," Lin said with a calm smile. The Lone Wolf was a formidable warrior. Li Guifang, filled with disdain, declared, "Renowned in the Golden Triangle, with blood on his hands, if you do not wish to meet a grim fate, the two of you must sever a leg and kneel at the entrance of the Qingji Art Academy for a day, then forever leave Nanzhou City." "Madness," Lin scoffed. "What era are we in that one still demands kneeling?" They had been granted their opportunity. Li Guifang glanced at the middle-aged man and added, "Once you have dealt with this father and son duo, I shall reward you handsomely. Our family hails from Guangxi Group Limited in Hebei Province." "I presume the rustic folk have not heard of it," Zhang Junyi remarked. "Guangxi Group Limited." Tao suddenly comprehended. She finally understood the nature of Zhang Junyi's family business. Guangxi Group Limited operates a triad of sectors: petrochemical production, grain and oil processing, and international trade. Embodying a harmonious blend of industry and commerce, it ranks 23rd among the top 100 private enterprises in Hebei Province. Previously, Tao had speculated about the wealth of Zhang Junyi's family, but she never imagined it was this formidable. "I haven't heard of it," Lin Qing shrugged. "It doesn't matter if you haven't. What you need to understand is that this is someone you two should never provoke." Li Guifang waved her hand, saying, "Let them spend the rest of their lives in regret." Indeed, the Lone Wolf prepared to strike. Xiao Rue immediately sensed a potent scent of blood emanating from his opponent. Li Guifang was right. The Lone Wolf had undoubtedly engaged in bloodshed in some foreign chaotic zones. Otherwise, the stench of blood would not have surged so dramatically once he entered combat mode. Even Xiao Rue felt a tinge of reluctance to engage. This was not about strength. It stemmed from the oppressive aura. "I have cautioned you." Lenny locked eyes with the Lone Wolf. The Lone Wolf gazed back into the man's eyes, deep black pupils, devoid of any impurities. Suddenly, the whites of his eyes seemed to blend and swirl with the black, causing the Lone Wolf's consciousness to waver. To an outsider, it appeared as though he had suddenly become dazed. Bang! Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Rue launched an attack. Although he was unaware of the Lone Wolf's condition, it was a prime chance to defeat him. With all his strength, he delivered a kick that sent the Lone Wolf, a robust man standing at 6 feet tall, soaring through the air. Since Xiao Rue had been following his boss, he had never unleashed his full power before. The force of his kick lifted the Lone Wolf off the ground entirely. Crash! The Lone Wolf crashed into a bookshelf and lay motionless on the floor. Tao was speechless. Was this the return of the god of war? She had imagined it akin to the war god novels she had read online, where one dominated the city and was invincible. Instead, a mere word left him dumbfounded, followed by being kicked away, lying on the ground, uncertain of life or death. Zhang Junyi and his family were equally stunned. The Lone Wolf was their gold standard bodyguard, hired for millions in annual salary, with such a war god by their side. Their safety was assured. They were not Navi. Owning a company ranked 23rd in the province required acumen. They had tested the Lone Wolf before. Previous bodyguards had crumbled before him, 10 against 1. The Lone Wolf was confident, asserting that it wasn't that these bodyguards were too weak, but rather that they had never encountered true bloodshed. This was where the disparity lay. On the spot, Zhang Teng decisively decided to hire the Lone Wolf. Yet now, a single kick? "Mr. Lin, perhaps we should have a serious conversation," Zhang Teng suggested tactfully. "Old Zhang, what are you afraid of?" Li Guifang could hardly believe her husband was conceding. Uncertain whether he was jolted awake by the impact of an ashtray or if the fall of the Lone Wolf had restored his obscured reason, Zhang Ting chose to ignore his wife and continued, "Could I first go to the hospital to tend to my wound? And then we can sit down and discuss this calmly?" Li Guifang suddenly realized, her anger having made her forget the blood streaming from her husband's forehead. A tactical retreat. The young man standing beside the pair must also be a skilled fighter. With the Lone Wolf down, there was no need for further confrontation. Once they departed, the Zhang family's influence would provide ample means to deal with the brutish father and son. Naturally, there was also that skilled young man to consider. "Want to leave?" It was too late. Lenny chuckled and said, "I want your son and that girl named Tao would publicly read an apology before the entire school. And then they should leave the Youth Art Academy. Otherwise, this matter will not end well. Mr. Lin, there is no need to be so aggressive. Zhang Ting's patience had its limits. With a sharp motion, he seized the ashtray and hurled it towards him. Chapter 126. Little girl, a surprise awaits you. Bang. The sound this time was even louder than before. The office fell silent once more. Zhang Juni and Tao Wu suddenly felt as if they were reliving a scene. Zhang Teng collapsed to one side, lying motionless on the ground for quite some time. Clatter. Linny tossed the ashtray onto the table and declared, I am not jesting. This matter must be resolved before you leave the office. Do you dare to challenge me with the police? Li Guifad felt as though her head were about to explode. Who were these people, resorting to such violence without fear of consequences? Trembling, she reached into her bag. However, before she could locate her phone, she noticed Lin He's enigmatic smile. It appeared that if she dared to continue searching for her phone, the ashtray would once again be hurled at her face. Dad, are you all right? Zhang Junyi asked. His eyes reddened as he supported Zhang Teng's arm, helping him back onto the couch. Zhang Teng's face was now stained with blood, and he dared not be defiant any longer. Across from him, Lin He remained unpredictable, an embodiment of brutality. Mr. Lin, I would like to understand the situation. Zhang Teng's voice wavered slightly. Li Guifad fell silent, paralyzed by fear. The strong prey upon the weak, such was the reality. After all, a gentleman's vengeance is not to be sought hastily, she mused. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Are you now willing to listen, Mr. Zhang? Lin He asked, somewhat surprised. Yes, I am willing, Zhang Teng replied, his demeanor awkward. Some individuals exude a certain base essence, Lin He mused, shaking his head. Had he cooperated earlier, there would have been no need to endure such physical pain. Would there? Zhang Teng felt a sharper pain in his wound. The ashtray had struck his right cheek, and the ache radiated through the half of his face, making it difficult to speak. He spat blood into the trash can. The crimson hue stark against the refuse. Zhang Junyi trembled beside him. He had never witnessed such a gruesome scene before. He usually shied away from violent dramas or films. This matter is better understood by your son. Lin He reclined comfortably on the couch, speaking nonchalantly. He held no fondness for violence, for it was rather exhausting. What transpired? Zhang Teng inquired. It is, as follows, Zhang Junyi stammered, recounting the entire affair. He had harbored feelings for Tao Wu, who prided herself as the belle of the Qingji Academy of Arts. The arrival of the new student Lin Weiye had significantly impacted her popularity. Thus, Tao Wu became exceedingly envious of Lin Weiye, fortuitously discovering that Lin Weiye had boarded a Rolls-Royce Cullinan at the school gate. Consequently, she coerced Zhang Junyi to procure the surveillance footage and circulate it on the school forum, inciting public opinion that the newly crowned campus beauty, the ice-cold goddess Lin Weiye, was being sponsored by a wealthy outsider. This post vividly describes the situation, and the anticipated effects have all been realized. Many fans of Tao Wu have expressed that the true campus belle must embody the essence of Tao Wu. A campus belle should not only possess beauty but also virtue. Lin Weiye may have the looks, but lacks moral character, which is unacceptable. For reasons unknown, this matter came to Lin Qing's attention, leading to the events of today. Tao Wu's expression darkened. It was surprising that Zhang Junyi had proven so inept as to divulge everything. My son has done nothing wrong, has he? What use is a campus belle with mere beauty? In this matter, my son stands on the side of justice. Li Guifang interjected from the side, unable to hold back. However, Zhang Teng sensed an unusual tension in the air. The Rolls-Royce Cullinan is the most technologically advanced and uniquely customized super-luxury SUV in the world. Stately, masculine, powerful, and imposing, it has quickly become the new favorite among the elite since its market debut. A man capable of using a Rolls-Royce Cullinan as his mode of transport undoubtedly possesses a remarkable identity. Zhang Teng inhaled sharply. If this is the case, Lin He's actions are undeniably tyrannical. A man who utilizes a Rolls-Royce Cullinan as his vehicle is certainly foolish. This implies that Lin He's audacious behavior must be backed by something substantial. At this moment, Zhang Teng felt a sense of clarity. That Rolls-Royce Cullinan belongs to me. Lin Weiye is my daughter. Lin He's tone grew increasingly ominous, his piercing gaze slowly shifting from Zhang Junyi to Tao Wu. Tell me, whose fault is it? Both Zhang Junyi and Tao Wu shivered simultaneously. When Lin He posed the question, they distinctly felt a chilling aura descend upon them, enveloping them entirely. My son was unaware beforehand. As the saying goes, ignorance is no crime. Li Guifang attempted to argue. Zhang Teng. Lin He dismissed the woman and turned his attention to Zhang Junyi's father, stating, your company is indeed formidable, but understand that, in the eyes of some, this means little. This seemingly casual remark struck Zhang Ting like a bolt from the blue. After some contemplation, Zhang Ting replied, "Mr. Lin, my son has indeed erred. He can issue a public apology to your daughter in front of the entire school." "Dad, old Zhang." Both Zhang Junyi and Li Guifeng were baffled by this sudden capitulation. Zhang Teng's demeanor was not one of mere avoidance of confrontation, but rather a genuine intention to apologize. Should he apologize publicly? The entire Qingji Academy of Arts would learn that Zhang Junyi fabricated lies to malign Lin Weiyi in his pursuit of Tao Wu. How could Zhang Junyi ever hold his head high at school again? Moreover, Lin He inquired, as his demands were certainly not limited to this. "Tao Wu has no relation to us. My son has indeed made a mistake, but I hope Mr. Lin can show leniency." Zhang Teng lowered his stance significantly, saying, "After all, we are part of the same circle. Perhaps we could collaborate on other projects?" "You are not worthy of collaborating with me." Lin He rose from the sofa, stating, "Since you are unwilling to cooperate, there is no need for further discussion. It is Guangxi Group Limited, is it not? Subsequently, I shall have you removed from Hanbei Province within a week." This proclamation left even Ding Dong Lai somewhat astonished. The influence and connections of Guangxi Group Limited in Hanbei Province are formidable. It seems implausible that Lin He could orchestrate such a removal within a mere week. Regardless of his wealth, he paid no heed to the astonished expressions on Zhang Tong, Zhang Junyi, and Li Guifeng's faces. Accompanied by Lin Qing and Xiao Rue, Lin He prepared to exit the office. Before departing, he paused beside Tao Wu, saying, "My dear girl, once Guangxi Group Limited is removed, a surprise awaits you." The word surprise sent a chill down Tao Wu's spine. Once that father-son duo departed, Zhang Teng and his companions hastily made their exit as well. For Zhang Teng bore visible injuries that necessitated immediate medical attention. To be honest, Tao Wu felt a surge of panic. Chapter 127, To Pursue Me. "You must drive a Rolls-Royce." As Zhang Junyi was about to leave, he wished to call out to the goddess to join him. However, Zhang Teng shot him a glare. And Zhang Junyi, aware that today's events stemmed from his actions, could only silence himself and follow suit. Just before departing, Li Guifeng seized a cup of water from the table and splashed it directly onto Lone Wolf's face. Startled, he awoke, sitting there with a bewildered expression. Who was he? What had just transpired? Why did merely locking eyes with that man leave his mind in a muddled state? He quickly rose from the ground and, upon seeing the bloodstains on his boss Zhang Teng's face, understood that something had gone awry during his unconsciousness. Initially, Tao Wu had hoped to rely on the influence of Zhang Junyi's father for protection, only to realize that they had no intention of acknowledging her as they left, sending her into a panic. Lin Qing's father was notoriously fierce, and it appeared he possessed considerable influence. Even Zhang Teng exhibited clear apprehension towards him. Hence he dared not confront Lin Qing's father directly. One more thing struck Tao Wu's mind. It seemed that throughout the ordeal, Ding Dong Lai, the Qingji Art Academy, had consistently sided with Lin Qing. The fact that he remained unmoved while witnessing violence in his office was perplexing. Was this the same meticulous dean who, at the beginning of the semester, had implored everyone to study diligently? He had stated that any violations of school discipline would be dealt with according to regulations, regardless of one's background. Yet now, Ding Dong was clearly turning a blind eye. Return home. Ding Dong seemed to understand what Tao Wu wished to express, waving his hand and closing his eyes. As if fatigued, Tao Wu's lips moved, but she dared not inquire further and could only leave in despair. Stepping out of the office, she gazed at the sky outside the corridor. The weather was splendid, yet her heart felt burdened by a dark cloud. What could Lin Qing's father's small surprise possibly be? "Dad, you were incredible." The little turtle and the old turtle didn't dare to make a sound. Lin Qing exclaimed, animatedly gesturing. Just moments ago in the office, her father's movements had been swift and decisive. As she recalled each of his actions, Lin Qing felt compelled to learn humbly. He was simply magnificent. "Today, you were quite justified in your actions. However, I hope that in the future, you will not rely solely on your fist to resolve problems. While brute force may yield quick results at times, it is ultimately not the best approach." Lin He gently tapped Lin Qing's temple, advising her to think more critically. "I understand, Dad." Lin Qing nodded, deep in thought. Ding dong. The completion of the guidance task was acknowledged, and a reward was bestowed. The mountain-like fatherly love gift pack. The system's notification chimed softly in Lin He's ear. Upon arriving in Nanzhou City, Lin He found himself inundated with various matters. Had it not been for the sudden alert that rang out, he might have entirely forgotten his task of guiding his son. Unexpectedly, the events of the day culminated in the successful completion of this very task, albeit through a series of unforeseen circumstances. Opening the system panel to review the task details, he discovered that some progress had been subtly achieved through Lin Qing's actions. "All right, let us return to class," Lin He declared. "I have matters to attend to. I'll be waiting for good news from you, Dad," Lin Qing said with a grin. "Dad?" Lin Wei approached from another direction, her expression a complex mix of emotions. "What brings you here?" Lin He inquired, puzzled. "Many people at our school are aware of the situation. It has escalated to a point where both families must be involved," Lin Wei replied, glancing at her father and brother, aware that both were there to protect her. As the saying goes, idle chatter is abundant, but if one chooses not to listen, it ceases to exist. "With me around, there is no need to fear." Lin Qing patted his chest confidently. "You should have seen me when I dealt with Zhang Junyi and Tao Wu. No, that is nothing compared to Dad," who nearly rendered Zhang Junyi's father speechless in the office. "Ha." Xiao Rui and Yunyan exchanged amused glances. Truly, Lin Qing always knows how to astonish. Lin Wei rolled her eyes at him, then turned a reproachful gaze towards their father. Clearing his throat, Lin Qing said, "All right, you two, get back to your tasks. Classes should commence, and rest is equally essential. A balance between work and leisure is crucial. Farewell, I'm heading back to the dormitory." Waving goodbye to his father and sister, he turned to leave. "Dad, drive safely and send me a message once you're home," Lin Wei cautioned with concern. "Rest assured," Lin He nodded in acknowledgement. The Qingji Art Institute sprawls across an extensive area, featuring entrances on all 4 cardinal directions. Naturally, there are multiple parking lots. Most students attending Qingji hail from affluent backgrounds, frequently arriving in their own vehicles. As Lin He made his way to the parking lot, he noticed several young women standing beside a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, snapping selfies. "Have you finished? It's my turn now. This is a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, after all. I must confess, this is the first time I've seen a functioning Rolls-Royce in person. Look at that license plate, Han A88888. It undoubtedly belongs to a big shot. It's a pity the big shot didn't leave a WeChat ID. Otherwise, I would definitely add them. Just remember not to capture the license plate in the photos to avoid unnecessary troubles when posting on social media." The girls excitedly chatted while taking pictures. "Pardon me, ladies. Could you please make way?" Lin He thought it best to wait a moment to avoid making the girls uncomfortable, but as they continued to take pictures endlessly, he eventually approached them politely. "Why the hurry? We haven't finished shooting yet. Let's discuss it once we're done." A girl fixated on her phone screen, magnifying the recently taken photos to check for flaws. "I didn't come here to take pictures," Lin He remarked with a hint of exasperation. He recognized the girl gazing at her phone. He had encountered her during a previous visit to the school. "Oh, it's you," she exclaimed, her expression shifting as she recalled. "I told you already, I have a boyfriend. I'm not here to pursue you," Lin He replied, his tone still tinged with resignation. Indeed. She was the embodiment of confidence. The other girls nearby couldn't help but chuckle at Lin He's response. The confident girl instantly grew displeased. While it was common for girls to reject boys' advances, Lin He's words felt belittling to her. "Your attempts at flirting are rather pathetic. There's no need to stubbornly deny it," she remarked, tapping the hood of the Cullinan. "If you wish to court me, you must be able to drive a luxury car of Rolls-Royce caliber." Chapter 128. Has my newly acquired private estate been usurped? I wish I could share my insecurities with you. Lin He gazed at the self-assured girl. A sudden desire to meet her parents arose within him. What extraordinary individuals could raise such a confident daughter? "Have you ever seen this car? A Rolls-Royce. Do you know the Cullinan?" The confident girl continued to inquire, aware that such questions could deeply wound a man's pride. After all, this man had just undermined her. Clearly wishing to flirt and obtain her contact information while stubbornly maintaining his fade. He had attempted this once before, and now he returned for another round. Why not admit it openly? Girls are not so easily won over. Several other girls tugged at the confident girl's sleeve, signaling her to tone it down. Perhaps he was not attempting to flirt after all? Standing tall and strikingly handsome amidst the many beautiful faces at the prestigious Art Institute, Lin He's elegance radiated from within, setting him apart. His demeanor easily garnered the admiration of most girls. In a moment of clarity, Lin He retrieved the key to the Rolls-Royce from his pocket, approached the car, opened the door, and entered. The confident girl's jaw dropped, capable of accommodating a duck egg, while the other girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. "You are indeed beautiful. But I truly was not trying to flirt," Lin He explained with a smile as he grasped the Cullinan's steering wheel and drove off from the parking lot. The confident girl's face flushed crimson, and the other girls were at a loss for words to comfort her. Had it been them in her position, they might have felt utterly humiliated. Here was a man driving a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, handsome and affluent. Undoubtedly, such a man would attract a multitude of admirers. His compliment about the confident girl's beauty was merely a courteous gesture. If she were genuinely beautiful, she would have long since found a partner. "Let's wrap things up and head out," one girl suggested. Suddenly, the confident girl burst into tears, covering her face as she fled towards the parking lot's exit. What was meant to be a joyful outing for dinner had taken a turn when they spotted a Rolls-Royce parked nearby. After searching online, they discovered it was a Cullinan, priced at a staggering $9 million, prompting the girls to insist on taking photos. Posting them on social media would make them feel like socialites. But who could have predicted it would unfold this way? After this experience, the confident girl found herself unable to eat during the gathering, her spirits plummeting to despair. "Father, will that Lin Qing's father truly expel our Guangxi group from Hebei province?" Zhang Junyi inquired as they emerged from the hospital, the sky darkening around them. "Do you really believe he can ascend to the heavens?" Li Guifang replied, her anger palpable. Her son, reduced to a sycophant at school, had been toyed with by that girl. Zhang Junyi hung his head in shame. The heart is not one's own. He does not wish to be a mere backup. A sycophant. Messages go unanswered for hours, sometimes even 1 or 2. During festive occasions, he has sent countless red envelopes marked with numbers like 13, 14, and 520. Tao Wu posts on social media to express gratitude, albeit with Zhang Junyi's name obscured. Each night, he resolves to sever ties with Tao Wu completely. To be a sycophant? I have no interest in that. The following morning, Zhang Junyi picks up his phone, finds the pinned contact for Tao Wu, and types a message as if inscribed in DNA. "Good morning. Look at your pitiful self. If that girl were to let out a fart, would you chase the wind for 10 miles? Li Guifang, exasperated by his inaction, retorts, "That girl has a face full of green tea vibes. She is not a good person. Today's events are all her fault." "She is not at fault," Zhang Junyi instinctively replies. Enough of this bickering. With over 10 stitches in his head, Zhang Ting is already feeling irritable. He picks up his phone to investigate the identity of that man. Zhang Junyi and Li Guifang fall silent. At home, Zhang Ting is still the one in charge. "You wish to undermine me? I wonder what kind of confidence allows you to utter such arrogant words," Zhang Ting scoffs. At Blue Ocean Bay, in the villa, Lindy copies the information obtained from the system and entrusts it to Enshui for processing. While confronting Zhang Ting in the office, the system dispenses a detailed dossier on Zhang Tong's weaknesses. "Victory for my father is a certainty. Lin He is determined not to let him lose." After reviewing the dossier, Lin He realizes that Zhang Ting's time is up. The fatherly gift package is opened, and success is achieved, earning 5 scratch cards. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lin He beams with delight. He had previously won a substantial amount from a scratch card, directly revealing 8 billion. Choosing the first scratch card, Lin He uses it immediately. The system prompts, "Scratch card used successfully, congratulations. Host, you've scratched in vain, keep at it." Lin He, damn, is it possible to do this? Taking a breath, he continues. The system prompts, "Scratch card used successfully, congratulations. Host, you've acquired a manor in Nanzhou City. Now that is more like it." Lin He breathes a sigh of relief, thankful that he didn't just scratch in vain again. A manor in Nanzhou City should be worth quite a bit. Continuing, the system prompts, "Scratch card used successfully, congratulations. Host, you've obtained a Peppa helicopter." The system prompts again, "Scratch card used successfully, congratulations. Host, you've scratched in vain, keep at it." The system prompts once more, "Scratch card used successfully, congratulations. Host, you've obtained a loyalty card." After using 5 scratch cards, 2 resulted in nothing, which is quite unfortunate. Overall, a significant profit. A loyalty card? The last item revealed by the scratch card piques Lin He's curiosity. He can understand the manor and helicopter. But what does this loyalty card signify? He opens the system to investigate further. Loyalty card 1. Once utilized, it can elevate the target's loyalty to a perfect 100%, a consumable item. It appears rather promising, does it not? Lin He stroked his chin, pondering to whom he might bestow this loyalty card. Nevertheless, it matters not. For now, he shall stow it away in the system's repository for potential future use. After completing the address for the helicopter's delivery, Lin He switched on the television, seeking a moment of relaxation. The address he provided was that very estate. Although the opulent mansion he currently resided in was quite spacious, it was insufficient to accommodate a helicopter. Lin He decided to check for any recent news. The Southern State Urban Entertainment Channel reported, Renowned director Zhang Yimou's new film Spring and Snow has officially commenced production today, featuring an illustrious cast that includes both contemporary stars and established luminaries, with filming taking place at the southern state's Hickory Walnut Manor. This estate is celebrated as the premier private manor in Hebei province, sprawling over 200 acres, complete with splendid gardens and a private lake. Through the images on the television screen, one could observe a multitude of media representatives gathered at the manor's entrance, while security personnel were diligently maintaining order and preventing entry. My newly acquired private estate is already occupied? Lin he muttered in disbelief to himself. Chapter 129, Wagering 10,000 yuan. No one could possibly dismantle her. Lin he activated the system and retrieved a document. Within it lay the certificate affirming Lin he's status as the proprietor of the Pecan private estate. Upon meticulous examination, it became evident that the recently acquired private estate had indeed been commandeered by the Yangchun Baiwei film crew. To film within the confines of the Pecan estate, they must first seek the permission of its owner. Gazing at the media footage depicting throngs of fans, Lin he could not help but smirk coldly. At the Golden Gate nightclub, Scorpion and Cheng Wenrui clinked their glasses, the flush of intoxication evident upon their faces. Brother Cheng, having navigated this world for so many years, I have encountered a myriad of individuals. Yet, you are the one with whom I wish I could have met sooner. Scorpion, reeking of alcohol, slammed his glass onto the table. Cheng Wenrui was acutely aware that Scorpion had been enduring a difficult time of late. Previously, he had deliberately arranged for someone to capture images of Cheng Wenrui and Scorpion sharing laughter, as well as scenes of him with Mr. Lin. These were promptly delivered to Scorpion's superior, Dongfang Lei. Under ordinary circumstances, this would not have been a concern. However, given the irreconcilable conflict between Mr. Lin and Dongfang Lei that he was now privy to, the situation had become precarious. Dongfang Lei's trusted aides mingled daily with Lin he's associates, which was a fertile ground for suspicion among the inherently paranoid. Consequently, Dongfang Lei had been subtly pressuring Scorpion, causing him considerable distress. All the while, Scorpion remained oblivious to his own missteps. Cheng Wenrui, fully cognizant of the underlying tension, feigned ignorance and continued to advise, now that we have sworn brotherhood, allow me to offer you a word of counsel. At this juncture, Cheng made a throat-slitting gesture. Should you aspire to lofty ambitions, dare not mock Huang Chao for lacking manhood. Thump, thump. Scorpion's inebriated mind suddenly cleared, his heart racing. He grasped Cheng Wenrui's insinuation. If the boss treated him poorly, perhaps it would be best to eliminate Dongfang Lei. Reflecting on his years of unwavering loyalty, Scorpion had committed numerous unsavory deeds. Yet, all the benefits had been usurped by Dongfang Lei, leaving him with nothing. A glimmer of lethal intent flickered in Scorpion's eyes. This fellow had, indeed, grown timid. Scorpion had engaged in many clandestine activities, notably 8 years prior when he, under Dongfang Lei's orders, had intentionally collided with a rival, rendering him a vegetable over a contested parcel of land. This act had solidified Scorpion's status as a trusted confidant of Dongfang Lei. Over time, Scorpion's ruthlessness had earned him considerable renown in Nano City. As Dongfang Lei's power solidified, adeptly laundering assets, individuals like Scorpion, who relied on brute force, found themselves increasingly marginalized. Thus, he was relegated to the Golden Gate nightclub to manage affairs there. As long as Dongfang Lei refrained from interference, Scorpion was the undisputed authority of the nightclub. This sense of control intoxicated him, which is why he relished spending his idle hours at the Golden Gate nightclub. This is his territory, where everyone respectfully addresses him as Brother Scorpion, reminiscent of Scorpion bowing before Dongfang Lei. Cheng Wenrui filled Scorpion's empty glass and laughed heartily, urging him to drink. Scorpion nodded reluctantly. If one day I were to achieve lofty ambitions, would I dare to mock Huang Chao as a coward? This phrase took root in his heart like a seed, inevitably blooming. He hastily gulped down a few sips of the chilled liquor. Despite his fierce demeanor, he still harbored a deep-seated fear of Dongfang Lei. The current Dongfang Lei was no longer the same as before. His power was formidable, and his connections were intricately woven. With every step, one could traverse either heaven or hell. Scorpion dared not gamble his life and fortune. The drinking continued as Cheng Wenrui smiled knowingly. That girl. I bet 10,000 yuan. No one can take her down. A man leaned against the bar, sipping his drink. Ordinary women at bars are just waiting for men to cast their lines. Another young man clad in Nike scoffed. Let me handle it. I can have her in minutes. I don't believe it. The man pulled out a wad of cash and slammed it on the table. If I can take her down. Is this 10,000 yuan truly mine? The youth inquired. As long as you dare to go for it, I can give it to you right now. The man pushed the money toward the youth. Deal struck. The young man rose and walked toward her. 10,000 yuan was enough for him to squander for a long time. Hey, beautiful, how about a dance? He approached the swaying girl. Get lost, she replied. Sizing him up, how dare he attempt to flirt with her? Was it the swoosh of his attire that gave him such audacity? If she declined, she would decline. There was no need for arrogance. The young man, displeased, raised his hand and slapped her. The girl was momentarily stunned. With your kind. It's a privilege to pursue you, do you understand? He sneered. You dare hit me? The girl clawed at his face. The man who had initially wagered the 10,000 turned and walked away. The office door was closed, yet the music and screams from outside could still be heard. The youth and the girl sat inside, along with Brother Scorpion and Cheng Wenrui. Brother Cheng, sorry for the spectacle, Brother Scorpion said with a bitter smile. The girl who was struck was his daughter, Xiang Mei. The young man who hit Xiang Mei swung his leg nonchalantly, unafraid even when brought to the office. It's fine. You carry on, Cheng Wenrui said with a grin. Suddenly, the office door burst open, and a woman in her 30s, exuding an aura of elegance and the scent of expensive perfume, entered, followed by a man. Brother, are you all right? The woman asked with concern. Sister, I'm fine. The youth stood, proudly looking at Brother Scorpion and Xiang Mei. A bruise marked his face. Scorpion, did you hit him? The woman inquired. Indeed, he. Scorpion was about to explain, when suddenly the woman delivered 2 resounding slaps to his face. My brother, do you dare to strike him? Do you truly believe that the Golden Gate nightclub is under your dominion? You are but a dog kept by Brother Lei. What audacity do you possess to hit my brother? Just a mere dog, yet you behave so arrogantly. A young man stepped forward and kicked Scorpion. Furious. Scorpion clenched his fists tightly. The subordinates in the office averted their gazes, for their leader had been struck, and they dared not watch. Xiang Mei opened her mouth to speak, but quickly silenced herself. And you wretched creature. The woman advanced and kicked Xiang Mei twice. Xiang Mei burst into tears, bewildered by her perceived wrongdoing. The woman hurled a few more insults at Scorpion before departing with her entourage. Scorpion's expression darkened to an extreme. What is happening? Cheng Wenrui inquired, rising to his feet. That woman is the favored mistress of my boss, Dongfang Lei. Scorpion gritted his teeth. Suddenly, Scorpion's phone buzzed to life. Chapter 130, The Fall of the Tyrant, The Loyalty Card. The warrior wolf Scorpion answered the phone, nodding and bowing for a while before finally hanging up. His expression was increasingly grim. Cheng Wenrui immediately deduced the identity of the caller. Even a pampered mistress would hesitate to confront you directly, after all. One must never strike a face, Cheng Wenrui remarked. You have no idea how spoiled she has become. Dongfang Lei's shares have already been bequeathed. Should any misfortune befall him, the 73% of shares he holds will be inherited by this woman and her son. Scorpion inhaled deeply and spoke. Truly, a testament to deep marital affection. Cheng Wenrui said with a sardonic smile. Dad. Xiang Mei, who had been weeping uncontrollably from the side, interjected. Upon arriving in Xinjiang City, she had been violently assaulted. The time spent merely recuperating and healing her spirit was extensive. She had developed a fear of the outside world, almost retreating into herself. Hoping that her father's domain would provide safety and a moment of respite, she ended up facing yet another calamity. I'm sorry, it's my inadequacy, Scorpion said, his heart aching as he approached Xiang Mei. Scorpion, perhaps you should consider switching allegiances and join my boss, Cheng Wenrui encouraged. It's undoubtedly better than your current employer. Scorpion felt tempted. Through his interactions with Cheng Wenrui, he could sense that his boss was indeed quite affluent. If you're willing, I can arrange for your current employer to be dealt with, Cheng Wenrui said with a smile. My boss has everything under control. Is that for real? Scorpion inquired. Dongfang Lei is no simple man. Whenever you wish, you can call me, Cheng Wenrui replied. I regard you as a brother, which is why I am willing to say this. Scorpion fell silent, offering comfort to Xiang Mei. In the villa, Brother Lei, you have no idea how arrogant Scorpion is. He left my brother's face all bruised. Had I not arrived in time, who knows how badly my brother would have been beaten, the woman pouted. Brother-in-law, you must support me, the young man said, clutching his face. All right. I'll call Scorpion to come over immediately, Dongfang Lei said, pulling out his phone and saying a few words. The woman cast a triumphant glance at the young man. In Dongfang Lei's eyes, her worth was substantial. Soon, a Land Rover arrived at the villa entrance. Scorpion stepped out of the vehicle, hesitated briefly before retrieving a dagger and slipping it into his pocket. Brother Lei, I'm here, Scorpion announced as he entered the villa. The woman and the young man both scoffed simultaneously. Scorpion stood there as if he had not heard them. Dongfang Lei had summoned him, undoubtedly due to the incident at the Jingguang nightclub. He had already inquired over the phone, yet unexpectedly received another call directing him to come to the villa, causing discontent to swell within him. The woman was named Dai Huixin, and the young man was her brother, Dai Lo, relying on the support of his sister and brother-in-law. Dai Lu was any ne'er-do-well, embodying the essence of a rogue. Apologize to Xiaolu, Dongfang Lei said, his fingers still clutching a cigarette. Brother Lei. Today it was Dai Lu who caused trouble for my daughter and even struck her, Scorpion retorted defiantly. Dongfang Lei was well aware that Scorpion was not in the wrong. Yet he wished to observe how Scorpion would confront the situation, even if he himself was at fault. It was also a test to gauge the depth of Scorpion's relationship with Lin He. I know your daughter has not encountered any serious issues, Dongfang Lei inquired. Brother Lei. Scorpion found it hard to believe. How could Dongfang Lei have changed so drastically, employing such despicable methods in handling matters? Gone was the wisdom of yesteryears. Apologize, Dongfang Lei commanded firmly. I am sorry, tonight was my fault. Scorpion could only lower his head. Speak louder, I can't hear you. Dai Lu said, increasingly pleased with himself. I apologize and hope Master Dai can forgive me. Scorpion bowed his head even lower. No one noticed the fierce glint in his eyes. Cheng Wenrui's words echoed in his mind, spiraling out of control. All right, take Dai Lu back. Dongfang Lei waved his hand. He was somewhat satisfied with Scorpion's attitude. One must not truly alienate one's subordinates. After all, Scorpion still held value. Good. Dai Huixin was not a mindless woman. The reason she could earn Dongfang Lei's affection to the extent of bequeathing all her shares upon his death was due to her cunning strategies. Dai Huixin understood well how to please a man. After the two departed, Dongfang Lei beckoned Scorpion to sit down. He lit a cigarette and placed it in front of Scorpion. Scorpion took it, inhaling deeply. Thank you, Brother Lei. Is there some resentment? Dongfang Lei chuckled. Resentment, of course there is. Scorpion's hand, which had been resting in his pocket, suddenly shot out, glinting coldly as it plunged directly into Dongfang Lei's heart and twisted violently. Despite being reclined comfortably on the sofa, Dongfang Lei's eyes widened in shock. Having struck a blow, he should have rewarded Scorpion with sweet praise, but he never anticipated that his ever-loyal subordinate would suddenly turn against him. You, Dongfang Lei gasped, blood frothing from his mouth. Die. The pent-up resentment that had accumulated over the years erupted in that moment, as the knife in Scorpion's hand forcefully pierced through Dongfang Lei's heart. After a long moment, Scorpion finally released his grip, breathing heavily. The man before him slumped on the sofa, eyes fixed on him, devoid of life. The self-made tycoon, once a formidable figure known as Dongfang Lei, had met his end. Suddenly, a sound of applause echoed at the entrance of the villa. Scorpion jolted, looking back to find Cheng Wenrui entering with several men, the former smiling as he clapped his hands. Brother Cheng, how could you? Scorpion stood up, finally sensing that something was amiss. He harbored resentment towards Dongfang Lei. Yet ever since encountering Cheng Wenrui, an invisible force seemed to compel him towards the act of killing Dongfang Lei. There was no need for haste. Cheng Wenrui had just descended from the villa. The news of Dongfang Lei's demise reached Lin He, and he realized that all his meticulously laid plans had finally come to fruition. After a brief tidying up, he exited the villa and prepared to drive to the address provided by Cheng Wenrui. As the Cullinan departed from Blue Bay, a figure suddenly darted out. Slamming on the brakes, Lin He frowned. The figure slowly approached, revealing itself to be the formidable warrior known as the Lone Wolf, whom he had encountered at the Qingji Academy of Art. Is there something you need? Lin He inquired, rolling down the window. How did you manage it? The Lone Wolf's voice was hoarse, his question stemming from the moment in the office when a mere glance had left him dazed and unresponsive. A secret, Lin He teased. Withholding information. Loyalty card activate. Target, Lone Wolf. Chapter 131. There are a total of 13 shareholders. Who is the 14th? The once fierce expression of the Lone Wolf shifted to a dazed look, then to a state of blankness, finally transforming into reverence. When he gazed back at Lin He, only loyalty remained in his eyes. What is your name? Lin He inquired. Could the effect of the loyalty card truly be so miraculous? It reshapes a person's will and soul, rendering them wholly devoted to oneself. Lone Wolf, the man replied. Your real name? Lin He asked. Pei Gong, the man stated truthfully, without any resistance. From now on, you shall use your real name. Lone Wolf is but a thing of the past. Do you understand? Lin He said. Yes, boss. Pei Gong bowed respectfully. Get in the car. After Lin He finished speaking, he closed the car window. Pei Gong swiftly entered the vehicle, remaining silent. Since the loyalty card took effect, Lone Wolf had vanished from this world. What remained was Pei Gong, utterly devoted to Lin He. The efficacy of the loyalty card was indeed astonishing. Half an hour later, Lin He parked the Cullinan in front of Dongfang Lei's villa. Upon entering with Pei Gong, they found Dongfang Lei's corpse still sprawled on the sofa, his eyes fixated on a particular spot, the very place where Scorpion had stood earlier. Lin He? Scorpion's expression changed slightly as he glanced at Cheng Wenrui. The pieces he had struggled to comprehend suddenly fell into place. It turned out that everything had been orchestrated by Lin He. Scorpion felt a chill run down his spine as he realized he had become a mere pawn. Does this count as your redemption? Lin He asked, a smile gracing his lips. Dongfang Lei has a brother and numerous loyal subordinates. They will not spare you, Scorpion warned. This is all you're doing, Lin He corrected him with a shake of his head. In a flash, Scorpion seized a fruit knife from the table and lunged at Lin He. If he could eliminate anyone knowledgeable about Dongfang Lei's demise, Scorpion could escape unscathed. The situation left no room for hesitation. His movements were swift, but alas, someone was faster. Pei Gong darted forward, delivering a swift strike to Scorpion's arm. With a sickening crack, the arm bent at an unnatural angle, dangling limply at Scorpion's side. The fruit knife clattered to the floor. Scorpion, displaying remarkable fortitude, was drenched in cold sweat, yet he bore the agony of his severed limb. Despair clouded Scorpion's eyes. That had been his sole opportunity, and having missed it, he was left to his misfortune. The loyalty card had proven its worth. Observing Pei Gong standing guard with unwavering loyalty, Lin He silently mused. This was Cheng Wenrui's first encounter with Pei Gong. He had never anticipated that aside from Xiao Rui, Mr. Lin would have such a fiercely capable bodyguard. He pulled a chair to place behind Mr. Lin. Lin He settled into the seat and remarked, "Your daughter hasn't started dating yet, has she?" "What do you mean?" The Scorpion's menacing threat echoed. "This is my doing, and I bear the burden alone. If you dare to harm my daughter, I shall ensure your demise." With a resounding impact, Pei Gong's fist struck the Scorpion's abdomen, forcing him to kneel heavily upon the ground. "Do you believe you possess the authority to threaten me now?" Lin He inquired with a calm smile. "Mr. Lin, I was wrong," the Scorpion faltered, his bravado dissipating. "Spare my daughter. Dongfang Lei has met his end at your hands. Do you comprehend?" Lin He's heart brimmed with no mercy. The Scorpion was no virtuous soul. He was a villain who long deserved his fate. "And what of my daughter?" The Scorpion grasped the reality. The demise of Dongfang Lei bore no schemes or trickery. It was merely an eruption of violence on this night. "Your daughter will live exceedingly well," Lin He assured him. "I hope you fulfill your promise." The Scorpion sighed, pleadingly. As Lin He had stated, he had no standing to negotiate terms. "Considering that a trace of paternal love remains within you, I shall indeed uphold my word," Lin He nodded. "Good." Trembling, the Scorpion retrieved his phone and dialed, stating, "I have committed murder. The address is Villa 11, District C, Jinshire Rich Garden." The screen displayed the emergency services number. At the Sina mansion, Cheng Wenrui exited the vehicle. Before the police arrived, the Scorpion divulged the domestic address of Dongfang Lei's mistress, Dai Huixing. The property here was valued at over 4 million, specifically purchased by Dongfang Lei for Dai Huixing. "All of Dongfang Lei's shares must be acquired," Lin He declared. "Once this matter concludes, there will be no Dongfang Lei left in Hanbei province, only Cheng Wenrui. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Lin," Cheng Wenrui promised, filled with excitement. "I shall not hesitate to face any peril for you." "Go," Lin He nodded. Cheng Wenrui's assets had already become part of the Qingye Group, rendering Dongfang Lei's shares of little consequence to him. They merely served as a sweetening incentive for Cheng Wenrui, should he entertain any ulterior motives. Lin He could obliterate one Dongfang Lei and foster a second. Watching the Cullinan depart, Cheng Wenrui wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Mr. Lin's aura is truly formidable. At the Qingji Art Academy, Tao Wu abruptly sat up in bed, gasping for breath, gazing out at the pitch-black night. She realized she had suffered another nightmare. After a moment of disorientation, she lay back down and texted Zhang Junyi. "Lin Qing's father is Lin He, quite an influential figure. But don't worry, as long as I am here, there will be no surprises." "What does your father say?" "My dad mentioned that while it is not impossible for someone to bring down our Guangxi Group Limited in Hanbei Province, it certainly will not be Lin He." "That is reassuring." After reviewing the pre-sleep messages, Tao Wu felt a semblance of calm. Lin Qing's father, that terrifying man akin to a marauder, had morphed into an inescapable shadow haunting her heart. Regrettably, Tao Wu finds himself reflecting on the decision to disseminate rumors concerning Lin Weiyi. He can only hope that Zhang Junyi's father will swiftly resolve matters concerning Lin He. At Guangxi Group Limited, an entire morning has passed with a steady procession of luxurious vehicles, Mercedes, Audis, Bentleys, BMWs, frequenting the entrance of the company. What brings so many shareholders here today? I overheard in the office yesterday that a sudden shareholder meeting was convened. Could something significant be occurring? Surely not. Our Guangxi Group Limited is thriving remarkably well. Employees are abuzz with speculation. Some express concern, while others deem such worries as unfounded. In the largest conference room, Zhang Teng occupies the seat of honor, his expression grave. All 13 shareholders have assembled. With everyone present, let us commence the meeting. Zhang Teng surveys the room, stating, regarding the convening of the shareholder meeting. I require an explanation from you. There is still one member absent. A shareholder raises a hand to interject. Who? Zhang Teng inquires, perplexed. With a total of 13 shareholders, how could there be a 14th? At the entrance of the company, a receptionist suddenly exclaims, Look, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan has arrived. Chapter 132, to sign or not to sign the equity transfer agreement. A devil that devours without spitting out bones. The sleek black Cullinan came to a halt at the entrance of the company. Employees entering and exiting could not help but cast glances in its direction, wondering if it was one of the prominent figures from Guangxi Group Limited. The car door swung open, revealing a tall man clad in a casual suit. Sunlight spilled forth, illuminating dust particles that danced in the beams, draping the man in a golden veil, adding an air of nobility to his presence. Following closely behind were Pei Gong and Bai Yue as the trio proceeded forward. It wasn't until the man, accompanied by his subordinates, entered the elevator, and the doors began to close, that the front desk employee suddenly remembered. Oh no, I forgot to inquire about his identity. The leading man was unrecognized by anyone within Guangxi Group Limited. According to company protocol, individuals without company identification must register upon entry. However, the man's striking appearance and commanding aura had completely slipped her mind. By the time she recalled, he had already ascended. Li Guifeng and Zhang Junyi were also gathered in the conference room for the shareholders' meeting. The mother and son duo had not been resting well lately, and Zhang Teng had inquired with several acquaintances in their circle. Some had never even heard of Lin He, while others were left speechless and evasive. When pressed further, those friends changed their tune, claiming ignorance. Zhang Teng, Li Guifeng, and Zhang Junyi all sensed that the name Lin He carried significant weight. They had intended to dig deeper for clarity, yet the shareholders' meeting was convened, compelling Zhang Teng to attend. The trio felt a palpable unease. Why, of all times? Did this meeting have to occur now? Zhang Junyi expressed his concern, wondering if Lin He might be behind it all. Zhang Teng chuckled, reassuringly stating, Silly child. I am the largest shareholder in the company. It would be an impossible task to summon all shareholders in such a short time. Not even Lin He could achieve that. Zhang Junyi felt relieved. Should today's meeting prove uneventful, they planned to indulge in a hot pot meal together afterward. Who are you waiting for? Zhang Teng inquired. Unable to contain his curiosity, we are awaiting the chairman of Guangxi Group Limited, replied one shareholder. What do you mean by that? Zhang Teng retorted, tapping the chairman's nameplate on the table. Are you attempting a rebellion? Just then, the conference room door creaked open, and a figure entered with a buoyant stride, a playful smile adorning his face. You exaggerate. If there were to be a rebellion, it would be against me. Lin He? Li Guifeng and Zhang Junyi stood up in shock. They could hardly fathom that Lin He would appear in this setting. It's my first time witnessing a shareholder meeting being attended by family, Lin He remarked cheerfully, positioning himself directly across from Zhang Teng. What do you mean by that? Zhang Teng remained seated, his tone firm. If you do not leave this place immediately, I will notify the police. Lin He snapped his fingers. Pei Gong approached expressionlessly, effortlessly lifting Zhang Teng and flinging him aside like a sandbag. With a thud, Zhang Teng fell to the ground, his hair, fixed by hairspray, now in disarray, revealing his receding hairline. Infuriated, he exclaimed, Lonely Wolf, you treacherous scoundrel. Are you aware of your actions? Lonely Wolf, you were hired at great expense by our Zhang family, and instead of protecting your master, you dare to lay hands on him? Li Guifeng interjected, pointing an accusing finger. Point at me again, and I shall break your finger. Pei Gong retorted coldly. Li Guifeng quickly fell silent, for the murderous intent in Lonely Wolf's gaze was palpable, a pressure that the ordinary person could scarcely endure. Why? Zhang Teng questioned, bewildered. I am solely loyal to Mr. Lin, Pei Gong replied. Why? Zhang Teng's confusion deepened. The current demeanor of Lonely Wolf was entirely off-kilter. When Lin He was mentioned, there was no malice in Lonely Wolf's eyes, only a fervent reverence, as though he regarded Lin He as a deity. Even when Zhang Teng had employed him with a handsome fee, Lonely Wolf had never displayed such devotion. For no reason, Pei Gong stepped back behind Lin He, his actions answering all inquiries. Yue, please make the announcement. Lin He, seated comfortably, prompted. There are a total of 13 members in the shareholder meeting of Guangxi Group Company Limited. The 12 shareholders, represented by Kong Chao, Rui Hongjin, and Shi Xinjia, have transferred all their personal shares to Mr. Lin He, by U.S. stated. Placing the legally binding share transfer document before Zhang Teng. Impossible. Zhang Teng's hands trembled as he grasped the document. He held a 41% stake in Guangxi Group Company Limited. If the other 12 shareholders transferred their shares to Lin He would instantly become the largest shareholder of the company. This implied, Mr. Lin, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. One shareholder stood and announced, hastily making his way out of the conference room. Mr. Lin, I have other matters to attend to as well. Please carry on. Other shareholders quickly followed suit, fabricating various excuses until the conference room was left with only Zhang Teng. Li Guifang and Zhang Jun were left dumbfounded. Here lies a share transfer document, to sign or not to sign. Lin He took a document from Bai Yue and tossed it to the ground. Unless you kill me, I shall never sign. Zhang Teng's eyes reddened. The Guangxi Group Company Limited was the fruit of his life's work. If he were to be ousted without resistance, he would rather perish. Mr. Zhang certainly has a sense of humor. I am a law-abiding citizen, Lin He mused before continuing. Tax evasion, falsification of financial statements, inflating registered capital. Do you think you can withstand these charges, Mr. Zhang? You. Zhang Teng's bravado deflated instantly. Will you sign or not? Lin He inquired. I will sign. Zhang Teng suddenly appeared to have aged several decades, bending down to pick up the documents, extracting a pen, and locating the signature line. This cannot be. Are you truly willing to relinquish the company so easily? Li Guifang stepped forward, grasping Zhang Teng's hand. Indeed, father, Guangxi Group Limited is our family's legacy. Zhang Junyi's eyes brimmed with tears. Silence. Zhang Teng bellowed. He certainly did not wish to sign. Yet Lin He's ability to articulate those matters indicated he possessed substantial evidence. Should that evidence fall into the hands of the relevant authorities, Zhang Teng's life would be irrevocably shattered. He had no desire to languish in prison. As long as the Green Mountains remained, one need not worry about firewood. Once the mountains are gone, firewood is irrelevant. Half an hour later, Zhang Teng, Li Guifang, and Zhang Junyi emerged from the Guangxi Group Limited building, carrying their belongings. Their spirits utterly despondent. Zhang Teng, we are from the Economic Investigation Division of the Municipal Bureau. I am Lu Yusin, the team leader for this operation. Several uniformed men obstructed the trio's path. Scoundrel! Lin He, you devil who devours without regurgitating bones. I shall haunt you even in death. A heart-wrenching cry echoed from below. Chapter 133, The Billion-Dollar Private Estate and the Blocked Film Crew. Lin He, having betrayed his promise, chose to turn over the evidence to the relevant authorities. Zhang Teng was taken away by individuals clad in uniforms. As family members, Li Guifang and Zhang Junyi were also required to cooperate with the investigation. Lin He stood by the floor-to-ceiling window of the conference room, gazing down at the chaotic scene below, where numerous pedestrians had gathered to observe. The equity ownership contracts have been organized. Let Wen Shui take over this company. Lin He commanded. Understood, boss. Bai Yue nodded, once again taken aback by her employer's tactics. Guangxi Group Limited was highly profitable, and the 12 shareholders would not readily transfer their shares to him without compensation. However, he was well versed in the dark histories of each shareholder. They had the choice to either sign the equity transfer contracts or risk having their secrets fall into the wrong hands, much like Zhang Teng, who had been taken away by the authorities after a furious outburst. Oh my goodness, Tao Wu, do you know what I know? A girl rushed into the dormitory, phone in hand, her face alight with astonishment. What happened? Before Tao Wu could respond, the other girls in the dormitory gathered around her. Can you believe it? Zhang Junyi's father is actually the owner of Guangxi Group Limited in our province. He's practically a super rich heir, handsome too, and he has been pursuing you. Tao Wu, you are so fortunate. Hold on, everyone, just keep watching. Zhang Teng, the chairman and legal representative of Guangxi Group Limited, has been taken away by the authorities on suspicion of economic crimes and will need to undergo investigation. Doesn't that mean Zhang Junyi is done for? Someone mentioned that they had seen Zhang Junyi this morning, pale as he went to withdraw from school. Upon hearing this, the dormitory fell silent. Zhang Junyi has nothing to do with me. I'm tired. I'm going back to sleep. Tao Wu's voice came from the upper bunk, where she had drawn the curtain. All right, let us just go out and stop worrying unnecessarily, one of her roommates suggested with a smile. Zhang Junyi has been pursuing Tao Wu so fervently. She must be aware of his family background. If they wanted to be together, they would have been a couple by now. Before long, the dormitory grew quiet once more. However, Tao Wu was not truly sleeping in her upper bunk. Her tears had soaked her pillow. In fact, she had learned about Guangxi Group Limited from the news earlier that morning. When Zhang Junyi had gone to withdraw from school, he had messaged her, saying he was leaving because his parents were going to prison, and he could no longer bear to stay in Nanzhou City. Lin He's methods were terrifying. Am I also going to have to withdraw? She pondered, and her tears flowed even more, a testament to her distress. She had spent countless nights burning the midnight oil to gain admission to the Qingji Academy of Arts. Mr. Lin, you are correct. This Yanchuan Baiyue film crew is indeed operating illegally. After listening, Bai Yue expressed her confusion. However, I have heard of director Zhang Yimou and have even watched his works. One would assume that such a prominent director would not intrude upon the estate without the owner's consent. Who knows? Lin shrugged. Boss, everyone is ready. Pei Gong announced upon entering. Outside, 10 bodyguards had been prepared, led by him. Let us go, Lin said. Although I am quite wealthy, the foremost estate in Hanbei province is not a place that just anyone can enter. The long-unused Rolls-Royce Phantom re-emerged. Pei Gong drove while Lin He and Bai Yue sat in the back. Absolutely stunning. My favorite male star, Han Dongyu, possesses an utterly flawless face. Han Dongyu, I want to bear your child. Where is my goddess? Why has My Goddess showing appeared yet? I traveled through 2 provinces on the high-speed train just to see Han Dongyu. I must not miss this opportunity. Once, when I picked up Han Dongyu from the airport, he looked even more handsome in person than on television. Only such a luxurious estate could befit my idol's new work. A throng of fervent fans gathered outside the Hickory Nut estate, while numerous security personnel formed a human wall to prevent any fans from forcefully entering. Inside the estate, the immensely popular male actor Han Dongyu lounged under a sunshade, wearing sunglasses, appearing utterly relaxed as if on vacation rather than at work. A female assistant served him freshly squeezed orange juice, while another adjusted a fan in a 360-degree arc. Your popularity is remarkable. You go, there are fans all outside. Zhou Ying remarked enviously. Unlike Han Dongyu, she was a 2-year debut actress. With a strong backing, she had secured several notable scripts in her brief career. This time, filming Spring and Snow alongside Han Dongyu would surely elevate her to the ranks of first-tier actresses in the country. The renowned director Zhang Yimou and the popular actor Han Dongyu possessed the capacity to make this happen. Work hard, and you will achieve that too. Han Dongyu replied with a cheerful smile. This estate is truly magnificent. I wonder who could possibly afford it. It is said that this place was once a princely residence. Immensely wealthy, later purchased and remodeled multiple times to become today as ultra-luxurious Hickory Nut Estate. With a century of history, it boasts a swimming pool, golf course, racetrack, racing circuit, a private jet hangar, 12 garages, and a villa reminiscent of a palace. Just then, director Zhang Yimou approached and remarked, I have put in a great deal of effort to secure this estate for filming. It must cost over $1 billion, right? Zhou Ying inquired curiously. Over $1 billion? Zhang Yimou chuckled. The foremost estate in Hanbei province, steeped in history, retains many architectural relics and antiques. It is a perfect fusion of the ancient and the modern. Priced at $10 billion. $10 billion? Zhou Ying was left astounded, the figure far exceeding her expectations. Director Zhang, do you know the owner of the Hickory Nut Estate? Han Dongyu inquired with curiosity. After all, to secure such an extravagant manor must involve considerable connections. Haha. Zhang Yimou smiled enigmatically and remained silent. Prepare to start filming, everyone. Let us get to work. I have a relative who happens to be involved in real estate in Hanbei province. Finding a manor like this is hardly a challenge for him. Indeed. Director Zhang's network is beyond our comprehension, Zhou Ying complimented. Boss, we have discovered the details. The Hickory Nut Estate was originally sold by the Jia Tianxia Company, but for reasons unknown, it has been leased to Zhang Yimou's film crew. The chairman of Jia Tianxia is already en route and hopes you will not be displeased, as he intends to provide a reasonable explanation. Bai Yue opened her computer, revealing an email. Boss, the road ahead has been blocked. Pei Gong parked the car by the roadside. Such an imposing display, Lin He remarked with derision. Chapter 134, 999 Lucky Stars and Patek Philippe, the idol's choice boss. Should we force our way in? Pei Gong gripped the steering wheel. his rugged visage marred by an ominous glare. To obstruct the boss's path was tantamount to courting death, having lingered too long in this lawless domain. A chilling aura of lethal intent had seeped into his very marrow, becoming an indelible part of him. This was precisely why, despite Xiao Rui's formidable skills, he found himself inexplicably overwhelmed by trepidation in Pei Gong's presence. The unintentional display of Pei Gong's imposing aura was palpable, exuding an authentic air of menace. No need. Lin Hufeng replied lightly, a smile gracing his lips. The location of the Hickory estate is quite favorable. The air is fresh, the scenery lush, and teeming with life. Let us take a stroll. Although the path ahead was blocked by a security guard, there existed an alternate passageway. Pei Gong, find a place to park the car. Lin Hufeng instructed, and upon disembarking, he led Bai Yue along the designated route for fans towards the Hickory estate. Earlier, our crew just wrapped up filming. And knowing some fans traveled great distances, we prepared a fan meeting. We also offer an opportunity for everyone to present their heartfelt gifts to the idols. We hope everyone will maintain order during the event, announced a man with a work badge, positioned at the entrance of the estate, utilizing a megaphone. Your beloved Han Dongyu and Zhou Ying are waiting inside. Please line up in an orderly fashion and follow me. Gifts. I have not only heard of Han Dongyu and Zhou Ying, but have also seen their performances. Their acting is mediocre, yet they possess striking looks. Earning millions annually should be a given, yet they still solicit gifts from fans? Bai Yue expressed her surprise. Can the crew truly operate in such a manner? Earn millions? You underestimate them. Lin Hufeng chuckled, shaking his head. In this era where popularity reigns supreme, the ability to monetize that fame far exceeds the comprehension of those outside the industry. Those at the back, aren't you here to see your idols? Hurry up and catch up. The star's time is precious. If you're dawdling and not interested, then please step aside. The man with the megaphone shouted. Could you not speak so rudely? Bai Yue retorted, displeased. Besides, she wasn't even here to see any stars. Whether you can see the stars or not is entirely up to me. The man lowered his megaphone and said, if you want to see them, hurry up. If not, then leave quickly. This is a restricted area, and we cannot permit any idlers to linger. Well, if they dare to block the road, their arrogance is somewhat understandable. Just as Bai Yue was about to voice another complaint, Lin Hufeng interjected. She paused, quickly realizing that her boss was mocking the situation, considering that this private estate, valued in the billions, belonged to him and had been usurped without permission. It was likely that the crew's arrogance would not endure for long. The crew members are rather overbearing. I've previously worked as a stand-in for an idol and attended press conferences. This is my third time visiting a set. A young woman in her 20s approached, adorned with a support headband and brandishing a vibrant sign, her elbow draped with a gift bag that read, Endure. Han Dongyu will heal you. The girl appeared quite innocent, her glasses perched on her nose, beads of sweat glistening on her face. Thank you for the reminder. Bai Yue replied with a smile. Are you a college student? Yes. I have no classes today, so I came here specially, she replied, shyly shaking the gift bag at her elbow. I have folded 999 lucky stars for Han Dongyu, hoping to bring good fortune to my beloved idol. You made them by hand? Bai Yue exclaimed in surprise. Folding 999 lucky stars must have taken quite some time. Indeed. Only by doing so can the lucky stars truly work their magic, the girl said, a sense of accomplishment evident in her voice. During my lowest moments, it was Han Dongyu's works that helped me find my way out. Bai Yue remained silent, struggling to comprehend the girl's perspective. Under the guidance of their host, the group entered a private walnut orchard. How vast it is. It truly is impressive, she remarked, her awe palpable. Look over there, a golf course. Imagine the wealth required to have one at home. Do you think this could be our idol Han Dongyu's residence? He looks just like a nobleman stepping out of a comic. Stop it, my imagination is already running wild. Perhaps it really is. The fans laughed joyously, their fantasies taking flight. What wild imaginations you have, Bai Yue muttered. If their idol possessed such an estate worth over 10 billion, would he still need to come out to film? Soon, they were led to a lush green lawn, where a modest stage had been erected for the meet and greet. Han Dongyu was already seated, a charming smile on his face, eagerly awaiting his fans. The first fan approached, presenting her carefully prepared gift. Handshakes, photographs, and autographs ensued, leaving the young woman thoroughly satisfied. One after another, fans delivered their gifts, progressing swiftly under the supervision of the staff. The sunny girl nervously placed a glass bottle from her gift bag onto the table, saying, Han Dongyu, hello? I have liked you for many years. Inside are the 999 lucky stars I folded by hand. I hope you continue to shine brightly. Is this going to take forever? Does she not realize that the timing for these impromptu meetings is uncertain and that she's wasting everyone else's time? A girl clad in designer labels interjected, exuding an air of arrogance. I'm so sorry, the sunny girl stammered, startled. Despite not finishing her words, she placed the glass bottle filled with Lucky Stars aside and stepped back. The branded girl stepped forward, producing an ornate box. Inside lay a watch, a Patek Philippe Aquanaut series, valued at 16,000. Now that's thoughtful, she remarked. Han Dongyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Among the myriad of gifts he received that day, this one was undoubtedly the most valuable. As long as he was pleased, that was all that mattered. The fashionable girl smiled, seemingly inadvertently raising her hand, causing the glass jar containing the Lucky Stars to topple. The jar shattered upon hitting the ground, and 999 Lucky Stars scattered across the floor. Bai Yue frowned, sensing that the fashionable girl's actions were deliberate. After the jar fell, she displayed no hint of remorse, instead casting a provocative glance at the Sunshine Girl. Could someone please assist in cleaning up this mess? Han Dongyu remarked, absently toying with his Patek Philippe watch. A female assistant hurried off to attend to the situation. Those were the 999 Lucky Stars I folded for you. The Sunshine Girl felt tears welling up in her eyes, clearly taken aback by how her idol had dismissed the carefully prepared gift. Chapter 135. You have lost the privilege to continue filming in my private estate. Oh, my apologies. Han Dongyu glanced at the girl before lowering his head to fasten the Patek Philippe on his wrist. The 999 Lucky Stars indeed embodied the dedication and time of the fans, a testament to their fervent admiration for their idol. Han Dongyu felt deeply touched, which is why he chose the Patek Philippe. Why pursue stardom? Naturally, it is due to the swift monetary rewards. Sometimes, earning over $1 million in mere minutes is not an exaggeration. The brand-conscious girl was utterly pleased with herself. The Sunshine Girl, amidst tears, stepped forward to collect the Lucky Stars. A part of her heart shattered along with the glass jar in that fleeting moment. Excessive, utterly excessive. Bai Yue could no longer bear to watch. However, she was here on business for her employer and had no intention of coming to the girl's aid. At times, allowing the Sunshine Girl to face some harsh realities might indeed be a blessing in disguise. Where is your director? Lin, he had no interest in idol worship and turned his gaze towards the man holding the megaphone. He felt no stirrings within him regarding the scene before his eyes. Are you a fan of our director? The man with the megaphone expressed surprise. Today, nearly all present were female fans, mostly there for Han Dongyu, with only a handful coming for Zhou. It was the first time he had encountered someone there for Zhang Yimou. After all, although Zhang Yimou is a renowned director in Shagua, the youthful fans attending idol meet and greets were predominantly enamored with looks, making it difficult for Zhang Yimou to rival Han Dongyu's popularity in this realm. No, I'm here for a matter concerning him. Lin, he shook his head. Huh. Then perhaps it would be best if you leave, the man replied. If you are not here to meet Han Dongyu and Zhou to present gifts, you may exit now. Is this estate yours? Upon hearing the man's command to leave, Lin He's expression became peculiar. It was ludicrous for an outsider to ask the owner of a home to depart. It is not mine, but it is under the jurisdiction of our production team now. The man warned. There are many fans here today. If you wish to avoid embarrassment, I advise you to leave on your own. Otherwise, it may become quite unpleasant when security drags you out. Are you threatening me? Lin He replied with a faint smile. Indeed, the man was candid, unreserved in expressing his stance. What is with that guy? Surely he cannot be a hater of our Han Dongyu. He is quite handsome and possesses a decent demeanor, but he seems rather unruly. These men, they understand. They are envious of our Han Dongyu and could resort to anything. Many fans had noticed the unfolding situation and were casting curious glances, whispering among themselves. Within their gazes lay disdain, confusion, apprehension, and trepidation. What is happening? Han Dongyu carefully removed the Patek Philippe and placed it gently into his silk box. He still had filming to do. He certainly wouldn't wear such an expensive watch on set. What if it were to get scratched? That would indeed be heart-wrenching. Unable to suppress his thoughts, he mused quietly that it would be splendid if all the fans attending the meeting today were equally affluent. This individual claimed to be seeking director Zhang Yimou. The man pointed towards Lin He and inquired, "Excuse me, do you have something to discuss?" Han Dongyu donned a warm smile. Heavens, brother Han Dongyu is so gentle. I could weep. The detractors, do you lack a heart or merely a sense of mischief? How can you bear to criticize such a gentle angel? Brother Han Dongyu is indeed a treasure from the heavens, a darling. Some fans even had tears welling in their eyes. Casting glances at Lin He with an urge to confront him. Lin He was at a loss for words. Is this what fans are like? He hadn't come to see Han Dongyu. So why were they regarding him as if he were the enemy responsible for a grievous wrong? They even placed the label of Han Dongyu's detractor upon him. Excuse me, do you have something to discuss? Han Dongyu asked with a smile. He could certainly hear the murmurs of the fans, yet he pretended to be oblivious. This, indeed, was the flawless image of his idol. Unintentionally, he stood tall. Your production team has encroached upon my private estate. Shouldn't you provide me with an explanation? Lin He inquired calmly. What? Han Dongyu's smile faltered, his lips twitching. You say our production team has occupied your private estate? Ha ha ha. You truly amuse me. My apologies, I misspoke. The detractors are utterly devoid of heart and intellect. Were it not for the prohibition on filming at this impromptu fan meeting, I would have loved to capture a few photos of this detractor and share them online for nationwide condemnation. Laughter erupted among the surrounding fans. All right. Let us move along. We're all adults here. A man holding a megaphone approached, declaring, in a moment, I'll have security escort you out. Do you still care about your dignity? Escort me out? Who do you think you are? Lin He questioned, perplexed. What gave this man such audacity? You. The man's expression suddenly soured. What is going on? A middle-aged man wearing a sun hat approached. I was passing by. Isn't there an impromptu fan meeting? What is all this commotion? Director, the man hastened towards him. This fellow snuck in with the fans, claiming that the private estate we are using for filming belongs to him. This pecan private estate is yours? Zhang Yimou found it amusing, turning to Lin He. I am uncertain of your true intentions, but this production is of great significance to me. If you wish to cause a disturbance here, you might want to consider whether you truly measure up. Leave before I become irate. If it is not mine, then is it yours? Lin He found the situation even more amusing. To be candid, I have been navigating this world for decades. Zhang Yimou accepted the chilled mineral water from his assistant, took a sip, and exhaled deeply. Even if the owner of this private estate were to arrive in person, they would have to treat me with respect, understand? Zhang Yimou's works enjoy great acclaim in the country. No production has ever garnered a box office return below 9 figures. Securing his permission to join the cast for filming would undoubtedly lead to domestic success. Although he navigates the entertainment industry, Zhang Yimou has mingled with numerous celebrities, including affluent individuals from Hanbei Province and Nanzhou City, with whom he has established many connections. Thus, it is not an exaggeration that the owner of the private Hickory Nut Estate would treat him with utmost courtesy upon arrival. The social circles of the elite resemble an intricate spider's web, woven with vast networks of mutual interests. Everyone is acutely aware of the value of these connections and does not harbor childish grudges or outbursts of anger. Very well. You have forfeited your privilege to continue filming at my private estate, Lin He remarked with a hint of mockery at the corners of his mouth. Just as Zhang Yimou was about to burst into laughter, a cacophony of noise erupted at the estate's entrance. A man of striking presence strode forward, flanked by 10 bodyguards clad in black, while the ragtag security team dared not impede his advance. Chapter 136. The master of the private estate is certainly not him. Prepare to apologize. The security personnel were caught in a dilemma, unable to voice their grievances. The imposing presence of the leading man was far beyond their capacity to withstand. A mere glance from him instilled a primal fear, reminiscent of being hunted by a wolf. Moments ago, the head of security had attempted to intervene, only to be effortlessly cast aside by this man. The other security guards, witnessing this, dared not obstruct him, especially with the formidable bodyguards accompanying the man. Thus unfolded the scene of the man, flanked by his protectors, boldly striding in. What are you doing here? Zhang Yimou furrowed his brow, bemused by the multitude of madmen today. However, with his extensive experience, he could discern that the man leading the bodyguards was far from ordinary. Boss. The man paid no heed to Zhang Yimou, instead positioning himself behind the individual who had earlier claimed ownership of this private estate, flanked by his bodyguards. Boss? Zhang Yimou's expression shifted subtly. Could it be that this man was indeed the proprietor of the esteemed Shanatang private estate? He had long heard of its reputation as the premier estate in Hanbei Province, with a staggering valuation of 100 billion, causing many affluent individuals to retreat in trepidation. For those wealthy enough, this estate was an embodiment of opulence so extravagant that it rendered even the wealthiest feeling overwhelmed. Consequently, for many years, the Shanatang private estate had remained unvisited. First and foremost, we must ensure the safety of our fans. Their security is paramount, Han Dongyu stated. Understood. The security personnel found their resolve. The man's aggressive approach had left them at a loss for action. Protecting the fans was undeniably their most pressing duty. Therefore, the security guards positioned themselves resolutely in front of the fans, their faces etched with determination. Wah, I'm crying. It's clearly Han Dongyu Gij who is in danger. Yet he is thinking of us. Han Dongyu, the angel of the human realm, our idol soars free, and we fans shall always be by his side. If anyone dares to harm Han Dongyu, I will not let them go. The murmurs of the fans behind them elicited disdainful expressions from the security guards. They were all too familiar with the true nature of celebrities. After all, these guards were dedicated to serving the stars. They had witnessed more celebrities than this group of naive fans could ever imagine. The vast majority of stars presented one facade before the camera and another behind the scenes. This group of innocent fans was truly adept at weaving fantasies. Han Dongyu, hearing the fervent cheers of his fans, felt a swell of pride. His appeal was not merely skin-deep. He possessed a keen understanding of fan psychology. It was precisely because he suspected the intruders were frauds that he instructed the security to prioritize the safety of the fans. Once the news spread, it would surely generate a wave of admiration for him online, potentially attracting a multitude of new followers. Director, we should call the police. They are undoubtedly imposters. Han Dongyu feigned contemplation. However, before we alert the authorities, I would like to offer you a chance to apologize to my fans. Your intrusion has disrupted the opportunity for us to meet. To my devoted fans, hailing from every corner of the world, I sincerely apologize for the time you have taken amidst your busy lives. The former Sunshine Girl has meticulously gathered all 999 meticulously crafted lucky stars, alongside every shard of glass, and placed them into a gift bag. Observing Han Dongyu, standing resolutely on the stage, the Sunshine Girl could only feel a sense of derision. The 999 lucky stars were not crafted in vain. They illuminated the true nature of a person. In the presence of Patek Philippe, her time and efforts seemed woefully insignificant. Han Dongyu, we shall forever cherish and follow you. Some fans, overwhelmed with emotion, covered their mouths and wept bitterly. Lin He smirked slightly, thinking, this is quite something. The ones who owe an apology should indeed be every member of your production team. Without my consent as the owner of this pecan estate, you came here to film and even attempted to oust the owner. Lin He scoffed. How fitting. The assistant handed the phone to Zhang Yimou, who had received a call. An idea sparked in Zhang Yimou's mind. I shall promptly send someone to ascertain whether this private estate truly belongs to you. If you are a fraud, please publicly apologize to our production team, Yang Chun Bai Shui. The keen insight of a seasoned director struck Zhang Yimou. This could indeed serve as a brilliant publicity opportunity. The filming was underway, and the private estate had been forcibly occupied, resulting in a farcical situation. The term forcibly occupied is undoubtedly a captivating buzzword. Upon answering the call, he placed it to his ear. This call comes at an opportune moment. Please come to the Pecan private estate, as someone claims this estate is theirs. After exchanging a few words, he hung up and returned the phone to his assistant. Director, whose call was that? Han Dongyu inquired curiously. The individual who initially lent this private estate to the production team is the project manager of the top 3 real estate agency in Hebei province, Jia Tianxia. Zhang Yimou replied confidently, his name is Duan Yu, and he is a distant relative of mine. He just called to inquire about our filming progress. Let us have him come over to clarify the truth. The project manager of a leading real estate agency in Hebei province? Han Dongyu was unfamiliar with the company's capabilities, but the prefix alone attested to their strength. Boss, the chairman of Jia Tianxia Real Estate Agency, Ruan Guang, said he can arrive in no more than 20 minutes. Bai Yue interjected as she received a call. Lin He nodded. Coincidentally, Ruan Guang, the chairman of Jia Tianxia Real Estate Agency, was a member of the Huabin Club. He had been present during the altercation with Dong Fengxiang. Even though he ranked among the top 3 in the real estate sector in Hebei province, he was still unqualified to dine with Lin He. Just days prior, the premier estate, Pecan, had been purchased. Ruan Guang reviewed the news and discovered it was none other than Mr. Lin, whom he had seen at the Huabin Club Resort. Shortly thereafter, he received notification that the Pecan private estate purchased by Mr. Lin had been forcibly occupied by the production team. Those who support the crew's brazen occupation are, astonishingly, affiliated with their family's real estate agency. This is intolerable. Ruan Guang set aside all his work and hurriedly rushed over, only to encounter a traffic jam. Seated in his car, he felt like an ant on a hot griddle. Before long, a man clad in a suit and slick-back hair, his face aglow with urgency, approached. Brother Cat, why the rush to summon me? Have you seen this gentleman? He claims to be the owner of the Walnut Private Manor and intends to evict us. Zhang Yi replied with a smile that failed to reach his eyes. Impossible. The Walnut private manor has been vacant for years without a buyer. The man, Duan Yu, initially startled, soon regained his composure upon reflection, though not the one responsible for transactions. He knew without needing to make a call that the man before him was certainly not the proprietor of the Walnut Manor. Sir, I believe you owe us a formal apology in front of the online community. Han Dongyu seized the opportunity to further embellish his image as the perfect gentleman. However, before that, you must first apologize to my fans. Lin He remained non-committal. Mr. Lin, I have arrived late. A group hurriedly entered from outside. Why has the chairman come? A wave of unease washed over Duan Yu. Chapter 137. Who is that person who dares to disregard even the director's prestige? I am truly in awe. You deceivers possess skills that surpass my own acting prowess. Han Dongyu remarked, gazing at the newly arrived group of distinguished middle-aged men in suits. The face of an angel is complemented by a witty soul. Idols are indeed my rare treasures. The fans could not suppress their laughter, with some even exclaiming. However, Zhang Yimou held a different view, as he noticed the subtle change in Duan Yu's expression, which appeared to be one of disbelief. The source of this incredulity was the latest arrivals. Chairman, what brings you here? Zhang Yimou was about to inquire about the situation when Duan Yu, donning a sycophantic smile, approached, eager to shake hands. To everyone's astonishment, the middle-aged man at the center of the group did not even glance at Duan Yu, instead bypassing him to reach the man who claimed to be the owner of the estate. Mr. Lin, I apologize for my tardiness. With a face glistening with perspiration and a sincere smile of regret, he wiped his hands with a disinfecting wipe before extending them. The onlookers were left even more astonished. Duan Yu was the project manager at Jiaxiangxia Real Estate Agency, and he referred to the middle-aged man as chairman. Did this not imply that the man was none other than Wang Guang, the helm of Jiaxiangxia Real Estate? I am here today to take possession of the estate. Lin He cast a penetrating gaze at Wang Guang and stated, clearly, I have not received an ideal handover. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Lin, it was entirely my oversight. Wang Guang wiped the cold sweat from his brow. The mere sight of Mr. Lin inevitably brought back memories of the events that transpired at the Huabin Club Resort. This man appeared cultured and affable, yet beneath that refined exterior lurked a brute. Moreover, behind this brute lay unfathomable power and wealth. What is happening? Han Dongyu was bewildered. It seemed that this private walnut estate genuinely belonged to this man. Zhou Ying was astonished. The owner of a billion-dollar estate was surprisingly young. The fans, too, were left speechless. The fool turned out to be myself? Haha, sir. Zhang Yimou quickly approached and said, I too made an oversight. I did not realize you were indeed the owner of the Walnut Estate. It was my error as the director, and I hope you will not take offense. I assure you that any losses incurred will be my responsibility. Responsible? Can you bear that burden? Lin He inquired with a hint of indifference. Yes, I cannot. Zhang Yimou replied awkwardly. This man could afford a billion-dollar estate, clearly a super-rich tycoon, though he was a renowned director in Xia country before a super-wealthy individual. He felt like an insignificant ant. Duan Yu. Wang Guang barked. Chairman, Duan Yu's cold sweat fell like soybeans. His information was inaccurate. The lease of this private estate had not gone through company procedures and was directly assigned for Zhang Yimou's use. And now, the owner of the Walnut Estate had arrived. While he had previously looked down upon the super-rich, his fate was sealed. Apologize to Mr. Lin, Wang Guang stated coldly. Mr. Lin, I am truly unworthy. And I hope you will be magnanimous and not hold my shortcomings against me. Duan Yu promptly slapped his own face twice with considerable force, the sound of his palms resonating sharply. The youthful fans, having never witnessed such a spectacle, found it quite jarring. Clear the area, Zhang Yimou, well acquainted with the affluent circles, understood the depths of the situation. Well then, the fan meeting concludes for today. Please disperse. The security personnel swiftly ushered the fans out, vigilantly monitoring each individual to ensure no one attempted to record the events. In mere minutes, the walnut orchard fell into a significant hush. Duan Yu, you have committed a grave violation. Your entire annual salary will be forfeited, and you are hereby dismissed, declared a representative from the Jiaxiangxia Real Estate Agency. Our company reserves the right to pursue further liabilities against you and will also place you on the industry blacklist. Being blacklisted in the industry effectively sealed Duan Yu's professional future. To salvage Mr. Lin's reputation, the measures taken by Jiaxiangxia were indeed ruthless. Chairman, Duan Yu's face turned pale. Is there anything else to address? Wang Guang inquired sternly. No. Duan Yu hesitated, ultimately swallowing back the words he longed to express. As he departed, he cast a resentful glance at Zhang Yimou, feeling wronged for losing his job merely for assisting her in finding a filming location. The agency's blacklisting was unnecessary. His negligence had led to significant errors, and no other real estate agency would consider employing him. She is a fan of your cruise star. Lin He pointed to the tearful, sunlit girl who had yet to leave. I apologize. I will leave immediately, the girl said, wiping her eyes. Han Dongyu. I believe you owe her an apology, Lin He stated. Why? Han Dongyu felt a surge of anxiety, unprepared for the sudden scrutiny from the affluent figure. Upon hearing Lin He's words, the girl's expression turned to one of surprise as she paused. Was this wealthy individual advocating on her behalf? She traveled great distances for you. And even as a stranger, she crafted 999 lucky stars for you. You should never refer to them as trash, Lin He asserted. They fell to the ground and shattered. I was only concerned for the safety of others, Han Dongyu explained. I believe one's virtue should match their position. What do you think? Lin He ignored Han Dongyu and turned his gaze to Zhang Yimou. Han Dongyu. I will inform your agency shortly that you will no longer be the male lead in Yangchun by Shui, Zhang Yimou decisively announced. Director, Han Dongyu was taken aback. This production was highly sought after within the entertainment industry. Despite Han Dongyu's popularity, there were countless other stars vying for the spotlight. He was eliminated, and there are plenty of male actors who can take his place. There is no room for negotiation, Zhang Yimou declared resolutely. Then turned to Lin He with a smile. Mr. Lin, are you satisfied? Everything rests upon your own decisions. I have said nothing. Lin He replied, now? You may take your crew and leave my private estate. I grant you 20 minutes. I do not wish to see any refuse left behind. Understood. Zhang Yimou responded without anger, turning back to his staff and gesturing. Everyone, be swift and tidy up. The crew hurriedly set to work. Keep a close watch. Lin He instructed. Of course, boss, Pei Gong acknowledged. Soon, the entire crew of Zhang Yimou departed the Pecan private estate aboard a bus. Director, who was that person? They didn't even give you face, a female assistant inquired, puzzled. Chapter 138. Is it possible to return 20% of the 1 billion as a gesture of apology? Am I not even deserving of that? In the presence of super rich individuals, what standing does a mere director like me possess? Zhang Yimou retorted with self-deprecating humor. Those who can casually spend billions on the premier estate of Hanbei province are beyond our imagination. I have met numerous wealthy individuals throughout my career as a director, and he undoubtedly ranks among the top 3 or even the top 2 in my understanding. The female assistant, suddenly enlightened, pulled out her phone. Han Dongyu has been trying to reach you. Will you take the call? What a waste of time. Zhang Yimou glanced at the caller ID and replied, we need to find a new leading man immediately and seek an appropriate opportunity to pay Mr. Lin a visit. Changing the lead actor for the sake of that wealthy individual would undoubtedly offend Han Dongyu, not to mention the corporation backing him, the assistant cautioned. Let me tell you, Mr. Lin is no ordinary man. Zhang Yimou had already weighed the matter in his mind. You must understand that a super rich person capable of purchasing $1 billion estate is likely to possess far more than just that amount. Moreover, Han Dongyu's behavior truly does not merit his position. If today's dark history were to be exposed, it would only tarnish my work. Yangchun Baiwei cannot afford any flaws. Zhang Yimou's seriousness and skill are well recognized, having become a renowned director in Xia country. Seeing this, the assistant ceased her attempts to persuade him and silenced her phone, placing it in her bag. Furthermore, Mr. Lin appeared to be no older than 30. How could someone so young afford $1 billion private estate? Zhang Yimou wore an expression that suggested he had seen through it all. The assistant, however, did not comprehend his implication. Behind Mr. Lin lies a power of unimaginable magnitude, perhaps a hidden super wealthy family, and Mr. Lin might very well be a direct descendant of such a lineage, Zhang Yimou remarked. Truly impressive, Director Zhang. I had not thought that far ahead, the assistant admitted. Having heard rumors about reclusive super-rich families but never expecting to glimpse even a fraction of such a world today. No wonder she had sensed the youthfulness of the estate's owner during her visit to the Pecan estate. Much like Han Dongyu, she had assumed it was a case of encountering a large-scale scam. If there is indeed a superpower behind him, it all begins to make sense. Hehehe. I've crossed more bridges than you young ones have walked roads. Zhang Yimou could not help but feel a sense of pride. Meanwhile, seated on the bus, Zhou Ying felt a surge of astonishment. This is the influence wielded by super-rich individuals. Without taking any active measures, a mere glance or a single word can arrange matters to unfold in the manner they desire. Han Dongyu, Truly unfortunate, but he has only himself to blame. For the sake of a Patek Philippe, he has sacrificed his role in Zhang Yimou's film. When calculated, how many Patek Philippe's has he effectively lost? Zhou Ying felt a twinge of pain for Han Dongyu. At this moment, he must be on the verge of tears. Dongyu. Director Zhang still isn't answering, the agent said helplessly in the business vehicle. In order to secure Han Dongyu as the leading male actor in Zhang Yimou's new work, the company expended considerable connections and energy. The aim was to firmly establish Han Dongyu's position among male actors in the entertainment industry, paving his way to contend for the Best Actor award in a few years, which would signify the company's success. Being cast as the male lead in Zhang Yimou's new project was undoubtedly a stepping stone towards that coveted accolade. However, while aspirations are glorious, reality can be harsh. Just days into the filming of Yanshan by Xue, announcements regarding the male and female leads had already been made, and suddenly, Han Dongyu found himself ousted from the role. Impossible. Director Zhang would never remove me for that, Mr. Lin, Han Dongyu asserted confidently. Given my substantial fan base and popularity, Director Zhang knows where his priorities lie. This is merely to placate that wealthy individual. After all, the grandeur of the #1 estate in Hanbei province is truly beyond ordinary imagination. That makes sense. Director Zhang is likely in discussions with the owner of the Shanquan estate. His agent comforted him. Indeed, that must be the case, Han Dongyu replied. Reclining in his chair with eyes closed in contentment, the image of himself standing on the award stage, holding the Best Actor trophy, vividly emerged in his mind. Mr. Lin, it was an oversight on our part, so we have decided to return 20% of your payment as a gesture of goodwill, Wang Guang stated. 20% of the payment returned? The other representatives from the Jia Tianxiao real estate agency were taken aback. 20% of 100 billion. Very well. Lin he nodded, noting that the Shanquan private estate had cost him nothing, having been won from a lottery ticket. Returning 20% of 100 billion was, in any case, not a loss. Mr. Lin, we will ensure the funds are transferred to your personal account before the end of today, Wang Guang sighed in relief. Though returning 20% of 100 billion made Wang Guang's heart bleed, salvaging such a significant client as Mr. Lin was a profitable long-term decision. Do you need me to arrange housekeeping services for you? Wang Guang inquired after making his arrangements. No need. Lin he waved his hand dismissively. All right, Mr. Lin. You may proceed with your tasks. Feel free to contact me anytime, Wang Guang said, handing over a business card. I never expected this matter to be resolved so easily, Bai Yue remarked, once again impressed by her boss's influence. Reflecting on her initial encounter with her boss, she felt as though she had stepped into a dream, unwittingly boarding a lavish luxury ship brimming with wealth. In the realm of interests, the number of brazenly arrogant individuals was remarkably scarce. Pei Gong. I want to move into the Shanquan estate the day after tomorrow, Lin he instructed. Understood, boss, Pei Gong noted diligently. I will arrange for someone to clean this vast private estate today. As the moon hung high in the sky, Han Dongyu's agent glanced at him on the hotel balcony and could not help but ask, Dongyu, why hasn't Director Zhang answered the phone yet? You've called dozens of times throughout the night. Could it be that I have been placed on a blacklist? Earlier in the afternoon, the agent intended to reach out to the company, urging them to communicate with Director Zhang Yimou. However, Han Dongyu intervened, asserting that with his level of fame, Zhang Yimou would not dare to offend him. The weather is exceptionally hot. Han Dongyu wiped the sweat from his brow, his right leg trembling incessantly. In his hand, he held a cup of red tea, the ice within long since melted, yet he had not taken a single sip, remaining lost in thought. Just wait a little longer. It has only been 7 hours, 20 minutes, and 7 seconds. Director Zhang must still be occupied. The agent was acutely aware that Han Dongyu's internal state was far from the ease reflected on his face. Buzz. The phone screen illuminated. It was a call from Director Zhang's assistant. Here it comes, just as I predicted. Look at how flustered you are, ha ha ha. Quickly answer it and see what they have to say. Han Dongyu grinned widely, nearly distorting his expression, as he set down the red tea and urged eagerly. Chapter 139. How dare Director Zhang replace me? You are still young, and your thoughts should be entirely devoted to your studies. Not all stars on screen embody the same radiant brilliance in reality. Bai Yue gently patted the young girl's head. This girl is quite innocent and easily susceptible to the brainwashing culture perpetuated by celebrity fandoms. Thank you so much. The girl nodded earnestly. Mr. Lin has booked you a 5-star hotel. It is getting late, and you can return to school tomorrow morning. Bai Yue handed the girl a piece of paper, saying, Here is the contact information of a young lady who will assist you in returning to school tomorrow. As Bai Yue gazed at the girl, she couldn't help but reminisce about her own youth and her daughter. A wave of maternal affection surged within her. Thank you, thank you. The girl's eyes glistened with tears as she expressed her gratitude repeatedly. Young lady, please get in the car. A woman approached. Mr. Lin. After the girl departed in the vehicle, Lin he gestured, and Pei Gong promptly approached, bowing slightly. I do not wish for my daughter to encounter Tao Wu from the Qingji Art Academy any longer, Lin he stated coldly. I will inform Dean Dong Lai immediately. Pei Gong understood his employer's intent. Should the Qingji Art Academy fail to take appropriate measures, we will intervene. Indeed. Bai Yue opened the door of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, and Lin he entered the car. At the hotel, on the balcony, looking up, one could see a few dim stars scattered across the pitch-black night sky. However, at this moment, Han Dongyu and his manager had no interest in stargazing. Both were focused on the phone screen, their moods diverging. The manager pressed the answer button and activated the speakerphone. The voice of the assistant resonated through the speaker. Hello, I am Director Zhang's assistant. May I speak with Mr. Han Dongyu? It's me. Han Dongyu regained his composure. Yet, a sense of unease lingered in the manager's heart. She held significant status within the industry. A status that represented a wealth of experience and expertise unmatched by ordinary agents. Since leaving the private Walnut Grove, 7 or 8 hours had elapsed without any communication from Director Zhang Yimou. The sudden call from the assistant, rather than from Director Zhang himself, felt somewhat unusual. The manager initially intended to caution Han Dongyu, but chose to remain silent upon seeing the radiant smile on his face. Director Zhang has asked me to inform you that the cast of Yanchun Baiwei has decided to replace the male lead. We have already contacted your agency regarding the contract termination, and I believe your representatives will reach out shortly. The assistant stated. What? Han Dongyu's bright smile stiffened into a rather awkward expression. I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it? The cast of Yanchun Baiwei has decided to replace the male lead. Your agency has already been notified, and the termination will be amicable. The female assistant sighed and patiently remarked, Mr. Han, your popularity in the entertainment industry is quite high. There will undoubtedly be other opportunities in the future. This was merely a comforting statement, for in the realm of actors, especially concerning the works of director Zhang Yimou, securing a significant role is akin to winning a coveted spot in a competitive lottery. Director Zhang Yimou possesses a remarkable talent for character portrayal, breathing life into each persona on screen, rendering them vibrantly flesh and blood. Thus, those fortunate enough to join director Zhang's ensemble and play pivotal roles invariably leave a lasting impression on the audience. Furthermore, director Zhang's unique expertise in honing actors' performances is equally unparalleled. In summary, the loss of the leading role in Yang Chun by Shui for Han Dongyu is akin to misplacing a winning lottery ticket worth billions. Is director Zhang on a break? Surely, you are not jesting with me? Han Dongyu could hardly believe it and sought confirmation. Is it truly because of that so-called owner of the private villa? Who does he think he is? Why would director Zhang heed his words? Have you all been coerced? Just on Weibo, my fanbase number's in the millions. I could expose you all. The female assistant, shielded by the phone, scoffed at his arrogance. Aside from his handsome visage, Han Dongyu's acting was mediocre, and he carried an inflated sense of self-importance. He had already offended many within the crew, and now he dared to look down upon the owner of the Walnut private estate? A mere actor, how could he possibly compare himself to a super-rich magnate? The assistant recognized that while actors may shine brightly, they are but insignificant against the vast energies wielded by the immensely wealthy, a mere grasshopper attempting to halt a chariot. Not related in any way, she deemed it unnecessary to explain. Just as she was about to hang up, the manager took the phone from her, smiling as he inquired. Xiaoxi, I am Dongyu's manager. Is it true that the owner of the Walnut private estate possesses a formidable background? Would you be so kind as to share some details? A formidable background? Han Dongyu's eyes turned cold. With millions of fans at his disposal, he envisioned himself as the future monarch of the Xi'an nation's entertainment realm. A mere flick of his finger could cast that man into the public eye, and the backlash from his fans alone could drown the so-called rich man in scorn. The pressure of public opinion is indeed lethal. He is the mastermind behind Qingshan Entertainment, and this is but one of his identities. The female assistant succinctly relayed this before ending the call, leaving the manager enlightened. The meteoric rise of Qingshan Entertainment in the domestic scene owed much to the astonishing yet enigmatic wealth of its owner, who turned out to be the proprietor of the foremost estate in Hanbei province. Moreover, The assistant had mentioned that the owner of Qingshan Entertainment is merely one of that man's identities. How dare he replace me with someone else? Han Dongyu exclaimed in outrage, slamming his hand on the table. The cup of red tea rattled, spilling a fair amount onto the surface. If he wishes to replace me, there are plenty of crews available. I will arrange alternatives for you, the manager replied, exasperated. She longed to utter a retort about his audacity to belittle a super-rich individual. However, the agent, well aware of Han Dongyu's temperament, chose not to elaborate further, for cautioning Han Dongyu might yield counterproductive results. Once the agent departed, Han Dongyu found himself increasingly agitated. This was an exceptional script that he had painstakingly polished, only to have it jeopardized by that man. Zhang Yimou was indeed a spineless individual. Han Dongyu retrieved his phone and promptly reached out to a friend on WeChat. The owner of Qingyu Entertainment, is it? Huh. Director Dong Lai, this is the apology letter I have composed for Lin Weiye. I am willing to go to the broadcasting room and read it aloud to the entire school as well as to Lin Weiye, offering my sincere apologies. Standing in the office of the director, Tao Wu held the manuscript paper, bowing his head as he spoke. Before he could finish, he was regretfully interrupted by Director Dong Lai. Mr. Lin's intentions are quite clear. To speak candidly, as the president of Qingji Academy of Arts, I find it exceedingly difficult to withstand his wrath. Tao Wu, taken aback, lifted his gaze in shock. Has Lin Weiye's father's influence reached such heights? What should I do now? Tao Wu felt utterly at a loss. Chapter 140. Lin He is merely masquerading as a wealthy magnate. Dong Wenwan and Cheng Die must swiftly transition to another company. Dean Dong Lai stood in his office, gazing with a heavy heart at Tao Wu, who wandered despondently outside the office building. Tao Wu's presence was remarkable amidst the plethora of handsome and beautiful faces at the Qingji Academy of Arts. With 4 years of professional training and education, a successful debut was undoubtedly within reach. Alas, many of the students' inner worlds had grown complex and shadowy. Had Tao Wu promptly apologized to Lin Weiye and clarified the situation to the entire school, there might have been a glimmer of hope. Her fate was self-inflicted. From this day forth, there would no longer be a student named Tao Wu at Qingji Academy of Arts. That very day, a pinned post appeared on the forum of Qingji Academy of Arts. It announced, recent rumors regarding student Lin Weiye are unfounded. The students responsible for spreading these rumors have been dealt with. We hope all students will support and care for one another and take this as a lesson. Do not believe or disseminate rumors. Please spread the word. The post was succinct yet caused quite a stir within the forum. It was already said that the campus belle, Lin Weiye, could not possibly be involved with wealthy patrons from society. It was merely a group of gossip spinning tales. Rumor had it that Zhang Junyi and Tao Wu, both in their second year, had withdrawn from school. Might this incident be connected? And what about the conflict that occurred in the piano room, which arose due to the slander against Lin Weiye? Truly, one cannot judge a person's heart solely by their appearance. I once even supported the pairing of Zhang Junyi and Tao Wu. Yet, now it is evident that Lin Weiye is deserving of her title as the ice goddess. Despite being subjected to such slander, she has not uttered a word in defense. The pure shall remain pure, while the tainted shall reveal their own nature. Is this not the truth? The official post from Qingji Academy of Arts quickly garnered hundreds of comments. As for the rumors surrounding Lin Weiye, the truth would eventually surface. While her roommates celebrated her vindication, Lin Weiye understood that the primary influence came from her father and brother. Otherwise, clarifying the situation would have been exceedingly difficult. Weibo trending topic number 11. Unveiling the truth behind Qingye Entertainment Company. Clicking on the post revealed a blogger named Entertainment Circle revealed. The blogger claimed to be an insider, acquainted with numerous celebrities. As for Lin He, the owner of Qingye Entertainment Company, he appeared formidable. Yet was merely engaging in a final gamble. It was truly a pity for the promising stars Dong Wenwan and Cheng Die. The blogger also thoughtfully explained the term all-in, wagering all one's assets in a single, audacious move. A netizen commented, "What does final gamble mean? Speak half and give birth to 8 children." The blogger replied, "It means that Lin He, the owner of Qingye Entertainment Company, does not possess much money." Another user quipped, "Just spouting off to grab attention?" The blogger responded with a chuckle, "Haha, there's no need to chase clout." The predecessor of Qingye Entertainment Company was Junlin Entertainment in Nanzhou City, Hebei Province. At that time, Junlin Entertainment was on the brink of collapse, and the owner was desperately seeking investment, but no company or wealthy individual was willing to take the risk. The company's dire situation was evident. The invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex, Lin He, acquired Junlin Entertainment and rebranded it as Qingye Entertainment. The blogger confirmed, indeed, Junlin Entertainment was merely a mess, devoid of any substantial legacy. A commenter questioned. Then why did Lin He choose to acquire Junlin Entertainment? Was he simply overflowing with money? The blogger explained, Dong Wan was a trainee at Junlin Entertainment, while Cheng Jie was a newcomer brought in by Lin He. The acquisition was a strategic move to facilitate Lin He's entry into the entertainment industry more efficiently. He had exhausted all his funds to create a dual star. Such a maneuver is considered a taboo in the industry. Confidently, the blogger responded to all. Lin He is merely putting on a fade of wealth. He has run out of money. The only fate awaiting Dong Wan and Cheng Jie is a fleeting moment of fame, unless they swiftly switch to a more formidable entertainment company in a certain city. Within a high-end residential complex, a scruffy man wearing glasses was smoking while responding to netizens online. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. Upon answering, he exhaled a cloud of smoke. Hello? I instructed you to ruin Lin He's reputation. Did you not grasp my meaning? The voice of Han Dongyu echoed through the phone. Young as you are, Dongyu. The scruffy man replied, unfazed, extinguishing half of his cigarette in the ashtray. This is merely the first step in tarnishing Lin He's image. What do you mean? Han Dongyu was puzzled. To attack with one's own weapon, the man replied with composure. Han Dongyu fell silent. This man was a notable figure in the domestic marketing domain. Known as Lao Gao, his studio housed no fewer than 20 influential marketing accounts with a solid fan base. It could be said that whenever he desired a particular topic or individual to trend, it would inevitably do so. Stop being cryptic. Speak plainly. I want to waste my money, Han Dongyu impatiently retorted. Dong Wan and Cheng Jie, under Qingye Entertainment, had already amassed a substantial fan base. The combined influence of these two young ladies was not to be underestimated. Lao Gao scoffed at this, yet since Han Dongyu was footing the bill, he patiently clarified the situation. To his knowledge, Han Dongyu had not completed primary school and had struggled for years in society, working in various cities. As he aged, he stumbled upon an unexpected stroke of luck when a talent scout from an entertainment company discovered him. After undergoing training, he debuted, quickly rising to fame with his striking looks and street-smart demeanor. He had been arrested for public disturbances while intoxicated and had driven under the influence. Before his debut, he had been involved with no fewer than 5 girls, one of whom had undergone 2 abortions for him. These incidents were well managed by Han Dongyu's agency, and few were aware of them. The old master is well versed in these matters, fully aware of the intricacies at play. Yet he refrains from transgressing the unwritten rules of the circle. It is only a matter of time before Han Dongyu encounters a misfortune. For the sake of publicity, the old master would not hesitate to unveil all the secrets he possesses. Consequently, Han Dongyu's frustration intensified, particularly when comparisons were made between his popularity and that of others, or when it was suggested that someone else eclipsed him in fame. Upon learning that the owner of Qingye Entertainment was a novice, he saw an opportunity to incite the ire of Dong Wan and Cheng Jie's fans, effectively utilizing public sentiment as a weapon against Lin He. Before proceeding with a more calculated approach, the old master, holding his phone between his face and collarbone, typed a response to a netizen. Is this feasible? Han Dongyu pondered. Presently, some fans remain indifferent even when their fathers toil tirelessly in the fields, yet should their beloved idol lose a single hair, they would be driven to despair. The old master assured him, I have been in this line of work for quite some time. You need not worry. Very well, I entrust this to you. Han Dongyu said, his previously furrowed brow now relaxing. Boss, the online sentiment has taken a rather unfavorable turn recently, Zhang Xin remarked, standing in the office and placing a tablet before Lin He. Due to the recent turmoil online, Lin He, who had not visited the company for quite some time, finally took a seat at his desk today. Chapter 141. The escalation of public opinion trends, no enmity allowed with this person. Trending second on Weibo. Countdown to Qingye Entertainment Company's bankruptcy? How ridiculous. Lin He found this trending topic quite amusing. He had thought it was something significant. But when Zhang Xian insisted on his presence at the company over the phone, Lin He pondered, had Qingye Entertainment encountered any recent troubles? According to the Public Relations Department's analysis, this wave of public sentiment was intentionally orchestrated. Zhang Xian stated with grave seriousness. Having not been online for some time, Lin He was unaware of the unfolding situation. He opened Dong Wenwan's Weibo, clicked on her latest post, and perused the comments. Climbing the wall to wait for ripe peaches. Goddess, hurry and change companies. If you don't know which one to choose, I'll tag you. I don't believe it can't be registered. I thought Lin He was some kind of tycoon, but is this all there is? Summer breeze, Dong Wan. Don't dwell on the past. Lin He may have helped you, but we all hope you can walk the red carpet. Koala, are you all serious? A single comment from a marketing account has you all in a frenzy, whether it's true or not. Thousands of comments divided into two factions. One urged Dong Won to swiftly terminate her contract and escape, warning against letting Lin He and Qingye Entertainment jeopardize her future. The other faction supported Lin He. Their reasoning was simple. Regardless of Lin He's wealth, it was he who had invested significantly in Dong Won and Chengde. If they possessed any integrity, they would not abandon Lin He at such a critical moment. Furthermore, Dong Won and Chengde had achieved success in the entertainment market. It was unjust to label Lin He as an outsider. Moreover, the one-sided words of the marketing accounts were hardly worthy of belief. Lin He found the situation both amusing and exasperating. He clicked on Chengde's Weibo, discovering the comments mirrored those on Dong Won's post. "Boss, what should we do?" Zhang Xian asked anxiously. "Should we address this?" Lin He set down his tablet, opened his Weibo on his phone, and liked the defamatory post published by the Entertainment Reveal account. He found the absurdity of the fabricated content rather entertaining. "Of course we need to address it," Zhang Xian stated earnestly. "Our Qingye Entertainment Company has successfully launched Dong Won and Chengde, becoming a golden brand in the process. This surge in popularity presents a prime opportunity to attract talent, but the sudden emergence of this public opinion online could have severe repercussions. In just a few days, the number of resumes submitted to Qingye Entertainment has plummeted by at least 70%. It doesn't matter. Those who waver are inconsequential." Lin He put down his phone and inquired, "I suspect the source of this public sentiment is a blogger named Entertainment Reveal. Look into it." "Understood. I will begin arrangements immediately," Zhang Xian nodded. "If we uncover the truth, what then?" "We will address it when the time comes," Lin He replied. Unbeknownst to Lin He, his seemingly trivial act of liking the post from Entertainment Reveal would generate a far greater impact online than the commotion stirred by the Old Cake Studio. Weibo's trending topic: "The owner of Qingye Entertainment has liked a post. Does this indicate impending bankruptcy or a display of financial confidence?" Shortly thereafter, Chengde posted on Weibo, affirming that she would not be leaving Qingye Entertainment and expressing gratitude for the concern shown by her fans. Following this, Dong Won similarly took to Weibo to declare her commitment to the company. For Dong Won, the owner of Qingye Entertainment provided her with the long-awaited opportunity to debut, an unprecedented privilege within the domestic entertainment industry. Thus, even if the owner, Lin He, were to face bankruptcy, Dong Won would remain steadfastly loyal. Such a profound bond between a master and servant. Lao Gao, upon reviewing the reports from his subordinates, could not suppress a cold smirk. The owner of Qingye Entertainment, Lin He, had audaciously liked a post criticizing him. Was this a provocation? Did he truly believe that a series of maneuvers would leave him powerless? Lao Gao picked up his phone and entered a work group on WeChat, comprising the heads of various marketing accounts from the studio. He sent a voice message, "Prepare a new trending topic suggesting that Dong Won and Chengde are allegedly being threatened by the owner of Qingye Entertainment." After a moment's thought, Lao Gao released the button and prepared another voice message. "The traffic will peak around 6 or 7 in the evenings. So let's also prepare a trending topic about the trainees at Qingye Entertainment being subjected to improper conduct, vague photographs, and fictitious insider revelations, akin to a plot from a novel." Lao Gao had great confidence in the capabilities of his studio staff, believing they could have everything ready before 6 or 7 o'clock. Indeed, as anticipated, with the emergence of these two trending topics, Lin He's name soared to the top of numerous online forums. Can anyone unearth the sordid details about this repugnant owner? My goddess, Dong Won and Chengde. Could they have been? Does anyone know where the owner of Qingye Entertainment resides? I want to confront him in person. I wondered how, after debuting just a few days ago, they could have such strong feelings for a new owner. It turns out there are significant secrets involved. The photograph, though poorly lit and exceedingly blurry, still revealed the owner's lewd demeanor. Heavens, those trainees are likely just teenagers. How could he stoop so low? It's utterly revolting. I nearly lost my dinner. The phrase improper conduct is already a highly charged term in contemporary society, coupled with the owner of Qingye Entertainment. It rapidly spiraled out of control, yielding results that even Lao Gao had not anticipated. That same day, a singer named Wang released a new album, hoping to trend, only to be drowned in the tumult of the online frenzy. While sipping beer and smoking a cigarette, Lao Gao's phone buzzed. And upon seeing the caller ID was Han Dongyu, he immediately surmised the purpose of the call and answered promptly. Lao Gao, did you orchestrate today's trending topics? Han Dongyu inquired excitedly. Indeed, Dongyu. I, Lao Gao, have not misled you, have I? Lao Gao flicked the ash from his fingers. No. No, Han Dongyu was thoroughly impressed by Lao Gao's marketing studio's prowess. Indeed, it was commendable. Once this matter is resolved, I shall send you a substantial red envelope. Haha, I appreciate it, Boss Han. Lao Gao readily adopted the new address. Boss Han, I quite like that title, Han Dongyu replied, his spirits lifted, sharing a jest. As the call concluded, Han Dongyu toyed with his phone. At that moment, his manager entered from outside and inquired, Dongyu, have you seen the wave of public opinion online? Public opinion? My public opinion? Han Dongyu feigned ignorance, though he was well aware. The manager scrutinized Han Dongyu's expression. Momentarily uncertain whether he was genuinely oblivious or merely pretending, it pertains to Lin He, the owner of Qingye Entertainment. It is best that you remain uninvolved in this matter. Our company's stance is unequivocal. We must not antagonize Lin He. Chapter 142. The Award Ceremony, Undermining Boss Lin's Achievements. I understand. Han Dongyu nodded in response. That's settled then, the agent sighed in relief. One could only hope that Han Dongyu truly had no connection to this matter, for otherwise, the situation would become quite troublesome. This admonition had been personally orchestrated by the company's upper management. Even after suffering a setback with Boss Lin He of Qingye Entertainment. Losing the lead role in Zhang Yimao's new drama, enmity was not permitted. The agent recognized that the influence of Mr. Lin was undoubtedly formidable, prompting the company to tread carefully. As the agent turned to leave, he glanced back at Han Dongyu, who was smiling down at his phone, unaware that he had not been looking at it at all. How utterly cowardly. No wonder astute minds in ancient times preferred strategizing within the confines of a tent. It was rather exhilarating. Contemplating the online discourse, Han Dongyu mused that Lin He and Qingye Entertainment must be suffocating under the pressure. They would never suspect that the true mastermind was he, a leading actor in the Summer Nation with millions of devoted fans. At Starlight Entertainment, the conference room was filled with local executives from Nanzhou City. It was evident that everyone was aware of the recent trending topics in the entertainment industry, particularly concerning Qingye Entertainment. Fu Kaiji, the head of Starlight Entertainment, addressed the assembly from the podium, declaring, "The premier entertainment company in Nanzhou City can only be us. Starlight Entertainment. I hope each department seizes this opportunity to reverse our previous downturn." Yu Kai, working in public relations for the entertainment company, found himself perplexed. He was well versed in the intricacies of marketing accounts, knowing that most sizable entertainment companies employ both overt and covert marketing strategies. Boss. The information regarding Qingye Entertainment's severe financial shortfall originates from marketing accounts. Shouldn't we conduct our own investigation? A member of the management team expressed his concerns. The public perception of Qingye Entertainment is currently dismal. To my knowledge, 9 out of 10 applicants wishing to join or become trainees have withdrawn their applications. Furthermore, among those who passed the personnel screening for interviews, over 80% have declined for various reasons, Fu Kaiji stated, leaning against the table on the podium. Is it not the case that any entertainment company, when faced with public scrutiny and a downturn, would strive to provide proof of their legitimacy? Yet, Qingye Entertainment has not done so. Why is that? Is it due to their lack of confidence? A marketing department head inquired. Correct, Fu Kaiji acknowledged, casting an approving glance at the department head. They lack confidence. They are apprehensive. I concur with the boss's assessment. Qingye Entertainment's rapid ascent has severely impacted our growth at Starlight Entertainment. As the saying goes, one should seize the opportunity to strike while the iron is hot. Another department member chimed in. Exactly to my liking. Fu Kaiji stated, the Golden Sparrow Award ceremony is about to commence. Once it concludes, we shall strive to decisively dismantle Qingye Entertainment Company. I will personally attend the ceremony in hopes of enticing Dong Wenwan from Qingye Entertainment, rendering Lin's achievements futile. However, Yu Kai was beset with anxiety. Observing the fervent atmosphere in the conference room, including that of his boss, he could only conceal his concerns within. Ever since he learned of the connection between Qingye Entertainment and Lin He, Yu Kai had witnessed their meteoric rise from obscurity to prominence. Upon returning, he leveraged connections to investigate Lin He in Xinjiang City. The findings were astonishing. An investment of 200 billion in a theme park project and spending 50 billion at an auction for a painting by Tang Bohu. It was as if money held no value. Upon uncovering this information, Yu Kai inexplicably felt that the acclaim surrounding the Qingye duo, Dong Wenwan and Cheng Die, seemed insignificant in comparison. After all, the investments in the theme park and the acquisition of a genuine Tang Bohu artwork were far more astounding. Clearly, Lin He, with his vast wealth, would not suddenly find himself in financial straits. As Fu Kaiji remarked, the current public sentiment was decidedly unfavorable toward Qingye Entertainment. The issues extended beyond mere finances. The most pressing concern was Lin He's alleged misconduct involving female stars and trainees. The exposure of this scandal was utterly reprehensible. Whether it be the ambiguous photographs or the so-called insider revelations, any one of them could prove devastating before the truth was fully unveiled. According to common public relations strategies, an announcement should be swiftly made across major platforms regarding the defamation of this event. It has caused significant harm to our party and has been referred to the relevant authorities and legal counsel, reserving the right to pursue legal action. With a little thought, Yukai could easily devise a rudimentary template for damage control. Did Lin He's formidable Qingye Entertainment lack a public relations team? Gazing at his boss, Fu Kaiji, who wished to seize this opportunity to thoroughly undermine Qingye Entertainment and Lin He, Yukai felt a deep sense of unease. Boss, I suggest we report this to the authorities and activate our legal team, the head of the public relations department reported to Lin He. This recommendation was the most time-efficient and labor-saving approach. The allegations of misconduct constituted a serious smear campaign and could indeed amount to criminal behavior. Ding dong. The sound of receiving his daughter's concern elevated his paternal affection. Ding dong. As a responsible father, he could not allow any stain on his paternal integrity. The system's notification chimed in at an opportune moment. Receiving concern from his daughter, but none from his son? It seemed daughters were indeed preferable. They were a father's cherished little treasures. Amid all this, Lin He found himself more curious about who was orchestrating these events behind the scenes. Tapping his fingers on the table, he declared, I want to unearth the individual behind this within 3 days. An investigation is currently underway, and it is believed that the mastermind will soon be revealed, remarked Zhang Xian. The Golden Sparrow Award ceremony is approaching, and a senior from our 3rd year has managed to secure tickets for us. Would you like to join? One of the roommates cheerfully inquired as they produced 4 tickets. You all go and enjoy yourselves. I shall refrain from attending, Lin Weiye responded, clutching her book. I intend to utilize this time to enhance my proficiency in English. Oh, come on, Weiye, the roommate said, taking a seat beside her. Many students from our school will be attending the Golden Sparrow Award ceremony. Let us immerse ourselves in the excitement together. You're already so beautiful, and with your diligence, you'll only make us envious. Indeed, let us go together. Who knows? Perhaps one of us might even win the Golden Sparrow Award in the future. Another roommate chimed in. Tickets for the Golden Sparrow Award are quite rare. If we let this opportunity slip away, it would be a waste. Very well, Lin Weiye conceded, left with no choice but to agree. Vaguely, she recalled that Dong Wenwan, the rising star from her father's company, would also be attending the Golden Sparrow Award ceremony. Chapter 143. Can Dong Wenwan escape the clutches? The owner of Qingye Entertainment is not that kind of person. The Golden Sparrow Award stands as one of the most prestigious accolades within the entertainment industry of Xia country. The judges wield significant influence, and the public nature of the selection process garners considerable trust from the audience. This year's Golden Sparrow Award will be broadcast simultaneously via online platforms, television, and offline events. It is not only a monumental occasion for the entertainment sphere, but equally significant for the ardent fans who cherish it. The ceremony is set to take place at the Sports Arena in Nanzhou City, a vast venue capable of accommodating 50,000 attendees. A grand red carpet, stretching an impressive 700 meters, has been meticulously prepared. Flanking it are journalists from both domestic and international media, wielding cameras and flashing lights incessantly. A procession of Mercedes-Benz Sprinter vans, provided by the Golden Sparrow Award organizers, arrives one after another, with stars stepping out in their finest attire. The influence of the Golden Sparrow Award is formidable. It has even overshadowed trending topics regarding the entanglements of female stars and trainees. As the Rolls-Royce Phantom glides smoothly along the road, Lin He, engrossed in his phone, chuckles, remarking that whoever claims the Golden Sparrow Award is destined for a bright future in stardom for at least the next few years, barring any self-sabotage. Zhang Xian notes as Pei Gong drives the Phantom through the rear entrance of the arena. The venue typically boasts 4 entrances, all of which are usually open. However, with the Golden Sparrow Award ceremony taking place today, the northern and southern entrances are entirely closed, leaving only the east and west doors accessible. The east door is adorned with a 700-meter red carpet reserved for the entrance of the stars, while the west door serves as a passage for special dignitaries. Individuals of Lin He's stature, possessing a special invitation card, are granted access. With the presence of elite guests and celebrities, security is exceptionally stringent. Even though Lin He arrives in a Rolls-Royce Phantom, security personnel diligently conduct checks before permitting entry. Upon parking, Lin He and Zhang Xian exit the vehicle. Lin He is dressed casually, while Zhang Xian sports a suit tailored for significant occasions, having navigated the entertainment industry for some time. This marks Zhang Xian's inaugural attendance at an award ceremony of such high caliber, prompting him to approach the event with utmost seriousness. Prior to their arrival, he had suggested that their boss don a suit as well, for his image could rival that of the currently popular domineering CEO archetype among male stars, with a suit further enhancing his elegance and physique. However, the boss declined the suggestion, stating that he was not there to receive an award, rendering the choice between formal and casual attire inconsequential. We are traversing a passageway designated by the Golden Sparrow Award organizers specifically for esteemed guests. A young man leading a group of youthful companions remarks, "These individuals may not grace the stage like the stars, yet their status far surpasses that of those celebrities. Xiaoqi, you are truly impressive." A girl, named Cui Dai and a roommate of Lin Weiyi, exclaims, her appearance equally striking. Lin Weiyi silently followed her roommates, having arrived in haste without inquiring whether her father would accompany the company representatives to the Golden Sparrow Awards ceremony today. The leader of the group was named Xiaoqi, the senior who had provided them with tickets. Xiaoqi was accompanied by two male friends. Together with Lin Weiyi and her 3 roommates, they formed a party of 7. During the introduction of the Golden Sparrow Awards, Xiaoqi's gaze frequently wandered towards Lin Weiyi, his actions seemingly orchestrated for the newly crowned campus beauty. "Xiaoqi, considering we possess regular audience tickets, how are we able to access the exclusive passage reserved for dignitaries?" Lin Weiyi pondered, recalling having seen a Lexus LM earlier, a luxury vehicle priced at $1 million. Cui Dai curiously inquired, "They all undergo security checks, yet we were allowed in without scrutiny?" Haha. The highlight of the Lexus LM is its 2 premium airline seats in the back, a true vehicle for the elite, Xiaoqi remarked, showcasing his automotive knowledge. He then shifted the conversation, stating, "The security for today's Golden Sparrow Awards is managed by the Thunder Security Company of Hanbei Province, one of the largest and most capable security service firms in the region." Could it be? Cui Dai's eyes widened as a suspicion took shape within her mind. "Indeed. My father is one of the owners of Thunder Security Company," Xiaoqi replied with a smile. "All the security personnel at today's ceremony are from our family, which is why I can freely bring friends along." Unfortunately, while Cui Dai's question was astute, Lin Weiyi paid it no heed, leaving Xiaoqi feeling a twinge of disappointment. However, he quickly regained his composure, as Lin Weiyi's popularity had surged since her reputation was clarified. With her elegant demeanor and ethereal beauty, she was subtly being heralded as the most beautiful campus flower since the establishment of the Youth Arts Academy. The number of admirers lining up outside the teaching building was a testament to her allure. If it were so easy to sway Lin Weiyi's emotions, she would not have earned the title of the Iceberg Campus Beauty. They arrived at the lounge, each door adorned with a nameplate. Having scouted the venue prior to the Golden Sparrow Awards, Xiaoqi was quite familiar with the layout of the gymnasium. To his delight, he discovered it was Lin Junmu's lounge. How he longed to push the door open and take a peek. "This one belongs to Su Song, my youth," he exclaimed. "The Fire Cannon Girls, a rapidly rising girl group in the country this year. They are my absolute favorite." A group of young men and women excitedly traversed the corridor of the lounge. Though they were students of the Youth Arts Academy, likely to enter the entertainment industry in the future, the stars they admired felt distant and unattainable. Typically, they only saw them on screens, but now, merely a door separated them, igniting their enthusiasm. "Oh, the door is ajar, and it reads, 'Oh my, it's Dong Wenwan.'" They had heard she had won the Golden Sparrow Award for Best New Female Singer, and her presence here confirmed the rumors. Cui Dai and her 2 roommates were even more excited, as they all held a deep admiration for Dong Wenwan. "Dong Wenwan?" Xiaoqi recalled, saying, "I saw on Weibo's trending topics that the owner of Qingye Entertainment is a notorious opportunist. I wonder about Dong Wenwan." His words trailed off as the other 2 boys exchanged knowing glances, a shared understanding among men. Dong Wenwan is a newly debuted singer whose exceptional vocal talent and striking appearance have swiftly garnered a substantial fan base. Many young men regard her as a goddess. If the owner of Qingye Entertainment is indeed the predatory figure that the Weibo marketing accounts portray, then the beautiful Dong Wenwan would undoubtedly be ensnared. "Impossible," Lin Weiyi retorted. The owner of Qingye Entertainment is absolutely not that kind of person. The online rumors are merely slander." She nearly let slip that he was her father but managed to restrain herself just in time. All she desired was to earnestly study at the Qingji Academy of Arts. If the owner of Qingye Entertainment were indeed Lin Wei's father, the nature of her time at school would likely transform drastically. Chapter 144, Dine With Me. And I promise to propel you into stardom. I, too, have been misled by hearsay on the internet. My impulsiveness has led to this misstep, and I sincerely apologize. Xiaoqi had not anticipated Lin Wei's strong reaction and hastily expressed his regret. It has nothing to do with you, Lin Wei nodded in acknowledgement. Wei, you cannot possibly be a fan of the boss of Qingye Entertainment, can you? Cui Dai inquired with curiosity. After all, due to the extravagant promotional campaigns that had emerged, many had become ardent supporters of Lin He. Presently, Lin He's Weibo followers had surged to 5 million, surpassing many celebrities. Indeed, Lin Wei pondered for a moment before responding. The rumors circulating online are merely concoctions of marketing accounts. The so-called evidence remains unverified. If one were to heed every whisper, would that not render them akin to a weather vane? Xiaoqi felt somewhat embarrassed, yet his admiration for Lin Wei deepened. Truly, she embodied the ice goddess, possessing a commendable worldview. Do you genuinely believe that winning the Golden Sparrow Award for Best New Female Singer is a remarkable feat? A disgruntled voice suddenly resonated from within Dong Wenwan's dressing room. Lin Wei, Cui Dai, and Xiaoqi, who were positioned in the corridor, instantly fell silent, sensing that something was amiss within the dressing room. The middle-aged man's tone was laced with derision. Dong Wenwan's achievement of the Golden Sparrow Award for Best New Female Singer was a testament to her accomplishments this year. Why, then, would anyone dare to belittle her? Who was this audacious individual? Lin Wei, Cui Dai, Xiaoqi, and several others stealthily approached the entrance of Dong Wenwan's dressing room, where an incident was unfolding unnoticed. Inside the dressing room, Dong Wenwan sat alongside a woman in her 30s. Opposite them sat a corpulent middle-aged man, flanked by 2 staff members bearing identification cards. My apologies, Mr. Huang, but Wenwan's schedule today is exceedingly packed. It is simply impossible for her to join you for a meal. The woman, Dong Wenwan's manager affectionately known as Sister Yang, said with a wry smile. You stars truly believe I am oblivious to your true nature? While pretending to be virtuous, your boss at Qingye Entertainment certainly possesses some skills, doesn't he? Mr. Huang, as he was referred to, took a drag from his cigarette, making a shameless inquiry. Dong Wenwan's delicate face instantly flushed with indignation. This was not only an affront to her, but also to her employer. Mr. Huang, I kindly urge you to maintain decorum. Should your words reach the public, it would undoubtedly tarnish your image as well, Dong Wenwan retorted. Are you threatening me? Mr. Huang straightened his posture, questioning her. Please, Mr. Huang, do not be angered. We harbor no such intentions. How about this? The award ceremony is imminent. Let us allow Wenwan to prepare her makeup and attire. As a newcomer, the Golden Sparrow Award for Best New Female Singer holds immense significance for her. Once the event concludes, we can discuss further. Sister Yang, possessing considerable experience, remarked while engaging in Tai Chi. The award ceremony was indeed on the verge of commencing. Once Mr. Huang departed, Sister Yang would reach out to Zhong Xian for assistance. In the face of a capricious millionaire, even Sister Yang, with her extensive career as a manager, found herself at a loss, akin to a scholar encountering a soldier, unable to articulate reason. Changing clothes and applying makeup? Certainly, you may proceed while I observe, Mr. Huang declared, reclining on the sofa with his legs crossed. Dong Wenwan was infuriated, yet found herself powerless to act. It was utterly shameless for a grown man to torment a young woman in such a manner. A melodious voice suddenly resonated from the direction of the lounge door. Within the lounge, Dong Wenwan, Sister Yang, and Mr. Huang were momentarily taken aback by the unexpected intervention. Wei, what are you doing? Cui Dai and her 2 roommates were equally astonished, as none could have anticipated Lin Wei stepping forward to defend them. The audacity of Mr. Huang, swaggering into the female star's lounge and intimidating Dong Wenwan and her manager, suggested he possessed some considerable influence. The individual in question was Huang Pan, the chairman of the Binting Mining Company, Limited in Hanbei Province, whose operations included the mining of copper, zinc, and lead, making him a wealthy man. Xiaoqi, standing at the entrance, spoke anxiously. He had encountered Huang Pan once while scouting the venue, during which Huang had shamelessly boasted about his conquests among female models and third-tier starlets. Xiaoqi was astonished. Someone capable of captivating such women must wield significant power, prompting him to inquire with a security company representative about Huang Pan's background. To his surprise, Huang Pan's target this time was none other than the rising star of Qingye Entertainment, Dong Wuwan. What should we do? Cui Dai voiced her concern. Who are you? Huang Pan turned around, initially ready to vent his anger, but upon seeing the speaker's visage, his bloodshot eyes gleamed with interest. So young, so fresh. What had begun as an attempt to ensnare Dong Wuwan swiftly transformed into a change of plans for Huang Pan upon the arrival of the girl. This youthful countenance, though unfamiliar, was undeniably the embodiment of beauty in Huang Pan's eyes. How old are you? To have blossomed so beautifully at such a tender age. By the time you reach 18 or 19, you will be irresistible. I am here to stand against injustice, Lin Weiyi declared as she stepped forward. Dong Wuwan is the star of my father's company. She will not allow herself to be bullied. Come here, little sister, Dong Wuwan urged, taking a few steps forward to draw Lin Weiyi behind her. Having witnessed the depths of Huang Pan's shamelessness, she was determined to shield the young girl from any potential harm, refusing to let her stand too close to him. Indeed, quite impressive, Huang Pan remarked with a grin, revealing his yellowed, uneven teeth. Standing together, Dong Wuwan and Lin Weiyi formed a stunning pair of sisters. Should he manage to captivate both this evening, it would mark a remarkable achievement in Huang Pan's long history of pursuits. The Qingye Entertainment Company is on the verge of collapse, and I, too, possess connections within the entertainment industry. Huang Pan, composed and unruffled, remarked, Dong Wuwan, join me for dinner tonight, and I shall arrange for you to meet a capable company. And this young lady here, you have yet to debut, I presume? Dining with Sister Dong Wuwan and myself, I assure you, you will undoubtedly make your debut this year. The notion of debut holds an irresistible allure for young women with little experience. Relying on this, Huang Pan had often triumphed in his endeavors. You're nearly bald and still spouting nonsense, Lin Weiyi retorted without reservation. Young lady, such bravado is ill-advised. Huang Pan rose, reaching out towards Lin Weiyi. A young calf fears no tiger. It is time for a lesson. Boss Huang, this is my friend. Please do not take offense, Xiaoqi interjected, unable to bear witnessing any harm come to his idol. Chapter 145. Mr. Huang's financial resources are far more robust than your boss's. Cui Dai and several other classmates followed closely behind, entering the lounge together. They could not allow Lin Weiyi to face danger alone. That would be a betrayal of camaraderie. Who are you? Huang Pan did not anticipate the presence of so many people outside. His flirtations were confined to his circle. If exposed, the repercussions for his company would be immeasurable. However, upon noticing the group of young individuals who appeared to be students, he felt a sense of relief. Having mingled in the affluent circles of the business world for the better part of his life, he doubted that a few students could conjure up any scandal to trouble him. Mr. Huang, we met a few days ago. My father is the owner of Thunder Security Company. Tonight, the security arrangements for the Golden Sparrow Award ceremony are being handled by my father's company, Xiaoqi said with a smile, extending his hand and adopting a demeanor of a junior. Oh, Huang Pan remarked, merely glancing at Xiaoqi's outstretched hand. When security personnel bear arms, they become soldiers, don't they? Ha ha ha, Mr. Huang is truly humorous. The two staff members immediately chimed in with laughter. As the crowd egged him on, Huang Pan appeared pleased and added, if you wish to shake my hand, even your father wouldn't he be worthy? Xiaoqi's face flushed crimson at this remark. He had hoped that, despite his family's Thunder Security Company being less affluent than Huang Pan's assets, the latter would show some courtesy. Instead, he was met with outright humiliation. Anger surged within him, and he felt the urge to punch that bald, corpulent head. Yet, he refrained. Such an action would inevitably implicate his father's company. Their firm, while elegantly termed a security company, was merely a group of trained security guards. In comparison to a wealthy individual like Huang Pan, who likely had multiple mines, what were they worth? As Huang Pan had just pointed out, even if Xiaoqi's father came in person, he would not receive any respect. Two little girls. Huang Pan turned to gaze at Dong Wuwan and Lin Weiyi, salivating at the prospect. Qingye Entertainment is nearing its end. The best new female singer at the Golden Sparrow Awards, lacking a solid backing, is merely a facade. Without subsequent resources, you can easily plummet from heaven to hell. I have offered you opportunities. Should you fail to seize them, do not blame me. Mr. Huang's financial power is far greater than that of your boss at Qingye Entertainment, a staff member interjected. Upon seeing Lin Weiyi and Dong Wuwan standing together, the uninformed readily assumed both were from Qingye Entertainment. Regardless of how Qingye Entertainment fares in the future, you need not concern yourselves with it. I must prepare for the upcoming awards ceremony. Dong Wuwan stated with poise, neither subservient nor arrogant. Standing beside her, Lin Wei could discern the sincerity behind Dong Wenwan's words. Even under the oppressive influence of the affluent, Dong Wenwan's gaze remained unwavering. She felt a sense of pride for her father. The new star he had nurtured with investment seemed genuinely kind. Very well, you have your choices. Huang Pan was not in a hurry. The higher the caliber of his prey, the more patience he exhibited. What about this little girl who just defied me? He questioned. Young lady, should you not apologize to Mr. Huang? A staff member reprimanded. On what grounds? Lin Wei stood her ground, unflinching. Dong Wenwan was taken aback. She did not recognize the young girl, who, despite her tender age, possessed a rather stubborn temperament. When Minister Zheng arrived, she could suggest inviting this young girl to join Qingye Entertainment as a trainee. With the girl's looks and demeanor, she would undoubtedly rise to fame after training. Currently, Zheng Xian served as the head of the Human Resources Department at Qingye Entertainment, diligently seeking out more virtuous and promising young talents. Only the core personnel of Qingye Entertainment, including Dong Wenwan and Zheng Xian, were privy to the fact that the boss was not lacking in funds. Talented young individuals with good character were bound to achieve great success. For instance, Dong Wenwan and Cheng Die had both skyrocketed to fame under the boss's cultivation. On what grounds? Let me enlighten you, Huang Pan said, flicking his fingers and sending a smoldering cigarette hurtling towards Lin Wei. Dong Wenwan gasped in shock. She had not anticipated that this vile middle-aged man would act so maliciously and quickly pulled Lin Wei into her embrace. The small segment of the cigarette landed on Dong Wenwan's attire, but fortunately it merely left a faint burn mark before bouncing to the ground. Witnessing the situation spiral further out of control, Sister Yang discreetly took out her phone to send a distress message to Zhang Xian. Has Huang Pan left? Fu Kaiji inquired while seated on the sofa in the lounge. He has, the secretary replied, hesitating momentarily. Boss, could this situation cause us trouble? The secretary was familiar with Huang Pan's character. Their relationship was quite amicable. Fu Kaiji had even arranged for lesser-known yet attractive young stars to accompany Huang Pan. Huang Pan's greatest joy in life was to seek out various young models and stars. Those who managed to please him could expect financial backing. Fu Kaiji profited. The accompanying young models and stars obtained desired resources, and Huang Pan found happiness. It was a win-win situation. Trouble? What trouble? Fu Kaiji scoffed. This Golden Sparrow Award ceremony was supposed to fill our coffers at Starlight Entertainment, yet Qingye Entertainment has intruded and snatched away the most significant newcomer award. Starlight Entertainment was poised to secure 2 awards, Best New Female Singer and Best Male Singer. The latter, nearing 40, has little value left. The entertainment industry today is vastly different from the past, with rapid turnover. The fan base is growing increasingly youthful, and their preferences heavily favor beauty and youth. Starlight Entertainment's pressing concern is to cultivate a successor before the value of that best male singer dwindles to nothing. After spending tens of millions, success was finally within reach. However, upon this realization, Fu Kaiji couldn't help but feel a pang of resentment. Yet, Qingye Entertainment appeared to be experiencing a fleeting moment of resurgence. Allowing Huang Pan to discard the proverbial last straw that could break the camel's back, thus sparing them considerable trouble. Furthermore, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, it would ultimately be Huang Pan who would bear the consequences. The boss truly possessed a remarkable foresight. The secretary suddenly understood the news of Qingye Entertainment's impending demise. Along with the allure of the young and beautiful Dong Wenwan, was all information Fu Kaiji had seemingly imparted to Huang Pan by chance. As expected, this old lecher had barged into their lounge, flaunting his bravado. Boss, this is the lounge for the stars attending the Golden Sparrow Awards. Zhang Xian announced as he accompanied Lin He down the corridor. Do these celebrities truly enjoy gathering together so much? Lin He inquired, gesturing toward a nearby lounge door. Reminiscent of villagers congregating to observe the latest gossip. Suddenly, alarm struck. Zhang Xian felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. Upon checking the screen, his expression shifted subtly. Chapter 146 Dad, it was him who flicked a lit cigarette at me. What happened? Lin He noticed the displeased expression on Zhang Xian's face as he gazed intently at his phone screen, visibly enraged. Boss, I knew someone would come to cause trouble. The meteoric rise of our Qingye Entertainment Company has obstructed the financial paths of certain individuals. Moreover, our public perception has plummeted recently, Zhang Xian said, frustration evident in his tone. Someone stormed into Dong Wenwan's lounge to make a scene. That must be Dong Wenwan's lounge, Lin He replied, taken aback. It seemed the onlookers were indeed witnessing the turmoil surrounding his company. Huang Pan held a certain notoriety within the industry, particularly in Hebei province. Notoriety? It's more like infamy. Just moments ago, Huang Pan had audaciously flicked a lit cigarette at a young girl, had it struck her face. The consequences would have been dire. Fortunately, Dong Wan had pulled her into her embrace, but regrettably, with Qingye Entertainment's tarnished reputation, Huang Pan felt emboldened to act so brazenly. As Lin He and Zhang Xin approached, they could hear the murmurs of various stars and staff from different entertainment companies outside. A handful seemed quite familiar with Huang Pan. Standing at the periphery of the crowd watching the commotion in the lounge, Lin He spotted the young girl they were discussing. To his astonishment, it was his own daughter. Lin Weiyi. With a raised eyebrow, a surge of anger coursed through him. Just as he was about to push through the crowd, a manager detained him. "Excuse me. Could you help me dispose of this used paper cup?" Lin He glanced at the manager, took the cup, and walked a couple of steps to toss it in the trash. "Thank you," the manager smiled. "You're welcome. Please make way," Lin He replied politely. The manager's gaze was somewhat dazed. This man possessed an undeniable charm. The faint smile gracing his lips exuded a refined elegance. Merely standing there, he resembled a nobleman steeped in a century of culture. Initially, she had assumed he was merely a staff member, but now it seemed she had misjudged. The manager stepped aside, allowing Lin He to pass. Others quickly turned their attention to this striking figure as he made his way directly into Dong Wan's lounge, leaving them to speculate whether he was associated with Huang Pan or Qingye Entertainment. "Dad." At that moment, the young girl's charming face lit up with a beaming smile as she leapt into her father's arms. "Dad." Instantly, everyone inside and outside the lounge was taken aback. Dong Wan and Sister Yang, who had intended to greet the boss upon his arrival, were stunned to discover that the brave young girl who had intervened earlier was, in fact, the boss's daughter. "My darling, are you all right?" Lin He gazed affectionately at his daughter nestled in his embrace, gently stroking her silky hair. "Dad, he just flicked a lit cigarette at me. If it weren't for Sister Wan protecting me, I would have been burned." Lin Weiyi pointed to the singe mark on Dong Wan's clothing and the small, still smoldering stub of a cigarette on the floor. "Are you unharmed?" Lin He turned his soft gaze toward Dong Wan, concern etching his features. As Lin Weiyi had just mentioned, it is fortunate that Dong Wan is selfless, otherwise, her daughter would surely have been harmed. "Boss, I am fine. The fabric of my clothing acted as a barrier," she reassured. Dong Wan felt somewhat flattered, for it was the first time she had witnessed such a gaze from her employer. Though it was all directed at that young girl, she had initially assumed her boss to be in his early 30s, not realizing that his daughter was already of considerable age. For a moment, she felt a twinge of envy for the young lady, as the concern in the boss's eyes upon entering was irresistible to most women, despite it being directed towards his daughter. "That is good," Lin He nodded, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance in this matter. Boss, I fear that anyone else would have acted similarly, and besides, I am not injured," Dong Wan replied sincerely. "Boss." The realization struck her that her employer was none other than the head of Qingye Entertainment. She was taken aback by his youth, far exceeding her expectations. The commanding presence he exuded was unlike that of any first-tier male star. Earlier, Huang Pan had suggested that the young girl accompany him for a meal in exchange for a debut opportunity. It was no wonder the boss dismissed such an offer. Outside the break room, onlookers were stirred. The agent who had earlier instructed Lin He to dispose of the trash felt a wave of anxiety. Had she truly dared to make the entertainment company's president discard trash? She hoped fervently not to be remembered. Yet, he had still assisted her, which led the agent to secretly admire him. "So, you are this girl's father and the president of Qingye Entertainment," Huang Pan stated, taking the initiative. "Mr. Huang, is it?" Lin He inquired as he settled onto the sofa. "You know me?" Huang Pan asked, sitting down across from him with a smile. "Not at all," Lin He replied honestly. Shaking his head, Huang Pan's expression darkened instantly, feeling belittled by Lin He's response. With a snap of his fingers, Lin He signaled. Pei Gong, who had been standing in the shadows, sprang into action, seizing Huang Pan's neck with lightning speed, forcing his head to collide with the table. The resulting crash echoed loudly, causing several cracks to spiderweb across the glass surface, centered around where Huang Pan's cheek met the table. Blood soon began to seep along the fissures. The abrupt change rendered the outside observers momentarily speechless. Some starlets, on the verge of gasping, quickly covered their mouths. What do you mean by this?" Huang Pan stammered, feeling the shards of glass cut into his skin. He attempted to rise, but the hand pressing on his head bore down with such force that he found himself utterly powerless to escape. "Mr. Huang, do you enjoy smoking?" Lin He inquired, beckoning. "Zhong Xian, understanding the boss's intent, promptly retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, extracted one, and lit it. He then offered the smoking end to Lin He's hand, wisps of white smoke curling into the air. Lin He took the cigarette and remarked, "I have never been a smoker. Mr. Huang, could you enlighten me on the taste of smoking? Is it truly delightful?" "Let me go, you bastard," Huang Pan shouted. Suddenly, with no words spoken, Pei Gong exerted pressure with the hand that was gripping Huang Pan's head, forcing his face against the glass table. Cracks began to spread ominously, distorting Huang Pan's features grotesquely. "Pleasant, very pleasant," Huang Pan conceded, feeling as though the skin on his cheek was being shredded by the glass shards. "So that's how it is." Lin He blew gently on the tip of the cigarette, a faint red glow appearing amidst the swirling white smoke. Without warning, he pressed the burning end against Huang Pan's eye. A primal scream erupted uncontrollably from Huang Pan as the glowing ember approached, the searing heat of the impending contact palpable to his very eye. An icy dread permeated the room, creeping into the bones and hearts of everyone present. The owner of Qingye Entertainment was indeed ruthless. Chapter 147. Are you insane? Those are my eyes. Bang, bang, bang. Huang Pan was pinned against the table, his body trembling uncontrollably. A lit cigarette was brutally jabbed into his eye. Fortunately, Huang Pan managed to close his eyes just in time. Otherwise, he would have suffered severe burns to his cornea. Nonetheless, the burning cigarette but pressed against his eyelid and twisted with force. The excruciating heat seared through the eyelid and into the eyeball, a torment beyond what any human could easily endure. Outside, some stars and staff turned away, unable to bear the sight. "Are you insane? Those are my eyes." Huang Pan slammed his hands on the table, desperately pushing against Pei Gong. Yet, the disparity in their strength was insurmountable. "Eyes. What of it?" Lin He remained unfazed, his demeanor as tranquil as someone leisurely feeding pigeons in a square. As the cigarette continued to rotate, it eventually extinguished. "Boss, shall I light another?" Zhong Xian couldn't help but marvel at the boss's ruthless methods, albeit finding the scene oddly satisfying. Some individuals naively believe that mere hearsay from the outside world granted them insight into the truth, eagerly wishing to trample upon it. Previously, Zhong Xian's efforts had suffered during a time when Junlin Entertainment faced adversity. The difference this time was that Qingye Entertainment had a formidable backing. Wait, I was wrong. Huang Pan felt as if his eyelids were melting. Uncertain if it was just his imagination, he thought he could smell burning flesh. Upon hearing the inquiry about lighting another cigarette, he nearly soiled himself in fright. "Who invited you?" Lin He seized the lighter from Zhong Xian's hand. From a roadside shop. The cheap plastic lighter, costing merely 2 yuan, was gently inserted into Huang Pan's mouth. Subsequently, Pei Gong grinned maliciously, pressing against the undamaged side of Huang Pan's face. Slowly applying pressure, the lighter was gradually being squeezed within his mouth. Huang Pan was drenched in cold sweat, terrified that it might explode inside. It's Fu Kaiji, the owner of Starlight Entertainment. He told me that your Qingye Entertainment is on the verge of collapse. And there's a stunning new star named Dong Wanwan attending the Golden Sparrow Awards today. I misunderstood. That bastard was just fooling me. Huang Pan had been around long enough to know that while he was a seasoned lecher, he was no fool. Now reflecting on it, he realized that Fu Kaiji had not informed him that the owner of Qingye Entertainment appeared genteel but was, in fact, a ferocious brute. That scoundrel had concealed important information. Delving deeper into his thoughts, Huang Pan suddenly connected the dots. Both Qingye Entertainment and Starlight Entertainment were located in Nanzhou City, as the saying goes. Rivals are often in close proximity. It was that bastard Fu Kaiji who had used him as a pawn. "Please, have mercy." Huang Pan struggled to speak, his teeth uncontrollably clenching onto the lighter. If this continued, the entire lighter might explode in his mouth. The mere thought of such a scene was unbearable for Huang Pan. "Do you know where Fu Kaiji is?" Lin He gently patted Huang Pan's head and inquired. "I know." Huang Pan hurriedly spoke in a vague manner, stating that he was also attending the Golden Sparrow Awards ceremony today and was likely in the lounge. "Take me there," Lin He insisted as he rose to his feet. Pei Gong complied by releasing his grip, allowing Huang Pan to sit upright, revealing a half of his face smeared with blood, interspersed with tiny shards of glass embedded in the mangled flesh. Removing a lighter, stained with saliva and blood, from his mouth, Huang Pan dared not meet Lin He's gaze, obediently guiding them out of the lounge. "Prepare for the upcoming awards ceremony," Lin He instructed as he approached the lounge door. "Zhong Xian, please take good care of the young lady." "Understood, boss." Zhong Xian replied earnestly. He had discerned the depth of Mr. Lin's affection for his daughter. Dad has become so violent, Lin Wei mused inwardly, but he looks truly impressive. The celebrities and staff on either side of the lounge swiftly parted ways. The two companions accompanying Huang Pan refrained from speaking, fearing they might also incur his wrath. Lin led the procession, with Huang Pan in the middle and Pei Gong following closely on the right. Under Pei Gong's watchful gaze, Huang Pan dared not make a move. Inside the lounge, Fu Kaiji was watching television, where the opening ceremony of the Golden Sparrow Awards was being broadcast. "Boss, there's trouble." A man rushed in from outside, wiping sweat from his forehead, breathless. "I'm not in trouble. I'm perfectly fine," Fu Kaiji retorted, kicking at him and cursing. "Speak quickly." The man, having been kicked, dared not evade, rubbing his knee as he grimaced. "The daughter of the Qingye Entertainment Company's owner is in Dong Wenwan's lounge. Is she beautiful?" Fu Kaiji interjected before the man could finish his report. "Yes, she is," the man replied, pausing to think carefully. He had been dispatched by Fu Kaiji to assess the situation, intending to return after Huang Pan's matter was resolved. Isn't that splendid? Not only is he toying with the female stars in Lin He's company, but he is also not sparing Lin He's daughter. Fu Kaiji laughed heartily, given Huang Pan's character. He will certainly pursue them all. He can't even contend with me, let alone Huang Pan. However, the man was hesitant to voice his thoughts. He was aware that the boss had deliberately leaked information to Huang Pan, intending to stir trouble for Qingye Entertainment. Yet, circumstances had changed. The owner of Qingye Entertainment had arrived, and the man's heart sank with fear, particularly at the sight of a lit cigarette jabbed towards his eyes, which he dared not look at. Suddenly, the lounge door was forcefully kicked open, interrupting the man's report. "Don't you have hands? Can't you use them to open the door?" Fu Kaiji grumbled in displeasure, his words trailing off as he, like his subordinate, was left speechless. Entering was Huang Pan, half of his face covered in blood, with horrifying scratches that could aptly be described as flesh torn open. The gruesome sight caused several young women in the lounge to gasp. "Boss Huang, what happened to you?" Fu Kaiji exclaimed in shock. The yellow-clad figure had one eye tightly shut, the evidence of burns starkly visible. The other eye, ablaze with fury, fixated intently on Fu Kaiji, as if wishing to reduce him to ashes. Fu Kaiji, bewildered, pondered whether Huang Pan was merely indulging in some new antics in Dong Wenwan's lounge. Even if such antics existed, to present oneself in this manner seemed excessively grotesque. Fu Kaiji, the esteemed boss, was taken aback as a tall man with a hint of a sardonic smile emerged from behind Huang Pan. "Indeed," Fu Kaiji nodded, feeling a sense of familiarity with this man. "Boss, it's him. The owner of Qingye Entertainment, Lin He." One of his subordinates exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. In an instant, Pei Gong dashed forward, leaping to deliver a kick to Fu Kaiji's face, sending him sprawling backward off the sofa. Grabbing the stunned Fu Kaiji, he forcefully slammed him onto the table. Chapter 148. Severing 3 fingers. It truly wasn't me. Lin He. It's Lin He. In a daze, Fu Kaiji recalled the information regarding this man. The owner of Qingye Entertainment. No wonder Fu Kaiji found him familiar. Huang Pan internally scoffed, for smiling would only aggravate his painful wounds. "Fu Kaiji, oh Fu Kaiji, you thought to exploit me, didn't you? You shall soon experience this man's ruthless methods." "What do you mean by that?" Fu Kaiji struggled to break free, but the grip on his arm was like a vice, rendering him immobile despite his efforts. The other stars and staff of Xinguang Entertainment exchanged glances, each hesitating to speak. Huang Pan, enduring the pain, approached the lounge door and shut it behind him. Lin He cast a glance at him, and Huang Pan bowed slightly, saying, "Mr. Lin, if you have any instructions, please let me know. This scoundrel needs to be dealt with. If you do not handle him, I shall." Compared to Fu Kaiji, Huang Pan exuded an air of defiance. Having risen through the ranks in society, his demeanor far more assertive. Lin He ignored him and settled on the sofa, inquiring, "What do you think I mean?" "I do not understand. I only know your actions are unlawful." Fu Kaiji scoffed. Did he think he could intimidate him? He was not afraid. Crack. Lin He signaled to Pei Gong, who immediately seized one of Fu Kaiji's fingers and twisted it in the opposite direction. Accompanied by a bone-snapping sound that sent shivers down one's spine, the finger bent at an unnatural angle, limply resting against the back of his hand. Fu Kaiji's face flushed crimson, trembling violently as he cried out in agony. If he continued to scream, another finger would be broken. Lin He stated in a calm tone. Fu Kaiji clenched his teeth tightly, suppressing his cries. Now he believed this man was serious and had no doubt about Lin He's warning. "You sent him to Dong Wenwan's lounge, didn't you?" Lin He asked. Yes, yes, Mr. Lin, I would never deceive you. It was Fu Kaiji who deliberately used tricks to mislead me. I was so foolish. Huang Pan hurriedly replied. Lin glanced at him, and the eager to explain Huang Pan wisely fell silent. So, Fu Kaiji felt a twinge of guilt. The rumors online, such as me engaging in improper conduct with the female stars and trainees of my own company, and the claims of the company nearing bankruptcy, were all spread by you. Correct? Lin He inquired. That has nothing to do with me. Fu Kaiji vehemently shook his head like a rattle drum. Crack. Pei Gong immediately acted, bending the second finger until it too lay against the back of his hand. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Fu Kaiji's entire body tensed. Wanting to howl in pain but remembering Lin He's warning, he could only stifle his cries, producing a series of strange sounds. Mr. Lin, it truly wasn't me. Crack. The third finger was snapped and bent back by Pei Gong. This time, Fu Kaiji displayed a remarkable lack of patience, being pinned to the table. He exclaimed, You truly misunderstand. It is not I, but I know who is responsible. Who is it? At that moment, Lin He began to believe that Fu Kaiji was genuinely unaware. If he could endure the severing of 3 fingers without confessing, then his resilience was indeed extraordinary. In truth, Fu Kaiji had almost confessed earlier. With 10 fingers connected to the heart, losing even one is unbearable, let alone 3 at once. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that admitting guilt would only lead to a graver fate. It was not his doing that resulted in the severed fingers. If he were to take the blame, it would be catastrophic. A studio specializing in marketing accounts was behind this, and its leader was known as Lao Gao in their circles. This individual had quite a reputation and could be easily investigated. Fu Kaiji's face turned pale as he spoke. Lin He retrieved his phone and sent this information to Zhang Xian, instructing him to look into it. Lin He had come to grasp the impact of public opinion. Understanding was sufficient. Next, he would begin to eliminate all obstacles and hindrances in his path. Huang Pan was merely the first casualty in this cleansing endeavor. Surely, you have your little schemes at play? Lin He inquired. Mr. Lin, I learned about your situation from the marketing account as well, Fu Kaiji lamented, tears streaming down his face. These tears were the painful result of suppressed agony. Let us hope this has nothing to do with you, Lin He remarked. As Pei Gong released his grip, Fu Kaiji was able to sit upright, staring at his 3 drooping fingers. Mr. Lin, may I go to the hospital? No. Lin He replied, his gaze fixed on the television screen in the lounge. The awards ceremony had officially commenced. When can I go to the hospital then? Fu Kaiji dared not question further. With 3 fingers broken, if he did not hurry to the hospital for reattachment, what if it led to disability and amputation? After the award ceremony concludes, Lin He stated. Pei Gong fetched a clean cup and poured a glass of red wine for Lin He. He gently swirled the glass. This. Fu Kaiji squirmed in discomfort. Huang Pan stood silently in the lounge, hardly daring to breathe, his face numb from pain. He had intended to inquire about the possibility of Fu Kaiji going to the hospital first, but after being denied, he buried the question deep within. Mr. Lin, I am the recipient of the Golden Sparrow Award for Best Male Singer. May I prepare for it? An older man on the opposite sofa timidly asked. Would you consider withdrawing? Lin He smiled in response. Mr. Lin, he is an employee of my company. It has not been easy for him. This is his first time winning the Golden Sparrow Award for Best Male Singer after so many years. Fu Kaiji interceded on his behalf. If they were to disregard the Golden Sparrow Award for Best Male Singer, not only would they offend the award organizers, but it would also maximize the losses for their Starshine Entertainment Company. When you utilized Huang Pan to stir trouble in my company Dongwuan's lounge, you should have foreseen this, shouldn't you? Lin He cast a dismissive glance at Fu Kaiji, causing the latter to immediately fall silent. It became abundantly clear to everyone in the lounge that Lin He was intent on retribution, and in a manner that would surely be magnified. The expression of the male singer darkened significantly. The representatives of Starlight Entertainment were compelled to contact the organizers of the Golden Sparrow Awards, declaring their withdrawal from the Best Male Singer category. Regardless of the inquiries posed by the organizers, they resolutely declined. The unprecedented vacancy of the Golden Sparrow Award sparked a flurry of discussions online. Only those present at the awards ceremony, who witnessed the unfolding drama in Dongwuan's lounge, could surmise that Starlight Entertainment's renunciation of the Best Male Singer Award might be linked to the proprietor of Qingye Entertainment. After all, that man had left the lounge with his sights set squarely on the owner of Starlight Entertainment. The Golden Sparrow Awards ceremony spanned 3 hours from commencement to conclusion. At last, a call came through from Zhang Xian. Boss, we have located Lao Gao's studio. It is situated right here in Nanzhou City, and it will take no more than 20 minutes to reach from the stadium. Chapter 149. Is your father truly the owner of Qingye Entertainment? Huang Pan sat in the corner of the lounge, struggling to discern whether the injuries on his face were merely a nightmare or a grim reality. Fu Kaiji shifted restlessly on the couch, the pain from his 3 broken fingers unbearable. Only after receiving a call from Zhong Xian did Lin He finally rise. Fu Kaiji and Huang Pan instantly perked up, eagerly watching Lin He, hoping he would leave quickly. You two have faced a minor grievance today, Lin He remarked. Minor grievance? You dare to call this a minor grievance? One of us has a face mangled and an eyelid burned shut, while the other has 3 fingers broken. No. Not at all a grievance. Huang Pan and Fu Kaiji feigned nonchalance. If you wish for revenge, you are always welcome. Lin He averted his gaze and departed the lounge with Pei Gong. How outrageous. Simply outrageous. The remaining individuals in the lounge collectively thought. Fu Kaiji. I shall remember this debt you owe me. Huang Pan finally regained his rebellious spirit, casting a sidelong glance at Fu Kaiji before summoning 2 subordinates and leaving the lounge. Damn it. Lin He, Fu Kaiji gritted his teeth in frustration. Their previous alliance had devolved into enmity, with mutual benefits now turned sour, all because of Lin He. This matter would not simply be forgotten. Upon exiting the lounge, Lin He called Wen Shui. Boss, Wen Shui's voice came through the phone. Cooperate with Bai Yue and spare no effort to bring down Huang Pan's Pinium Mining Corporation and Fu Kaiji Xinguang Entertainment Company, Lin He commanded. Spare no effort? With this call, when Shui's eyes flickered, it appeared these two had angered the boss. He replied, Understood, it will take no more than half a month. Lin He hung up and strode toward Dong Wenwan's lounge. Revenge? Lin He would not allow the tiger to return to the mountain, waiting idly for retaliation. He understood well the wisdom of striking first. Those who delay suffer the consequences. Wei Yi, is your father truly the owner of Qingye Entertainment? Cui Dai inquired. In the quiet lounge, Dong Wenwan had gone to attend an awards ceremony accompanied by her manager. Cui Dai's question was one that others, including Xia Qi, wished to confirm. Indeed, Lin Wei Yu replied with a bittersweet smile. This matter had been revealed. Unlike her brother Zhang Yang's flamboyant demeanor, Lin Wei Yu leaned towards the reserved. She aspired to grow amidst diligence and tranquility during her time at Qingji Art Academy. Yet the Golden Sparrow Awards had thwarted her attempts to keep her background concealed. Wow. Your family is remarkable, Cui Dai exclaimed with envy. Previously, some claimed Wei Yu was being kept by wealthy patrons if they knew her family background. They would surely feel embarrassed, another roommate added. The individuals speaking are none other than Zhang Juni and Tao Wu, who recently completed their withdrawal procedures, a male student remarked, revealing his penchant for gossip and a deeper understanding of the truth behind this matter. A shadow of melancholy crossed Xia Qi's face. The challenge of pursuing the campus belle was already formidable, and Lin Weiye's impressive family background only compounded the difficulty. The distance between a man and a woman can be likened to a towering mountain, and in this case, it seemed akin to the heights of Mount Everest. Dad. Suddenly, Linny entered from the lounge, prompting Lin Weiye to rise and call out. Having already revealed this relationship in front of her classmates, there was no need for pretense. She could openly acknowledge her father. It's getting late. The Golden Sparrow Awards ceremony has concluded. Let Yunyan escort you home, Lin he suggested, concerned that the events of the evening might affect his daughter. All right, Dad, Lin Weiye responded obediently. I have a few matters to attend to. You all enjoy yourselves. Lin he advised shortly before departing the lounge with Zhong Xian and Pei Gong. Dad is so busy. Lin Weiye felt a tinge of sadness. She was genuinely pleased to see her father tonight, yet regrettably, he would soon be preoccupied once more. In Nanzhou City, the urban garden once stood as a rather upscale community. However, as the focus of urban development shifted, it lost its former luster. With the passage of time, the area became dilapidated and grimy, to the point where even the security at the entrance was reluctant to work there. A Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a halt at the community's entrance. Brother Zhong Xian, a young man, had long been waiting beneath the dim streetlight at the gate. Upon seeing the Rolls-Royce, astonishment flickered in his eyes as he glanced at Lin He, clearly recognizing him as the leader among the trio. Please lead us forward, Zhong Xian instructed, aware of his employer's preference for discretion and offering no further introductions. The group proceeded directly through the community gate and soon arrived at an underground storage room. The design of Urban Garden was rather impractical, a significant factor in its decline. The young man explained, Old Gao Studio is simply a rented underground storage room here, spanning over 200 square meters, with a monthly rental fee of only 5,000 yuan. For a provincial capital like Nanzhou, a first-tier city in Xia country, this rent was indeed reasonable. As he spoke, the young man guided Lin He, Zhong Xian, and Pei Gong to the entrance of the storage room. Knocking on the door, he rapped sharply. The door swung open promptly, revealing a disheveled man sporting glasses, dressed in shorts and bare-chested. "Oh no, I was careless." Upon noticing the seemingly unfriendly visitors, he quickly attempted to shut the door. However, his reaction was swift, yet Pei Gong was swifter still. Without hesitation, Pei Gong kicked the door open. The man, who had been in the process of closing it, nearly stumbled backward. "You're not here to rob us, are you?" he inquired. "You must be old Gao." Lenny stepped inside. The office was indeed spacious, furnished with several computers and a bed adorned with bedding, indicating someone resided there. "Who are you?" The other party could directly call out his name, clearly having come prepared, which heightened the man's anxiety. Those who run marketing accounts, in essence, are well-informed keyboard warriors. This profession is fraught with peril, often attracting those eager to settle scores. Was today truly the day misfortune had led him to confront such a person? Qingye Entertainment Company, Lin He. Oh, so they really have come to exact retribution on him? The posts circulating online, did they originate from your studio? Lin He, after perusing the situation, took a seat on a relatively clean chair. Indeed, Lao Gao adjusted his glasses. He was an astute individual. The fact that the other party had sought him out indicated thorough investigation. Any further concealment would only incite their wrath. Who instigated this? Lin He inquired. Why would a marketing studio target him without cause? This. Lao Gao hesitated. Prior to this encounter, someone had already suffered a severely disfigured face, and another had lost 3 fingers. Lin He smiled, his eyes narrowing. Chapter 150. The call recording function. Thank you, Han Dongyu. Lao Gao shivered slightly. Before his arrival, a person had already been left with half a face ruined, and another had 3 fingers severed. Despite the cheerfulness in the opponent's demeanor as he spoke, Lao Gao was acutely aware that he was not jesting. If that were the case, Mr. Lin He, the proprietor of Qingye Entertainment, would not have sought him out with such precision. It is indeed Han Dongyu, Lao Gao sighed. Speaking candidly, his life's safety was under grave threat, rendering professional ethics utterly powerless. I see, Lin He nodded. The final answer being Han Dongyu was both anticipated and unexpected. Upon reflection, the only recent conflict had been with Zhang Yimou. Prior to seeking out Lao Gao, Lin He had suspected Zhang Yimou. That day, in the Walnut Manor, he had publicly embarrassed Zhang Yimou. Could a renowned director in Xia country simply tolerate such an affront? With decades of connections in the entertainment industry, he possessed the capability and confidence to retaliate. Mr. Lin, grant me a chance for redemption. Lao Gao had never seen Lin He's photograph. He was taken aback by the clarity of his visage in this face-to-face encounter. Lin He sat there casually, yet Lao Gao felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from him. It was the unmistakable aura of someone in a position of power. You are a wise man, Lin He remarked, clearly pleased with Lao Gao's demeanor. A wise man in such circumstances does not quibble nor act arrogantly. Bowing one's head is not a disgrace. Rather, it is a means to preserve the mountains, ensuring there is wood to burn. If you have matters to discuss, Mr. Lin, please instruct me. Grant me an opportunity to atone. Lao Gao noted Lin He seemed satisfied with his attitude, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief internally. I possess quite a bit of incriminating evidence against Han Dongyu. I have refrained from releasing it out of fear of offending the company behind him. I can offer you a chance for atonement, which also presents you with a dilemma. Lin He pondered. Please proceed, Mr. Lin, Lao Gao replied with an expression of resignation. The rumors of Qingye Entertainment's imminent bankruptcy were fabrications concocted by Lao Gao himself. Moreover, given the ability to trace such matters back to him, it goes without saying that Lin He's influence was formidable. Dealing with him would pose no issue. The first option is to be expelled from the industry entirely, Lin He stated. Upon hearing this first choice, Lao Gao's expression shifted, and he awkwardly replied, Perhaps we should discuss the second option, Mr. Lin. The second option is for your studio to be integrated into Qingye Entertainment, Lin He smiled. This incident had revealed to Lin He how public opinion could serve as an invisible blade in his hands. At times, it could even prove fatal. Mr. Lin, our studio is accustomed to a laid-back atmosphere. Transitioning to a formal structure would be. Lao Gao sought to negotiate a retreat. Working for others lacks the ease of being one's own master. Moreover, within the entertainment industry, the marketing studio of Lao Gao enjoys considerable fame, resulting in a naturally impressive income. Lin He did not afford him the opportunity to finish speaking and directly stood up, preparing to leave. The chance had already been given. And Lin He would not squander his breath in persuasion. If one could not grasp the opportunity, the list for elimination was not diminished by the absence of Lao Gao. Mr. Lin, please hold on. I agree, Lao Gao sighed, expressing his resignation. It was precisely due to the nature of his profession that Lao Gao had witnessed the dichotomy of this circle. Faced with genuine capital, a marketing studio like Lao Gao's, devoid of substantial backing, was merely a paper tiger. I will grant you 3 days. When you have truly made up your mind, contact him. Lin He gestured towards Zhang Xian beside him. Zhang Xian approached Lao Gao and handed him a business card. No need, no need. Lao Gao took the card with both hands, saying, Mr. Lin, I am willing to join Qingye Entertainment. Really? Lin He inquired with a smile. Upon seeing his demeanor, Lao Gao instantly understood. The other party was playing a game of desire and restraint, having already anticipated his choice. Indeed, Lao Gao affirmed. Provide me with a letter of intent. Your entry into Qingye Entertainment will depend on your capabilities, Lin He chuckled. This. Lao Gao's expression became complex. How had it turned into a desperate scramble for him to join Qingye Entertainment? After bidding farewell to Lin He and his entourage, Lao Gao returned to the studio and sat down, massaging his temples. After a moment's reflection, he took out his phone, dialed a number, and simultaneously activated the call recording feature. Hello? Lao Gao, we truly share a telepathic connection. Han Dongyu's cheerful voice resonated. Yes, Han Dongyu, Lao Gao replied. Recently, there have been rumors online about Lin He, the owner of Qingye Entertainment, being broke and on the verge of bankruptcy, alongside allegations of him exploiting female stars and trainees within the company. The tasks you assigned me have been executed rather well, haven't they? Quite well, quite well. Han Dongyu laughed heartily. He felt that something was amiss, but he could not pinpoint what it was at that moment. Han Dongyu, you mentioned that we share a telepathic connection. Do you also have something to discuss with me? Lao Gao scoffed internally. Relying solely on his appearance to make a name for himself in the entertainment world, a person with no real talent was about to face downfall. Yes, I have located a trainee who was eliminated by Qingye Entertainment. He has agreed to serve as a witness to falsely accuse Lin He of harassing the female trainees of the company, Han Dongyu said slyly. Did Lin He actually do such a thing? Lao Gao inquired. Not at all, Han Dongyu replied, frustrated. If it were true, that would simplify matters. After all, aren't those netizens just fickle-minded cash cows? As long as the information is disclosed, and it is claimed to be from a trainee under Lin He of Qingye Entertainment, it would be impossible to clear his name. Who would know it was my fabrication? Very well, I understand. Thank you, Han Dongyu, Lao Gao responded. Look at you. Being so polite, weren't you calling me Dongyu before? Han Dongyu laughed. Yes, I have other matters to attend to. I'll hang up now. Old Gao abruptly hung up the phone, gazing at the successfully saved call recording. Hello? I haven't yet divulged my detailed plan, Han Dongyu remarked, perplexed, as he observed the mobile screen indicating the call had ended. Buzz. Before he could even set the phone down, the screen illuminated once more. Expecting a call from Han Dongyu, Old Gao was surprised to see it was someone from the studio. He answered and held the phone to his ear. Boss, we have breaking news. Lin He, the owner of Qingye Entertainment, attended the Golden Sparrow Awards ceremony today, the employee exclaimed with excitement. What happened? Old Gao suddenly recalled that today marked the day of the Golden Sparrow Awards, and it seemed that the rising star of Qingye Entertainment, Dong Wawan, had won the Best New Female Singer Award. Present at the event were also Huang Pan, the owner of Binteng Mining Group from Hanbei Province, and Fu Kaiji, the owner of Starlight Entertainment. Huang Pan's face was gruesomely injured, and Fu Kaiji had 3 of his fingers broken. Both were currently hospitalized. The employees spoke rapidly. Chapter 151, The Gala of the Affluent. Will you accompany father? Huang Pan, within the social sphere, particularly in Hanbei Province, is notably audacious. Due to his frequent associations within the entertainment industry, Lao Gao has conducted inquiries into him. It appears that Pentium Mining Group is merely one of Huang Pan's identities, concealing even deeper connections. However, such connections remain beyond Lao Gao's current investigative capabilities. Matters that elude discovery are not pursued forcefully, as they may incite unwanted repercussions. As Lao Gao recalled, upon entering the studio, Lin He had mentioned that prior to his arrival, he had already disfigured one individual and severed 3 fingers from another. It was utterly unforeseen that the individuals Lin He referred to would be Huang Pan and Fu Kaiji. What transpired next? Lao Gao pressed for answers. The Star Entertainment Company relinquished its sole Best Male Singer Award, seemingly intimidated by Lin He, who threatened them into submission. The owner, Fu Kaiji, endured the loss of 3 fingers but managed to endure until the conclusion of the Jinkei Awards ceremony before seeking medical attention. The employee, growing increasingly animated, added, moreover, the owner of Pinia Mining Group, Wang Pan, like Fu Kaiji, was coerced into going to the hospital only after the event concluded. This is sensational news. Those celebrities dare not leak it. I can assure you this will become our exclusive scoop. Boss, how much of a bonus will you give me? Not a penny. This matter must remain confidential, Lao Gao retorted. Did you capture any photographs or recordings? None at all. I was too intimidated. I considered taking a clandestine shot. But there was a remarkably skilled man beside Lin He who locked eyes with me. His gaze was akin to that of a predator, and I admit, I faltered. The employee replied, defiantly yet sheepishly. Very well, forget this incident. Let us observe how events unfold, Lao Gao instructed. Why? The employee inquired, perplexed. Isn't everyone focused on Lin He, the owner of Qingye Entertainment? If this information were to leak online, numerous paparazzi and media outlets would swarm to the scene. Even without photos or videos, their relentless pursuit would surely uncover traces. The identity of the owner of Qingye Entertainment is anything but simple. Just remember that, Lao Gao stated, refraining from elaborating further. Lin He is no fool. Both Huang Pan and Fu Kaiji possess their own backgrounds. Yet Lin He's decisive actions indicate that his influence surpasses theirs. To put it bluntly, both Huang Pan and Fu Kaiji are not regarded with any seriousness by Lin He. Have we not offended him with our previous actions? The employee pondered, falling silent for a moment. You needn't worry about this. Get some rest, Lao Gao concluded, ending the call and beginning to organize the previously recorded conversation. Boss, are we truly going to let that marketing studio off the hook? In the luxurious confines of a Rolls-Royce Phantom, Zhang Xin inquired. The uproar can largely be attributed to Lao Gao. Now, extending an olive branch towards him, Zhang Xin feels a sense of indignation. Do you know why you're ill-suited to be the owner of a company? Lin He inquired. Is it because I am too petty? Zhang Xin speculated. It is because you place an excessive emphasis on ideals, to the point that it blinds you, Lin He patiently elucidated. To Han Dongyu, Huang Pan, and Fu Kaiji, Lao Gao is merely a tool. Whenever there is a need, they can pay to utilize Lao Gao and his marketing studio. We harbor no irreconcilable differences with him. Why not regard him as the exclusive tool of Qingye Entertainment? Zhang Xian is not foolish. He grasps many concepts with just a hint. However, relying solely on his own thoughts, he struggles to comprehend the underlying principles. You might observe Xinguang Entertainment in search of suitable talents, Lin He remarked. Gazing out the car window, they have little time left. Some opportunities must not be squandered. I understand, Zhang Xian replied, his excitement bubbling forth. Working with Mr. Lin is exhilarating. Previously, Xinguang Entertainment was regarded as the premier entertainment company in Nanzhou City. Zhang Xian could hardly fathom that this company was on the brink of collapse. Buzz. Lin He's phone vibrated, displaying a message from Miss Song. Miss Song, of course, refers to Song Qingru, the owner of Huabin Club. Lin He has yet to fully uncover the depths of this young woman, but he is certain they run deep. Mr. Lin, what have you been busy with lately? Upon answering, he held the phone to his ear, where Song Qingru's slightly reproachful, yet sweet voice resonated. This voice is a miraculous fusion of innocence and allure. Seemingly contradictory yet harmoniously combined within a single person. I just attended the Golden Sparrow Awards ceremony, Lin He replied. Mr. Lin is lying. You didn't visit some celebrity's home, did you? Song Qingru teased. The Golden Sparrow Awards ceremony concluded nearly an hour ago. Would Miss Song believe I am such a person? Lin He quickly realized that Song Qingru had likely seen the recent online discussions. Men are all like sneaky cats. I cannot judge this, she jested. In the entertainment industry, no star can rival Miss Song, whether in beauty, demeanor, or wealth and power. Lin He tapped his fingers against the seat. Then why don't I directly pursue Miss Song instead of seeking those celebrities? Mr. Lin, you have become quite mischievous. Song Qingru said softly. It's acceptable, Lin He replied noncommittally. Miss Song expertly navigated the conversation, weaving an ambiguity while simultaneously maintaining an air of aloofness that invites intimate speculation. This time, it was Lin He who held the conversational upper hand. Men are more appealing when they have a bit of a bad streak. Mr. Lin has become even more charming, Song Qingru complimented before adding, recently. A private charity gala will be held in Nanzhou City. Will you be able to attend, Mr. Lin? Miss Song's invitation was irresistible, and Lin He readily accepted. For the affluent, the true purpose of charity galas lies in socializing. As for charity, the contributions that trickle through their fingers already amount to a substantial figure. This particular charity event would see the attendance of individuals perched atop the pinnacle of wealth and power in Hanbei province. Song Qingru cautioned, Fu Kaiji is of no consequence. But that Huang Pan could pose some difficulties. It was of no concern to Lin He. He regarded it with indifference. Mr. Lin exuded an impressive aura. Song Qingru chuckled. This Friday at 7 in the evening, I hope to see you there, Mr. Lin. Since Mr. Lin had expressed his indifference, she refrained from further comment, as it might only displease him. Certainly, Lin He replied. After concluding the call, he opened WeChat, created a small group, and added his son and daughter. He composed a message and sent it. There will be a private charity gala this Friday, gathering the wealthy. Would you like to accompany your father? Chapter 152. Does Qingye Entertainment dare to strike my idol? Hurry and send a lawyer's letter. Qingji Art Academy, male dormitory. Lin Qing reclined on his bed in shorts, engaged in mobile gaming with two recently added female friends. Suddenly, a WeChat notification appeared. What are you up to, handsome? The message was from a contact named Little Sweetheart. Little Sweetheart's real name was Ding Yuyan, a girl Lin Qing had met during a meal with his roommates at a nearby school. She was quite attractive, prompting him to exchange contact information. Over the past few days, their relationship had rapidly blossomed, resembling that of a romantic couple. Fortunately, modern smartphones were advanced enough to allow him to game while replying to messages. Lin Qing deftly maneuvered within the game while typing a response, feeling a bit tired. Planning to sleep soon. What about you, little sweetheart? Her reply came swiftly. I'm spectating your game, watching you carry the team. A wave of guilt washed over Lin Qing. They were so close to breaking through the final barrier of confession. Since that chance encounter where he alighted from a Maybach and was addressed as young master by Xiao Rui, Ding Yuyan had transformed into little sweetheart in his eyes. She was sweet, considerate, and empathetic, often inquiring about Lin Qing's family background, financial status, whether he was a local of Nanzhou City, and if he owned property. Yet, what did it matter? A love devoid of material concerns could only be a disjointed affair. As Lin Qing continued his gaming session, feelings of self-reproach enveloped him. The current game concluded, and he typed, I'm sorry, little sweetheart. All the better. You won't be able to see this anymore. I've turned off the spectating mode. Some men, after erring, descend into a path of ruin. Others, like him, strive to mend their ways. Little sweetheart replied, scumbag. Lin Qing responded with a puzzled emoji, only to see a heart and exclamation mark pop up. Had she blocked him? Those who fish for admirers truly lack patience. Silently, Lin Qing removed the 8th girl who had unfriended him since the semester began. He had spent around 1,000 to 2,000 yuan during a shopping trip with Ding Yuyan, which hardly felt like an unfair treatment. At that moment, another WeChat notification chimed in. Upon checking, he found that his father had added him and his sister to a group chat. Father, there's a private charity gala this Friday, gathering the wealthy. Do you both want to accompany me? A charity gala? A gathering of the affluent? Lin Qing's eyes lit up, and he quickly replied, absolutely. Of course. I want to go. Lin Wei, I have plans with my classmates to go to the library on Friday evening QQ. Lin He observed the screen, noting the contrasting personalities of his son and daughter. Good luck, my dear daughter Lin Wei. I will, Dad. After making arrangements, Lin He closed his phone. It was only Wednesday, leaving nearly 2 days until Friday. The next day, at 12 noon. During the lunch break, internet traffic peaked significantly. A post has surged to the top of Weibo's trending topics, exposed the underlying conspiracy behind the turmoil at Qingye Entertainment. This post, naturally, originated from Lao Gao's marketing studio. This time, Lao Gao is fully committed. Numerous netizens clicked on the post, discovering it to be an expose about the entertainment industry. The opening line reads, we sincerely apologize to all netizens on behalf of Qingye Entertainment and Mr. Lin He. The post then recounts in detail how Mr. Lin has been slandered and defamed by various individuals, prominently featuring the key figure, Han Dongyu. Without any intervention from Lao Gao, the name Han Dongyu surged to the top of the trending list, overshadowing the post's own popularity. This clearly illustrates the immense influence of Han Dongyu. What nonsense is this? Han Dongyu promptly sent a lawyer's letter to this person who spreads falsehoods. It is easier to believe that the sun rises in the west than to think that Han Dongyu would resort to unscrupulous tactics. It is likely that the owner of Qingye Entertainment has been exposed as having bribed marketing accounts to smear Han Dongyu and divert attention. Ladies, do not be deceived. The truth is out. Both the marketing accounts and Qingye Entertainment are not to be trusted. Attempting to tarnish our brother Han Dongyu We fans can collectively drown you in our disdain. In less than half an hour, the Weibo account Entertainment Industry Expos received over 10,000 comments. More than 70% were from Han Dong-yu's fans, about 20% from fans of Lin He, Dong Wenwan, and Chung Jie from Qingya Entertainment, with the remaining 10% comprising the curious onlookers. As rising stars, Dong Wenwan and Chang Jie still lag behind Han Dong-yu in terms of fan base. Sitting in the studio, Lao Gao gazed at the computer screen, witnessing the very scene he had envisioned. Since Mr. Lin demanded a pledge of loyalty, Lao Gao would ensure that this pledge was executed beautifully. After all, he had no other options. If he did not act, Mr. Lin would be the first to bring about his downfall. It was better to survive another day. Tianxia Cultural Communication Company, Limited, is currently the youngest and trendiest comprehensive entertainment company in Xia country. It has been ranked 10th in the media's list of entertainment companies in Xia country. It has now established itself as a comprehensive cultural entertainment entity, possessing the most youthful and professional entertainment marketing team in the region. Inside the office, Han Dong-yu sat in a chair, facing a visibly distressed president. The manager stood nearby, equally troubled, perusing the various online discussions surrounding Han Dong-yu. "Didn't you tell me you hadn't done anything?" the manager exclaimed, gripping the phone tightly. Had it not been for the call from the company's public relations department, the manager would have been unaware of the significant events unfolding online. "I never expected Lao Gao would turn against us," Han Dong-yu replied angrily. "The company has already cleaned up your mess more than once." The president took a deep breath and sat down. "I specifically instructed your manager to remind you not to provoke Qingya Entertainment. In the realm of entertainment in Hebei province, Qingya Entertainment hardly holds any significant standing, having only cultivated 2 stars, both of whom were merely products of substantial financial investment. What is so remarkable about that?" Han Dong-yu retorted. "What do you understand?" The president scoffed. Had it not been for this young man fortuitously stepping into the limelight through a film that garnered considerable acclaim, he would never have fully immersed himself in the acting industry nor achieved growing fame. How else could Tianxia Cultural Communication Company, Limited have consistently intervened on his behalf? It appears evident that a youth devoid of any foundational experience ultimately struggles to make an impact. "President, please consider," the agent hesitantly inquired. The situation concerning Han Dong-yu had also left her quite irate. Yet she could not simply stand by and watch as the mounting public sentiment threatened to engulf him. While it may be challenging to undermine Han Dong-yu's fan base, it would be quite easy for him to find himself devoid of opportunities in the near future. As a popular star, an extended absence from the screen can easily lead to being forgotten by fans and audiences alike. Chapter 153. Satisfaction through Retribution. Without further ado, the president waved his hand, interrupting the agent's words, and declared, "This time, our Tianxia Cultural Communication Company, Limited will not be assisting you. Regarding the matter with Qingya Entertainment, if you can handle it, then do so. If not, you will bear the consequences." The agent's heart sank. She was acutely aware of the formidable status of Qingya Entertainment's owner, yet the president's reaction indicated a willingness to forego Han Dong-yu, the company's most lucrative star, rather than offend Qingya Entertainment. "I'll take care of it myself." Initially, Han Dong-yu felt a moment of panic at the president's lack of support. However, contemplating the millions of fans on Weibo, he quickly regained his composure. This incident could serve as a means to demonstrate to the president just who depended on whom. Having made his decision, Han Dong-yu exited the office without a backward glance. Dong-yu, the agent, in a state of urgency, could only apologize to the president before hastening after him. Is it a battle of public opinion against a star with millions of followers? A fool's errand. As he strolled through the company corridor, Han Dong-yu took out his phone and posted on Weibo. "I hear someone wants to strike me. Please provide evidence. Don't just type away." Before long, by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Han Dong-yu's latest Weibo post garnered an astonishing 30,000 likes, over 90,000 comments, and more than 100,000 shares. "Brother is magnificent. I'm just waiting for the haters to be proven wrong. For the love of my life, Han Dong-yu. I knew I would misplace my loyalty. What happened to that Entertainment Industry Expos? Silenced? Intimidated by our brother's might? Qingya Entertainment has been rather bold lately. If our brother wished, he could easily crush them." The comments beneath the post were overwhelmingly from devoted fans. "Who prompted you to publish this post?" the agent asked, exasperated. In the company ST room, she was already aware of the events leading up to this. It all stemmed from the previous encounter at the private Walnut estate, where, due to Mr. Lin's influence, Director Zhang Yi replaced him as the lead. Harboring resentment, Han Dong-yu reached out to a well-known marketing studio within the industry. utilizing paid commenters to sway public opinion and subsequently target Qingya Entertainment and Mr. Lin. Even Han Dongyu did not anticipate the sudden escalation of events. "I simply wanted to post this. I was trying to stir trouble. I'm merely playing along." Han Dongyu reclined with his legs propped on the table, sipping juice with ice cubes through a straw. "Don't you find this situation troubling?" The agent sighed. "The public sentiment regarding you surged abruptly. Our company's PR department gathered data indicating no related content before noon. Clearly, someone is orchestrating this. Need I say more? It must be the owner of Qingya Entertainment." Han Dongyu replied with an expression that suggested he was already aware of the machinations at play, casually remarking, "But he forgets, I am a top-tier star. The dignity of a superstar is not something that can be trampled upon by the owner of a mere small company. You are quite naive." The agent patiently explained, "Mr. Lin has been vilified for so many days without any reaction from him. Aren't you curious why old Gao suddenly turned against you? I mentioned it before. It's the owner of Qingya Entertainment who is behind this, either through monetary means or threats." Han Dongyu scoffed. "Old Gao, that spineless sycophant. I will deal with him soon enough." "Perhaps they have uncovered your secrets," the agent remarked. "Surely not." Han Dongyu lowered his legs. The agent fell silent. Words spoken on a platform with substantial traffic are like spilled water, impossible to retrieve. One can only proceed step by step. Over the years, Han Dongyu's past is far from pristine. In the studio, old Gao seemed to have anticipated that Han Dongyu would confront him head-on Weibo. "Brothers, release the recording I prepared." Received. In the studio, several computers and employees worked simultaneously. Thus, the entertainment industry insider account on Weibo updated with new content. It was a video featuring a dark background and a phone conversation. "Hello? Old Gao, we truly have a telepathic connection." Han Dongyu. "Recently, there have been rumors online about Lin He, the owner of Qingya Entertainment, being broke and on the verge of bankruptcy, as well as allegations of him engaging in unseemly conduct with female stars and trainees. The tasks you assigned to me were executed quite well, weren't they?" "Quite well indeed." Any fan of Han Dongyu could easily recognize his voice in the video. The title of the video was simple: "Seeking Evidence, Satisfied." All netizens who caught wind of this scandal understood that this post from the marketing account was aimed squarely at Han Dongyu. Once again, the internet erupted with fervor. Where are Han Dongyu's fans? Why are they silent? It was evident that Han Dongyu had a petty demeanor. "My judgment has proven consistently accurate." You dare to say such things? Aren't you afraid of being besieged by her fans? The use of her was quite clever. All your comments disparaging Han Dongyu must have been purchased, right? What can a mere recording prove? Perhaps someone is merely mimicking Han Dongyu's voice. The anti-fans collectively reveled in excitement. But alas, our brother enjoys watching your anger while remaining untouchable. The video's impact was already influencing the situation. Some fans began to fall silent. Han Dongyu's voice is quite distinctive and easily recognizable. More fans, however, mindlessly defended their idol. This is disastrous. How could such a compromising piece of evidence end up in his hands? Back home, Han Dongyu was drenched in sweat, his hands trembling as he clutched his phone. As the person directly involved, Han Dongyu was fully aware that the content of this video was genuine and indeed featured the call he made to old Gao the previous day. Only now did he realize what had gone awry. Lao Gao conversed with him, clearly identifying the mastermind behind the scheme, addressing him by his full name. The agent stood by the window, his face a portrait of frustration. Suddenly, a new post emerged from the entertainment industry's expos, featuring a dynamic image of Han Dongyu in a makeup room, his hand brushing against the posterior of a female staff member. The woman's expression conveyed unmistakable resistance, while Han Dongyu wore a lewd grin. Furthermore, there were revelations of Han Dongyu with bleached hair, cigarette in mouth, embracing a girl prior to his debut. Detailed hospital records illustrated the timeline and location of Han Dongyu and his girlfriend's abortion, one incident after another. Such marketing studios are truly terrifying. Zhong Xian lamented in the office, expressing a sense of inadequacy. This is the loyalty oath Lao Gao has bestowed upon us. Lin He felt a sense of satisfaction. Lao Gao adeptly crafted traps, luring with subtlety, intertwining each layer, before launching a relentless barrage or delivering a decisive blow. Chapter 154. A dark past spreads across the internet. The phone you have dialed is turned off. The hottest topic online is Han Dongyu's sordid history. I am utterly appalled. Han Dongyu is genuinely repulsive. What kind of person is this? It is hard to fathom that those female fans could actually be enamored with such a scoundrel. A scoundrel? He has caused so many girls to terminate their pregnancies, To label Han Dong-yu as a scoundrel is an understatement. He is a beast. Are there still fans who refuse to believe? The evidence is overwhelming and satisfies your thirst for truth. Yet where are the fans now? Han Dong-yu. Issue a lawyer's letter swiftly. Having supported Han Dong-yu for so many years, I am heartbroken. Once all the damaging information came to light, Han Dong-yu's public image plummeted into an abyss from which there seemed no recovery. I am leaving. Do not contact me again. Upon witnessing these events, the manager realized Han Dong-yu's star was destined to fade. Even with the full force of their company, Tianxia Cultural Communication Company, Limited, there was nothing they could do. Sister, please don't go. Help me. I realize my mistakes and promise not to cause trouble again, Han Dong-yu pleaded. Scrambling to his feet. Speak to the president on my behalf. Let the company assist me one last time. In a matter of moments, his Weibo followers had plummeted to 8 million and continued to decline at an astonishing rate. The plethora of evidence that surfaced led rational fans to swiftly disengage from their support. There was no longer any need for Han Dong-yu to explain. The evidence spoke for itself. It was too late. The manager could hardly believe that Han Dong-yu, once a stable first-tier star with millions of fans, would meet such a pitiable fate. Yet, she felt no sympathy. When one courts disaster, even fate cannot intervene. Bang! The door slammed shut. The room was quickly enveloped in darkness. No, I will not succumb to this. Han Dong-yu's lips trembled. After pacing the room twice, he suddenly remembered something and rushed to his phone, dialing the president's number. Sorry, the number you have dialed is turned off. The melodious prompt echoed in the room. He hung up and dialed again. The response was identical. Sorry, the number you have dialed is turned off. He must be in a meeting. It has to be that. Han Dong-yu continued to mutter to himself, calling the head of the public relations department at Tianxia Cultural Communication Company, Limited. Sorry, the number you have dialed is turned off. The response struck him like a bolt from the blue. Not every senior executive in the company could possibly be unreachable. Just as despair began to set in, the phone screen flickered to life, revealing a call from the head of the Human Resources Department. Han Dong-yu felt a glimmer of hope and quickly answered. Mr. Han, in light of the negative impact you have caused our company and your questionable moral character, we hereby propose to terminate your contract. The termination letter will be delivered within 3 days. Out of consideration for our past relationship, should you agree to the termination, we will not pursue compensation or any other legal responsibilities. The typically warm and enthusiastic head of the Human Resources Department now spoke with a tone of icy indifference. Before Han Dong-yu could respond, the call was abruptly terminated. He quickly dialed back, as the senior executives of Tianxia Cultural Communication Company, Limited, could possibly be reached through this individual. Sorry, the number you have dialed is switched off. The familiar, yet irritating, notification echoed once more, prompting Han Dong-yu to raise his phone, intending to hurl it to the ground. The motion halted midway as despair enveloped him. How cold the world has become. Boss, your Weibo followers have surged by over 2.3 million, announced Zhong Xian gleefully as he entered the office. Our image at Qingye Entertainment has been fully restored. But that's not all, Lin He interjected, raising his head. Have you send a legal notice to Han Dong-yu. If the entertainment company behind him dares to intervene, let us issue one to them as well. Boss, that kid is in quite a predicament, Zhong Xian remarked, sitting down with a sense of schadenfreude. The company backing him is Tianxia Cultural Communication Company, Limited, ranked 10th among domestic entertainment firms. They have already terminated their contract with Han Dong-yu, and he is currently occupied with reaching out to other companies. Then let us make public our intent to send him a legal notice within the industry, Lin He sneered. Very well, Zhong Xian nodded. The boss was resolute, determined not only to obstruct every avenue for Han Dong-yu but also to ensure his complete ruin, leaving him in perpetual darkness. In the face of immense wealth, a once glamorous top star seems insignificant. That evening, Qingye Entertainment officially announced on Weibo that they had gathered evidence regarding Mr. Han Dong-yu's defamation and were formally issuing a legal notice against him. Are you satisfied with my loyalty, Mr. Lin? In a CAF, Lao Gao inquired, gazing at Zhong Xian and another man seated opposite him. The identity of the latter had been introduced by Zhong Xian as a member of their legal department at Qingye Entertainment. This is the contract, Mr. Lin has prepared for you. If you are willing, you may sign it now. The man presented a document before Lao Gao. Lao Gao scrutinized the contract, finding no issues. However, signing it would mean relinquishing his freedom entirely. He was uncertain whether this was the right decision or a grave mistake, but circumstances left no room for contemplation. After signing the document, he handed it back. You have made a wise decision, Zhang Xian remarked with a smile. How can you be so sure? Lao Gao smiled in return, though his expression bore a hint of bitterness. Weren't my Junlin Entertainment also acquired by Mr. Lin? Zhang Xian inquired. Lao Gao was indeed aware of this matter. Zhang Xian provided Lao Gao's bank account information to the finance department. Soon after, Lao Gao received a text notification from the bank, indicating a sum had been deposited into his account. The amount was astonishing, 100 million. Upon seeing this figure, his breath caught in his throat for several seconds. Lao Gao never anticipated that Mr. Lin would be so generous. Mr. Lin holds great expectations for your potential and personal capabilities. However, at present, the level and capacity of your studio fall significantly short of his requirements. Zhang Xian remarked that he would not interfere with the operations of your studio. This sum of money is intended to empower you to expand your capabilities. Ultimately, let me assure you, Mr. Lin is not in need of funds. Lao Gao's face flushed with heat. He was acutely aware that Zhang Xian was alluding to the rumors regarding Mr. Lin's financial insufficiency and the looming bankruptcy of Qingye Entertainment Company. I will work hard, Lao Gao stammered, filled with excitement. Friday, Lu Ocean Bay Villa. Lin Qing, clad in a tailored suit and adorned with a burgundy bow tie, descended the stairs. Dad, what do you think? Am I looking dashing? Quite impressive, Lin He replied, gazing with satisfaction at his son, who perfectly embodied his illustrious genes. Today's charity gala is being held at the Hilton Hotel. Chapter 155, The Dream Supercar Club, where the affluent are worshipped like stars. The Hilton Hotel, one of the 5-star establishments in South Province, is also among the largest hotels globally, spanning across major cities on 5 continents. In stark contrast to the Golden Sparrow Awards ceremony, the security measures for this charity gala are exceptionally stringent. Each bodyguard assigned to ensure the safety of the esteemed guest has undergone rigorous training, possessing formidable crisis management skills. Many are retired veterans, demonstrating remarkable prowess. Most wealthy individuals are quite protective of their lives. They spare no expense when it comes to personal security. At 7 o'clock in the evening, within the opulent banquet hall on the top floor of the Hilton Hotel, the crystal chandeliers sparkle brilliantly. The room is a tapestry of tailored suits and elegant evening gowns. Every face radiates warmth, as if they are long-lost friends reuniting, sharing endless conversations. Unbeknownst to many, some have only just met moments ago. In this lively exchange, the glasses of these elite socialites remain untouched. At the entrance of the hotel, a luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom halts under the watchful eye of the hostess. Pei Gong steps out from the driver's seat, opening both doors. The father and son gracefully emerge. Lin He, with his tall stature and innate aura of authority, exudes a sense of elegance in his bespoke suit, which complements his commanding presence. Lin Qing perfectly inherits Lin He's exceptional genes, donning a more youthful, casual suit that embodies the essence of a young gentleman. The hostesses, having welcomed numerous distinguished guests throughout the evening, cannot help but be captivated by the charm of this father-son duo. Their discerning eyes are particularly drawn to Lin He. The innate nobility radiating from him is simply irresistible to women. Pei Gong hands the car keys to a valet and follows Lin He into the Hilton Hotel. Inside the resplendent hall, Song Qingru is already awaiting their arrival. Dressed in a formal and opulent evening gown, she exudes sophistication. Her softly curled, jet black hair cascades over her delicate shoulders, and her charming dimples light up her smile as she approaches Lin He. Even in such a lavish setting, the aura of a refined lady emanates from Song Qingru, captivating all. Mr. Lin, it has been a while since we last met. Miss Song, have you missed me? Lin He replies with a gentle smile. Lin Qing watches in astonishment. Truly, he is my father. Could he have captured the attention of this young lady in her 20s? Otherwise, why would he speak to her in such an intimate manner? As the saying goes, a man remains a boy at heart until his dying day. Mr. Lin, do you have surveillance set up around me? Song Qingru playfully blinks her starry eyes, smiling as she inquires. A stepmother in her 20s? Lin Qing asks, bewildered. With a swift motion, Lin He playfully slaps the back of his son's head. Do not speak nonsense. Ahem. Lin Qing coughs slightly, scratching his head. I was just joking, Miss Song. Please do not take offense. Very well, let us ascend, Song Qingru remarked, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. It was subtle enough to go unnoticed. Lin He and Song Qingru entered the elevator side by side, while others trailed behind. This evening, Huang Pan would also be attending. Within the confines of the elevator, Song Qingru glanced up at Lin He. Oh, Lin He expressed a hint of surprise. He is a member of the Illusion Dream Supercar Club, Song Qingru elaborated. The Illusion Dream Supercar Club? Lin He shook his head, indicating unfamiliarity. The membership criteria require a vehicle of at least the caliber of a Porsche Carrera 911 or higher. Owners of models like the BMW M5 or Mercedes-Benz S65 AMG must be recommended by current members to gain entry. Additionally, one's assets must reach 9 figures. Song Qingru's demeanor shifted slightly as she spoke. Miss Song, are you well versed in automobiles? Lin He inquired. Not particularly. But I am quite familiar with the Illusion Dream Supercar Club, she replied earnestly. Whether it be the Huabin Club or the Illusion Dream Supercar Club, they serve merely as mediums or platforms to connect individuals of similar standing. For instance, even possessing a qualifying supercar does not guarantee membership in the Illusion Dream Supercar Club. Owning a car is merely the initial requirement. One must also provide proof of assets, which must not be less than 100 million, before being considered for approval. Birds of a feather flock together, she continued. Individuals of immense wealth congregate to form networks, thus paving the way for greater opportunities. The Illusion Dream Supercar Club ranks among the top 5 supercar clubs in the country. One of the owners of this club is named Song Anna, Song Qingru stated. Song Anna? Song Qingru? What a coincidence. Both share the surname Song. Lin He mused, piecing together the implications of Song Qingru's peculiar expression when she mentioned the club. In comparison to our Huabin Club, which is superior, he inquired. On par, Song Qingru responded after a moment's contemplation, though it was not the answer she intended to convey. The Illusion Dream Supercar Club boasts an array of Ferraris, Lamborghinis, Rolls-Royces, Porsches, Bentleys, Aston Martins, Vipers, Bugattis. The list is extensive. Currently, the membership of the Illusion Dream Supercar Club spans approximately 1,000 individuals nationwide. Ding! The elevator doors parted, revealing a direct passage to the banquet hall on the top floor of the Hilton Hotel. As the chime of arrival resonated, numerous gazes turned toward them in the hall. Miss Song has arrived. Who is the gentleman accompanying her? I recognize him. That is Mr. Lin He, the owner of Qingye Entertainment, who has been making quite a name for himself lately. Qingye Entertainment? I have not heard of it. Ah, that merely reflects your ignorance. Qingye Entertainment employs rather straightforward and aggressive means to cultivate stars, primarily through significant financial investment. They are known to spend 9 figures on promoting the debut of new talents. Moreover, he is also a director of the Huabin Club. Goodness, such a wealthy individual. Why have I not heard of him before? It defies logic. Lin He arrived alongside Song Qingru, immediately creating a tumultuous scene akin to a stone cast into a tranquil pond. Most of the attendees were acquainted with Song Qingru, one of the proprietors of the Huabin Club, hailing from an illustrious lineage, and thus, everyone addressed her with the respectful title of Miss Song. As the saying goes, people of similar stature tend to congregate. Naturally, those who stood alongside Miss Song were equally remarkable. Mr. Lin, I am Di Quan, the owner of Hero Chemical Group Limited. Mr. Lin, I am Fei Kaifeng, the proprietor of Haiwang Trade and Industry Limited. Mr. Lin, I am Xiaowen, the owner of Guangzhou Run Petroleum and Chemical Limited. With Song Qingru leading Lin He, they greeted various executives, exchanging business cards and introductions, engaging in cordial pleasantries. Among the affluent, self-introductions often followed a straightforward template, naming their industries alongside their names, devoid of embellishments. The warmth of the attendees towards Lin He was palpable. With the illustrious titles of a director at the Huabin Club and a prominent figure at Qingye Entertainment Company, Lin He found himself surrounded by a constellation of wealthy magnates, akin to stars orbiting a radiant moon. Chapter 156. The Supercar Club Song Anna, worth millions, a table worth 10 million. At tonight's charity gala, the young masters are present. In this extravagant setting, the influential figures behind these young masters dare not make an appearance. After greeting several attendees, Lin He had already collected numerous business cards. Regardless of whether their identities stemmed from commerce or politics, Lin He remained composed and dignified, commanding respect. Just as Lin He was mingling, the sound of the elevator door opening echoed from behind him. Ding! The elevator doors slid apart, revealing a group of individuals emerging. Silence fell over the venue. At the forefront was a young woman, seemingly in her late 20s, adorned in a striking red evening gown that exuded elegance rather than vulgarity. This enchanting woman resembled a captivating siren, her alluring figure igniting fervor in many of the men present, leaving them parched and breathless. Her lips, painted with crimson, formed an enticing curve that was utterly mesmerizing. Lin Xing, a person of manners, stood up instinctively, his brother following suit. both unable to contain their admiration for the stunning woman. Attempting to maintain composure in the midst of such beauty, Lin Qing shyly shifted his weight, striving to avoid any display of embarrassment in public. Lin He's gaze flickered. The woman in red appeared to possess a wealth of experience in matters of the heart, likely more than the average rogue. She effortlessly showcased her innate allure, knowing precisely how to move, express herself, and speak in ways that ignited desire in men. Naturally charming and strikingly alluring, she could undoubtedly be deemed a rare gem. In stark contrast stood Song Qingru, one a 1,000-year-old iceberg, the other a volcanic eruption. Some progress, Lin He noted, casting a sidelong glance at his son, whose expression was anything but composed. Behave yourself, he admonished. Lin Qing, flustered and bashful, wished to vanish into the ground. Mr. Lin, came a voice from behind the woman in red, belonging to Huang Pan, the man who had been assaulted at the Golden Sparrow Awards. His injured face was bandaged, and one eye, scarred by a cigarette burn, struggled to fully open. Yet, through the narrow slit of his eyelid, a glimmer of coldness shone. I've missed our last encounter. Do you think you can challenge me again? Lin He was not surprised. Miss Song had already informed him of Huang Pan's impending arrival during their elevator ride. A glance at Miss Song revealed her fixed gaze on the woman in red. The collision of their eyes sparked an invisible tension in the air. Thus, Lin He began to form a hypothesis regarding the identity of the woman in red. Huang Pan had indeed come with a sense of purpose, seeking revenge. However, as Lin He articulated this, Huang Pan's gaze momentarily faltered, betraying his uncertainty. Mr. Lin, my name is Song Anna. The woman in the red dress extended her hand, smiling alluringly as she said, I trust my dear sister has already introduced me to you. I am one of the founders of the Dream Supercar Club. It is a pleasure to meet you. Lin He reached out his hand and shook hers, their touch fleeting. He had not been mistaken about the relationship between Song Anna and Song Qingru. They were indeed sisters. One was a co-founder of the Dream Supercar Club, while the other was a co-founder of the Huabin Club. Each club harbored connections and influence beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. What then? Did the shared surname of Song signify for the sisters? I must admit, Mr. Lin, you maintain yourself remarkably well. I wonder if you would be interested in joining our Dream Supercar Club? Song Anna scarlet, agile tongue danced from her lower lip to the corner of her mouth. Though we are rivals, we would not mind Mr. Lin taking up the position of director in both clubs. The notion of one individual serving as director for two clubs astonished Huang Pan and the others following Song Anna. Did Lin He's status elevate him to such a level that Song Anna was willing to overlook her connection with Song Qingru to entice him? Huang Pan had come to the charity gala with intentions of revenge, yet with Song Anna's overtures, he found himself forever deprived of an opportunity. The position of director at the Dream Supercar Club held equal weight to that at the Huabin Club. What a captivating enchantress! Numerous men found themselves drawn to the scene. For both Song Qingru and Song Anna possessed beauty and stature that commanded attention wherever they went. I appreciate Miss Song's kind offer, but regrettably, my capabilities are limited. Otherwise, I would genuinely consider it, Lin He replied with a smile. In that moment, Song Qingru's delicate face lit up with a radiant smile. Lin He had made his choice. He chose himself, not his sister, Song Anna. What a pity, Song Anna remarked, seemingly unfazed. However, the doors of the Dream Supercar Club will always remain open to you. Mr. Lin. Thank you, Miss Song. Lin He responded courteously. Shall we exchange contact information? Song Anna retrieved her phone and opened the QR code. After adding Lin He as a friend, she tucked her phone away and waved her hand adorned with crimson nail polish. I shall see you later, Mr. Lin. She then moved on to greet other wealthy individuals and socialites. Dad, what is the deal with that person with the bandaged face? Lin Qing inquired. It was at the Golden Sparrow Awards ceremony, Lin. He did not conceal anything, recounting the events in detail. That old scoundrel deserves a good thrashing, Lin Qing scoffed. He should have his eyes gouged out. She ordered a glass of red wine from a nearby waiter and curiously surveyed her surroundings. The Dream Supercar Club is among the most elite circles in our country. Why haven't you joined? Song Qingru stood beside Lin He, inquiring. Did she not mention that you could serve as a director at both the Huabin Club and the Dream Supercar Club? This sets a precedent for dual leadership in clubs. Confusion clouded Lin He's thoughts. He possessed no substantial background, merely astonishing wealth derived from the system. It is because we are both unable to fathom you. Song Qingru continued. There are matters I cannot disclose, but my relationship with Song Anna is indeed as adversarial as she described. To emerge victorious, one must continuously attract formidable individuals into their circle. Am I merely a pawn in the rivalry between you two sisters? Lin He mused, touching his nose. Yes and no. Song Qingru replied, leaning closer, tilting her head. I regard Mr. Lin as a good friend, unlike Song Yana. She leads a chaotic personal life and possesses a talent for ensnaring men. You must exercise caution. I have already been enchanted by one song. It would be quite challenging for another to ensnare me, Lin He chuckled, posing his question. They say a man's words are often deceiving. Song Qingru shook her head. I do not subscribe to that belief. Suddenly, the lights in the banquet hall dimmed, leaving a solitary beam illuminating the stage where the host stood. Esteemed guests, please take your seats. The seating arrangements have been designated. Each table is valued at millions, some even tens of millions. Chapter 157. Where does one worth billions sit? The distinctions among the affluent are strikingly clear, more so than in the general populace, revealing an unadulterated hierarchy. Each table bears a sign, prominently displaying a number that signifies the threshold for seating. The elite exhibit no disdain upon hearing the host's words. They instinctively seek their designated places. Where does one worth billions sit? A bold voice echoed through the banquet hall, abruptly capturing everyone's attention. In an instant, all eyes turned toward the source of this audacious inquiry. The question was imbued with an audacious spirit that piqued the curiosity of the crowd, who dared to ask such a thing. Lin He raised an eyebrow. The voice was youthful and familiar. A soft chuckle escaped Song Qingru's lips, her laughter radiating beauty. Your son exhibits a commanding presence, much like Mr. Lin, she remarked. Lin He observed his son standing there, wineglass in hand, embodying the poise of a refined young gentleman. As he sensed the gazes directed at him, Lin Qing offered a modest smile and a slight bow. Who is this young man? Such audacity, whose son is he? Murmurs circulated among the attendees. Realizing he was likely the son of Mr. Lin, who had accompanied Miss Song, the young man possessed striking looks, sharing features with Mr. Lin. Could he possibly be his son? Many were astonished by Lin Qing's confidence, whispering to one another about the undeniable truth that a tiger begets no dog. On the opposite side of the banquet hall stood Huang Pan, beside a table, wearing a disingenuous smile. You insolent brat, utter one more word and I shall end you. Lin Qing's expression shifted, and he retorted without hesitation. Having already learned of this lecherous man's misdeeds from his father, Lin Qing had little patience for him. Having merely awaited an opportunity to retaliate. Who does he think he is? My father is Lin He. Why should I tolerate this nonsense? Lin He scanned the room, preparing to find a suitable means to confront this lecherous individual. Huang Pan, the owner of a mining conglomerate, seemed to have vastly overstepped. If his father were indeed Lin He, such arrogance might be warranted. However, at a gathering of the wealthy, such blatant hostility was uncalled for. The atmosphere in the banquet hall grew tense as attention shifted to Lin Qing and Huang Pan. Mr. Lin, perhaps you should discipline your son, Huang Pan seethed, humiliated by the shame Lin He had cast upon him. Could it be that even his son would dare to challenge him? Discipline? Today, I shall teach you a lesson. You old scoundrel. With that, Lin Qing seized a bottle of chilled red wine from the nearby table and hurled it directly at Huang Pan. Whoosh! The chilled bottle of red wine spun through the air, tracing a perilous arc. Many affluent onlookers, upon witnessing this, paled and scattered in alarm. Should it strike them, the injuries could be severe. Huang Pan also wished to flee, but as he took a step, his foot caught on a chair, nearly sending him tumbling. At that very moment, the wine bottle landed at his feet, startling him into a precarious stance. Fortunately, the carpet cushioned its fall, and the bottle remained intact. What a close call! A cold sweat broke from Huang Pan's brow. It had nearly crashed down upon him. His face and eyelids bore the marks of injury, still adorned with ointments and bandages. Had that full bottle struck him, it would have been a disaster indeed. What a pity, Lin Qing muttered. It didn't smash Huang Pan's head, and what's the difference between that and losing one's own crystal in the tournament? Huang Pan, is your son intent on committing murder in plain sight? Huang Pan bellowed. He can afford it, Lin He replied with a calm smile. Those 3 words nearly made Huang Pan choke on his indignation. The waiter arrived promptly, retrieving the bottle of red wine and swiftly exiting. The host on stage dared not utter a word. In the presence of such celestial conflict, their voices were inconsequential. Do you even possess a sense of reason? Huang Pan seethed. Reason? Spare me, Lin Qing retorted with a flourish of eloquence. Huang Pan glanced at Song Yana, who merely smiled sweetly, showing no inclination to defend him. We are all here for charity tonight. Why waste time over trivial matters? Lin He suggested with a smile, the charity gala may continue. The wealthy exchanged glances. In just a few words, he had deftly brushed aside the incident. Huang Pan was not mistaken. Indeed, a tiger begets no dogs. The duo, father and son, were equally audacious. Yet, this incident subtly confirmed a truth. Mr. Lin and his son regarded Huang Pan with utter disdain. One must note that Huang Pan was seated at a table of 9 digits. If they disregarded someone worth over 100 million, could it be that this father-son pair truly hailed from a family of billions? Mr. Lin, let us join you, Song Qingru interjected with a smile. Her smile was genuine. Huang Pan belonged to Song Anna, and Lin Qing's arrogance had, in a sense, undermined both Song Anna and the audacity of the Dream Supercar Club. As Lin Qing was Mr. Lin's son, he symbolized Song Qingru and the Huabin Club in the eyes of outsiders. In this initial round of confrontation, Song Qingru emerged victorious. Her gaze toward Lin He now softened considerably. Song Qingru, Lin He, and Lin Qing proceeded directly to the foremost round table. As they took their seats, Song Anna stood up. The events of the evening had drawn the attention of many in the banquet hall to Lin He, Song Qingru, Song Anna, Huang Pan, and Lin Qing. When Song Anna suddenly rose, it naturally captured widespread curiosity. Was Miss Song about to defend me? Huang Pan pondered quietly from his seat at the back. His face was already wrapped in bandages, and after suffering humiliation at the hands of that Lin Qing, the gazes of many wealthy individuals turned peculiarly awry towards him. What a disgrace, indeed. At this moment, Huang Pan's greatest hope was that Miss Song Anna would intervene, compelling Lin He and his son Lin Qing to take their leave. Soon, the subsequent scene left many affluent individuals, who shared Huang Pan's sentiments, utterly astounded. Young Master Lin, may we change seats? Song Anna inquired, her figure swaying gracefully as she approached. The seating arrangement consisted of Song Qingru, Lin He, Lin Qing, and Song Anna. Those seated at the foremost table were distinguished by their exceptional status at tonight's charity gala. Of course, the previously arrogant Lin Qing found himself utterly defenseless under Song Anna's captivating gaze. After the two exchanged seats, Lin He was flanked by Song Qingru on his left and Song Anna on his right, effectively sandwiched between them. Why? Huang Pan silently lamented in despair. Surrounded by beauties, how enviable. The other wealthy gentlemen silently mourned their fate. Chapter 158. Driving a Mercedes-Benz G-Class AMG, the old rascal is rather wealthy in the grand banquet hall. The curiosity surrounding Lin He's identity grew among the men. Some could no longer contain their intrigue and began making calls to uncover the extent of power represented by the name Lin He. After all, how else could it explain the presence of the stunning beauties Song Qingru and Song Anna vying for his attention? Those who were aware of Song Qingru and Song Anna's backgrounds could hardly fathom the scene before them. Indeed, many socialites, heiresses, and affluent ladies had come to attend the charity gala and were captivated by Lin Qing. Their eyes sparkled as they beheld his striking appearance, impressive stature, and assertive demeanor. More significantly, his affiliations with the Huabin Club and Qingye Entertainment Company served as undeniable proof of his prowess. Flanking Lin He, Song Qingru and Song Anna instantly became the targets of envy among the elite women present, as jealous glances were cast upon the two. However, when comparing their looks, grace, and charm, most of the socialites, heiresses, and wealthy wives lowered their heads, feeling overshadowed. Mr. Lin, I understand there may be some tension between you and Huang Pan. Allow me to host a meal where he can apologize to you. I hope, Mr. Lin, that you would grant me this favor, Song Anna said, almost reclining into Lin He's embrace. Was this woman made of water? Half of her body leaned against him, her eyes casting a sidelong glance that revealed the hint of a curvaceous silhouette. Yet, she bore little weight, and the exquisite fabric of her gown made it seem as if a slight movement could cause this enchantress to slip effortlessly into his arms. Lin Qing watched his father with envy. His charm with women was simply remarkable. Miss Song Anna, let us speak properly. Lin He coughed lightly. Then, will Mr. Lin agree to my request? Song Anna pressed, her fox-like eyes glimmering. I am not from Nanzhou City. I flew in specifically for the charity gala to meet you. I have yet to find a place to stay and wonder how spacious your home is and how large your bed might be. A true enchantress, indeed. Song Anna tilted her face upward, allowing Lin He to catch a glimpse of her luscious, rosy lips, her tongue playfully brushing against her pearly teeth as she spoke. Let us set aside matters regarding Huang Pan, Lin He stated firmly. Regardless of her allure, he would not waver on matters that crossed his boundaries. Huang Pan had set his sights on his daughter. He would not let that go easily. Ding. The system notification chimed, announcing an increase in paternal affection points. Lin He glanced at his son, who wore a look of admiration on his face. Lin Qing thought to himself how impressive it was that his father could hold his ground even in the presence of an SSS-level beauty like Song Anna. Very well, Song Anna replied, her expression slightly astonished. True to Lin He's first impression, she indeed knew how to leverage her natural advantages. As enchanting as the ancient fox spirit. Dodgy, Song Anna wields her allure as one of her most potent weapons. Capitalizing on this trait, she effortlessly ensnares the hearts of men. Lin He, however, stands as the first man who remains utterly unshaken in her presence. Sitting upright, Song Anna cradles her chin in one hand, stating, "I am aware of the conflict between Mr. Huang and you, Mr. Lin. He is indeed a rogue, so whatever you choose to do regarding him, I, along with the Dream Supercar Club, will not intervene. I hope you can remember the sentiment involved." The term sentiment, as it escapes Song Anna's lips, appears at once a mere triviality, yet seems to harbor deeper, more ambiguous undertones. "Thank you." Lin He nods in acknowledgement. "Oh, Mr. Lin." Song Anna suddenly recalls something of utmost importance. Lin He responds, "My sister, Song Qingru, how skilled is she?" Song Anna leans slightly towards Lin He. Up nearby, Song Qingru, sipping her drink, nearly chokes. Indeed, her delicate features swiftly turn icy. "Song Anna, I have never encountered such a repugnant woman. Is it so outrageous?" Given human nature? Song Anna seems to have anticipated her sister's reaction, growing even more audacious. "Mr. Lin, her little bear cannot compare to my own. Would you care to experience a different sensation?" Lin He finds himself blushing. "Are you a dairy cow?" Song Qingru retorts disdainfully. "Whether I am or not is uncertain. But it appears that men have a preference for larger attributes." Song Anna's alluring visage radiates confidence. Fortunately, as Lin He, Song Qingru, and Song Anna take their seats at the round table, the others wisely refrain from approaching. Otherwise, eavesdropping on the sisters' banter might cause their eyes to widen in disbelief. Who could have imagined that Song Qingru and Song Anna, symbols of supreme wealth and power, would engage in such topics? Of course, the volume of their voices is measured, one in anger, the other in provocation, yet all confined to the trio of Lin He, Song Qingru, and Song Anna. As the conversation unfolds, Lin He glances at the voluptuous Song Anna and then at the elegantly proportioned Song Qingru. From a fair perspective, he concludes that Song Anna reigns supreme. "What are you staring at?" Song Qingru, noticing Lin He's gaze, places her small hand on his thigh and gives it a sharp twist. "Ah!" Lin He gasps at the sudden pain. Upon witnessing this, Song Qingru's expression softens, and she retracts her hand. "Mr. Lin, if she won't let you look, I will allow it." Song Anna leans closer, intentionally pressing against him. Embracing snow to form peaks, kneading fragrance into dew, resembling two pearls entwined. It's too stuffy. I need to step outside for some fresh air." Lin He rises. Should this continue, he fears he might explode with frustration. "Dad, where are you going?" Lin Qing quickly follows him outside, wondering if her father cannot endure it any longer and seeks to address the pressing situation. Song Anna cast a victorious glance at Song Qingru, who responded with a cold sniff and ceased further conversation. They took the elevator down to the first floor. Lin He stepped outside, inhaling the fresh air, finally feeling a sense of relaxation. "Dad, have you made your decision?" Lin Qing teased, raising his eyebrows. "What?" Lin He was momentarily taken aback. Pei Gong was walking a short distance away, ensuring the safety of his employer. "Which one will you choose to be my stepmother?" Lin Qing chuckled mischievously. "What are you thinking?" Lin He gently flicked his son's forehead, saying, "Do you really believe they would be so kind to me without reason? Have you forgotten our time in Xinjiang City?" "I haven't forgotten." Lin Qing smiled dim slightly. Just then, a valet approached, and Lin Qing seized the moment, asking, "Which car is the yellow plate?" "That Mercedes-Benz G-Class AMG," the valet replied. "The old bastard is quite wealthy," Lin Qing remarked with a malicious grin. The valet was unsure of the young man's intentions, but had witnessed the father-son duo disembarking from a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Chapter 159. Do you have a 3-year deadline? Is it not the Dragon King, perhaps due to an inability to speak with a crooked mouth? The other party waved him off, and the valet hastily departed without daring to look back. They were all affluent individuals, and one could not afford to offend any of them. Let it be as if he had never encountered that young man. He would forget everything. It was only then that Lin He realized, while conversing with his son, they had walked to the parking lot. The Mercedes-Benz G-Class AMG, with a base price of around $2.5 million. Lin Qing remarked enviously. The Mercedes-Benz G-Class AMG is designed as a professional off-road vehicle, featuring a traditional boxy shape. The clean and clear lines outline the robust contours expected of a rugged off-roader, while simultaneously embodying the luxurious and classic essence unique to the Mercedes family. Behold the circular LED headlights on either side, equipped with collision protection. Lin Qing approached, circling the sleek black SUV, Dad, could you buy me a Panamera? What does the Mercedes-Benz G-Class AMG have to do with a Panamera? Lin He questioned in confusion. They're both cars I fancy, Lin Qing chuckled. If I could possess a stylish Panamera, I'd surely have you holding a grandchild before I graduate from university. For many enthusiasts of the Porsche brand, the most memorable and renowned model is likely the Porsche 911. However, Lin Qing is different. He prefers the Porsche Panamera. The car's body features smooth, flowing lines devoid of any sharp edges. The side contours are treated simply and gently, exuding both elegance and dynamism. If you dare to harm any young lady, I wouldn't hesitate to break your legs and confine you at home. With my financial means. Ensuring your lifelong happiness in a wheelchair would not be a challenge, Lin He warned. It was acceptable for his son to be a reckless spendthrift, as it could lead to trouble and benefit Lin He in a systematic sense. However, should he engage in actions that harm others, Lin He would undoubtedly impose severe punishment. Forget it. Being an unpretentious university student is quite good, Lin Qing stated, pulling his neck in. What do you intend to do? Lin He inquired, perplexed. He could not believe his son would randomly ask the valet about the car belonging to Huang Pan, just to give that old scoundrel a bit of trouble. Lin Qing chuckled, then proceeded to lower his trousers and began to urinate against the car door. Lin He felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. To have such a son was simply, utterly humiliating. His son acted with such alacrity that Lin He was momentarily taken aback. By the time he thought to intervene, Lin Qing had already finished with a sense of satisfaction. Lin Qing shivered, his ears perked up. He seized Lin He and pulled him aside. Dad, someone is coming. If it's that old scoundrel, we can strike him from behind. Pei Gong also slipped behind a square pillar, ready to act. I might as well remain in the banquet hall above, enduring both pain and happiness, Lin He thought, feeling utterly bewildered by his son's antics. But who could bear to cast aside their own son at such a moment? Hurry, hurry, that scoundrel's vehicle. A Mercedes-Benz G-Class AMG, son, quickly give him a splash of youthful urine. The voice of a middle-aged man urged incessantly. Moments later, the sound of trickling water echoed in the quiet parking lot. Son, are you not feeling the heat? What a pity. The sound ceased, and the middle-aged man appeared quite dissatisfied. Dad, I also brought a fine haul. Let us puncture the tires. A youthful voice chimed in. Well done, son. Hand it to me. I'm stronger and can do it faster. The middle-aged man's tone shifted to one of delight. Lin He, Lin Qing, Pei Gong. To my astonishment, I find a kindred spirit in this regard, akin to Lin Qing. With a slight rustle, Lin Qing lifted his foot. Who? The rear tires of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class AMG echoed the voices of the busy duo in unison. Qi Zhangpeng. Lin He emerged from behind a square pillar, his brow furrowed. Who are you? The middle-aged man concealed the all behind him, his demeanor betraying a hint of guilt. You are from Qingjiang City, aren't you? Lin He remarked with a semblance of a smile. You are the man referred to as Qi Zhangpeng scrutinized Lin He, a sense of familiarity washing over him. I haven't seen you since we graduated from junior high. I never expected to encounter you here, Lin He mused. You can't be Lin He, can you? Qi Zhangpeng seemed struck by lightning. No wonder you look familiar, yet he could not be certain. Lin He appeared to be of similar age. Yet the man before him looked no older than 30. It is I, Lin He nodded. How did you end up here? It truly is you. Qi Zhangpeng's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I am here to attend the charity gala hosted by the Hilton Hotel. Why haven't I seen you? Lin He inquired. Puzzled. Ahem. Qi Zhangpeng awkwardly patted the young man beside him, saying, Make your introduction. This is your Uncle Lin. Hello, Uncle Lin. The young man greeted humbly. My name is Huang Qingtan. Had it not been for Lin He and Lin Qing witnessing his actions and ideas moments ago, they would have been deceived by his presented persona. Greetings, Uncle Qi. Lin Qing also offered a polite salutation. Lin He and Lin Qing exchanged glances. Huang Qingtan. Qi Zhangpeng's son? Why does he bear the surname Huang? Qi Zhangpeng was not only Lin He's junior high classmate but also his fellow townsman. From elementary to junior high, they were inseparable, their bond unbreakable. After graduating, in an era devoid of mobile phones, they lost contact. The heartache of men. Qi Zhangpeng looked woeful. This vehicle belongs to my brother-in-law, Huang Pan. After graduating from junior high, I went to work. Later, due to family introductions, he became a son-in-law, believing in his youth that marrying a wealthy wife would secure a carefree life. Little did he know, Lin He had never been a son-in-law himself. Yet he understood the bitterness that accompanied such a role. Both externally and internally, he faced disdain from others. Reflecting on Qi Zhangpeng's recent actions, it was evident that he had endured considerable grievances, resorting to this desperate measure to vent his frustrations. A son-in-law? Lin Qing exclaimed in astonishment, hurriedly asking, Uncle Qi, do you have a 3-year term? What is a 3-year term? Qian Zhaoping replied, perplexed. Are you the Dragon King then? Lin Qing inquired further. If I were the Dragon King, I would have long since drowned the Huang family, Qian Zhaoping retorted bitterly. Then you are not the Dragon King, Lin Qing mused. Stroking his chin, Uncle Qi, are you supposed to deliver bells to the 4 great families? The 4 great families? What are those? Qian Zhaoping was unaware of their existence, pondering if there were circles he was oblivious to. What about the old man? The man in black? The $30 million and the $300 million contract? Lin Qing pressed on, unwilling to give up. If I had that much money, I wouldn't he be reduced to being a son-in-law, Qian Zhaoping lamented. On the verge of tears. This script is not right. Could it be that Uncle Qi has misled me? Lin Qing muttered to himself. Chapter 160, The Barbecue Incident Next Door. A bottle hits the head, demanding compensation of 10,000 silence. Lin He glared at his son. Reluctantly. Lin Qing returned to his father's side, disappointment etched on his face. It appeared that Uncle Qi, the son-in-law, was not quite what he had imagined. Yet, in the vast sea of humanity, it is unreasonable to expect that everyone can assume the role of a protagonist. Old Qi, how did you become a son-in-law? Lin He inquired, perplexed. Given his acquaintance with Qi Zhaoping's family background due to their shared roots, he was somewhat familiar with the latter's circumstances. Qi Zhaoping's parents were simple folk, having spent most of their lives in Xinjiang City, while the Huang family hailed from Nanzhou City, making any intersection between the two families seem improbable. The crux of the matter was that Qi Zhaoping was somewhat dim-witted. He vividly recalled that during his first or second year of middle school, Qi Zhaoping had taken a part-time job. The following day, he excitedly approached, donning a cap, to announce that he had earned a total of 10,000. Earning 10,000 a day? Lin He had been captivated as Qi Zhaoping recounted, I was working at my uncle's shop for the summer, and on my way home, I passed by a barbecue stand where my uncle treated me to some drinks and skewers. Before we could eat, a brawl erupted at the next table. Seizing the moment, I leaned over, and a bottle struck my forehead. When the police arrived, they compelled the other party to compensate me with 10,000. It was on that day that Lin He truly grasped the extent of Qi Zhaoping's foolishness. Later, he heard that Qi Zhaoping's parents had reprimanded him, not for being injured, but because they believed it was absurd to profit 10,000 from a mere bump on the head. Now, Qi Zhaoping had seemingly transformed into a phoenix rising from the ashes, leading a life of affluence yet devoid of happiness. Perhaps events unfolded after his graduation from middle school that Lin He was unaware of. My father knew Huang Pan's father. He once saved him. At that time, they decided that if their children were a boy and a girl, they would marry to strengthen their ties. If both children were of the same gender, they would simply be considered siblings or close friends. Qi Zhaoping chuckled wryly, saying, at that time, my wife and her mother looked down upon me, yet my father-in-law insisted. In the end, I became a son-in-law by compromise. The narrative was cliché, but it had allowed Qi Zhaoping to enter the realm of the affluent. Regrettably, he was neither the chosen one nor the Dragon King his son envisioned. You have endured much, Lin He remarked, patting Qi Zhaoping on the shoulder. The world was evolving rapidly, yet such matters of parental will still persisted. Judging by Qi Zhaoping's demeanor, the years had been unkind to him, living luxuriously. What hardships could there be? Qi Zhaoping shrugged. Do you work at the Hilton? No. Lin He shook his head. As Lin Qing opened his mouth to speak, he caught a glimpse of his father's subtle warning and promptly sealed his lips. Lin He preferred not to reveal his identity. He understood the intricacies of social dynamics. He reminisced fondly about the youthful days shared with Qi Zhaoping, uncertain whether their reunion could ever return to that innocent purity. Moreover, in stark contrast to Qi Zhaoping, Lin He's current life can truly be described as splendid and liberated. Once a comparison is drawn, it is inevitable that Qi Zhaoping might entertain other thoughts. Human sentiments have always been elusive and hard to fathom. How have you been faring? I recall that during our middle school years, your academic performance eclipsed mine significantly. Regrettably, we were too impoverished back then to even possess a mobile phone. Otherwise, the two of us would not have endured such prolonged heartache. Qi Zhaoping, comfortably draping his arm around Lin He's shoulder, exhibited none of the estrangement one might expect after years of separation. Father, it has been far too long. We must take our leave, Huang Qian interjected, his wrist adorned with a Cartier Ballon Bleu mechanical watch valued at approximately 500,000. Though Qi Zhaoping, a son-in-law by marriage, was not held in high esteem, Huang Qingtan, a legitimate scion of the Huang family, enjoyed far superior treatment. Almost forgetting this nuance, Qi Zhangping's expression shifted to one of surprise as he awkwardly addressed Lin He. Good brother. Do share your phone number, so we can indulge in a drink next time. It shall be my treat. As a son-in-law, I may not have many advantages, but I certainly possess ample funds. Lin He couldn't help but chuckle at how Qi Zhangping still seemed rather naive. After exchanging contact information, Qi Zhangping urged Huang Qing'an to hurry away. I have bribed the surveillance. It won't be operational for a while. You both should leave promptly to avoid any misunderstandings with that scoundrel Huang Pan. He cautioned as he dashed a few meters away before turning back to remind them. I understand, Lin He replied with a smile, realizing he had underestimated Qi Zhangping's intentions. Father, let us ascend, Lin Qing suggested. Indeed, let us go. Lin He nodded in agreement. The banquet hall was dimly lit, with spotlights converging on the stage. Lin He and Lin Qing seated themselves at a table, drawing no attention from the other guests in the hall. Simultaneously, Song Qingru and Song Anna glanced toward Lin He, the former's expression scrutinizing, while the latter wore a half-smile. We merely took a stroll, Lin He explained. Song Qingru let out a soft hum, redirecting her gaze to the stage. There stood an elderly man, slightly stooped, accompanied by a few children. The children were impeccably dressed, their innocent eyes filled with curiosity and trepidation toward the opulence of the banquet hall. A little girl, clutching the elder's hand, pressed herself closely against him, exuding a pitiful aura of fear. Though the children's attire was clean, it was evidently flawed. For instance, one child's shirt nearly reached his knees, while another wore pants that appeared to be a patchwork of mismatched fabric. Greetings, everyone. I am Wei Youfu, the director of the Tong's Dream Welfare Institute in Nanzhou City. The elderly man bowed slowly before the audience, and as he straightened, a flicker of pain crossed his rough, tree-bark-like visage, indicative of a back injury. I humbly seek to borrow this esteemed venue today, and I hope this old man does not tarnish its sanctity. Director Wei, you are far too courteous, the host responded. Wei Youfu simply shook his head and said, You are all affluent individuals, and you may find it hard to believe, but the children in our welfare institute often go hungry and lack proper clothing. We rely solely on discarded garments and sporadic donations. Our dream is merely to run a private welfare institution, yet we have the largest number of children in Nanzhou City. The opulence and extravagance that you indulge in our realms we dare not even envision. It is my inadequacy that has led to the suffering of these children. At such tender ages, they are already engaged in crafts and scavenging for plastic bottles. At this juncture, tears welled in the eyes of the elderly director of the Welfare Institute. The children there face congenital disabilities, some are physically incapacitated, and others struggle to control their emotions. We are profoundly grateful to the organizers of this evening's charity gala for affording us an opportunity, Wei Youfu said hoarsely. Ding dong. Cultivating compassion in one's son is an essential duty of a responsible father. Please, within 15 days, complete 3 charitable deeds with your son to receive a reward. The system's notification echoed in Lin He's ears. Chapter 161. A mere 100 million. What is it worth? On the stage, a large screen began to display a video of Tong's Dream Welfare Institute. The children were seen scavenging for bottles on a bustling road under the scorching sun. In the torrential rain, they held basins and buckets, searching for leaks within the dilapidated building. At dinner time, the children gathered around a table, consuming stewed radish with vermicelli and gnawing on hard flatbreads. Due to the nature of the private welfare institution, our funding was scant, and societal attention was minimal. Wei Youfu, tears streaming down his face, expressed, This opportunity is invaluable to me. I welcome everyone to inspect our Welfare Institute's conditions and sincerely hope you can extend your hand in assistance. The banquet hall was enveloped in silence. I will donate 100,000. One wealthy benefactor proclaimed. As a clothing merchant, I can prepare a batch of garments for spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Our company will cover this year's dietary needs for the Welfare Institute. One by one, the affluent individuals voiced their pledges. How miserly, with such a pitiful appearance. They dare to call for millions per table. Lin Qing muttered as she sat there. Lin He waved his hand, beckoning Lin Qing to approach. What are your thoughts upon seeing the old director of the Welfare Institute and the children? He inquired earnestly. I live such a fortunate life. Lin Qing replied with equal seriousness. Do you wish to do something for them? Lin He asked again. I want to help them, Lin Qing said shyly. But I lack the means. Lin He smiled and instructed Pei Gong to make preparations. Soon, a check was arranged, filled out with the amount and signed, which he handed to his son. This time, do it in your name and help them. Really? Lin Qing recalled the last time at Xinjiang No. 1 Middle School. feeling a special stirring within. Indeed, Lin He affirmed. Lin Qing took the check and confidently ascended the stage. Taking a deep breath, he announced, "This is my donation." As his figure emerged on the stage, he instantly captured the attention of most of the distinguished guests in the banquet hall. After all, he was Lin He's son. And with Lin Qing's bold demeanor, it was hard not to notice him. This is. Wei Youfu stood frozen as he accepted the check. His slightly stooped body trembled with excitement, unable to comprehend the reality before him. "Director Wei, this is a check," the host patiently explained. "It is a note issued by the drawer, instructing the bank or other financial institution to unconditionally pay the specified amount to the payee or bearer upon presentation. To put it simply, you can take this check to the relevant banking institution to obtain the funds stated on it." Noticing Wei Youfu's daze, the host assumed he did not understand. "This is..." Wei Youfu looked up, gazing at Lin Qing's youthful face. "What is it?" The host sensed something was amiss and approached him, microphone in hand. Despite the explanation of the check's usage and meaning, Wei Youfu remained in a state of excitement, standing there motionless. Upon closer inspection, the host remained frozen in place. "Are you all performing as wooden figures up there?" asked Huang Pan with a grin from the audience. This charity gala for the Children's Dream Welfare Institute saw Huang Pan contributing not a single penny. "We were thrilled when you old bastard, passed away," Lin Qing retorted. Huang Pan's expression shifted instantly. He was about to respond but cast a cautious glance at Lin He, who was seated nearby with Song Anna, and reluctantly sealed his lips. Many members of the elite shook their heads, bewildered by whether Huang Pan had been rendered foolish. Unable to contend with others, he still sought to provoke, only to embarrass himself in the end. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million. The host could not restrain himself from announcing the amount on the check aloud, his voice growing increasingly loud. "Thanks to young Master Lin Qing for his generous donation of 100 million to the Children's Dream Welfare Institute." Through the microphone, the phrase 100 million resonated throughout the entire banquet hall, quickly igniting a fervor among the attendees. A full 100 million, indeed. Mr. Lin was wealthy. Many were aware that it was Lin Qing who stepped up to donate, but the funds surely originated from his father, Lin He. After all, how else could he sit alongside Song Qingru and Song Anna? Huang Pan's face darkened further. Once the director of the Children's Dream Welfare Institute went to collect the money, he would withdraw 100 million in cash from Mr. Lin's account. A net worth of 100 million does not guarantee the availability of that amount in liquid assets. It remains to be seen whether Song Anna will protect him. Huang Pan, having been so brazen for so long, requires a lesson. In the circle of the affluent, not everyone has amicable relations. There are many who harbor disdain for Huang Pan. Will they protect him? I find that unlikely. Have you not noticed Song Anna's demeanor? She is clearly aligning herself with Mr. Lin. The discord between Song Qingru and Song Anna has not emerged overnight. Whichever camp Mr. Lin joins will undoubtedly deliver an immeasurable blow to the opposing side. There are certainly astute individuals present, fully aware of the situation. "Thank you, Lin Qing." "Oh, no, young Master Lin. Thank you, young Master Lin. This sum is truly overwhelming, yet it will be immensely beneficial to our Children's Dream Welfare Institute." Wei Youfu expressed, his joy rendering him somewhat incoherent in his gratitude. "Big brother, may I perform a song for you?" A little girl, holding his hand, looked up with innocent eyes. She did not comprehend the magnitude of 100 million or its implications, but she understood that someone who could elicit such gratitude from Director Wei must surely be a good person. Buzz, 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 let us all work together. Hurry forth and toil away. The joy of labor is profound. When spring is warm and flowers bloom, why not work to prepare for winter? Buzz, 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 buzz. Do not emulate the lazy worm. The little girl clapped her hands, singing the cheerful nursery rhyme of the little bee. Ha ha ha, such a trifling sum. Hardly worth mentioning, Lin Qing chuckled lightly. In this atmosphere of goodwill and gratitude, he found himself at a loss for how to respond, yet felt a warmth within. A donation of 100 million is but a trifling sum, hardly worthy of mention. Many affluent individuals find themselves at a loss for words, unable to discern whether Lin Qing is indulging in a display of grandeur or genuinely indifferent to such a staggering amount. Ding dong. 3 charitable endeavors have been completed. Current task progress. 1-3. The system's prompt resonates once more. Lin He, with a hint of satisfaction, reveals a smile. Performing good deeds brings joy. Moreover, the prospect of unexpected rewards for virtuous actions enhances that joy even further. Song Anna gazes at Lin He in astonishment. taken aback by the unexpected sight of this enigmatic yet extraordinarily wealthy magnate. She perhaps comprehends that the discord between Huang Pan and Lin He has reached an irreconcilable point. Thus, it presents a dilemma for Song Anna. Song Qing, having witnessed it all before, knows that the only matters capable of genuinely capturing Mr. Lin's attention are those concerning his son and daughter, a fact that has ceased to astonish him. Chapter 162. A subtle display of wealth. The private helicopter that had been ordered had arrived at the Pecan Manor. Lin He remained oblivious to the curious gazes of Song Qingru and Song Anna as he pondered how to engage his son in two charitable endeavors. This undertaking was solely focused on his son, excluding his daughter. It appeared that the system had astutely recognized his son's nature. After receiving the director's gratitude and enjoying the children's performances, Lin Qing returned from the stage, radiating joy as he settled back at the table. Ding dong. His son had an epiphany, and Lin He's paternal affection value saw a slight increase. The system's notification echoed once more, leading Lin He to privately ponder whether it was his son who was unlucky or himself. Why was it that most rewards he received from his son were merely ambiguous increments of paternal affection? Meanwhile, his dear daughter frequently yielded substantial rewards. Half an hour later, the charity gala concluded successfully. The affluent members of high society acquired the networking resources they sought, while the Tong's Dream Welfare Institute received the urgent assistance it required, resulting in a mutually beneficial outcome. As the crowd dispersed, Song Anna turned to Lin He and asked, "Mr. Lin, if you are unwilling to join our Dream Supercar Club, may I befriend you? If our personalities align, that would certainly be agreeable," Lin He replied with a nod. Indeed, their personalities seemed compatible. Song Anna's gaze wandered over to Song Qingru's chest, and as anticipated, Song Qingru's expression swiftly turned icy. Song Anna, seemingly triumphant, licked her lips and waved at Lin He, saying, "I hope you dream of me tonight." With that, Song Anna departed with her entourage. Watching her retreating figure, Lin He fell into contemplation. What exactly was the Song family to have produced such exceptional sisters like Song Anna and Song Qingru? The ability to nurture such extraordinary young women suggested that the Song family's foundation was formidable. Unexpectedly, Lin He decided not to dwell further on it. In this vast and resource-rich nation, he was, after all, the reclusive tycoon of Hanbei province. Few were aware of the power that Lin He's name represented throughout the province. Otherwise, that fellow Huang Pan would not dare to provoke him recklessly again. The lesson imparted at the Golden Sparrow Awards had evidently not sufficed. "Have you not had enough?" Song Qingru's soft voice echoed behind Lin He. "I have not," he replied earnestly, retracting his gaze. "Do you fancy women like Song Anna?" Song Qingru scrutinized Lin He closely. "I do not." Lin He shook his head. "Why not?" Song Qingru studied the subtle changes in his expression, seemingly eager to discern whether he spoke the truth or fabricated a response. "I admire Miss Song's pure beauty," Lin He stated with a smile. "Ah, the words of a man," she chuckled. Despite Song Qingru's haughty demeanor, the smile on her face was unmistakable. Casting an annoyed glance at Lin He, she waved her hand and departed with her entourage, remarking, "I hope Mr. Lin has sweet dreams. The title of Miss Song is reserved solely for me. Anna Song would tarnish that honor." "Miss Song, as you wish," Lin He replied. "Dad, teach me the art of flirtation," he added. With Song Qingru and her company gone, the charity gala came to a close, and Lin Qing followed his father downstairs. Rather than waste time, "I should focus on improving my academic performance," Lin He suggested. Lin Qing wore a look of disappointment, realizing he would have to rely on his own efforts. If he could master even a fraction of his father's skills, he might excel at the Qiji Art Academy. Upon reaching the ground floor, Lin He noticed several affluent individuals still lingering, gazing at the parking lot. "Damn it! Who could be so malicious as to puncture all 4 tires of my Mercedes? And to urinate on my car? Step forward if you dare." The furious outburst echoed through the parking area. The staff at the Hilton exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to respond. The manager on duty repeatedly apologized, lamenting that the surveillance cameras had conveniently malfunctioned that evening, rendering any review of the footage impossible. However, he was acutely aware that the Hilton had been open to this group of wealthy patrons that night. The scene around Huang Pan's vehicle was chaotic, suggesting more than met the eye. Lin He and Lin Qing entered their Rolls-Royce Phantom, the latter laughing uncontrollably at Huang Pan's flustered state. The sight of Huang Pan in such distress was simply too amusing. With Pei Gong at the wheel, they drove away, leaving Huang Pan seething in helpless frustration. "Boss, is Lin He truly deserving of your attention?" inquired Anna Song's secretary, a woman with short hair. A crimson Lamborghini Revant North sped down the road, its driver none other than Anna Song herself. As one of the founders of the Dream Supercar Club, her initial goal was to cultivate connections and accumulate energy. Additionally, she had a genuine passion for the exhilarating thrill of high-speed supercars. The Lamborghini Revent N, with its sharp front and dual air intakes, was designed with straight lines that formed numerous acute angles, embodying a sense of speed. Its 6.5L V12 naturally aspirated engine produced 650 horsepower, accelerating from 0 to 100 km/h in a mere 3.4 seconds with a top speed of 350 km/h. In the domestic market, it was priced at around $15 million. This Revent N was among Anna Song's favorites. Curious about her boss's motives, the secretary pondered the reason behind Anna's actions. Being a trusted confidant of Anna, her capabilities were undoubtedly exceptional, yet this situation left her perplexed. Has the investigation into Lin He's identity been completed? Anna inquired, gripping the steering wheel as she embraced the rush of wind. It has been concluded, the secretary replied. His background is unremarkable, his experience is ordinary. The only extraordinary aspect is the source of his wealth. The only extraordinary aspect you mentioned is the most significant reason for my persuasion. Song Anna remarked with a cold smile. The information we have obtained indicates that Song Qingru must have seen it as well. Do you believe that everything is merely an illusion? The secretary was taken aback. Could it be that Lin He's influence had grown to such a terrifying extent, to the point where even Song Qingru and her superior, Song Anna, could not uncover the truth? The following morning, Lin He was seated in the office of Qingye Entertainment Company. The rumors claiming that we are bankrupt and on the verge of collapse are merely the fabrications of some retail marketing accounts. After all, during this period, both you and Qingye Entertainment have generated considerable buzz. A little opportunism can yield profits, Lao Gao stated as he presented the investigation results. Although these were just rumors, they were undeniably bothersome. Lin He closed his Weibo account and remarked, we can retaliate in a particular manner. Lao Gao pondered, for instance, through ostentatious displays of wealth? Just as Lin He was about to inquire about what constituted an ostentatious display of wealth, his phone screen illuminated with a message from Wen Shui. Mr. Lin, the private helicopter you ordered has arrived at the Mountain Walnut Manor. Chapter 163, Unpacking a Delivery. The nation's most expensive private helicopter. Upon receiving this message, Lin He couldn't help but smile. A video showcasing opulence? Perhaps there is material to work with. With the meteoric rise of short video platforms across the internet, which have begun to spread into Asia and the West, various types of content creators have gained fame. Among them are the familiar talent streamers, eating show hosts, gaming broadcasters, and ostentatious wealth flaunters. The content produced by these wealth flaunters is rather straightforward. They take viewers on tours of luxurious mansions, showcase extravagant cars, and indulge in exorbitantly priced delicacies. Nowadays, such displays of wealth are ubiquitous, and it would be splendid to conceive a unique and affluent piece of content. Old Gao chuckled as he spoke. His studio had disbanded, with some departing and others remaining. The remaining team members were all integrated into the building of Qingye Entertainment Company, where they would handle public relations. The years spent in the marketing realm had equipped Old Gao with a wealth of experience. Initially, the head of the PR department, who had been sidelined, was reluctant to accept the change. But upon witnessing Old Gao's capabilities, he had no choice but to step down to a subordinate role. I will consider the video matter. Lin He nodded, signifying his agreement. Then, Mr. Lin, I shall let you be, Old Gao said as he rose to leave. Lin He glanced at the rumors circulating on Weibo, chuckled softly, and then turned off his phone. A few scattered marketing accounts were stirring the pot. And in the eyes of the public, Qingye Entertainment Company appeared to be teetering on the brink of collapse. Today marked the moving day. The Hickory estate had been thoroughly cleaned, overseen by Pei Gong, who had outfitted the entire estate with security cameras. Additionally, servants from Blue Ocean Bay had been summoned to bolster the estate security measures. The servants, who had been transferred from Qingjiang City, were astonished as they discussed the lavishness of the Blue Ocean Bay mansion throughout the morning. They had only known Mr. Lin as a wealthy individual from Qingjiang City, and they were taken aback to discover such substantial assets in Nanzhou City. Upon witnessing the Hickory estate, they could only express their shock in silence. Mr. Lin's wealth was likely beyond their wildest imaginations. Lin Weiye and Lin Qing were experiencing the revelation for the first time that their family possessed a private estate. The living room, crafted from mahogany beams, was as vast as a basketball court. Even the children, who were aware of their father's affluence, were left in awe. The pièce d'or assistance was the water feature designed in the center of the living room, complete with a long table and sofas on either side. Sitting in the living room, one could hear the gentle sound of flowing water, while a few koi fish frolicked within, adding a touch of natural vitality to the opulent space. Such extravagant scenes were plentiful throughout the Hickory estate, representing a perfect blend of Eastern elegance and Western style, embodying both high art and the common touch. To ensure the safety of Lin Qing and Lin Weiye, Xiao Rui and Yun Yin also took residence in the Hickory estate, which boasted no shortage of accommodations. Ding dong. Gaining the admiration of his daughters has elevated his paternal affection. Ding dong. Reaping the admiration of his son, Lin He acquired virtual assets amounting to 10,000,000 RMB. The second prompt resonated, invigorating Lin He's spirit. What does this mean, having 10 million in virtual assets? Note, this asset can only be consumed online and is restricted to specific platforms. Upon successful utilization, there exists a chance of doubling the amount by a factor of 1 to 100, credited to the host's personal bank account. It seemed rather promising, Lin He mused. Stroking his chin, Lin Qing, Lin Weiye, Yun Yin, and Xiao Rui had set out to tour the pecan orchard. Buzz. The phone screen illuminated. It was a call from Wen Shui. Upon answering, with the speakerphone activated, Wen Shui's voice resonated. Mr. Lin, your items have arrived. All right, I'll head over immediately. Lin He replied. He then summoned Pei Gong, instructing him to prepare the camera equipment for a comprehensive recording, ensuring that Lin He's face would not be captured in the footage. Understood, boss, Pei Gong nodded, affirming his commitment. Lin He felt a profound sense of trust in Pei Gong. Not only was his loyalty unwavering, but his capabilities were also exceptionally strong. The gates of the pecan orchard swung open. Several bodyguards clad in black stood vigil at the entrance. A heavy transport truck was soon to arrive, indicating the entrance of unfamiliar individuals, thus necessitating caution. As Lin He approached the orchard in an electric four-wheeled vehicle, the heavy transport truck came into view, bearing a large crate. Following the truck into the pecan orchard were a Mercedes-Benz van and a sedan. Mr. Lin, is it? Several staff members disembarked from the sedan, approaching alongside Wen Shui from the Mercedes. Indeed, Lin He acknowledged with a nod. The Peppa helicopter you purchased has been delivered. We require your signature here, one of the staff members stated. After reviewing the receipt, Lin He promptly signed. The handover process for the private helicopter was far less cumbersome than he had anticipated. Hello. Dear viewers, it has been a while. Today, I will be unboxing a delivery. Lin He gestured to commence, as Pei Gong lifted the camera. Greetings, Mr. Lin. I am your helicopter pilot, Huang Tao. A man approached respectfully, stating, I hold a private helicopter license issued by the CAAC, with over 150 hours of flight time. Huang Tao had been engaged by Wen Shui and had previously informed Lin He. After all, owning a private helicopter could not mean it would remain idle at the pecan estate. Huang Tao transitioned from being a corporate helicopter pilot to working exclusively for ultra-wealthy clients. The salary and working conditions were incomparable to his previous experiences. In Huang Tao's mind, he harbored both respect and trepidation for Lin He. Very well. Please enlighten me about the specifications and details of this helicopter. Lin He faced the camera and gestured towards the large box, inviting interested viewers to speculate on the contents within. Although Huang Tao had already identified himself as a helicopter pilot once the video was recorded, it would merely require some editing by the post-production team. The personnel responsible for transportation had begun to unbox the item. The Peppa helicopter is a cutting-edge, multi-purpose twin-engine helicopter, capable of executing missions in all weather conditions and at any time, even deployable on naval vessels. With a presence in over 70 countries and more than 240 clients, it boasts total sales of 960 units, with 830 currently in service, establishing itself as the undisputed best-selling helicopter. Huang Tao was well-versed in the specifications of this aircraft. As he elaborated on the helicopter, the delivery team had completed the unboxing. This helicopter also holds the title of the most expensive private helicopter in the country, valued at 180 million. Huang Tao remarked. Chapter 164. The unboxing of the helicopter trends at number 1. The female lead of Elon, the professional may have made an appearance. Beneath the sun, the Peppa helicopter loomed like a steel beast, its 5-blade main rotor showcasing a sharp metallic allure. Mr. Lin, please follow me. After the Peppa helicopter descended upon the flat helipad, Huang Tao ushered Lin He into the cabin, boasting the most spacious cabin among its class. With a volume of 8 cubic meters, it can accommodate 12 to 15 passengers. complemented by a large sliding cabin door for the convenient entrance and exit of passengers and equipment. It also features a modular solution, allowing for swift transitions between different configurations, with the luggage compartment accessible from both the interior and exterior of the cabin. Here is the pilot's position, Huang Tao explained, showcasing the advanced integrated avionics system, digital 4-axis automatic flight control system, and the cockpit's large flat color display. By employing cutting-edge maintenance philosophies, the aircraft has reduced the number of assembly components, making all systems more manageable during maintenance. Huang Tao's face radiated excitement as he detailed the helicopter's specifications. Much like a race car driver cherishes their vehicle, Huang Tao, as the helicopter's pilot, harbors a profound affection for it. This aircraft is hailed as the presidential chariot during the London Olympics a few years back. The Queen of the Eagle Nation used this model for her aerial entrance. The Peppa helicopter is akin to the Pagani Huayra or Rolls-Royce Phantom in the realm of automobiles. The video was soon recorded and sent by Lin He to Zhongxian for editing. Ultimately, Huang Tao piloted the helicopter, taking Lin Qing and Lin Wei on an exhilarating aerial adventure. At Qingye Entertainment Company, Zhongxian and Lao Gao were in the editor's office when the editor opened the video, rendering them speechless. Whose idea was this? Zhongxian stammered, struggling to contain his astonishment. Is there really such a display of wealth? Hardly any streamers on the market flaunt their riches to this extent. A staggering one. 8 billion. The most expensive private helicopter currently in the country. It was me, Lao Gao stuttered. Initially, the intention was to showcase the affluent lifestyle of the boss, luxurious mansions, a Rolls-Royce Phantom and Cullinan, perhaps a lavish feast at a high-end hotel. Instead, the boss unveiled the most expensive private helicopter domestically available. Those who play with cars are poor, those who play with watches are wealthy. But what level do those who indulge in private jets belong to? Never mind, let us just edit it, Zhongxian concluded. All right, the editor began his work. Later that afternoon, Lin He, who had previously registered and been active on Weibo, made his return. He posted a tweet, to be precise. It was a video lasting about 10 minutes. Calling it a short video seemed somewhat unreasonable, due to the influence of Lin He and the actions of Qingye Entertainment Company. The video was unexpectedly released and, within half an hour, amassed over 5 million views. The AW139, renowned for its maximum cruising speed of 306 km per hour and an impressive range exceeding 1,060 km with auxiliary fuel, has established a new benchmark in performance among its peers. Its powerful turbine engine, combined with a state-of-the-art 5-blade rotor transmission system, ensures remarkable cruising speed and exceptional power performance even in extreme conditions and varying load scenarios. Additionally, its energy-absorbing landing gear, reinforced fuselage, seating, and increased ground clearance of the tail rotor further enhance the safety of passengers and crew on the ground. As the video unfolds, the helicopter pilot narrates while showing Lin He the delivery. Comments pour in. I've grown bold. I dared to click on this kind of video. Is this what they call a delivery? Here I was, thinking affluent people also shop online, only to discover a private helicopter worth 1.8 billion yuan. The most expensive in the country? I dare not share this, but while watching, my mother asked why I was kneeling. Is this the owner of Qingye Entertainment, rumored to be on the brink of bankruptcy? If this is what being broke looks like, what does that make me? What purpose does watching this serve? Should I buy a private helicopter too? Oh my, soaring through the skies felt exhilarating. Am I the only one who noticed Lin He's deep, magnetic voice? He must be quite handsome. Lin He, please reveal yourself. The number of comments quickly surpassed 100,000, escalating at an astonishing rate. Dong Wenwan also arrived on the scene, contributing to her boss's burgeoning popularity. I wish I could fly in the boss's plane. This comment swiftly garnered over 50,000 likes, becoming one of the top comments. Netizens pondered, why does the goddess's statement sound strange? Dong Wenwan, sitting in the car, noticed this comment and thought that flying in the boss's plane seemed a bit odd. On Weibo, Lin He unboxes deliveries, trended at number 1. Just 5 words and a single video propelled it to the top of the charts, leaving many celebrities and influencers envious of such attention. This is what it means to be a top-tier influencer. A mere whisper can secure the number 1 spot on the trending list. Following the release of this video, any rumors of Qingye Entertainment's impending collapse or Lin He's financial woes were swiftly dispelled, leaving those who had spread such tales thoroughly discredited as they faced the consequences of their actions. Days later, Lin He visited Qingye Entertainment Company. Recently, Qingye Entertainment Company has regained its former popularity, with resumes pouring in from prestigious art academies across Shiagawa, as well as numerous young aspiring stars eager to join its ranks. The owner noted that many first- and second-tier celebrities from Xinguang Entertainment Company have already terminated their contracts. Zhang Xuan reported the situation, stating that those stars have been completely divided among other entertainment firms. Did we not acquire any? Lin He inquired. No, they are all has-beens whose value has been nearly exhausted, came the reply. Although Xinguang Entertainment Company appears to be the leading entertainment firm in Nanzhou City, it has long been in a state of decline, desperately seeking to cultivate new pillars of success. Who would have thought we would collide with this armored vehicle, shattering our hopes? Zhang Xuan said proudly. However, I have discovered a remarkably talented young girl. With that, he produced a photograph, and it was a short-haired girl, her enchanting face captivating even at such a tender age. Matilda. A name flashed rapidly through Lin He's mind. Perhaps we have found the perfect leading lady. Today is my birthday. I wish myself a happy birthday and extend my best wishes to all the readers. May you always remain youthful and vibrant. A little indulgence today will be compensated later. Chapter 165. Before him stood a magnificent Rolls-Royce Phantom, perhaps a singular opportunity in his life. The protagonist of the script Elon, the professional, is named Matilda. Lin He yearned to recreate this film in its entirety. The widespread acclaim and success of Elon, the professional across the globe hinged on the perfect casting that resonated with the character's essence. The male and female leads were the very soul of the film. Lin He would never hastily commence filming without finding the right actors. However, the appearance of this short-haired girl seemed to unveil Matilda before his eyes. Her name was Di Tong Tong, a trainee from Starlight Entertainment, only 15 years old this year. Zhang Xian was particularly proud, as Starlight Entertainment boasted a plethora of stars and trainees, numbering over 100. Among so many, he had found only this young girl named Di Tong Tong appealing. The boss's reaction affirmed Zhang Xian's discerning eye. This endeavor was commendable in the cultivation of stars. Quality triumphs over quantity. Lin He set down the photograph, inquiring, has this girl been signed? Yes, she has. Her father is Chinese, and her mother is Caucasian. So her family's circumstances are quite favorable. Di Tong Tong has been learning ballet since childhood. I have witnessed her grace in person. Her poise and aura surpass what is captured in the photograph, Zhang Xian explained. As her parents reside in Nanzhou City, they sent her to Starlight Entertainment, hoping she would become a dancer or a singer. Dancer or singer? Lin He mused, glancing at the enchanting young girl in the photo. I am not entirely convinced. Perhaps there lies a more suitable path for her. What path? Zhang Xian inquired, intrigued. An actress, Lin He replied, provided Di Tong Tong is not a lost cause. The script of Elon, the professional, could certainly propel her to fame. An actress? Zhang Xian was perplexed. To his knowledge, due to her parents' aspirations, Di Tong Tong had never engaged in acting. Nonetheless, her mixed heritage endowed her with a striking profile, inheriting her mother's high cheekbones, giving her features an ethereal quality. Her amber eyes held a unique allure. With such a visage, should Di Tong Tong pursue acting, her fame would likely flourish. As for her achievements, it entirely depended on her fortune and talent. The acting industry was rife with handsome and beautiful faces. Yet how many in the entirety of Xia country ultimately attained success and renown? A phone call interrupted his thoughts. Noticing his boss was occupied, Zhang Xian exited the office. Hello? Lin He answered, his curiosity piqued by the unfamiliar number. Few were privy to his mobile phone. Old Lin, it's me, Qi Jumping, came a wise voice from the other end. Ah, it's you, Lin He realized, recalling their last encounter in the parking lot of the Hilton Hotel, where they had exchanged contact information, a detail he had since forgotten. Do you have time today? Let me treat you to a meal. Qzich Inping said with bravado. Where? L and H readily agreed. Ha ha ha, I added you on WeChat. Quickly accept so I can send you the location. QZH Inping exclaimed before hanging up. L and H opened WeChat, and indeed, there was a new friend request, BJDQNGFing. After accepting, a grinning emoji appeared. How do you like my username? It's all right, LNH replied succinctly. The term BJFing refers to winds categorized by the Beaufort scale, with speeds ranging from 17 to 27 meters per second, equivalent to 62 to 74 kilometers per hour. Fishing boats seek refuge in the harbor as towering waves rise, their crests breaking and spray being swept along the wind. Branches snap, and progress against the wind becomes arduous. One can surmise that QZH Nping, having lived as a son-in-law for many years, has faced numerous challenges. Yet his aspirations remain unquenched. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth. No, rather, do not belittle the middle-aged in poverty. Xi Jinping sent another message with a playful wink. Read it backwards. LNH, after a moment of silence, decided to retract his earlier assumptions. Xi Jinping seemed, in fact, more whimsical than in his youth. It appears he could only lament the plight of the impoverished at any age, with the deceased holding greater significance. Ding. A location message arrived on LNH's phone. Xi Jinping, I am already waiting for you. LNH descended the stairs, instructing Ping to drive the Rolls-Royce Phantom towards the provided location. The location was identified as Yli Dping, situated along a bustling street in Nzhu City, where food stalls abound in the evening. Milk tea, stinky tofu, grilled squid, spicy skewers, roasted pig trotters, hot pot tripe, fried yogurt, crayfish, foil-wrapped clam noodles, egg waffles, takoyaki, and chicken steak. An array of culinary delights, each mingling aromatic fragrances that rendered one's legs as heavy as lead. When the Rolls-Royce Phantom appeared on the street, many turned their heads in admiration, some even raising their phones to capture the moment. Ping found a paid parking lot, and they alighted, making their way towards Yli Dping. This is the pedestrian street of Qingjing City, stretching 1,000 meters. Not only is there an abundance of delectable street food, but luxury boutiques line both sides, featuring brands such as Gucci, Prada, Chanel, and Patek Philippe. Look, this beautiful live-streaming host is so lucky. Upon arrival, she spotted a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Oh my. It's my first time seeing a Phantom in Nzhu City. I wonder which esteemed figure owns it. A young woman in her 20s was broadcasting live with her phone. She was quite lovely, though her stream had only garnered a modest audience of over 80,000 fans. In the burgeoning era of live streaming, she could be deemed a mid-tier figure among the vast array of streamers. The host's name was CHOY, a Rolls-Royce Phantom. No less. Its price exceeds $10 million. What constitutes a pinnacle luxury vehicle? This is precisely it. Once, a budding streamer was on the verge of being elevated to stardom by her guild, yet she resolutely declined to acquiesce to the unspoken rules, ultimately becoming an inconspicuous pebble in the vast expanse of the streaming world. Later, witnessing other female streamers reaping millions under such unspoken arrangements left an indelible mark on her memory. In that moment, she pondered that had she embraced the unspoken rules, she would have triumphed over all. Now, with a Rolls-Royce Phantom before her, the young streamer must contemplate whether this might be her singular opportunity in life. A flurry of messages flooded the chat, with admirers urging her to behold the owner of the extravagant vehicle. Observing the influx of talent in the chat, Jiayu could not help but roll her eyes. She raised her selfie stick and made her way toward the Rolls-Royce Phantom. It appeared the owner was absent, so she could only offer her audience a glimpse of the opulent allure of the million-dollar automobile. With that, Jiayu brandished her phone and began to capture the car's grandeur in a leisurely manner. Chapter 166, The Summer Cicadas and First Love in Middle School. A new dawn amidst the shadows. He was unaware that his car had become the subject of a live stream for a certain female broadcaster. Pei Gong concealed himself within the crowd, blending in seamlessly. Only when he focused on someone could they sense the ferocity in his eyes, a madness that regarded human life as inconsequential. He was positioned close to his boss, prepared to spring into action at a moment's notice to ensure their safety. Outside the night-blooming Jasmine barbecue stall, a multitude of tables had been arranged. Among the throng, He immediately spotted Xi Jinping. Skewered lamb, grilled kidneys, bacon rolls, roasted leeks, enoki mushrooms, fish tofu, chicken wings, large prawns, grilled green peppers, and eggplants. 2 large mugs of draft beer. After selecting his dishes, Xi Jinping handed the menu to He for any additions. That's sufficient, He chuckled wryly. Xi Jinping had nearly ordered everything on the menu. There was no way they could consume it all. While waiting, Xi Jinping took a generous gulp of chilled beer and sighed contentedly. What are you up to these days? I'm working at a company, He replied. Would you like me to introduce you to a job? My wife has a lucrative opportunity. Securing you a position with a monthly salary of 10,000 should be feasible. Xi Jinping set down his mug. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to reach out. I should be able to assist you significantly. A warm feeling coursed through He. Over the years, they had both changed immensely, yet the bond between them remained unaltered. Even after many years apart, their reunion was as if no time had passed. They resumed their camaraderie as if they were still the inseparable friends of old. If necessary, I will speak up. You too. Don't hesitate to tell me if you face any challenges, Lin, he said earnestly. Qi Zhangping laughed heartily, saying, Old Lin, do you know? After all these years of marriage, I've been hesitant to reconnect with old friends and classmates. For most men, being a son-in-law is a topic too delicate to broach. Though Qi Zhangping appeared somewhat foolish, he was a genuine man and spoke with a hint of melancholy. I think I fell in love for the first time. Your first love? Lin, he was taken aback. Having known Qi Zhangping for decades, this was the first time he learned of his initial romantic experience. It was 2 decades ago, during their middle school days. The day was pleasantly warm. The cicadas chirping in the summer air. Afternoon sunlight streamed through the classroom windows, casting dust particles into a dance. Students were absorbed in their studies while the teacher lectured at the front. It was a fleeting moment of youth forever lost. Holding a large mug of beer, Qi Zhangping reminisced. There was a female classmate who, due to the heat, shed her school uniform and wore only an oversized t-shirt. You know, the kind that resembles men's fashion? She rested her head on her desk. I did the same, succumbing to the summer drowsiness, adjusting my position to catch a nap. Little did I know, as I turned my head, I caught a glimpse of a pink pearl through her sleeve. That was my secret. Qi Zhangping smiled blissfully. Who was that female classmate? Lin, he exclaimed in astonishment. He could hardly believe that Qi Zhangping had managed to conceal such a secret for so many years, especially since they were classmates. Qi Zhangping must have known someone Lin he recognized too. Qiuya. Do you remember Yang Qiuya? Her favorite song. I still recall it vividly, Qi Zhangping remarked. What song? Lin, he inquired, his memory stirring. Yang Qiuya had always excelled in their class, her demeanor quiet and composed. She frequently wore her hair in 2 small braids. Her face a delicate oval. Qi Zhangping cleared his throat and began to sing. Snowflakes flutter, the north wind howls, the world is shrouded in desolation. A lone plum blossom stands proud amidst the snow, solely to fragrance the beloved. Around them, patrons turned their attention toward the performance. In a bustling, open-air barbecue setting, the lively atmosphere drew many to become an audience, some even applauding. Although Qi Zhangping's singing was not exceptional, it undeniably elevated the ambience of the outdoor gathering. Suddenly, with a loud thud, a discarded beverage bottle struck Qi Zhangping on the head. The plastic bottle bounced off and fell to the ground, causing minimal harm yet delivering a significant insult. What are you singing, you fool? Are you barking like a mad dog? Jeered a young man with a buzz cut, who then burst into laughter with his companions at the table. All of them sported similar hairstyles, deliberately showcasing tattoos on their arms or necks, indulging in drinks and cigarettes. When Qi Zhangping glanced over, the buzz-cut youth slammed his hand on the table. What's the matter with you? What are you looking at? Qi Zhangping retorted. It was one thing to be bullied by the Huang family, who had considerable wealth, but it was utterly ridiculous that these young ruffians could intimidate him as well. With a clatter, the group of young men and women at the table stood up in unison. Those who had previously applauded lowered their heads, returning to their meals and drinks, casting furtive glances toward Qi Zhangping. Should a conflict arise, they would hastily retreat. In these times, few were willing to act as defenders of justice. Say that again. The buzz-cut youth approached, tilting his head and leaning in, poking Qi Zhangping. Pei Gong was already moving closer, prepared to intervene at a moment's notice. What of it? Qi Zhangping stood his ground, unflinching in his response. Suddenly, the buzz-cut youth rolled his eyes and collapsed to the ground, frothing at the mouth and convulsing. Patrons at the nearby table scattered, bewildered by the scene unfolding before them. Did you attack my brother Long? You better pay up. Quickly, capture this on your phones. If anything happens to Brother Long, you'll be held accountable. They shouted. Some recording on their phones, others inciting chaos, while a few attempted to block Qi Zhangping's escape. At this moment, Qi Zhangping found himself utterly astonished. He had prepared himself for a confrontation, yet he never anticipated that this group would orchestrate a turn of events so unexpected. Lin, he squinted slightly. Initially believing that these young men and women were merely intoxicated and seeking to provoke trouble, little did he realize their actions were premeditated. Every table at the night fragrance food stall was bustling with patrons, except for the one occupied by him and Qi Zhangping, which held only the 2 of them. Were it anyone else, he would have chosen Qi Zhangping as well. After all, Lin he possessed an extraordinary demeanor that could easily intimidate. In contrast, Qi Zhangping appeared rather foolish, clutching a large glass of chilled beer and singing boisterously. Such a state of inebriation was ripe for mischief. Old Lin. I didn't touch him, Qi Zhangping exclaimed in a panic, turning his head. I'm aware, Lin he replied, having witnessed the entire episode. You 2 are friends. Your words bear no credibility. A young woman, adorned with a rose tattoo on her wrist, interjected, You all have seen it. I did not lay a finger on him. Qi Zhangping raised both hands, casting his gaze around the crowd. The diners at the food stall continued their meals, some glancing elsewhere. Yet none were inclined to step forward as witnesses. Chapter 167. The female streamer, must you be so tactless? A little courtesy wouldn't go amiss. Hurry and compensate. Let us head to the hospital. Otherwise, if anything were to happen to our brother Long, you shall face the direst consequences. The young men and women of the society relished in the predicament of Qi Zhangping, issuing their threats with palpable glee. How much do you desire? Lin he inquired with a smile. Perhaps 30 or 50,000. Money resolves everything. Without it, your friend can expect to languish in prison. Brother Long, sprawled on the ground, appeared serene, eyes closed, seemingly exhausted from his convulsions. 30 or 50,000. This is nothing short of extortion. Qi Zhangping's face turned ashen, yet he found himself powerless. The individual, referred to as Brother Long, had stood too close to him, while the other young men and women of society displayed a blatant disregard for the law. Is there truly no justice left in this world? Fortunately, during my live stream, the camera was focused on the food stall, capturing the entirety of your conflict. A voice of righteousness broke through the tension. The patrons of the food stall turned towards the source of the voice, revealing a girl clad in summer running attire, holding a selfie stick aloft. Little streamer, are you not afraid of being assaulted by that rowdy bunch? Rowdy bunch? Do you think they even spend 100 yuan on food and drink? 7 or 8 people sharing such meager fare. It's a miracle if they can scrape together 100 yuan. Shouldn't your focus be on the little streamer's act of justice? Enough. Brothers, I'm off. Sending a tiny gift of 10 cents to the little streamer. Shouldn't we thank our benefactor? Viewers who had just witnessed the opulence of a Rolls-Royce Phantom were astounded to encounter Xiaoyu, the valiant streamer, coming to the aid of the oppressed, causing the engagement in the chat to surge. Who are you? Mind your own business. A brazen young woman shouted. Are you admitting to being a scourge? Xiaoyu retorted sharply, shaking her selfie stick. I am currently live streaming, and 1 million viewers are witnessing your disgraceful actions. 1 million viewers? Is the live stream haunted? Are there unseen spectators? Little streamer, how dare you utter such words? To be honest, I see the same familiar faces every night. I could recite your account names with my eyes closed. A closer inspection revealed that 80% of the audience in Xiaoyu's live stream had familiar usernames. What do you know? This is called deception in warfare. Xiaoyu muttered softly. Brother Long, recognizing the shift in the atmosphere, stood up and casually walked away. The other young men and women, sensing the gravity of the situation, cast resentful glances at Xiaoyu before departing. Hey, you haven't paid yet. If you wish to avoid settling old scores along with new ones, you know what to do, Xiaoyu called out loudly. Damn it, what a nuisance. Longo halted his steps, casting a wary glance at the smartphone in Xiaoyu's hand. He retrieved a few crumpled bills from his pocket and tossed them onto the table before hastening away with his rowdy companions. My apologies to the 2 guests. This table is on the house. At that moment, the owner of the food stall finally emerged from within. He had been present all along but had dared not show his face. Only when the situation had diffused did he feel it safe to appear. After all, in the business of casual dining, provoking that group of unruly youths was akin to inviting a swarm of flies, troublesome and persistent. Every business aspires to profit. Harmony breeds prosperity. No need for the complimentary meal, Qi Zhangping insisted, placing several red bills into the owner's hand. The proprietor's face lit up with joy. Sir, your generosity is commendable. Allow us to treat you both to 2 glasses of chilled draft beer. With that, he tucked the money into the pocket of his apron and went off to fetch the drinks. Thank you for your assistance earlier, brave lady. Would you care to join us for a meal? It's my treat, Qi Zhangping inquired. No, thank you. Since you have called me a heroine, I shall act with honor and seek no reward, Xiaoyu replied nonchalantly, waving her hand and departing with her selfie stick in tow. Lenny glanced at the retreating figure of the female streamer. Such individuals had become increasingly rare in these times. Having indulged in a hearty meal, it was now past 11 in the evening. Shall I escort you home? Lenny asked, observing the swaying Qi Zhangping. No need, Qi Zhangping replied, belching slightly and gesturing towards a nearby black Audi A7. A son-in-law's role is not without its perks. So, I say, if you ever find yourself in trouble, do not hesitate to reach out to me. At this state, you cannot possibly drive, Lin he lamented. There exists a service called a designated driver, Qi Zhangping countered, shaking his phone and adeptly placing an order. It appeared this was not his first experience in such circumstances. They waited until the designated driver arrived, confirmed their location, and drove Qi Jianping away before Lin he called for Pei Gong to head to their parking lot. Qi Jianping appeared thoroughly intoxicated. After finishing the draft beer, he had grown dissatisfied and mixed beer with spirits. The fact that he hadn't collapsed under the table was a small mercy. Lin he tipped the designated driver an extra 200 yuan, urging him to take good care of Qi Jianping. After ensuring Qi Jianping's safe return home, the driver would send Lin he a message. In the parking lot, as Pei Gong opened the car door and Lin he prepared to enter, a girl's voice caught his attention. "Is this car really yours?" Turning around, he recognized the female streamer from the food stall. Hours had passed, yet she was still outdoors live streaming. "Thank you for your help earlier. Would you like to exchange contact information?" Lin he politely asked. Given the girl's character and looks, being a streamer seemed somewhat beneath her. If she were willing, Lin he could arrange for her to audition at Qingye Entertainment Company. In his eyes, she possessed a beauty that rivaled many popular actresses. That might not be appropriate. Qiao Yu hesitated, glancing at the smartphone that was still broadcasting live. The owner of the Rolls-Royce Phantom possesses an alluring charm, embodying the quintessential image of a wealthy and obsessive CEO in the eyes of Qiao Yu. However, to agree so readily would seem rather too casual. Very well, perhaps fate will bring them together again another time. Lin he nodded and entered the vehicle. Each person has their own aspirations. If the other party is unwilling, he would not impose. Pei Gong swiftly closed the door and took his seat in the driver's position, driving away with agility. Qiao Yu felt a pang of disappointment. She had merely been tactful, yet he could have reciprocated with a touch of courtesy. Watching the luxurious automobile vanish in the distance, it was as though the tree of love, capable of showering her with wealth, departed alongside it. The young streamer had missed a golden opportunity. Alas, there exists no remedy for regret in this world. This affluent and handsome man epitomizes the ideal for men. No matter how beautiful or youthful the young streamer may be, it is unlikely to capture his attention. The man's eloquence reflected that of a privileged heir entering society. Yet the young streamer failed to seize the moment. What is dignity in such a circumstance? Shouldn't she have approached him with eagerness? Chapter 168. The plight of the small streamer. The highest rank on the VIP leaderboard is merely that of a knight, while the top reward on the donation leaderboard is a meager 200 yuan. Such affluent individuals, one must admit, have likely encountered countless beauties. The streamer stands little chance. Why doesn't the small streamer reveal her face, allowing us to glimpse the visage of the wealthy? The live stream is bustling with activity, and Qiao Yu exclaims, "Everyone, be quiet. I am determined to work hard and transform into a wealthy beauty. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. How terrifying. I foresee the streamer's future. Do not belittle the impoverished youth, the middle-aged, nor the elderly. There is more to come. The deceased must be honored. Haha. I suggest the esteemed Peking University consider admitting all of you. Ba ba ba, you kind crows." Qiao Yu snorts disdainfully, brandishing her selfie stick as she continues down the street. With both gains and losses, the viewership in her live stream surged to an impressive 400,000, marking one of her best achievements to date. Tonight's outdoor broadcast has been exceedingly entertaining. With perseverance, she aims to break the 50,000 viewer barrier. The following day, Lin visited Qing Wenrui, whose new company, Qingye Real Estate, under the Qingye Group, has flourished. Qing Wenrui has taken over all assets of Dongfang Lei, his wealth multiplying severalfold since his time in Xinjiang City. This was once an inconceivable dream, now realized. His deepest gratitude is reserved for Lin He, who did not miscalculate during their time in Xinjiang. Under Cheng Wenrui's guidance, Lin He toured Qingye Real Estate, with Cheng hosting the meal. As the dinner concluded, darkness enveloped the sky. Upon returning to the Walnut Manor, Lin He set aside his phone to take a shower, donning clean pajamas for slumber. Initially weary, he felt invigorated post-bath and decided to surf the internet for a while. Upon opening his browser, he stumbled upon a site called Douya Live. Suddenly reminded of the female streamer from the previous night, he clicked on the website. Scrolling down, he was surprised to see a familiar photo, the small streamer from last night. Entering the page, he confirmed her name was Qiao Yu. Could he utilize his 10 million virtual coins on the Douya Live platform? Lin He's eyes sparkled. He had previously earned a reward of 10 million virtual coins. If used within a limited time frame, it could trigger a doubling probability that would enter his personal bank account. Indeed, could the live streaming site not serve as a swift avenue to expend these virtual coins? Lin He possessed a fair understanding of the streaming industry. It was a veritable abyss for virtual currency, where money flowed, extravagance knew no bounds. There had even been news of embezzlement for the sake of gifting streamers, illustrating the magnetic allure they hold over their audience. Lin He recalled a joke. My monthly salary is 3,000. I save 300 for essentials. And the rest goes to streamers. Those streamers drive Porsches, Bentleys, and Lamborghinis. Do you know what they call me? They call me Old Iron, saying I have no flaws. And they praise me with a 666. Haha. I eagerly await the arrival of next month when I will receive my salary and shower them with gifts. Hearing their gratitude for the airplane sent by Brother Wong while I savor my steamed bun fills my heart with joy. Lenny activated the fatherly love like a mountain system and sought the rewards in virtual currency, beginning his operations. Does the host confirm the exchange of 10 million virtual coins for Dia coins? The exchange rate for Dia gifts is 1, equating to 1 Dia coin being worth 1 yuan. Lenny swiftly registered an account named Little Greenwild, and upon confirmation, his user dashboard instantly reflected a balance of Dia coins amounting to 10,000,000. After completing this transaction, he navigated to Xiao Yu's livestream. The room's title read, "Tomorrow will be better, striving for a wealthy and beautiful life." Upon seeing this title, Lenny couldn't help but chuckle, as it resembled her personality quite well. When he entered the live stream, Xiao Yu was engaged in a PK battle with another streamer. An event orchestrated by the platform and guild to enhance entertainment and stimulate audience spending. The opponent, a girl named Xiao Lu, had undoubtedly maximized her beauty filters, her exaggerated movements causing her face to fluctuate in appearance. Compared to Xiao Yu, she was not even in the same league. Particularly for Lin He, who had seen Xiao Yu in person, he understood just how striking her beauty was. If one rated it 100, it would humbly be at least 95. However, Xiao Yu's popularity hovered around 200,000, while Xiao Lu's was at 400,000 and still climbing. As a man, Lin He immediately discerned the reason behind Xiao Lu's high popularity. Although her looks paled in comparison to Xiao Yu's, her attire was quite revealing. Sporting a tiny tank top and a fitted miniskirt, she would deliberately stand up and twirl, playfully teasing her fans. Most men, indeed, fell for this charm. In contrast, Xiao Yu dressed as if she were preparing for an interview at a large corporation, offering only a perfunctory smile. Lin He shook his head. Realizing that a female streamer couldn't rely solely on looks, she needed to sing or dance enticingly, much like Xiao Lu did. Dear brothers and sisters, would you like me to sing a song for you? Those with gifts, please send them and follow. Xiao Yu truly had her struggles. Her phone was placed in a position unseen by the camera. She needed to take action after signing a contract for over half a year. She consistently ranked at the bottom during PK battles. When assigned to sing, she would miss notes, and when asked to dance in revealing attire, she would remain fully covered. The boss had already warned her that if she failed to even qualify for this PK, she wouldn't earn her meager monthly salary of 500 yuan. Faced with this response, Xiao Yu could only send an apology, vowing to do her best. She then set her phone aside and continued her live stream. Residing in a poorly located, inexpensive rental in Nanzhou City, she had to allocate half of her meager salary for rent. After deducting various other expenses, she was barely scraping by. Fortunately, to maintain her figure, Xiao Yu didn't require much food. Suddenly, a comment floated across the live stream screen. Xiao Qingye remarked, "The young streamer is truly unfortunate. The highest rank on the VIP leaderboard is merely a knight, and the top reward amounts to a mere 200 yuan. This comment was made by Lin He, who, upon witnessing Xiao Yu, could not help but jest. That hits hard, my friend. Life is tough. Could this Xiao Qingye be a covert detractor sent from the opposing side? Though the audience was scant, they possessed remarkable engagement, as most were genuine participants actively contributing to the barrage of comments. Xiao Yu, already in a sour mood, was further incensed by Xiao Qingye's remark. Yet she forced a smile. Sister Xiao Yu, there are less than 10 minutes left, came the sweet voice of Xiao Lu. Let it flow naturally, a zen-like competition. Xiao Yu thought, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Lu's beaming face, already silently branding her a schemer. In the realm of streamers, who was unaware of the clandestine dealings between Xiao Lu and her #1 supporter? The progress bar showed Xiao Yu at a mere 21%, while Xiao Lu soared at 79%. Given the current caliber of Xiao Yu's audience, catching up within 10 minutes appeared utterly hopeless. Suddenly, a spectacular super rocket effect burst forth in Xiao Yu's livestream. Thank you to all readers for the birthday wishes. A 4-part update in return for your kindness. Chapter 169. Would you like to create a card in the live stream, dear sir? It's merely 6 yuan. As the dazzling effects of the super rocket ascended, a notification of gift-giving appeared. Xiao Yu, who had been disheartened and contemplating her withdrawal from the live streaming industry, suddenly widened her eyes in disbelief as she gazed at the computer screen before her. A super rocket. priced at 5,000 yuan each. Having streamed for over half a year, Xiao Yu had only ever witnessed someone gifting a super rocket in her dreams. Silently swallowing her saliva, she blinked. The super rocket's effects were truly mesmerizing. This user, Xiao Qingya, was merely a new account. If this were arranged by a guild, they would have at least provided prior notice, let alone assigned such a blatant new account. A wealthy patron. Witnessing a small streamer's room adorned with the legendary super rocket for the first time. Could it be that the small streamer was using an alternate account? Considering she consistently placed last in every PK, the top patron had already booked a hotel. Bestowing a super rocket upon the streamer would activate spectacular effects across all live rooms, serving as an effective means of attracting viewers. The sheer generosity of someone willing to gift a 5,000 yuan super rocket was enough to draw a crowd, eager to discover what kind of broadcast could inspire such lavishness from a wealthy user. As a result of this super rocket, Xiao Yu's audience surged from 200,000 to nearly 500,000. In the PK progress bar, Xiao Yu soared to 74, while her opponent was left with a mere 26. The earlier smug expression on her rival's face now transformed into one of dismay. With a forced smile, the rival mockingly chirped. I never expected there would be such affluent patrons in Xiao Yu's live stream. Could it be that this is Xiao Yu's alternate account? I've heard she always ranks last in PKs. Had this been in my guild, she would have been terminated by now. In truth, the representative from the Star Guild, responsible for Xiao Yu, was also present in the live stream. Initially, they believed Xiao Yu's defeat was inevitable as the PK time was nearing its end. However, they were astonished when a super rocket emerged at a pivotal moment, dramatically shifting the tide of the battle. Hearing the rival's words, the representative quietly doubted whether Xiao Yu had orchestrated this. If she truly intended to scheme, she should have consulted them beforehand. Utilizing a newly registered account seemed rather dubious. Not only the competing streamers but even some seasoned viewers could sense something amiss. Dear Sister Lu, don't let sour grapes cloud your judgment, Xiao Yu teased, playfully toying with her hair and smiling sweetly. We are all female streamers. Who doesn't possess a modicum of charm and tea culture? However, this exchange of pleasantries left Xiao Yu feeling invigorated. Throughout the PK, Sister Lu had been relentlessly mocking her, yet now she struggled to maintain her laughter. Were it not for the fear of startling the esteemed patron present that evening, Xiao Yu would have relished in a hearty laugh, reveling in the thought of Sister Lu being unable to eat for days. Ding! Without waiting for the little deer to retort, the PK in the live broadcast room came to a close as the time was up. The host, Xiao Yu, had successfully advanced past the preliminary round, and the next challenge was the ranking match. However, Xiao Yu's task for the evening was simply to emerge from the preliminary round without finishing last. The little deer disabled the video connection feature, realizing the outcome was already determined. No amount of discussion could change it, and she needed to quickly devise an explanation for the guild leader. As the PK temporarily concluded, the live stream returned to a full view of Xiao Yu. A comment floated by from the user Xiao Qingyi. Isn't the little host going to say thank you? Rich Guy 666. Could it be that the little host is merely entertaining herself? Impossible. Xiao Yu was not foolish enough to resort to such antics with a newly registered account. When had the little host ever made the acquaintance of such a big shot without sharing it with us? I suspect this wealthy patron is the owner of the Rolls-Royce Phantom that the little host encountered yesterday. The last comment piqued Xiao Yu's interest. Winning against that green tea little deer host brought her immense satisfaction, and she quickly expressed her gratitude, uncertainly inquiring, Brother Xiao Qingyi, could it truly be the owner of the Rolls-Royce Phantom from yesterday? Reflecting on her life, the only wealthy individual she had conversed with was indeed the one from the previous night. She was thankful for his timely assistance, as her friend would have faced significant trouble otherwise. Lenny did not shy away, straightforwardly sending a comment to acknowledge his identity. Alas, the little host is about to soar. Indeed, it was the owner of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Envy and jealousy abounded. Why is it that I never encounter such affluent young gentlemen while walking down the street? I missed last night's live stream. Can someone explain what the Rolls-Royce Phantom owner reference is about? Phantom brother, don't be so rigid about gender. Consider me. I stand at 185 meters, capable of both hosting a gathering and cooking, and I can protect you when we step outside. Seeing the talented individuals in the comments, Lindy could not help but laugh. It's truly you. Xiao Yu beamed with joy. What luck. She had thought she would miss the charming CEO, only to reunite with him in the live stream today. With a base salary of 1,500 this month and estimated earnings of around 2,000 000 from the gifts in accordance with her guild contract. This month marked the highest earnings since Chow Yu embarked on her streaming career. Once tonight's broadcast concluded, instant noodles would definitely require an egg. No, make that a sausage and 2 eggs. Thank you, Big Brother. Big Brother 666. Big Brother is mighty. Chow Yu lavished praise in a flurry. The guild leader, who was watching the live stream, immediately reviewed Chow Yu's outdoor broadcast from yesterday. After fast-forwarding through it, upon seeing the multi-million-dollar Rolls-Royce Phantom, he exclaimed in shock. According to the guild's training regulations, hosts like Chow Yu, who consistently finished last in PKs, faced either contract termination or non-renewal upon expiration. However, Chow Yu's beauty was a rare jewel in the crowded realm of streaming, prompting the guild leader to aspire to nurture her potential, as she might just become a leading figure in the industry. Regrettably, Chow Yu is exceedingly stubborn. If she were to don lighter attire and whimsically dance while playfully pouting, garnering an audience exceeding 1 million would pose no challenge. Achieving such popularity would elevate her to the status of a prominent streamer, attracting favorable resources from both the platform and the guild. Yet, Chow Yu persists in her daily broadcasts, dressed conservatively, at times even eschewing makeup altogether. Nevertheless, should she manage to captivate the attention of this affluent gentleman, it would undoubtedly yield benefits for both her and the guild. The manager swiftly retrieved his phone to message Chow Yu, urging her to seize the opportunity. Dear, would you consider spending 6 yuan to obtain a card, allowing you to bear the title of sister in my room? Chow Yu playfully inquired. Her personality starkly contrasts with her appearance. To the audience, she embodies the essence of a goddess. Yet, in the realm of reality, Chow Yu is rather carefree and somewhat disheveled. Her room is a chaotic mess, with clothes strewn haphazardly about. Listening to her own coy voice makes her feel nauseated, were it not for the necessity of making a living. Who would willingly endure such a facade? Chapter 170. The Rival's Top Supporter. This round of PK, you can only reach this point. In dealing with other prominent supporters, Chow Yu would never act in such a manner. Being a streamer herself, she possesses a keen understanding of these so-called affluent patrons. The genuine wealthy supporters are few and far between. Most accounts of the ostentatiously rich are either provided by the platform or guilds to promote and manage contracted streamers. They also serve to entice viewers, encouraging them to spend money to send gifts to the streamers. The wild affluent supporters, as one might expect, have ulterior motives. Once they bestow gifts, a myriad of demands often follows, such as requests for offline meetings or hotel bookings. Chow Yu simply desires to earn a living and would never compromise her dignity or body for survival. It was, in fact, her first time playfully appealing to viewers for a card, and for some reason, she felt Lin He was not the sordid type of wealthy supporter. Declined. Lin He sent back 2 characters, signaling his refusal. Chow Yu felt helpless. After all, he could send a super rocket worth 5,000 yuan. Evidently as a gesture of gratitude for the previous night. With no prior connection, how could she expect Lin He to spend money on her? Foolish. The person in charge stared at the screen, rubbing their forehead in exasperation. Indeed, when fate opens a door for someone, it often closes a window as well. Chow Yu was blessed with a beautiful visage but lacked the acumen to leverage it for greater gain. To grasp the leg of a wealthy patron, one cannot be so straightforward in asking for gifts. The successful advancement in today's PK lifted Chow Yu's spirits immensely. She engaged with the audience in a much more lively manner. Thanks to the super rocket, her live stream attracted hundreds of thousands of viewers and nearly 1,000 new followers. The appearance of the domineering CEO brought her abundant rewards in this PK. Although it may not be significant for many larger streamers, she felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Good deeds are often rewarded. Having observed small streamers for so long, today she truly grasped the essence of this saying. She heard that the little deer next door had cried before even finishing her stream, and she chuckled at the thought. The little streamer certainly had her moment tonight. Is the Rolls-Royce Phantom supporter still around? Should we exchange contact information? CEO, have you gone to select a hotel? Truly, it is as if one is in a sheltered grove, witnessing the morning frost. Gazing at the chaotic barrage of comments, Chow Yu felt a twinge of anxiety as she awaited to see if the domineering So was still present. After a few minutes, she noticed that Ziyaking's ID had not sent any messages. A sigh of disappointment escaped her lips. It was understandable. She was merely a small streamer. How could she possibly entangle herself with a CEO driving a luxury car worth millions? As it was said, he had come to express gratitude for Chow Yu's assistance the previous night. Once the thanks were conveyed, it was natural for him to take his leave. After engaging in casual conversation with the audience for a while longer, and realizing that Xiaoking's ID still had not appeared, Xiao Yu reluctantly concluded her live stream. She was perplexed by her own emotions. She had never felt this way before. Could it be that she had tasted the sweetness of wealth and now wished for more gifts? After the live broadcast concluded, Xiao Yu felt an emptiness within her. The phone screen illuminated, signaling a WeChat call from her manager. She immediately anticipated the purpose of the call and answered. Indeed, her manager praised. Your performance in tonight's SPK was commendable. You truly surprised me. Now you understand the taste of securing a wealthy patron, don't you? I must confess. Had you not achieved any results in this PK, our guild would have had to terminate our contract with you. While Xiao Yu possesses striking beauty, the internet is replete with alluring women. Live streaming without singing or dancing, venturing outdoors merely to admire flowers in the park is hardly sufficient. Our guild operates on a profit basis, not as a charitable entity. If you fail to bring in revenue, we will inevitably have to consider severing ties. However, with a big boss backing you this time, it seems your prospects are brighter. Make sure to observe how other female streamers cultivate their relationships with affluent patrons. I hope you can continue to strive in tomorrow's SPK. After a few encouraging words, the manager ended the call. Staring at her phone, Xiao Yu displayed a wry smile. She wondered if the domineering CEO would even watch the live stream tomorrow, questioning the utility of learning to build connections. Lin He, upon witnessing Xiao Yu's victory in the PK, exited the live streaming room. In the streaming industry, Dia has become one of the largest platforms in Xia country. Top-tier streamers boast follower counts exceeding 10 million, rivaling that of major celebrities. Their monthly earnings are at least in the seven-figure range. After reviewing the PK rules, Lin He noted that the next match for this minor streamer would be tomorrow. He then shut down his computer and retired for the night. The following day, at precisely 9 o'clock, Xiao Yu's live stream split into two, revealing the face of another female streamer. Compared to the previous day's deer-like appearance, this new streamer had a pleasing visage, enhanced by tasteful makeup and a moderate beauty filter, making her much more visually appealing. The upcoming segment was a ranking match, where victors advance and losers are eliminated. Observing the live chat, Xiao Yu noted the absence of Xiaoqing's ID. With little time to dwell on her disappointment, she hastily prepared for the impending PK. Having already achieved her best performance by advancing from the preliminary rounds, she was determined to give her all, regardless of the outcome. Greetings, Sister Qingwei. It's my first time encountering you in a PK. The new streamer, named Ling spoke confidently, clearly a seasoned participant. I hail from the Tianyu Guild. Shall we engage in conversation, showcase our talents, or dive straight into the PK? From Ling words, it was evident she possessed considerable confidence. Lin He entered Ling live stream, and, indeed, her confidence stemmed from her prowess. He had been watching her broadcast quietly, refraining from commenting. Xiao Yu's stream had just surpassed 100,000 followers, with at least half of those artificially boosted by the guild. In stark contrast, Ling stream boasted 500,000 followers, with a popularity rating around 700,000. Upon revisiting the esteemed leaderboard, the first position is held by a Count. The title of Count represents a noble rank within the Douya live streaming platform, requiring a subscription of 5,000 Douya coins, equivalent to 5,000 yuan, each month for a duration of 1 month. In the realm of live streaming, the title of Count signifies a modest level of wealth. Individuals possessing the title are greeted with a special effect upon entering the live stream room. This particular user, known as Falling Flowers Without Emotion, has contributed a substantial 6,400 yuan to Lingo this week, thus earning the distinction of the top donor. After perusing the leaderboard, Lin He silently rendered a brief evaluation. Suddenly, a special effect announcement appeared in Xiao Yu's live stream. Count Falling Flowers Without Emotion has entered the live stream. Count Falling Flowers Without Emotion. Sister, you are exceptionally beautiful. Are you a newcomer? Xiao Yu replied courteously, I have been live streaming for quite some time, but my performance has not been remarkable. This is my first time emerging from the preliminary rounds. I hope I do not embarrass myself before the esteemed donor. She was not one to be insatiably greedy, and upon realizing that the individual who gifted a super rocket was a domineering CEO, driving a luxury car worth millions, felt a fleeting moment of excitement. She pondered whether to initiate contact and charm him with sweet words to secure a favorable outcome in the upcoming PK. However, the fleeting desire for greed dissipated quickly, and Xiao Yu resolved to approach the PK with a mindset of acceptance. Approaching him with undue eagerness would surely invite disdain from the CEO, would it not? Count Falling Flowers Without Emotion. What a pity. Such a beautiful sister. Perhaps we can converse later, but for this round of PK, your journey ends here. Chapter 171. Gratitude to the generous brother for his 2 super rockets. Who can compete with such magnificence? After speaking, the noble user spent $6 to acquire a card and departed from Qiao Yu's live stream. Ling Er discreetly observed the unfolding events in Qiao Yu's stream, knowing that the noble brother was the affluent patron of her own channel, and she relied on his support. Qiao Yu's beauty was enough to outshine 99% of female streamers in the industry. Initially, she had worried about the possibility of the noble brother being swayed away, but it now appeared her concerns were unfounded. Qiao Yu's expression darkened. Typically, she would be elated to have someone obtain a card in her live stream. However, at this moment, the noble's gesture felt distinctly patronizing. Taking a deep breath, Qiao Yu maintained her smile and expressed her gratitude. I have witnessed other streamers engage in PK battles, where some affluent patrons would ensure their favored streamer advanced securely. Once victory was assured, they would send small gifts to their rival streams. For the wealthy, such sums were trivial, yet for the defeated streamer, it was a humiliating act of charity. How dare that pompous noble look down upon us, smaller streamers? Ling Er consistently ranked within the top 10. Her misfortune arose when she was pitted against Qiao Yu. Regrettably, the Rolls-Royce Phantom brother was absent today. Otherwise, he could easily crush both Ling Er and the noble with ease. The barrage of comments in the live stream increased significantly, predominantly from Qiao Yu supporters, expressing their discontent at the humiliation faced. Xiao Qingyi, little streamer, are you upset? A comment appeared in the live stream. Here he comes. Next, let us pay our respects to Ling Er, as this was her sole financial benefactor. The Rolls-Royce Phantom brother's tardiness today. Did he perhaps tire from last night's escapades with the little streamer? Goddess, my goddess, how could she possibly engage in such behavior? Upon the appearance of Xiao Qingyi's ID, the comments in the live stream doubled. The luxurious vehicle of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, along with the extravagant gifts from the previous night, had made Xiao Qingyi's ID memorable to many regular viewers. Seeing this comment, Qiao Yu felt a flicker of joy but remained composed, asking, what good is being upset? In my eyes, he is a major streamer. There were sentiments Qiao Yu withheld from expressing in the live stream, fearing it might come across as a subtle plea for gifts. In essence, each PK battle boiled down to the financial backing of fans. Receiving tens or even hundreds of dollars was considered fortunate for Qiao Yu. While streamers like Ling Er typically saw fan contributions in the tens of thousands during a single PK, how could she possibly compete? Xiao Qingyi, even so. Is it acceptable to humiliate someone in this manner? Lin He had already noticed that some fans from Qiao Yu's stream were urging Ling Er to apologize. Qiao Yu reassured them, there's nothing we can do. In the live streaming industry, wealth truly allows one to act with impunity. Let us avoid inciting conflict. Reaching this point is commendable, and I am grateful for everyone's support, especially to you, dear brother Xiao Qingyi. As the discontent among her fans was being addressed, Ling Er noticed the barrage of comments demanding an apology and could not help but smirk coldly to herself. An apology? What a fanciful dream. Those who flaunted their allegiance to Qiao Yu were merely a handful of low-tier supporters, a collection of pitiful and impoverished sycophants. Ling Er had entered the streaming world with the intent of capitalizing on her looks and eloquence to amass wealth. Only those willing to lavish gifts would be deemed her true fans. After all, her Mercedes required fuel. Qiao Yu, sister, why not click the PK surrender button? Lingo inquired with a charming smile. In the PK process, one streamer could choose to surrender, thus concluding the current segment. Opting to surrender signified withdrawal from the entire PK, something neither the guild nor the streamer herself would willingly entertain. Competitors are natural adversaries, and none wish to concede defeat in front of a rival. Lin He, seated before his computer screen, could no longer watch. The time had not yet elapsed. The outcome remained uncertain. The humiliation directed at the opponent, orchestrated by both the streamer and her fans, was indeed morally questionable. He raised his hand and swiftly typed a response. Just as Qiao Yu was about to erupt in anger, a comment appeared on the screen. Xiao Qingyi, little streamer, why not ask her if she dares to wager? What wager? Qiao Yu was perplexed. Xiao Qingyi, if she loses, she must bark like a dog in the live stream. And if I lose? Qiao Yu was uncertain of Lin He's intentions. Having just gifted 5,000 yuan, Lin He had become the top supporter in her live stream. The distinction of being the top supporter was conspicuous, easily noticed amidst the flurry of comments. Xiao Qingyi, the same applies to you. The big brother of the top supporter is upset. Huh? Luo Hua, shall we accept this wager? Linger's tablet sat beside her, and she was keenly watching Xiao Yu's live stream, naturally spotting Xiao Qingye's comment. With a deliberately affected voice, she teased. Aware that many men are overly concerned with pride, Linger had a good grasp of their psyche. Accepted. A mere newly registered account dares to contend with me. Luo Hua's unfeeling reply was as sharp as ever. In truth, he had developed an interest in Xiao Yu, finding her far more attractive than Linger. It was an opportune moment to showcase his prowess. Charming a young female streamer was comparatively effortless. Xiao Yu, sister, let us calm our top supporter. Since we wish to play a game, let us indulge. Friendship first, PK second. If we lose, let us not let our tempers flare too much, Linger kindly advised. Her heart already brimming with delight. The competition among viewers to spend money ultimately benefited the streamer. Linga felt inclined to thank Xiao Yu and her inexperienced top supporter. Without them, it would not have sparked the competitive spirit of the esteemed Luo Hua. With Luo Hua's support, they could not only triumph in the PK but also profit. What could be more delightful? This left Xiao Yu in a quandary. She had merely been conversing with Lin He. Yet decisions were being made on the other side. Given Xiao Yu's audience's financial capacity, how could she possibly compete against the lavish gifts of the top supporter, who could easily shower thousands? Moreover, Linga was not solely reliant on a single top supporter. She possesses a considerable fan base, which bestows upon her the confidence to surpass Xiao Yu. Such audacity. The youth of today are truly bold. This is the reality of our times. Even the affluent tread upon us without remorse. It may sound laughable, but I once faced humiliation in my youth. Yet, as the saying goes, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. You, my friend, are a person of stories. I have wine, so do regale me. I am even more curious about how you are faring now. Have you sought revenge? Not yet. I fear I might fall into the same trap again. Truly, you are a remarkable talent, my friend. You bring me joy. The comments section is alive with some feeling sympathy for the host, while others entertain, creating a lively atmosphere. Xiao Yu's livestream hints at a burgeoning popularity, nearing 500,000 viewers. Lingo's PK progress bar has reached 60%, and then, without mercy, 2 super rockets launched from her side, dazzling effects illuminating the screen, instantly elevating her occupied area to 90%. Observing this overwhelming advantage, Lingo feigned modesty. Smiling, I extend my gratitude to my top supporter, the merciless brother Luo Hua, for those 2 magnificent rockets. Such generosity remains unmatched. Who can rival us? Chapter 172. The Super Emperor worth 200,000 a month. Galactic battleships at 100,000 each. 2 super rockets, amounting to $10,000. Linger possesses the charisma of a grand streamer. How dare a mere small streamer compare to our Linger? What defines a tycoon? This is the epitome of wealth. Casually spending $10,000. Linger's live broadcast room erupted with fervor, and the audience adorned with Linger's loyal fan badges were particularly elated. The sense of involvement among the devoted fans was palpable. The goddess triumphed in the live PK, thanks to the unwavering support of these men. Quickly summoned the illustrious Rolls-Royce Phantom. Although the rival streamer held a modest position on the leaderboard, their wealth was trivial when compared to the dominance of a top-tier luxury car owner. The small streamer had finally found success, bolstered by the backing of a wealthy patron. However, it all depended on whether the affluent gentleman was inclined to contribute. Longtime fans of Xiao Yu were well aware of the true identity behind the username Xiao Qingyi, and they firmly believed that if Phantom Brother chose to intervene, victory would be assured. The viewers were eager to witness this spectacle. The clash of tycoons, where real money was at stake, was undeniably thrilling. Xiao Yu felt a surge of anxiety as the PK progress lagged over 90% behind. She was tempted to immediately inject funds to compete. Yet, upon reflecting on her meager savings, she resigned herself to defeat. Countless Heartless entered the live broadcast room. The striking entrance effect caused the barrage of comments in Xiao Yu's stream to skyrocket. Compared to our brother Heartless, can the combined financial strength of your entire live room even compete? What of that Xiao Qingyi? Surely they are not actually begging on the streets in reality. With a monthly salary of 3,000, donating 2,500 to the streamer leaves a mere 500 for instant noodles? Brother, don't jest. Perhaps they are utilizing a credit service. Installment payments are indeed worthwhile. A multitude of users donning Linger's fan titles flooded into the live room, causing Xiao Yu's popularity to soar to 800,000. 1 million viewers had already become a thing of the past. Popularity metrics are calculated based on a multitude of factors, such as the number of viewers online, the quantity of gifts bestowed, the volume of comments, and more. Each live session commenced from zero. Sitting before her computer, Linger gazed upon the dismal state of Chao Yu's live room, her eyes glimmering with triumph. In terms of both quantity and quality of fans, how could Chao Yu possibly measure up? What does beauty matter if her popularity is so dismal? Heartless, that gentleman from earlier, it is now your turn. Since the PK officially commenced, Xiao Qingyi had yet to utter a word. Could it be that they have fled? In the face of a tycoon like Heartless, how could a fleeting presence compare? To maintain such a momentary glow, they might have to endure a month of hardship. To many viewers, remaining silent equated to cowardice, a sign of weakness. Lin He observed the comments with a faint smile. User Xiao Qingyi activated Super Emperor and streamer Chao Yu's live room. A colossal special effects prompt simultaneously appeared across all live rooms on Dia Live. In an instant, the entire platform erupted with excitement. Mere seconds later, the number of viewers entering through the site-wide notification surged, propelling Chao Yu's room to an astonishing 2 million viewers. Astonishing. I have come to pay homage to the Great One. The Super Emperor represents the pinnacle of nobility on Dia Live, requiring a staggering 200,000 yuan for a mere month of access. Who could this be? Is the guild promoting a new streamer? A torrent of comments flooded the live room, rendering it nearly impossible to discern the content of each individual message. Linger was left dumbfounded. The aloof and wealthy Luo Hua Wuqing was equally taken aback. Chao Yu's mind was blank. Had fortune finally smiled upon him? The wealthy were indeed formidable. The head of the Starry Sky Guild leapt from his chair in exhilaration. One Super Emperor ensured Chao Yu's victory for this round. If this momentum continued, advancing to the finals was not out of reach. If realized, he would be the first streamer from the Starry Sky Guild to break into the finals this year. The head hurriedly grabbed his phone to relay the news to the boss. They must seize this opportunity, mobilizing all guild resources to elevate Chao Yu to new heights. But that's not all. User Xiaoking I tipped streamer Chao Yu with a Galaxy Battleship X1. User Xiaoking I tipped streamer Chao Yu with a Galaxy Battleship X2. User Xiaoking I tipped streamer Chao Yu with a Galaxy Battleship X3. User Xiaoking I tipped streamer Chao Yu with a Galaxy Battleship X10. Before the barrage of comments showed any signs of abating, another wave of notifications cascaded down. Are we, the small streamers, truly fortunate? 10 of the most expensive Galaxy battleships on Dia Live, worth a staggering 100,000 yuan. This is disastrous. The little streamer has caught the attention of the CEO. And my goddess is at risk of being squandered. What is the little streamer doing? Why is she silent? Has she already opened the app to book a hotel? When did such a wealthy individual emerge on Dia Live? Even the guild would hesitate to play so recklessly in a PK match. The comments surged once more. And Chao Yu's live room soared to 3 million viewers. Across the entire Dia Live platform, only the most prominent streamers in the popular section could rival this. Even many other streamers could not resist clicking in to see whose live room had attracted such a deity. Brother Luo Hua, what? What should we do? Lingo could no longer muster a smile. There was nothing to be done. It was evident that this person was not exerting full effort. Luo Hua Wuqing's face burned with embarrassment as he resignedly replied, quietly exiting Chao Yu's live room. What a disgrace, how utterly humiliating. Gazing at his remaining balance of a mere few hundred Dia coins, tipping tens of thousands was already beyond his means. That individual named Xiaoking I had activated the Super Emperor without a second thought. Their financial capacities were on entirely different levels. Very well. Luo Hua Wuqing's response was curt. And Linga reluctantly conceded defeat, pressing the surrender button in the PK match. Today's embarrassment will soon transform into a source of amusement. There is little to be done. After all, who could resist the allure of a super wealthy benefactor? Staring at the screen, Chao Yu was not merely booking a hotel. She was rendered speechless by the astonishing fact that her live stream had soared to the top of the platform's popularity rankings. Is this the capriciousness of the affluent? Lenny stretched his limbs and typed a message. Little streamer, why not showcase some talent? Just as Chao Yu reveled in her victory over Ling Air. She suddenly noticed a barrage of comments adorned with the Super Emperor badge. With a cheerful smile, she responded, "Thank you, esteemed President, for activating the Super Emperor in my live stream, and for the 10 Galaxy warships. Your generosity is much appreciated. I wonder what talents my wealthy benefactor wishes to see." In Chao Yu's mind, Lin He epitomized the ideal domineering CEO. Viewers called him Tycoon, Rolls-Royce Phantom Brother, and even Sugar Daddy, but Chao Yu preferred the title of President. "How about singing?" suggested a viewer named Xiao Qingyi. "But my sister's singing is quite off-key. Which song would you like to hear, wealthy brother?" Chao Yu inquired. "If it's off-key, perhaps it's best not to sing," Xiao Qingyi replied. Then, What talent would you like to see from my sister? Xiao Yu winked playfully and tossed her hair. Chapter 173. A generous donation to the female streamer just to watch calisthenics. Everyone stands up. Xiao Qingye, can you dance? Xiao Yu paused as she tucked her hair behind her ear, feeling a bit embarrassed as she inquired, does calisthenics count? Talent, much like education, is always perceived as insufficient in time. What kind of streamer is this, clad in modest attire, singing off-key, and only capable of performing calisthenics? Xiao Qingye. Then let us proceed with the calisthenics routine. I'm perfectly fine with that. Rich brother, feel free to choose. Should it be the young eagle soars, the rising sun, colorful sunshine, or the sails of hope? Xiao Yu confidently asked. The affluent patron generously contributed hundreds of thousands just to watch the young streamer perform calisthenics. A passionate plea for refreshing attire to perform calisthenics echoed. The tissues were ready. Let us go? As the effects of the Galaxy warship and the Super Emperor faded, the live stream's popularity remained stable at 1 million, with the bullet comments flowing continuously. After all, Xiao Yu's beauty was commendable, even among the entire Dia streaming platform. Xiao Qingye, then let us go with the young eagle source. All right, rich brother. Xiao Yu opened the music player, located the accompaniment for the young eagle source, and clicked play. The familiar melody of the second set of National Elementary School calisthenics began to resonate, prompting Xiao Yu to rise and take a few steps back. Buzz. The mobile phone on the table suddenly lit up. Lin He straightened his posture, picked up his phone, and saw a document sent by Zhang Xian. He had watched a live stream for the first time last night and suddenly realized that the live streaming industry holds potential that is not lesser than that of mainstream entertainment. Opening the document titled Analysis of the Current Status and Development Trends of the Summer Country's Live Streaming Industry, he noted the data indicating that the live streaming industry has experienced explosive growth since its inception, with both platforms and audience numbers surging significantly. The scale of China's live streaming market has continually expanded, reaching 34 billion yuan last year, reflecting a year-on-year increase of 63.4%, accounting for 19% of the total scale of the summer country's audiovisual industry. Particularly in the past 2 years, with the advent of the short video era, there has been a perfect fusion with the live streaming industry, ushering in an era of universal live streaming, with the market reaching unprecedented heights, and preliminary estimates suggesting the market scale has surpassed 150 billion yuan. Upon seeing the figure of 150 billion, Lin He was slightly taken aback. He had anticipated that the live streaming industry would be substantial, but he hadn't expected it to have already reached a trillion-level scale. By the end of December last year, the number of live streaming users in the summer country reached 617 million, an increase of 220 million from the end of the previous millennium. Zhang Xian, why has the boss suddenly begun investigating data on the live streaming industry? After contemplating the message, Lin He replied, Arching Entertainment Company may be preparing to step into the live streaming realm. Zhang Xian responded with a shocked expression. Lin He, over the next few days, you can start making preparations. I discovered a promising candidate on Douya Live named Xiao Yu. Zhang Xian promptly stated he would look into it. Lin He perused several pages of the data analysis report sent to him, his resolve to venture into the realm of live streaming growing ever stronger. The live broadcast continued, and Xiao Yu had just concluded her calisthenics, panting slightly. Rich brother, were you satisfied with the calisthenics performance just now? Xiao Qingye replied, I was preoccupied and missed it. Rich brother 666, having spent hundreds of thousands on a performance. You didn't even take a glance. Consider this. With such wealth, what beautiful women has he not encountered? Aside from a pretty face, what does this little streamer possess that distinguishes her from others? The world is indeed marvelous. It dances to the same rhythm as you do. As Lin He chuckled at the talents displayed in the barrage of comments, he suddenly received a private message from the back end. Upon opening it, he saw Xiao Yu's message. Rich brother, shall we continue the PK? If not, I need a reason to bow out gracefully. Though she had initially planned to let things unfold naturally, the guild leader's direct contact compelled Xiao Yu to seize this opportunity. The Stars Guild had sacrificed resources from several streamers to arrange for Dia Live to prominently feature Xiao Yu on their homepage. Reluctantly, she felt the need to inquire. If Lin He was unwilling, there would be nothing she could do. Soon, Xiao Yu received a response from Xiao Qingye. Continue the PK, tonight. I shall ensure you claim the championship. Upon reading this bold and extravagant reply, Xiao Yu's heart leaped with excitement. Champion, what bliss to have a wealthy patron backing her. She had never imagined she could aspire to win the title of champion in a streamer PK. In the subsequent rounds of PK, Xiao Yu emerged victorious each time. At the onset of every match, Lin He would unleash 10 battleships, obliterating the competition instantly. The other streamers could only lament their misfortune for having to compete against Xiao Yu. News of the wealthy patron supporting Xiao Yu spread throughout the Douya live streamers. As the clock approached 11 at night, Xiao Yu was poised to face the final round of PK. As the time struck 2300 hours, the PK screen refreshed, revealing a man's face. Xiao Yu nearly exclaimed in disbelief. The opponent was Lu Kai, a top-tier streamer with 8 million followers on Douya Live. Seeing him, Xiao Yu felt a twinge of uncertainty. Xiao Yu, my dear sister, it's a pleasure to meet you. And to you, brother Xiao Qingye. I hope you will be gracious in our match, Lu Kai said with a wry smile. Though he feigned humility, Lu Kai was brimming with confidence. This Xiao Qingye had tipped nearly 2 million in one night. How long could he sustain this? A few affluent fans had already prepared 1 million. And with the addition of other retail investors, they believed he could clinch the overall championship in the streamer PK. Finally, in the last round, a new face emerged, handsome and possessing potential for virality. However, encountering Lu Kai was unfortunate. Otherwise, she might have had a chance to contend for the championship. Even if the newcomer finished as a runner-up, sharing the screen with Lu Kai would surely garner her considerable attention and traffic. In the realm of Xiao Yu's live broadcast, a multitude of fans from the Liu Kai camp surged in. The majority of the barrage of comments did not bear genuine malice. However, regardless of how one interprets them, they exuded an air of condescension. As if Xiao Yu's defeat at the hands of Liu Kai were a blow to his own dignity. On the screen, the countdown to the PK commenced. 3, 2, 1. The PK has begun, and with a commanding presence, Liu Kai abruptly rose to his feet, bellowing with fervor. This thunderous roar sent a shiver through Xiao Yu. While I was indisposed in the restroom, my roommate inquired why I suddenly stood up, seemingly caught off guard. With the passing of my uncle, upon hearing the call for all to rise, it felt as though he had arisen from his grave. My friend truly has a knack for eliciting laughter that is both hearty and unexpected. The fans of Liu Kai are undeniably lively, their enthusiasm electrifying. His unique style, characterized by sudden bursts of energy, resembles an unpredictable spark, resulting in an entertaining spectacle that has birthed numerous catchphrases within the live streaming community. From this moment forth, this space shall be deemed the domain of Liu Kai. The effectiveness of Liu Kai's performance has already commenced, as if victory were assured. Chapter 174. The Emperor user Xiaoqing activates a year-long Noble Emperor status in the live stream of the broadcaster Xiao Yu. Xiaoqing succinctly expressed his lack of interest with the phrase boring. Lin He found little merit in this ostentatious display of foolishness. Boring? Our Douya live stream boasts such refined emperors? I have spent a decade collecting trash in the square, yet I cannot match your pretentiousness. Ah, so you are the top supporter of the female streamer. No wonder you were so arrogant. The fans of Lu Yuan immediately took offense, exchanging barbs in a flurry of remarks. Lu Yuan, a prominent streamer, owned a villa specifically designed for his live streaming endeavors, equipped with 2 high-performance computers, one for broadcasting and the other for monitoring the live chat. Observing the top supporter of his rival stream, Lu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. To maintain the emperor title, one must pay 200,000 monthly, thus, next month. A renewal is essential. In the eyes of other streamers, an audience member with the emperor title is a veritable goldmine. If encountered, one must certainly flatter them, adopting a very humble demeanor. For Lu Yuan, while emperor status viewers are elevated above most, they do not warrant his utmost regard. Among the top 10 in his live stream, any random selection would be an emperor. Moreover, given Lu Yuan's years of accumulation and current fame, the majority of emperors possess assets inferior to his own. Emperor. User, Moonlit Beauty. Xiao Yu, you've banned the emperor from your stream. All the emperors in Lu Yuan's room await your next PK to support you. How about it? Emperor. User letter. Sounds good. Emperor. User drunkenly lighting the sword. This choice is not difficult. Xiao Yu, ponder it well. One by one, noble users adorned with emperor badges entered the live stream, exuding the grandeur befitting an emperor. Yet, amidst their banter, they also dismissed Xiaoqing, the user with the emperor title. Users of the emperor caliber on streaming platforms typically fall into 2 categories, either guild accounts promoted to bolster their affiliated streamers, or genuine tycoons seeking amusement online. After all, the tales and artistic snippets of the top supporters and female streamers circulate widely. Within such circles, Wild Emperor users often have group chats and private contacts. The ID Xiaoqing I appeared unfamiliar. Upon checking the profile, the account had been registered for less than 2 days. Inquiring among the emperors revealed no recognition. It was evident to all that he was merely a pretender, choosing the pitiful route of inflating his image online. All right. We are all here to enjoy the live stream. There's no need for hostility, Li Yuan finally interjected, clearing his throat to offer a calming suggestion. Such is the grace of a prominent streamer. Does the so-called Emperor of Huabei truly believe himself to be a monarch in reality? It is unnecessary for everyone to dismantle each other. The fans of Lu Kai are in a frenzy, a colossal wave of comments nearly inundating Qiao Yu's live streaming room. Buzz. Simultaneously, Qiao Yu's phone vibrates twice. Upon checking, she sees it is from the manager. Manager, abandon this wild emperor and seek favor from Lu Kai and several other esteemed figures. Qiao Yu is taken aback, never anticipating such remarks from the manager. She inquires, why? Manager, the wild emperor's ID is newly registered. He has likely just started watching the stream. Such individuals may possess wealth, yet they might only watch a few times and then cease to engage with you. Conversely, the emperors in Lu Kai's streaming room frequently traverse various platforms, with 2 of them having connections with other streamers in our guild. After sending this lengthy message, the manager sets down his phone, confident that Qiao Yu will make a rational decision. Choosing between a solitary tree and a forest is not, in itself, a daunting dilemma. Qiao Yu turns off her phone screen, takes a deep breath, and addresses the camera. Xiao Qingyi is the first and perhaps the only emperor of my streaming room. His presence has ensured my livelihood this month and bestowed upon me the sensation of being protected by a big brother. Therefore, I implore you, scoundrels, to vacate my streaming room. The PK is nearing its conclusion. Losing is losing. Lu Kai, a grown man, speaks in such a feeble manner. Are you a coward or troubled in mind? After her words, Qiao Yu smirks, leaving the audience wanting more. Lu Kai is left speechless, as are the emperors in the streaming room. Has this young female streamer lost her mind? To confront Lu Kai publicly? Is she not afraid of being silenced? Those who bear the title of emperor are indeed substantial financial backers. In any streaming room, they are revered as if they were ancestors, yet here, they are berated by Qiao Yu. Insanity, pure insanity. The manager watching the stream nearly choked on his breath. A prominent figure like Lu Kai has transcended the limitations of a mere streamer, even engaging in brotherly camaraderie with the heads of guilds and streaming platforms. To provoke him could easily lead to Qiao Yu facing dire consequences in the streaming world. Once more, the manager picks up his phone, intending to call Qiao Yu to demand a public apology to Lu Kai and the other emperors in the streaming room, or else face contract termination. However, just as he dials, Qiao Yu hangs up. Well, you truly are something. The manager erupts in fury, feeling that her fleeting beauty has led to her disregard for authority. He sends a text, after the stream, if you don't apologize, I'll terminate your contract. I'm your father. In all his years in the streaming industry, this is the first time the manager has been this enraged. Qiao Yu, upon reading the threatening message, merely scoffs in disdain. Her character is such that she would rather starve than submit to malevolent forces. Little did she know that the Fanxing Guild was absurdly incompetent. Perhaps it was best to part ways with this dismal guild. Ah, how delightful. This is the small streamer we truly adore. In truth, the streams of lesser-known hosts may lack excitement. However, her character and conduct represent a refreshing current of authenticity. Indeed, the sense of pride she instills in her genuine fans is something that the frivolous host will never comprehend throughout their lives. If she so desired, she could have attained fame long ago. Her status as a leading figure would be undeniable, if not as the foremost, at least as a close second. The barrage of comments from her devoted fans swiftly fills the live broadcast screen. Witnessing these familiar usernames flood the chat brings a warmth to Xiao Yu's eyes. She is acutely aware of the immense sacrifices she has made for the sake of what she perceives as righteousness. After today, it seems that Do You Live may never again feature a female streamer of her caliber. Her disposition has always been unwavering, remaining unchanged from childhood to the present. Perhaps, it is true that Xiao Yu is not destined to thrive in this industry. Lin He is quite pleased with Xiao Yu's reaction and proceeds to unlock the option for gifting. The esteemed user, Xiao Qingyi, has activated a year-long Noble Emperor status in Xiao Yu's live stream. Chapter 175, bestowing 1,000,000 yuan to the female streamer, who can compete across all platforms. The dazzling notification effects for the annual Emperor Noble membership instantaneously illuminated every live stream room on the Duo website, shimmering as they scrolled captivatingly. The cost for a month of the Noble Emperor membership is 200,000 yuan. For an entire year, that amounts to a staggering 2,400,000 yuan. Such extravagance? It scarcely begins to encapsulate the grandeur of the user known as Zaiqing. One could only describe it as a display of unparalleled opulence, strikingly formidable. As viewers watched a gaming stream, they flocked to witness the spectacle of wealth. This Zaiqing ID was unfamiliar to many. Who could enlighten us about this mysterious benefactor? "Wealthy gentleman, I seek your patronage. I am but a student," exclaimed a female voice. Was it not disconcerting to see a burly man feigning femininity? "Distinguished benefactor, I shall speak plainly. Let us engage in a duel." The philosophical tone was surprisingly courteous. Countless comments flooded the chat, forming a dense tapestry of reactions. The popularity of the live stream soared to an astonishing 21 million viewers. In the live stream room, the Emperor nobles and other fans were taken aback, either vocalizing their astonishment or silently gasping in disbelief. As 6-4 pinched a cigarette between his fingers, he nearly let out an exclamation of shock. But he quickly composed himself. To lose one's poise would be a most embarrassing affair. Just moments ago, he was perched above. Yet now he was astounded by this lavish display of generosity. "Damn, this smoke is harsh," he chuckled nervously. The fans could perceive the awkwardness concealed behind his feigned cough. Yet they were sympathetic. In the realm of live streaming, an expenditure of 2,400,000 yuan without hesitation was indeed shocking. However, the spectacle was far from over. Emperor user Zaiqing gifted streamer Chao Yu a Galaxy Battleship X1. Emperor user Zaiqing gifted streamer Chao Yu a Galaxy Battleship X2. Emperor user Zaiqing gifted streamer Chao Yu a Galaxy Battleship X3. Emperor user Zaiqing gifted streamer Chao Yu a Galaxy Battleship X4. Emperor user Zaiqing gifted streamer Chao Yu a Galaxy Battleship X5. The magnificent effects of the Galaxy Battleship cascaded through the live stream in waves. I counted the 19th Galaxy Battleship. The sheer volume of effects left my head spinning. Was this an endless stream of gifts? How could this be? Could Douya live streaming be so naive? The Galaxy Battleship is the most expensive gift for streamers. Priced at 10,000 yuan each, surely it could not be free. Emperor user Zaiqing activated a year-long Noble Emperor membership in streamer Chao Yu's live room. Emperor user Zaiqing activated a year-long Noble Emperor membership in streamer Chao Yu's live room. 2 notification effects appeared prominently in the most visible spots across all platform live rooms. Who on earth is this Zaiqing, this wealthy patron? Whose generosity blocks the visuals of my live stream with gifts? Some streamers, envious and exasperated, could only curse in frustration. In a state of disarray, Lusik discovered that the popularity of his live stream had plummeted to a mere 700,000. When affluent patrons showered gifts of exorbitant value, it was possible to follow the conspicuous scrolling notifications to enter the live streams of these benefactors and compete for gifts, which were in Douya coins. Those with poor luck might seize only a few cents, while the fortunate could acquire several dozen yuan. Those with slow internet connections would end up empty-handed. As one of the foremost streamers on Douya, even at his lowest, his popularity had never dipped below 2 or 3 million. The dwindling audience had all flocked to Chao Yu's live stream in pursuit of gifts. A band of ingrates who professed their support for him. Scattered at the first sign of benefit, Lusik could not help but curse inwardly, though he dared not voice his grievances, as they were indeed his bread and butter. 100 million in popularity? Chao Yu gazed at the popularity display in her live stream, meticulously counting several times to confirm, and indeed, it was a staggering 9-digit figure. Her head buzzed, and she felt dizzy. To her knowledge, such astronomical numbers only materialized when top-tier streamers transitioned to Douya or when renowned celebrities hosted live streams. A result of official hype combined with the amassed popularity of the stars. Since her entry into the live streaming realm, Chao Yu had merely aspired to achieve daily viewership of 70 to 80,000, and she would have been thoroughly content. Small streamer? No. She was now a major streamer. Who could possibly inform her that a female streamer sitting idly before the screen could garner such generous rewards? President Ge finally ceased his generosity. Who could tally the total gifts? 100 million in popularity, goodness gracious. The last time the viewership exceeded 100 million was when a major PCC streamer made the switch, as one could ascertain from the fan leaderboard. Douya coins and RMB exchanged at a 1-to-1 rate. 10 million. President Gu's fan value was a full 10 million, which signified that he had gifted the small streamer a staggering 10 million. Incredible. The barrage of comments was incessant, showing no signs of abating. Most viewers understood that a PK where a female streamer received 10 million RMB in gifts would undoubtedly create a sensation, perhaps even making headlines. The audience present that day were witnesses to this remarkable event. The PK bar displayed, Xiaoyu99, Lisik 1. Xiao Qingye commented, "Small streamer, keep up the good work. May you not forget your original intentions." After this simple message, he switched off the livestream screen. Ding. The virtual currency had been exhausted, and the multiplier draw commenced. Ding. You have drawn a multiplier of 98. He sat before his computer, listening to the clear system notification chimes. Ding. 980 million renminbi had legally entered the host's personal bank account. An astounding 98 times. Tonight's fortune was indeed favorable. 10 million in virtual assets had instantaneously transformed into 980 million. Mere seconds later, he received a text notification from his bank, confirming that 980 million had been credited. "President, are you still there? Please don't leave. Let us be friends. Today marks my first encounter with a true tycoon, one who generously rewarded a female streamer with 10 million RMB before departing with a flick of his sleeve. For those genuinely wealthy and powerful, such donations might equate to our modest contributions of a mere 10 yuan. When will the broadcast be terminated?" A prominent streamer, overwhelmed by a staggering 99% disparity in popularity, can hardly maintain composure. Where are those self-proclaimed emperors from earlier? Why not attempt to invest 10 million yourselves? A portion of the comments reflects the long-suffering fans of Xiaoyu, finally reveling in a moment of vindication, while another segment consists of newcomers who, upon grasping the situation, rally to support Xiaoyu. Just as Xiaoyu's mind buzzed with disbelief, his phone screen illuminated, revealing a call from the head of the Starry Sky Guild. Furrowing his brow, Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, silenced the live microphone, yet ultimately chose to answer. "Mom." The voice of the guild leader resonated through the speaker. Chapter 176. A 10 million RMB reward. Should we investigate Xiao Qingye's ID? Listening to the voice emanating from the phone's speaker, Xiaoyu felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. The person in charge, nearly 40 years old, was calling out Mama in an affected tone, which was utterly nauseating. "Mother, I must confess that I was exceedingly rude to you just now," the manager shamelessly stated. "Please speak appropriately," Xiaoyu reminded, suppressing his discomfort. Under the eaves, one must bow low, despite having just received a staggering 10 million in gifts. Yet, this was merely a fleeting glory. Long-term profitability relied on this manager and the backing of the Xingxing Guild. "Well, our contract is nearing its expiration, isn't it? In fact, some members of our guild had intended not to renew after the contract ended, but I insisted on continuing," the manager asserted with conviction. "Do you know why? Because from the very beginning, I recognized the potential in you that has yet to be realized. I consider myself your patron, no, your true patron. This 10 million in gifts will undoubtedly attract a plethora of fans to you. So, shall we renew today? The Xingxing Guild can mobilize its utmost resources to promote you. The next leading livestream diva will undoubtedly be you, Xiaoyu. I apologize for my previous choice of words. Please do not take offense." Xiaoyu's face was a mask of derision at the manager's words. To be opportunistic and prioritize profit seemed to define his every action. "Let me think about it," Xiaoyu replied politely. The manager's heart sank. Who could have anticipated that the emperor of Xiaoyu's livestream would wield such influence? Without much interaction, he had casually dispatched a whopping 10 million RMB. Being a top-tier streamer in the industry, it was the first time he had been dealt such a blow. Xiaoyu's 99% overwhelming advantage in this victory was entirely thanks to that emperor, Xiao Qingye. Our Xingxing Guild is robust in terms of strength and capital. The manager continued, aware of Xiaoyu's grievances regarding his previous remarks. "You should still," before the manager could finish, Xiaoyu interrupted, "I'm sorry, but I am too exhausted tonight. Let us discuss this tomorrow." "Very well," the manager replied, his expression darkening, gazing at the screen indicating the end of the call. He set the phone down. Damn, what a performer. Discontent aside, he knew that if the Xingxing Guild discovered that he had pushed Xiaoyu away, he would surely face dire consequences. Receiving a 10 million RMB reward would undoubtedly create a sensation across other circles. Building momentum. Xiaoyu's popularity in the short term would at least rival that of top-tier streamers. Popularity and traffic were all like glittering silver. "Well, I shall persuade him again tomorrow," the manager muttered, frowning. On the computer screen before him was Xiaoyu's livestream. This evening's live broadcast will conclude here. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone for their unwavering support. For those who appreciate my content, feel free to click the follow button at the top right corner. With a sweet smile, Xiao Yu waved at the camera. The number of followers in the live stream has already surpassed 300,000 and continues to rise. As her gaze inadvertently swept over the top fan, Xiao Qingyi, her pupils involuntarily flickered with excitement. The Golden Emperor title, the annual membership type. Following it was a staggering fan value of 10 million. 10 million RMB, a sum that many individuals may never encounter in their lifetime. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Xiao Yu couldn't help but cheer internally. She had struck gold. Even after sharing the profits with the live streaming platform and the stellar guild behind it, a substantial amount would still remain in her possession. Don't go, beautiful. I fell in love with your live stream at first sight. Wait, did they just win the PK and leave? Aren't we going to see more of your talents? Oh no. Is the goddess hurriedly signing into a hotel with the CEO? Please share a video. May good fortune be with you for a lifetime. A torrent of comments scrolled across the screen, creating a grand spectacle. In this brief span of fewer than 10 minutes, the number of followers in Xiao Yu's live stream surged to over 500,000. She was overjoyed. The smile on her face grew brighter. She could scarcely believe that such a day had come. Her sister has a QQ fan group, and those interested are welcome to join and have fun together. Opening a notepad, Xiao Yu handwrote a series of numbers and positioned it in front of the camera. QQ group, 423115263. Ding ding ding. In less than 3 seconds, the little penguin icon in the bottom right corner of her computer screen began to flash and bounce excitedly. Upon clicking it, she discovered dozens of requests to join the group. While Xiao Yu greeted her audience with delight in the fan group, the higher-ups at Douya Live were equally astounded. Boss. 10 million RMB, 10 million RMB, exclaimed a data monitoring staff member, rising in excitement. What are you shouting for? The person in charge, overseeing the beautiful dancer's live stream, reprimanded. My apologies, I lost my composure. Boss, tonight a streamer received 10 million RMB in gifts. The data monitoring personnel quickly apologized and elaborated. What? The supervisor paused, closed the live stream featuring the female streamer, and hurried over. In the back end of the data monitoring system, a live stream belonging to Xiao Yu had a fan ID named Xiao Qingyi that reached an astonishing 10 million in fan value this evening. 10 million in Douya fan value equates to 10 million RMB. Moreover, the donations accumulated over the course of last night and tonight, 10 million in total. Xiao Yu? I don't recall her. I thought she was a major influencer, the supervisor pondered. I've checked. She is a small streamer under the Stellar Guild. Her performance has always been rather lukewarm. The data monitoring personnel remarked, tonight, an investment of 10 million yuan has propelled the live stream's popularity to over 100 million. With the number of followers exceeding 800,000 thus far, could it be that the Starry Guild is engaged in star-making? The supervisor speculated. A 10 million yuan expenditure for stardom seems rather extravagant for the Starry Guild. This is 10 million, not merely 1,000 or 10,000. Should we investigate the ID of this little Qingye? The data monitoring personnel inquired, both seeking information and offering a suggestion. If the Starry Guild is indeed attempting to create a star, it is unlikely they would neglect to inform our management at Douya Live. Typically, when guilds embark on star-making endeavors, they notify the official live streaming platform in advance. Consequently, when a guild invests substantial sums, the platform often assists by adjusting popularity metrics and securing favorable recommendation placements. It is rather unusual to see such a hefty sum dropped without a word. Indeed, let us proceed with the inquiry. The supervisor nodded in agreement. To protect user privacy, the data monitoring personnel lacked the authority to investigate registered personal information. After taking a seat, the supervisor entered their work ID and began to review the details. Chapter 177. The news of the 10 million yuan donation to a female live streamer by Xiao Qingye has surged to the top of Weibo's trending topics. The ID account was verified, revealing Xiao Qingye's authentic registration information. Linhe. When the real name appeared, both the responsible parties and data monitoring personnel were momentarily stunned. Being avid followers of the latest entertainment news, they were certainly familiar with the name Linhe. Could it possibly be the Linhe, the owner of Qingye Entertainment Company? A data monitoring staff member hesitantly inquired. But it might be. The supervisor keenly seized an opportunity. Whether it is Qingye Entertainment or its owner Linhe, both are currently at the pinnacle of popularity. Anything related to these two entities could effortlessly ascend to the top of various entertainment platforms, such as short video sites, Weibo, and so forth. The supervisor took out his phone and dialed several numbers, requesting assistance to confirm the information. After patiently waiting for over an hour, news finally came back. Information confirmed. Lin He, owner of Qingye Entertainment Company. It is indeed true. The supervisor exclaimed excitedly, given the current requirement for real name registration. Once Lin He's true information was obtained, uncovering further details would not pose a challenge. Upon confirmation of the news, the supervisor immediately called to awaken the heads of the marketing and public relations departments at Dia Live, who had long since fallen asleep. After relaying the news, those in marketing and public relations instantly comprehended the supervisor's intentions. A 10 million yuan donation to a female live streamer. Dia Live has revealed a super tycoon. That very night, a Weibo trending topic swiftly climbed to second place. Simultaneously, on platforms such as Douyin, Bali Video, Chindu Video, and others, clips of the moment when the tycoon Xiao Qingye donated to the live streamer Xiao Yu began to surface. The wave of excitement surged, and the trending index skyrocketed. The clown is actually me. A 10 million donation? Is there truly that much money with nowhere to spend? I want to raise a panda. Wouldn't it be better to spend 10 million on indulgence? Why donate to a female live streamer? No candy. Just missiles. No need to say more. The number one brother directly walked into the female streamer's boudoir. Envy-inducing tears. See fishing. Understood. I'm going live right now. Gulu Gulu Wang Defa. I thought this female streamer was for singing and dancing, but turns out she's doing calisthenics? Or is it a fledgling taking flight? This trending topic aptly aligns with the fervor of today's internet age, immediately attracting a plethora of clicks from netizens. The next morning, Xiao Yu, still lost in slumber, was awakened by the vibration notification of her phone. As she opened her eyes, the morning sun had already penetrated the curtains, casting light into her small bedroom. She had forgotten to silence her phone. Last night, due to the substantial donation, Xiao Yu had only managed to fall asleep when dawn was approaching, sleepily reaching for her phone. A bank text notification read, "Your personal bank account has received a transfer of 4,000,000 this morning." It turned out to be a message from the bank. Xiao Yu silenced her phone and set it aside, preparing to drift back into slumber, overwhelmed by fatigue, even though it was barely past 9 in the morning. Just as she closed her eyes, within 2 seconds, she abruptly sat up in bed, staring blankly for a full 5 seconds before picking up her phone. Unable to believe the message notification, a staggering 4 million had been deposited into her personal bank account. After meticulously counting the sum of 4,000,000 a total of 10 times, Xiao Yu finally grasped the reality that she had suddenly become a millionaire. A joyous scream echoed within the confines of her modest rental room. In an instant, her overwhelming drowsiness dissipated completely, and Xiao Yu joyfully leapt from her bed, brandishing her phone as she dashed around her tiny abode, utterly elated. Good fortune has arrived. Wishing you good luck. Fortune brings joy and love. Good fortune comes our way. Embracing prosperity that traverses the seas. Just as she had turned off the silent mode, her phone rang. Xiao Yu paused, breathing slightly heavier, her chest rising and falling as a call from an unfamiliar number came through. The ringtone was the universally recognized tune of good fortune. Initially, Xiao Yu felt her life was severely underestimated, prompting her to change her ringtone to this cheerful melody, hoping it would bring her some luck. She had never felt the song resonating so perfectly with the moment, so jubilant. When she answered, Xiao Yu endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor. "Hello? Good day. Is this Miss Xiao Yu? I hope I'm not interrupting your rest." The voice on the other end belonged to a man, exceedingly polite. "No, not at all," Xiao Yu replied, her spirits soaring. "I am Zhong Xian from Qingye Entertainment Company. May I ask if you have time to meet?" The mention of Qingye Entertainment Company was familiar to Xiao Yu, renowned for its unparalleled prominence in the entertainment industry. The well-known star Han Dong-yu had faced severe repercussions after crossing paths with the company's owner, leading to his downfall. Though Han Dong-yu's demise was partly due to his own actions, it was common knowledge that his troubles were linked to the company. Indeed, our Qingye Entertainment Company is looking to venture into the live streaming domain. You are one of our most promising female streamers, both in terms of appearance and moral integrity. Zhong Xian stated, "Would you be interested in developing your career with us? If so, we can arrange a detailed discussion. As you may know, our headquarters is located in Nanzhou City." "You know I'm in Nanzhou City?" A flicker of caution crossed Xiao Yu's eyes. As a young woman residing alone in a rental, it was essential to prioritize her safety. "Please do not be alarmed. We, at Qingye Entertainment Company, have merely conducted a discreet inquiry into your location without delving into your residential address," Zhong Xian clarified. "We harbor no ill intentions." and joining Qingye Entertainment Company would undoubtedly broaden your prospects. Xiao Yu's heart raced. To be candid, when faced with the olive branch extended by Qingye Entertainment Company, it is likely that few can resist such temptation. Well, let me ponder for a moment. Xiao Yu hesitated before speaking. In this era of rampant telephone fraud, she felt compelled to remain vigilant. It was plausible that the perpetrators had learned of the 4 million that had been deposited into her bank account, prompting them to target her. As for how the fraudsters discovered the substantial deposit, Xiao Yu had no way of knowing. All right, this phone number is my personal WeChat account. If you require anything, feel free to call me anytime or add me on WeChat, Zhong Xian concluded before hanging up. Xiao Yu regained her composure. She could not allow herself to be overwhelmed by joy. Boss, you've made it to the trending searches again. A message from Lao Gao appeared in Lin He's inbox. Lin He was perplexed, wondering if someone was foolish enough to target him once more. Upon opening Weibo, he was astonished to find that the top trending topic was the individual who gifted a female streamer 10 million RMB, suspected to be the owner of Qingye Entertainment Company. Chapter 178, The Gathering of the Four Prodigals, Aspirations for the Stars and the Sea. The angry old bird, donating 10 million to a female streamer, is no surprise if it's Lin He, the owner of Qingye Entertainment Company. Zhu Shaji. It has been proven that no matter how wealthy a man is, he remains a loser. Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. Is someone already throwing punches upstairs? Years apart, I took a look, and that female streamer is rather attractive. Could she be promoted by Qingye Entertainment Company? Numerous comments amassed beneath the trending topic. Lin He casually glanced at a few before shutting off his phone. It was evident that this trending topic was linked to Duya Live, with real name registration now required. Duya could effortlessly trace the true identity of the Xiaoking IID if they wished to confirm it. However, Lin He was disinclined to engage in disputes with Duya Live. Has Xiao Yu signed with us yet? Not yet. Lao Gao shook his head. Otherwise, Zhong Xian would have reported by now. No need to rush. Let us wait a bit, Lin He replied. According to the information Lin He possessed, Zhong Xian had reached out to Xiao Yu quite some time ago, and if there was still no outcome, it likely stemmed from the small streamer's side. The Xingxing Guild, backing Xiao Yu, did not hold her in high regard. With her contract nearing its end, it was improbable that she would renew with the Xingxing Guild. Moreover, anyone with a semblance of sense would recognize the superior choice between Qingye Entertainment and the Xingxing Guild. In Nanzhou City, at the Haya 5-star hotel, a Maybach parked, and Lin Qing alighted from the vehicle. 3 elegantly dressed young people stood opposite him: Wang Songsong, Xu Ximiao, and Ding Xinhong. Lin Gongzi, it's been ages. I've missed you dearly, Wang Songsong exclaimed, opening his arms and striding over to embrace Lin Qing. What brings you here? Lin Qing patted Wang Songsong's back. These 3, of course, were the wealthy young gentlemen and ladies he had met at Ming Feifei's cousin's wedding. Today, while attending classes, Wang Songsong had messaged to inform him that he, along with Xu Ximiao and Ding Xinhong, had arrived in Nanzhou City. We were bored at home, so we thought we'd come and play with you, Lin Gongzi, Ding Xinhong said sweetly. Oh, Lin Qing nodded. He was not particularly familiar with these affluent youths and suspected that their overt friendliness might harbor ulterior motives. Nevertheless, he kept such thoughts to himself. The private room is ready, Wang Songsong gestured invitingly. Shall we head upstairs, Lin Gongzi? There is no need to keep calling me Lin Gongzi. Just call me Lin Qing. All right, Qing go. Wang Songsong chuckled heartily. Behind Lin Qing stood a man named Lin He. With him present, Wang Songsong, Xu Ximiao, and Ding Xinhong dared not act brazenly in Lin Qing's presence. The group ascended the stairs and settled into the private room. After presenting the menu to Lin Qing and placing their orders, they began to engage in casual conversation. Compared to Nanzhou City, the places we used to frequent seemed far too small. Ding Xinhong remarked with a smile, on my way here, I encountered countless Ferraris, Porsches, Lamborghinis, and Aston Martins. After all, this is the capital city of Hanbei province. Lin Qing responded, that is hardly surprising. Xu Ximiao interjected, as newcomers, we must rely on you, Qing Go, to guide us in Nanzhou City. I recall your relationship with Wang Songsong has not been particularly amiable, Lin Qing noted, shifting the conversation. As previously mentioned, Nanzhou City, being the largest city in Hanbei province, is indeed a place teeming with hidden talents. Even if my father holds considerable influence, it is unnecessary to attract trouble by catering to these affluent youths. Xu Ximiao was taken aback by Lin Qing's unexpected question. In our circle, is there truly any lasting enmity? Wang Songsong poured a drink for Lin Qing and suggested, since Ximiao and I have both come to know you, Qinggu, Why not set aside past grievances and prosper together? Lin Qing, grasping the glass, suddenly understood. Ah, so the three of you have come to seek fortune? Well, not entirely. He replied with a chuckle. Primarily, we wish to prove ourselves. Ding Xinhong shyly added, you know how others perceive us, as wealthy offspring relying on our parents' fortunes. This time, we have come to Nanzhou City not only to seek your guidance, Qingge, but also to achieve something of our own. In the realm of the wealthy, social strata are distinctly pronounced. Wang Songsong stated bluntly, as newcomers to Nanzhou, we need a sturdy tree to lean upon. Are you implying that I am that sturdy tree? Lin Qing asked with a grin. Who else could it be but you, Qingge? Wang Songsong laughed heartily. Xu Saimiao and Ding Xinhong enthusiastically chimed in. Indeed, indeed. However, I do have an idea, Lin Qing said, his eyes gleaming. What idea? Wang Songsong, Xu Saimiao, and Ding Xinhong expressed their curiosity. You are familiar with the Wabin Club, I presume? Lin Qing set down his teacup and cleared his throat. Yes, they nodded in unison. I wish to establish a more youthful club, with members like ourselves. Lin Qing stated confidently. As he shared this vision, he observed the expressions of the three affluent youths. What will this club be named? Ding Xinhong appeared intrigued. How about Tyrannosaurus Warriors? Lin Qing pondered aloud. The network associated with the Tyrannosaurus Warriors has always been impressive, and the name exudes a blend of gravitas and dominance. Wang Songsong, Xu Saimiao, and Ding Xinhong remained silent for a moment. Qingge, what do you envision for the future or expectations of this club? Wang Songsong inquired. Equally fascinated by Lin Qing's proposal. Given Lin Qing's remarkable background, it was certain that should the club come to fruition, Mr. Lin would lend his support. Wang Songsong was more than willing to be the first to join should membership be opened. However, if the club were to be named Dino Warriors, it might be a tad underwhelming, wouldn't it? Just a light-hearted jest. Are you unfamiliar with the Dino Warriors meme? Lin Qing expressed a hint of disappointment. It seems we are indeed somewhat out of the loop. Qingge, would you kindly enlighten us? Ding Xinhong inquired. I shall not elaborate. Lin Qing replied haughtily with a soft hum. The future aspirations of our club, of course, lie in the stars and the vast sea. How about naming it the Star Sea Club? After a moment of contemplation, Xu Saimiao tentatively proposed. Star Sea Club? That sounds rather appealing. Let us settle on that name. Lin Qing decisively concluded. When shall our club officially commence? Wang Songsong asked. I have prior commitments tomorrow. Lin Qing sat upright and stated, Tomorrow. My father and I will be volunteering at the Children's Dream Welfare Institute to do some good deeds. Qingge, let us join you. In the past, back home, we accompanied our parents in similar endeavors. Wang Songsong was the first to respond. There are still many individuals suffering in this society, since we possess the means. It is only natural for us to extend our helping hands within our capacity. Absolutely, Lin Qing felt quite pleased and readily agreed. Chapter 179. It is said that the old dean has always remained single, thus arranging a group of elderly ladies for him to choose from at will. What? That Xiaoqingye's ID is actually used by the owner of Qingye Entertainment? Upon learning this explosive news, Zhao Yu was left utterly dumbfounded for a full half-minute before regaining her composure. As she perused the trending topics on Weibo, she slowly began to digest the situation. In a hurry, she opened her call log and dialed the number of the enigmatic man. Miss Zhao Yu, have you made your decision? Came the man's voice as the call connected. May I ask who you are? I mean, how should I address you? Zhao Yu inquired nervously. No wonder he could drive a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Such a luxurious car truly befitted the identity of the owner of Qingye Entertainment. Back when she was indulging in the gossip surrounding Qingye Entertainment, Zhao Yu had secretly mused about how wonderful it would be if she could enter the entertainment industry. Stars earn money at an astonishing pace. Ideally, she would debut under Qingye Entertainment. The joy of being a newcomer supported by substantial investment in talent. What bliss it would be to debut under their banner. Never did she expect that what was once a mere whimsical thought would actually materialize into reality. Zhang Xin, the man replied. Mr. Zhang, do you have some time to meet? Perhaps we could discuss matters face to face? Zhao Yu proposed. She had initially thought this was a scam call. Yet it turned out to be genuine. Having left him waiting for so long, she hoped he wouldn't be upset. Not a problem. The location can be decided by you. Miss Zhao, I shall take care of the bill, Zhong Xian replied thoughtfully. Zhao Yu's sudden outreach and the change in her tone surely indicated that she had seen the trending topics on Weibo. He must have suspected he was being scammed when he first tried to contact Zhao Yu. In light of this, he resolved to provide her with a sense of security. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. I will send the location to your phone shortly. Zhao Yu said hurriedly. An hour later, Zhao Yu and Zhong Xian found themselves seated in a quiet CAF. Although tranquil, the CAF was located in a bustling area of Nanzhou City, with a police station just 100 meters away. Miss Zhao Yu, this is the draft contract I have prepared for you. Please take a look. We can discuss any issues in detail, Zhong Xian said after a brief exchange of pleasantries, placing a document before her. Zhao Yu picked up the contract, scrutinized it carefully, and then set it down, saying, everything seems fine, but my contract with the Star Guild expires in a few days. You have my contact information, Miss Zhao. Once your contract is up, feel free to come to Qingya Entertainment to meet me, and we shall sign the official agreement then, Zhong Xian added as he gathered the draft. In the meantime, should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Thank you, Zhao Yu nodded earnestly. She understood the implication of Zhong Xian's words. After all, her popularity had surged during this period. Many netizens had flocked to Duya Live to catch a glimpse of her. Everyone is curious about the enchanting allure of the female streamer who has garnered millions with a single throw. Given this situation, it seems the Fanqing Guild may find itself unable to renew contracts, potentially leading to unforeseen complications. In the urban-rural fringe of Nanzhou City, the road is riddled with potholes. A multitude of large vehicles traverse this path, stirring up clouds of dust. Flanking the road are various establishments, including restaurants, auto repair shops, small convenience stores, and barber shops. The surrounding construction sites contribute to a bustling atmosphere, and these shops manage to sustain a decent business. Wei Youfu has diligently ensured that the courtyard is spotless well ahead of time, even restoring the once dusty entrance to its original vibrant red hue. Today, the elderly director received word that a charitable benefactor, who has generously donated 100 million, will visit in person. With the assistance of the staff, this substantial sum was transferred into Wei Youfu's personal bank account. While 100 million appears to be an enormous amount, Wei Youfu is acutely aware of the future needs of the children. For the Tong's Dream Welfare Institute, it is a constant cycle, the steadfast director Wei Youfu with a flow of children. As each child reaches a certain age, Wei Youfu strives to facilitate their schooling with the help of relevant departments. Whether it be kindergarten, primary school, middle school, high school, or even university. Some children may opt for vocational training or enter the workforce directly. Each child's growth incurs expenses, and the staff's salaries must also be considered. They cannot operate solely out of goodwill. There's the necessity of sustenance and the responsibility of supporting families. With this in mind, the need for funds is ever present. In the future, more children will arrive at the Tong's Dream Welfare Institute, and even with 100 million at his disposal, Wei Youfu remains prudent in his spending. As he contemplates the future, the sun casts deeper shadows into the wrinkles of his weathered skin, reminiscent of old tree bark. Suddenly, a convoy approaches, rumbling along the road. The leading vehicle is none other than Lin He's Rolls-Royce Cullinan. The convoy halts at the entrance. Is Lin Qing not here yet? Lin He inquires, frowning. He had intended to invite Lin Qing to ride with him, but the young man insisted he had a surprise in store for the director and the children of the Welfare Institute. He should be arriving soon, he adds. Pei Gong opens the car door, extending a hand to shield his employer from bumping his head as he exits. Mr. Lin. As Lin He steps out of the vehicle, Wei Youfu, accompanied by the children, hurries forward to greet him. Hello, Director Wei. Lin He nods. I have arranged for essential supplies for you and the children, along with caregivers responsible for their psychological well-being, education, and health. Naturally, the cost for the caregivers will be covered by me. Mr. Lin, on behalf of the children, I extend my heartfelt gratitude, Wei Youfu responds earnestly. Caregivers are crucial for the children, many of whom face psychological challenges during their development. In such matters, Wei Youfu often finds himself well-intentioned, yet powerless. As Lin He was about to speak, the thunderous roar of numerous vehicles reverberated through the air. Lin He, Wei Youfu, and Pei Gong turned their gazes toward the source of the commotion. Dad, Lin Qing, donned in sunglasses, emerged from a blue Porsche Cayenne and greeted them. What have you been preparing? Lin He raised an eyebrow and inquired. Uncle Lin, Wang Songsong, Xu Simeo, and Ding Xinhong stepped out from other vehicles, standing obediently behind Lin Qing. While they felt comfortable expressing themselves in front of Lin Qing, the unspoken pressure emanating from Lin He, a figure of high stature, rendered their pores tense with trepidation. Surprise. Lin Qing cheerfully approached a business vehicle and swung open the door. Tada, where's the old man? Take a look at me. A group of stylishly dressed elderly ladies emerged, scanning their surroundings with eager anticipation. Old Dean, You've endured so much these past years. I heard you've been single. So I've arranged for you a delightful selection of charming widows. Feel free to choose. Lin Qing proclaimed with flair. Chapter 180. The Elder with a Fortune of 100 Million? The Diamond Bachelor of Twilight Love. Are you that elder? The elderly ladies immediately gathered around Wei Youfu, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. A fortune of 100 million? Is he the director of the Welfare Institute? A promising investment for the future? These elderly women, having remained single for decades for various reasons, saw Wei Youfu as nothing less than a diamond bachelor in their twilight romance. Director, don't be shy, embrace love boldly, Lin Qing said as she approached, nudging Wei Youfu, whose face flushed with alternating shades of red and white. Lowering her voice to a whisper only they could hear, she added, you haven't seen these ladies dance in the square. Their waists twist with astonishing grace. If you wish, they would dance for you tonight. Even sitting on your lap wouldn't be an issue. Young Master Lin, perhaps it's best to refrain. I only wish to care for the children at Tong's Dream Welfare Institute. Wei Youfu quivered in fright. Sit on my lap? Wouldn't that break my old back? If the ladies dance tonight, I fear I might be sent away by morning. Is that so? Lin Qing regarded the old director with a peculiar expression. What does young Master Lin mean? Wei Youfu felt an ominous premonition. The director is indeed seasoned. He must have seen through me long ago, Lin Qing remarked, patting Wei Youfu on the shoulder. I don't quite understand. Wei Youfu struggled to keep up with Lin Qing's whimsical thoughts. In my car. There is a doll hidden for you. Be cautious not to let the children discover it. Otherwise, it could lead to unfavorable consequences, Lin Qing advised thoughtfully. A doll? Wei Youfu, being an honest man, was perplexed. A one-to-one lifelike replica crafted from high-quality nano-soft silicone with automatic heating and intelligent interaction. Whatever you desire. It can be tailored to your liking. I only prepared one this time, not anticipating your interest. Next time, I shall procure more for you. Perhaps something from the East. Or from Korea, or even something like JK or Lolita. Lin Qing counted on her fingers, suddenly recalling the most important matter. Director, do exercise moderation. If necessary, I can prepare some turtle soup for you. It will surely enhance your vitality. Before Lin Qing could elaborate further, a finger pinched her ear, twisting it a full 360 degrees. Hiss, Lin Qing's expression changed instantly, drawing in a sharp breath. Just as she was about to protest, she turned to see her father's sharp yet wrathful gaze, causing her face to fall. Dad, what is this? Ding dong. A lesson for the son. Allowing him to feel the weight of his father's authority, paternal affection gains a slight boost. The system's notification echoed in Lin He's ears. Seeing Mr. Lin take action, Wei Youfu finally breathed a sigh of relief. The group of elderly ladies, some grasping his arms, others pulling at his clothing, some shoving their phones in his face for photographs, and others bombarding him with questions. It was chaos. Not swallows and warblers, but rather a dance of demons. The heat of the day was stifling, leaving Wei Youfu feeling utterly overwhelmed. Wasn't it the wealthy magnate who came to provide assistance? How has it come to this? Wei Youfu felt a disconnection from the world. What did I bring you here for? Lin He inquired, releasing his grip. To help others. To do good deeds, to engage in charity, Lin Qing responded with a humble demeanor. Then what is the purpose of bringing this group? Lin He found it utterly embarrassing. Dad, I believe that not only do the children at Tong's Dream Welfare Institute require care, but the old director does as well. Who notices the tears of a lonely man? Lin Qing's expression radiated compassion. Lin He found himself at a loss for words. On one hand, one could argue that his son was correct. It was indeed charity and benevolence, yet he had brought elderly women to coax the director into watching their antics. And there were dolls prepared in the car? On the other hand, while it seemed absurd, his son had a point. Everyone was concerned for the children. Yet they overlooked the old director who had devoted decades to the Welfare Institute. Children need love, and sometimes adults do as well. Observing his father's sullen expression, Lin Qing sensed impending trouble and hurriedly addressed the elderly women. You may leave now. I will arrange for the driver to take you home. We have matters to attend to today, but you can visit the old director next time. All right. Let the old director attend to his duties, the elderly women replied. Quite pleased, a fortune was enough to endear them to the old man. Thus, they cheerfully boarded the vehicle and departed. Wei Youfu stood under the scorching sun, surrounded by the innocent laughter of the children, yet he felt his blood pressure rising slightly. Uncle Lin, I have prepared 20 air conditioners for Tong's Dream Welfare Institute, energy efficient, variable frequency, self-cleaning wall-mounted units, Wang Tsong announced. If that's insufficient, I will purchase more. Uncle Lin, I have arranged extracurricular books, toys, and computers for the children at Tong's Dream Welfare Institute. This afternoon, professionals will come to install the internet connection, and I will cover all subsequent expenses. Ding Xinhong chimed in. Uncle Lin, I have secured a year-long housekeeping service for Tong's Dream Welfare Institute, with a chef coming daily to prepare nutritious meals. And I will handle all hygiene aspects, Xu Ximiao earnestly stated. Look at your 3 friends, and then look at yourself. Lin He glared at his son. The perm lady was introduced by Wang Song, and the doll was urgently procured at the behest of Xu Ximiao's friend from the east. Lin Qing unceremoniously divulged the identities of the 2 rascals. Wang Song and Xu Ximiao lowered their heads in embarrassment. Whose idea was this? Lin He inquired. It was mine, Lin Qing declared, crossing his arms and puffing out his chest. Lin He led the group into Tong's Dream Welfare Institute. Some were installing air conditioners, others were cleaning, and some were assisting with moving items. The entire Welfare Institute was undergoing a transformation. The children joyfully shared toys and extracurricular books, while others curiously gazed at the newly organized computer classroom. Wei Youfu felt elated. It had been a long time since Tong's Dream Welfare Institute had been this lively. Reflecting on the past when he took the children to scavenge for discarded items and sell them on the streets, Wei Youfu was nearly moved to tears. Lin Qing, Wang Song, Xu Ximiao, and Ding Xinhong wandered aimlessly through the Welfare Institute. Professional tasks are best left to professionals. Individuals of their privileged background could hardly be of assistance. Suddenly, a stray dog emerged, barking at Lin Qing and the others. Children, is this dog from your Welfare Institute? Lin Qing inquired while stroking his chin. Yes, replied a snot-nosed child cradling a football. Is this the only one? Lin Qing asked. The dog appeared to be quite aged, likely having existed in the dreams of the children at the Welfare Institute for many years. Yes, the child nodded. How unfortunate. It must feel quite lonely, Lin Qing said, squatting down to gaze at the 2 bells. Should we help it? He suggested. That might not be appropriate. Wang Song and Xu Ximiao exchanged glances, responding with hesitation. Chapter 181. Invitation from Song Anna. Event of the Dream Supercar Club. After quite some time, Lin He provided his contact information to Wei Youfu, who expressed his gratitude profusely as Lin prepared to depart. The air conditioning, computer, and various other facilities had been installed, with professional personnel scheduled to address any remaining tasks. Lin He would single-handedly bear the future educational expenses of the children, including their eventual employment, as his current holdings were exceedingly abundant, encompassing both intellectual and manual endeavors. Seated in the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, Lin Qing followed closely behind, her expression one of concern. Wang Song, Xu Ximiao, and Ding Xinhong all had their own vehicles and would trail behind them. What's the matter, Wang Kai? Suddenly, the voice of the elderly director resonated from the Tong's Dream Welfare Institute. Lin He glanced out the car window to see a mutt approaching, its 4 legs moving in a peculiar manner, and its eyes exhibiting a strangely human-like gaze. It appeared as though it had just emerged from an extensive health check. Walking as if on clouds. This dog was decidedly odd. This isn't related to you, is it? Lin He directed his gaze toward his son seated beside him, an ominous premonition brewing in his chest. Isn't this doing a good deed? Lin Qing asked, her voice tinged with unease. What did you do to that dog? Lin He gritted his teeth, the extent of his son's recklessness surpassing his expectations. Dad, you don't understand. This mutt has been guarding the Welfare Institute for many years. Moreover, there isn't a single female dog in the Institute, which is truly pitiful. It's a normal dog that has devoted most of its life to the Institute. Considering a dog's lifespan is only about 10 years, I thought I'd lend a helping hand, Lin Qing explained with earnestness. How did you help? Lin He felt a fire igniting between his teeth. With my hands, Lin Qing replied with an awkward grin. Your own hands? Lin He inquired. Along with Wang Song and Xu Ximiao, they helped me hold its legs, Lin Qing confessed, shifting uncomfortably. Lin He pinched the bridge of his nose, overwhelmed by frustration. Were it not for their charitable mission being 2/3 complete, he would have dearly wanted to reprimand his son. Closing the car window, he urged Pei Gong to accelerate away. He felt utterly embarrassed to face the old director, never having anticipated that this group of rascals would even extend their mischief to a dog. One could only imagine the humiliation and shadow this incident would cast upon the mutt for the rest of its life. For these wayward youths, squandering their fortunes might be the closest thing they had to a semblance of normalcy. Boss, there's a call coming in. Pei Gong, driving steadily along the road, notified Lin He. Opening his eyes from a moment of respite, Lin He took the phone, noting the caller ID read Song Anna. After a brief hesitation, he accepted the call. "Mr. Lin, what have you been busy with lately?" "You Haven T reached out, so I had to take the initiative," Song Anna chimed sweetly. "I just returned from a charitable endeavor." When the term charity crossed Lin He's mind, he was reminded of his son introducing a group of elderly ladies to the old dean and the mischief involving someone's dog, which left him feeling somewhat guilty. The saying, when one achieves success, they should benefit the world. When one faces hardship, they should cultivate their own virtue, truly embodied Mr. Lin. "I ought to learn from you," praised Song Anna. "Charity is a matter of personal conviction." Linny chuckled and inquired, "Miss Song, you didn't call me just to discuss charity, did you?" "Mr. Lin, do you truly understand me? Have you ever delved into my world?" Song Anna asked with a playful smile. Even through the phone, Linny could vividly imagine her alluringly licking her lips as she spoke those words. "Let us get back to the matter at hand," she remarked, slightly teasing. "Tonight, our Dream Racing Club has an event. Would you care to join us?" "The Dream Racing Club event?" Just as Lin He was about to respond, he caught sight of his son eavesdropping. "Dad, I want to go," Lin Qin whispered. "All right." Lin He readily agreed. As one of the premier racing clubs in Summer Country, the Dream Racing Club undoubtedly attracted the wealthy elite. "It's settled then. We shall meet at 7 this evening," Song Anna said cheerfully. "The location has been sent to your phone, so don't disappoint us." "Understood," Lin He replied before ending the call. Glancing at the location on his phone, he noted it pointed to Shuiling Mountain in Nanzhou City, which featured a private racing track not open to the public. "I heard my classmates mention it back in school. It turns out it belongs to the Dream Racing Club." Lin Qing realized. Indeed, Lin He mused, aware that Song Anna's invitation held ulterior motives. The so-called Dream Racing Club was merely a facade, and the true purpose would only be revealed at Shuiling Mountain. "Dad, can I bring those 3 along?" Lin Qing gestured towards the vehicle behind the Cullinan. "What do you mean?" Lin He asked, perplexed. Since when did his son become so close with that group of wealthy youths? "Well, I want to start a club too," Lin Qing confessed, sheepishly scratching his head. After all, his lofty ambitions seemed trivial in front of his father. Yet, Lin Qing did not wish to rely solely on his father's reputation. At the very least, he wanted to forge his own path. "A club?" Lin He inquired. "Yes, it's called the Star Sea Club, inspired by my aspiration to conquer the stars and the ocean," Lin Qing explained. "This club will primarily recruit members from the second-generation elite, like Wang Songsong, Xu Ximiao, and Ding Xinhong, although they may just be the idle rich. Gathering a significant number of them could form a formidable force." Lin He gazed at Lin Qing in a state of mild astonishment. His son seemed to have matured. A sense of pride gradually filled Lin He's expression. "Very well, I hope you achieve your aspirations," he nodded in approval. As the son remarked, Wang Songsong, Xu Ximiao, and Ding Xinhong are among the weaker members of the second generation. However, if numerous members of the second generation were to convene, the Star Sea Club, led by my son, would undoubtedly thrive. After all, the term second generation signifies that each individual is supported by an elder. I am resolutely determined to succeed." Lin Qing was elated. With his father's backing, he felt invigorated and motivated. He swiftly retrieved his mobile phone to call Wang Songsong, who was accompanied by Xu Ximiao and Ding Xinhong. The conversation was audible to all 3. Upon learning of their impending visit to the Dream Supercar Club, their faces lit up with expressions of delight. This club is renowned throughout the circles of Xia Country. Given the current capabilities of Wang Songsong, Xu Ximiao, and Ding Xinhong, gaining entry would still pose a significant challenge. As they departed from the Tong's Dream Welfare Institute, twilight had already descended. The Cullinan led the way, heading directly towards Shuiling Mountain. As the clock approached 7 in the evening, the Cullinan arrived punctually at the entrance of the Shuiling Mountain Club. Chapter 182. The Supercar Sale Event Tonight. The grand showcase of top-tier supercars unfolds amidst the breathtaking scenery of Water Spirit Mountain and the serene depths of Rock Valley. Towering ancient trees and gently flowing springs characterize this enchanting locale, which, despite being situated in the renowned metropolis of Nanzhou, is relatively obscure. Thus, it was not arduous for the Illusion Dream Supercar Club to acquire it. The majority of the area has been refurbished through substantial investments by the club, operating as a scenic attraction during ordinary days. Prior to any event, meticulous preparations are undertaken, ensuring the venue is pristine for guests. Little is known about the extravagant super racetrack constructed at the summit of Water Spirit Mountain. Built into the mountainside, it stretches a remarkable 3 kilometers, featuring 15 bends, with a design that allows for a maximum speed of 296 kilometers per hour and a vertical drop of up to 30 meters. As the Cullinan was ushered into the parking area, Lin He alighted from the vehicle to find Song Anna already awaiting his arrival. This was Song Anna's domain, and news of Lin He's arrival had been communicated as soon as he arrived. Tonight, Song Anna donned a rather revealing outfit, pairing shorts with fishnet stockings that extended to her impeccably toned waist. Her naturally smooth and fair legs appeared even more alluring, evoking a sense of intrigue. This ensemble, particularly the fishnet stockings that ascended from her shorts and accentuated her waist, easily sparked the imagination. "Mr. Lin," Song Anna greeted, swaying towards him with a serpentine grace, initiating a formal embrace. "Miss Song," Lin He responded courteously as their bodies parted. "Last time we met, you referred to me simply as Miss Song. Adding Miss to my name this time sounds rather distant," she remarked, a hint of discontent in her voice. "It is merely a formality for clarity, devoid of any malice." Lin He replied with a subtle smile. Behind Song Anna stood a multitude of young men and women, most adorned in exquisite attire. Yet, several young women lingered beside their male companions, exuding an air reminiscent of internet socialites. A few among them discreetly captured images of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, eager to share the experience on social media, stirring envy among their peers. Despite a myriad of impressive vehicles gathered at Water Spirit Mountain tonight, the Cullinan remained one of the most striking spectacles. The cohort of young individuals nearest to Song Anna scrutinized Lin He, their expressions ranging from curiosity to hostility, exploration, indifference, and even friendliness. The oldest among them appeared to be in their 30s, while the youngest were likely just in their early 20s. Each possessed an air of distinction, clearly holding esteemed positions within this affluent circle. Wang Song, Xu Ximiao, and Ding Xinhong nervously trailed behind Lin Qing, acutely aware that this was their inaugural venture into such a high-caliber milieu, their usual confidence as privileged heirs notably absent. Tonight's supercar sale event, hosted here, is a familiar occurrence for the Illusion Dream Supercar Club. Song Anna guided Lin He and the others to a venue akin to an exhibition hall, adorned with modern, high-tech decor. The group settled into their seats. Lin He and Song Anna naturally occupied the foremost seats. Soon, the crowd gradually fell silent as the lights dimmed, and the spotlight slowly focused on the central platform. "Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I am your host for tonight, Porter." A middle-aged man leisurely ascended the stage, microphone in hand, along with several cards detailing the evening's sports car sale agenda and vehicle introductions. "Let us cut to the chase," a young man jested. Laughter erupted from many in the audience, all eagerly anticipating the night's array of sports cars. Those familiar with the Dream Supercar Club were well aware that each sports car sale event promised delightful surprises for enthusiasts. "As you wish." Porter smiled and leaned into the microphone. "Now, let us welcome our first vehicle, the Maserati Grand Cabrio." The platform began to ascend, revealing a sleek white sports car to the audience. "The Maserati Grand Cabrio is the brand's first four-seater convertible," Porter explained. "I believe what you all care about most is not the interior, but the power. This beauty boasts a 4.7-liter V8 engine that delivers a maximum of 433 horsepower, with a peak torque of 490 Newton-meters. The transmission is handled by a 6-speed automatic gearbox, with paddle shifters located behind the steering wheel for seamless gear changes. It reaches a top speed of 283 km/h and accelerates from 0 to 100 km/h in just 5 seconds, as the host eloquently elaborated. Song Anna remarked, "The Maserati Grand Cabrio is robust, with swift and direct gear shifts and a solid chassis. It doesn't possess the exhilarating sharpness typical of sports cars, but its resilience and ease of handling are unmatched. I believe it suits someone like Mr. Lin perfectly." "May I interpret that as a subtle compliment from Miss Song towards me?" Lin He inquired. "Absolutely," Song Anna replied, her smile blooming like a vibrant red rose. "If you desire it, I could purchase it for you, Mr. Lin." Her demeanor resembled that of a wealthy patron, momentarily leaving Lin He in a daze. "No wonder so many men are drawn to affluent women. It seems rather blissful." "This car is priced at $3 million, the host announced, retrieving a remote control to illuminate a large screen behind the sports car. The screen flickered to life, showcasing a 360-degree view of the Maserati Grand Cabrio along with its specifications and price. "I'll take it." A woman raised her hand. "I knew you would choose that one." A familiar man chuckled. "To me, Maserati epitomizes elegance. It's hard not to acquire it," the woman responded. "Goodness, how wealthy." Just like that, the $3 million car is bought. Xu Ximiao couldn't help but exclaim. After all, it is the Dream Supercar Club, where the affluent abound. Wang Song whispered in agreement, noting that, to his knowledge, during such events, the Dream Supercar Club typically sells at least two-thirds of their inventory with ease. Lin Qing remained silent, feeling indifferent towards the Maserati model. In terms of true performance beasts, he believed that the Maserati Grand Cabrio fell short. The pairing of beauty with a Maserati is akin to a match made in heaven, reminiscent of a prince and princess. The host praised the event, shifting the conversation by stating, "This time, unlike any before, we are prepared to unveil tonight's grand finale." People are accustomed to referring to the final, heavyweight act as the grand finale, yet it is the grand spectacle that truly deserves the title. Upon hearing the term grand finale, all eyes were drawn to the stage. The second lift slowly ascended, draped with a cloth. Could it be? Lin Qing immediately straightened in his seat, his breath quickening involuntarily. Through the cover of the vehicle shroud, he began to discern, based on its contours, which car it might be. Chapter 183 Son. Father, I desire this Pagani Huayra, priced at over 45 million. The host's tone soared, almost hoarse, as he pronounced the name. My heavens, to think I could witness the Pagani Huayra tonight. After all, this is a car auction hosted by the Dream Supercar Club. So it is hardly surprising. It is my dream vehicle, but alas, the price is rather daunting. I am curious, will it sell tonight? Upon hearing the name Pagani Huayra, many in attendance could not help but engage in fervent discussions. As the exterior of the car was gradually unveiled by the machinery, the resplendent silhouette of the Pagani Huayra was fully revealed to every onlooker. I believe many esteemed guests are no strangers to the Pagani Huayra, I must admit. I too am an admirer of this magnificent automobile. After allowing the guests a moment to marvel, Porter finally took the microphone. Huayra, the name of the Pagani supercar, signifies when God. It is equipped with a custom Mercedes-Benz AMG M158 Series 6.0L twin-turbocharged V12 engine, boasting a maximum power output exceeding 730 horsepower and a peak torque of around 1,000 Nm, paired with a 7-speed sequential single-clutch transmission, achieving a top speed of 370 km/h. Such performance is among the finest in the realm of supercars. One press of the accelerator will undoubtedly unleash boundless power. Furthermore, I must inform you that this vehicle has been specially tailored for the domestic market by Pagani, with a price tag of 45 million. 45 million? Goodness. Who can afford that? It is exorbitantly priced, approaching half 100 million. I recall the Pagani Huayra being around 20 million, so why is this one so costly? The fact that it has been customized for the domestic market implies that this version differs from the standard Pagani Huayra. It may indeed be one of the few in the entire Summer Nation, were it not for its presence at the Dream Supercar Club. One might not even have the chance to see it, let alone purchase it. Many attendees raised their smartphones to capture the moment. After all, they could hardly afford it. Taking photos to boast about later seemed harmless enough, particularly the internet socialites, who, had it not been for their affluent companions, would have had no opportunity to attend this exclusive auction. I wonder if I might have a chance to compete for this limited Pagani Huayra later. Dad Lin Qing, seated behind, gently poked Lin He's back. Lin He turned around, gazing at his son's timid demeanor, perplexed. Were it not for his understanding of his son's mischievous nature, he might have thought him a shy boy. I want this car, Lin Qing whispered, covering his mouth with one hand. He feared being overheard. If his father refused to purchase it, it would be quite embarrassing and an easy target for ridicule. The Pagani Huayra has always been Lin Qing's dream vehicle. Long ago, I often fantasized about the exquisite experience of cruising through the vibrant, neon-lit metropolis in a Pagani Huayra. Despite Lin Qing's earnest attempts to conceal his aspirations, he could not escape the discerning eyes of Wang Song, Xu Ximiao, and Ding Xinhong. The trio of affluent youths could not help but break into smiles. A supercar priced at over 45 million was certainly beyond what Uncle Lin would consider purchasing. A sum of over 45 million is no trivial matter, far removed from the realm of merely 4.5 million, rendering it a veritable fortune. Very well. Lin He nodded calmly. His son's reckless nature was undeniable, yet it had been quite some time since he had squandered money frivolously. Lin Qing had previously expressed his desire for a Pagani Huayra, but at that time, Lin He had refused. Remarkably, his son took the rejection in stride, maintaining a carefree demeanor. Beyond his reckless tendencies, this son of his was quite commendable. Really? Is that true? Lin Qing inquired tentatively. Should he receive such a gift, he would surely be overwhelmed with joy. Conversely, if it were denied, he would not be overly disheartened, for even with his own wealth, the price tag of over 45 million was daunting. Indeed, Lin He affirmed with a nod. Yea, Lin Qing exclaimed, leaping from his seat. The Pagani Huayra, crafted from carbon fiber and titanium alloy, boasts unparalleled body strength while maintaining a total weight of merely 1,350 kilograms, effortlessly outclassing other V12 supercars. Pirelli undeniably plays a crucial role, providing tires that enable the Huayra to reach speeds of 370 km/h with a maximum cornering g-force of 1.5 g. As Porter, microphone in hand, began to introduce the Pagani Huayra, he was suddenly startled by a loud cheer from the audience. The crowd turned in unison toward the source of the commotion. A young man, strikingly handsome, radiated uncontainable joy, as if he had just encountered a momentous occasion. "Dear sir, please restrain yourself. I understand the allure of the Pagani Huayra is akin to that of a beautiful woman for many men," Porter chuckled, attempting to redirect the conversation back to the car. "No need for introductions. I have purchased this car," Lin Qing declared confidently. "Ah, very well, handsome," Porter replied with a smile, though his expression soon froze in disbelief. "Excuse me, may I ask what you just said?" "I have purchased this Pagani Huayra. Priced at over 45 million, Lin Qing replied proudly. Who is this individual? So young and strikingly handsome. Can he truly afford a car of such an extravagant price? Is he jesting? Murmured the crowd. Did you not notice he is seated behind Song Anna? He must be a child of some influential figure. I can't believe someone can actually afford it. I feel like I've lost something precious. Why not wait a bit longer and let me buy another lottery ticket?" As the gaze of countless onlookers converged upon Lin Qing, several socialites were already brimming with anticipation. If they could ensnare such a prize, their futures would be secure. Free from the burdens of financial strain, no longer needing to squander wealth on acquiring a domestically limited edition Pagani Huayra. How enviable. Wang Songsong, Xu Ximiao, and Ding Xinhong sat in their seats, their faces a portrait of despair, watching Lin Qing radiate confidence. The three young scions longed to rush forth, dropping to their knees before Mr. Lin and calling him father. Mr. Lin's charismatic demeanor was undeniably captivating. Song Anna was equally taken aback, her exquisitely clad legs, wrapped in a netted hosiery, swaying enticingly before Lin He. Over 45 million for the supercar, the Pagani Huayra, and after his son expressed his desire, Lin He purchased it without a flicker of hesitation. It appeared that the information gathered was indeed accurate. This Mr. Lin was a doting parent, a veritable tycoon with boundless wealth. That man, was it truly Lin He? Nearby, a small group sat, their leader coldly inquiring. Chapter 184. Due to a preference for rounded figures, the sum of 45 million was rounded up to 50 million. Additionally, a man nodded in acknowledgement, remarking on the intricate nature of the relationship between him and Song Qingru. The mention of Song Qingru caused the gaze of the entire group to converge on the leading man, all aware of his sentiments towards her. Qingru would never harbor affection for him. The leading man smiled subtly, his demeanor almost effeminate. "In my heart, only young Master Lu is a worthy match for Song Qingru," he declared, eliciting a wave of agreement from those present. The man at the forefront was named Lu Jiadao, a figure whose personal attributes and lineage rendered him well-suited for Song Qingru. Even amidst the whispers and rumors, I remain unperturbed. Lu Jiadao paid little heed to the flattery of others, his gaze returning from Lin He, as he calmly asserted, "Song Qingru is my cherished possession, and I will not permit any slander to tarnish her name, even if Lin He is innocent." "Are you certain?" Potter, standing at the podium, hesitated to inquire. He had learned of the 45 million Pagani Huayra prior to the auction, having memorized the faces of those capable of acquiring this vehicle. He noticed that the young man before him was absent from that list. Although it seemed impolite to ask again, Potter felt compelled to confirm. If the individual was merely jesting and genuine buyers withdrew as a result, it would be a significant loss. "Apologies, but I have already made prior arrangements to acquire this vehicle." Perhaps the relevant personnel were unaware, Lin Qing began. But before he could finish speaking, a young man rose, hands in his pockets, and interjected with a smile, "This." Potter was taken aback, sensing an unusual tension in the air. "Damn it. Who do you think you are?" Lin Qing retorted, irritation evident as he pointed at the man. "You chose the perfect moment to announce your pre-booking just as I was about to finalize my payment? Who can vouch for that? I am a lawyer. And should you have any legal inquiries, I would be more than willing to discuss them in detail later," the young man replied, his expression faltering but striving to maintain a congenial demeanor. "Evidence? Just because you claim to be a lawyer, does that make it so? I could just as easily claim to be your father. Would that necessitate your mother producing evidence to the contrary?" Lin Qing countered, prompting a wave of laughter from the audience. The majority of those present were young, many being the children of wealthy families. Their penchant for mischief heightened by the spectacle before them. You. The young man faltered momentarily. Since you assert your profession, allow me to pose a question. Does a pregnant woman striking someone qualify as a brawl? Lin Qing crossed his arms, a smirk on his face. Ah? The young man appeared flummoxed, struggling to comprehend the nature of the inquiry. Lu Jiadao cast a quizzical glance in his direction, seemingly questioning why a law student would falter in providing an answer to such a query. The young man, freshly enrolled this year, awkwardly fidgeted with his fingers, admitting, I am not a genuine lawyer. Lu Jiadao let out a sigh, revealing himself to be merely a second-generation heir living off his family's wealth. Having somehow gained admission to a so-called law school, it was questionable whether he could comprehend the law even after 4 years of study. Can one perceive air as a fish perceives water? If a venomous snake is poisoned by its own venom, will it succumb to its own toxicity? If an electric eel is electrified, will it be electrocuted by its own charge? Lin Qing posed 3 questions in rapid succession, his expression slightly triumphant. The young man was momentarily taken aback but quickly realized that that's not even a legal question. Unable to respond, he felt frustrated and flushed with anger. Lin Qing laughed heartily. You have not received any prior reservation for the Pagani Huayra, so this vehicle belongs to Mr. Lin Qing and is available for immediate pickup. Our Dream Supercar Club has already arranged the license plate and other details. As for the payment process, Mr. Lin may settle the payment whenever he wishes. Song Anna spoke slowly, her seemingly indifferent gaze resting upon Lu Jiadao. A Pagani Huayra worth over 45 million. And payment could be made at Mr. Lin's convenience? The second and third generation attendees immediately sensed the implications. Everyone knew that the Dream Supercar Club was under Song Anna's authority. Her words, whether genuine or feigned, were a gesture of deference towards Mr. Lin. The identity of someone capable of earning such respect was unmistakable. Those unfamiliar with Lin Qing began to memorize his features, eager to engage him when the opportunity arose. Meanwhile, the handsome and refined Lu Jiadao merely smiled in response to Song Anna's gaze. She scrutinized him deeply, her expression a blend of amusement and irony. You have been rather presumptuous. You should apologize to Mr. Lin, Lu Jiadao remarked. Ah? The young man's mind faltered, nearly blurting out a question about Lu Jiadao's earlier request to intervene and prevent Lin He's son from purchasing the car, thus publicly undermining Lin He's reputation. Is there a problem? Lu Jiadao inquired with a smile, his delicate eyes suddenly gleaming with a hint of menace. And no problem, the young man stammered awkwardly. Addressing Lin Qing, I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. It seems I made an error. Please don't take offense. Not at all. Lin Qing replied with a snap of his fingers. Now, I shall proceed with the payment. Very well. Porter, recognizing the gravity of the situation, felt a surge of anxiety. It was no wonder that Mr. Lin was so affluent. He was a friend of Miss Anna. Lin He directly instructed Pei Gong to bring up the check and present it to Porter. Well, this Pagani Huayra is priced at 45 million. While this check amounts to 50 million, Porter remarked, his brow furrowing in confusion as he glanced at the check. I prefer to make round payments, Lin He replied nonchalantly. Porter's hand trembled slightly. Such words were beyond his own bravado, yet here was someone who not only uttered them but also acted upon them. A man who could sit alongside Song Anna undoubtedly possessed significant stature. How striking he is. Does anyone know him? I should try to obtain his WeChat contact later. Who knows what might happen? What a fanciful thought. Someone of his caliber is hardly within reach for socialites like you, came the retort from the crowd. Stirred by Lin He's audacious statement. Young Master Lin, here are the keys to the Pagani Huayra. Shortly thereafter, a staff member approached, presenting Lin Qing with an exquisitely crafted box with both hands. Upon opening it, a model of the Pagani Huayra emerged. The key itself was a meticulously designed replica of the vehicle, capturing every detail of the original, from the air intake grille and exhaust pipes to the engine cover, all rendered with remarkable precision. Chapter 185 Song Qingru is truly formidable. Unlike me, who can only feel sympathy for Gigi, Potter approached with a microphone and introduced. Many believe he is a priceless artifact, making it difficult to associate him with a mere car key. Furthermore, it serves as a small USB drive, capable of transferring essential documents when necessary. This domestically limited Pagani Huayra was sold through his hands, bringing Potter considerable prestige. In the future, he would have the opportunity to boast about this achievement. After closing the box, Lin Qing expressed his gratitude and returned to his seat. Was the Pagani Huayra truly acquired for 50 million? Was the process this straightforward? Such is the life of the wealthy, simple yet unadorned. Was the man who spoke earlier Lin Gongzi's father? Did I just boldly declare my desire to become Lin Gongzi's stepmother? You aspire to be Lin Gongzi's stepmother? Relying on your appeal to A? Men seem to favor my kind of boldness. A multitude of envious glances converged on the exquisite box in Lin Qing's hands, which contained the key to the half-billion Pagani Huayra. Lin Qing was overwhelmed with excitement, although he lacked a driver's license. He had acquired his very first car, the coveted Pagani Huayra. Today was nothing short of fulfilling. "Qing, may I take a photo?" Wang Song asked eagerly, sharing his passion for sports cars. "Qing, can you take me for a spin?" Xu Ximiao chimed in. "Qing, I envy you so much." "Uncle Lin, would you consider having a daughter?" Ding Xinhong said with a dreamy expression. "My dad isn't a pervert." Lin Qing shot a glance at Ding Xinhong. "What are you thinking?" Ding Xinhong's mind was filled with confusion. Lin Qing felt he might have misheard. Ding. The sound of the system notification rang out. Sun's gratitude received. Host gains a talent summoning card X1. A talent summoning card? Lin pondered, recalling he had previously received a talent recruitment card, yielding the legal prodigy by Yu Yue. What distinguishes this card as a talent summoning card? However, now was not the time for such contemplation. Lin glanced toward a nearby seat where a man dressed in a sharp suit exuded confidence. He was the one who had earlier demanded an apology from the so-called lawyer. His name was Lu Xiaodao. Lu Xiaodao? Lin questioned, puzzled. Do I have a grudge against him? You do, Song Anna replied with a smile. From where does this animosity arise? Lin found it perplexing, as he had never met the man. He is fond of Song Qingru. Song Anna's words cleared the fog of confusion for Lin. In this world, sometimes enmity need not be forged through direct encounters. Next, we have the Aston Martin DB11, priced at $3 million, featuring the brand's signature clamshell hood. The voice of Porter resonated once again from the exhibition stand. The two engines it boasts unleash a magnificent and distinctive roar, reaching nearly 7,000 RPM and effortlessly delivering immense power. This evening, the Dream Supercar Club unveiled a total of 9 exquisite vehicles, the most extravagant being the domestically limited edition Pagani Huayra. After the event, the group proceeded towards the Water Spirit Mountain racetrack. 20% of the proceeds from tonight's sale would be allocated to charity. Song Anna walked alongside Lin He, who remarked, "Every time our Dream Supercar Club organizes such an event, we follow this practice. There are many kind-hearted individuals contributing to charity. Not just Mr. Lin. Indeed, Miss Anna is both beautiful and benevolent," Lin He praised. "Every penny truly utilized effectively can yield significant outcomes, perhaps even exceeding the expectations of the charitable donors. Mr. Lin, would you care to take a couple of laps?" A youth with dyed hair approached with an invitation. "You just acquired the Pagani Huayra, and we all wish to take it for a spin." Lin Qing glanced over at his father, in his understanding. His father had never engaged in racing. He yearned to impress his father but lacked a driver's license, not to mention driving. Even sitting in the Pagani Huayra might leave him bewildered about how to start it. Ding. Based on the principle of his father's assured victory, the host's driving skills received a perfect enhancement, legendary level. The system's notification echoed in Lin He's ears, catching him off guard. Could this even be possible? Then please, Miss Anna, arrange for the Pagani Huayra to be brought over, Lin He smiled. He was eager to test just how formidable this legendary level of driving skill truly was. Mr. Lin races? Song Anna emphasized the word races with a slight bite. There is a fundamental difference between driving and racing. No problem, Lin He chuckled. A wealth of information regarding racing flooded his mind, and simultaneously, his physique underwent a swift transformation. Observing the surrounding supercars, Lin He could discern the series and specifications of each vehicle merely by glancing at their brand and design. Even the sound of the engine's roar revealed whether a car was high or low end. All right, Song Anna, taken aback by Lin He's confidence, responded. Soon, the Pagani Huayra was delivered. Lin He accepted the car keys from his son, opened the door, and entered the vehicle, starting it with remarkable ease. Roar. The beastly growl of the engine erupted on the racetrack. As Lin He grasped the steering wheel, he felt a profound sense of clarity wash over him, as if the car and he had become one. Surely, such a depiction would be deemed too extravagant for a television drama? This extraordinary sensation filled Lin He with unwavering confidence. Snap. As the passenger door swung open, a waft of fragrance drifted into the vehicle. Surely, Mr. Lin would not embark on such an exhilarating adventure without me? This was my inaugural experience behind the wheel of a sports car. Would Miss Anna not feel apprehensive? Lin He inquired. Not at all, she replied. This delightful scent emanated from Song Anna herself. I have complete faith in Mr. Lin's driving skills. They must be exceptional. The safety belt nestled perilously amidst the contours, accentuating the formidable outline. With Miss Anna placing such trust in me, I was determined not to disappoint. A smile graced Lin He's face. Nearby, several other sports cars had also leisurely arrived at the starting line. Brother, will Song Qingru be upset if you take me for a thrilling ride in the Pagani Huayra you purchased for 50 million? Is it not a testament to our bond that I dare to accompany you on your first drive in a sports car? Surely. She wouldn't harbor any jealousy upon learning this? I am the first to occupy the passenger seat in this car. She wouldn't resort to violence against me. Would she? Song Qingru is quite intimidating, unlike me, who can only feel sympathy for my dear brother. Song Anna, appearing delicately fragile, twisted her enchanting legs. Ensconced in fishnet stockings, and innocently blinked as she posed her question. Chapter 186. The Pagani Huayra and Legendary Craftsmanship, 370 kilometers h. Interpreting arrogance. Damn, what an imbecile. Lenny felt enveloped by the fragrant aroma of fine tea within the car. The seductive glances, the tea-infused whispers, and the alluring movements of those exquisite legs stirred a profound springtime yearning within him. Beside the Pagani Huayra were three other sports cars. On the far left stood the Spiker C8, valued at approximately $1 million, renowned for its unwavering prowess and unimpeded performance. Next to it was the Lamborghini Murcielago, known colloquially in Xia country as the Bat. This name does not refer to the mammal, but rather to a legendary bull that fought valiantly in medieval arenas without succumbing. This vehicle's price hovered around $38 million. To its left was the McLaren 650S, built upon the platform of the McLaren MP4-12C. With 25 of its components specially crafted for the 650S, also priced similarly in the upper $4 million range. The unique roar of these supercars resonated through the night sky, akin to a cacophony of frenzied steel beasts. Are you all ready? A lady emerged, waving a flag, her voice echoing through the starting line via the loudspeaker. The Pagani Huayra, Spiker C8, Lamborghini Bat, and McLaren 650S simultaneously flashed their headlights, signaling their readiness. With a swift motion, the lady lowered her flag, her sweet smile illuminating the moment. Boom. The collective roar of the four supercars surged forth, streaking past the lady like arrows released from a bow. Lenny pressed the accelerator to the floor, the Pagani Huayra's engine instantly reaching its peak performance. This engine, also utilized in the Mercedes SL65 Black Series, differed from the version used by Mercedes, featuring reduced turbo lag for improved throttle response and new pistons and intake manifolds to accommodate these changes. Its streamlined design granted the vehicle a remarkably low coefficient of aerodynamic drag. With such a top-tier supercar and Lin He's unparalleled driving prowess, how could the others possibly compete? The occupant of the Lamborghini Bat was none other than Lei Lei, the professional racer who had previously challenged Lin He. Song Anna, relishing the exhilarating thrust, flushed with excitement, exclaimed loudly. The scenery outside the car windows blurred into indistinct shadows, racing past in a dizzying flash. Why did he challenge me? Lin He's foot remained firmly pressed against the accelerator, not once lifting it. The speedometer of the Pagani Huayra reached its limit, leaving Song Anna breathless with astonishment. Has this man lost his mind? Ahead lay a sharp turn, and Song Anna instinctively tightened her legs. The screech of tires against the asphalt pierced the night air, echoing sharply through the darkness. Lin He swiftly rotated the steering wheel, his entire being pressed tightly against the inner lane as he executed a near 360-degree drift of astonishing difficulty, fully showcasing the characteristics of the Pagani Huayra. It was as if a powerful suction was pulling him to the ground, and then he shot forward at breakneck speed. How is this even possible? Hot on his heels was Lei Lei in his Lamborghini Bat, while the Zonda and McLaren trailed far behind. The performance of these two vehicles was commendable, yet their drivers were merely enthusiasts of sports cars. Although they possessed some skill, they were still significantly outclassed by a professional like Lei Lei. Confident in his impending victory tonight, Lei Lei's expression gradually hardened with tension. He had underestimated the man named Lin He. Not only was Lin He's driving skill extraordinarily impressive, but his demeanor was utterly reckless. Such a challenging turn. Even the world's top racers would hesitate to accelerate without caution. It's important to remember that this was a mountainous circuit. Any miscalculation could send the entire car careening off the track, undoubtedly leading to a fatal outcome. Song Anna glanced at the speedometer, which distinctly displayed 370 kilometers h. Lei Lei, naturally, was arranged by Lu Xiaodao. Her hand instinctively tightened around the seatbelt. Would Lu Xiaodao truly be such a mundane person as to employ such petty tactics? Lin He's lips curled into a barely concealed smirk, as if he were not engaged in perilous driving, but rather enjoying a leisurely evening of moonlit tea in a pavilion. In high society, reputation was of utmost importance. Song Anna struggled to redirect her focus. Attempting to ease her anxious heart, his goal was to layer upon layer dismantle your pride. As the saying goes, good news seldom leaves the house, while bad news travels far and wide. The humiliation you faced tonight would undoubtedly reach Song Qingru's ears. Alas, he was thinking far too simplistically. Lenny let out a hearty laugh and swiftly turned the steering wheel once more, and the Pagani Huayra executed another drift with remarkable speed. Song Anna let out a muffled sound, feeling that last drift was akin to a roller coaster ride. Her insides churned as if her organs had shifted position, and she felt a wave of nausea rising. Lin, he must truly be a madman. From the moment they set off, the Pagani Huayra had the accelerator pressed to the floor, maintaining its speed throughout the entirety of the experience. This driving skill was unmatched, not just by us, but by anyone in the professional realm. The professional realm? Was T the driver of that Lamborghini but a professional racer? They couldn't even catch a glimpse of the Pagani Huayra's taillights. Look, there are headlights. It's the Pagani Huayra. The science and social media influencers were all abuzz. This entire racing circuit was equipped with precise speed monitoring devices. Astonishingly, the Pagani Huayra maintained a speed hovering around 370 km/h from start to finish, with any fluctuations so minuscule they were negligible. Boom. Amidst the boisterous clamor, the Pagani Huayra stood resolutely in the gaze of the crowd. Lin He, with an air of nonchalance, gracefully opened the door and descended from the exquisite vehicle. Song Anna swayed unsteadily, her ample bosom rising and falling dramatically. Mr. Lin, your driving is simply magnificent. It feels as if I am miraculously with child. Magnificent driving? Lin He cast a glance at Song Anna, who truly seemed like a reincarnation of a siren. It was hard to discern whether her words were intentional or inadvertent, yet they effortlessly stirred the imagination. Father, you are incredible. You frighten me to death. I genuinely worry about your safety on the road. Lin Qing exclaimed, leaping from the audience, his excitement palpable. You little rascal, are you not wishing for your father's well-being? Lin He playfully smacked the top of his son's head, bemused by the reckless words spoken. Right. If there were to be an accident, it would be that worthless Lu Xiaodao who would cause it, Lin Qing quickly amended, realizing his blunder. Meanwhile, not far off, Lu Xiaodao's countenance darkened ominously. Even he, known for his composure, was incensed by Lin Qing's remarks. Oh, why are McLaren and Spiker returning? Someone pointed towards the racetrack, bewilderment evident in their voice. Chapter 187, the Lamborghini bet plummeting down the cliff, the life unnoticed indeed. Following closely behind the Pagani Huayra should be the Lamborghini bat. Lele, a professional driver, could hardly be outperformed by the amateur contenders from Spiker and McLaren. Could it be that the Lamborghini bat, seeing no hope of victory, allowed the Spiker and McLaren to return first? Mr. Lin has truly outdone himself by besting the professionals. How impressive. As the crowd observed the two supercars from Spiker and McLaren come to a halt, they began to murmur among themselves. Haha, perhaps it met with an accident? Lin Qing remarked with a mischievous grin. Suddenly, the door of the McLaren swung open, and the driver emerged, pale and flustered, gasping. The Lamborghini bat has had an incident. During a turn, Lele attempted to emulate the Pagani Huayra's high-speed cornering but misjudged the distance, sending the car over the cliff. Did my words truly conjure this calamity? Lin Qing asked. Dazed, all eyes turned to him, questioning if he had invoked a jinx. Just as he spoke, the driver of the Lamborghini bat, Lele, indeed faced a disastrous fate. Plummeting down the cliff at high speed, the likelihood of severe injury or even death loomed greater. The exclusive rescue and medical teams from the Dream Supercar Club were already racing towards the site of the Lamborghini bat's mishap. Lu Xiaodao, may you be met with misfortune within 3 days, Lin Qing called out over his shoulder. Lu Xiaodao's face turned an ashen hue. Young man, mind your tongue, lest you invite disaster upon yourself, the earlier lawyer threatened as he stood up. That remark would be better suited for you, Lin He replied with a smile. The lawyer instinctively glanced at Lin He, feeling a twinge of anxiety, caught at an awkward stance between sitting and standing. Why bother with petty exchanges, Mr. Lin? It only diminishes your stature. Lu Xiaodao quickly adjusted his expression, smiling. Indeed, Lin He responded, equally smiling. The driver of the Lamborghini bat, Lele, should belong to young Master Lu, correct? Young Master Lu's capabilities are as impressive as his appearance, attracting talents like lawyers and professional racers to his side. This statement effectively stripped away the veils of insidious schemes, laying them bare for all to see. Many socialites found themselves perplexed, unable to decipher the implications of Lin He and Lu Xiaodao's dialogue. Yet, the young scions and heiresses observed the two men thoughtfully, acutely aware that neither Lin He nor Lu Xiaodao possessed ordinary backgrounds. What ramifications would arise from their conflict? Should they take sides, or merely enjoy the spectacle? Or perhaps, amidst the rivalry between Lin He and Lu Xiaodao, would there be an opportunity for personal gain? In the circles of the second and third generations, there was no shortage of arrogant brats, nor was there a lack of cunning strategists, having absorbed much knowledge of scheming from their elders. The knowledge possessed by these individuals is often beyond the reach and imagination of children from ordinary families. In the eyes of the public, the second and third generation heirs are frequently dismissed as wastrels and brainless fools. However, this perception is misleading. Those born into affluence are subjected to a rigorous educational regime from an early age. For instance, they master multiple languages such as English and French, and are required to achieve a particular standard across various subjects, not to mention their early exposure to equestrian studies. As the young people in this arena gradually quieted down, one could only wonder what calculations were unfolding in their minds. Mr. Lin jested, "They are all my friends. How could they possibly be my subordinates?" He emphasized that equality exists among individuals, and their gathering was a pursuit of joy and shared interests. Those who grace the Dream Fantasy Supercar Club are of a kindred spirit, are they not? Lu Xiaodao remarked with a subtle smile. A number of young lords and ladies present could not suppress their disdainful laughter. Equality among people? Such a statement, even Lu Xiaodao himself would scarcely believe. Yet he audaciously voiced it. Despite their contempt, no one would be foolish enough to stand up as a hero to expose the fallacy. As Lu Xiaodao had articulated, those who frequented the Dream Fantasy Supercar Club were indeed like-minded individuals, united by their shared pursuits of wealth and power. Tonight's event also featured a fighting match, the thrill of which promised to rival that of the racing scene. Lu Xiaodao was the first to rise, deftly shifting the conversation. "Mr. Lin, I have arranged for you the best seats in the house. If your vision is sharp enough, you might even witness blood and teeth flying through the air." "Thank you, Master Lu," Lin He replied with a smile. Had the onlookers not been aware of the friction between Lin He and Lu Xiaodao, they might have mistaken them for the best of friends. The crowd, bantering amongst themselves, meandered towards another area. The facilities at the Dream Fantasy Supercar Club were no less luxurious than those at the Huabin Club's resort. On the other side, there stood a professional fighting arena, complete with a ring, spectator seating, and the dark crimson stains that had not been cleaned, evidence of blood violently expelled from the human body. Within the fighting arena, every face bore a varying degree of amusement. As for Lei Lei, who had driven a Lamborghini off a cliff and was later confirmed dead, he elicited no concern from these second and third generation individuals. To them, Lei Lei was merely a glamorous professional racer. Within the confines of the Dream Fantasy Supercar Club, he was but a source of entertainment for the wealthy. "Mr. Lin, might I inquire about your interest in the fighting match?" Lu Xiaodao approached the ring, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. "What is your intent, Master Lu?" Lin He questioned, perplexed. "Master Lu, perhaps you should know when to stop," cautioned Song Anna, seated beside Lin He. "What does Miss Anna mean?" Lu Xiaodao grasped the handrail, straightened his posture, and spoke aloud. "Many friends who visit the Dream Supercar Club are aware that I, Lu Xiaodao, have a penchant for martial arts. I often relish the opportunity to engage in friendly combat, witnessing Mr. Lin's astounding prowess in racing. I wonder if he might also surprise me in the realm of martial arts?" A multitude of gazes converged upon Lin He. Lu Xiaodao looked down upon Lin He, boldly extending a challenge before the assembled crowd. Ding! Following his father's unwavering principle of victory, the host's martial arts prowess surged to the level of a martial arts master, an extraordinary legendary caliber. The system's notification resonated in Lin He's ears. A flood of information regarding martial arts swiftly surged into Lin He's mind. He couldn't help but feel astonished. Was it truly this simple to ascend to the rank of a martial arts master? Moreover, a legendary one at that? Lin He distinctly sensed that his physical capabilities had undergone a monumental transformation and enhancement once again. Chapter 188. Is the martial arts of the Xian nation a fraud? Behold the first set, Xingyi Quan. Pei Gong, incapacitate this wretched fool, Lin Qing commanded, rising to his feet. In an instant, Pei Gong, who had been lurking in the shadows, stepped forward. To him, the orders of the boss's son were as binding as those of the boss himself. With a palpable aura of menace, Pei Gong lifted his head, casting a gaze upon Lu Xiaodao that seemed to pierce through to his very soul. Lu Xiaodao felt a chill run down his spine. Such a stare was unlike anything he had ever encountered. "Come back," Lin he called out. "Understood, boss," Pei Gong replied. Retreating to his inconspicuous position, standing silently in wait for further instructions. Beneath his hoarse voice lay a stark reality of lethal intent. Song Anna, too, noted Pei Gong's gaze. Having encountered a myriad of characters, she observed that none possessed a gaze as unwavering and devoted as that of the man accompanying Lin He. Both she and Lu Xiaodao were taken aback by the enigmatic nature of this man. The most perplexing aspect was the intense, bloodthirsty resolve reflected in his eyes, coupled with his unwavering obedience to Lin He. Lin He stood tall. "As you wish." Could he truly be accepting this challenge? Despite Lu Xiaodao's refined demeanor, he had been steeped in martial arts since childhood and had even traveled abroad to refine his skills. Lin He was a man shrouded in mystery. Who could have anticipated his extraordinary prowess akin to a race car speeding ahead of the pack? The second and third generation attendees did not unanimously favor Lu Xiaodao. The reason was simple. They could not decipher the enigma that was Lin He. Many harbored an unshakable feeling that Lin He concealed numerous secrets. "I began my studies in Taekwondo at the age of 10 in Goryeo, dedicating 5 years to it, and by 17, I had achieved black belt status." Lu Xiaodao removed his outer garment, revealing loose athletic wear that showcased his well-defined muscles. "Taekwondo? Black belt?" Lin He exclaimed, finally understanding the source of Lu Xiaodao's confidence. "A black belt? Can a man truly possess such a rank?" Lin Qing mused, glancing at the 3 young scions beside him. "A black belt is the pinnacle of Taekwondo." Not a gynecological issue," Ding Xinhong retorted, exasperated. "Not a black belt. Could it be an extraordinary color belt then?" "Quite impressive," Lin Qing remarked, nodding in a half-understanding with a hint of disdain. "I only know of Taekwondo, not its grading system." Ding Xinhong shook her head. The disparity between Lin Qing and his father was immense. On the arena, Lin He strolled leisurely to his corner. The boxing ring measured 10 by 10 meters. Standing about 100 centimeters above the ground, a standard setup. Why venture to Goryeo to learn Taekwondo when there are so many martial arts in the Xian nation? Lin He pondered, for his mind was steeped in the vast and authentic array of martial arts from his homeland. With this understanding, he recognized the profound strength and intricacies they held. In comparison, Taekwondo paled in significance next to the martial arts of the Xian nation. Taekwondo is one of the official competition events in the modern Olympic Games, garnering immense popularity worldwide. One might ponder the reason for such fervent enthusiasm. When Taekwondo is mentioned, a sense of pride illuminates Lu Xiaodao's countenance. Lin He, having fallen silent, acknowledges that even in Xia country, renowned for its exquisite martial arts heritage, Taekwondo has made a significant impact in recent decades. In the 1990s, the Xia Country Taekwondo Association was officially established. The ranks in Taekwondo are categorized into 10 levels and 9 degrees, distinguishable by the color of the belts. Among these, level 10 is the lowest, while level 1 is the highest. In terms of degrees, first degree is the lowest, and ninth degree is the highest. Lu Xiaodao's black belt signifies that he has undergone rigorous training, his technical skills and philosophical understanding having attained considerable maturity. It also symbolizes that the black belt in Taekwondo remains unaffected by darkness and fear. Ultimately, in Lin He's eyes, Taekwondo can be distilled into 4 words: ostentatious flamboyance. "If you have the opportunity, you might delve into the martial arts of Xia country," Lin He suggested. "Xia country's martial arts? Are those not the masters who, in their quest for recruitment, resort to deceitful tactics to attract more students and increase their tuition fees? They prance about online like jesters, boasting of their prowess, only to falter in actual combat against Western fighting techniques?" Lu Xiaodao's face revealed no concealment of his derision as he remarked, "I never imagined that, mister." Lin would blindly follow the so-called national essence of Xia country. How pitiable. Lin He gazed at Lu Xiaodao with pity. He too had heard of the rampant martial arts fraudsters online. As one martial arts star aptly stated, the true masters reside in the mountains. While one cannot generalize entirely, this holds true for the majority. Furthermore, in this era where popularity reigns supreme, unscrupulous media and events exacerbate the situation, sensationalizing to capture attention and engaging in limitless hype. This has led to the emergence of many so-called masters who tarnish the reputation of Xia country's martial arts, misleading the audience, despite the reluctance to acknowledge it. Many practitioners today possess combat abilities that pale in comparison to professional fighters in the ring. Those formidable professional fighters, they are predominantly practitioners of Western fighting techniques, such as boxing, right? I believe Muay Thai is the most formidable. It is simply overwhelmingly violent. You have yet to encounter true experts. Do you genuinely believe that the martial arts passed down by our ancestors are mere jest? Even military boxing has its practitioners who can either become mere showmen or true masters. Indeed, I concur with your assertion. One cannot hastily label all martial arts as fraudulent merely because of a few inept individuals. A spirited debate ensued among the attendees, with some asserting that foreign fighting techniques represent the apex of practical combat skills, while others maintained that the martial arts of Xia country still hold significant merit. Mr. Lin, might you consider changing your attire or at least removing your suit jacket? It may detract from the upcoming competition, which would be quite unfortunate. Lu Zhidao inquired with a seemingly concerned demeanor, though veiled beneath was a subtle mockery. If the opponent were you, there would be no need for grand gestures. Lin He pressed his lips together and smiled as he spoke. The martial arts have waned, and unexpectedly, many from his own country have begun to question or outright disbelieve it. Is that so? Lu Zhaodao replied with a cold sneer. Both Lin He and Lin Qing, this father-son duo, possess an unwavering tongue. When the competition commences, Lu Zhaodao will make Lin He regret his words. Tonight will mark the moment when Lin He becomes a complete jest in the circle. The first set is called Xingyi Quan. The heart aligns with the intention. The intention harmonizes with the energy merges with the strength, the shoulders connect with the hips, the elbows synchronize with the knees, the hands unite with the feet. Standing on the stage, Lin He brought his heels together, with his toes pointing outward. His palms turned downward, gradually lowering as the energy flowed with his hands. With his wrists settled, his fingertips faced inward, resting parallel in front of his navel as he gazed ahead. This is the preparatory stance of Xingyi Quan, Wu Ji. Huh. Lu Zhaodao ceased the idle chatter, letting out a deep shout as he charged forward. Chapter 189. Taekwondo Black Belt. Is this the skill of the barbarian? As Lu Zhaodao dashed onto the arena, the fervent debates encircling him swiftly dissipated. Such discussions, akin to keyboard warriors, paled in comparison to the undeniable proof that the outcome of the match would provide. If Lu Zhaodao, brimming with confidence and arrogance, epitomized Western combat techniques, then Lin He represented the martial arts of the Xia nation. Yet, the spectators remained uncertain whether Lin He's unwavering faith in the prowess of Xia's martial arts stemmed from blind belief or genuine experience. Much like his prior victory in the racing segment, where he had triumphed with an overwhelming advantage. On the stage, Lu Zhaodao moved with remarkable speed. Taekwondo eschews flamboyance, focusing solely on combat effectiveness. It demands swiftness, power, and impactful strikes, with the force of a blow serving as the ultimate gauge of skill. Thus, it is not uncommon to witness practitioners of Taekwondo, akin to acrobats, shattering wooden boards with their fists and feet, a demonstration that reflects their strength through the thickness of the boards broken. With a commanding shout, Lu Zhaodao stood before Lin He, his right leg, pivoting at the hip, bent and rose. As his thigh ascended to a horizontal position or slightly higher, he thrust his knee forward, propelling his lower leg swiftly upwards, the entire limb straightening to a point of sharp impact. This movement, executed by Lu Zhaodao, flowed with such grace yet was undeniably infused with tremendous explosive power. A mere glance from Lin He revealed the truth. Lu Zhaodao was not boasting. He undoubtedly possessed the prowess of a Taekwondo black belt, potentially capable of opening his own dojo to attract students. Unfortunately for him, he faced Lin He, the singular anomaly in this world. 5-element fist, cannon fist. The cannon fist, representing fire, is fierce and forceful, aptly named for its overwhelming might. It is the most ferocious technique within the 5-element fist. The 5-element fist serves as the fundamental boxing style of Xingyi Quan. With no embellishments, Lin He delivered a direct strike against Lu Zhaodao's front kick. Bang! The clash between the two echoed powerfully across the arena, the sound almost incredulous for a collision of human bodies. Lu Zhaodao's front kick seemed to strike a stone hurled with immense force, rendering the point of contact momentarily numb. What followed was a display of Wing Chun. Lin He's expression remained unchanged. As he unleashed his 5-element fist, he appeared entirely unfazed. Wing Chun, rooted in the theory of the central line and characterized by its distinctive southern boxing techniques, combines rapid strikes and tight defense, with agile stances and swift transitions. It emphasizes the harmony of hardness and softness while minimizing energy expenditure. Unbeknownst to him, this was no longer a contest between Lin He and Lu Zhaodao. Rather, it had transformed into a profound lesson delivered by Lin He on the intricate and profound nature of martial arts from the Xia Kingdom. He expounded on the principles of Wing Chun, emphasizing the use of short power in both attack and defense, focusing on the central line, engaging in evasive maneuvers, and executing swift strikes, all while maintaining a balance between offense and defense. His expertise shone in close combat. In an instant, as Lin He himself noted, he closed the distance to Lu Xiaodao with a swift step, his fists becoming mere shadows as they rained down upon Lu Xiaodao's chest like a torrential downpour. The sound of strikes echoed like popping beans. Bang, bang, bang. Caught off guard, Lu Xiaodao staggered backward, unable to regain his footing against Lin He's relentless assault. Third set. Baji Quan. Lin He abruptly halted his offensive, adjusting his stance with precision and grace. As stated in the Huainanzi, on the fall of forms, it proclaims, between heaven and earth, the 9 provinces and 8 extremes. Today, the term Baji in martial arts signifies the ability to unleash power that can reach distant extremes in all directions. It begins at the base of the neck, emanates from the waist, and one must move as if traversing through mud, ensuring the energy sinks rather than floats. Bang! Before Lu Xiaodao could comprehend the situation, an indescribable surge of astonishing power erupted from Lin He. In a fleeting moment, Lu Xiaodao found himself airborne. Crash! Mere seconds later, he landed with a thud, not on the ground, but atop a table laden with fruit platters and beverages. He crashed down from the ring, shattering the table into splinters and scattering the refreshments across the floor. Nearby young men and women scattered in panic, fearing for their safety. Lu Xiaodao, his face pale, gazed at Lin He, who stood unperturbed in the ring, his hands casually resting at his sides, nonchalantly observing the scene before him. Everything appeared so effortless. Yet, only in the presence of Lin He could one truly grasp the weight of the terrifying pressure. As a Taekwondo black belt, Lu Xiaodao, after his initial attack, found no vulnerabilities in Lin He's movements, lacking even an opportunity for a counterattack. It was only after being sent flying from the ring and crashing onto the table that Lu Xiaodao emerged from his daze. No, it was impossible. Lu Xiaodao had previously observed Lin He. A martial artist's mannerisms often reveal subtle differences, yet Lin He exhibited none. At Lu Xiaodao's level of expertise, it was inconceivable to misjudge. The profundity and intricacy of Xia martial arts were beyond the capabilities of a mere barbarian. Lin He approached the edge of the ring, looking down with an air of superiority. Lu Xiaodao had a multitude of arguments he wished to voice. However, the weight of reality surpassed rhetoric. The undeniable truth was that he had been utterly defeated without the means to retaliate. Young Master Lu, let us go to the medical room to check for injuries. The earlier lawyer, accompanied by several young men and women, hurried over to assist Lu Xiaodao in rising, swiftly departing. They were merely helping him find a way to save face. Before the public, Lu Xiaodao suffered a disheartening defeat against Lin He. Those who were aware of the conflict between Lu Xiaodao and Lin He were undoubtedly conscious of the seething anger within Lu Xiaodao's heart. Dad, when did you? Lin Qing inquired incredulously, drawing closer to Lin He after he descended from the arena. Humility and diligence are the virtues befitting one in a position of power. Lin He seized the moment to impart wisdom to his son. A person of authority is not elevated above others. Rather, it is the level of one's abilities that determines one's standing. I understand now, Father, Lin Qing replied contemplatively. As Lin He returned to his seat, Song Anna blinked with curiosity. Inviting Mr. Lin here tonight was indeed a wise decision, wasn't it? Why? Lin He asked. Mr. Lin's skills are quite impressive, Song Anna remarked, licking her lips. I just wonder if his prowess in that regard is as formidable as it is in the arena. Lin He, being a straightforward man, found it difficult to respond to such a remark. In the medical room, Lu Xiaodao sat on the sofa, a cup of coffee before him. Apart from the young man who identified himself as a lawyer, he was alone. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and a man entered. This is your target for tonight, Lu Xiaodao said, turning his phone to reveal a photo of Lin He standing in the arena. Chapter 190, A Life Worth Less Than 2 Million. The man, unkempt and weary, bore a profound fatigue that rendered his eyes devoid of life. Upon entering, he cast a glance at the photograph displayed on his phone. Lingering for only a moment, that is my daughter. I keep my promises. Lu Xiaodao adjusted his posture for comfort, reclining on the sofa. The man before him, Gong Jian, age 35, served as a driver for a freight company. At first glance, one might mistake him for a man in his 40s or 50s. Upon arriving at the medical facility, Lu Xiaodao refrained from unleashing a torrent of rage. After a brief lapse into emotional turmoil, he regained his composure and regarded Gong Jian with calmness. The money has been transferred to your bank account, 1 million. I require 2 million, Gong Jian replied through clenched teeth. I assure you, I will fulfill my end of the bargain. You are aware of the consequences I face. My daughter's surgery cost 1 million. Yet I aspire to provide her and her mother with a better life. Hence, are you being greedy? Inquired the young lawyer, Tang Tong, who hailed from an affluent background and had long mingled within elite circles. Many recognized Tang Tong as being closely allied with Liu Zhidao, though some, harboring disdain, derisively referred to him as a sycophant. Tang Tong was acutely aware of this and remained unfazed. Associating with Liu Zhidao meant intertwining his fortunes with the latter's. I regret to inform you, young Master Liu, that 1 million is precisely the cost of my daughter's surgery. Our family has exhausted all resources for her medical condition and has even incurred debt. Gong Jian fell to his knees, pleading, I am aware my life is worth less than 2 million, yet I find myself powerless. His weathered face bore the marks of hardship. For a year, he had traversed the roads, driving a heavy truck, living a life of irregular meals and disrupted sleep cycles. The trials of existence had dulled every edge of this man's character. A man's worth is measured by his kneeling? The fragility of spiritual wealth pales in comparison to the harshness of reality. 2 million is not an issue, Liu Zhidao said slowly. As previously mentioned, 1 million has been transferred to your account. The remaining million will be deposited into your wife's account once you fulfill your obligations. I hope to receive favorable news from you before the sun rises tomorrow. Young Master Liu, you must follow through with your word. Gong Jian asserted as he rose from the ground, his resolve unwavering. I shall execute your commands without fail. Very well, Liu Zhidao nodded. Gong Jian cast a lingering gaze at Liu Zhidao before departing, his steps imbued with a resolute determination, embodying both a man's commitment and a burdensome responsibility. Mr. Lin, our water spirit mountain is no less splendid than the resort at Huabin Club. We offer accommodations designed to meet 5-star hotel standards, Song Anna remarked cheerfully, standing beside Coolie Nan. While Song Qingru may not be in the bed, you still have me, Song Anna. If Mr. Lin wishes, I could certainly call Sister Qingru and inquire whether she would care to join us. There is no necessity for that. Lin He's lips curled slightly. This woman's words could easily send the steering wheel spinning. Behind them, a Porsche Cayenne was in motion. Lin Qing occupied the driver's seat, gripping the wheel firmly, while Ding Xinhong sat beside him, and Wang Song and Xu Ximiao nervously occupied the back seat. Brother Qing, are you truly capable of driving? Xu Ximiao questioned skeptically, observing Lin Qing as he took deep breaths. Is anyone born knowing how to drive? Lin Qing replied confidently, Sister Xinhong, please fasten your safety belt. Huh? What nonsense are you speaking? Ding Xinhong was momentarily bewildered, then indignantly retorted. Brother Qing, did you mean to say to buckle your seatbelt? Wang Song interjected. Yes, it conveys a similar meaning. As long as you understand, Lin Qing nodded, offering a smile through the rearview mirror to Wang Song, exuding a look of mutual understanding. That meaning is quite far off. Ding Xinhong responded in exasperation. Brother Qing, do you possess a driver's license? Xu Ximiao straightened in her seat. A true master requires no license, Lin Qing asserted, then inquired. So, how does one start the engine? Xu Ximiao. Brother Qing, perhaps I should take the wheel. I can assist you in finding the finest driving school in Nanzhou City, ensuring you obtain your license within a month. Wang Song hurriedly suggested. The three wealthy youths soon realized that Lin Qing was utterly incapable of driving, despite being a product of the renowned Porsche company. Renowned for its sports cars, the Cayenne, while an SUV, inevitably bore the traits of a sports car, with a top speed ranging from 239 to 283 km/h. When Lin Qing pressed the accelerator, it was a tumultuous experience for all aboard. This was no longer a Porsche Cayenne, but rather a Porsche hearse. Ultimately, after much persuasion, Lin Qing reluctantly exited the vehicle, allowing Wang Song to take over the driving. In a van, Gong Jian was continuously smoking, with a knife resting on the passenger seat. A Cullinan descended the road from Shuiling Mountain. Snuffing out the half-burnt cigarette, Gong Jian followed in pursuit. Boss, someone is trailing us, Pei Gong remarked, glancing at the left rearview mirror. Find a secluded road and ascertain their intentions, Lin he had also noticed. Understood. Pei Gong activated the navigation, selecting a nearby rural road to drive down. Before departing Shuiling Mountain, Lin Qing had expressed a desire to venture out with Wang Song and the others. The Pagani Huayra would be delivered to the Walnut Manor by the Dream Supercar Club. The Porsche Cayenne changed direction and departed, while the Cullinan veered onto another rural path. This dirt road was broad, flanked by trees and farmland. At this hour, it resembled a desolate wilderness in the dead of night. Gong Jian drove without headlights, similarly turning around to follow. Approximately 10 minutes later, Gong Jian felt a sudden shock as he noticed a Cullinan parked by the roadside, with a man leaning against it, seemingly admiring the picturesque rural landscape under the night sky. His thoughts raced, prompting Gong Jian to halt his vehicle as well. Securing a dagger at his waist, he alighted from his car. Has your vehicle encountered a malfunction? Do you require assistance? Closing the car door, Gong Jian forced a hearty smile, feigning concern. His palms, however, were already damp with perspiration. Indeed, replied the man leaning against the vehicle, who was none other than Lin He. A smile gracing his face as he regarded the simply dressed man before him. I happen to have studied car repair for 2 years. Allow me to take a look. Gong Jian reciprocated the smile, stepping closer to Lin He. At this hour, with no village nearby and no shops open, calling for a tow would be quite costly. Then I appreciate your help, Lin He said politely, a subtle hint of mockery lingering at the corners of his mouth. As the two drew within less than a meter of each other, Gong Jian suddenly brandished the dagger, thrusting it towards Lin He's solar plexus. Chapter 191. If the truth is revealed, I am done. At this moment, Gong Jian felt as though his heart had ceased to beat. The summer night enveloped the farmland, where the croaking of frogs and the chirping of cicadas harmoniously echoed, while the stars above outshone those of the urban skyline. The surrounding tranquility was just perfect. As he made his move, Gong Jian realized that he had already crossed the point of no return, like an arrow released from its bow. Crack! Just as the dagger was about to pierce the heart of the man before him, Lin He, a fleeting shadow darted across his vision. Gong Jian was startled, and he noticed that the dagger had inexplicably found its way into Lin He's grasp. Do you really think you can kill me? Lin He inquired, playfully toying with the dagger, a smile gracing his lips. Boom! Before Gong Jian could respond, a burly man surged from behind, landing a powerful punch on Gong Jian's back, causing him to groan and collapse to his knees. It was over. Gong Jian's mind went blank. Every action had been meticulously rehearsed in his mind countless times. Yet, he had ultimately underestimated the man named Lin He. Tell me, who sent you to kill me? Lin He tossed the dagger onto the ground before Gong Jian. Gong Jian gritted his teeth. If he couldn't secure 2 million, he could settle for 1 million. Before taking action, he had already informed his wife about the $1 million arrangement. The bank card and its password were in her possession. With that sum, he could afford treatment for his daughter. As this thought crossed his mind, Gong Jian raised his head with a cold smile, his eyes filled with a resolute acceptance of death. That expression is quite commendable, Lin He remarked, surprised by the man's fortitude. The man bore no grudge against him, yet someone must have orchestrated this. What could compel a man to face death without a flicker of fear, fiercely guarding the identity of his puppet master? Tell me, who sent you? Lin He pressed, a smile gracing his features. Gong Jian gazed into Lin He's eyes, and the resolve within him melted away like snow under the warm embrace of spring sunlight, quickly leaving him in a daze. It was young Master Lu who sent me. Lu Xiaodao? Lin He inquired. Indeed, Gong Jian affirmed with a nod. TSK. Gong Jian's revelation was within Lin He's expectations. However, the confirmation that Lu Xiaodao was behind this assassination attempt still took Lin He by surprise. When Gong Jian had made his move, the dagger had been aimed directly at his heart. Had he been struck, would Lin He still be alive? Yet, Lu Xiaodao dared to hire a killer over some alleged conflict? Had he truly sunk to such depths? Why did you comply with him? Lin He questioned. Because my daughter needs money to survive. She lies in the hospital, and without funds, she will perish, Gong Jian replied. Snap! Lin He snapped his fingers, and Gong Jian instantly awakened from a trance-like state, gazing at Lin He in confusion, as if he had just emerged from a dream, the details of which were now a blur. Take your dagger and kill Lu Xiaodao, Lin He commanded, straightening his posture. You, how do you know? Gong Jian exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that in that peculiar state, he had divulged everything? If Lu Xiaodao were to find out, would his wife and daughter not face retribution? Gong Jian was acutely aware of the ruthless nature of Lu Xiaodao, owing to his dealings with him. Are you afraid of Lu Xiaodao? Lin He inquired with a faint smile. Yes, I am terrified. If this matter comes to light, I am finished. Cold sweat trickled down Gong Jian's face. Your daughter is named Gong Xiaohe, residing in the rightmost room on the 3rd floor of the 2nd People's Hospital in Nano City. Your wife, Tao Hong, is an employee at a small supermarket. She has resigned to care for your daughter due to the circumstances. Lin He continued. Lu Xiaodao has given you 1 million. The remaining million will be provided once you have completed your task. Listening to the details flowing from Lin He's lips, Gong Jian gazed at him as if he were a monster. This was information known only to a select few. It was their first meeting. Yet this man seemed to possess an intimate understanding. Had he conducted prior investigations? No, that was impossible. The thought crossed his mind only to be swiftly dismissed. He had only received Lu Xiaodao's orders that very night. How could Lin He possibly know in advance? I share this information without ulterior motives, Lin He said, producing a few tissues from the car and offering them to Gong Jian to wipe his sweat. Wiping his brow, Gong Jian trembled as he replied, Mr. Lin, I truly fear Lu Xiaodao. I am helpless. My daughter awaits the life-saving funds I cannot procure. Isn't your daughter's life precious? Is mine any less? Lin He smiled warmly. Should you refuse to comply with my instructions, I will take the lives of your wife and daughter. Gong Jian's eyes widened in horror, blood vessels bursting in his pupils. His heart racing. His wife and daughter were his Achilles heel, the sole reason he labored tirelessly, even resorting to unlawful paths. No, it cannot be. Gong Jian attempted to grasp Lin He's pant leg, but was swiftly kicked to the ground by Pei Gong. This is your dilemma, Lin He stated patiently. Pei Gong, go to the hospital and await my instructions. Understood. Pei Gong promptly departed. Please, I will do it. I will kill Lu Xiaodao. Gong Jian, desperate, began to bang his forehead against the ground. Mr. Lin, I beg you. Pei Gong, it seems you need not make the trip after all, Lin He beckoned. Pei Gong, having not strayed far, quickly returned to Lin He's side, demonstrating his unwavering loyalty. I will go now. Gong Jian rose, picking up a dagger. Await your good news. Lin He smiled. The pure moonlight illuminated the man's face, and under Gong Jian's gaze, his smile resembled that of a demon emerging from hell, sending a chill down Gong Jian's spine. His mouth filled with a bitter taste. He had thought Lu Xiaodao to be sufficiently ruthless. Yet this man named Lin He proved to be even more terrifying. Gong Jian's intentions towards Lin He and his family were insidiously clear. Retribution against his wife and daughter was an ever-looming threat. Perhaps from the moment he sought out Lu Xiaodao, the course of events was irrevocably set. As he watched Gong Jian drive away in his van, Pei Gong inquired, Boss, should I follow him? No need, Lin He replied, shaking his head. What if he escapes along the way? Pei Gong expressed his mistrust of this seemingly simple man. He won't run, Lin He asserted with certainty. Pei Gong was perplexed but dared not press further. You don't understand, do you? Lin He asked. Indeed, Pei Gong nodded. A man like Gong Jian, who could easily shift allegiances under threat, was hardly someone to be trusted. Because I might genuinely kill his wife and daughter, Lin He stated calmly. If Lin He had been an ordinary man today, he would have already met his demise at the hands of Gong Jian. In that case, Gong Jian might have welcomed a healthy daughter, enjoying a blissful life with his wife, a happiness built upon the suffering of others. Lin He has never been a saint. Chapter 192. Song Anna called me, inquiring if I felt jealous. In the Dream Supercar Club, nestled within the enchanting Shuiling Mountain, the bar pulsated with electrifying music that ignited the excitement of every patron. Men and women reveled in a near-manic exuberance. Bottles of exquisite spirits, each worth thousands, were uncorked and poured over the glamorous socialites. Likewise, affluent young ladies playfully tossed cash at the handsome youths kneeling before them like obedient puppies. The adage that wealth permits one to indulge in anything was vividly illustrated in this vibrant setting. Seated gracefully in a private booth, Lu Xiaodao savored a glass of 1990 Roman e Conti, renowned as a world-class vintage with an annual production of merely 6,000 bottles. A fact that even the esteemed wine critic Robert Parker had acknowledged with a perfect score. If the 1982 Lafite could be likened to Burberry, then Roman e Conti undeniably represented the pinnacle of luxury, akin to Hermes in the realm of haute couture. Surrounding him were several affluent young men, each with a beautiful woman in their embrace, laughing and flaunting their charisma. Yet, Lu Xiaodao remained solitary, immersed in his wine, clad in a fresh, casual outfit. He bore little resemblance to the man who had recently suffered a humiliating defeat in the ring. The topic of Lu Xiaodao's unfortunate fate was one that none dared to broach in his presence. Buzz. The phone in his pocket vibrated. Lu Xiaodao retrieved it. And upon reading the message, a faint smile graced his lips. He set down his glass and rose, making his way toward the exit. A few wealthy young men glanced up, but no one inquired further, returning to their merriment. In the parking lot, Lu Xiaodao approached and immediately spotted a man standing beside a van. The man appeared disheveled, his clothes smeared with dirt, and fatigue etched across his features. He embodied the image of someone who had just returned from a harrowing ordeal. Is everything proceeding smoothly? Lu Xiaodao inquired. Yes, came Gong Jian's hoarse response. The remaining 1 million will be transferred to your account by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. As Lu Xiaodao walked, he continued questioning if the situation becomes exposed. You know what to do, correct? I know nothing, Gong Jin replied. Very well, Lu Xiaodao chuckled, though he recognized the inadequacy of this response. He would leverage his connections to remedy any shortcomings. Lin He, what do you possess to challenge me? He mused as he approached Gong Jian. Suddenly, a glint of cold steel flashed before him, triggering Lu Xiaodao's instincts. He instinctively lunged forward, but Gong Jian's movement was too abrupt. The sharp dagger was seized in Lu Xiaodao's grasp. Pain shot through him as the blade pierced deeply into his abdomen. You. Lu Xiaodao locked eyes with Gong Jian, confusion overshadowing his anger. Why had this scoundrel chosen to attack him? In a swift motion, several of Lu Xiaodao's bodyguards emerged from the shadows, their presence commanding. Gong Jian yanked the dagger free and swung it menacingly. Due to the unexpected urgency and the formidable prowess of Lu Xiaodao, a black belt in Taekwondo, he narrowly evaded the attack. Nevertheless, a wound was inflicted upon his forehead, blood swiftly staining half of his face. At that moment, several bodyguards had arrived, swiftly subduing and controlling Gong Jian. Young Master Lu, how should we proceed? One of the bodyguards inquired as he stepped forward. Secure him and take me to the hospital, Lu Xiaodao replied, clutching his abdomen, his clothes soaked in blood. Understood. The bodyguard gestured, and the team sprang into action. Some escorted Gong Jian away, while others fetched a vehicle to transport Lu Xiaodao to the hospital. Suddenly, the music in the bar came to an abrupt halt. Numerous young gentlemen and ladies turned toward the DJ booth in confusion, unaware of the reason for the cessation. In quick succession, the lights within the bar illuminated, startling several disheveled individuals who hastily grabbed garments to cover themselves, feeling both embarrassed and irate. The doors of the bar swung open, and a contingent of security personnel rushed in. What is happening? Tang Tong stood up from the sofa, inquiring. We have just received news that young Master Lu was attacked in the parking lot, the head of security responded. For the safety of our esteemed guests, the security level at Shui Ling Mountain has been elevated to the highest degree. The mention of Lu Xiaodao being attacked struck a familiar chord. It seemed reminiscent of something he had heard before. Was it not young Master Lin Qing who had ominously proclaimed that he would be targeted within 3 days? How ironic that Lin Qing's words might hold such weight. Why should we fear? Lin Qing is not here. Who? Do you fear that he too will wish for your demise within 3 days? Who would dare to lay a hand on Lu Xiaodao? Surely, it cannot be mere coincidence. Could it truly be orchestrated by Lin Qing? Given his audacious demeanor, it is entirely possible. Who would publicly declare such threats and then act upon them? Do you truly believe Lin Qing to be such a fool? The patrons of the bar were all taken aback by this sudden revelation. Lu Xiaodao held a prominent position within the Dream Car Club, known for his powerful connections and exceptional abilities. What kind of formidable adversary would dare to strike him? Lu Xiaodao. Oh no, is young Master Lu all right? Is he alive? Tang Tong was visibly shaken, while others may have been oblivious. He was acutely aware that Lu Xiaodao had dispatched individuals to deal with Lin He that very night, with lethal intent. Yet, in such a short span, Lu Xiaodao himself had become the victim of an attack? It was evident without speculation that Lin He was behind it. Tang Tong could hardly believe Lin He possessed such audacity. If he was indeed so valiant, would he not seek to eliminate Tang Tong next? He has already been taken to the hospital. The incident occurred so suddenly that I am unaware of the specifics. However, from the surveillance footage, I saw a young Master Lu with a stab wound to the abdomen and a gash to the head, covered in blood, the head of security candidly reported. It's over. Young Master Lu is surely doomed. No one could see the perspiring Tang Tong, drenched in cold sweat, startled into submission. You must arrange for me. No. Provide me with 10 bodyguards tonight, ensuring my safety. Not a problem, the head of security nodded in response. After all, it was their duty to safeguard esteemed guests, and they would never refuse such a request. The patrons in the bar exchanged glances, wondering if Lu Xiaodao had indeed met his demise as Tang Tong had suggested. Did you visit Shui Ling Mountain tonight? Came Song Qingru's ambiguous voice through the phone. How do you know? Lin He, seated in the bedroom of the Mountain Walnut Estate, asked, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. His relationship with Song Qingru was purely transactional, devoid of any emotional attachment. Yet, why did her inquiry evoke a sense of guilt akin to being caught cheating? Song Anna called me, asking if I would feel jealous, Song Qingru scoffed. She mentioned you took her for a joyride, wondering if I would be upset. Your newly acquired Pagani Huayra, and she was the first to occupy the passenger seat. Should I not be angry? She claims I'm terrifying, unlike her, who only feels sympathy for you. Lin He, Chapter 193. The Summoning of the Jester. Regrettably, I was unable to summon my son Wang Tong, who possesses the potential of an emperor. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. Fortunately, Song Qingru did not linger on this issue for long. To her, Song Anna is both a sister and an adversary. Thus, Song Qingru is quite familiar with Song Anna's character. The seemingly innocuous tea-related banter was merely a deliberate attempt to sow discord. By voicing her grievances, Song Qingru sought only to express her discontent. After all, Lin He was personally invited to the Huabin Club by Song Qingru. Given his close association with Song Anna, it is only natural that Song Qingru would feel uneasy, despite her attempts at generosity. In truth, she understood that Song Anna, being astute, would not believe that a few careless words could create a rift between her and Lin He. The phone call, laden with the scent of tea, was intended to irritate Song Qingru. Her discomfort would bring joy to Song Anna. Lu Xiaodao was attacked this evening and taken to the hospital. As far as I know, you were the only one who clashed with him on Water Spirit Mountain tonight. Was this incident instigated by you? Song Qingru inquired. It was I. Lin He admitted without reservation. Will this cause trouble for the Huabin Club? No, but I would like to understand why. Song Qingru replied, not particularly surprised. She had witnessed Lin He's modus operandi firsthand. Back when they were at the Huabin Club, Dongfang Xiang's downfall was no less severe than Lu Xiaodao's. As he had sought to take my life, Lin He stated, I understand. I will assist you in managing the subsequent matters, Song Qingru responded, her earlier confusion now resolved. Thank you, Lin He replied humbly. After all, Song Qingru had far more experience in this realm than he did and considered many aspects more comprehensively. There is no need for such formality with me. Song Qingru's demeanor was icy. The Lu family, behind Lu Xiaodao, wields significant influence in Hebei province, boasting a history of over 80 years, with 3 generations having spread across various industries and fields, making them formidable. Similarly, he holds a position as a director within the Illusory Dream Supercar Club. Are you implying that Song Anna will target me because of this incident? Lin He pondered aloud. After all, Song Anna merely seeks to win him over, while Lu Xiaodao is in her employ. Furthermore, having learned from Song Qingru that the family behind Lu Xiaodao possesses considerable clout, Lin He saw no reason for Song Anna to provoke the Lu family unnecessarily. Song Anna's character is quite inscrutable. Her actions defy logic, so you must exercise caution. Likewise, during this period, I will leverage the resources of the Huabin Club to monitor any developments involving Song Anna and the Lu family, Song Qingru declared. By the way, which hospital is Lu Xiaodao currently in? Lin He inquired. Tiana Hospital, the finest private hospital in Nanzhou City, Song Qingru replied, her curiosity piqued. Why do you seek this information? It is of no consequence, Lin He chuckled softly. After ending the call, Lin He set his phone down and contacted Pei Gong, requesting him to investigate the precise whereabouts of Lu Xiaodao. Subsequently, Lin He accessed the system and located the talent summoning card. The previous talent recruitment card had ensured that within an hour of its usage, a remarkable talent would appear within the host's line of sight, with attributes being entirely random. What, then, did this card signify? Upon clicking to view the details, he found Talent Summoning Card. This card allows for the summoning of characters that exist within the narrative for the host utilization. For instance, Jack the Ripper, the notorious murderer who gruesomely claimed the lives of at least 5 women in the Whitechapel area, instigating widespread panic across society due to his audacious methods, remains one of the most infamous assassins in Western culture. Young Hannibal, who witnessed the brutal demise of his sister and parents at the hands of ravenous soldiers, suffered profound psychological trauma, leading to his twisted psyche and cannibalistic tendencies. Jigsaw, a serial killer well-versed in mechanical design, psychology, and pharmacology, is meticulous and exceptionally intelligent, often dismembering his victims with a power saw. Jason Voorhees. There were numerous other character details below, but he refrained from delving further. Upon contemplating the potential figures that could be summoned, Lin He gasped in disbelief. In the world before his transmigration, each of these individuals was a notorious presence, instilling terror wherever they roamed. Summoning any one of them would undoubtedly spell disaster. Frowning, Lin He reflected on the lack of positivity in the rewards he had received. The summoned characters could only operate within a 20-meter radius of the host and lacked sufficient intelligence, obediently following the host's commands. This implied they were not as formidable as they were in their own worlds. Lin He inquired. The summoned entities were immortal, yet any external harm they suffered would necessitate a cost proportional to the extent of the damage for their restoration. The strength of the summoned characters was determined by the host's level. The stronger the host, the more formidable the summoned character. When not in use, they could be stored in the system's repository. The system's explanations were relatively clear. Linhe began to comprehend that the summoned figures were akin to puppets. His strength directly correlated to the capabilities of these puppets. With resolve, Linhe declared, Talent Summoning Card. Activate. After a moment of contemplation, he made his choice. Ding. The Talent Summoning Card was successfully utilized, and the system commenced a random summoning. Ding. The summoning was successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a special character, the Joker. With the system's notification fading, a gentleman clad in a tailcoat materialized within Linhe's room. The Joker. A surge of intrigue coursed through Linhe. Summon character information. The Joker. True name and origin shrouded in mystery, is Gotham City's most dangerous and terrifying criminal, feared even by many villains. The Joker. Possessing an exceptionally high intellect yet displaying erratic behavior, engages in criminal acts that are often unpredictable, leaving chaos, disorder, and spine-chilling laughter in his wake. He revels in demonstrating the futility of existence through the infliction of pain and death upon the world. This particular Joker, with his green hair and a mouth grotesquely slashed, evokes a sense of dread. His pallid skin and malevolent, cold expression, complemented by a purple tie and dark shoes, create an aura of terrifying madness even as he stands there, hollow and puppet-like. Linhe rose from his seat, causing a pen tip on the table to suddenly launch into the air. With the force he now possessed, the pen tip effortlessly pierced the Joker's shoulder. The Joker remained motionless, his expression and actions unyielding, devoid of any pain. Linhe suddenly realized that while he appeared to be alone as he exited, he was in fact accompanied by the formidable presence of the Joker. Unfortunately, Linhe had mistakenly believed he could summon a character with the potential of an emperor, only to find himself entangled with flesh and blood criminals. Chapter 194. The Man in the Black Suit. Do not mistake his identity upon detecting that the peculiar talent known as the Joker had sustained external damage. The system inquired whether to remedy the injury. As Linhe's gaze shifted to the pencil lead embedded in the Joker's shoulder, a notification from the system echoed in the air. The side of the pencil lead's penetration bore no sign of blood. Linhe approached and parted the Joker's clothing, revealing pale flesh devoid of warmth and the blood that should have been present. Repair. Linhe declared, adjusting the Joker's attire. The system responded. Repair requires a payment of 1 million. Do you wish to proceed? 1 million? That's exorbitant. Linhe paused momentarily before affirming, proceed with the payment. 1 million has been deducted from the host's account. The system replied succinctly. In an instant, the pencil lead clattered to the ground. The Joker's injury, along with his garments, returned to their original state. Witnessing the restoration process unfold in the blink of an eye left Linhe in silent awe. Yet, he pondered the steep cost of such a trivial injury. Should he encounter a more grievous or potentially fatal wound in the future, the expenses would undoubtedly escalate. After some contemplation, Linhe deemed it worthwhile, considering that it might one day save his life in a moment of peril. At that moment, Pei Gong's call came through. Linhe answered, placing the phone to his ear. Boss, the investigation is complete. Lu Xiaodo is indeed residing at Tianhe Hospital. The precise location has been sent to your mobile device. All visitors have departed for the evening. Lu Xiaodo is currently in his ward. Accompanied by a wealthy young gentleman named Tang Tong, Pei Gong meticulously relayed the findings. Excellent, you may rest now, Linhe responded with satisfaction. Boss, will you be coming over? Pei Gong inquired, sensing something. Yes, I will drive over myself. I will contact you should any matters arise, Linhe commanded. Pei Gong's loyalty was unwavering, yet he was but a mortal in need of rest. Understood, boss, he replied. Linhe stored the Joker back in the system warehouse and retrieved the car keys for Nan Kuan before descending. After departing from the Pecan estate, he followed the navigation and arrived at the parking lot of Tianhe Hospital 30 minutes later. In the inpatient department, on the top floor, VIP room number 9 awaited. Linhe glanced at the information on his phone and ascended the stairs. In the parking lot, a figure stealthily emerged. Xianggu, it's been difficult to follow. A young man lamented, standing behind the shadowy figure with an expression of distress. I'll pay you, the figure spoke in a strange tone. Producing a small stack of red bills from his pocket, which appeared to total 1,000 or 2. Upon receiving the money, the young man's face brightened immediately. The person you asked me to track has just exited a private estate and is driving an extravagant car. The man in the black suit, do not mistake him. Enough with the chatter, now leave, the figure said, stepping into the light with reddened eyes. The young man, startled by the intensity, hurriedly pocketed the money and departed. After walking a considerable distance, the young man glanced back, curling his lip in disdain. Damn it, the dead eunuch. The figure in question was none other than Dongfang Xiang. Ever since he had crossed paths with Lin He, his fate had been nothing short of hellish. With his brother Dongfang lay deceased, Dongfang Xiang himself had been reduced to a mere shell of his former self, cast aside from his opulent residence to languish in misery. Those who once fawned over him, calling him Brother Xiang, had turned their backs, not only refusing to offer assistance but also subjecting him to humiliation. The more they scorned him, the deeper Dongfang Xiang's hatred for Lin He grew. Had it not been for Lin He, he would still be a wealthy man. Indulging in his desires. Concealed within his grasp was a knife. Donning a mask, he waited at the staircase of the inpatient department. In the VIP room No. 9 of the inpatient department, Tianhe Hospital, recognized as the premier private hospital in Hanbei Province, the luxury of the VIP suite was undeniable. Young Master Lu. Upon hearing of your attack today, I thought you were finished. Ugh, how careless of me to speak so. I was merely worried, Tang Tong remarked. A loyal subordinate who insisted on staying even after everyone else had departed. It is in times of adversity that true feelings are revealed. Humph. I am not so easily dispatched. Lu Xiaodao lay in bed, bandaged head resting against the pillow. Despite suffering nearly 20 stitches in his scalp and a stab wound to his abdomen, his physical resilience allowed him to stand and move independently. Gong Jian remained unusually tight-lipped, leaving Tang Tong puzzled about the cause of his silence. After a night of contemplation, Tang Tong concluded, no need to inquire further, it must be Lin He. Lu Xiaodao gazed at the white walls and remarked, Gong Jian, having followed my orders to deal with Lin He, suddenly returned to turn his blade against me. Something must have transpired that I am unaware of. Regardless of the truth, the mastermind behind this must be that person. Tang Tong nodded in agreement, his thoughts mirroring those of Lu Xiaodao. There came a series of knocks at the door. Could it be the nurse on rounds? Tang Tong rose to answer it. But before he could utter a word, he froze in place. I heard young Master Lu is injured. I was quite taken aback by the news. Lin He said with a light laugh, entering the room while carrying a basket of fruit. What brings you here? Lu Xiaodao's expression shifted, his composure faltering. Despite his usual self-control, he found it difficult to maintain his calm in this moment. Lin He's methods had already been demonstrated through Gong Jian. For the first time, Lu Xiaodao found himself unable to gauge someone's tactics and felt a sense of trepidation. Not only Tang Tong, but Lu Xiaodao himself could not fathom the situation. The agreement to sell Gong Jian's worthless life for 200,000 had transformed him into a lethal pawn sent by Lin He. Even after enduring severe torment, Gong Jian had not uttered a word. Just came to see you. Lin He placed the fruit basket on the bedside table, smiling as he spoke. The concern reflected in his expression left Lu Xiaodao feeling alarmed. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Lin. It is getting late. Perhaps you should return home early. Lin He was exceptionally skilled, and Lu Xiaodao could not afford to make any significant moves. Should Lin harbor any malicious intent, he would be akin to a fish on a chopping block, vulnerable and exposed. Very well, Lin He replied with a smile before turning to leave. In no time, his figure vanished at the end of the corridor. Young master, he has truly departed, remarked Tang Tong, who had been stealthily observing from the doorway. I suspect he came to scout the premises, confirming my presence in the ward, Lu Xiaodao replied, struggling to rise. We must leave at once. Lin He surely knows I have dispatched all the bodyguards, which is why he visited tonight. Lu Xiaodao's reasoning was sound. We should hurry, Tang Tong agreed, nodding. With Tang Tong's assistance, Lu Xiaodao prepared to move towards the exit when a thought suddenly struck him. Remove your black suit. Ah? Tang Tong reluctantly complied, shedding the dark attire. Once Lu Xiaodao donned it, they continued their journey outward. Chapter 195 What? Attacked again? Life in peril and under rescue? Lu Xiaodao was exceedingly cautious and filled with apprehension. He was acutely aware that his and Tang Tong's attire this evening would undoubtedly be etched in Lin He's memory. Should there be subsequent arrangements, identifying their targets based on clothing would be the simplest undertaking. If this operation were orchestrated by Lu Xiaodao, he likely would have devised it similarly. Lu Xiaodao possessed remarkable resilience, refusing Tang Tong's assistance, determined to endure on his own, judging solely by his gait. It was challenging to discern that Lu Xiaodao had been injured earlier. As for Tang Tong, he was draped in Lu Xiaodao's coat. Terrified, his teeth chattered. He was well aware of Lu Xiaodao's sinister intentions. He yearned to flee, yet if Lin He did not come seeking vengeance, how could he possibly continue to associate with Lu Xiaodao in the future? You drive, Lu Xiaodao instructed as they arrived at the base of the hospital. Are we not heading directly to the parking lot? Tang Tong hesitated, questioning. What if there were an ambush in the parking lot? What if he were attacked? If Lin He planned an ambush, he has likely already ascended. If you dare not enter, they will surely descend and pursue us. Lu Xiaodao discerned Tang Tong's thoughts with a single glance. Fine, I will go. Tang Tong had no other choice. Lu Xiaodao made a fair point. Had he known, he would not have been so eager to please. Had he not overstepped, he would be embracing a beautiful woman at this hour instead of facing the threat of being attacked. No sooner had he taken a few steps than a figure rushed towards them with alarming speed. Under the illumination of the hospital's lights, the figure brandished a glinting knife, descending upon Lu Xiaodao's unsuspecting back. A scream pierced the air as Tang Tong turned to witness the black suit of Lu Xiaodao being slashed open. The assailant remained silent, delivering another blow aimed at Lu Xiaodao. Tang Tong's hair stood on end in terror. Had Lin He truly lost his mind? What other desperate henchmen did he have? What was the true background of this assailant? Yet, there was no time for Tang Tong to ponder if Lu Xiaodao were to perish before him. The repercussions would not only extend to Lin He, but would also encircle Tang Tong himself. With no alternative, he dashed forward, delivering a kick to the assailant's leg. Fortunately, the assailant was not a trained fighter, and Tang Tong's strike caused him to stumble and fall to the ground. Young Master Lu, run, help, there has been a murder. Someone, please. Tang Tong shouted, his voice hoarse, as he pulled the pale-faced Lu Xiaodao, staggering towards the entrance of Tianhe Hospital. Tianhe Hospital, being the premier private hospital in Hanbei Province, catered predominantly to the affluent and elite. The security within the hospital was naturally robust. Tang Tong's cries shattered the tranquility above Tianhe Hospital, swiftly summoning medical staff and security personnel to the scene. Dong Fangxiang, blinded by rage, had succumbed to a state of frenzy. Ever since his brother's demise, each day had been a torment. This time, in his quest for revenge, Dong Fangxiang had transcended his previous fears, resolved to exact vengeance without any intention of surviving beyond it. With a heart resigned to death, Dong Fangxiang frantically pursued with his knife drawn. The arriving medical staff and security personnel were taken aback, utterly unprepared for such an incident at Tianhe Hospital. Quickly, someone pulled out their phone to call for help. In the inpatient ward above, lights illuminated one by one, revealing numerous silhouettes peering down curiously, eager to discern the cause of the frenzied shouts. Lin He. The excruciating pain from his wound made it nearly impossible for Lu Xiaodao to continue. Were it not for his robust constitution, that earlier strike would have claimed his life. As he fled, he could feel the air slicing behind him from the blade cutting through. Tang Tong, if I survive today, I shall reward you handsomely. Lu Xiaodao stumbled, gasping for breath. Each inhalation brought a searing discomfort to his chest. What does that mean? Tang Tong sensed impending doom. With a swift motion, Lu Xiaodao pushed Tang Tong away. Exhausted from fatigue, Tang Tong, though uninjured, had long been drained by years of indulgence. Caught off guard, he was sent staggering towards the direction of the assailant. You loyal dog! Dong Fangxiang roared in fury, striking down without hesitation. Lu Xiaodao, damn you! Tang Tong's composure shattered. How could there be such shamelessness in this world? He had just risked his life to save Lu Xiaodao from the assassin's blade. To show no gratitude was one thing, but now, in the pursuit of survival, Lu Xiaodao had brazenly betrayed him. The assassin's knife struck Tang Tong's shoulder, and in that instant, he felt as if his life was about to end. The intense agony caused him to lose consciousness. Before darkness enveloped him, one thought flashed through his mind. Lu Xiaodao, I will haunt you even in death. Dong Fangxiang withdrew his knife and pressed on. Do you know who I am? Lu Xiaodao halted, utterly drained. Seeing the security personnel nearing, he realized that if he could just stall for time, the night's peril would soon dissipate. Finally, with the knife in hand, Dong Fangxiang discerned the figure before him. Clad in a black suit, the silhouette was familiar, yet the face was not Lin He's. You are the one I am after. Dong Fangxiang's head buzzed. After all his efforts, he had targeted the wrong person. The footsteps around him grew more numerous, and Dong Fangxiang understood that escape was futile. Raising his knife, he struck again. If he was to perish, he would take someone down with him. Meanwhile, the headlights of a Cullinan illuminated the road not far away. Lin He, gripping the steering wheel, glanced curiously out the window. Was it not said that Tianhe Hospital was one of the top private hospitals in Hanbei Province? This was the inpatient department, filled with patients recuperating. Why was it so chaotic, with such a large crowd gathered? It appears that a perilous incident has transpired. Lin He shook his head, The outside world was truly terrifying, and it would be wise to return to his opulent estate for some rest. His visit to Lu Xiaodao this evening was, indeed, motivated by a sense of morbid curiosity. Intelligent individuals often share a common flaw, an inherent suspicion. From the information gathered by Pei Gong, it was revealed that the only person accompanying Lu Xiaodao tonight was Tang Tong. As Lin descended the stairs, he suddenly felt the urge to relieve himself and diverted to the restroom on another floor. After attending to his needs, he proceeded directly to the parking lot and drove away. Thus, he had not encountered Lu Xiaodao at any point during the evening. Lin retracted his gaze and piloted his Cullinan away from Tianhe Hospital. What? Lu Xiaodao had been attacked again in the hospital and was in critical condition. Undergoing emergency treatment? Tang Tong was also among the injured? Within the confines of Shuiling Mountain Villa, Song Anna was in her chamber, clad in a wine-red silk nightgown, preparing to read for a while before retiring for the night. Little did she know that she would receive a call destined to rob her of sleep throughout the night. Her exquisitely alluring visage was etched with uncertainty and trepidation. Chapter 196. The launch of a vocal talent show and a new beverage in the Xia Nation. The arrival of the Lu family. Song Anna set her phone down. Without the need to await the investigation's results, she could swiftly surmise that Lin was behind it. She was also aware of Lu Xiaodao's plot to eliminate Lin. She refrained from warning Lin, partly because she believed he would never fall victim to such a scheme, and partly to observe whether Lu Xiaodao could confront Lin directly, thereby revealing his true capabilities or identity. The unfolding events exceeded Song Anna's previous imaginings. She had not anticipated Lin would exhibit such ferocity. If one attempt failed, he would certainly make another. The phrase an eye for an eye seemed to epitomize Lin's character. Once provoked, he would not rest until he exacted vengeance. No one could have foreseen that Lu Xiaodao would, on the very night of his attack and hospitalization, encounter another assailant. The screen of the phone on the table illuminated once more, displaying a succinct message: the assailant had committed suicide, with initial suspicions pointing to a force or individual that had trained him as an assassin. A chill crept into Song Anna's heart. Trained assassins? Grasping her phone, she did not release it even as the screen dimmed, her gaze drifting towards the window. It was now the early hours of the morning, and the entire Shuiling Mountain remained brightly lit. The affluent young heirs and heiresses continued their revelry, as if ensconced in a paradise crafted by wealth. Yet, Song Anna's mood was heavy. In this era, even the forces behind Lu Xiaodao dared not nurture assassins. Lin, what is your true identity? She pondered, biting her crimson lip in quiet contemplation. The Lu family would undoubtedly learn of this incident immediately. They were well aware that Lu Xiaodao was a director of the Illusion Dream Supercar Club. The location of the initial incident that evening was none other than the territory of the Illusion Dream Supercar Club, Shuiling Mountain. Should the Lu family choose to investigate, Song Anna would naturally need to take the stage. Although this matter would not implicate her directly, Lin would certainly come under the Lu family's scrutiny. Lin was not affiliated with the Illusion Dream Supercar Club, despite Song Anna's efforts to cultivate a connection with him. His actions today, eliminating a director of the club, had dealt a grievous blow to it. If only you would consider joining my Illusion Dream Supercar Club. A playful smile graced Song Anna's lips. Mr. Lin, I wonder if you can withstand the wrath of the Lu family. Perhaps the Lu family could aid her in uncovering the depths of Lin's true nature. Upon returning home, Lin took a refreshing shower and settled into a restful sleep. As for the so-called assassins, Lu Xiaodao's second attack that night, and the myriad speculations swirling in the outside world, all of this was unbeknownst to Lin. Little did he realize that the long-absent Dong Fengxiang would suddenly resurface to create chaos. Armed with a knife, he infiltrated Tianhe Hospital, mistaking the cleverly disguised Lu Xiaodao, now clad in a black suit, for himself, and proceeded to unleash a frenzied assault. Complete madness. At that moment, only 4 words occupied Dong Fengxiang's mind. Those who regarded him as a mere pawn could never have imagined that he was acutely aware that his actions would inevitably incur legal repercussions. Rather than enduring the scorn of being labeled a coward, he preferred to take decisive action with a scapegoat. Sometimes, the old adage proves true: human plans cannot rival the will of heaven. That evening, within a private villa in Nanzhou City, several subordinates stood before Song Qingru, detailing the events that transpired at Tianhe Hospital with meticulous precision. Miss, the Lu family, behind Lu Xiaodao, is furious. His parents and senior executives are en route here tonight. Reported by Yuanji, hands respectfully clasped before him. According to information relayed from Tianhe Hospital, if a miracle does not occur, Lu Xiaodao is likely to perish. And what if a miracle does occur? Song Qingru inquired ambiguously. 1 in 1,000 may become a vegetable and 1 in 10,000 might awaken, but even then, recovery would take at least a year and a half. Even upon waking, he would likely be left disabled, Bai Yuanji replied. Mr. Lin is as ruthless as ever. Song Qingru maintained her non-committal demeanor. She displayed little emotional fluctuation regarding this matter. As Song Anna surmised, Mr. Lin's actions had severed a formidable member from the Dream Supercar Club, thereby weakening Song Anna's influence and favoring both herself and the Huabin Club. Miss, do you think Song Anna will ally with the Liu family against Mr. Lin? Bai Yuanji asked. Hard to say. We must prepare to safeguard Mr. Lin, Song Qingru instructed. Given Song Anna's temperament, it is highly likely she will exploit this situation to appear as if she is targeting Mr. Lin, while in reality, her sights are set on me and the Huabin Club. Understood, Mississippi. I will make the necessary arrangements, Bai Yuanji acknowledged. The primary task was to closely monitor the movements of Song Anna and the Liu family. The following day, oblivious to the brewing storm outside, Lin He was chauffeured in a Rolls-Royce Phantom by Pei Gong to Qingye Entertainment Company. Earlier that morning, Zhang Xian had sent a text message indicating that the preparations for the Summer Nation's Great Voice program were complete. In the president's office of Qingye Entertainment Company, Zhang Xian reported, Boss, this inspirational professional music critique program has entered the preliminary selection phase across 17 major cities in Summer Nation. The final 4 mentors are Zhou Mulan, Yangshan, Na Ying, and Wang Feng. To ensure the program's quality, our company is overseeing it entirely. What about Wan Shi Kulo? Lin He inquired, as he intended to bundle the forthcoming phenomenon, Summer Nation's Great Voice, with Wan Shi Kulo for market launch. Currently, we have produced 1,000 bottles under a strict confidentiality protocol. The production technology has matured, and the efficiency of upcoming production runs is assured. I am fully informed about the new beverage's status, Zhang Xian replied. 1,000 bottles can be provided for me. I shall partake in a lottery. Lin He contemplated the influence of his account on Weibo, which essentially endowed him with a powerful promotional tool at no cost. Excellent, boss, remarked Zhang Xian. Soon, Lin He's Weibo account unveiled a new post, sharing the official promotional advertisement for the Summer Nation's Good Voice program and announcing a lottery for 1,000 bottles of the innovative beverage from Qingye Food Company, Wancher Cola. In less than half an hour, the comments beneath this new post surged past 10,000. Yesterday, I witnessed the auditions for the Summer Nation's Good Voice in our city. There was a handsome young man whose singing was truly enchanting. I never imagined it was a program launched by Qingye Entertainment. Wancher Cola, the new beverage? Qingye Entertainment seems to have an extensive reach. I wonder if it tastes good. In any case, Lin He, the boss, mentioned it would be free and delivered at no charge. What if I win? The fervor surrounding the Good Voice program and the innovative Wancher Cola rapidly catapulted them to the trending topics on Weibo. Boss, the Liu family has arrived. Lin He was engrossed in Weibo when a text notification popped up. Chapter 197, the youngest daughter of the Liu family. Exposed to unbearable chill. The information comes from Wen Shui, who has now become Lin He's representative in the outside world. The vast Qingye group is meticulously managed under Wen Shui's guidance. Unless faced with significant matters, he would not easily disturb Lin He. Wen Shui is already well aware of the situation between Lin He and the Liu family and has been closely monitoring the movements of the Liu family and the Dream Supercar Club. I understand, Lin He replied succinctly, continuing to browse through the content on Weibo. The arrival of the Liu family did not stir the slightest ripple in Lin He's heart. 1,000 bottles of Coca-Cola were readily available, distributed in batches of 10. With a total of 100 batches to be drawn. Simply retweeting, without the need for likes, comments, or follows, would grant one the opportunity to win a prize. With the combined efforts of the marketing departments of Qingye Entertainment Company and Qingye Food Company, Lin He's Weibo post astonishingly garnered over 1 million retweets within just an hour. It seems that his influence on the internet is rather commendable. Much to Lin He's satisfaction, Nanzhou City, International Airport. A domestic flight smoothly descended through the clouds. A distinguished group of individuals traversed the VIP passageway towards the airport parking lot. Awaiting them were several Audi RS6 vehicles. Hello, Uncle Liu, I am Tang Tong. A friend of young Master Liu, a young man in a suit, stated while standing beside one of the Audi RS6 cars. Ah, I know you. You are one of Liu Xiaodao's closest friends, replied Liu Binwei, referred to as Uncle Liu. Accompanying him were 2 women, one middle-aged, exuding an air of affluence, who was Liu Xiaodao's mother, Luo Su, and another woman who appeared to be in her 30s, well-preserved and quite attractive. Tang Tong was only familiar with Lu Xiaodao's parents and found this woman in her 30s rather unfamiliar. I saw you shield my son from a knife in the surveillance footage. Without you, my son might have perished. Lu Binwei expressed his gratitude. It was nothing. I am a good brother to young Master Lu, who takes good care of me, Tang Tong replied, his face reflecting noble camaraderie. However, internally he cursed, thinking, does this old fool truly believe I would risk my life for your son? If it weren't for the opportunity to connect directly with the Lu family through Lu Xiaodao, he would have endured the pain of a knife wound to personally greet Lu Binwei and Luo Su. Every slight movement sent pain coursing through Tang Tong's shoulder. The woman in her 30s smiled slightly, casting a knowing glance at Tang Tong. Upon sensing her gaze, Tang Tong looked at her. But she turned her head away to avoid his eyes, leaving Tang Tong uncertain of her true identity. An hour later, several Audi vehicles arrived at Tianhe Hospital. Lu Xiaodao remained in the intensive care unit, attended to by a dedicated medical team around the clock. Linhe, that bastard. I will ensure his entire family pays dearly. Luo Su's eyes blazed with fury. Through the window of the intensive care unit, witnessing her son's condition, the heart of this mother bled profusely. What shall we do next? Although Lu Binwei's expression was far from pleasant, he refrained from speaking impulsively and instead turned to the woman beside him, who appeared to be in her 30s. Wait. She gently smiled. Tang Tong was taken aback, for he sensed that this woman was extraordinary. From the moment he first saw the three members of the Lu family, boarding the car, disembarking, and arriving at Tianhe Hospital, Lu Binwei's demeanor had consistently conveyed an implicit respect towards her. Why? Three great question marks floated in Tang Tong's mind. What was this woman's true identity? Show me all the information regarding Linhe. The woman extended her hand and, after speaking, introduced herself. Hello, my name is Lu Jinyu. Upon stating her name, Lu Jinyu flashed a radiant smile at Tang Tong. In that fleeting moment, Tang Tong felt an unexpected flutter in his heart, and he quickly extended his hand to shake hers. Being part of the upper echelons of society, Tang Tong understood one thing clearly. In a vast family like the Lu family, the lineage had always been patriarchal. The position of men surpassed that of women. In traditional families, women were viewed as those who had been married off, akin to water that had been spilled. However, Lu Binwei's profound respect for Lu Jinyu suggested only one possibility, that she had transcended the archaic ideologies of traditional families through her own capabilities. All right, I will prepare immediately. Tang Tong nodded in agreement. Next, let us take a trip to Shualing Mountain. It has been ages since I last saw Song Anna, Lu Jinyu said with a smile. Trip? My son lies in the intensive care unit, still in danger, and you suggest going for a trip? Luo Su expressed her dissatisfaction. You need not join. Lu Jinyu replied without glancing at Luo Su, turning towards the elevator at the end of the corridor. Mr. Tang, would you kindly serve as my driver? No problem. Miss Lu, just call me Tang Tong. Tang Tong quickly followed suit. Miss Lu? Am I really that young? By seniority, I am actually the younger aunt of Lu Xiaodao. Lu Jinyu remarked. Younger aunt, indeed. Tang Tong promptly adjusted his address. Observing Lu Jinyu and Tang Tong depart in laughter, Luo Su seethed with frustration. Did we invite her just for a jaunt? Enough. You know well the standing Jinyu holds in our family, Lu Binwei said, gazing worriedly at his son lying unconscious in the hospital bed. Isn't she merely the daughter of your family's elder who had a late child? Luo Su scoffed. Do you truly believe that? Lu Binwei shot an impatient glance at Luo Su, who immediately fell silent. Those words had escaped her lips in anger. Few women capable of marrying into affluent families are truly foolish. The ascent to prominence is not akin to the naive portrayals seen in television dramas. Reality is often far more brutal than the narratives penned by writers. Mr. Tang, you seem to harbor some grievances. Lu Jinyu suddenly remarked as the Audi glided smoothly along the road. Huh? Whatever grievances could I possibly have? As Tang Tong drove, a smile adorned his face. Yet there was no need for pretense in my presence. Lu Jinyu mirrored his expression, remarking. The surveillance footage clearly shows that it was Lu Xiaodao who pushed you into the path of that blade in a desperate bid for survival. Unlike Lu Binwei, I do not feign ignorance while being fully aware of the truth. Lu Xiaodao bears a burden of guilt towards you, and the Lu family is acutely aware of this. Even if they do not voice it, they shall not treat you unjustly. I trust this is what you desire, for otherwise, you would not have emerged to greet us. Bearing the scars of betrayal. A light-hearted comment from my aunt elicited embarrassment from Tang Tong, who simultaneously sensed the formidable nature of this woman. Throughout their exchange, she revealed no trace of discontent, yet Lu Jinyu perceived his innermost thoughts with remarkable clarity, leaving Tang Tong with a chilling sense of vulnerability. This incident was orchestrated by Lin He, was it not? Lu Jinyu spoke with subtlety, refraining from pressuring Tang Tong to divulge his true feelings. Chapter 198. Miss Lu wishes to invite you for dinner atop Shui Ling Mountain this evening. Will you join? It can only be described as suspicion, for there exists no concrete evidence. Tang Tong, driving his Audi, chose his words with utmost care. This matter is of considerable gravity, and he merely aimed to navigate the intricate web of relationships. Should he inadvertently become entangled, a single misstep could render him collateral damage. Lu Jinyu nodded. Her purpose for coming was to ascertain the identity of those who had targeted the younger generation of the Lu family, who are being meticulously groomed. The underlying motive is to discern whether it stems solely from a grudge against Lu Xiaodao or if it is aimed at the Lu family itself. The ambition of the Lu family is to ascend to the status of a century-old aristocracy, a prestigious lineage. Caution is, after all, the mother of safety. Dear Aunt, do you seek information on Lin He with the intent to take action against him? Tang Tong inquired, hesitatingly. Indeed, Lu Jinyu admitted without reservation. What if the matter concerning young Master Lu does not involve Lin He? Tang Tong pressed further. My nephew was publicly humiliated by him. Lu Xiaodao, in his public engagements, represents the Lu family, Lu Jinyu patiently elucidated. Tang Tong immediately grasped the situation. Lu Jinyu's arrival was not merely to avenge Lu Xiaodao. Her true intent was to reveal the Lu family's fangs. It was also a declaration to the outside world that the Lu family is not to be trifled with. Boss, there are visitors for you downstairs, the front desk informed Zhong Xian over the phone. Given that Lin He was often absent from the company, the front desk had developed a habit of forwarding calls directly to Zhong Xian when someone sought the boss. Who is it? Lin He inquired. It's said to be the parents of Bai Yue, Zhong Xian replied. The parents of Bai Yue? Lin He lifted his gaze from his desk. Where's Bai Yue? It seems she is on a business trip, Zhong Xian said with a wry smile. Our entire Qingye Group's assets are spread throughout Hebei province. And I've heard from colleagues in the legal department that we deal with numerous legal matters each month, often in double digits. As the head of the entire legal team for Qingye Group, Miss Bai is quite occupied. However, Zhong Xian was well aware of one fact. Under Bai Yue's leadership, the legal team of Qingye Group has maintained a perfect win rate in litigations. Every legal staff member under Qingye Group holds profound respect for Bai Yue. Please invite them up, Lin He nodded. He had complete confidence in Bai Yue's professional capabilities. Soon, under the guidance of the front desk, two elderly individuals ascended, appearing somewhat travel-worn yet spirited. Mr. Lin, I am Bai Yuzong, the father of Bai Yue. The elder was impeccably dressed, donned spectacles, and his hair was neatly groomed. In contemporary parlance, he might be deemed a connoisseur of refined living. Mr. Lin, I am Yang Hong, Bai Yue's mother. The elderly lady had a kind demeanor, warmly surveying Lin He. After exchanging pleasantries and handshakes, they were invited to take their seats. Is Miss Bai not accompanying you? Lin He inquired as he settled onto the reception sofa. Mr. Lin, you may simply call that child Yu. The elderly lady, Yang Hong, responded with a smile. She has sung your praises on numerous occasions, expressing how well you treat your employees and the care you extend towards her. That girl Tao Tao is thriving now, and it is entirely thanks to your efforts in bringing those experts to her. We owe you a debt of gratitude. That is only to be expected. Lin He replied politely. The situation is as follows. We came today to visit our daughter. Upon arriving, we attempted to contact her, but the girl did not answer. We waited and waited, only to just now receive her absence. Later, my partner recalled that our daughter had mentioned the name of her company, so we decided to intrude. Bai Qinglin spoke, his demeanor somewhat uneasy. She is likely on a business trip, perhaps in transit, speculated Zhong Xian, who was accompanying them. Have you two dined? Lin He asked. I can arrange for someone to escort you to a resting area. We have eaten, but my daughter is rather unfortunate, Yang Hong replied. Showing no intention of resting, her enthusiasm unabated. The experts say that Tao Tao feels quite isolated. With her mother so occupied with work, she is mostly accompanied by nannies. She also lacks paternal affection. For instance, during the recent parent-child event at her kindergarten, they expected both parents to attend. I truly wonder what schools are thinking these days, neglecting the needs of such special children. Creak. The office door swung open, and Bai Yue rushed in, her expression one of urgency. Mom, Dad, what brings you here? The two elders mentioned they attempted to call upon arrival but could not reach you, so they came here first, Lin He interjected to clarify. Upon noticing Lin He's presence, Bai Yue quickly expressed her apologies. I am truly sorry, Mr. Lin, for my oversight, which has caused you inconvenience. Mr. Lin is very kind, Yang Hong stood, adding, "He was just about to take us to rest." "Mom, let us go," Bai Yue urged, fully aware of her mother's intentions, wishing to disappear into a crevice in the ground. Even Zhong Xian, lacking in social finesse, recognized the tension. It seemed Bai Yue's parents had something pressing to discuss. I have matters to attend to, so I shall excuse myself." Zhong Xian wisely stood and exited the office, contemplating that perhaps Bai Yue's parents were hesitant to speak in his presence. The elderly Bai Kanglin stood awkwardly, signaling with his eyes for Yang Hong to leave. However, she remained oblivious to their unspoken communication, her face bright with smiles. "Mr. Lin, have you been busy these past few days?" "Not particularly," Lin He considered for a moment before replying. "Mom," Bai Yue, anticipating her mother's forthcoming words, rushed to grasp her arm, eager to depart. "Mr. Lin, I shall be forthright with you." Yang Hong spoke rapidly. "We have come to the company with a request. It has come to our attention that Tao Tao has been bullied at school, and regarding the parent-child event, would it be possible for you to impersonate her father and attend with Yue?" "Impersonate Tao Tao's father?" Lin He raised his eyebrows in surprise. Some children can be quite insufferable, unaware that Tao Tao has only her mother, and they brazenly declare before her that she is an orphan, Yang Hong said indignantly. "If Yue does not mind, I have no objections." Lin He finds a certain fondness for that child Tao Tao. Lacking a father figure, she already bears an inherent flaw. And at school, she is bullied by other children. Even if Lin He has no social ties to Tao Tao, it is difficult to turn a blind eye. "If there are no objections, then I shall trouble you, Mr. Lin." Yang Hong's expression immediately brightened, and without waiting for Bai Yue to respond, she pulled her away. "Mr. Lin, please continue with your work. The parent-child activity will take place tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon. I will ensure Yue contacts you in advance." "Very well." Lin He nodded. After the Bai family of 3 arrived, a call from Song Anna came through. "Hello, Mr. Lin. Miss Lu would like to invite you to dinner on Shui Ling Mountain tonight. Will you be joining us?" Song Anna's sweet voice echoed through the phone. Chapter 199, Auntie. "May I pour you a cup of cappuccino?" Who was Miss Lu? Upon hearing the surname, Lin He had a vague inkling but chose not to articulate it. "Lu Jinyu." "The younger aunt of Lu Zhidao," Song Anna remarked. "Surely, tonight it is not Miss Anna and this Miss Lu attempting to employ the wiles of beauty against me?" Lin He innocently expressed, "I deeply regret the matters concerning young Master Lu. Hiki, we never suggested that inviting Mr. Lin was for any particular reason. Your direct mention of young Master Lu may easily lead others to misconstrue your intentions," Song Anna replied with her characteristic air of nonchalance. "Miss Anna, it is well known that when the Lu family invites me for a meal, everyone is aware of the underlying motives." Lin He laughed heartily. "Such matters are not my concern, so I cannot bear the responsibility, can I? Please inform Miss Lu Jinyu that I shall be punctual for our appointment tonight." "Of course." "Mr. Lin is trustworthy, but whether Miss Lu believes that is beyond my influence," Song Anna subtly insinuated. "Young Master Lu's parents will certainly heed Miss Lu's wishes." Is Miss Anna hinting at something? Upon receiving this invitation call, Lin He had instantly categorized Song Anna as an adversary. Her current remarks were evidently a caution regarding the formidable nature of Lu Jinyu. The Lu family, an illustrious lineage spanning generations, is on the cusp of becoming a centennial family. As the saying goes, wealth seldom lasts beyond 3 generations. Yet the Lu family, in its 4th generation, continues to produce remarkable talents, a testament to their strength. Given Song Anna's profit-driven principles, why would she offer such a warning? Moreover, Lu Zhidao himself is a director of the Dream Supercar Club, which should naturally align him more closely with Song Anna. Indeed, I find myself amidst the Chao camp while my heart remains with the Han. Song Anna's tone could melt the listener's heart to the core. "I hope Miss Anna is not deceiving me," Lin He remarked. That evening, at Shui Ling Mountain, a Rolls-Royce Phantom glided into the night. The atmosphere at Shui Ling Mountain was exceedingly tranquil, with Lin He accompanied solely by Pei Gong. Under Song Anna's guidance, Lin He entered a spacious game room. A woman sat at a card table, toying with a deck of cards. "Miss Lu Jinyu, allow me to introduce Mr. Lin," Song Anna announced. Miss Lu Jinyu remained seated at the table. "Mr. Lin, please take a seat." Lin He refrained from responding and directly sat across from her. Song Anna, assuming the role of a companion, opted for a dealer's position. "Does Mr. Lin know how to play do Diju?" Lu Jinyu queried with a smile. "I know a little," Lin He replied. He had anticipated that upon his arrival, Lu Jinyu would inquire about Lu Zhidao. Instead, she seemed to treat him as a playful companion, inviting him to join in a game of do Diju. "Shall we play a few rounds?" Lu Jinyu glanced at Lin He, then at Song Anna. With such refined company, I would be delighted, Song Anna said as she opened a brand new deck of cards. The cards were shuffled and dealt in one fluid motion. Lin He and Song Anna gazed at their respective hands of playing cards. And the time had come to determine the landlord. I shall play first, Lin He declared, laying down a solitary 3. Lu Jinyu, with an air of confidence, volunteered to take on the role of the landlord, placing a card on the table. Following the clockwise order, it was now Lin He's turn. A pair of kings, he announced, tossing down 2 cards. Mr. Lin certainly has good fortune, but how will you play the remaining cards? Lu Jinyu inquired, one hand holding her cards and the other propping her chin. I concede, Lin He replied, releasing his grip and allowing a small cascade of paper fragments to fall. Song Anna's expression shifted subtly, her smile growing more pronounced. What does this mean, Mr. Lin? Lu Jinyu's demeanor also changed, though she did not smile. The man across from her possessed eyes that shone ominously, piercing through to her very core. From the moment I entered the room, Miss Lu had asserted her dominance, seizing control of the conversation through the game. Lin He flicked the remnants of cards with his fingers, contemplating, such tactics are rather juvenile for both of us. I trust, Miss Lu, that if your intellect were truly so limited, you would not have been sent by the Lu family to engage in this discussion with me. Indeed, Mr. Lin is quite astute. Lu Jinyu placed all her cards down, feeling a weight of seriousness settle in her mind. The man before her was far from ordinary, and she needed to exercise greater caution. Suddenly, the door to the game room was kicked open from the outside. What are those 2 old fools peering at? Lin Qing's brazen voice echoed as he entered, followed closely by Xiao Rui. Pushed inside was a middle-aged couple. Who are you? Do you know who I am? The middle-aged woman spat angrily. Keep talking, and I'll smash that surgically enhanced nose of yours, Lin Qing retorted, raising his fist. The woman promptly fell silent, too intimidated to respond. Shuiling Mountain was the domain of the Illusion Dream Supercar Club. This young man dared to act so brazenly here, unmistakably a spoiled rich brat. Such individuals were notoriously reckless, and the woman dared not presume he possessed any sense of reason. Lin Qing swaggered into the room and took a seat at the opposite side. Father, I'm not late, am I? Not at all, Lin He replied with a smile. This encounter with the Lu family was a direct confrontation. How could he not bring his son along to showcase some prowess? You are Lin He? The middle-aged man approached Lin He, reaching out as if to grab him. Bang! Pei Gong, quick-witted and agile, seized the man's wrist and twisted it sharply. With his other hand, he pressed down on the man's neck, slamming him onto the game table. Mr. Lin, allow me to introduce, this is Lu Zhidao's mother, Lu Osu, and this is Lu Zhidao's father, Lu Binwei, Lu Jinyu stated, her expression grim. Song Anna, seated nearby, maintained a disinterested demeanor, as if the matter did not concern her. Suddenly, Lin Qing stood up without warning. Auntie, may I pour you a cup of cappuccino? What is the matter? Lin He inquired. Upon hearing the name Lu Binwei, it seemed as though someone beside him was declaring, all rise. Lin Qing remarked. Lin He shook his head, for his son was always prone to sudden surprises. What is this? Are you finally feeling fear? Prepare me a cappuccino. And don't expect my forgiveness while you dangle upside down in this game room all night. Russell, observing the young man's demeanor, assumed he was intimidated by his lineage from the Lu family, and thus his arrogance swelled. Rue Gu, kindly hang this cosmetic old hag up, Lin Qing said as he settled into his seat, crossing his legs with a cold smirk. What nonsense is this, trying to act tough before me? There are no ropes. Xiao Rui replied earnestly. Sister Anna, could you please assist me in procuring a rope? Lin Qing directed his gaze towards Song Anna. As the mistress of Water Spirit Mountain, acquiring a rope would undoubtedly be a simple task. Is that really appropriate? Song Anna responded, somewhat hesitant. Mr. Lin, might we engage in a calm discussion? Lu Jinyu interjected, unable to bear the spectacle any longer, as the conversational dominance she had meticulously crafted had been unwittingly usurped by this father-son duo.